The capital city of the Antar Empire was engulfed in a sea of fire, its skyline swallowed by rising smoke and collapsing light as chaos spread through every district. Massive, towering beasts thundered through the streets, their jaws gaping wide as they roared and crushed anything in their path, turning roads and buildings alike into rubble under their relentless advance. This was not a scattered outbreak of monsters. They were everywhere at once, an overwhelming tide of destruction tearing through the empire with coordinated, unstoppable force. On the broken battlefield, armored soldiers met the charge head-on, steel clashing violently against the monstrous creatures as both sides fought amid smoke, fire, and falling debris. Mounted high on horseback, a commander shouted across the battlefield with a grim, cracked voice, reporting that 2 million of their finest warriors had already fallen in the endless carnage. Yet even as banners whipped violently through the ash-filled air, he raised his voice with unwavering conviction, declaring that this would not mark their end, and that true heroes would ultimately bring down the Demon King himself. Far beneath the burning world, deep inside the abyssal hall of the Demon King's palace, the ceiling stretched impossibly high, decorated with vast painted domes fading into shadow and silence. Archlight stood in that vast chamber, brows tightly furrowed, his voice echoing sharply as he shouted that their enemy's reign of terror was finally on the verge of collapse. Within the deepening shadows nearby, a lone figure remained seated, his body barely visible as darkness swallowed most of his form. That figure was the Demon King, Riffenhart, quietly observing everything with a calm, unreadable expression, one hand resting lightly against his cheek. Cyrus stepped forward with forceful determination, his sword blazing with radiant light, declaring that they would end this monster once and for all, and that Riffenhart's death would collapse the entire structure of this cursed empire. The Demon King responded without rising, his voice steady and controlled as he frowned slightly, stating that Antar should not be labeled as evil, because it existed for a purpose beyond their understanding. Teslan's fists tightened until his knuckles whitened, his voice sharp with fury as he accused the king of raising monsters, insisting that wiping them out was the only way to cleanse the world of their corruption. Riffenhart gave a faint, almost tired smile, explaining that he had never truly created monsters, only taught those labeled as such how to fight back using human tactics, after they had been enslaved and abused for generations, giving them the means to resist oppression. Leaning forward slightly from his throne, Riffenhart asked in a calm tone whether they had already defeated all 4 of his heavenly kings. From among the gathered forces, Cyrus answered coldly, without hesitation, stating that those filthy orcs had been no match at all for his blade, and had fallen without difficulty. A sharp change crossed the Demon King's expression as his voice rose in sudden shock, asking whether even the great orc warrior Tethid had been slain. For a brief moment, his thoughts drifted, imagining the orcs' faces, brutal in appearance yet undeniably loyal, protective by nature, and devoted to those they called their own. Teslan folded his arms with a smug expression, dismissing them as so-called defenders of the weak, insisting they were nothing more than violent trolls who had finally received their deserved punishment. Riffenhart closed his eyes slowly, a quiet frustration settling in his expression as he thought how deeply mistaken they were. Trolls were bound to nature itself, guided by ancestral spirits, misunderstood rather than inherently evil. Saintess Flynn stepped forward with her eyes gently closed, her voice calm but absolute as she declared that even the wicked dwarf who worshipped a dark god had already been judged and eliminated. The Demon King covered part of his face in silence, feeling the weight of their arrogance as he reflected on how easily they labeled anyone outside their 12 gods or Sayer's faith as nothing more than a devil. Then the light mage Jade raised a hand with certainty, announcing that the dark elf had also been brought down and eliminated without mercy. Riffenhart froze for a moment, disbelief flickering across his face as the image of Cirrus flashed vividly through his mind, sharp and unshakable. His jaw tightened as anger surged through him, and in a low, restrained growl he muttered that they were truly asking for death. From the rear ranks, a soldier shouted back that the dark elf had willingly joined the forces of darkness, claiming traitors like that deserved no mercy, though Riffenhart knew the truth beneath those accusations ran far deeper. He once again covered his face, recalling how Cirrus's skin had darkened only because humans destroyed her forests, forcing her people into barren wastelands, and yet now they condemned her for the very suffering they caused. Archlight lifted his weapon high into the air, his voice ringing out across the battlefield as he declared with burning conviction that they would fight on for the fallen. Riffenhart's eyes darkened with a dangerous intensity, a twisted smile forming as he gazed toward the battlefield, murmuring who among them would dare stand for those they called fallen. A blonde warrior stepped forward with furious conviction, shouting that these so-called monsters would never have fallen into darkness if not for the corrupting influence of the Demon King himself. As his words echoed through the air, a faint purple mist began curling around Riffenhart's body, yet the Demon King remained calm, fully aware that none of their accusations would ever change their perception. They would not hear him, and they would not understand him, As Archlight advanced, Riffenhart's thoughts grew heavier, laced with bitter clarity. In their eyes, any non-human who refused to live in chains was immediately branded as a servant of darkness, and that label alone became justification for total extermination. His hair lifted as magical energy surged violently around him, and spreading his arms wide, he roared that if this was the Demon King they wanted to see, then he would become exactly that. With a single overwhelming burst of power, his enemies were violently hurled upward and backward, thrown through the air as the force of his magic shattered the space around him. His glowing eyes sharpened with focus as he raised his hands, forming a complex magical seal in front of him, energy converging into structured patterns of light. Memories surged within him as he reflected on how other races were never truly seen as equals, and how the consequences of that ignorance had unfolded before his eyes. Flashes of suffering appeared in his mind. 2 elven girls forced into ornate servant roles as exotic possessions, a dwarf condemned to endless mining labor for his strength alone, and orcs shackled and treated like beasts of burden. Then came the trolls, their bodies reduced to mere resources, harvested and processed as ingredients for healing potions, stored away in cold glass vials without regard for their existence. Standing over the ravaged city below, Riefenhart recalled how deeply he had been moved when he first uncovered the hidden roots and histories of these diverse races. He once stood among the orcs themselves, urging others to learn from them, to listen closely to their voices, and understand the stories they carried through generations. At one point, 3 mysterious beings had shared with him a radiant yellow orb, its light pulsing gently between them in silence. Within that glowing sphere, he had witnessed ancient spirit magic, a power passed down through elves and trolls across forgotten ages. Closing his eyes with a faint, distant smile, he remembered how through that knowledge he became the first mage to reach the 10th circle, never seeking war, only understanding, though, the world around him began to twist that intention into something else entirely. As his influence spread, humanity began to notice the changes and struck back with relentless force. Cities burned, villages were razed, lands were looted, and his people were driven further into exile even as they fought to defend themselves and survive. Eventually, from scattered lands and broken communities, a single unified realm emerged, the Empire of Enter, formed through struggle, resistance, and forced survival. Banners rose high across the land, representing every race, elves, trolls, goblins, and dwarves, united beneath a single shared dominion. Together, they stood beneath towering structures that scraped the sky itself, not as conquerors, but as beings seeking only to live freely without chains, though humanity refused to accept that truth and interpreted their existence as a threat instead. The vision shifted to ruined battlefields, where fallen bodies lay scattered in broken heaps, a silent testament to slaughter carried out in the name of fear. Despite the simple request for peace that had been denied, a wounded troll lay collapsed, blood trailing from his head as he stared upward in disbelief. Riefenhart understood it clearly. His forces were not beautiful or ideal by human standards, but their extermination solely for being different was the true atrocity that stained this world. He lifted one hand slowly into the air, voice cutting through the chaos as he declared that if human laws truly allowed slaughter on this scale, then he would erase those laws entirely and rewrite the world's order from the ground up. Archlight coughed violently, blood spilling from his lips as his body was hurled backward, slamming into the ground with brutal force and skidding across the battlefield. Teslan spun around in shock, eyes wide as he watched his comrade crash down. Across from them, Riefenhart spoke in a calm, almost indifferent tone, stating coldly that they lacked the necessary skill in both swordsmanship and magic. His gaze sharpened further, narrowing with quiet judgment. Archlight, he admitted internally, did possess some potential, but not nearly enough to threaten him here. Across the scorched battlefield, the king of martial arts clenched both fists so tightly that veins bulged across his arms. Energy erupted from his body as lightning crackled violently over his skin, his raw strength surging without restraint. That power only intensified, flames erupting around the martial king as his entire body became engulfed in blazing fire. Riefenhart watched him closely now. Everyone else had fallen far too easily, but this opponent was different. This one carried something dangerous. With a thunderous motion, the towering martial fighter launched himself forward, driving a massive fist straight into the ground and cracking the earth beneath him. Riefenhart reacted instantly, barely managing to evade the strike as he leapt backward just in time, the shockwave brushing past where he had stood a heartbeat earlier. Before he could fully recover his stance, Teslan was already charging in again, closing the distance with relentless pressure. Far beyond the battlefield, a massive explosion lit up the sky, its shockwave rippling outward and shaking even the highest tower in the capital. Atop that towering structure, Riefenhart stood alone on the roof, eyes locked intently on the chaos unfolding below. A deep tension tightened his jaw, the weight of the battle pressing heavily into his expression. The martial king launched himself high into the air, body coiled as he drew back his fist, preparing a devastating downward strike. Riefenhart twisted sharply to track him, teeth clenched as the warrior roared midair, his eyes turning pure white while he declared that this would be their victory. That declaration was followed by a brutal descent. His fist came crashing down directly onto Reifenhardt's head, driving him violently into the ground as a raw, pained howl echoed out. Teslan lifted both arms with a satisfied smirk, confidently declaring that it was over, exactly as he had expected from the beginning. And beneath the aftermath, blood streamed down Reifenhardt's face as he grimaced in pain, his spine feeling as though it had been violently shattered by the impact. Even in that condition, his thoughts remained sharp. He knew he needed to eliminate them, but in his current state, achieving that was simply impossible. Still clutching his aching head, he heard the martial fighter's voice ring out again, declaring that the real trial was only just beginning. Reifenhardt lifted his gaze, breathing heavily, and for the first time, acknowledged inwardly that he had lost this exchange. Teslan narrowed his eyes, stating firmly that the spell binding them was broken, and that Reifenhardt no longer held any control over them. Yet even hearing that, Reifenhardt did not relax. His body remained tense, every instinct still locked into survival. His jaw tightened once again as resolve returned. Giving up was not an option. Not here, not now. The wind tore violently through his hair and cloak as bitter thoughts burned in his mind. These so-called heroes truly believed monsters deserved nothing more than obedient chains, and they called that justice. Without hesitation, he reached toward an ancient artifact he had recovered long ago from forgotten ruins, its presence now feeling heavier than ever in his grasp. The burly warrior opposite him narrowed his eyes, suspicion rising sharply as he demanded what Reifenhardt intended to do. Reifenhardt's expression twisted with fury as he roared back that he was initiating a regression spell, declaring that he would tear apart time itself if necessary and leave the consequences to the gods. A violent storm of energy erupted around him as the spell activated, wind and mana spiraling outward in chaotic waves. Even so, uncertainty lingered. He wasn't fully sure it would succeed, but retreat was no longer an option. The martial king surged forward again without hesitation, launching another relentless assault straight toward him. Clutching the artifact tightly, Reifenhardt formed a silent vow in his heart, refusing to let his fate end here on this battlefield. He would not die in this place. That certainty burned through him stronger than pain or fear. The sky itself erupted with light as the artifact blazed intensely. Teslan's fist closed in at the same moment, and Reifenhardt's scream was swallowed by the overwhelming surge of power. A blinding explosion of light tore across the entire empire, swallowing everything in its radiance. Red and golden energy collided violently in mid-air, tearing through space as opposing forces clashed at full intensity. A massive shockwave detonated outward, followed immediately by an overwhelming white light that erased all sight and sound. Then, suddenly, everything fell into absolute silence. Far away, birds remained perched calmly on tree branches, untouched by the catastrophe. Smoke drifted gently from the roof of a quiet wooden house, curling upward into the still morning air. White curtains fluttered softly in the breeze, swaying inside the calm interior as if nothing had ever happened. A young man slowly opened his eyes, disoriented. For a brief moment, he wondered if he was even still alive. His body felt strangely strong, far stronger than he remembered. Blinking in confusion, he tried to process what had happened, questioning whether the spell had truly succeeded, especially since he hadn't even fully decoded it. Peering cautiously out the window, he whispered to himself that time really had shifted, yet everything outside felt unfamiliar. This was not a place from his memories at all. Scratching lightly at his ear, he quietly wondered how old his current body might even be. Outside the small, cozy house nestled in a hollow, an axe leaned against a worn tree stump, untouched and waiting. He stepped onto the wooden floorboards, glancing down at himself, noticing a solid, muscular frame that felt both unfamiliar and strangely capable. Letting out a low mutter, he admitted it wasn't bad at all, raising a brow as he questioned whose body he had ended up in. Reifenhardt examined his hands closely, noticing the hardened skin and calluses, the scars etched into them, and the dense muscle shifting beneath every small movement. For a brief moment, he recalled how in his youth, elves would often admire him, drawn to his appearance and presence, captivated by both his charm and physique. He walked toward a nearby mirror, searching for the face he once remembered. Sharp, refined, and elegant, but it was no longer there. Touching his jaw slowly, he exhaled a quiet sigh as realization settled in. This was not merely time travel, it was a complete exchange of bodies. His red brows furrowed as he studied the reflection more carefully. Whatever this new body belonged to, it had clearly endured a harsh and difficult life. Opening his mouth slightly as he continued to observe himself, Reifenhardt began to consider a strange thought. What if this new form could be envisioned as slightly broader, even with facial hair? Sweat slid down Reifenhardt's face as the realization struck him hard. His reflection, his body, everything matched Teslan's exactly. He had not just changed time, he had become someone else entirely. A voice suddenly called out his name. His head snapped up instantly as the door slammed open with force. A massive man stepped inside, his silhouette framed by the bright sunlight pouring in from behind. He barked loudly that the sun had already been up for a long while. Leaning forward with narrowed eyes, he stared straight at Reifenhardt and demanded why he was still wasting time lying around indoors. Then, with hands planted firmly on his hips and a broad, almost cheerful grin, the man urged him to hurry up, insisting that today was the perfect day to get started. Reifenhardt's face went completely pale. The sheer size of the man alone was enough to freeze him in place. As the stranger stepped closer, he tilted his head, noticing Rivenhart's stiff, unsettled expression, and asked what that look was supposed to mean. Had he never seen him before? The man closed his eyes briefly, clearly annoyed, and muttered that he hoped this wasn't another attempt at pretending to have amnesia again. Without waiting for a response, he suddenly grabbed Rivenhart by the head while laughing and began dragging him straight out of the room. Everything clicked into place. This towering man was Gerard, Teslan's mentor, the strongest warrior the entire continent had ever known. Cold sweat broke out across Rivenhart's body as panic set in. Before he knew it, he was tied tightly to a tree, desperately begging Gerard to listen. Gerard only smirked, eyes half-lidded, and shoved a gag into place, muttering that he was talking far too much today. The moment Rivenhart saw Gerard reach for a bamboo stick, a surge of panic exploded through his mind. The first strike landed brutally against his bare stomach, sending a sharp wave of pain through his entire body. Rivenhart let out a piercing scream, tears forming instantly in his eyes from the sheer intensity of the blow. He couldn't understand it at all. What kind of twisted reality had he been thrown into? The punishment didn't stop. Blow after blow came down without rhythm or mercy, relentless and chaotic. Through the haze of pain, Rivenhart's thoughts drifted uncontrollably back to Cirrus, as if grasping onto the only anchor left in his mind. Gerard paused briefly, frowning as he observed him. He thought the boy's hands felt softer than usual, but dismissed it, assuming the memory loss came from overly brutal training, something not uncommon in their clan. With a calm smile, he concluded it was a simple problem with a simple fix, and continued. Rivenhart cried out as the relentless beating resumed, his body unable to endure the non-stop punishment. Then Gerard roared loudly, declaring that weaklings always hid behind armor and swords. He stormed forward, closing the distance with heavy steps, his presence overwhelming. If you can't overcome your own weakness, it's nothing but shame, he shouted. Training is the only cure. With a sharp crack, the bamboo stick snapped in two as he continued. Steel is forged through pain. Veins bulged across his arms as he bellowed louder. The body has no limits. For a brief moment, Gerard closed his eyes in reflection, thinking that only the finest iron could ever become true steel. Then, without warning, his fist came down again, striking Rivenhart directly in the face. The blows continued again and again as Gerard shouted for him to focus, yelling at him to imagine the ocean. Through the pain, Rivenhart shut his eyes and obeyed, imagining the ocean, and within it, a memory of himself and Cirrus together by the shore. His exhausted body finally collapsed to the ground. At last, Gerard declared it was enough for the day. Clutching his chest and curling slightly inward, Rivenhart muttered in disbelief, grateful to still be alive in this body. Night eventually fell, and the sky filled with countless scattered stars. Leaves drifted softly across the surface of calm water, carried by a gentle, silent current. Rivenhart sat submerged in a bath, healing potions swirling around him in glowing liquid. He glanced at them and noted each bottle cost 10 silver coins. Nearby, Gerard stood with his arms folded behind his back, calmly stating that steel must be cooled after it is forged. Rivenhart looked down at his bruised, battered body, realizing with quiet certainty that the treatment was actually working. He recalled Teslan's past and understood. This brutal style of training had shaped him since childhood. Sinking deeper into the bathwater, Rivenhart finally became certain. He truly had been sent back in time. Outside, the moonlight washed over the world in silence. And within that quiet, he began to think. Where was his original body now? He pictured his younger form and wondered if two versions of the same person could truly exist simultaneously. The question deepened further. Could two souls occupy the same world at the same time? Rivenhart narrowed his eyes, carefully weighing the possibilities. In his mind, two shadowed figures formed. One, his older self trapped in Teslan's body. The other, his younger self, still existing somewhere in this timeline. Half submerged in water, another thought surfaced. What if the king of martial arts had also been displaced, ending up inside his original younger body? He imagined a young, frail mage struggling under stacks of books, trying desperately to understand a world that no longer made sense to him. Later, Rivenhart stood before an enormous plate piled high with meat, while Gerard's booming voice ordered him to dig in without hesitation. As he ate, Gerard barked that a worn-out body needed fuel, urging him to consume everything. After that, they were climbing a mountain together. Rivenhart struggled under a heavy load strapped to his back, while Gerard had already reached the summit, looking completely refreshed and calling down cheerfully for him to hurry up and continue. Later, Rivenhart was on the ground doing sit-ups, sweat pouring from his body, completely unable to tell how long this exhausting routine would continue. That night, he finally collapsed onto the bed, utterly drained, his body heavy with exhaustion. Tears quietly slid down his exhausted face, tracing through the dirt and bruises as he sat there in heavy silence. In a quiet corner of the room, he remained still, lost deep in thought. The question wouldn't leave him. What exactly would all of this lead to in the future? His mind drifted back to his younger self, alone in a vast library with his nose buried in endless books. Souls were meant to be singular. That was the law of the world. But what if that balance had already been broken? What if one soul simply vanished? Anxiety tightened in his chest as he bit his thumb, At this point in time, young Reifenhardt hadn't used magic for nearly 10 years, yet he was still studying, still reading, especially within the magic tower of Delia, slowly building his foundation. He imagined a thin, underdeveloped version of himself struggling just to lift a set of dumbbells, arms trembling under the weight. If Teslan truly had taken over that body, there was no chance he would sit idle. He would push himself, rebuild strength, and adapt no matter what. Reifenhardt muttered under his breath while glancing cautiously around the corner. Then it became clear that man would definitely come looking for him. At this point, only one thought mattered. Escape this living nightmare at any cost. Clenching his teeth hard enough to hurt, he broke into a full sprint toward the forest, determined to get away no matter what stood in his path. The moment he reached the forest edge, a familiar figure appeared directly in front of him, blocking the exit with a relaxed smile. The man stroked his beard casually and greeted him like this was routine, asking if he was off to the races again. Then he added that this was already his 9th escape attempt this week. Reifenhardt growled through his breath, insisting he wasn't Teslan at all. His name was Reifenhardt, a mage. Gerard only looked amused, tilting his head slightly as he reminded him that last time he had claimed to be from a world of gods and dragons. The young man's jaw dropped in stunned disbelief. Gerard let out a light chuckle, casually mentioning another story about a master from the Eastern Huan Empire, someplace called Morim, as if he had heard it all before. That was a good one too, he said with a relaxed grin. Without warning, he grabbed Reifenhardt by the head again and began dragging him back toward the training grounds. You almost had me convinced this time. Gerard laughed as he pulled him along. Reifenhardt let out a long, defeated sigh. Tomorrow, he told himself silently. I'll try again tomorrow. But even then, he knew deep down he couldn't stay trapped here forever. From behind the bushes, Gerard watched him with a faint grin, quietly remarking that the boy reminded him of his younger self. Later, standing near the water's edge, Gerard's expression softened, his voice dropping as he said quietly that he had really done it. He truly had achieved it. He reached out and pulled the boy up gently, telling him to just hold on a little longer, assuring him it would all be worth it in the end. Reifenhardt collapsed to his knees, breathing heavily, slowly coming to accept the truth. Escape might truly be impossible. Gerard stood over him with arms crossed, laughing as he said there had never been a student who didn't try to run. Sweat poured down Reifenhardt's face as the realization sank deeper. Even if he somehow escaped, that old man would absolutely track him down again without hesitation. At this point, maybe running away wasn't the smartest option anymore. Maybe the better path was to officially earn his freedom. But it was clear Gerard had no intention of making that easy. The very next morning, he was struck with a spiked morning star during training without warning. Chains clanged heavily against the ground as his training turned into something that felt like imprisonment. 2 long years passed within that mountain, yet somewhere along that brutal journey, something inside him finally began to awaken. A fierce, blazing energy ignited within his body as he unlocked aura for the first time. Gerard simply watched with closed eyes, unimpressed, muttering that it was nothing special. Lifting the morning star again, he calmly explained that true aura awakened only when survival instinct evolved together with physical growth. That was the real path forward. He casually tossed the weapon aside and grinned, announcing that it was time for the next stage. His fist ignited with fierce flames as he declared it was time to spar with him directly. Reifenhardt froze completely, the weight of those words sinking in. A massive explosion suddenly shook the entire valley, shaking the ground beneath them with overwhelming force. 3 more years passed in relentless training. In the kingdom of the Silly Kingdom, deep within the mountains, a roaring waterfall thundered endlessly through the landscape. A young man stood firmly atop a stone platform, his body now lean, hardened, and powerfully refined from years of relentless training. He clenched a glowing fist, lowered his stance, and slammed it hard into the stone wall ahead of him with explosive force. The wall cracked violently under the impact, yet Reifenhardt's expression remained unsatisfied as he stared at the damage. Still not enough. Standing before the fractured rock, frustration crept into his expression. He had reached his limit. The 3rd stage was his current ceiling. He muttered that he needed to break through to the 4th stage. Raising his hand slowly, he thought of the final technique, Horn of Calamity. A legendary strike said to unleash 9 consecutive waves of destruction, powerful enough to slay even a god. Even Gerard had only ever reached the 8th wave. Hands on his hips, Reifenhardt let out a long sigh. Gerard had made it clear he wouldn't be allowed to leave the mountain until he reached stage 4. Back then, he would have simply run without hesitation. But now he couldn't. He had to endure it, to complete the training no matter how long it took. Raising both hands, he focused as magic surged through his body. He released a burst of compressed air toward a nearby tree. The attack struck, but only left a faint, scorched mark on the bark. Scratching his head in confusion, he realized something unusual. His body itself was resisting his magic. Then suddenly, something pricked at his senses. He turned his head sharply. From the forest path ahead, a strange, inhuman energy radiated outward. A green-clad foot stepped into view from behind the trees. An orc emerged fully from the forest shadows, gripping a sword tightly in both hands. Reifenhardt's expression darkened instantly, his eyes narrowing as tension returned to his face. The orc stood there, panting heavily, sweat dripping from his brow as he nervously raised a hand and whispered for them to pretend they had never seen him at all. Reifenhardt's gaze locked onto him, carefully studying every detail of the stranger in front of him. He looked extremely young by orc standards, no more than 3 or 4 years old, his entire body tense with unease, as if he was ready to bolt at any moment. Observing his posture, Reifenhardt made a cautious assumption aloud, asking if someone was chasing him. The orc blinked in shock, caught off guard. Reifenhardt then calmly spoke in the orc language, and the creature's eyes widened instantly in disbelief that he could actually understand him. After a brief hesitation, the orc closed his eyes and gave a small nod, admitting quietly that yes, he was being hunted. Reifenhardt placed his hands on his hips, his tone light but confident, and told him that in that case he was in luck, because he wasn't particularly fond of bullies either. The young orc hesitated again, clearly worried that simply accepting help might drag this stranger into danger as well. Noticing the concern, Reifenhardt gave a faint smile. This one was different from the others. There was no malice in him. With calm assurance, he said not to worry, that he could handle himself just fine. Then, raising both hands, Reifenhardt summoned a thick swirl of purple mist that began to coil around the clearing like a living veil. The mist expanded rapidly, spreading across the area like a protective cloak. He pointed toward a nearby cave and instructed the orc to hide inside while his magic would conceal him from view. The young orc blinked in surprise and asked if he was really a mage. Reifenhardt simply raised an eyebrow and replied casually that yes, he was. Still confused, the orc scratched his head and admitted he had never seen a mage with a body like that before, clearly unable to reconcile appearance with power. After one last cautious glance, the orc stepped into the cave, turning back briefly to thank him before disappearing into the shadows. Just as silence returned, faint footsteps echoed behind Reifenhardt, breaking the stillness. A group of warriors emerged into view. The leading knight called out sharply, demanding to know if he had seen a green-skinned creature pass through the area. One of them waved a coin mockingly promising payment for information, while the blonde companion beside him chuckled under his breath, clearly not intending to honor the offer. Reifenhardt crossed his arms with a blank expression, replying that he had seen no one, but the knight quickly spotted faint tracks and pointed ahead, confidently claiming the direction of escape. Reifenhardt stepped forward, placing himself firmly before the stone wall behind him. In a cold, steady voice, he declared that this was his home and he would not allow anyone to pass. The mercenaries frowned in irritation. One of them, Bright, stepped forward angrily, offended by his defiance, while the others sneered and mocked him, but Reifenhardt said nothing. He simply raised his hand. A massive purple magical seal formed instantly in midair, its patterns glowing with unstable power. From the ground beneath them, a weapon began to rise, breaking through the earth as if summoned from below. Reifenhardt grasped the emerging weapon's hilt and pulled it free, smirking slightly as he warned them to relax. They wouldn't die from what was coming. Instantly, panic spread through the knights as realization set in. With a casual grin, Reifenhardt lifted the club overhead and prepared to strike. Chaos erupted as he charged forward, the mercenaries shouting to take him down while rushing him all at once. As the battle unfolded, Reifenhardt realized something. These weren't elite warriors, just hired mercenaries trying to survive. They were swords for hire, nothing more than men scraping together a living through violence. Suddenly, a blade struck his back with a sharp crack, making him flinch slightly. The attacker's sword bent on impact, unable to pierce through his reinforced body. With a low grunt, Reifenhardt grabbed and threw the attacker aside, genuinely surprised that his body had barely even registered the hit. Swinging the club again, he thought calmly that it was fine. None of them would actually die around them. Screams echoed deep into the forest. One by one, the mercenaries collapsed, coughing, spitting curses, and falling out of the fight as the beating continued. Eventually, only one remained standing, trembling violently, barely able to hold himself upright. That last man forced himself forward and demanded to know Reifenhardt's name. With a relaxed grin, Reifenhardt knocked him to the ground, commenting that it felt unfair he was still standing, while his comrades were already praying to their ancestors. Soon after, the remaining knights retreated in defeat, stumbling away from the battlefield. Reifenhardt glanced down at the shattered club in his hand and muttered that maybe he should start training students, someone he could actually hit without breaking his equipment. Behind him, the orc stepped out from hiding and quietly thanked him. He placed a hand over his heart and bowed deeply, promising that he would never forget this kindness and would repay it one day. Then, with solemn sincerity, the orc declared that from this day forward, Reifenhardt would be his life mentor. Reifenhardt paused, aware that among orcs, such a vow carried serious weight. The orc lifted his head and asked for his name. For a brief moment, Reifenhardt nearly blurted out Teslon, but he stopped himself, slowly stroked his chin, and let a faint smile form instead. Reifenhardt, he said clearly. The wind brushed through the orc's hair as he nodded solemnly, promising that he would remember the name. Reifenhardt rested a hand on his hip and asked where the orc intended to go. The orc replied that he wanted to find somewhere safe, somewhere he could live freely, perhaps even become a wanderer. As the orc spoke, Reifenhardt's thoughts briefly drifted, imagining the harsh world ahead, fields filled with the remains of wild beasts and forgotten battles. Pointing toward the distant horizon, Riefenhardt instructed him to head for the land of trials, where the Blue Bear tribe was said to hide. The young orc nodded firmly and immediately ran off. Before the figure disappeared into the trees, Riefenhardt called out one last time, asking for his name as the forest swallowed his silhouette. The orc suddenly twisted his upper body, voice cutting sharply through the cold air as he shouted, "Tethid!" The name ringing out with unmistakable recognition and urgency, as if calling to someone deeply familiar rather than a stranger on the battlefield. Riefenhardt froze in place. His entire body went rigid, eyes widening as though something invisible had struck him square in the chest. His lips parted slightly, but no words came out, only stunned silence as he processed what he had just heard. Strapped across the orc's broad back was a sword, its weight shifting subtly with every breath he took, catching faint light along its edge, and reinforcing the impression that this was no ordinary warrior. In that instant, something inside Riefenhardt's mind snapped into focus. A memory surged up from his past life, sharp, undeniable. Tethid, the future leader of the Blue Bear tribe. The realization deepened further, layering itself with certainty. This was the same orc who, in the future that Riefenhardt once knew, would rise to unite every orc tribe across the entire continent under a single banner. He lifted a hand and scratched his temple lightly, a faint, almost amused grin forming on his face. Fate really was something like this, he thought, because the real Teslan, the man he once was, would never have chosen to extend help to an orc like this under normal circumstances. As Tethid's figure receded into the distance, disappearing beyond the line of sight, a warm, subtle smile slowly formed on Riefenhardt's lips. The moment settled in his memory with unusual clarity, as though it had been branded there. He could almost see it, races of every kind standing together side by side, no longer divided by blood or land, but united with raised arms in a vast celebration of the glory of the Antar Empire. Another image followed, unbidden, Tethid again, but older now, hardened by countless battles, scarred across his body, a massive beast skull draped over one shoulder as proof of his dominance and legacy. The vision shifted once more. A blue-skinned troll stood beside him, and Cirrus, a dwarf king, seated proudly upon his throne, smiling without restraint. Terry was there too. Around them formed something beyond blood ties, a gathered family of companions bound by something deeper than lineage, something unbreakable. His people, far away near the mountain ranges, the land lay buried beneath thick snow, silent and untouched. A frozen lake reflected the pale sky. Half a year had already passed since that fateful encounter with Tethid. Now, in the biting cold mountain air, Gerard surged forward in a powerful charge. His fist was engulfed in flames, cutting violently through the wind as he closed the distance with explosive momentum. A massive compressed air bullet followed immediately after, tearing forward with devastating force, distorting the cold atmosphere as it surged toward its target. Riefenhardt reacted instantly. Both arms rose in a sharp defensive motion, his posture tightening as he prepared to absorb or redirect the incoming force. "All right, that's enough," he shouted, slipping seamlessly into the technique known as vortex guard. The air around him twisted as he used the movement to evade and neutralize the pressure of the attack. Gerard crossed his arms afterward, nodding with visible satisfaction. "Not bad," he muttered, his thoughts drifting briefly back to the first time this student had arrived, claiming amnesia, speaking under a strange name, and carrying himself like someone out of place in the world. Riefenhardt placed his hands on his hips, breathing steadily. "Why bring that up now?" he replied flatly. "That was 6 years ago." Gerard stroked his beard slowly, eyes narrowing in reflection. "Well, in the 10 years since we started this," he said with a low, measured tone, "you've grown considerably." The martial artist raised a brow with mild dissatisfaction. 10 years, huh? Then explain this. Why am I still this small?" Riefenhardt blinked in confusion. "What are you talking about? I'm almost 2 meters tall already." Gerard's expression darkened immediately, seriousness settling over his face. "In the Unbreakable training hall, you should have exceeded 2 meters by now." He reached out and placed a firm hand on Riefenhardt's head, as if measuring something invisible. "Are you sure you're breathing correctly?" he asked, half suspicion and half concern. Riefenhardt, recalling Teslan's earlier body, yes, noticeably taller than his current form, muttered under his breath, "Height isn't everything." Gerard looked away, grumbling quietly to himself. "If I followed that breathing pattern, I'd never fit through a doorway." Then he turned back with renewed focus. "Still, you're strong enough." Riefenhardt clenched both fists tightly, muscles tensing with readiness. Gerard raised his voice, firm and commanding. "Then show me everything you've got." A sharp light ignited within Riefenhardt's eyes, focus sharpening instantly as his entire presence changed. In the next heartbeat, his body launched upward, breaking free from the ground and shooting into the sky with explosive force. Extending one arm mid-flight, he activated the technique known as the Horn of Distress, channeling power through his entire body, as energy gathered at his limb. The thunderous roar, he descended like a falling star, fist blazing with concentrated force, energy erupting violently around him as he accelerated downward. The strike crashed into the frozen lake with the impact of a meteor. Ice fractured instantly, splitting outward in jagged patterns as the surface gave way beneath the force. Water erupted upward in a massive explosion. Shockwaves rippled across the entire valley, shaking the air itself as the frozen calm was completely obliterated. Towering chunks of shattered ice were hurled into the sky, spinning and scattering like debris from a collapsing world. From the cliffside above, Gerard watched everything unfold. His mouth opened in a wide, unrestrained laugh. "That was perfect," he called out, clearly impressed. Reifenhardt stared down at his own trembling hand. The realization hit him fully. He had done it. He had reached the fourth stage. A proud thought surfaced immediately. "There's no way I'm easy to defeat now." Standing firmly atop a jagged rock, Gerard nodded with finality. "It's time," he said. "Time for you to enter the real world." He narrowed his eyes slightly, a faint but satisfied smile forming beneath his weathered expression. "You've earned it." Reifenhardt stood motionless, stunned by the declaration. Gerard's expression softened, his voice steady and calm. "Live however you want. Hero or villain, it makes no difference to me." He closed his eyes briefly, letting the words settle into the cold air. "This is your reward for everything you've endured." Reifenhardt's expression darkened slightly. Beneath the strength and resolve, a part of him hesitated, unwilling, unready to part from what had become his life here. Then, unexpectedly, a memory surfaced, something his teacher had once said to him 60 years ago. Long buried but never truly forgotten. Rastel, his old master, once raised a single finger and spoke firmly. "There's nothing wrong with making money, but never sell yourself to dirty deals." A younger Gerard had knelt before him, visibly confused. "So you don't mind if I become a villain?" Rastel only smiled faintly in response. "Even villains can live with honor." He raised a second finger. "Stand up for those treated unfairly. Not because they're weak, but because respect must be earned." Gerard, listening closely, asked, "So it's not just about protecting the weak?" Rastel gave a slow, deliberate nod. "Weakness is not always the result of injustice. You must learn to distinguish the difference." A third finger followed, above all else, passed down the teachings of the unbreakable training hall. Never let them disappear. Back in the present, standing in the biting mountain wind, Gerard repeated those words with quiet conviction. "Find a student, someone worthy. Pass it on." Reifenhardt nodded once, firmly. "I'll remember that." Gerard tossed a small pouch toward him. "It won't be easy, might take your whole life, but don't let the opportunity slip away." Reifenhardt opened it, letting the contents spill slightly into his palm. 30 silver coins. He frowned. "Only 30? I thought you were wealthy in the Vasily Kingdom," he added. "Don't you even have an estate in the capital?" Gerard waved the question off casually. "The clan sets the training fee. I don't take a single coin." Then Gerard handed him a scroll, carefully folded and worn at the edges. "I prepared something for you in the Settler Mountains. There's a mark on the map." Reifenhardt unrolled the parchment slowly, scanning its contents with focus. "I'll check it out," he said with quiet determination. Gerard gave a final nod. "If you're ever nearby, don't forget." Without hesitation, Reifenhardt turned away from Gerard and stepped forward, walking alone into the vast, snow-covered wilderness. The wind swallowed his silhouette as he moved deeper into the white expanse. Each step of his boots sank and crunched sharply against the frozen ground. After a few paces, he slowed and paused, slowly turning his head as if sensing something behind him. For a brief moment, he stood still in the swirling snowfall, the wind tugging at his clothes. A single thought lingered in his mind. Was he truly free now, or was something still binding him forward? Suddenly, a violent explosion thundered from behind him, shattering the cold silence and echoing across the snowfields like a sudden crack in the world itself. Startled, Reifenhardt spun around immediately, eyes wide and voice caught mid-breath. "What the?" Behind him, Gerard stood tall with one fist still raised high in the air, his stance firm against the biting wind. With absolute conviction in his voice, he shouted, "Go forward," as if pushing him toward a destiny he could not ignore. A proud grin spread across the young warrior's face as he watched him. The air of the strongest techniques in this entire land. Don't forget what you are. Without another word, Reifenhardt turned sharply and broke into a run, boots tearing through the snow. His heart pounded hard in his chest, ignited with a fierce, burning determination as he disappeared into the white horizon. Far below the mountains, sunlight spilled across a distant city, glinting softly over rooftops and streets as the day carried on unaware. A villager nearby lifted a hand slightly, shaking his head as he watched something off-screen. "Too dangerous," he muttered under his breath, unease clear in his tone. The mayor stepped forward with a tense expression, preparing to speak, while a nearby knight tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword. "What happened here?" the knight demanded, eyes scanning the scene warily. An old man approached calmly and dropped a single coin into the knight's direction. "Pay for the food," he said flatly. The knight stared down at it, confused. "Is this all?" he asked. The old man shrugged slightly. "Selfish, but it should be enough." The tavern owner picked up the coin and stared at it in disbelief, blinking several times as if unsure whether what he was seeing was real. The knight let out a short, dismissive grin. "What? Never seen a ducat before?" Another villager quickly stepped in, apologizing in a strained voice. "Sorry, but that still isn't enough." The swordsman's eyes widened in shock. "You think we don't understand prices?" he snapped. Noble or not, we know exactly how things work around here. In an instant, the nobleman's patience snapped. He struck the village headman across the face with a brutal swing. "Don't you dare insult me," he roared. Around them, the villagers looked on with darkened expressions, anger simmering beneath their silence. In their eyes, these so-called knights were nothing more than armed thieves, bandits who had taken over their homes, devoured their supplies, and tossed a single coin in return, barely enough to cover even the simplest labor. A man nearby let out a dry chuckle. "What's going on over there?" he asked casually. Someone beside him quickly answered in a low voice, "Nothing. Everything's fine," though neither of them believed it. From the upper steps of a nearby building, Stefan slowly descended, observing the situation with a smug expression. "This," he said coldly, "is exactly why you never go soft on peasants." Beside him, his companion narrowed his eyes, voice low and dismissive. They simply don't understand their place. Far from the chaos of the village, the world shifted into memory. Riefenhardt lay back on a soft bed, warmth surrounding him, while a woman rested comfortably beside him. He smiled faintly as she traced her fingers along his chest. "Why do you always touch me like that?" he asked. Cirrus leaned in closer without hesitation. "Because I want to," she replied softly, continuing to run her fingertips across his skin. Her touch lingered as she studied him. "You're sharp like a blade," she murmured. "Strongly shaped like something carefully sculpted." The memory snapped away. Riefenhardt stood before a mirror, staring at his reflection, one that no longer belonged to his past self. Now his body was taller, broader, hardened by training and time. He exhaled slightly. At least this much had changed for the better. Outside the window, he looked down at the bustling streets below. Cirrus, she would be around 70 in elven years now, though in human terms barely 17. The thought lingered heavily in his mind. Crowds moved through the city streets beneath him. Riefenhardt's expression slowly hardened. He was somewhere south of the Vasily kingdom now, and he clearly remembered next year she would be sold at the Chetan slave auction. He scratched his chin slowly, eyes narrowing. "What should I do?" he muttered. Charging in to steal her away was tempting, just break in and take her, but that would be reckless. If his magical energy was disrupted during the process, recovering it could take years. He exhaled slowly. Handling it through money would be safer. He clenched his fist tightly. The only problem, he didn't have nearly enough. Especially not when elves were sold for astronomical prices. Above him, clouds curled tightly around the peak of an ancient obelisk, half hidden in the sky. He possessed a powerful body, elite techniques and knowledge of the future, and somewhere along the road to Chatten lay ancient ruins waiting to be rediscovered. A voice broke the silence. "Find anything yet?" Stefan asked from a short distance away. Todd sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, barely moving. "Just a bit longer," he replied calmly, as if sensing something beyond sight. A boy stood by the window, staring out with uncertainty. "Is this really it?" he murmured. The mage beside him gave a slow, quiet nod. Far beyond the city walls, enormous mountains rose into the sky. Somewhere deep within those peaks lay the resting place of his ancestor. Walking through the streets, Riefenhardt held a map in his hand, scanning it carefully as he moved. His body, hardened beyond normal limits, stood out even in the cold air. His build was the kind that a martial king could walk through winter without a shirt and still feel nothing but comfort. He clicked his tongue in mild irritation. "Artificial return," he muttered inwardly. A rare technique capable of restoring lost memories at any chosen moment in time. An old mage from the Tower of Delphia had once told him about these ruins. A faint smile formed in his past life. He had looted this place clean and sold everything for more than 2,000 gold. At the base of the mountains lay a quiet, rural village, surrounded by cattle grazing in the cold air. Inside a wooden hall, villagers gathered with tense expressions. The village headman stepped forward. "What now?" he asked grimly. "We can't even approach the Valley of Death." He spread his arms wide. "But the knights need a guide, and we all know what happens if we refuse." The villagers clenched their jaws in silent frustration. The headman ground his teeth, muttering curses toward the nobles under his breath. A nearby friend quickly hushed him, glancing around nervously in case someone overheard. A man named Ted stepped forward holding a bow and quiver. He declared himself the best choice for the task. No one knew the mountain paths better than he did. His wife and daughter clung tightly to him, tears filling their eyes. Ted himself clearly didn't want to go, but the situation left him little choice. The villagers watched him with hopeful eyes, placing their trust in him through whispered encouragement. That expectation only deepened his fear of what lay ahead. At that moment, a voice cut through the tension. A young man pressed his face lightly against the window and spoke up. "I could go." A villager instantly spun around, aiming a bow directly at him. "Who are you?" he demanded sharply. "Just someone passing by," Riefenhardt replied calmly. "I overheard everything." The villagers slowly closed in around him, eyes filled with suspicion. "You know the mountain trails?" they pressed. "I've walked them more times than I can count," he answered. An old man stepped forward grimly. "No one who enters the Valley of Death ever returns." Riefenhardt only smiled faintly, completely unfazed. "Well, I did," he said lightly. "A simple thank you would be enough." Deep within the valley's heart stood a massive, ancient obelisk, an entrance to a dungeon forged in the Silver Age, looming silently over the land like a forgotten monument of a dead era. 50 years earlier, Claude's sword had pierced deep into this very ground, as if sealing something beneath the earth itself. The memory of that moment still lingered like a scar on history. Even now his name lived on, echoing through the legends of the Vasily kingdom, like a myth carved into stone and passed down through generations. Back then he had marched straight into that cursed valley with only a single squire by his side and never returned. Worse still, his family's treasured demonic blade, Ulcian, was left behind in that darkness. In the present, a new expedition team advanced toward the same valley. Stefan led from the front, his steps steady and controlled. Lelsia walked close beside him, offering him words of admiration, calling him noble. The young man responded with a quiet nod, visibly comforted by her praise. A weathered, battle-worn warrior cast a sideways glance at them. "That slave again," he muttered under his breath, noticing how unusually close those two seemed compared to what he expected. Nearby, Silen's face lit up with pride. Even the hardened onlookers seemed surprised that someone so young could channel a divine blessing with such ease and control. The saintess stood quietly with her eyes closed, as if in prayer or deep reflection. The protagonist observed the young man carefully, unable to shake the feeling that something about him didn't quite belong to reality itself. Tethid approached, exchanging a few words with those around him. After a brief pause, Riffenhart stepped forward as well, joining the conversation without hesitation. As their eyes met, an unfamiliar tension slipped into the air between them. Neither spoke immediately, yet something unspoken seemed to pass through that silent exchange. The man quickly turned away, covering his mouth as a faint blush crept across his face, as if caught off guard by his own reaction. The boy's eyes widened in sudden horror at the thought that had just flashed through his mind. Before the silence could grow heavier, Edward stepped in and broke the tension with a simple line. "Good choice." The warrior shifted his attention. "Are we still talking about guiding the way?" he asked. The knight confirmed it bluntly. None of the villagers were willing to lead them forward, paralyzed by fear. The warrior exhaled through his nose. "Not surprising, who wouldn't be afraid of that place?" he muttered. The nobleman lifted a brow in response. "Afraid, with Imperial knights right beside them?" Reifenhart clenched his jaw slightly, watching the exchange. Typical knights, always loud, always convinced the world revolved around their strength. Suddenly, a sharp sound cut through the air, pulling everyone's attention upward at once. The trees around them began to shake violently, leaves rustling as if something massive had disturbed the canopy above. In the next instant, enormous birds burst from the treetops, exploding into the sky in a chaotic wave of wings and feathers. Harpies revealed themselves, snarling, screeching creatures with wide, jagged wings and eyes filled with predatory malice. Without hesitation, they dove straight downward, aiming for the group with terrifying speed. "Get ready!" the commander shouted. One harpy plunged forward, claws extended like blades. Stefan immediately drew his sword, his voice exploding with rage. "How dare you attack those blessed under Imperial protection? All units, engage!" Seth had raised his hand calmly, almost as if he had been expecting this moment all along. In an instant, chains of blazing fire erupted from the air itself, crashing down onto the attacking monsters with overwhelming force. Silen brought his hands together in prayer, voice rising urgently. "Lord Philanus, please grant them strength and courage." He kept his gaze locked on the battlefield, watching every movement carefully, as though waiting for a critical turning point. From the edge of the battlefield, Reifenhart observed the chaos unfolding. Strangely enough, things were progressing better than expected. The boy beside him, however, showed no sign of admiration. From a martial artist's perspective, the boy's attitude and performance still felt lacking. At the very least, Gerard never spoke arrogantly without being able to back it up. The youth nearby glanced at him cautiously, clearly uncertain about what kind of person he was. Meanwhile, several orcs in the distance crouched low, shielding their heads as fear overtook them amid the chaos. A harpy suddenly dove again, jaws stretched wide as it locked onto its target. The surrounding fighters flinched instinctively, some even squeezing their eyes shut as the attack came down. In a flash, a warrior's fist shot forward and smashed directly into the monster's face, obliterating it instantly upon impact. He remained frozen in that extended stance for a moment, yet strangely no one around him seemed to notice the strike he had just delivered. Reifenhart's thoughts drifted briefly. Ted, the archer from the village, in his memory. This was the exact moment he was supposed to die. That knowledge lingered like a quiet warning in the back of his mind. Another creature lunged forward, its tongue whipping through the air like a spear aimed at its target. Stefan reacted instantly, cutting it down mid-attack with a swift and precise slash. Even as he fought, more monsters poured in, swarming toward his soldiers from every direction. Yet the boy never shifted his focus. His attention remained locked solely on his own opponents, ignoring everything else around him. Reifenhart let out a quiet sigh, shaking his head slightly. "What a selfish guy," he muttered under his breath. Silen quickly reached out, urging him to retreat behind the trees for safety as the chaos intensified. A harpy beat its wings violently, releasing a barrage of razor-sharp feathers that sliced through the air like projectiles. The feathers struck the boy's body, but instead of injuring him, they left no visible marks at all. However, One stray feather slipped through and struck directly into his eye. He immediately drove his fist into the monster in retaliation. But even as he fought, tears began to well up involuntarily. No matter how much training he had endured, his body still reacted on instinct. Nearby, the commander rested one hand on his sword and called out, checking whether the saintess and the mages were unharmed. "They're fine," Edward replied without hesitation, his tone steady. "And the rest?" the warrior asked coldly. The captain gave a casual shrug. "The Elchin knights can handle themselves." Soon after, cheers erupted, as Stefan finally ordered a brief halt to regroup. The warrior turned toward Tethid with a grateful smile. "If it weren't for you, I'd already be dead." Tethid raised a hand slightly in response. "I happen to have a friend at the Delia Magic Tower," he said calmly, as if it were nothing unusual. Reifenhardt immediately stiffened upon hearing that. His eyes narrowed as he stepped forward. Giving a false name, he asked carefully, "Do we know each other?" The man raised a brow, studying him with mild suspicion. "You, with connections that high up?" Reifenhardt's heart jolted violently, nearly stopping in place when the wizard casually called him sweet and adorable, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. For a split second, his entire expression froze. Hands tucked into his pockets, he carefully shifted the topic and asked how the mage had been doing lately. The reply came calm and ordinary, still studying, just as always. Reifenhardt's brows tightened slightly. He pressed further, asking if anything strange had happened in recent years. The mage tilted his head. "Not that I can remember," came the simple answer. Tethid lightly touched his own cheeks, drifting into his thoughts as if studying his own features. "Sharp nose, pretty eyes, smooth skin," he muttered, almost absent-mindedly cataloging himself. Reifenhardt exhaled quietly, sensing something off. The man wasn't just self-aware, he was fixated on his body in a way that felt different from Gerard's obsessive training mindset. Something about it felt unsettlingly detached. Forcing a small, awkward smile, the warrior tried to redirect the conversation. "What about me? Do I seem different at all?" The mage only gave a light shrug. "I've never really paid attention." Sillin walked over at that moment, glancing between them. "You all right?" he asked. Reifenhardt nodded slightly. "I'm fine. Go check on the orcs." The boy cast healing magic over the injured, but one of the rough-looking thugs immediately waved it off, insisting they weren't hurt and didn't need it in the first place. A nearby soldier clicked his tongue in annoyance, muttering that the saintess shouldn't waste divine power on creatures like them. His tone was dismissive, almost contemptuous. Despite that, the orcs quietly bowed their heads in gratitude toward the healer. Reifenhardt watched the exchange carefully. Their thanks felt almost submissive, more like trained animals than equals. A heavy thought settled in his mind. True racial equality still had a long, painful road ahead. His mood darkened further when Stefan barked out an order without hesitation. "Show us the way." The young guide narrowed his eyes and pointed ahead. "Straight forward, then turn right," he said, slowing slightly as they approached a quiet pond. A voice from behind muttered, "What's wrong?" with his voice, sensing something unusual. Time passed as they advanced deeper into the forest. Sunlight finally broke through the dense canopy above, spilling golden rays across the winding path. The knight frowned as he mentally listed every monster they had encountered so far. "Why are there so many on a mountain this small?" his companion asked, clearly unsettled by the pattern. The warrior said nothing aloud, but the suspicion lingered in his mind. This route was clearly far more dangerous than necessary, almost as if they were being led through it on purpose. Suddenly, the boy in front stopped and raised his voice, signaling everyone to halt. The fighter smirked slightly to himself. Shortest path, obviously. It's not like he was trying to mess with them or anything. The commander stepped onto a raised rock and scanned the terrain ahead with a slow, deliberate sweep of his gaze. His expression shifted instantly. "There," he whispered, almost breathless. Rising from the gorge ahead stood a massive stone obelisk, ancient and silent. Claude's final resting place loomed before them like a forgotten monument of history. Stefan gave a faint grin. "So that's it?" Edward beside him nodded. Pelton. Thick, unnatural mist began to roll across the ruins, slowly swallowing the edges of the structure in pale gray silence. The entire group advanced toward the dungeon entrance, eventually stopping before a massive gate that towered over them. Tethid raised a hand slightly. "This is it." His voice was calm but firm. Without hesitation, he signaled the others forward, his gesture cutting through the tension like a command carved in steel. The boy suddenly flared up, shouting for everyone to brace themselves. The warning echoed sharply through the entrance. Reifenhardt calmly folded his hands. "I'll stay here," he said. "No chance I'd find my way back to the village alone anyway." The commander gave a short nod. "You've already done your part. We'll make sure you return safely." Hearing that, Reifenhardt allowed a faint smile. So the captain wasn't entirely cold after all. Steel blades glinted as the leader reminded them once more. An honored man lay buried within, and the demonic sword had to be retrieved at any cost. With a loud roar, the knight surged forward into the depths. The boy offered a dry good luck as he watched them disappear into the dungeon's darkness. A faint smirk crossed his face as he turned away. Time to take care of his own matters. Thick vines clung tightly to the ancient dungeon walls, twisting across stone like they had been there for centuries. In the Silver Era, this place, Palton, had once been a critical military stronghold. Even now, the technology left behind was considered priceless and highly dangerous. Inside the ruins, the warrior paused abruptly. Something about the place stirred an old memory. He had once explored it with Cirrus, standing here as she pressed against the wall and whispered about a hidden passage. Just as she had said, the stone shifted, revealing a concealed chamber hidden behind the structure. A faint blush crept across his face as the memory surfaced. What were they even thinking, sneaking into a place like this back then? Riffenhart placed a hand on the stone wall, recalling the mechanism clearly. The entrance required a reversed balance between water and earth seals. Fortunately, he still had what amounted to a mental cheat sheet from his past knowledge. He closed his eyes briefly, letting out a quiet curse. Low mana again. Of all things, why was this body's magical capacity so inconvenient? Just then, with a heavy grinding sound, the sealed doors finally began to open on their own. Without hesitation, he shrugged off his jacket and rolled his shoulders, loosening his body. Time to see what this body can really do, he muttered under his breath. A sudden scream echoed deep within the ruins. He froze instantly. The others had gone in a different direction entirely. So why were the screams coming from here? He rushed to the stairway and stopped sharply. A hidden passage connected the upper floor directly down to the basement. If someone triggered it now, the situation would spiral out of control in an instant. Tension tightened in his chest. Looking upward into the darkness, Riefenhart's eyes widened as memory clicked into place. This wasn't just an ancient ruin. It was something far more dangerous. This was a military facility. His expression darkened as the realization settled in. One wrong step, one misaligned surge of mana, and the ancient defensive systems would activate without mercy. Traps designed specifically to punish intruders. Last time he had been here, people had fallen straight into a hidden pit. Back then, he hadn't cared who got hurt. But now the Altian squad might already be walking into the same fate somewhere ahead. A cold shiver ran down his spine. Sweat gathered at his brow as his jaw tightened. His expression hardened into something sharp and focused. Steel flashed somewhere in the distance, and the next instant, someone's throat was cut cleanly open. A voice rang out sharply through the ruins. "Get back." Stefan's voice cut sharply through the darkness as he stared straight into the endless black corridor ahead, his weapon raised and his stance tense. "Everyone stay alert." From deep around the corner of the corridor, a slow, bone-chilling hiss echoed back toward them, dragging through the stone like something alive, breathing in the dark. Then glowing eyes suddenly ignited in the shadows. A massive demon stepped forward, its towering frame emerging piece by piece, heavy with malice and overwhelming presence. The boy's expression hardened instantly. One glance was enough. There was no realistic way to take something like that head-on and expect to survive. Stefan stood completely still, frozen for a brief moment as the reality sank in. Could a human being truly fight a monster of this scale? Sillin dropped to his knees beside a fallen ally, his hands glowing with soft divine light. In a low voice, he whispered a prayer to Finance, pleading for healing to reach the wounded soul before him. The injured soldier managed a weak smile. "Thanks," he murmured. The saintess looked on silently, thinking that if she survived this place, it would only be because of people like them holding the line. The man turned, thanking his comrade for pulling him back from danger. The thief responded calmly, explaining they had survived the collapse without injury, but there was no telling what horrors still waited deeper inside. The squad pushed forward and entered a vast, echoing hall, the space opening up into a wide and oppressive chamber. Without any warning, a deafening impact shook the entire structure, the ground trembling violently beneath their feet. From a side passage, a second colossal demon burst through the wall, its arrival tearing stone apart as it forced itself into the chamber. Instant panic spread through the group like wildfire. The entire formation broke. Heroes and soldiers alike bolted in different directions, trying to avoid the advancing terror. The priest lifted his staff high, stepping forward despite the chaos. A surge of blinding light erupted around him as he called upon divine wrath, attempting to bring down holy punishment upon the monstrous fiend. Above him, a radiant image of a god manifested in the air. The priest lowered his head, praying desperately for courage to be granted to all his fellow servants. Sillen's eyes narrowed in frustration as he took in the battlefield. Why weren't the Altian warriors making a move? The hesitation gnawed at him. Holy energy crackled violently around him, swirling in unstable currents as he prayed again, begging for a wave of courage strong enough to push them forward. Then, with a thunderous roar, the knights surged forward at once, their eyes burning with frenzy as they charged into battle. Even the magician was visibly stunned by the sudden shift in momentum. It became clear the sheer volume of Sillen's holy power had pushed the knights into a near-berserk state of battle frenzy. Undead creatures collided head-on with the soldiers as steel clashed violently, sparks bursting through the air with every strike. The mage quickly formed a glowing magic circle in midair, its light expanding outward. From within it, dozens upon dozens of spectral swords materialized, hovering above him like a suspended storm of blades. Lelsia leapt gracefully into the air, snatching one of the conjured swords mid-flight before driving it straight through the enemy's hand with precise force. Blood splattered across her armor as the impact tore through flesh, and steel rang out. The monster retaliated instantly, slamming a heavy punch into her chest and forcing her body backward. She staggered but quickly regained her footing, bracing herself against the recoil. An elf rushed over and placed a hand on her wound. "Did it help?" she asked urgently, checking her condition. Stefan swung his blade in a wide arc, carving deeply into the beast before shouting his praise mid-fight. "Excellent work." Nearby, the boy cut through the demon's body with a swift, controlled slash, keeping pace with the chaos around him. Stefan turned away briefly, wiping blood from his sword as he muttered coldly, "Pathetic creatures." The captain's voice then rang out across the battlefield, ordering everyone to regroup and reform their positions. A massive explosion suddenly rocked the ceiling above them, shaking the entire chamber. Flames erupted through the upper structure, and in the next instant, parts of the ceiling collapsed under the inferno. From the burning wreckage, another monster emerged, its entire body engulfed in raging flames as it stepped forward. With a single violent swing, it roared and blasted multiple soldiers backward, sending them crashing across the floor. A knight stood his ground, staring the monster down without retreat. "We end this here? Do not disgrace the name of Elchin," he barked, voice carrying authority across the chaos. The soldiers surged forward again. In response, the demon slammed its fist into the ground, shaking the entire chamber like an earthquake. Stefan raised an arm to shield his face, teeth clenched tightly against the shockwave. "Not like this," he thought grimly. "I refuse to die in a place like this." The boy tightened his grip on his sword. "No shame. Not today." Then, without hesitation, he lunged forward into the battle. Right behind him, the commander charged as well, eyes burning with conviction as he declared himself the only true descendant of the Altian bloodline, standing as one of its unbreakable heirs. He drove his sword deep into the demon's shoulder with a powerful thrust, but the monster immediately retaliated, landing a crushing blow to his face and sending him flying through the air. His body slammed into the ground hard, bouncing once before coming to a violent stop. Limbs sprawled and eyes wide, completely unmoving. Sillin brought his hands together tightly, channeling divine power once again as light began to gather around his fingertips. Finance's voice cut sharply through the chaos as he raised his hand toward the battlefield, his expression tight with urgency. "Smite these fiends with your holy light," he shouted, the command ringing out as divine energy surged outward, pressing against the surrounding darkness like a burning tide. The priest's staff came down in a swift arc, striking the demon cleanly with a precise, force-driven blow right across its head. The impact echoed through the air, the weapon snapping forward with trained accuracy as the creature staggered under the force. Demon's eyes snapped wide open in an instant, burning with a violent, unrestrained fury as its head lifted sharply. Its gaze locked forward with predatory rage, as if the strike had only awakened something far more dangerous within it. The saintess froze completely, her body locked in place as horror spread across her face like a breaking wave. Her eyes trembled with shock, unable to process the sudden reversal as the battlefield tension spiked around her. Without hesitation, the demon lunged forward, its body snapping into motion with brutal speed and raw killing intent. The air itself seemed to split as it charged, closing the distance in an instant. Sillin shut his eyes tightly, shoulders tensing as he braced for what he believed would be the final impact. His breath caught in his throat, waiting for the inevitable strike to come crashing down. But just before the demon could land its blow, its body was suddenly hurled sideways as if struck by an unseen force. It flew violently out of its path, crashing away from Sillin without warning. The priest's eyes snapped open in disbelief, his head turning toward the sudden disturbance. Shock replaced resignation as he tried to understand what had just saved him. There, standing in the center of the broken battlefield, was Reifenhart, his presence overwhelming as violent energy spiraled around him like a storm. The air around him churned unnaturally, distorting the space as he stood motionless and composed. He stepped forward without hesitation, each movement controlled and deliberate, and shifted into a clear combat stance. His posture lowered slightly, weight balanced, eyes locked forward with calm, lethal focus. The boy's expression hardened as the demon's body slammed into the ground with final force, lifeless and motionless. Dust scattered from the impact, confirming the kill in a single decisive moment. One blow, no hesitation, no wasted motion, just absolute finality. The young man blinked slowly, staring at the scene as if trying to confirm what he had just witnessed. That was it. Just one strike, and the threat was already gone. The seasoned warrior's eyes widened slightly as realization set in, recognition flashing across his face. So this was the level of power he was dealing with. No wonder Teslan's strike had nearly taken his life. All around them, the battlefield was littered with fallen soldiers, bodies scattered in chaotic stillness across the ruined ground. Riffenhart slowly scanned the area, his gaze calculating, before deciding the wounded needed immediate relocation to safety. Elsewhere along the stairwell, undead creatures continued creeping downward in slow, unnatural motion, while the mages stood frozen in stunned silence. None of them seemed able to immediately react to what they were witnessing. "Who is this guy?" A mage finally broke the silence, voice low and uncertain as he stared at the unfamiliar figure. One of them muttered the question again under his breath, almost disbelieving what he had just seen. The words lingered awkwardly in the air as no one offered an answer. Reifenhart didn't respond at all. His focus remained entirely forward, as if the surrounding voices were nothing more than distant noise. Without hesitation, he scooped Lelsia into his arms, holding her securely as he turned and carved a direct path through the advancing undead swarm. Each step forward broke through the encirclement, his movement steady and forceful as he pushed through the chaos. Stefan stood nearby, one hand pressed against his head as he let out a long, exhausted sigh, the weight of the situation clearly settling on him as he tried to regain composure. Edward stepped forward, his gaze steady as he assessed the aftermath. "Everything all right?" he asked, voice controlled but clearly concerned. Around them, the stairwell was packed with the remains of slain monsters, their bodies scattered in uneven piles along the stone steps. The aftermath made the entire space feel like a battlefield that had only just gone silent. The boy frowned slightly, eyes narrowing as he tried to piece together what had just unfolded. "What just happened?" he asked, still processing the rapid turn of events. His mouth slowly opened in surprise as someone nearby began explaining everything that had occurred. Each detail seemed to deepen his confusion rather than resolve it. The commander turned sharply and pointed toward Riffenhart, his expression intent. "Is he the martial artist?" he asked, trying to confirm what he had just witnessed. The captain clenched his fist near his mouth, studying the figure with narrowed eyes. "I couldn't even recognize him. What's your name?" he asked, voice firm but measured. The boy crossed his arms, hesitation flickering across his face, as he quickly decided he could not reveal his real identity. Instead, he gave a made-up name, while the knight tilted his head slightly, evaluating the answer. "I've never heard of him," Stefan remarked, still watching closely. "Where are you from?" His tone carried both curiosity and suspicion as he pressed further. "No idea," the boy replied bluntly without hesitation. The knight frowned slightly, narrowing his eyes as he considered the possibility. Was this man just a rogue wanderer, not even tied to any noble house? Stefan placed a hand on his shoulder, offering a restrained nod. "Well, thanks for finishing off the ones we weakened," he said, acknowledging the contribution with reluctant respect. Reifenhart scoffed lightly, his expression sharpening. "You really think that's all I did?" "Use your head," he replied coldly. The captain immediately glared back. "You speak to the Altian family with respect." Edward stepped in between them without hesitation, raising a hand to diffuse the tension. "Let it go," he said firmly, cutting off the rising conflict before it escalated. The man gave a short laugh, dismissive and sharp. "What do you expect from a commoner? No manners at all," he said, then turned toward the knight. "Who taught you anything at all?" The fighter looked away, shrugging lightly as if unconcerned. "I just pick things up here and there. Bits of wisdom from different places," he said casually, while internally refusing to mention Gerard's name, too well known, too dangerous to expose. "How did you get this strong?" Stefan demanded, eyes fixed on him with intensity. The protagonist scratched his ear nonchalantly, then glanced aside. "Shouldn't we be helping the wounded?" he replied, deliberately shifting the focus. The nobleman raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised by how casually the question had been deflected. His expression suggested he wasn't used to being brushed off so easily. Reifenhart pointed toward the battlefield without hesitation. "They could use the help," he stated simply. The nobles exchanged glances, unsettled by his tone, interpreting it as arrogance rather than urgency. Boy stood there calmly, still lightly scratching his ear, as if nothing around him demanded urgency. His composed demeanor contrasted sharply with the tension still lingering in the air. Edward finally nodded slowly, eyes narrowing in thought. "That attitude is typical of someone in a high position speaking down to others," he said, analyzing him carefully. "Maybe he's from a royal family?" The youth looked away, realizing the misunderstanding was taking shape exactly as expected. Sillin approached with quiet curiosity, tilting his head as he studied the boy from close range. "How tall are you?" he asked, as if trying to measure something beyond simple height. 190 centimeters, the warrior replied without hesitation. The saintess's eyes brightened instantly, a spark of admiration flashing across her face. He placed a hand on his chest as she continued watching him, then answered her unspoken curiosity. "How did you train to build that physique?" she asked. To which he replied plainly, "Got beaten up, ate a lot, carried heavy things." He folded his hands together afterward, thoughtful, knowing martial artists rarely revealed their true methods. He looked at Sillin again and quickly came to a conclusion. The priest likely admired what he himself could never physically attain, no matter how much effort he put in. Sillin's gentle expression and fragile build made that limitation obvious, as though his body had never allowed him to reach true physical strength. No matter how hard he tried, his frame simply wasn't built for it. All he could rely on instead was divine power. The only form of strength available to him. It was a different path entirely, spiritual rather than physical. Reifenhart instinctively covered his chest, suddenly aware of Sillin's prolonged gaze. The realization struck him that the priest's attention had been fixed on him for quite some time. He turned slightly away, muttering under his breath, "I'm going to find a way out. I'll come too." Sillin immediately offered, stepping closer without hesitation. The boy frowned, glancing back with concern. "What if someone gets hurt while you're gone?" he asked, prioritizing the unstable battlefield over personal movement. "I'll go with you," Stefan cut in decisively, tightening the strap on his belt as he stepped forward. Elf, stay here and tend to the wounded, he ordered, already preparing to move. The boy walked up beside Riefenhardt, glancing at him with a brief hesitation before speaking. Do you mind? He asked. Riefenhardt didn't even turn his head, answering with a calm, indifferent tone. Do what you want. The two of them moved together down the dim corridor, their footsteps echoing off the stone walls. Dust and faint torchlight stretched their shadows as they advanced side by side. Stefan kept throwing side glances at the man ahead of them, irritation quietly building in his chest. He couldn't stand him, this arrogant commoner who somehow saved them by accident. And yet, no matter how much he disliked it, the fact remained he had helped. The captain's lips curled into a faint smirk as a thought formed in his mind. Next time monsters show up, I'll show him what real strength looks like. Without warning, a hand snapped out and struck the back of his neck with precise force. The blow landed cleanly, cutting off his thought mid-breath. He collapsed instantly, dropping like a stone with no time to react. Riefenhardt stepped past his falling body without slowing down. Sweet dreams. From deeper within the corridor, a group of monsters began to emerge, their forms dragging out of the shadows. The air grew heavier as multiple silhouettes gathered ahead. The undead creatures hissed sharply, their jaws hanging open at unnatural angles. Wet, rasping sounds filled the corridor as they advanced. Riefenhardt didn't pause for even a moment. His body blurred forward as he crushed their skulls with bare fists, each strike landing with brutal precision and speed before they could even react. Lowering his hands slowly, he let out a quiet breath, almost like a sigh. Now for the good part. A heavy door creaked open ahead, its hinges groaning as if unused for years. Cold air spilled out from the gap as the path forward revealed itself. Riefenhardt raised his arms slightly, a faint smile forming as he stepped inside. Inside the chamber lay relics of the Silver Era, armaments, ancient scrolls, and enchanted tools scattered across the room in quiet abundance. At his side, the bottomless bag he carried gave off a faint, subtle glow. It was no ordinary storage. It could contain 10 times more than a standard satchel without ever overflowing. He casually pulled out a necklace, holding it up between his fingers as a grin spread across his face. So many treasures. Behind him, Stefan groaned, pressing a hand against his head as he slowly came to. What happened? He muttered, disoriented. You got clocked? Riefenhardt said casually as he walked over. Stefan blinked, still confused. You hit me? You fainted? Riefenhardt replied without hesitation, as if it were obvious. Stefan frowned and rubbed the back of his head, trying to piece it together. Stefan exhaled sharply, irritation mixed with exhaustion. This day just keeps getting worse, thanks, I guess. No need, Riefenhardt replied with a slight shrug, almost indifferent inside. He thought to himself that he was the one who had knocked him out in the first place. As if on cue, Stefan's body gave out again, and he collapsed back down. Riefenhardt winced slightly. Hope I didn't overdo it, then quickly dismissed it. Aristocrats always recovered easily anyway. From the ground, Stefan squinted up in frustration, barely conscious. How did I miss that? Is it just me? He muttered. Meanwhile, Riefenhardt's attention had already shifted back to the remaining loot inside the vault. I'll come back for the rest later. Above them, Ivy moved carefully along the ceiling, staying hidden in the shadows. Down below, the group began regrouping to return to the main squad, with Sillin walking alongside Riefenhardt through the corridor. Sillin glanced at him with open curiosity. Are you a prince or something? He asked, with talent like yours. Riefenhardt raised a brow. Sillin continued. Do normal people where you're from just not stand out? The Saintess let out a soft chuckle. It's mostly how you speak. You sound naturally condescending. Edward added lightly. Even toward me, and I'm over 40. Riefenhardt paused, eyes narrowing slightly. I'm 22, he muttered. I guess I've just forgotten how to talk to people. Haven't met many on my path lately. They eventually stopped in front of a massive, imposing door that loomed over them. The atmosphere around it felt heavier, almost warning them not to proceed. Stefan stepped forward and pushed through the door without hesitation. Inside, a massive demon stood waiting, its jaws slowly opening as a thick cloud of smoke poured out. The chamber trembled with its presence. The creature let out a deep, violent roar, tongue slithering as its body coiled with raw, oppressive power. Its stance alone radiated aggression. Riefenhardt drew his sword slowly, eyes narrowing. Of course there's a guardian in a place like this, but this one is different. No one dealt with it before. The fighter immediately assessed the situation and tightened his expression. We need to fall back. We're not ready for this. A soldier suddenly gasped, pointing forward. Look, it's holding something! In the demon's massive hands rested the demonic sword of Altian, its dark presence unmistakable even from a distance. Edward turned sharply toward his comrade. You're not seriously thinking of fighting that, are you? Stefan responded by drawing his weapon. Isn't it obvious? The demon snarled, lifting its enormous head as tension spiked. Edward raised his voice. It's too dangerous. We should regroup at the estate and plan this properly. But Stefan's anger burned hotter than caution. Claude fought and died for this, defiled by a beast like that. I can't walk away now. Gritting his teeth, he raised his blade. We take it back, no matter what. His voice rang out as he rallied the others behind him. Reifenhart shook his head slightly. Fool! The demon lifted one arm as something within the rift activated. A system-like force surged through it, correcting instability and calling for reinforcement when needed, summoning guardians designed to absorb abnormal threats. The beast released a deafening, bone-shaking scream that echoed through the chamber. Reifenhart's gaze sharpened immediately. So this is the one that killed Claude and grew stronger by absorbing it. He turned toward the others and shouted sharply. It's chained. What are you afraid of? You're scared of something that can't even move? He narrowed his eyes at them. You still plan to fight that thing? You won't win. Edward scoffed in return. Barbarian, you don't understand. Knights fight for more than survival, Edward said firmly. Some things are worth dying for. With a roar, the soldiers charged forward together. Let's see what we're made of, the commander shouted. Reifenhart stayed back, watching coldly. And how exactly are they planning to kill it? Sillin raised both hands, calling down divine blessings as radiant light poured over the charging warriors, strengthening them mid-assault. Empowered, the knights struck the demon with a coordinated blow. Die, beast! They shouted in unison. The demon responded instantly, swatting them away with a single massive claw, sending bodies flying through the air. Reifenhart exhaled in mild disappointment. Told you. He stepped aside as a soldier was hurled past him, watching calmly as the demon continued tossing opponents like weightless dolls. Not a trace of concern crossed his face. Do they actually enjoy getting thrown around like that? He muttered, unimpressed by the repeated failed charges. Stefan charged again, blades swinging recklessly through the air. Reifenhart observed him coldly, still rushing in like a fool, and Edward is backing him up anyway. Why? The boy tightened his grip on his weapon, eyes sharpening as he finally leapt into the battlefield, joining the chaos without hesitation. He struck out without hesitation as the towering enemy loomed directly ahead, its massive presence filling the battlefield. The sheer scale of the creature made the air feel heavier, but his attack cut forward anyway. Sillin brought his hands together tightly, fingers interlocked as he called upon finance, channeling divine force through the holy staff, aimed directly at the demon. His expression was focused, almost strained, as sacred energy gathered at his command. A brilliant burst of radiant energy erupted forward in a straight line, crashing violently into the monster's body with overwhelming force. The impact lit up the battlefield in blinding white light. The skeleton's jaw hung wide open, frozen in a distorted, unnatural gape. Whether it was screaming in pain or rage, no one could clearly tell beneath the chaos. "Let go of that staff!" The priest shouted sharply, his voice cutting through the battlefield noise. His tone carried urgency and alarm as the situation spiraled out of control. A deafening explosion of holy light detonated right in front of the monster, engulfing it in a violent surge of sacred energy. The blast rippled outward, shaking the surrounding space. Above the raging chaos below, Lelzia's figure cut through the air as she soared across the battlefield in a fast, controlled arc. Her movement was smooth yet precise, gliding above destruction. The knights surged forward all at once, their formation breaking into a full, coordinated charge. Armor clashed and footsteps thundered as they rushed the enemy in unison. From a distance, Reifenhart watched everything unfold with arms crossed, his expression calm and analytical. "She's got talent," he admitted quietly. "She might even rank second in this group." Tethid raised both hands high, chanting as he prepared a powerful spell. Energy began to coil around his gestures, gathering rapidly in the air. A violent vortex suddenly roared into existence, twisting and spiraling with destructive force. The wind screamed through the chamber as space itself seemed to distort. Mana surged violently through the dungeon walls, spreading like veins of light before igniting with unstable energy. The entire structure trembled under the magical overload. The chains binding the monster flared up in burning light, cracking and snapping one after another under immense strain. Each link shattered with a sharp burst of heat and force. And then, in an instant, the creature broke free completely. Its restraints fell away as it stood fully unbound. Reifenhart clenched his jaw tightly, eyes narrowing as he assessed the situation. "This just got worse," he muttered, under his breath. Without warning, the demon lunged forward, its massive body launching into motion with terrifying speed. The ground cracked beneath its force as it closed in, barreled straight through a group of soldiers, scattering them like fragile paper caught in a storm. Bodies were thrown aside with brutal ease. Roaring wildly, the creature crashed directly into the knight formation, breaking their line of defense. Panic and chaos erupted instantly. Stefan raised his sword and shouted a killing strike, but before he could complete the motion, the monster's attack slammed directly into his abdomen. The impact cut his movement short in an instant. Blood burst from Stefan's mouth as the force of the blow sent shock through his body. His eyes widened in pain and disbelief. "Stefan?" Someone shouted desperately from the battlefield. The voice was swallowed quickly by the chaos. Clutching his chest, Stefan staggered backward, barely staying upright. Despite the damage, he was still conscious, still alive. Elsia charged forward again without hesitation, flipping through the air in a graceful but deadly arc. Her movement was fluid, almost acrobatic as she re-entered the fight. She landed strike after strike, each blow delivered with sharp precision and intense focus etched across her face. Her attacks came in rapid succession. The demon's mouth suddenly began to glow, heat building rapidly inside its jaws. Fire churned violently within as it prepared an attack. A massive wave of flame erupted outward, exploding toward the entire squad in a devastating blast. The heat surged across the battlefield in an instant. The soldiers threw themselves to the ground, diving for cover just barely in time to avoid the incoming inferno. Dust and shockwaves swept over them. Sillin spread his arms instinctively as the explosion roared nearby, trying to stabilize the situation. His robes whipped violently in the heat and pressure. The boy's eyes widened in sheer terror, pupils shrinking as the overwhelming danger closed in. For a moment, he froze completely. At the very last second, someone moved in front of him, shielding him from the incoming blast. The figure blocked the full force of the attack. The raging fire split cleanly in two around the shielded space, roaring past on both sides without touching them. The heat surged harmlessly away. "I'm sorry," the young man muttered, clenching his fist tightly. "I couldn't react fast enough." His voice carried frustration and self-blame. The demon crouched low in front of him, its massive frame coiled and ready to strike again at any moment. Its presence dominated the space between them. Reifenhart stared directly at it, unflinching. "I can handle this." His voice remained steady. A surge of energy burst around him as he stepped forward. Eyes locked on the monster. "Let's see where my limits are now. Can martial arts even work against something like this?" He clenched his fists tightly, focus sharpening as the hesitation in his expression disappeared completely. His sense of hesitation had already faded far behind him. His brows furrowed as a faint electric tension ran through his body. "I've come too far to back down now," he thought, grounding himself in resolve. In a sudden burst of motion, he launched forward and unleashed two brutal, precise strikes. Each blow cut through the air with explosive speed. He immediately leaned back, slipping out of range as the counterattack came swinging in. His body moved just enough to avoid the worst of it. This body as fast dodging a normal sword would be easy, he realized, in an instant. His movements were sharp, controlled, and instinctive. But this opponent wasn't ordinary. The demon's strike still managed to graze him. He slipped behind it, narrowly avoiding a direct hit. Its tail whipped around violently, slicing across his arm with a sharp, painful impact. Blood marked the sudden opening. Without delay, a heavy kick followed immediately after, cutting off his recovery. Solid, brutal, a clean, crushing force behind every movement. Sillin watched in horror as Riffenhart's body was slammed violently into the wall. The impact echoed through the battlefield. The martial artist simply scratched the back of his head, unfazed despite the hit. "I'm fine," he said casually, as if nothing serious had happened. The healer's eyes widened in shock as she sensed something unusual. "Is that aura?" she whispered. Riffenhart rolled his neck slowly, resetting his posture as he analyzed the exchange. "If I had taken that hit cleaner, I could have countered properly," he muttered. He clenched his fists again, determination sharpening in his gaze. "No better time to refine my technique," he thought, just as the demon let out another earth-shaking roar. And then, once more, the two collided, fist against claw, raw strength meeting raw monster force in a violent clash that shook the battlefield. Stefan stood at the edge of the battlefield, completely frozen in place, his mouth slightly open as he stared at the unfolding scene. He couldn't even blink, as if his mind had stopped processing what he was seeing. How? He thought blankly, the question repeating in his mind over and over again. Nothing about this situation made sense to him. How could a low-born commoner wield aura so naturally when he himself had never even awakened it once? That contradiction hammered in his thoughts like an impossible truth. The captain clenched his teeth so hard his jaw tensed, frustration boiling under his breath. "How is any of this even possible?" he muttered, refusing to accept what he was witnessing. The demon bared its sharp fangs, its entire body trembling with rage as violent energy surged through it. Its presence grew even more unstable, like it was about to explode. The knight's expression darkened, fear creeping in despite his pride. "Who is this man?" he whispered, unable to hide the unease in his voice. Reifenhart answered without hesitation, his fists moving faster than thought itself. One devastating punch landed, releasing a shockwave that rippled violently through the air. He slipped effortlessly past the creature's retaliation, his movements loose, almost relaxed, a faint grin tugging at his lips as he evaded every strike. To him, it felt almost too easy. This power, he thought, sensing the flow of his own strength. "I've really come a long way." In a single thunderous strike, he tore through the demon's defenses and ripped its arm clean off its body. The impact echoed like a hammer crashing through stone. The demon's eyes flared brightly with furious light, its rage intensifying instead of fading, its stare locked onto him with pure hatred. But the dungeon itself refused to let its guardian fall so easily. Streams of mana surged into the creature, forcibly sustaining its broken body and pushing it to keep fighting. It opened its massive mouth and unleashed a roaring torrent of flames straight ahead. The fire erupted like a collapsing wall of destruction. Riffenhart shot forward instantly, weaving through the inferno with precise, controlled movement. Flames split around him as he slipped through the burning path. In the next instant, he grabbed the demon by its remaining arm, locking it in place with perfect timing, almost as if testing his own grip strength. The monster struggled, but he held it firmly. He drove a brutal kick straight into the demon's face, his grin widening slightly as impact followed impact. There was no hesitation in his rhythm. Then he unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes, fists raining down one after another, in a blur of motion. His eyes burned with focused intensity as he kept pressing forward. The soldiers nearby could only watch from a distance, squinting in disbelief at the sheer level of power before them. None of them could fully comprehend what they were seeing. "I'm getting carried away," the boy realized mid-fight, briefly pulling his thoughts back. Maybe I should use the horn of disaster and finish this quickly. But just then, the demon raised its hoof for another crushing strike, forcing him to reassess instantly. "No, I can't use that here. The entire dungeon would collapse." Grinding his teeth, Reifenhart hesitated for a brief moment, caught between options. The momentum of the battle hung in that instant of uncertainty. "Use your sword!" Tethid shouted urgently from the side, voice cutting through the chaos. "Cover it with aura," the martial artist snapped back as he turned sharply. "I don't know how to do that. I can only cover my body, that's how my clan trained me." Sillin gasped, still struggling to hold back the demon's massive limbs. "Riffenhart!" he shouted desperately. The boy turned his head slightly, recalling the durability of his own body. He steadied himself and muttered, "Yeah, I can take it." Sillin pressed his fingers together tightly, whispering an incantation as divine energy gathered around him. A holy blessing enveloped Riffenhart's body, pressing down with intense sacred force that hardened his stance. His muscles tensed under the overwhelming divine pressure. With a powerful roar, he grabbed the monster and hurled it over his shoulder with explosive strength. The creature crashed into the ground violently. Panting slightly, he glanced down at his hand, flexing his fingers as he recalibrated his control. He was still adjusting to the sensation, so he cast the spell on me, not on a weapon, he realized, understanding how the blessing had been applied. The healer closed his eyes briefly, then spoke with cold certainty. "Finish it, beat it to death, without wasting another moment." Riefenhart charged straight back in. His movement was immediate and decisive. He slammed his foot into the demon's jaw, then followed it up with a crushing knee strike that drove it backward. Each blow landed with heavy, brutal force. He pulled his fist back slowly, gathering momentum and intent into a single motion. Then, with everything he had left in that instant, he unleashed a final surge of raw, concentrated energy through his strike. Boom! The demon detonated mid-air, its body torn apart by pure aura as silence instantly swallowed the battlefield. Nothing moved for a moment. The wizard watching from afar flushed slightly in stunned disbelief, unable to process what had just happened. Mana still crackled faintly beneath the dungeon ceiling, lingering like static in the aftermath of the explosion. Then suddenly the binding chain finally snapped completely. A sharp echo rang through the ruined chamber. Sillin looked upward cautiously. "Is it over?" "Remove the spell, now," the boy said calmly. Stefan stepped forward, teeth clenched, still processing everything he had witnessed. "So our little guide has been hiding quite a bit, hasn't he said coldly, suspicion sharpening his tone. "You think we're beneath you?" he growled. "Is that it?" The commander's glare hardened. "I'll never forgive you for trampling our honor and standing there while we struggled." Reifenhart's eyes narrowed slightly as he responded in a low, controlled voice. "That's not it. It just means I cared, even if I didn't want to." He turned away without waiting for a reply. The commander's voice sharpened instantly behind him. "And how dare you turn your back on me?" The captain lunged forward in anger, but the martial artist dipped low and raised the demonic sword in a sharp counter-motion. Stefan lost his footing on the broken dungeon floor, stumbling hard as his body tumbled into the rubble. Grinding his teeth, the commander glared at the outcome, realization sinking in. He dodged that on purpose. Reifenhart lifted the sword with a calm, almost indifferent motion, holding it out as if it weighed nothing to him. "I'm not mocking you," he said evenly. "Just take what you came for." Hesitantly, the captain reached out and gripped the hilt of the demonic sword, still unsure whether he should even be touching it. Edward watched from the side in disbelief. "You're treating something this valuable so casually?" he asked, stunned. Reifenhart gave a faint chuckle. "That's the privilege of the truly strong." Reifenhart raised a brow, glancing at the weapon with mild disinterest. "This thing feels more like a backup tool compared to what I'm used to." Stefan's jaw tightened, his expression dark with irritation as he watched him. Reifenhart turned toward the exit without hesitation. "Nothing left here. We're going back to the village." The quiet town of cattle lay under warm sunlight, the streets calm and untouched by the chaos they had just left behind. Sillin knelt gently beside a wounded child, his hands glowing with soft healing light as he carefully tended to their injuries. The glow illuminated his calm, focused expression. Reifenhart casually dropped a few coins into the village's hands as he passed. Nearby, someone muttered in approval. "He knows how to handle things. Smart move. Backing the Sacred Order of Filonettes will leave an impression." Along the riverbank, the cavalry moved steadily forward, their horses kicking up dust as they began their journey home. Riding side by side, Stefan stared ahead with a hardened gaze. "We need to find out who that man really is," he said seriously. Edward nodded once. Agreed. The commander's expression twisted with frustration. No way, there's no chance a commoner should be stronger than me. Further up along the hill path, Riffenhart walked alone, his silhouette cutting cleanly through the open landscape. A faint grin appeared on his face as he muttered to himself. Finally time to see Cirrus again. A voice suddenly called out from behind him. Why are you still following me? It was Sillin, stepping closer with a calm but curious look. There are priests who travel the world spreading God's grace, he explained. Riffenhart shrugged slightly. So pilgrims. The wizard clenched his fists, tension clear in his posture. I want to return to the Holy Order, but before that, I want to walk a different path. He hesitated, then added with a faint blush. And honestly, I want to travel with the strongest man I've ever met. Riffenhart frowned slightly. That expression, it reminded him of Gerard. He sighed under his breath, eyes narrowing in mild annoyance. Hopefully they see people differently. Why are all the strange ones drawn to me? The saintess's eyes sparkled brightly as she looked on, full of admiration. Riffenhart thought dryly to himself that he basically felt like a walking first aid kit to them. Closing his eyes, he said flatly, Do whatever you want, just don't get in my way. They continued walking along the ridge together under an open sky. Celine glanced at him casually. Hey, how did you get abs like that? Without missing a beat, Riffenhart answered. I hauled blocks of ice and got beaten by my mentor every night. Night slowly settled over the city, swallowing the streets in deep shadows. A pale, eerie light flickered through the palace corridors as distant voices echoed. How did this even happen? Someone muttered in confusion. A man knelt on the cold floor, head lowered in submission. Please forgive us, master. At the center of the room stood Butler, his mouth curled into a cold sneer. Elves exist to be loyal body and soul, he declared. The syndicate heir rested a hand on his belt, looking down at the situation with contempt. What's the point of a slave who doesn't even understand her place? He scoffed. The girl met his gaze calmly. I was born like this. Your eyes irritate me. She lowered her head slightly, voice quieter now. I've had these eyes since birth. Turning away, the heir gestured dismissively. Bring me a proper slave. This one's defective. Cirrus stood silently, one hand pressed to her chest. It was already the third time she had been returned to the market. A map unfurled across the table, inked borders shifting as political lines were displayed. The structure of the principality began to change under the spreading view. Khitan, a nation built entirely by merchants, lay in the northern reaches of the continent. Beside it flowed the Jura River, a lifeline that turned the region into a thriving hub of trade and commerce. Not far away stood Zeppelin, the capital city, serving as the beating heart of all trade routes crossing the region. Carts rattled loudly through the crowded streets as Sillin looked around in amazement. Everyone seemed consumed by urgency, each person rushing toward their own business. He quietly learned that this land had been purchased from the Kingdom of Graham and established by merchants. Riffenhart scanned the bustling streets with a slight frown, convinced Osiris must be somewhere nearby. As they moved through the crowd, the boy beside him asked them to slow down. Not far ahead, a nobleman was seen violently beating a local man in public view. Tariq's jaw dropped in shock as he shouted, accusing the noble of tarnishing the name of the Roof Fame Trading Association. The old man raised his arms to shield himself as the noble casually tossed a handful of coins down. Considerate payment for 30 strikes, the noble said coldly. The saintess immediately rushed forward, kneeling beside the injured man to check his condition. Are you all right? She asked urgently. The healer suggested reporting the incident to the authorities, but the man calmly began collecting the scattered coins. There's no need, he said. This might actually help me start my own business. The wizard stared in disbelief. You're just going to accept that for coins, he asked. The boy responded calmly. This is Khitan. In this place, money decides everything. The old man quickly disappeared into the crowd, swallowed by the movement of the city. Sillin looked around slowly, realizing just how different this place was. Riffenhart spoke bluntly. If you have enough gold, you can even buy your way out of prison. The boy frowned. Then what are you even doing here? Crossing a stone bridge, Riffenhart answered without slowing his steps. I'm here to buy something. What? The saintess asked immediately. Riffenhart's expression sharpened, eyes turning serious. An elf. The saintess quickly raised her hands in alarm. Wait, what's wrong with you? It's not what you think, the martial artist replied calmly, but Sillin quickened his pace, clearly irritated by the misunderstanding forming around them. Riffenhart stayed silent, thinking it was safer not to reveal anything about his past life just yet. Riffenhart glanced sideways. You know, I'm a man too. The wizard gave a disappointed nod. Yeah, I noticed. Before long, they arrived at a building marked by a sign shaped like a teapot, standing out from the surrounding shops. Inside, Tariq lounged lazily in a chair, questioning whether the Rain Trading Association was exploiting merchants and framing people just to extract money. A group of elves stood gathered around him in silence, watching closely from different angles. Butler stepped into the room, pausing as he looked over the scene. It's been a while, he said, before adding coldly, what happened to the slave you bought? The syndicate leader, gave a crooked, uneasy grin as he realized there was no way to avoid the question. I sent her back 2 weeks ago, he admitted. She refused to obey. The trade union chief froze in place, eyes wide and unblinking, as if he couldn't fully process what he had just witnessed. His mouth hung slightly open, the shock lingering as he stared ahead in stunned silence. "You couldn't even tame a slave." The words cut through the air with cold contempt. No wonder Karen didn't even break into the top 10. The insult landed cleanly, leaving a heavy, suffocating tension behind it. The merchant casually lifted his cup and sipped his tea, a faint smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. In his mind, he already pictured his friend's face twisting in frustration once that girl was finally subdued. With that satisfying thought, his attention drifted firmly toward Elfenheim, as if the place were already his next acquisition. Above the city, thick clouds drifted slowly across the sky, moving in long, lazy stretches. The light filtered through them in dull, shifting patterns, casting a muted calm over everything below. The protagonist stood still, momentarily taken aback, as he noticed his companion awkwardly attempting push-ups. The sight alone made him pause, as if trying to understand whether it was serious training or something else entirely. "What are you doing?" he asked, watching closely. "Training," Sillin replied without hesitation, continuing his movements. Reifenhardt raised a brow, studying him for a moment before delivering a blunt remark. "Then how do you still have absolutely zero muscle?" Sillin didn't stop his routine, pushing through the exercise with stubborn focus, while the boy nearby began to caution him lightly not to push his body too far. Eventually, Sillin lowered himself and sat down on the floor, assuring everyone present that he was perfectly fine. But just as the moment settled, the young man's expression shifted. His brows tightened, and his gaze sharpened as he noticed something strange beginning to shimmer faintly in the air. The saintess responded with an awkward, uncertain smile, as if she herself wasn't entirely comfortable with the situation unfolding in front of her. The warrior tilted his head slightly, one eyebrow raised in growing suspicion. Piece by piece, he was starting to understand exactly why Sillin's body refused to build any visible muscle, no matter how hard he trained. A slow realization formed in his mind, sharp and unsettling. He imagined a pocket watch ticking backward, time itself reversing. Healing magic, he concluded, was effectively undoing progress. It repaired the body so perfectly that it erased the tiny damaged muscles needed in order to grow. Without those micro-tears and recovery, strength could never accumulate. With eyes closed in deep concentration, the healer unknowingly repeated the same process over and over. Each time Sillin trained, the healing magic quietly restored his muscles back to their original state, wiping away every trace of physical development, as if nothing had ever happened. The martial artist let out a long, tired sigh. The wizard glanced over at him, noticing the change in mood. "Something wrong?" he asked. "Nothing," the protagonist replied after a brief pause. "But I'll show you a better way to train later." Not long after, Riffenhardt looked over and casually asked whether Sillin's long hair didn't get in the way during workouts. Sillin calmly smoothed it down, unconcerned. "It doesn't matter," he replied. "It grows back extremely fast anyway." As they moved toward the exit, the boy spoke with quiet certainty, declaring that he had finally gathered enough money. With a decisive tone, he announced it was time to head to the slave market. "I'm coming with you," the boy called out immediately, his voice rising with sudden excitement as images of chained figures flashed through his mind, fueling his determination. The young man began mentally sorting through what kinds of slaves would likely be available at the auction. Elves, orcs, and many others were all traded there, each assigned prices, age categories, and classifications. Among them all, elves remained the most highly sought after. Leaning back into the couch, the fighter reflected on why that was the case. Elves lived far longer than humans and spent an extended period in youth, making them especially valuable. The saintess also mentioned that this marketplace had existed for over 3 centuries, operating without interruption. Martial artist's expression darkened into a scowl. Calling such a place an elven paradise felt revolting. The healer beside him admitted quietly that he had never encountered anything like this before in his life. The wizard hesitated, cheeks faintly flushed, and wondered aloud whether elves were at least treated better than orcs. The protagonist answered without hesitation, clarifying that all of them were bound under slave contracts. "Would you still call that acceptable?" he asked sharply. Sillin raised an eyebrow, thinking it over carefully. Even so, he suggested that perhaps a life under controlled, civilized conditions might still be better than struggling alone in the wild without protection or structure. Reifenhardt narrowed his eyes slightly at that statement. "Exactly the kind of reasoning most people fall into," he said coldly, as if he had heard that logic many times before. Looking ahead in silence, the boy realized just how deeply ingrained such beliefs were across society. Changing an entire nation's mindset would not be simple. In that moment, a firm resolve took shape inside him. If the world refused to change, then he would build an empire that differed entirely from anything that had come before. Inside a dimly lit room, a man stepped forward and greeted them politely, offering an apology for the delay. His tone was smooth, carefully controlled, as if practiced for countless guests before them. Ilves greeted them next, her expression framed by a deliberately warm and alluring smile. Her gaze lingered just a little too long, carrying an unsettling charm. Flustered, the boy quickly shut his eyes, clearly uncomfortable. The merchant beside him frowned slightly, thinking to himself that this place was clearly not suitable for her presence. He wondered with irritation why he had even brought her here in the first place. Covering his face in frustration, the young man could hardly believe how far the forest folk had fallen into this system. His voice turned cold as he asked, "Do you have any dark-skinned slaves?" The merchant let out a low chuckle, amused. "You have quite particular tastes," he remarked. The warrior immediately turned his head away in disgust. "That's not what I meant," he snapped. The saintess interjected sharply, reminding him, "Didn't you say slavery itself was wrong?" The merchant raised a hand in acknowledgement, his expression shifting back to businesslike calm. "Yes, we do have one," he replied smoothly. "Follow me." They moved deeper into the facility, stepping into a long, enclosed corridor where the air felt colder and heavier than before. Along the way, they passed young girls performing stretches and controlled gymnastics under strict supervision. "They are properly trained," the merchant explained casually. "This ensures they remain valuable in the market for a longer time." Further down, they walked past women preparing meals in an orderly kitchen environment. "They are fed only premium ingredients," the merchant added, "nuts, fruits, vegetables. It keeps their condition stable and their scent pleasant." Fighter's expression twisted in irritation. "I don't need your sales pitch," he said sharply. "Just show me the dark-skinned elf." The merchant visibly stiffened, flustered by the blunt interruption, and quickly turned away to speak with the guards instead, trying to regain his composure. After a brief exchange, he confirmed the destination. "Then room 148, he said, guiding them forward as the decision was finalized. Inside, the sounds of violent struggle echoed sharply. Slaves were forced into brutal combat, clashing against each other under controlled conditions, their movements harsh and desperate. "This is our training hall," the merchant explained, eyes briefly closed as if reciting something routine. "They are being prepared for assassination roles." He paused, then added more quietly, "The one you're looking for is in there." Without warning, the martial artist's expression crumpled. His shoulders shook, and suddenly he began to cry, overwhelmed by what he was witnessing. Elsewhere, Sirius clenched her teeth tightly, her frustration boiling over as she forced out the word through grit and anger. Elsewhere. Inside the castle laboratory, she swung a rolled sheet of paper with sharp, irritated motions, striking the air as if venting her frustration on invisible targets. In the same laboratory, the protagonist calmly continued transferring liquids between glass flasks. Without warning, Sirius rushed over and grabbed his hand mid-motion, stopping him instantly. "Sir Riffenhart, don't mix those," she warned urgently. He blinked at her, clearly confused by the interruption. "Huh? What do you mean?" A sudden, deafening boom shook the entire castle, and a burst of light flared into the sky from the laboratory, illuminating the surroundings in a violent flash. Even the elf shouted in frustration. "Any fool could see that would explode," she continued angrily. "Who mixes fire flowers with stone seeds?" The man scratched his head awkwardly. "Sorry, I got distracted again," he admitted. She snapped back immediately. "That's exactly what you said yesterday, and it exploded then too." She sighed, pulling out a handkerchief and carefully wiping soot from his face. Despite everything, she couldn't help but notice how oddly composed, and even charming, he still looked beneath the ash. "Stop moving," she muttered. "Your entire face is covered." The king gazed at her quietly, a soft, almost nostalgic warmth in his eyes. "Will you ever stop calling me Sir Riffenhart?" he asked gently. "Just use my name." She lowered her gaze, a faint, bittersweet smile forming. I can't." Was about to press further, searching for an answer, when the moment was abruptly cut short by chaos erupting around them. The tension shattered instantly. The castle was engulfed in fire, flames spreading rapidly through its structure as smoke poured into the sky in thick, dark waves. The king stepped out onto the balcony, his figure silhouetted against the growing inferno below, surveying the chaos with steady composure. Behind him, his loyal companions knelt in formation, heads lowered in solemn submission as the burning castle illuminated them from behind. The orc lowered his head deeply, his posture heavy with emotion as he addressed the man before him. "My lord, I have come to say farewell." His voice carried a quiet finality, as if this moment marked the end of a long road. The old man turned toward them, his brows furrowing in confusion at their expressions. "Why are you all making faces like that?" he asked calmly. "You look as if you've already seen someone standing at death's door." His gaze drifted outward toward the burning palace in the distance, the flames reflecting faintly in his eyes as he took in the unfolding devastation. Before him stretched an overwhelming sight, an army of 2 million soldiers gathered from every corner of the continent, unified for a single purpose, to bring down the Demon King. The sheer scale of humanity's combined force left him almost speechless. "So this is everything humanity has," he whispered, as the disciplined ranks began advancing in perfect unison. The king's voice broke through the tension. "And after all this, what comes next?" he asked, eyes heavy with concern. "Our nations will be left in ruins. All of this for just one battle?" The orc lifted his head, his expression hardening. "They never once considered that we have the right to exist at all." A shadow seemed to fall over the ruler's eyes, darkening his expression. The warrior met his gaze directly. "Are you coming with us?" he asked, but the old man slowly shook his head. That is precisely why you can leave, he said quietly, because I will remain here. A cold wind swept across the open space, tugging at his hair as he stood in silence. Alpus, forgive me, he murmured under his breath. Even with divine support, I still lost everything. His voice carried the weight of regret and exhaustion. The dwarf beside him spoke up, trying to correct him. It wasn't divine support, it was a prophecy. The hero gave a faint, dismissive reply. Same difference. Then his tone shifted as he issued his final command. Stay close to the elf, let the orc carve the path ahead. His expression darkened slightly as he added, almost cryptically, the one who can cross the Diamond Man abyss and bring down the Horko pillar will appear soon. Follow him. He will change your fate and save you. The king closed his eyes, lost in memory. He remembered the moment clearly, how baffled he had been when, after destroying just a single shrine, the dwarves suddenly began calling him their savior. Even now, he still couldn't fully grasp what any of it had truly meant. Walking slowly along the balcony, Tariq's figure moved through the open air as he spoke in a low voice, almost like a final wish. If only we could meet again someday. The king answered softly behind him. I hope so too. Stay safe, and try to survive. Cirrus turned her head one last time before leaving. A man called out to her, reminding her it was time to go, but she shook her head firmly. I'm staying, she said without hesitation. I'll wait for Mr. Reifenhardt. The king looked at her for a long moment, his expression softening with quiet concern. No one knows what fate will bring me, he said gently. If something happens, I hope you'll find someone worthy. But she immediately shook her head. I already told you, she said firmly. I'll wait. His eyes flickered, as if searching for a way to reason with her again. He tried once more to speak about uncertainty and the dangers ahead. I'll wait, she shouted back, her voice sharper this time, cutting off any further argument. Surprise flashed across his face at her sudden intensity. But that moment of shock quickly faded, replaced by a quiet, steady resolve. Without another word, the two of them stepped forward and embraced tightly, holding on as if trying to preserve the moment against everything that was about to come. Back in the present, Ceres was fighting with everything she had inside the arena. Her movements were sharp and precise, lightning fast as she deflected two incoming blades at once without hesitation. Nearby, the slave trader watched her performance with a tired shake of his head. Honestly, I'm embarrassed to even present her to buyers, he muttered. She's completely untamable. Already been returned 3 times. Cyrus blocked another strike effortlessly, her stance unwavering. The trader continued, almost complaining to himself. I'll admit she's skilled, but that attitude of hers is a nightmare. No one wants her. At this point, I just use her to train the other elves. At least they get a real taste of combat. He turned toward the protagonist, sizing him up. You still want her? He asked bluntly. Without even a moment's hesitation, the man gave a firm nod. Rubbing his hands together with a sly grin, the merchant chuckled. People like you always living in their own strange little worlds. Then, switching to business, he added aloud, Fine, 300 gold. Scyllin blinked in surprise. That's cheap. The merchant shrugged casually. She's defective. Honestly, I'm not even sure I should be selling her at all. Cyrus turned her gaze toward Riffenhardt, her expression unreadable and guarded. Are you my new master? She asked. The young man frowned slightly as he looked at her injuries. Scars layered from too much pain. Too many battles she never chose. Without saying a word, he quietly removed his jacket. I'll call a priest, the merchant offered quickly. No need, Riefenhardt replied calmly. Help me with this, he said, gently draping his jacket over her shoulders. It's cold out, wear this for now. Then he looked at her more closely. What's your name? I don't have one, she answered flatly. He carefully wrapped a scarf around her neck. Then how about Cirrus? She looked up slightly, testing the word in her mind. Understood, I'll remember it. Do you like it? She asked quietly. He finished adjusting the jacket, buttoning it properly as he spoke. From today onward, your full name is Ceres Valencia. She tilted her head. Slaves don't have surnames. Is that your family name? No, he said with a faint smile. It's yours, don't forget it. With a calm, steady tone, Riffenhardt introduced himself and the companion standing beside him, establishing who they were as they moved forward together. Cyrus studied him for a moment, then gave a small, measured nod. Understood, she replied quietly. Later that day, the slave trader was stunned when another customer appeared. If you mean number 148, she's already been sold. Tariq's face immediately drained of color, his expression tightening in fury. About an hour ago, the merchant added casually. She's gone. The heavy-set man's expression twisted with anger. It must have been Butler. He knew I was planning to buy her back. His voice dropped into a growl. The merchant raised his hands defensively. No, it wasn't him. The buyer was someone else. He paused. A young man. Never seen him before. And his name? The head of the trade association demanded, arms crossed tightly. He paid in cash. I didn't ask. With a frustrated grunt, the head merchant snapped back. Who the hell walks around with that much gold just to buy an elf slave? The trader only shrugged. Her price wasn't even that special. Low grade, honestly. Then he added, recalling the buyer's face. Young, strong build, you'd recognize him if you saw him. At that exact moment, Cirrus lowered her gaze slightly, quietly observing the new clothes she had been given, her expression softening in uncertain surprise. Reifenhart stroked his chin thoughtfully, studying her for a moment. "This will do for now," he murmured. "Later, I'll get her something more suitable." Walking out into the street, he turned toward her casually. "Are you hungry?" he asked. "I will obey whatever master commands," she replied instantly. He paused. "Don't call me that." "Then are you going to return me?" she asked, uncertain. No, he quickly clarified. "That's not what I meant." Cyrus studied him in silence, carefully observing every action. First the cloak, then proper clothing, and now this, treating her like an ordinary girl rather than property. With a calm, gentle expression, the warrior said, "What I mean is, you can treat me like a companion. Call me by my name. No need for master." Cyrus narrowed her eyes slightly, suspicion forming in her mind. To her, it felt like some kind of strange role-playing game a noble might indulge in. Deciding on that interpretation, she nodded once. "Understood, Reifenhart," she said aloud, accepting the strange situation as it was. Later, she focused entirely on her meal, eating with surprising speed and intensity, as if she had been starving for far too long. Watching her, the young man spoke casually. "They say Rodante's Grace is the most popular restaurant in Zeppelin. Named after the goddess of harvest, it was considered almost sacred among food lovers, rumored to offer a dining experience close to spiritual communion." Sillin bit into a bun and raised an eyebrow. "Isn't communion supposed to be free?" The hero shot him a look. "Don't start. Even the Church of Finance finds a way to charge for beauty," the boy muttered in agreement. "Of course, even the goddess of love and beauty probably charges gold under doctrine." Riffenhart chuckled lightly. "I heard a single blessing costs a fortune." "I believe it," the boy replied without hesitation. Before the conversation could continue, Cirrus suddenly reached out and grabbed a lobster tail with her bare hand, acting on instinct. The saintess immediately fell silent, visibly shocked by the lack of manners. Cyrus froze mid-motion, sensing all eyes suddenly fixed on her. Realizing her mistake, she quickly set the food down and reached for a fork instead, correcting herself with awkward precision. The young man studied her quietly, puzzled by the brief hesitation. He had brought her here intentionally. This was meant to mark the anniversary of their first meeting. As she wiped her mouth with a napkin, Riffenhart thought back to that earlier time. Back then, he had been her savior. Now, she looked at him like just another customer. First impressions could shape everything, or mean nothing at all. Perhaps he should have waited before meeting her again. As they walked through the bazaar, the thought lingered in his mind. Maybe someday she would understand what he truly meant. For now, he simply continued forward. The merchant proudly laid out his wares, insisting they were the finest items in his entire stock, unmatched anywhere else. Riffenhart glanced toward Cirrus and asked casually, "Anything catch your eye? Anything useful?" The elf quietly reached down and picked up a rapier, her fingers wrapping around the hilt, as if testing its balance for the first time. She turned it slightly, feeling its weight settle into her grip. Riffenhart raised a brow, studying her choice. "I thought you preferred sabers," he remarked. In an instant, the warrior snapped around. "Wait, how do you know that?" he demanded, eyes sharp with suspicion. The boy casually cut in, as if it were obvious. "That's normal. A trained martial artist can read someone's preferred weapon just from their hands and stance." Before long, a saber was secured at Cirrus's side. She shifted slightly, and for the first time she looked more at ease wearing it, as if it naturally belonged there. Nearby, the saintess examined the newly equipped gear with quiet admiration. "I never thought I'd be holding a weapon forged from mithril," she murmured, almost awed. The boy smirked and lifted a dagger he had casually picked up. "And what exactly is a priest doing carrying a blade?" the warrior teased with a faint grin. Just then, something off in the distance caught Riffenhart's attention. His gaze sharpened instantly, breaking away from the group. A group of unfamiliar figures was approaching them directly, moving with purpose rather than hesitation. Their direction left, no doubt. They were heading straight for the party. One of the men stepped slightly ahead of the others and gave a polite nod. "May I have a word?" he asked in a calm, controlled voice. Riffenhart's expression tightened slightly. "What is this about?" he asked, his tone immediately turning guarded. The man answered without hesitation. "A certain nobleman, well known in high circles, has expressed interest in purchasing your elf." Cyrus narrowed her eyes at the statement, her expression cooling instantly. "So what?" she said flatly, unimpressed and unmoved. Riffenhart responded just as coldly, his voice cutting through the air with finality. "Not happening." The stranger bowed slightly and produced a sealed letter, holding it out with practiced professionalism. "The offer includes a very generous sum," he explained. "If you prefer, we can even provide a higher-grade replacement. Please at least consider the proposal." Riffenhart stepped forward, looking down at the messenger with unwavering resolve. "No interest." The man hesitated. "Shall I take that as your final refusal?" "Absolutely," came the immediate answer. The messenger's expression darkened slightly. "I don't think you understand the situation," he said more firmly. "My master is offering a more than fair price." Riffenhart cut him off without raising his voice. "No, you're the one who doesn't understand. I said I'm not interested. His tone left no room for negotiation. The messenger stiffened, irritation creeping into his posture. Very well, he said coldly. If you insist on being unreasonable, then you leave us no choice. Reifenhart remained unmoved, arms crossed, standing his ground. What business is it of yours what I choose to do? He replied evenly. Nearby, the boy let out a quiet chuckle. This is getting interesting, he muttered under his breath. That night, deep inside the grand mansion of the Trade Guild, Tariq sat in silence before finally scowling, tension building in the air around him. Why did you come back empty-handed? He demanded sharply. The man bowed his head. He refused, no matter what we offered, he wouldn't accept. He seems dangerously naive in his thinking. Tariq slammed his fist down on the armrest, the impact echoing through the room. You should have just taken him down and thrown gold at the problem afterward. There were too many witnesses, the man replied calmly. We chose to remain discreet. A second man leaned forward with a calculating smirk. Then we wait. At the right moment, we take the elf, stage her death, and resell her at double the price. She was practically underpriced anyway. The guild head let out a low, satisfied chuckle and nodded. Tempting idea. Then, turning slightly, he added, Bring in Tariq Serlanta. He's been idle too long. This is the kind of work he should handle. The next morning, inside a quiet inn room, gold coins were scattered across the bed in messy piles. Reifenhart stood over them, arms folded, silently staring down at the shimmering wealth. 2,000 gold coins, he said flatly, almost testing the weight of the number in his mind. It looked like a fortune at a glance, but compared to what he intended to build, it was barely a foundation. His eyes lingered on the pile as he calculated silently. This wasn't something to carry around aimlessly. It needed to be invested, multiplied, turned into power. In his mind, a larger picture began to form, as though a map of the region was slowly unfolding across his thoughts. He remembered what was coming. Soon famine would sweep through the kingdom of Provence. A land known for its fertile soil and vast estates, long blessed by the earth goddess Redanti, had grown complacent, never once preparing for failure. But next spring, everything would collapse. He could already picture it clearly. Fields turning barren, families breaking apart, desperation spreading, until even unspeakable horrors like cannibalism would emerge. Reifenhart crossed his arms slowly, thinking through the timing. This was the perfect opportunity to invest heavily in grain. His mind moved through trade names, Rothfien, Carrion, and Tain. Rothfien was immediately discarded. Its founder had once tormented Cirrus in his past life. That alone made it unacceptable. Between the remaining options, Tain stood out as the most strategic choice, the third largest trade union and a direct rival to Rene's dominant grain network. Meanwhile, inside the headquarters of the Tain trading union, Sybil, the union leader scratched the back of his head in frustration. That damn Raylene's selling millet at half price like he owns the entire market, he muttered bitterly. Even as the second largest trading union on the continent, Tain was under serious pressure. If things continued like this, they would lose their major partners one by one. Go through every pending contract, he ordered sharply. We need damage control now. Just then an assistant hurried in. Sir, there's a visitor. He says he wants to invest. Sybil barely looked up. At a time like this, a few coins won't change anything. Send him away. Sir, the assistant hesitated, eyes widening slightly. He's offering 1,500 gold. Sybil froze instantly, the casual dismissal dying on his lips. Elsewhere, Reifenhart stood with his arms folded, a faint, satisfied smile forming as he finalized his decision. I want to invest in grain, he said calmly. Move the spring barley harvest into storage across Crovance's warehouses, he instructed. Sybil raised a brow. Crovance? Selling grain there is like trying to sell soap to an orc? Reifenhart only smiled faintly. Even an orc learns to bathe eventually. What was that? Sybil asked sharply. Nothing, he replied immediately. The merchant studied him, irritation creeping in. It's your money. If this collapses, you take the loss, but I don't see the logic in risking it. Reifenhart shrugged casually. Even if it fails for me, you still profit. So why does it matter? Sybil frowned. I can't in good conscience recommend a doomed market. There are safer options. Reifenhart's gaze sharpened slightly. Then I'll take my investment elsewhere. I'm sure another union won't hesitate. The words made Sybil pause. His eyes drifted toward the heavy bags of gold, hesitation creeping in. All right, we're in a difficult position, Sybil admitted after a moment. But this could pull us out of it. I only suggested alternatives for better returns. Reifenhart recalled clearly this man had been just as stubborn in his previous life. It's my gold, he said calmly. I decide where it goes, prepare the contract, and do it quickly. He stepped closer and met Sybil's eyes directly. One condition, don't touch a single coin of it for personal use. Sybil stiffened. Of course not. An assistant soon returned with the contract documents. As Reifenhart reviewed them, he asked, Does the Tain Trading Association have a branch in the Kingdom of Graham? Yes, the head of the union replied. We're expanding trade routes into the northern territories as well. Reifenhart crossed his arms. And near the Delia Magic Tower? No branch there, the merchant admitted. But our Ronto route passes through Delphia. Why do you ask? Just provide me information from that region. Reifenhart said, looking away slightly. The merchant narrowed his eyes. What kind of information? Anything relevant, he answered vaguely. The merchant didn't press further. Internally, he considered it harmless enough to send a request through their branch network. Meanwhile, Reifenhart made a quiet decision. This connection would help him uncover what was happening with his own body. At the inn courtyard, Cirrus was already training alongside Scylla. The morning air was still broken only by the sound of controlled movement. Her dagger cut through the air in precise flowing arcs, each motion clean and efficient. As though every strike had been refined through repetition, the boy watched from the side, eyes wide with admiration, completely absorbed in her movements. Every motion she made flowed naturally into the next, without hesitation or wasted effort, as if her body remembered what her mind did not need to think about. As she continued training, fragments of memory began surfacing, her mother's gentle hand resting on her head, a rare moment of warmth from long ago. High elves are born to guard the forest. Her mother's voice echoed in her memory, soft and steady. We live in eternal grace beneath the protection of the world tree of Elfenheim. The forest nourishes us, and every creature is our companion. Even as she spoke those words, distant smoke had already been rising behind her. One day, Alita will lead us all to paradise, she whispered hopefully. But that hope shattered in an instant as flames swallowed the elven city. Screams filled the air, tearing through the once peaceful forest. A young girl stood frozen amid the chaos, staring at the inferno in silent horror as everything she knew collapsed around her. Another elf, dressed in rough peasant clothes, leaned close and spoke in a low, rehearsed tone. You're going somewhere better, she said flatly, as if repeating something she had been forced to believe. Because you're pretty. Now listen carefully. Be loyal, be polite, be a proper elf. Without warning, a heavy-set man stepped forward, lifting a thick club high into the air. In the next instant, he brought it down on her with brutal force. She ended up sitting alone in a damp, freezing basement, her body still and her gaze empty, staring into nothingness as the cold seeped into her bones. Even her own kind turned their mockery toward her, the so-called noble blood, only making her more of a target. Yet in that suffocating darkness, one thing remained with her, the sword. It was the only thing that never betrayed her. Back in the present, she trained without pause, pushing her body forward again and again, as if nothing else existed. In her mind, every adult she had ever respected had always carried a blade. They fought with everything they had, and when they fell with honor. That belief stayed carved deep into her heart, and it was the reason she clung to the sword more than anything else. Tears welled up as the memory of her parents' final stand surged back, two figures refusing to retreat, fighting desperately until the very end, never once lowering their pride. She suddenly drove forward, her speed sharper than before, cutting through the air with renewed intensity. The memories began to blur and fade, but one sentence remained burned into her mind like an unerasable mark. My beloved daughter, never forget your pride. Applause suddenly broke the tension. Scylla's eyes lit up as he watched her. That was incredible, he said, unable to hide his excitement. How do you even move like that? Ceres blinked at him as if the question was simple. I just try my best, she answered honestly. The boy nodded quickly. Rafini told me the same thing before, he added. He threw a few exaggerated practice punches into the air, trying to imitate her. Are all warriors like you? She didn't respond, her focus still lingering elsewhere. Am I doing it right? He asked again, copying her footwork awkwardly this time, trying to match her stance step by step. Before she could answer, he suddenly stopped. A voice echoed sharply from the archway. There she is! A group of figures began to pour into the courtyard. At their front stood Romad, grinning coldly. We're taking the slave back, he declared, back to her real master. Cyrus frowned immediately as more men entered behind him. Tarek's group spread out across the courtyard, surrounding the space with deliberate intent. The boy stepped forward without hesitation. Who are you people, he demanded, trying to block their advance. The leader closed his eyes briefly and let out a faint, mocking smirk, as if the question itself was beneath him. Honestly, I didn't expect anyone would actually try to protect her, he said casually. But it doesn't matter. We've already made our move. The young priest stepped forward, voice tense. That elf wasn't supposed to be sold in the first place, so why go this far? The man's patience snapped. He grabbed his sword in one swift motion and swung it toward the boy. Shut your mouth, brat. But before the blade could land, the female warrior stepped in, intercepting the strike with her dagger in a sharp, precise block. In the same fluid motion, she twisted in close and slashed across his throat without hesitation. The remaining attackers reacted instantly, rushing her from all sides in a coordinated charge. But she moved like a blade itself, weaving between them effortlessly, her daggers flashing in quick, clean arcs that left no openings. The elf fought with terrifying precision, every strike landing exactly where it needed to, every motion controlled and lethal. Romad's expression twisted with rage as he watched the situation spiral. How dare a slave act like that? He shouted, voice filled with disgust and disbelief. Even as he spoke, he couldn't ignore the truth unfolding before his eyes. Her strength was undeniable. That realization only deepened his fury. Meanwhile, the Saintess raised his hands toward the sky and began praying desperately. Oh, dear Philonettes, strike down these fools with your iron rod, he called out. But in the next instant, The warrior had to move again, quickly stepping in front of the boy to shield him from another incoming attack. A thrown sword whistled through the air and slammed violently into a nearby tree, shaking the branches on impact. The boy stared at it in shock, frozen. One of the squad leaders spoke coldly from the distance. If the pilgrim dies, no one's going to care. The saintess' fury flared instantly, but the girl stopped him before he could rush forward. When the boy demanded what kind of monster would say something like that, she only answered calmly, "It's fine." She stepped forward into the open space, twirling her dagger once with controlled confidence as she faced them directly. Sillin called out her name from behind, worry creeping into his voice. She only smiled slightly, lifting her blade toward the enemy line. "This isn't a big deal," she said, with quiet confidence. One of the attackers clenched his jaw, turned his head aside for a moment, and gave a sharp signal as if preparing the next move. "Ta-ta! Time to move!" Someone muttered coldly from the group. From the edge of the formation, a tall orc stepped forward, his heavy presence immediately shifting the atmosphere. The warrior's eyes narrowed sharply the moment she saw him. Her grip tightened instinctively. The orc met her gaze without hesitation. "I'm working," he said simply. "I'll catch her." Then, after a brief pause, he added in a quieter tone, almost like an apology, "This is just fate." The girl studied him carefully, her instincts sharpening. This opponent was different, heavier presence, deeper pressure. Stronger, she measured the distance, silently asking herself if she could take him. The orc suddenly lunged forward. Someone in the crowd barked. "Don't damage the goods." "I won't," he growled back. "I'll just grab her." She managed to block his first strike, but her eyes widened slightly. Something about the force behind it felt off. In the middle of the exchange, the orc abruptly shifted his movement mid-swing, changing direction with unnatural control. She barely managed to dodge in time as the blade carved through the air, releasing a sharp gust that sliced past her. Her teeth clenched tightly as she regained balance, tension rising in her stance. One thought formed clearly in her mind as she faced him again. She snapped into motion, trying to counter the incoming strike, but immediately felt the sting of regret for having left her saber behind. Without it, every movement felt just a fraction slower, a fraction more exposed. With a sharp burst of force, she launched herself upward into the air, committing to a diving strike from above, but the orc met her mid-flight, blade already raised, intercepting her attack before it could fully form. From a distance, Romad's voice tore through the chaos in frustration as he barked out. Unable to believe what he was seeing, can't even handle one elf girl. The massive man clicked his tongue and scowled, rolling his shoulders as if the situation had merely delayed him, muttering to himself, "Guess I'm skipping dinner again." Without warning, he drove his fist into the ground with brutal force, the pavement beneath him cracking outward in jagged lines as he surged forward in a full charge, while she braced instinctively for the impact. Her jaw tightened hard, teeth clenched so tightly they almost shook, every muscle in her body locking into place as she prepared for the next exchange. He came rushing in with his sword raised high, closing the distance in an instant, yet the girl stood completely still, not even flinching as he bore down on her. There was something in her stare, cold, distant, and utterly unshaken that cut through the momentum of his attack more than any blade could. The orc's instincts faltered for a split second as doubt crept in, suspicion flashing through his mind. Was this a trap waiting to close around him? In a sudden, almost reflexive motion, he jerked his blade backward, pulling it away from the killing angle just as hesitation took hold. That single moment of withdrawal opened everything. Her dagger flashed forward in a blur, slicing cleanly across his neck in a precise, brutal arc. Staggering backward, the orc realized in shock that had he not pulled away in that exact instant, his strike would have ended her life instead. And yet, even through the pain and confusion, a heavier thought lingered in his mind. What exactly would she have done if he hadn't hesitated? Elsewhere in the chaos, the elf clung tightly to a single desperate belief, convincing himself that if he held on just a little longer, he would make it there in time. Cyrus twisted sharply at the sound of the boy's scream, her head snapping toward him as he asked if she could possibly stop the incoming blades. And without hesitation, she answered in a calm, steady voice that she probably could. Not far away, the saintess clasped her hands together in prayer, her voice rising with conviction as she shouted, "I believe in you." With a twisted snarl, the attacker hurled a throwing knife through the air, his face contorted with rage as he cursed the boy under his breath. The spinning blade sliced through the air toward the praying priest as the man growled in irritation, repeating coldly, "I told you not to move." Just before the weapon could reach its target, the elf blurred into motion, stepping directly into its path and blocking it mid-air with her dagger in a sharp metallic clash. At that very moment, a radiant, glowing figure began to manifest above the priest, the unmistakable presence of his goddess descending into view. Sillin, overwhelmed yet resolute, pleaded upward towards Saint Felinance, his voice urgent as he begged her to unleash divine power upon their enemies and crush them without mercy. The warrior beside him tensed, lips parting as if ready to shout an order or release an attack, fully preparing herself for what was about to come. Then, without warning, something massive descended from the sky, an iron rod crashing down with devastating force directly onto the attackers below. The impact detonated a thick explosion of dust and debris, swallowing the courtyard in a roaring cloud that obscured everything in an instant. Seizing the moment, the boy broke into a run and shouted over his shoulder, "Holy power is meant for demons and the dead, but it'll buy us time. Let's go," as he sprinted for escape. The elf immediately understood without needing further explanation, locking onto his intent in an instant. Grabbing the saintess firmly by the belt, she called out his name and, in one fluid motion, hurled her dagger forward with full force. The blade struck true, embedding itself deep into the wall with a heavy metallic thunk. Using the lodged dagger as an improvised anchor point, she adjusted her stance in mid-motion. She stepped onto the embedded blade without hesitation, launched herself upward, pulled the boy close in one motion, and crashed through the window together as glass shattered violently around them. From behind, the enemy leader roared in fury, pointing toward the broken window and shouting, "After them," while another man glanced at the chaos and muttered in disbelief about how all of this was over a single elf. The squad leader shot back immediately, defending the situation with a sharp tone, insisting that she was far stronger than anyone had anticipated. An older man let out a bitter chuckle, shaking his head as he remarked that even Tal had failed to capture her, and that the slave had fought on equal footing with an orc warrior. Sir Lantis placed a calm hand on his sword hilt, his expression sharpening as he asked where they had gone, stating plainly that it was now his turn. The moment someone pointed out their direction, a faint light surged through his body, as if something inside him had been released. In an instant, he shot upward with explosive force, launching himself through the air toward the shattered window without hesitation. His scarf trailed behind him for a split second before vanishing into the darkness of his rapid ascent. Romad froze in stunned disbelief, watching as the man simply leapt once and took to the air as if gravity no longer applied to him. The old man scanned the corridor and muttered grimly that they had lost sight of him, but the squad leader suddenly snapped his fingers, realizing the truth. His aura was tracking them. The swordsman's lips curled into a faint smirk as he watched the situation unfold, confident and unbothered, thinking she could hide all she wanted. Meanwhile, Ceres and Scylla were already sprinting through another corridor, their footsteps echoing sharply as they pushed deeper into the building. Between breaths, Celine urged they return for their gear, warning that the enemy would likely be waiting for them there while suggesting they might need 1 or 2 nights to prepare properly. She added firmly that running with only a single blade between them was far from ideal in a fight like this. Cyrus glanced at him briefly, recalling how at first he had seemed nothing more than a naive, inexperienced boy dragged into something far beyond him. A lone guard stood stationed at their door, unmoving and alert, watching the corridor for any sign of intrusion. In a blink, the elf was already above him, closing the distance so fast he barely had time to react. Her foot slammed down into his face with precise force, dropping him instantly to the ground without a sound of resistance. As she quickly pulled her cloak into place, Scylla scolded her in frustration, telling her sharply that this was no time for dressing up or adjustments. The priest immediately began casting purification magic, a faint glow spreading outward as it erased all lingering traces of their presence from the area. Down the corridor, Lantis advanced at a steady pace, each step measured and deliberate as he closed in through the shifting tension of the building. Thanks to the overwhelming reach of his aura, the entire structure unfolded in his mind like a mapped battlefield. He wasn't an ordinary swordsman at all. He had refined his aura to a terrifying level, reaching the peak tier of fencing mastery, where perception itself became a weapon. He kicked the door open with a sharp impact, stepping inside while muttering under his breath, questioning whether that boy could truly erase every trace like a top-class priest capable of complete concealment. He moved further into the room, his gaze slowly drifting toward the shattered window, scanning the broken frame as the answer became increasingly obvious. So they really escaped? Romad, still soaked in sweat from the chaos, demanded in disbelief. "You let them get away?" The swordsman only responded with a calm, almost relaxed smile, eyes closed as if nothing had changed. "They haven't gone far," released the hounds. Meanwhile, across the city streets, a group of seers carefully scanned the surroundings, their attention sweeping over crowds and alleys as they searched for any sign of movement. "Shouldn't we blend into the crowd?" one voice asked. The priest immediately rejected the idea, stating firmly that they needed to avoid people entirely. No one would risk helping runaway slaves in a place like this. Sweat ran down Scylla's face as he gasped for air, his lungs burning from the relentless pace. In his thoughts, he came to a grim realization: if even the Holy Order would not protect them, then pilgrims really did die like insects in a storm. His jaw tightened with bitter resolve. Turning back meant surrendering himself to her control again, and with a body this weak, escape would never be possible a second time. He lifted his hand slightly and muttered with frustration, wishing aloud that if Master Reifenhart were here, none of this disaster would have unfolded. The elf beside him glanced over sharply, curiosity flickering. Just how powerful was this person he spoke of? The silent one gave no verbal reply. Instead, he slowly brought his hands together and began to pray, his expression tightening into focused calm. Around him, something unseen began to stir, like feathers caught in a wind of destiny, swirling in invisible currents drawn toward the shape of fate itself. A thought echoed in his mind: love has the power to twist coincidence into destiny. Two strangers meeting by chance, nothing more, nothing less. Single word exchanged, a passing glance, and suddenly even marriage could emerge from randomness. Fate itself could be born from something as small as a kiss. Sillin opened his eyes slowly and looked up at the sky, sorrow deepening in his expression. This spell had once been meant to bind lovers together, yet now they were forced to use it for something far more desperate. Turning toward the elf, he spoke quietly, acknowledging her strength. He admitted he had once seen an elf killer before, yet even that woman fell short compared to her. The elf only shrugged in response, saying he was no weakling either, especially for a saintess of such rank at his age, which was rare in itself. The priest stood frozen for a moment, staring at her back. Something had shifted. She no longer felt like a slave at all, but simply a person. A troubling question surfaced in his mind. Could Ceres truly be different from the others? They eventually reached a decaying, half-collapsed district of the city. The elf looked around and asked, "Is this it?" He nodded slightly and answered, "The thread ends here." Both of them slowly turned, each movement cautious and deliberate, only to find a knight standing directly in front of them. "It's not Riffenhart," Ceres muttered under his breath, narrowing his eyes. Lantis stepped forward with an easy grin, his presence immediately filling the space. "Caught you at last. You two made a decent warm-up." Without hesitation, he began walking toward them, step by step, calm and unhurried. "Don't bother running," Ceres said sharply. There was no time to retreat. Turning away would only mean exposing their backs. The only viable path was a direct strike followed by escape. The elf immediately lunged forward. Lantis shifted effortlessly, evading the attack, and appearing behind her in an instant, as if space itself had bent around him. "You've got talent," he remarked casually. "Impressive for someone like you." Ceres twisted around and snapped a roundhouse kick toward him, but he slid away again without effort. "You've trained well," he added calmly, almost approvingly. "That's rare for a slave." The elf narrowed his eyes, studying the man carefully, confusion growing. Who exactly was this opponent standing before them? The priest resumed chanting, his focus sharpening as understanding finally settled in. This was no ordinary enemy. This man was feared across the entire knightly world, a swordsman of overwhelming power. And yet why would someone like him be involved in something so filthy and corrupt? Beside them, the elf's blade began to glow, infused with divine blessing. Lantis raised a brow in mild interest. Not many sacred spells, only a bishop should be able to manage that level of power, not just a high-ranking priest. The priest lifted his hands, speaking with urgency. "Vasile is well known in the south. Now Sir Ceres will deal with you." As Ceres surged forward, the knight evaded each strike with ease, even noting calmly that with such blessings, she had clearly changed a great deal. Then, in an instant, her sword fractured, splitting cleanly into two pieces mid-exchange. Her eyes widened in shock as she realized her weapon had been destroyed, leaving her momentarily exposed. Lantis struck with precise control, his tone calm. "You got carried away," he said flatly, "and I was only playing." The priest stood rigid, frozen in horror at what had just unfolded before him. A dense aura pulsed outward from Lantis, overwhelming and undeniable. He calmly slid his sword back into its sheath and exhaled, almost disappointed. Didn't expect to need aura for something like this. The priest clenched his fists, utterly confused. Why would a swordsman of that caliber be here, in a place like this, involved in this mess? Romad walked closer with a faint smile, casually asking if everything had been taken care of. Still holding the elf, the priest flinched sharply at the name that reached his ears. Lantis? That name was not unfamiliar. He knew it too well. A knight of the kingdom of Tan, heir to a noble house, and a battlefield prodigy whose reputation had spread far beyond the front lines. He had only awakened his aura after turning 30, yet beneath that achievement lay something far darker. He stood drenched in sweat, not from battle, but from obsession twisted into reality. His fixation did not stop at elf slaves. It extended even toward royalty itself, a truth that had eventually surfaced within high society. The priest shouted in terror, calling him a monster hidden in Chatham all along. Lantis only smiled lightly. "I'm fairly well known." Sillin gritted his teeth, recalling the rumors. People always said that walking alone at night meant risking being taken by Lantis. The knight let out a low laugh, brushing it off as if it were nothing more than a reputation he had earned through work. Whispers followed his name. Stories of hundreds of elves slaughtered across Tan before he disappeared into hiding. Romad stepped forward with an unchanged smile, noting that from the merchant union's perspective, a knight's moral reputation mattered little compared to the value of an aura-wielding asset. Over the course of 10 years, Lantis's influence quietly reshaped the entire balance of power. Under his direction, the Rufane Merchant Union surged upward through the political and economic hierarchy, ultimately securing its place as the second most dominant force within the principality, all through a combination of brutality and calculated control. Lantis stepped closer and suddenly jabbed precise pressure points across the priest's body with clinical accuracy, each strike targeting nerves meant to shut him down. "I know exactly what a priest like you is capable of," he said coldly. "Best if I silence that mouth of yours." Romad raised a hand in warning, his tone tense. "Don't damage the elf, the master won't be pleased." Lantis casually lowered his hand, unbothered, and replied with a relaxed smirk. "Relax. We'll just hire someone to patch her up afterward. Then Lantis turned his attention to the trembling priest, tilting his head with a playful smile. You're cute as well. I'll be taking you with me. Scylla shot up immediately, horrified and indignant, shouting back, I'm a guy! Lantis let his fingers trace lightly along his collar as his grin widened, almost delighted. Even better. That just makes things more interesting, don't worry. I'll take very good care of you. Romad tried to reach for the priest, but pain shot through his injured body, forcing him to recoil. Lantis paused, genuinely surprised now, his eyes narrowing slightly as he studied the priest. You're still standing? He tilted his head, continuing with a measured curiosity. Your tendons should have torn by now. A slow grin spread across his face, growing sharper and more unsettling with each passing second. You really are the most fragile, trembling little thing I've ever seen, he said softly, almost admiringly in a twisted way. Scylla stood frozen, his entire body shaking with fear, unable to even form a response. And then it happened. A thunderous explosion shattered the moment as the wall behind them blew apart in a violent crash, sending stone and dust flying through the air. Everyone snapped their heads toward the collapsing wall as a figure slowly emerged from the thick smoke pouring out of the breach. A man stepped forward through the haze, his presence cutting cleanly through the dust, eyes locked firmly on the situation unfolding before him. Found you, he growled, voice low and dangerous, fists clenched tightly. How dare you lay a hand on Cirrus like that? Cold wind rushed through the massive hole in the wall, scattering dust and debris as tension filled the broken room. Without a word, Riffenhart removed his jacket, letting it fall from his shoulders as he prepared himself for what was coming. Lantis watched him carefully, eyes narrowing as he assessed the newcomer's every movement. At first glance, he looked like nothing more than a well-built young man, almost ordinary in appearance, but the aura radiating from him told a completely different story, controlled, dense, and dangerously refined. Romad leaned in slightly and muttered, That's the elf's current owner. The knight glanced sideways, raising an eyebrow. You said her buyer was just some random kid, yet Lantis could feel it clearly. His instinct screamed at him from simply being near the man, and still he had the audacity to call him an ordinary brat. Riffenhart casually handed his jacket to the priest, as if the battlefield around him didn't matter. Lantis frowned, still unable to properly read his strength. Was he hiding his aura completely, or had he simply mastered it beyond recognition? Lantis tightened his grip on his sword hilt, his expression sharpening. It's been a long time since I faced someone like this. Riffenhart smirked faintly. Save your noble speech, old man, because in the end you're still nothing more than a filthy pervert. Lantis burst into laughter at the insult, almost amused by the audacity, before slowly drawing his blade with deliberate calm. Riffenhart's fists tightened, and in the next instant he shot forward like a released arrow, closing the distance in a blur. Their attacks collided head-on, steel and force meeting with a violent shock that echoed through the broken structure. Aura erupted between them like a raging storm, surging outward in visible waves that distorted the air itself. The sheer impact shattered the ground beneath their feet, cracks exploding outward as debris lifted from the force. Riffenhart's face twisted in disgust as he pushed forward through the clash, refusing to yield. With a sharp roar, he struck again, driving his attack forward with renewed intensity. Lantis met every blow with a grin, parrying and countering seamlessly even under the overwhelming pressure. The two continued exchanging relentless strikes, fast, brutal, and perfectly matched, neither able to land a decisive hit. Romad threw up his arm instinctively, shielding his face from the violent shockwaves erupting around them. He shouted in alarm. If we get caught in that, we'll be crushed. Scylla ignored the chaos entirely, staying focused as she continued healing the elf without hesitation. She glanced sideways mid-prayer and asked quietly, Does Mr. Riffenhart also possess an aura? The priest blinked in surprise. You didn't know? Her eyes widened slightly, processing the implication of that revelation. Lantis gritted his teeth mid-clash, deflecting another heavy strike as he muttered, This isn't the power of someone who just awakened. He swung again, releasing crescent-shaped arcs of aura that twisted unnaturally through the air, aiming to catch Riffenhart off guard, but the attack was read instantly. Riffenhart spun sharply and countered from an impossible angle, blocking the strike behind his own body with precise timing. Lantis froze for a fraction of a second, stunned. That level of control, did he awaken his aura as a teenager? How does he still look like a kid in his 40s? Sweat poured down the knight's face as he fought through the pressure. This is insane. Riffenhart batted away another incoming wave of attacks, his expression tightening with growing anger and focus. That pervert dared to touch Cirrus, and he still has the strength to stand like this. With each exchange, his fury deepened. Martial arts were supposed to refine the soul, yet everything before him felt like a cruel contradiction. Lantis leapt onto a broken pillar, landing lightly and scowling down at his opponent. Even from that elevated position, his sword strike was effortlessly deflected with a single motion. Lantis narrowed his eyes and asked sharply, Are you really a disciple of the king of martial arts, Gerard? Riffenhart did not respond. He only narrowed his gaze further, silence settling in as the battle pressure intensified. A violent storm of aura spiraled around him, coiling outward like a living cyclone, warping the air as both men locked eyes through the pressure. Lantis, unable to hide his curiosity even mid-battle, called out sharply, asking why someone of that level of power would go so far as to protect what he considered nothing more than a slave. Reifenhardt's aura erupted in full force, surging outward like an exploding tide that shook the battlefield itself. His voice thundered with raw fury, echoing through the ruins. Because the ones you call slaves are people too. They feel. They choose. They live with their own will. A crushing wave of compressed air slammed into the night, blasting him backward as if the space between them itself had turned violent. Reifenhardt pressed forward immediately, each step heavy with rage, shouting as he charged, asking if Lantis had ever truly spoken to them, if he even understood why any of them had ended up like this. His aura flared again with brutal intensity, the sheer force of it shattering the pillar Lantis had been standing on, reducing it to debris in an instant. Lantis twisted away mid-impact, recovering smoothly and swinging back while snapping. What exactly are you trying to prove here? Grinding his teeth, Reifenhardt saw it clearly again. The same cold detachment, the same belief that anything non-human was inherently lesser, something disposable without question. He surged into another strike, fury driving every motion, his thoughts burning as he fought, humans laughing at the suffering of other races, denying their pain even while witnessing it directly. Lantis slipped aside with a sneer, answering without hesitation that it was simply the natural order of things, the strongest at the top, and everyone else either master or slave, nothing more complicated than that. Reifenhardt's fist slammed forward, smashing toward Lantis as he roared. Why should the descendants of the Great Spirits be forced to carry such a burden? His voice rose even higher with rage, demanding whether it had ever occurred to him that if humans were not the ones in power, they would be the ones chained instead. Lantis deflected the strike with a sharp movement of his blade, steel flashing as he redirected the force away. Wounds began to open across Reifenhardt's body as the clash intensified, but he refused to stop. In his mind flashed humanity's history, celebration over breaking the orcs, the stripping of dwarves' will, the chains placed on elves while crowds cheered. Reifenhardt lunged again without hesitation. If you accept slavery, he shouted, then you must be prepared to become a slave yourself. Lantis, now sweating under the pressure, yelled back in disbelief, calling him completely insane. You honestly believe elves are equal to us? He narrowly dodged again as Reifenhardt closed the distance in an instant, refusing to slow down. She's not a slave. Reifenhardt roared, unleashing his aura outward like a crashing wave that tore through the night air. Their powers collided in a deafening explosion, the impact ringing out like thunder across the shattered ruins. Lantis was forced back, his posture breaking for a moment under the overwhelming force. A brutal kick followed immediately, Reifenhardt pushing through as he thought he would break this corrupt cycle, because if these lies were left unchallenged, fear would eventually rule everyone. Lantis crashed violently into a wall, teeth clenched in pain as stone cracked behind him. But before he could recover, Reifenhardt was already there. Blood ran down Reifenhardt's brow as he stood over his opponent, eyes cold and unwavering. I'll end this, he muttered. Slavery ends here. For the first time, Lantis's eyes widened, true fear flickering deep within them. Reifenhardt struck again without hesitation. Lantis coughed blood as his body was driven through the wall, crashing into another structure beyond with devastating force. Reifenhardt clenched his fist tightly, his resolve burning. I'll change this world so no one ever calls Cirrus a slave again. Behind him, the elf stood frozen, eyes wide and mouth slightly open as she watched him in disbelief. For her, he said firmly, voice steady and absolute, I will change everything. The elf's mind reeled as she watched him fight, and heard his unwavering declaration, struggling to process what she was seeing. Was he truly serious, or was he just some hopelessly committed role-playing fool? Then she recalled his earlier words that descendants of the Great Spirits should not have to bear such suffering. A distant memory surfaced in Cirrus's mind, her mother once saying something eerily similar. Her brows slowly tightened as the thought settled deeper, buried beneath the rubble. Lantis groaned weakly, trying to recover. Please, spare me. Reifenhardt stood over him like a judge, unmoving. Why should I? You're nothing but a filthy degenerate. Lantis, breathing raggedly, tried to respond. I swear on my name. I've repented, he stammered desperately. I'll reflect on everything. I promise I'll do good from now on. A forced, nervous smile flickered across his face. Reifenhardt's expression remained cold. You're lying. His teeth were clenched. I despise the holy order of Sayer. You think you can commit atrocities, walk into a temple and call it repentance? He stepped closer. If you truly regretted it, you would turn yourself in. Lantis, bloodied and trembling, whispered, Fine, I'll surrender. Just don't dirty your hands on someone like me. Reifenhardt's eyes narrowed. Too late. My hands are already soaked in blood. A flicker of hope crossed Lantis's face for an instant, before it was shattered by what came next. If you were truly remorseful, Reifenhardt said coldly, you would accept death. That is the only real repayment for what you've done. Cyrus and Scylla stood completely frozen, unable to move or speak as they watched. And then, without hesitation, Riffenhart brought his fist down like a verdict from above. The ground beneath Lantis shattered and collapsed, crushing him under the weight of absolute force. The protagonist's expression darkened as he looked down at the defeated man, voice sharp and cutting. Don't you dare use the word remorse like it means nothing. Where Holmes had once stood, there was nothing left but shattered stone and broken remnants scattered across the ground. He turned his attention back to Cirrus and Scylla, scanning them quickly before asking if they were all right. The priest nodded firmly, confirming that the healing magic had already taken care of everything. Cyrus averted her gaze slightly, looking uneasy as she asked in a softer tone whether he was okay. Riefenhart stiffened for a moment. She had spoken directly to him. Her voice, unexpectedly, lacked its usual cold edge. Before he could answer, Scylla pointed urgently toward Romad and the others, warning that they were attempting to slip away. Riefenhart slowly lifted a hand and called out coldly, "You there, come over here." The men froze instantly, drenched in cold sweat as fear locked their bodies in place. Then Riefenhart smiled faintly and stepped forward. "Still thinking of running? Go ahead. I'll make sure tonight becomes something you never forget." Romad forced a tense, strained smile as Riefenhart closed in, swallowing his fear before asking hoarsely, "Who gave the order?" Mana gathered above Riefenhart's hand, twisting and condensing into the shape of a weapon in midair. "Lucky for you," he said lightly. "I'm in a generous mood tonight." The group exchanged uneasy glances, none of them understanding what that glowing construct was meant to do, but none daring to move either. Moonlight spilled down over the ruined battlefield, washing the broken stone and scattered debris in a cold silver glow. Riefenhart looked down at them, battered and trembling before him, and demanded again in a low voice, "Who is behind this?" Kneeling in panic, they all shouted the same answer without hesitation. It was Tariq. That name hit him like a blow to the chest. Tariq, the monstrous figure who had tormented Ceres for 10 long years. In his past life, Riefenhart had wanted nothing more than to kill him, but by the time he reached him, the man was already dead. Romad, still shaken, looked up and asked in disbelief, "You're going after him?" "It's not a good idea," Romad warned quickly. "The entire Chan will come after you if you do." Riefenhart simply smirked, placing his hands on his hips. "I know exactly what that pig is after." Remaining men huddled tightly around their commander, shaking violently, whether from fear, cold, or both. It was impossible to tell. "Get off me!" the commander roared, struggling against them in fury. "I'll kill every last one of you." The scene cut abruptly, shifting away from the battlefield toward another location. Inside a grand mansion, a violet-haired man tapped his fingers impatiently against the table, irritation clear on his face. "The servants are taking too long. Where is the elf?" Tariq frowned, glancing toward him. "I don't know. Romaine has been gone far too long." The purple-haired man shifted his gaze toward a corner where several trembling elves were held, then asked coldly who they were. Tariq answered without emotion, "Lantis's toys." From outside, distant noise began to grow louder. The guests turned toward the door in confusion. "What's that commotion?" one muttered. The merchant dismissed it casually. Probably just another protest. Outside the mansion, armed warriors surged forward, shouting as they charged toward the gates. At the gate, a knight staggered under heavy blows, blood spilling from his nose and mouth as the battle intensified. 3 enemies collapsed to the ground, wounded and bleeding, as Scylla rushed forward and immediately knelt beside one of them, beginning to heal him without hesitation. Riefenhart glanced at the spell and asked quietly if that was the one usually used to heal broken hearts or erase the pain of unreturned love. The priest kept his eyes lowered, replying that there wasn't much room for laughter in battle, and sometimes you had to find it wherever you could. As they advanced, the priest asked what Riefenhart would have done with witnesses if he hadn't had such abilities. Riefenhart answered without hesitation, a faint smirk forming. "I would have just torn their heads off." Suddenly an orc stepped into their path, blocking their advance completely. "None of you are getting through," Tariq declared as he moved forward to confront them. Riefenhart raised a hand calmly, speaking directly to him. "You've got the blood of a warrior, but the one you're protecting isn't worth your blade. Why throw your life away for garbage?" Tariq tightened his grip on his sword, refusing to yield. "I am a warrior. I have my duty. If I run or break, I am no Vaughn." Riefenhart's gaze sharpened. "You're just living inside chains. That man isn't your master," he continued coldly. "He's your leash." Tariq held his blade steady, voice firm. "Even so, a true warrior finishes what he starts, even if he was forced into it." Riefenhart gave a low chuckle, recognizing that stubborn Orish resolve. Behind him, the priest blinked in confusion. "Wait, how do you even understand Orish language?" Before that question could be answered, Ceres stepped forward, drawing her sword. "I'll handle him," she said firmly. "This time I've got the proper weapon." Tariq's aura surged outward as he looked at her. "You've grown strong." Riefenhart glanced toward the priest. "Watch her back." As Riefenhart walked past him, Tariq called out, asking if he intended to ignore him and go straight to his master. Without slowing, Riefenhart replied, "He's an elf. If I acknowledged you now, it would dishonor him." Tariq lowered his brows slightly, acknowledging the weight of that answer. "Well said." Inside the building, a strange haze lingered in the air, thick and unsettling. Riefenhart stopped abruptly. Something about it felt wrong. This wasn't ordinary smoke, it was laced with drugs. He shoved the doors open and froze at what lay beyond. Blood stained the walls in chaotic splatters. A lifeless body lay collapsed on the floor. Nearby, a naked, trembling Tariq turned toward him. Who the hell are you? Reifenhart stepped inside slowly, voice low and cold. I've seen a lot in my life, but this, his fists tightened. This will not be forgiven. Smoke drifted upward from a container resting on the table, filling the room with a faint haze. Tariq repeated again, shaken. Who are you? Reifenhart didn't answer immediately. His gaze slowly lowered toward a blue-haired girl. Then beside her lay another elf, completely still, already gone. The air around the bodies felt heavy and suffocating, as if even the cold stone floor refused to accept what had happened. His aura flared outward in unstable pulses. Why is it that there are so many in this world who don't deserve to live? His voice carried a low, grinding intensity, eyes fixed with a dangerous stillness, sweat running down his face. Tariq lifted a trembling hand and signaled urgently toward the nearby orc servant, trying to regain control of the situation through sheer force of habit. As Reifenhart stepped closer, Tariq slowly raised his head from his seat. His eyes narrowed. What do you want? He demanded, voice edged with suspicion. Money? A stall in the market? Tariq scoffed, still seated but visibly tense. Or did the Talbin trade union send you here? His tone sharpened as he tried to size him up. Reifenhart's jaw tightened hard enough to show strain in his cheek. Sirius had endured this filth for 10 long years, an image that burned behind his eyes without mercy. His fist curled tighter, trembling under suppressed fury. For a moment, Reifenhart stood completely still, realizing something bitter: he had failed. The man he wanted to kill would not die by his hand. A sudden surge of rage broke the stillness. Reifenhart lunged forward and drove a heavy strike straight into the man's stomach, the impact folding him instantly. Tariq collapsed to the ground, gasping, then breaking into broken, panicked tears as pain and shock overwhelmed him. Grabbing him violently by the hair, Reifenhart leaned in with a low, dangerous growl. How dare a crawling freak like you lay a hand on Sirius? In the corner of the room, Tariq's guest froze in place, unable to move, forced to watch in helpless horror as his companion's life slipped away in front of him. Standing over the lifeless body, Reifenhart exhaled slowly. Maybe this looks cruel, unfair even. But now I finally understand. So this is how those I spared must have felt. The remaining man pointed shakily, terror distorting his face. You're a murderer. Reifenhart let out a quiet, humorless chuckle. And you're not? I've lived a righteous life, the man screamed, drenched in sweat, voice cracking under fear as he tried desperately to justify himself. At that moment, the door opened. Sirius and Scylla stepped into the room, their presence cutting through the chaos like a cold blade. Their eyes immediately dropped to Tariq's mutilated body lying on the floor, the scene silent except for fading breath and scattered blood. Cyrus frowned slightly, taking in the aftermath. That's brutal. Her tone was flat, but not without awareness of the severity. You deserve worse, Reifenhart replied without hesitation, not even looking away. Then Ceres shifted her gaze towards Scylla. Are you used to sights like this? I've been traveling a long time, the priest answered calmly, scanning the room before giving a slight nod in acknowledgement toward her. But it was you who took down Tariq, Scylla added, his eyes steady. I didn't even need to intervene. You were strong. Reifenhart slowly scanned the room and noticed Tariq still alive, barely breathing, clinging to the last threads of life on the cold floor. Suddenly, a sharp scream broke the air. It came from Butler, the slave Reifenhart had once returned, now bursting into the scene in panic and rage. Pointing directly at the elf's corpse, Butler shouted, voice shaking with fury. You're a child killer. She drew her blade in one smooth motion, eyes locked on her target. Your life won't even begin to repay hers. A cold smile flickered across her face. Then, in an instant of motion, blood splattered violently across the walls. Butler, now stabbed through, staggered forward, trembling as she reached out toward Sirius with fading strength. H, help me. Don't touch me with those filthy hands. Sirius spat coldly, her expression twisted with anger and disgust as she stepped back. From a short distance away, Reifenhart watched in silence, his brow faintly furrowed as he observed everything unfold without interruption. Elsewhere, far from the carnage, a cold forest stretched under night sky as quiet flames flickered between the trees. Around the fire, freed elves and orcs gathered together in uneasy silence. Sirius stood among them, watching over the group. Tariq approached quietly. These are all the slaves from the compound, he said. Sirius gave a simple nod. Thank you. You did well. Scylla's gaze moved across the gathered survivors. The gender ratio's off, he noted calmly. Sirius followed his line of sight toward a woman holding a child. Elf men and orc women, Scylla continued. Humans don't want them. His tone was factual, almost detached from emotion. Cyrus lowered her head slightly, lost in thought. Reifenhart's words echoed in her mind again and again. Maybe, just maybe, she had misjudged him. Moments later, Reifenhart entered the clearing with a wide, almost unsettling grin, as if nothing in the world could weigh him down. He unrolled a scroll and held it up. These are their slave contracts, along with the trade union's official seal, he said. Scylla raised a brow. Where did you even get that? Reifenhart clenched his fist slightly. In the office? Locked away? Safe. He paused. I broke through the wall to get it. Sillin sighed. That's barbaric. Riffenhart suddenly laughed loudly. Haven't heard that word in 50 years? Cirrus and Sillin blinked in confusion. 50 years? Reifenhart froze for a moment, realizing he had revealed too much. Forget it, he said quickly, brushing it off. Sillin stepped closer, eyes narrowing slightly. Why bring the contracts here? Riffenhart gave a faint, controlled smile. We'll need them. Stepping toward the firelight, Reifenhart raised his voice so it carried across the clearing. Now then, what do you all want? He called out. If it's freedom, then I'll give you freedom. You are no longer slaves. The freed elves and orcs exchanged uncertain looks, stunned into silence. Hope flickered hesitantly through the crowd as Riffenhart watched them closely. Of course, they didn't even understand what freedom truly meant. Behind him, Sillin stepped forward. Are you planning to resell them? Riffenhart didn't even turn. I don't sell people. He pressed a leaf gently against the bark of a nearby tree as Sillin spoke again. So you're settling down? Giving up the adventurer's life? Riffenhart placed a sealing mark over the leaf. This cancels their slave contracts. It prevents them from being hunted again, at least by Tariq's network. Even as he worked, his thoughts tightened inward. No homes, no strength, no way to protect themselves. I'm not freeing them for their sake, it's for me. A selfish impulse. Somewhere far away, the city waited. Riefenhart stepped back into the Talbot Trade Union building, the heavy doors closing behind him with a dull echo. Sivolt stiffened the moment he saw him. Aren't those Tariq's slaves? He asked, unease creeping into his voice. Riefenhart grinned faintly and raised a hand. You'll understand that tomorrow. For now, keep it quiet. Sivolt's mouth fell slightly open as Riefenhart continued speaking. Tomorrow morning you'll hear something interesting, but only you will uncover the truth. If this secret spreads, suspicion will only fall on you. Sivolt swallowed hard, his eyes locked on the young man as a small pouch was calmly pulled open. One by one, bright gold coins poured out, catching the dim light of the room as they clinked together, an amount that immediately changed the atmosphere. His jaw dropped in disbelief. After a moment of stunned silence, he hurriedly gathered the coins into a bag with slightly trembling hands, muttering under his breath, I've got a place far from the city center. No one will know if I take them there, he added quickly, almost reassuring himself as much as anyone else, tightening his grip on the heavy pouch. Sitting across from him, Riefenhart leaned slightly forward, his tone steady but firm. Make sure no one lays a hand on them and no one treats them as slaves. Sivolt gave a short nod, still glancing at the coins. 100 gold, that's more than enough for that. Riefenhart's gaze sharpened, the calm in his eyes hardening. It's not just for that. I want them educated. Sivolt paused, lifting a brow. Educated? Yes. Riefenhart didn't hesitate. Basic arithmetic, history, philosophy, and if possible, even medicine. They need to learn all of it. Sivolt blinked slowly, clearly thrown off. Why go that far? Riefenhart didn't even flinch, because the better a slave is trained, the more valuable they become to their master. Sivolt raised a hand in protest. But they're slaves. They can't just absorb knowledge like, they will learn. Riefenhart cut in flatly. I already paid. Sivolt scratched his chin, thinking it through with a reluctant expression. Even so, it won't be easy. Most tutors won't agree to teach slaves. I know how arrogant they can be, Riefenhart replied coldly. But those tutors have students? Some of those students are commoners who need money. Sivolt's eyes widened slightly. So you want the students to teach them? I'm not expecting miracles, Riefenhart said evenly. Just the basics are enough. Sivolt exhaled slowly, then closed his eyes as if making a decision. All right, I'll set it up. But I still don't understand, he added, reopening his eyes. How are slaves supposed to learn all of this properly? Riefenhart's gaze tightened, turning distant. He already knew the answer wasn't simple. This wasn't a naive idea. History itself had resisted it. Even in the past, those who tried to educate slaves had been shut down. Owners simply refused. They feared it too deeply. That knowledge would break the chains that kept control over them. That was always the real reason. But now looking at Sivolt, a thought formed in Riefenhart's mind. Thanks to this man, maybe he could begin rebuilding something that had been erased. Something lost. Maybe he could finally prove it was possible. He had always known slaves weren't trained for a reason. Ignorance was enforced so they could never rise, never resist. Across from him, Sivolt sat quietly, processing the idea. He had never considered training slaves before either, but now, seeing potential profit in it, he decided to test it. Proper training meant higher value, higher profit. And if it worked, the idea of slave training could spread far beyond this room, possibly across the entire continent, like an unchallenged system. A faint smile crossed the protagonist's face. In his previous life, he had never once managed to shift someone's thinking like this. Not even once. Scene transition, back inside the inn. Riefenhart stood half-dressed, casually turning towards Sillin and asking if he had any money on him. Sillin scratched his head awkwardly and admitted he had given everything he had to Sybil without thinking twice about it. Cyrus raised a hand slightly, hesitating. "Should I return these clothes then?" she asked, glancing down at what she was wearing. Riffenhart waved the idea away without looking bothered. No need. For a brief moment, Cirrus let out a small chuckle. It went unmentioned by anyone, but it was the first time she had smiled since they met. The next morning, the city was thrown into chaos. 2 high-ranking trade union leaders had been discovered dead under unclear circumstances. Guards and warriors who were present at the scene all gave conflicting testimonies, each version contradicting the next, making it impossible to identify the killer. 2 weeks passed in silence. Deep within the ruins of an ancient site, Sillin unleashed a surge of holy energy, erupting in a brilliant pillar of light that incinerated the undead surrounding them. Cyrus followed immediately after, moving through the battlefield with sharp precision, her blade cutting down skeletons without hesitation. Standing slightly behind the chaos, Riffenhart observed them both calmly, barely reacting as attacks passed near him. Their coordination was seamless. Sillin clearly had combat experience stretching back years, possibly since childhood. Given time, he might even surpass the greatest Saintus ever recorded. Riffenhart narrowed his eyes in thought, still puzzled. Someone like Sillin, how had he completely escaped his notice in the previous timeline? Sillin lowered his hands and looked around the ruined area. What kind of dungeon is this? These monsters are stronger than anything in Pelton. Much later, deep in the mountainous region of the Grime Kingdom, the group arrived at a massive sealed door embedded in stone. The priest observed the faint magical barrier covering it. Riefenhart began gathering mana and immediately told him to stay quiet. The boy's eyes widened in shock as he watched a warrior, someone like Riefenhart, begin casting magic directly in front of him. Frustration burned inside him. He had trained endlessly, pushed his body every day, and yet not a single trace of muscle had ever formed. It wasn't fair. The priest squinted slightly and turned to Riefenhart. "What exactly are you doing?" "Gathering mana," Riefenhart answered through clenched focus, already drenched in sweat from the effort. A magic circle formed beneath them, glowing brighter as the ground trembled. With a heavy groan, the sealed gate slowly began to open. The priest muttered half-jokingly, half-seriously, that perhaps it would be better if no one ever found out Riefenhart could use magic. At that moment, Riefenhart's eyes widened slightly. Something clicked in his mind. He needed the voice of illusion. Without it, he would never fully regain what he had lost. Inside the chamber, there was no treasure. Only a single strange-looking staff rested silently on a stone pedestal. On the return journey through the snow-covered mountains, Riefenhart walked with his head slightly lowered, weighed down by thought. "How could this be?" he muttered. Beside him, Sillin spoke casually. "You can't always be the best at everything." Riefenhart frowned slightly, recalling something important in his previous life. This ruin hadn't been discovered for another 17 years. The priest glanced at the strange staff now in Cirrus's possession and gave a small nod. "At least we came away with something," he said quietly. Without warning, mana began to surge violently around her body, the air itself distorting as if reacting to something awakening. The plain wooden stick in her hands shifted in shape and light, stretching and refining itself into a radiant magic bow, its surface shimmering like condensed light. Cyrus drew the transformed bow without hesitation, released a single arrow toward the distant mountainside, and watched as the impact carved cleanly into solid rock as if it were paper. The priest and the elf exchanged a stunned glance, both momentarily speechless at the overwhelming force they had just witnessed. The artifact in her hands continued to glow with a calm, almost elegant brilliance. As the priest stepped closer, he turned toward Riefenhart with clear suspicion. "How did you even know this was an artifact?" he asked. Riefenhart hesitated for a fraction of a second. He couldn't reveal the truth that he recognized it as nylon, a weapon destined for Cirrus in the future. So he answered casually instead. "I heard about it from a friend." Turning away, he narrowed his eyes slightly, thoughts tightening. The voice of illusion, nothing else could match it. If he wanted to recover his lost power, that was the only path forward. Standing alone on the hillside, Riefenhart stared out into the distant horizon. Soon after, Sillin approached beside him, mentioning that the village was close and they would arrive shortly. Later, they gathered around a table inside the inn. The surface crowded with steaming dishes and rustic food filling the air with warmth. The inn's hostess laughed heartily, praising the cook as Riefenhart ate with steady focus. Watching him for a moment, she closed her eyes with a nostalgic smile, as if remembering past guests. "The last travelers we had were quite picky," she said casually, still smiling as she spoke. "Knights? I think they passed through about a week ago," she added, trying to recall the details more clearly. Riefenhart paused mid-bite. The word ruins caught his attention instantly. Without hesitation, he placed a coin on the table and asked her to continue. He leaned back slightly, remembering more vividly now. One guest stood out in her memory, a man of extremely high status, even above a viscount, dressed in shining armor with an almost radiant presence. "He was a very kind young man," she added softly, smiling as she recalled him. Riefenhart's eyes narrowed immediately. The moment he heard the description, he already knew exactly who it was. Scene shift within the Viscount's palace. The Viscount sat across from Eustace, his expression filled with admiration and awe. "It is truly an honor to witness your power," he said respectfully. Eustace remained silent, offering no response. The Viscount tried to maintain a polite smile, carefully cutting into his meal as he continued speaking. "A third of the treasure belongs to you." As sunlight poured through the grand hall windows, he leaned forward slightly. "Honestly, fighting alongside someone like you is worth more than any treasure. Take it all if you desire." Eustace took a slow sip of wine before speaking. "What did you do with the adamant and orc halcum?" The Viscount shrugged casually. "Had my miners forged them into weapons." Eustace closed his eyes briefly. "As expected of the Kelburn family, your mining expertise is well known. You must have skilled dwarven craftsmen." The Viscount waved it off with a light chuckle. "Just minor details." Then behind him his daughter stepped forward. With a diplomatic smile he added, "I know you are already married, but an introduction wouldn't hurt." Eustace's expression instantly hardened. "I have no intention of getting close to any woman other than my wife." The Viscount quickly shifted tactics. "Then what about your younger brother?" he asked cautiously. Eustace froze. His grip tightened violently, and the wineglass in his hand shattered instantly. "I have no younger brothers." The Viscount broke into a cold sweat, hurriedly apologizing. Before the tension could settle, a piercing scream echoed through the hall. A servant burst through the doors in panic, voice shaking. "One of the artifacts it has summoned a demon." Sephiathan unleashed a shockwave through the area, sending bodies and debris flying as chaos erupted across the hall. Eustace stepped toward the window, gaze immediately locking onto the unfolding destruction outside. Among the royal treasures, one object had clearly activated, an ancient summoning artifact now resonating with dark power. Eustace's jaw clenched tightly in fury as he assessed the situation. While knights and warriors scrambled to form a defensive formation, one figure calmly advanced through the chaos without hesitation. Cyrus, completely composed. Cyrus observed the battlefield, then casually let his shield drop and slowly drew his sword with controlled precision. Red mana swirled violently through the air as mages unleashed waves of ice magic toward the demon. Sharp spikes of frost erupted and surrounded Sephiathan, attempting to pin it in place. Without hesitation, Cyrus pressed forward, stepping directly into the freezing storm with unwavering intent. The commander's eyes widened in shock. "What do you think you're doing?" he shouted desperately. Cyrus didn't even glance back. Ignoring the command completely, he broke into a full charge. "No enemy can withstand the might of my sword," he roared as he surged forward. He leapt high into the air, soaring over the battlefield, then descended like a falling spear, his blade driving straight into Sephiathan's chest. Blood erupted violently on impact, and a fierce, almost exhilarated grin spread across Cyrus's face. But the monster reacted instantly, adapting in the same breath it was struck. A massive claw swept across the space, slamming into Cyrus and hurling him backward into the palace gates with brutal force. Grinding his teeth, Cyrus forced himself upright despite the pain, refusing to stay down. Then a brilliant golden beam suddenly pierced the sky, illuminating the battlefield in blinding light. In the same instant, a strike landed directly on Sephiathan's chest, interrupting its advance. Standing firmly in front of Cyrus was his older brother, Eustace. "Lento, keep the formation intact," Eustace called out calmly. At that moment, a young boy carrying an oversized sword stepped forward to stand in front of Cyrus. The boy scowled, muttering under his breath. "True knights of the Tense family aren't born from the belly of some stray dog." Cyrus's eyes widened slightly at those words, caught off guard for a brief moment. Eustace faced Sephiathan directly, voice steady and absolute. "Before you stands a demon no knight without aura could ever hope to defeat." For a brief moment, he lowered the sword as if reassessing the flow of battle, then slowly lifted it again with renewed intent. A surge of aura ignited along the blade, radiating outward in sharp, visible waves that distorted the air around it. "Open your eyes," Eustace commanded coldly. At his words, the weapon responded instantly, as if it had been waiting for that exact trigger. Sections of the sword began to detach with precise mechanical motion, breaking apart without losing structure or stability. Suspended in the air, countless metal fragments spun rapidly around him, each piece reshaping mid-flight as they began forming a complete suit of armor that wrapped around his body. Within seconds, the transformation finalized, the floating components locking into place with flawless precision. Now fully clad in radiant battle-ready armor, Eustace stepped forward and faced Sephiathan directly. "Come at me," he said with unwavering confidence. Back at the inn, Celine leaned slightly toward Riffenhart, studying him closely as she asked, "You really don't know who Eustace is?" Riffenhart answered without much concern. "I spent most of my life deep in the mountains." Another man nearby joined the conversation, lowering his voice as if explaining something obvious. "Eustace is one of the strongest knights within the mage orders. Even aura users struggle against him." Riffenhart casually glanced toward Cyrus and remarked, "Those pajamas suit you." Then, almost offhandedly, he added, "Even if that knight is strong, he still can't compare to someone who truly commands aura. He's only relying on a magical tool." Sillin immediately shook his head. "That's not just a tool. The Elder Armor is one of the most complex magical devices ever created in this era. It's not something anyone can simply control." He continued with a measured tone. "True golden eldril, a magical metal even rarer than silver mithril. Artifacts like the Elder Armor and the Eldrod Sword were forged from pure gold itself. They are top-tier relics of the Silver Age. Outside the battlefield, wind began circling around Eustace as he chanted under his breath, the atmosphere tightening with rising magical pressure. Sephiathan responded with a deep guttural roar that shook the surroundings, signaling its growing rage. Eustace suddenly surged forward, flames erupting around his body as he closed the distance without hesitation. His sword ignited with concentrated fire mana, blazing brighter with every step as he charged straight toward the demon. Sephiathan answered with a deafening roar, and in the next instant, both forces collided in a massive explosion that shook the entire battlefield. Watching from his position, Riffenhart murmured quietly, "The Tense family has spent generations refining their control over Eldrad's power. Even the finest tools can't compete with what they've achieved." With his sword resting across his shoulder, Ruffs moved forward steadily. His family had long since abandoned traditional sword techniques, relying entirely on their artifact-based power, but on the battlefield, that strategy had clearly proven effective. Poisonous mist now seeped from Eustace's blade as he advanced through the chaos, surrounded by swirling mana that reacted violently to his presence. The Tense family understood something fundamental. Even dedicating a lifetime to swordsmanship did not guarantee reaching Aura. For many, it would remain forever out of reach. So they chose another path entirely. Across generations, they forged a different legacy, and from it, a golden knight emerged in every era. Now, with fireballs spiraling around him, the young knight charged directly at the demon. Explosions echoed repeatedly across the battlefield as searing flames struck Sephiathan's body again and again, lighting up the chaos. Eustace raised his sword high, channeling a surge of ice magic that began forming along the blade's edge. His eyes narrowed sharply as he focused, locking onto his target with absolute concentration. With a series of swift, controlled swings, he launched yet another relentless assault, each motion precise and decisive. Sephiathan staggered under the pressure, its massive body finally buckling forward as the continuous barrage began to overwhelm it. From a distant vantage point, Cyrus watched everything unfold in silence, his expression heavy and unreadable. High atop a stone pillar, Eustace stood firm in his armor, overlooking the battlefield with absolute authority. Eustace briefly turned his gaze toward Cyrus, a faint glimmer flickering deep within his eyes. Meanwhile, Riefenhart lay back in thought, staring at the ceiling as his mind drifted through calculations and possibilities. Could he have actually defeated that demon? The question lingered heavily in his mind. Sillin, seated beside him, finally broke the silence. "You shouldn't provoke Count Tense," Riefenhart replied immediately. "Without hesitation, I need to obtain that artifact from him." The priest's expression tightened at once. "Are we seriously going to steal from him now?" Still frowning, he continued, "Back in the Cha Principality, I supported you because I believed in your cause. But Count Tense explored those ruins himself. That artifact belongs to him." Riefenhart exhaled slowly and sat up, realizing the priest would not be convinced so easily without hearing the full truth. So he decided to reveal only part of it. Raising a hand slightly, he said, "Do you remember when I told you I studied under the indestructible rocking chair?" Nearby, a candle flickered softly as Cirrus slept in silence, the room dim and still around her. Riefenhart began weaving a fabricated story. His so-called teacher had placed the artifact inside those ruins and assigned him the task of retrieving it personally. Sillin blinked in confusion, then looked up. "So Gerard explored the ruins but didn't take anything else?" Riefenhart pointed slightly as he continued. "The other artifacts were intended for different students. I was specifically assigned to retrieve Nia. And think about it," he added calmly. "How else would I have known about it? If no one had explored the ruins before, how could I know the hidden paths?" The priest's eyes widened as the logic sank in. "If that's true, then we really don't have another option." Riefenhart turned away slightly, a thin layer of sweat forming on his brow. Internally, he apologized for the deception. Yet when Sillin finally nodded and said, "That makes sense," I knew something felt off. "No matter how valuable an artifact is, I couldn't imagine you coveting someone else's property." Riefenhart barely managed to suppress a satisfied grin. Elsewhere, Eustace stood alone in silence, armor still on, but his helmet now removed, revealing a cold, composed expression. Lento approached him and spoke with respect. "You did well. Even a demon couldn't withstand you," he added with conviction. Eustace walked past his brother without stopping. A swordsman who only knows how to swing downward doesn't deserve the Tense name. Cyrus clenched his jaw tightly. "I'll always be a swordsman of Tense." The next morning, Cyrus was already outside training, long before the world fully woke. Again and again, he repeated the same sword swing, drilling the motion into his body with relentless discipline. A knight approached him from behind, footsteps crunching softly against the ground as he drew near. A knight stepped forward sharply, voice cutting through the tension as he demanded, "What exactly were you doing yesterday?" Without even lifting his head from his stance, Cyrus answered flatly, "I just wanted to slay the demon." The knight immediately snapped back, voice rising, "No one gave you permission for that." Cyrus's brow tightened, expression firm and unshaken. "I'm still a warrior of the Tense family." Squinting slightly as if weighing his opponent, Cyrus added in a low voice, "If there's a problem, then settle it with a duel." Surrounding knights scoffed, almost in unison. their contempt obvious. You're nothing more than a filthy stray. They acknowledged his strength, but only in a limited sense. Cyrus had never learned a full style, only a single downward strike, paired with the breathing technique that sustained it. Nothing more. His blade flashed through the air in a nearly invisible arc, so fast it barely registered to the eye. But beyond that single technique, there was nothing else in his arsenal, and compared to the refined techniques of true knights, it was almost laughable. A memory surfaced, his father standing before him with a heavy expression, saying, "This is all I can teach you." Born outside the main bloodline, Cyrus had been rejected by the vassals, denied proper instruction from the start. Still, his father had passed him one fragment of their lineage. The downward strike, it's only a part of our great sword path, but with it, you might one day reach aura. That was all he was given. Cyrus tightened his grip on his sword, a faint smile forming as the memory lingered in his mind. His father had entrusted him with that hope, and no matter what it took, he had no intention of betraying it. By dawn, he was already out training, long before the city fully stirred. From a high window above, Eustace observed him in silence. "No one reaches that level with a single sword swing," he muttered under his breath. After a moment of watching the relentless repetition below, he added coldly, "An idiot, or perhaps a genius." Down below, Cyrus stood drenched in sweat, every muscle trembling under strain, his breathing heavy and uneven. Still, he clenched his teeth hard and forced his body to continue, refusing to stop even as exhaustion set in. At one point, he shut his eyes tightly and let out a raw, strained scream into the night air, pushing himself beyond his limits. Meanwhile, far from the training grounds, Reifenhart sprinted through a dense forest, breathing heavily. "I can't believe I'm doing this after reincarnating," he thought bitterly, leaping over fences while wearing a mask. It all felt absurd. Looking up, he saw the massive silhouette of a towering castle. "Why is the local lord's estate this huge?" he muttered, then answered himself almost immediately. "Right, the Viscount's mining empire, probably built with dwarf labor." 3 guards patrolled the grounds in a slow, routine circuit, unaware of anything unusual. In a single fluid motion, Reifenhart slipped behind them and knocked them unconscious before they even realized he was there. Not far away, 2 more guards chatted casually, completely relaxed. "No one's stupid enough to mess with the land of a golden knight," one of them said, as one guard looked away, unaware. Reifenhart was already above them, clinging silently to the ceiling like a crawling shadow. "No wonder thieves train like this," he mused quietly as he moved across the ceiling. "I might actually be getting good at this." At the vault entrance, 2 knights stood guard, unmoving and alert. Reifenhart struck first. One of them dropped instantly under a clean, precise blow. He seized the second knight, restrained him quickly, and then turned his attention toward the sealed vault doors. His eyes narrowed as he studied the barrier carefully, analyzing its structure in silence. "This won't be easy," he muttered under his breath, sensing the complexity of the magic sealing it shut. Then his gaze shifted. "A magic core clever," he said quietly, noticing a rune-embedded stone glowing faintly along the side. Without hesitation, he clenched his fist and smashed the core. The moment it shattered, the barrier dissolved instantly. Reifenhart stepped inside the vault without hesitation. Shelves stretched across the chamber, lined with weapons and ancient relics. He moved carefully, scanning each item as he went deeper inside. "Not Hilton's craftsmanship, Tadius blades," he murmured, recognizing the forging style as he passed the racks. Then he stopped abruptly. There it was, the voice of illusion, resting inside a sealed box. Just as he stepped forward, his foot brushed against something thin and nearly invisible, a tripwire. His eyes snapped downward instantly, too late. A sharp mechanical clang echoed as a bell rang out from the ceiling. Reifenhart's expression twisted in frustration. "A damn tripwire, seriously." Elsewhere in the castle, Vic jolted upright in alarm. "What was that sound?" Back inside the vault, Reifenhart turned sharply and bolted for the exit, cursing under his breath. "I break through the hardest defenses and get caught by a wire? Maybe this really should have been left to professionals." Even so, he wasn't finished yet. As guards rushed in, he intercepted them one after another, each falling to a single precise strike. Outside, Lento and multiple knights assembled in formation, demanding his surrender with weapons drawn. Mages stepped forward and unleashed a blazing fireball toward him. In an instant, Reifenhart reappeared behind one of the knights, moving through the chaos like a shadow. "Nothing personal," he muttered, grabbing the man and pulling him into the line of fire as a living shield. The fireball slammed into the knight, but instead of breaking through, it dispersed harmlessly against enchanted armor. Lento's face twisted with fury. "He's a monster," he shouted across the battlefield. Reifenhart said nothing in response, only briefly noting the quality of the enchanted equipment with cold, analytical interest. Arrows rained toward the commander, but they struck Reifenhart's body and bounced away as if hitting solid iron. From every direction, razor-sharp ice chains erupted through the air, converging on him in a coordinated strike. They speared into his limbs with brutal precision, locking around arms and legs as frost spread across his skin. The intent wasn't to fully restrain him, it was to disrupt his movement, to slow his momentum just long enough. Cyrus tightened his jaw and clenched his fists, muscles tensing beneath the biting cold. These knights were not inexperienced soldiers. Every stance, every formation they held carried the weight of real battlefield survival. They moved like men who had fought and lived through it. Without warning, one of the soldiers hurled his shield aside, metal clattering sharply against the ground as the formation briefly broke its rigid shape. Cyrus let out a thunderous roar and forced himself through the tightening encirclement, shoving past the clustered soldiers as he shouted, "Stop!" The commander immediately reacted, snapping his head toward the source of the chaos, his attention locking onto Cyrus with sharp, controlled focus. Reifenhart blinked once, clearly thrown off by the sudden intrusion. "Who's this lunatic?" he muttered, eyes narrowing as he assessed the newcomer. With his sword lifted high above his shoulder, Cyrus broke into a full charge, each step pounding against the ground with escalating force. Lento's anger flared instantly. "Don't even think about breaking formation," he barked, voice cutting through the tension like a whip. But Cyrus didn't acknowledge a single word. He pushed forward relentlessly, smashing through anyone who stood in his path, scattering the formation with raw momentum. Riefenhart shifted his weight and lowered into a ready stance, his instincts sharpening. The name Cyrus flickered in his memory. There was something familiar about it. At a glance, Cyrus looked unrefined. His posture was off, his breathing uneven, his footwork far from disciplined. Everything about him screamed lack of proper training. And yet, the moment he struck, Riefenhart saw through the chaos. Beneath the rough exterior was terrifying force, pure, brutal precision packed into every motion. Riefenhart twisted his body and dodged at the last instant. The blade sliced through the space he had just occupied, the sheer strength of the swing ripping the air upward and sending a violent gust surging into the sky. Cyrus's attack suddenly halted mid-motion. A chain of magic snapped around his blade, locking it in place. His eyes widened in sharp surprise as the force stopped dead. Riefenhart immediately countered, stepping in and driving a heavy strike straight into Cyrus's ribs with precise timing. The impact launched Cyrus backward, his body crashing hard into the ground and kicking up a burst of dirt and debris. Watching Cyrus struggle back up, Riefenhart narrowed his eyes. Strong strike, but if he can't even dodge that, someone failed to teach him properly. His gaze lifted slowly toward the sky, attention shifting away from the battlefield for a brief moment. Above the clouds, a golden radiance began to break through, pushing apart the darkness as light poured downward. Riefenhart raised an arm, shielding his eyes from the sudden brilliance as the glow intensified overhead. Eustace had arrived. The knight landed directly before him, his presence heavy and unwavering as he spoke. "Your skills are far too refined for a common thief." Riefenhart straightened his posture, meeting the gaze calmly. "I've got my reasons," he replied, giving a slight, controlled bow. "I'll explain everything later," he added, voice steady despite the tension building around them. Without waiting for a response, Riefenhart suddenly kicked off the ground and dashed forward with explosive speed. Eustace reacted instantly, pushing off in the opposite direction to meet him head-on. In a single heartbeat, their movements collided at full speed. Riefenhart's fist swept forward, missing Eustace's face by mere inches as the wind pressure cut across the air. At the same time, Eustace's sword passed just above Riefenhart's head, the blade grazing past with lethal precision. Both froze for a fraction of a second in that razor-thin moment of near impact, neither committing fully to the strike. Then, almost simultaneously, they pulled back, disengaging with perfect timing. Heavy wind rolled through the space between them, carrying the aftermath of their collision. Lento and the surrounding soldiers stood completely frozen, jaws slightly open as they struggled to process what they had just witnessed. Eustace slowly straightened, his eyes narrowing. "I missed." Riefenhart scratched the side of his head casually. "Yeah, didn't land mine either." Eustace extended a hand, and shadow magic surged outward, spreading rapidly from his palm like a dark tide. Riefenhart twisted his body and slipped away, spinning cleanly through the expanding smoke as it tried to swallow him. The knight narrowed his eyes, gaze sharpening as he tracked the movement through the darkness. He understands the weak points of Roar of Shadows. Out loud, Eustace spoke with measured clarity. "You're good at resisting magic." He lunged again, each strike sharper than the last, but Riefenhart continued to evade every attack with precise, fluid motion. Then, in a sudden shift of timing, Riefenhart slipped through an opening and drove a punch straight into Rust's chest. The knight staggered backward violently, veins bulging under the strain of the impact. Even his reinforced armor failed to absorb the full force of the blow. Enraged, Rust raised his sword high and conjured twin elemental arrows, one burning with fire, the other surging with water. Both projectiles tore through the air like blazing comets, racing directly toward Riefenhart. He threw himself sideways at the last possible instant, narrowly escaping the incoming barrage. Even as he landed, Riefenhart twisted again, barely slipping past another follow-up strike aimed to finish him. The knight's sword began to glow, energy building rapidly along its edge, and in an instant, a torrent of fire erupted forward. Riefenhart's eyes widened. This was no ordinary spell. One wrong move meant certain death. If that attack landed, there would be no surviving it. The ground itself detonated in a violent surge of flames, fire erupting outward in a wide, scorching burst. Thick smoke blasted upward in a towering column, quickly swallowing the battlefield and smearing everything in gray haze. Through the rolling smoke, Riefenhart stepped forward again, his expression tight with visible frustration as he pushed through the aftermath. He rubbed his arm, still shaken, unable to believe his opponent could cast such high-tier magic so casually, as if it were nothing. Nearby, the knight landed in a controlled stance, eyes still scanning the smoke-filled field. That last strike would have been fatal if blocked head-on. Yet there was something even more disturbing in his mind. He hadn't even seen the moment Reifenhardt dodged. As the smoke slowly thinned, dark mana gathered ominously around the knight's hand, deepening in color and pressure. A poisonous mist began to spread outward, creeping across the battlefield and encircling Reifenhardt's position. Reifenhardt slammed his foot into the ground once, then again. A violent updraft erupted around him, forming a spinning whirlwind that tore into the surrounding air. The toxic fog was instantly ripped apart and scattered. Without hesitation, he broke forward through the cleared space, launching into a full charge. Steel met steel with a sharp, explosive clang that echoed across the open courtyard. The knight named Eustace struggled to keep up as the relentless flurry of attacks pushed him backwards step by step. Mid-fight realization struck him. This was aura being used in combat, a refined, controlled layer reinforcing every strike. With a sudden twist of his wrist, Eustace redirected the incoming blade and unleashed a rapid volley of condensed mana spikes straight toward Reifenhardt. Reifenhardt barely slipped through the barrage, his body twisting mid-motion. So I was wrong, he's not an ordinary knight. No wonder this is getting difficult. A sudden explosion thundered from deep within the castle, shaking the entire battlefield with a heavy, distant shockwave. Eustace surged forward in frustration, voice sharp with disbelief. Why would someone this powerful resort to stealing? Reifenhardt's expression darkened. I haven't even released my golden aura yet, and he already figured something out. Eustace narrowed his eyes mid-motion, analyzing him instantly. His aura must have only recently awakened. He leapt upward into the air, confidence hardening his stance. Even so, he believed this opponent was still beneath him. Light burst violently from Eustace's blade as dozens of spectral swords materialized overhead, each one glowing with overwhelming brilliance. Reifenhardt froze for a fraction of a second, eyes widening as he watched the knight charge forward with that radiant arsenal unleashed. Bathed entirely in golden light, Reifenhardt raised both hands, bracing himself for what was coming. So you really are the Golden Knight, he muttered under his breath, recognition finally settling in. For a brief instant mid-air, Eustace hesitated. Just a single flicker of doubt before continuing his descent. Twin whirlwinds spiraled violently around Reifenhardt's arms, forming a rotating defensive barrier, his vortex guard activating in full. The two forces collided head-on. Steel and energy clashed in a violent impact that shook the air itself. A blinding flash consumed the entire square. Even Cyrus instinctively raised an arm to shield his eyes from the overwhelming explosion of light. An instant later, a massive shockwave ripped outward, blasting through the castle grounds and rattling everything in its path. Eye on the wall, Reifenhardt dropped to one knee, gasping for breath, blood running from a fresh wound. Should have activated the vortex guard sooner. Without wasting another second, he pushed off the wall and leapt again into the air. His body crashed down through the frozen river below, ice shattering explosively as he plunged through the surface. At the edge of the wall, Eustace stared down at the water, voice cold as he called out, "Lento. Find out exactly what that thief stole." Lento nodded immediately as Eustace continued, brows still furrowed. "And prepare a search team." His gaze sharpened further. There's no way someone like that dies so easily. Deep in the night, Cirrus suddenly shot upright in bed, breath caught. Something felt deeply wrong. She turned toward the window, staring into the dark. "Something's wrong," she whispered. The following day, Cirrus and Cylon sprinted across rooftops at full speed, guards closing in behind them through the streets below. Cyrus kept a firm grip on Cylon, pulling him forward as she guided their escape across the rooftops without slowing. Cylon, flushed with embarrassment even mid-run, muttered, "This is humiliating. I'm a guy, you know." When a bystander pointed out the fugitive's direction, a passing knight tossed him a coin in acknowledgement before immediately sprinting after them. Ahead, an entire group of warriors gathered tightly on a rooftop, blocking their escape route completely. At their front stood Cyrus, voice booming as he pointed forward. "Stop them!" Without hesitation, Cirrus drew nylon and released an arrow in a single smooth motion. The arrow struck true, hitting one of the warriors cleanly and forcing him back. Nearby, Eustace approached Lento and demanded, "What's going on here?" Lento answered grimly, "Unusual thieves." Eustace drew his sword in response, its edge catching the light. "Then I'll handle them myself." Cylon looked like he was on the verge of tears as they ran. "Not again, I'm going to get carried again, aren't I?" Before he could say anything else, Cirrus suddenly grabbed him again and sprinted forward without slowing, dragging him back into the escape. A knight suddenly descended from above, cutting through the air with overwhelming pressure as he declared coldly, "You can't run from me." Without a second of hesitation, Cirrus drew her sword, steel ringing sharply as it cleared the sheath. Rust's gaze locked onto the faint glowing runes etched along the blade, his expression immediately tightening as he recognized something unusual. This was no ordinary weapon. A sacred, almost divine aura began to coil around Cirrus, rising slowly like a protective force awakening. From a distance, the priest narrowed his eyes and frowned. So that's why she had that uneasy feeling, and that idiot Riffenhart is still nowhere to be seen. In an instant, the knight vanished from his original position and reappeared directly beside Cirrus, closing the distance like a flash of lightning. His strike landed cleanly, sending Cirrus flying backward through the air from the sheer force of the impact. Eustace's eyes flickered for a moment, a hint of impressed recognition passing through his expression as he observed the exchange. Cyrus gritted her teeth hard, forcing herself to steady her stance even as pain rippled through her body. Far away from the battlefield, Riffenhart stirred in a dim room, his body wrapped tightly in layers of bandages from head to toe. He let out a low groan, rubbing his head as he muttered bitterly, "That hit really did a number on me, fighting the strongest armor in the world with my hands tied like that." Then he reached out and picked up the voice of illusion, a crooked grin forming on his face. "At least I didn't come back empty-handed." The door creaked open as an elderly dwarf stepped inside. "How are you feeling?" he asked in a calm, steady voice, introducing himself with a gray beard and sharp, lively eyes. "I'm Hethos," he said, standing beside the bed. He immediately warned Riffenhart not to try getting up too quickly. "Can you eat?" Hethos asked. Riffenhart gave a small nod. "Miss Tilla, bring some porridge," Hethos called out. Soon after, a young dwarf girl entered carrying a bowl, offering a gentle smile. "Glad to see you're awake." Riffenhart watched her carefully, suspicion flickering in his eyes. Why were they treating him with such kindness? Moments later, Miss Tilla burst into the room, practically glowing with excitement. "Our savior has finally woken up." Riffenhart lifted a brow, clearly caught off guard. "Savior?" he repeated slowly. Hethos closed his eyes as he began to explain. 6 years ago, a prophecy was delivered. The great saintess received a message from Alpot himself, the god of the gnomes. It said a clever and powerful man would be carried to us by a cold river, emerging from the caves, and if we helped him, he would, in turn, help us. That message had been quietly spread across the dwarven networks throughout the continent. Never forgotten. Riffenhart smirked slightly. "So Miss Tilla really waited every winter for this. I thought Alpot stopped making appearances long ago. Yet somehow the god is still sending messages," he murmured, piecing everything together. 6 years earlier, he had already altered the flow of time. Now it all clicked into place. A faint grin returned to his face. Maybe the god had miscalculated once before, but this time, it felt like he was being handed another opportunity. "Thanks," he thought silently, before speaking aloud. "So all of this is just because of a prophecy?" Hethos answered without hesitation. "Our god is never wrong." Elsewhere in the cavern, Miss Tilla watched him with a soft smile. "You're recovering faster than we expected." Rieffenhart flexed his fingers and loosened his shoulders with a light grin. "All thanks to your care," Miss Tilla tilted her head. "Then maybe I should start calling you Gelfide Priest. You've recovered enough after all." Carefully, he stood and began walking, with Miss Tilla supporting him as they moved deeper into the settlement. Around them, dwarves observed quietly with cautious curiosity. Unlike elves or orcs, dwarves never abandoned their traditions so easily. But their customs were fundamentally different. Dwarves were treated differently from the other races, and no human could truly replicate their craftsmanship. Whenever knights sought training from dwarves, the answer was always the same. Listen to Mother Earth. Then they would simply walk away. Rieffenhart understood that truth well. His empire had been built on the hidden contributions of dwarves, more than any other race. They understood how the world itself functioned. He turned toward Miss Tilla. "How many of you are here? Do you all belong to the Viscount?" he asked. Miss Tilla answered quietly. "About 60 of us. We're all his slaves." Her grip tightened slightly. "The men are usually sent to the settler mines." Rieffenhart's expression darkened. It was exactly as he suspected. They weren't guests or workers. They were hostages. Control measures meant to suppress any possibility of rebellion. Before long, they reached the gate leading deeper into the settlement. Gelfide stood waiting there, greeting them warmly. Rieffenhart gave a small nod. "I owe you all of this." The old dwarf closed his eyes gently. "We still don't understand why you are our savior, but your eyes, they don't look at us as slaves." Rieffenhart frowned slightly. "I just feel we're similar. That's why I treat dwarves as equals." He lowered his gaze. "But changing the fate of all intelligent races, that's another matter entirely." Gelfide opened his eyes again. "No one understands why our God chose a human, but we believe it," he said firmly. "That belief is our hope. That's why we'll give you everything we have." Rieffenhart let out an uneasy chuckle. "You're really accepting this so calmly," Gelfide replied. "Most would be overwhelmed." Trying to steer the conversation away, Rieffenhart asked, "So what did you want to tell me?" Gelfide's tone shifted. "The great saintess wants to meet you." Rieffenhart blinked. "Macheline? The great saintess Macheline?" The old dwarf nodded firmly. "He is waiting for you." Rieffenhart let out a short laugh. 30 years ago, he was just my friend, and now he's a saintess?" Gelfide closed his eyes again, voice calm. "Strange, isn't it?" Then he opened them once more. "We don't expect humans to hear the voice of truth the way we do. That's why your reaction surprises me." Rieffenhart's lips curled into a faint grin, but slowly, his expression shifted, turning serious as the weight of everything settled in. His thoughts grew heavier as memory pressed down on him, visions of his empire's collapse flashing through his mind. Failure had always been a possibility, but now perhaps a conversation with Micheline might reveal a different path forward, one that didn't end in ruin. Gelfide slowly raised his head. The Great Sanctus is within the temple, deep inside the Great Forge. However, the road leading to Tilla is known only to a select few. He then turned toward Miss Tilla. She is the only one among us carrying the blood of the ancients, the final trace of our tribe's warrior lineage. Miss Tilla smiled softly as she stepped forward. That's why I'll be your guide. Nearby, another Miss Tilla observed quietly, brows slightly furrowed. Something about these guests unsettled her, too much knowledge in their words, too precise, as if they already understood their great saintess and even the hidden path to the Great Forge. The old dwarf closed his eyes again, voice low. Those who learn that dwarves can hear the voice of truth usually distance themselves from us. They fear what they cannot understand. Riefenhardt answered without hesitation, calm and direct. I know. Miss Tilla's eyes snapped wide open at that response. Her instincts had been right. He wasn't just guessing. But how could this man possibly know so much? Riefenhardt simply offered a composed smile. That story isn't for now. At that moment, the door burst open and Hethos hurried inside, his presence cutting through the room as he stepped forward with urgency. Your companions weren't with you? He asked sharply. The elf and the boy? Riefenhardt's expression darkened instantly. They've been captured locked inside the Viscount's castle. Back within the castle, Eustace roared in frustration, his voice echoing through the stone halls. Where is that damned thief? I don't care about honor anymore. Use any method necessary. The guards before him stiffened, then nodded grimly, turning away toward the prison cells without hesitation. Eustace stood by the barred window, glaring through the iron. That elf had carried a weapon meant only for knight captains or high-ranking officials, and that priest, the sheer pressure of his power felt comparable to an archbishop. None of it made sense. Something about them was fundamentally wrong. Inside the cell, two guards leaned closer together, lowering their voices as they discussed what to do next. How should we begin? One asked quietly. Beatings, the other shook his head. No, it needs to hurt, but it can't kill them. Inside the cell, Sillin and Cirrus slowly lifted their heads, watching the guards with steady, unreadable eyes. Sillin clenched his jaw tightly, tension building in his shoulders, as he prepared himself for whatever came next. 30 minutes later, the entire atmosphere had shifted. Instead of tension and interrogation, two knights now sat awkwardly, silently listening as Sillin spoke with unexpected enthusiasm. With one finger raised dramatically, Sillin launched into his story. The indestructible rocking chair is led by Gerard, the indomitable king of martial arts. Training there? That's pure hell. And Riefenhardt? He's one of the best they've ever produced. He slammed his hand down for emphasis. You two? You wouldn't survive even half of it. You wouldn't even try. The final exam alone would break you completely. One of the knights slowly sat across from him, completely absorbed. I didn't want to believe it, he admitted, hesitant. But hearing this, it actually makes sense. After a pause, he added, They told us to wait here, so we're waiting. Sillin casually asked for water. Without hesitation, one of the knights handed him a mug. Thanks, Sillin said brightly, smiling as if the situation were perfectly normal. Another guard, still suspicious, turned to the priest. You really just told us everything? Aren't you loyal to your companion? The priest replied calmly, without a hint of concern. If I cared about reputation, I wouldn't have considered stealing in the first place. I've got nothing to hide. The knight frowned slightly. Do you at least know where the artifact is now? Sillin shook his head. No idea. They just told us to stay here. The guard suddenly raised his voice. That's exactly it. You're stalling. There must be a plan behind this. The priest blinked in genuine confusion. Why would we need a plan? Even an aura-wielding knight can't stop a good old-fashioned burglary. The guards exchanged uneasy looks, unable to decide how to respond. The tension hung awkwardly in the air as the scene shifted. In a snowy forest elsewhere, Miss Tilla scanned the trees in disbelief. You found that deer way too easily, she said, eyes wide. Riefenhardt, already preparing the meat, shrugged casually. It's simple. Just follow the tracks. Warming his hands near the fire, he added without looking up. And if you're wondering, no, I don't care about things like hunting rules or restrictions. Miss Tilla's eyes widened even further. He had answered her unspoken thoughts before she even voiced them. Yet he remained completely at ease, as if nothing about it was unusual. To him, laws had long since lost their weight. After all, even abolishing slavery had once been illegal, yet it had still happened. He tore into the meat and took a firm bite. I need to recover quickly, he muttered under his breath. Miss Tilla's mouth slowly opened in shock. Her eyes remained fixed on him, disbelief growing with every passing second. A faint aura began to glow around his body. His wounds were actively healing before her eyes. Suddenly, Riefenhardt threw a sharp punch into the open air. A burst of wind exploded from the strike, spiraling outward before fading into the cold forest air. Then a deeper shockwave followed, cracking through the silence with a heavy, distant boom. Miss Tilla turned sharply, stunned by what she had just witnessed. As the last of the bandages tore away, Riefenhardt stood fully upright, rolling his shoulders with a confident grin. I'm back to 100%, back at the Viscount's castle. Eustace stood by the window, staring out with a deep frown, He already knew it now. The thief was still alive. And that relic, it hadn't been taken randomly at all. Flashback 1 month earlier. A stranger had come to Eustace, presenting a small but distinct badge before him. If you are truly the heir of the Tense family, then this symbol should mean something to you. Eustace leaned in closer, and the moment his eyes locked onto the emblem, his heart gave a sudden jolt. It was the symbol of the Silver Sage. Instantly, memories surged back, his day of succession as heir, and the secret his father once passed down only to those destined to lead the Tense family, the truth of the sages. An ancient, terrifying order that wielded the table of the immeasurable, a power said to be capable of toppling entire nations. Their knowledge surpassed everything the modern world had ever recorded, eclipsing even the deepest archives of the present age. The young Eustace dropped to one knee without hesitation. Sage, he greeted with absolute reverence. The man before him silently extended a scroll, offering it with calm authority. I entrust the exploration rights of the ruins of illusion to the Tense family, the sage declared. Everything discovered there will belong to you except for one thing I will personally claim. His gaze sharpened with quiet intensity. But if you fail, the fate of your entire house will be forfeit. Back in the present, Eustace lowered his hand and rubbed his chin slowly, deep in thought. A knock echoed through the chamber. Enter, he commanded. Knight stepped inside and bowed briefly. We have finished interrogating the prisoners. Eustace's brow tightened, his expression turning heavier as he absorbed the report. Outside the castle gates, guards remained on high alert. One of them trembled slightly, unable to shake the memory of what had happened. I still remember yesterday, he muttered under his breath. That monster tore through our formation, like it was nothing but paper. The knight beside him added grimly, how are we supposed to fight someone who crushed armor with his bare hands? The lead guard raised his hand sharply, signaling the others. The target is gone, stolen. Then, suddenly, he froze mid-motion. A massive shadow stretched across the horizon. A lone figure appeared in the distance, muscular, steady, and glowing faintly with overwhelming aura as he walked directly toward the gates. Eustace narrowed his eyes. Is he from the indestructible Jim? He murmured, analyzing the approaching presence. He stroked his chin slowly, deep in thought. Why would the Middle Sages be involved in something like this? His mind drifted back to the elf again. No saintess, not even an archbishop, should be capable of manipulating events on this scale. Deep inside the dungeon, Cirrus and Scylla slowly raised their heads from their cell, sensing the disturbance beyond the walls. Eustace clenched his teeth. How are we supposed to capture someone like that? Suddenly, light spilled through the window, illuminating the chamber. A split second later, a violent explosion rocked the castle gates, shaking the entire structure. The blinding light flooded the room, and the knight tightened his jaw as he struggled to keep his focus. Realization struck him instantly, and his eyes widened at the surge of energy radiating outside. Clenching his fist, the protagonist muttered that he had already heard his companions were being held here as well. Smoke poured through the castle corridors as knights rushed forward, shouting as they charged into the chaos. Riffenhart smirked faintly as he advanced. I'm not the same as before, he said under his breath. Lento raised his sword and barked orders. Two of you go. With a single fluid strike, the protagonist sent both attackers flying backward without hesitation. He grinned slightly. Shields won't matter, not against someone who controls this kind of aura. The priests lifted their hands high, chanting in unison as protective blessings began to form. A faint holy radiance spread across the battlefield, wrapping the knights like layers of reinforced armor. Riefenhart surged forward at blinding speed, cutting through the formation and knocking opponents aside one after another. Then he stomped down hard, slamming his palm into the ground and shattering the surface in a violent burst. The priests immediately raised their hands again, their chants echoing louder as they reinforced their spells. One mage suddenly screamed as flames erupted violently from his hands. Another gathered crackling lightning between his palms, the air distorting with raw energy. Riefenhart's eyes sharpened. The real danger wasn't the knights. It was the mages. With a sweeping motion, he deflected the incoming assaults, dispersing energy blasts mid-air. One strike clipped a mage's arm, and several others collapsed under his follow-up blows. He let out a quiet chuckle. I thought at least one of you could handle a little pain. Without hesitation, he turned and struck down the priests, knocking them unconscious in a swift, efficient motion. He understood their nature. Some only grew stronger when subjected to pain, so he ended the fight quickly without dragging it out. Their cries echoed through the battlefield, scattering into the smoke-filled air. Riefenhart raised both arms, blocking a sudden flurry of incoming attacks with controlled precision. The knights staggered back, fear creeping into their expressions as the pressure overwhelmed them. Meanwhile, Cyrus remained completely still, unmoving amid the chaos. Lento gritted his teeth in frustration. Why isn't the one who always rushes in doing anything now? Cyrus stood frozen, eyes wide, completely overwhelmed by the presence of aura. In that moment, he finally understood this opponent had full control over it, shaping and amplifying it at will, crushing every enemy in his path without hesitation. Cyrus's eyes slowly widened further as realization deepened. Riefenhart moved like a blur across the battlefield, slipping between enemies and striking with relentless speed and precision. Cyrus lowered his gaze for a moment, the weight of memory pressing in on him as he murmured softly, Now I understand. His voice tightened with realization as he added, almost to himself, no one ever actually told me. A quiet bitterness slipped into his thoughts as he continued. He never even had the chance to learn not like this. Reifenhardt suddenly launched himself at Lento with explosive speed. Every step, every pivot, every breath was controlled with surgical precision, an unmistakable sign of someone who had fully mastered the martial world. Cyrus stood motionless, eyes locked wide on the exchange. So this is it. This is how a true warrior fights, he thought, shaken by the level of skill unfolding before him. A faint, unstable glow began to gather along Cyrus's sword, flickering like a pulse responding to his rising resolve. In the next instant, conjured manacles shot forward, racing straight toward Reifenhardt with sudden force. Reifenhardt's expression darkened. With a sharp scowl, he twisted his body and dodged cleanly, slipping past the incoming restraints in a single fluid motion. A faint smirk formed on the protagonist's lips as he glanced over. Took you long enough. Eustace stepped directly in front of the boy, his presence firm and unyielding as he declared, in the name of tenets, I won't forgive what you've done. He took another step forward, eyes burning as he added, I saw everything you did to those knights. Reifenhardt crossed his arms casually, looking almost unimpressed. No need to act like a fresh recruit, he said coldly. You've been lurking in the shadows this entire time. Somewhere above, a hidden observer shifted behind the wall, carefully watching and spying on the confrontation below without revealing themselves. Protagonist's grin widened slightly as he analyzed the situation. His opponent had power but lacked awareness. You wanted to test me first, he said calmly. But wasn't it cruel turning your own men into punching bags? Silence fell abruptly. Eustace stiffened, his expression turning unreadable, while uneasy whispers began spreading among the surrounding knights like ripples through water. A furious shout erupted from the knight, echoing across the field, yet the protagonist only smiled in response. Even if you were in the shower, you should have gotten here sooner. Flustered and visibly irritated, the knight channeled mana into his sword. The blade shimmered violently as its particles broke apart and reformed, transforming into something entirely different. The knight narrowed his eyes, studying his opponent with a deepening scowl, tension building in his stance. Suddenly, a towering pillar of flame erupted around him, surging upward and engulfing the surrounding air in searing heat. The protagonist raised one hand steadily, his voice calm but sharp. This time it's for real. Through the rolling smoke and roaring flames, the knight re-emerged, now fully clad in newly formed gear, bursting forward with renewed aggression. With a powerful downward swing, he shouted, Now you'll see the world from a dragon's height. The boy leapt high into the air, raising his sword overhead as he prepared to dive straight back into the clash. The protagonist's grin deepened. So this is a true duel. Steel collided violently as the two clashed again and again. Sparks burst into the air while they darted across the battlefield, their movements becoming a blur of relentless strikes and counterstrikes. The protagonist winced slightly, feeling the impact travel through his frame. His body was durable, but that blade, pure mana-infused attacks like that were nearly impossible to withstand directly, pressing against even his reinforced defenses. The knight's eyes narrowed further, fully locking onto his opponent as he prepared his next motion without hesitation. Once again, he lifted his sword high, gathering momentum and intent for another decisive strike. Reifenhardt crossed his arms and braced himself, grounding his stance as he took the full force of the incoming attack head-on. In a sudden burst of movement, the boy spread his arms and leapt upward, vanishing from his previous position and reappearing beside the knight in an instant-like maneuver. Meanwhile, deep within the castle's prison, Scylla quietly nibbled at her meal, the oppressive noise of distant battle faintly echoing through the stone walls. It's so loud out there, Sirius asked, while still holding his spoon mid-air. Do you think Mr. Reifenhardt is coming to get us? Scylla gave a faint, almost fragile smile. He'll come. I know he will. Her voice, however, carried a distant uncertainty, as if she were trying to convince even herself. She looked away toward the cold stone wall and muttered quietly, I just don't understand why he's always been so kind to me. Leaning back slightly, she added with a half-joking tone, maybe he just has a thing for elven girls. Sarah let out a soft chuckle. I thought that too, but when I looked into his eyes, I didn't see any hidden motives at all. The priest smirked knowingly. Girls in love always say that. It always starts with dreamy eyes and ends with, he tricked me, or he's a scoundrel. He even shifted his tone into a mocking imitation of a caretaker, adding, that's what the shelter lady told me. Lying on the floor, the boy groaned in frustration. We're only stuck here because of Reifenhardt. Sirius glanced at him and asked, You don't sound very angry at him, though, the boy exhaled. I'm not. I'm the fool who went along with it. With his eyes closed, the boy let out a long sigh. Sometimes doing what's right doesn't match what the law says. The girl beside him smiled softly. You sound so grown up. From the corner, Scylla added quietly, He'll be 20 next year, only 3 years younger than Reifenhardt. The elf blinked in shock and instinctively leaned back. Wait, what? I thought he was 20 years younger than that. At that moment, Miss Tilla stepped into the cell, her presence cutting through the quiet. Scylla, Sirius, she called. Once they nodded in response, she lifted a set of keys. I'm with your master. I'm getting you out of here. As she approached, Scylla's eyes drifted toward her ears. You almost look human, except for those ears. Walking out of the cell, Cirrus grinned and glanced back. That's all you noticed? Before she could respond, heavy footsteps echoed from the stairway. Guards were already arriving. Without hesitation, Cirrus moved first, snapping into action and kicking the lead guard cleanly to the ground. The second guard swung his weapon downward, but Miss Tilla stepped in smoothly, intercepting the strike. In one fluid motion, she seized the blade mid-attack, twisted, and lifted the attacker before slamming him hard into the ground. The impact cracked the floor tile beneath him. Scylla stared wide-eyed, stunned. You're insanely strong, she blurted out. Miss Tilla responded casually without missing a beat. That's just standard for gnomes. Without hesitation, she grabbed a stick of dynamite, eyes sharp with urgency as she muttered, no time to waste. In one swift motion, she hurled the dynamite straight out through the open window. A heartbeat later, a blinding explosion detonated outside, its light flooding the entire castle and shaking the walls with a deafening roar. Catching the flash of destruction from afar, the protagonist's lips curled into a faint smirk. Miss Tilla had completed her task exactly as planned. Eustace abruptly turned his gaze toward him, suspicion sharpening in his eyes. So you were just stalling me? Reifenhardt unleashed a surge of aura that rippled violently through the air. Now I can go all out. With that declaration, he shot forward, the knight charging in immediately after him. You're too full of yourself. The protagonist slipped effortlessly to the side, the incoming blade slicing through empty air. In the same fluid motion, his fist snapped forward toward the knight's face. Eustace barely managed to raise his sword in time to block, teeth grinding under the impact. The exchange was already shifting, Reifenhardt pressing harder with every strike, aura surging through his fists and forcing Eustace backward step by step. Without breaking rhythm, the protagonist surged forward again, closing the distance instantly. Seizing a narrow opening, Eustace flashed behind him in a blur and swung his blade down with precision. But Reifenhardt twisted his body at the last instant, slipping the attack, then drove forward and landed a crushing punch straight into Eustace's chest. Eustace blinked in shock from the impact. Why didn't that work? Before he could recover, his figure began to destabilize. Shadows spilled outward around Reifenhardt's position, and as he turned sharply, multiple copies surrounded him from every direction. Clones filled the space completely. The protagonist let out a low laugh. Hiding behind illusions? How cheap, around him. Every single copy raised its blade in perfect unison. In the blink of an eye, Reifenhardt broke through the formation and appeared directly in front of the true body, driving a clean, devastating strike into the knight's frame. The soaked, battered knight staggered backward, disoriented, and struggling to keep his balance. His mind raced in confusion. How had his opponent managed to locate the real one so quickly? Reifenhardt smirked faintly to himself. You're a mage, your mana flow gives you away. Flames spiraled violently around Eustace as he steadied himself. The Sword of Tense never loses. Wrapped completely in fire, he launched himself forward in a blazing charge. Reifenhardt planted his feet firmly. Vortex Guard? A defensive surge of energy formed instantly as he braced for impact. Ice mana erupted next, encasing the battlefield as Eustace countered with snow fog, attempting to suppress and trap him in freezing mist. Without hesitation, Reifenhardt shattered the ice formation with another burst of Vortex Guard, dispersing the frozen assault completely. Eustace shifted tactics mid-fight, transitioning into wind magic to regain momentum and disrupt his opponent's defense. Reifenhardt blocked again without strain. Ice attacks, Vortex Guard. Poison breath? He adjusted instantly. Still Vortex Guard. In the middle of defending, he even tilted his stance slightly, almost posing as he neutralized each attack. Completely calm. Completely unfazed. Frustration burned across Eustace's face. What is that skill? How can it block everything? Reifenhardt's grin widened slightly. Most aura users can't use Vortex Guardian, not because it's difficult, but because they misunderstand it. They overload their bodies for raw strength, and that disrupts their aura flow entirely. And if they try to restart it mid-fight, their bodies would tear themselves apart. His stance straightened. Only those trained in the indestructible gym can endure that strain. To use it properly, you need a massive, controlled surge of aura. Eustace leveled his blade and pointed it forward, voice sharp. Then tell me who's standing behind me. Without hesitation, Reifenhardt casually pointed over his shoulder. Him. A crack spidered across Eustace's armor as mana leaked from its seams. His fury erupted. Tell me, what is really going on here? His sword flared brighter as even more mana condensed at its core, pressure building to an extreme level. Reifenhardt narrowed his eyes and shifted his stance again. This was becoming far more dangerous than expected. Slowly, his hand moved behind his back, preparing to draw the horn of disaster struck. The aura around his fist began to ripple violently, distorting the air itself. Eustace swung his sword down as Reifenhardt gritted his teeth and drove his punch forward, both attacks meeting at full force. The collision detonated mid-air. Raw power exploded outward as Eustace spun through the impact, engulfed in flames, unleashing waves of fire while the horn of disaster struck surged with destructive force. The opponent grinned through the chaos, and pressed forward with another violent attack. Teslan clenched his jaw tightly, bracing himself. His fist ignited with overwhelming energy as he unleashed a 4-stage disaster horn counter, tearing through space with sheer force. A scorching wind ripped across the entire castle, dragging debris, shattered stone, and dust into a spiraling storm. Teslan's punch met the incoming attack head-on, erupting into violent waves of fire that burst outward from his fist. The enemy's armor cracked violently, fragments flying off in every direction as he stared in disbelief. What? What kind of technique is this? Teslan's fist continued forward, breaking straight through the remaining defense without slowing. Shockwaves radiated outward, shattering surrounding structures and tearing through the battlefield. Rage contorted the enemy's face as his armor collapsed piece by piece. Meanwhile, Teslan continued to press forward, reflecting attack after attack with relentless precision. Only then did realization strike Teslan, sharp and sudden. He wasn't simply channeling aura in the usual way. Instead, he was layering it, compressing and stacking multiple energy shells around his fists like reinforced barriers of power. That was the true source of the devastating blast. Each impact behaved like a stone dropped into still water, sending violent ripples of destructive force through the battlefield. The rotating aura around him wasn't just protection, it was actively shredding the enemy's armor apart, piece by piece. Even the faceplate was ripped away by the pressure. The enemy's thoughts screamed in panic. He won't manage that again. He can't. I won't lose here. But despite that resistance, the fist never stopped advancing. It kept driving forward, relentless and unbroken. The bindings of energy wrapped around it finally snapped under the overwhelming pressure. Blinding bursts of light tore across the entire field, flashing violently with each collision. Grinding his teeth, the blonde fighter tried desperately to block, but Teslan's next strike broke through and sent him flying backward like a thrown weapon. He crashed hard into the wall, stone exploding outward on impact. Shockwaves rolled through the structure, crawling down the stone surface like cracks in reality itself. Without hesitation, Teslan closed the distance instantly, refusing to give even a moment of breathing room. Another strike landed. Another explosion of force erupted outward. The massive opponent grimaced as he struggled just to stay upright, while his soldiers could only watch in stunned silence as their leader was completely overwhelmed. The heavy sword of Tense suddenly slipped from his grasp and hit the ground with a dull, echoing thud. Cracks spidered outward through the stone beneath it. Teslan stepped forward slowly, eyes locked on the fallen blade. He deduced it immediately. The armor's magic source was tied to that sword, Eldon. As long as Eldred remained intact, the armor would continue to regenerate itself. Maybe not immediately, but inevitably over time, even if it took months to recover fully. He reached down, gripping the sword without hesitation and taking a few steps forward. Shocked gasps spread instantly. He's going for the sword. Teslan turned slightly toward a nearby soldier, holding the weapon in hand. I just need this artifact. Everything started because of it. As he held the blade, his gaze lingered on it. For a moment, doubt surfaced. Was this really about greed? A deeper question formed in his mind. Had it all been something else from the very beginning? From a distance, the king watched with a faint, knowing smile. Forget that sword, he thought coldly. I want the divine blade, the Messiah of light. A voice suddenly rang out. Stop right there! A figure pointed a sword directly at Teslan. He lifted his gaze, eyes blazing with determination. This fight isn't over, the Tense sword still stands. One of the commanders snapped his attention toward Eustace. What are you doing? Eustace stood firm, unshaken. I'm from the Tense family, I won't let him get away. The commander's face flushed with rage. You're only making things worse. I'll deal with you myself, and you're getting demoted the moment this is over. But Eustace didn't even acknowledge the warning. He surged forward into a full charge. The hero watched him approach calmly. This guy, he might actually be the real deal. A brutal downward strike came slicing through the air with overwhelming speed. Teslan didn't even flinch in his eyes. The boy wasn't worth serious attention. No threat, no presence, nothing worth fearing or showing off against. A sudden flash of energy ignited the air as Eustace pushed forward, pouring even more power into his blade mid-attack. Teslan's eyes widened slightly, just enough for reaction. He barely managed to twist away at the last second. The strike exploded into the wall behind him, blasting stone outward in a violent burst. Teslan straightened slowly, confused at first, until his eyes dropped and he noticed it. A fresh cut had appeared on him. Blood trickled down his side in a thin line. The boy had actually landed a clean hit, something his instinctive defense normally would never allow. Teslan stared at Eustace, who now burned with overwhelming intensity. No one around them could fully grasp what had just changed. Then Eustace shouted, I'll make up for everything for the swordsman of Tense. Teslan blinked once, taken aback. That glow around the sword, it felt familiar. A pure blue aura, clear and vast like a crystal sky. A voice echoed in his memory. I'll defeat the Demon King and bring an end to the Empire of Darkness, the Holy Sword. Cyrus stared forward, fury burning in his eyes as he locked onto his opponent. Eustace shouted back, just as sharp. How do you know my real name? Cyrus von Tense. He hadn't heard that name since the day he became a knight. Back then, others had ignored it, twisted it, or mocked it, calling him instead by his mother's name, a commoner's identity stripped of honor. Teslan rubbed his face in disbelief. How could I not have realized? Cyrus, it turned out, was also of the Tense family. He recalled the old warrior who had once introduced him to that truth. The weight of the name belonged to the Golden Knight, though history had buried him. 30 years from now, everything would shift. The rise of the Holy Sword would elevate the family into nobility, and he would become a marquis, no longer forced to hide behind enchanted armor. Perhaps that was why he hadn't recognized the Golden Knight back then, because the world had already forgotten him. Flushed with emotion and tension, Eustace demanded again, "How do you know my real name?" Teslan caught the expression on his face, clear embarrassment, and responded with an awkward smile. Just a lucky guess. But Eustace's expression hardened immediately, anger returning in full force, written plainly across his face. Teslan let out a faint grin. The Cyrus he remembered had always been cold, distant, almost detached from everything. But now, he was changing. And people inevitably do change. Eustace charged forward once more, refusing to hesitate. His blade crashed directly into a wall of flame, erupting in response. The sheer pressure of their collision slammed into the ground, and the stone floor beneath them cracked violently, spiderwebbing outward from their feet. Teslan tightened his grip, drawing his fist back before snapping it forward in a sharp counterattack. The impact landed cleanly, forcing Eustace to stagger backward under the force. A low growl escaped Eustace as blue aura flared around his body. He stepped back to reset his stance, then immediately surged forward again, cloaking himself in a blazing surge of energy as his presence intensified. The red-haired fighter raised both arms in a guarded stance, reading the flow of power. He's already redirecting damage with aura, not bad for a rookie, he thought, eyes narrowing in focus. With a fierce roar, Eustace launched himself forward once more, refusing to give even a moment of space. Teslan shifted and dodged, eyes tracking every motion, but something was wrong. Eustace's attacks came from impossible angles, erratic and chaotic. Impossible to fully read or predict. His eyes narrowed further. Nothing about Eustace's movement followed a pattern. No rhythm at all. No structure. No discipline. By all logic, that should have made him easy to defeat, but it didn't. Teslan's thoughts drifted back to old combat manuals. Every technique had structure, theory, and discipline. Even Gerard's fighting style came from the indestructible gym's foundational forms passed down through generations. But Eustace fought like a wild beast. Raw, unpredictable, endlessly aggressive. Teslan stepped back under pressure, but Eustace kept advancing, never letting the distance open. Despite the chaotic appearance of his strikes, Eustace avoided every counter cleanly. Not a single hit landed. Every movement, though wild, was precisely controlled, perfectly measured. His blue aura burned steadily in his eyes as he maintained total awareness of the battlefield. From afar, it looked like pure chaos, as if he were swinging blindly, but Teslan saw through it. This wasn't disorder, it was brilliance. A once-in-a-millennium level of instinctive mastery, and now it made sense why they called him the Holy Sword, the very blade that had once cut down his comrades, his friends. A memory resurfaced sharply, his master's cold voice asking, "Have you already slain the 4 heavenly kings?" And the Saintess's answer followed, unwavering. "Filthy orcs aren't worthy of my blade." Then came the question that cut deepest of all. Even the great and noble Tethid? And now Eustace stood before him, shouting mid-attack for Tethid. Flames surged around Teslan as he planted his feet firmly. Entering a ready stance, he understood what was coming next. Eustace roared again, voice tearing through the battlefield. "I am of the Tense line." He raised his sword high overhead, gathering everything into a single overwhelming downward slash. His entire technique condensed into one strike meant to cleave the sky itself, the pure spirit of a warrior destined to become his rival once more. Teslan's expression hardened completely. This had to end here before history repeated itself. He surged forward and drove a blazing fist straight into Eustace's chest with devastating force. As their eyes met at the moment of impact, Teslan spoke quietly. "I'm glad we met again. And now, goodbye." The strike sent Eustace flying backward through the air. Traces of fire followed his trajectory, burning trails carved across the battlefield. Teslan stood still amid the fading flames, fists still burning, expression cold and unreadable. Slowly, he scanned the battlefield in silence. Eustace forced himself up using his sword for support, glaring through pain. "I'm a swordsman of Tense, and we never give up," he growled. Teslan's expression tightened instantly. Cyrus, his fist clenched. That previous strike had been intended to kill. Not a spar, not restraint, real killing intent. And yet Eustace still stood. Not defeated, not unconscious, barely held together, like a broken shell refusing to collapse. Teslan stared at him, the thought forming unavoidably. Should I finish this and kill him? Eustace raised his trembling sword again, barely able to hold himself up. Teslan's instinct screamed to end it now, but something inside him resisted. It wasn't just that Eustace hadn't truly done anything wrong yet. It was the image of Cyrus's future. What if this boy becomes someone important later? What if destroying him now ruins something irreplaceable? Would that be justice at all? A memory surfaced. Tethid, the great orc warrior. He wouldn't have sought vengeance for himself. If Eustace were killed here, that future would be stolen from him. Teslan grit his teeth, He would be furious. He lowered his head and whispered under his breath, almost to himself, "This isn't how it ends. If we meet again, it'll be fair." And silently, he made the decision to spare him. Eustace blinked in confusion. "What?" A distant voice echoed in his mind. "Get stronger. Live." His eyes reignited with burning resolve. "I will," he growled. "For Tethyd's sake." In a past life, the orc had clashed with Cyrus again and again. Those endless battles shaped both of them into rivals who grew stronger each time they faced each other. Teslan watched the boy before him and realized something. Part of Tethyd's future strength came from Eustace himself. Killing him now would erase that legacy. With a grim expression, he turned away. "This one belongs to Tethyd." Eustace lowered his sword slowly, eyes wide in disbelief. His jaw tightened. A broken scream tore from his throat as he slammed his fist into the ground in pure frustration. Raw power erupted outward, scattering dust and debris across the battlefield in a violent shockwave. Tears streamed down his face as he knelt in rage and helplessness. In a distant snowy forest beneath a clear sky, Mistylus stood waiting, a faint smile forming as he greeted the returning hero. He approached the dwarves calmly. "I'm glad you made it out," Scylan responded with a cheeky grin. "Thanks to our master, it turned into a very memorable experience." He had expected the pilgrim's journey to be difficult, but never imagined it would end with imprisonment. The young man frowned slightly. "At least nothing terrible happened, thank the goddess." Then his tone grew serious. "But next time, think about Cirrus. She's still a young elf. It could have ended badly." Concerned, Teslan leaned in slightly toward the girl, studying her expression as she steadied herself. "Are you all right?" he asked, voice calm but attentive. The girl hesitated for a moment, then blushed faintly, as if realizing how tense she had been. "The knights were more polite than I expected," she admitted quietly, still a little surprised by the encounter. Teslan blinked at her answer, briefly processing the unexpected tone before letting out a small breath. "Guess we were lucky this time," he muttered, though his eyes tightened slightly as his thoughts shifted inward. Luck wouldn't always hold, he knew that much. Still, a warning formed in his mind. Next time, he needed to be far more careful. At that moment, Sarah stepped in, breaking the brief pause. "Did you get what you came for?" she asked directly. Teslan raised his hand and revealed the artifact he had been carrying all this time, holding it up between them. The pilgrim nearby leaned closer, eyes narrowing with curiosity as he inspected it. "What is that?" he asked, tilting his head slightly. "It doesn't look like something a warrior would normally seek." Teslan gave a light, evasive shrug, carefully masking his reaction. "No idea," he answered flatly. "My mentor just told me to bring it back." His tone stayed steady, but the answer lacked weight, as if something was deliberately left unsaid. Behind his neutral expression, his thoughts clearly held more than he revealed. Far away, high above the world's lowlands, a mountain city stood surrounded by cold winds and fractured stone. Among its broken structures, ruins were being carefully sifted through, stone by stone, as if searching for something long lost. One of the companions suddenly turned, tension rising in his voice. "Are you serious?" he demanded. "I saw it with my own eyes," he insisted, refusing to back down as the weight of what he witnessed still lingered in his expression. Elsewhere, silence filled a dim, enclosed room. A lone warrior stood motionless within the shadows, his presence heavy and unreadable, as if he had been waiting for something only he understood. Abram's voice cut sharply through the stillness, breaking the quiet like a blade. "The Tense family finally has an aura wielder." Another man nearby frowned immediately at the words, his expression tightening. "Everyone's talking about Eustace," he replied with unease, as the name spread like a storm across the conversation. The man slowly turned toward the window, his gaze narrowing as he looked out into the distance. His eyes sharpened, reflecting something deeper than simple observation, calculation, resentment, and unrest building behind them. The thought hit him like a slow-burning fire. Eustace had awakened it. Bitterness crept through his mind as he questioned why such a power would choose someone like him, the son of a common woman. In his imagination, he saw his father smiling at Eustace with pride, the elders publicly praising him while whispering behind closed doors that the family's former glory had been lost long ago. And now Eustace had restored it simply by existing. Meanwhile, in a distant place, Eustace sat in quiet meditation, his sword resting beside him, his breathing steady and controlled. Within the family, the presence of an aura lord changed everything. Status, respect, and influence all revolved around that single truth. Status, influence, power. Each word echoed like a weight in the air, defining everything around them without needing explanation. The blond man's eyes widened suddenly, the realization striking him sharply. "What about me?" he blurted out, tension slipping into his voice as uncertainty crept in. His gaze dropped slowly to the shattered sword resting before him, its broken form reflecting nothing but defeat. He stared at it in silence, as if searching for an answer that would not appear. On the table nearby, his gear lay untouched, neatly arranged yet completely unused, like a life put on pause. "Are they stripping my title?" he asked quietly, his voice low and restrained, barely holding back frustration. The core of the sword pulsed faintly, a dim rhythm of energy flickering through its damaged structure. small sparks of power scattered intermittently, like remnants of something once far greater. He reached out and picked it up slowly, gripping it firmly as he stared straight ahead. "I'm the real Sword of Tense," he said coldly, each word steady and unwavering, as if refusing to accept any other truth. In the next instant, everything shattered. A blade pierced through his body without warning, tearing through the moment like a scream cut short. Eustace gasped in shock, his eyes widening as pain and disbelief collided. The attacker's face twisted with fury, standing over him with violent intent. But Eustace could not understand. There was no reason he could grasp for such hatred. "Why?" Eustace coughed, blood spilling as he struggled to form the question. "Why kill me?" His hand clenched around the wound as pain surged through him. Nearby, Cyrus dropped to one knee as well, the impact of the attack and shock leaving him shaking under the searing agony. Above the chaos, Eustace witnessed everything unfold. His expression twisted instantly into rage, and he let out a furious roar that echoed across the battlefield, raw and unrestrained. Cyrus clutched his face in pain, one eye shut tight as the agony overwhelmed him completely. Then, without warning, a violent explosion erupted nearby, shaking the entire area. The blast thundered across the mountain peak, rattling cliffs and sending loose stone cascading downward. A massive cloud of dust surged upward, swallowing the battlefield in a dense, choking haze. High above the chaos, the Golden Knight raised his weapon again, preparing for another strike without hesitation. Despite his near-unconscious state, Eustace struggled forward, barely managing to block the incoming follow-up attack with his sword. The clash sent a jolt through his weakened arm, but he refused to fall completely. Suddenly, the Golden Knight hesitated, turning his head toward the distant explosion with clear alarm. Something else had drawn his attention away from the fight. He looked downward toward the cliff edge and saw a body tumbling through the air, falling rapidly toward the depths below. His eyes widened in shock. "No!" A split second later, splash! Cyrus struck the river below with violent impact, disappearing beneath the surface as the current swallowed him. Eustace stood frozen in silence, the shadow of uncertainty falling across his face. Life is strange, he thought quietly, unable to process the chaos that had unfolded. So many stories spoke of heroes falling into rivers, surviving against all odds, and returning for revenge. He stepped forward slightly, gaze steadying as resolve returned. "I'll be ready," he murmured, as if preparing for a future already written in uncertainty. Elsewhere, the kneeling knight finally rose as reinforcements arrived around him. "Cyrus tried to take the head seat of the family," he reported coldly. "He attacked me." The surrounding warriors froze in place, struggling to comprehend what they were hearing. Someone like Cyrus, possessing such overwhelming power, defied all expectation and logic. The Golden Knight leaned heavily on his sword, speaking with final certainty. He was stabbed through the gut and fell into the river. Survival is unlikely. A cold, knowing smile crept across his face as he continued. Even if he lives, he thought silently, he won't get far. No aura user can stand against the power of elves. Without further hesitation, his allies began moving out, organizing themselves into search formation as they prepared to track the aftermath. Meanwhile, the blond man stood apart from it all, a faint smirk forming on his lips. "Connections," he muttered to himself. "That's what really matters." His blue eyes glinted under the pale snowfall drifting through the air. Snow coated the branches of trees and blanketed the mountains as a group of travelers moved slowly through the forest. Among them, the main figure walked forward with steady steps, his companions following through the quiet, frozen landscape. Cyrus walked beside him, glancing over with curiosity. "How did you meet Miss Tilla?" she asked. He grinned slightly, recalling it with ease. "I fell into a river," he replied casually. "The dwarves pulled me out." Cyrus's eyes widened immediately in disbelief. "Seriously?" He scratched the back of his neck, as if the memory still felt slightly absurd. "Their prophet thought I was the dwarven race's savior." Before she could respond, Miss Tilla chimed in brightly, her voice carrying enthusiasm. "Riffenhart was declared our savior in the name of our Lord," she announced proudly. Scyllin's eyebrows shot upward instantly. "Wait, what?" The group fell into stunned silence as they processed the revelation that the dwarves had their own gods and divine structure. Confusion spread across their faces as the conversation deepened unexpectedly. The short girl spoke bluntly, her tone steady and matter-of-fact. "Humans say slaves aren't worthy of divine protection," she said flatly. The muscular man glanced toward the church attendant, adding thoughtfully, "Dwarves believe in Alpot." In his mind, symbols of divine power floated and rotated like an imagined constellation. Among the 12 gods, figures such as the elf goddess Alida and the dwarf god Alpot stood out clearly, forming a structured divine hierarchy. Sweat formed lightly on his brow as he narrowed his eyes in thought. Even Scyllin struggled to understand why Alpot seemed connected to the so-called evil gods, leaving a lingering unease in the air. Before the discussion could deepen further, Cirrus suddenly pointed toward the riverbank ahead. "There, Riffenhart," she called out urgently. Her voice carried uncertainty as she repeated it more cautiously, as if not fully trusting what she was seeing. Near the edge of the water, a body lay half submerged, barely visible beneath the surface and drifting with the slow current. Rain dripped steadily from his face as Sillin knelt beside the wounded man, carefully checking his condition with tense focus. Nearby, the muscular man stood frozen for a moment, trying to piece together how everything had escalated to this point so suddenly. They had only stopped briefly along the river's edge, and now this boy had appeared like fate dropped him into their path. Could it be part of the prophecy? He wondered aloud, unease creeping into his voice. Ahead of them, the wooden cart wheels creaked steadily as it rolled forward through the damp terrain, carrying the group toward whatever awaited next. Inside the stillness of the forest, Cyrus began to move again. His eyelids trembled first, then slowly lifted as consciousness returned in fragments. He pushed himself upright with difficulty, sitting back and scanning the surrounding trees in a dazed silence. Confusion clouded his expression. "What am I doing here?" he muttered, unable to piece together how he had ended up in this place. Then, like a sudden strike to the mind, everything came rushing back. The clash, the betrayal, his fight with his brother. Memories surged violently through his thoughts, sharp and unrelenting. In his mind, he saw himself again, standing in training grounds, sword firmly in hand, pushing forward through endless repetition. All those years he had looked up to Usus, believing that one day, through effort and strength, he might finally earn even a fraction of his respect. But that hope now felt hollow. Deep within, a bitter realization settled in. His brother, the so-called Golden Knight, had never truly intended to acknowledge him at all. Not from the beginning. Cyrus leaned back against the wooden wall of the cart, one hand covering part of his face as silence swallowed him. Then, unexpectedly, a quiet, strained laugh slipped out, low, conflicted, almost self-mocking. The protagonist turned around from the front of the cart, offering a relaxed smile as he noticed the movement. "You're awake. How are you feeling?" he asked, casually, voice steady and unbothered. The wounded knight slowly pushed himself forward, stepping carefully as he approached Reifenhart. The red-haired companion explained in brief how they had pulled him from the river earlier, still watching his condition closely. Two horses pulled the cart steadily through the dense forest, wheels creaking softly over uneven ground. The muscular man spoke up while scanning their surroundings. "We're in Barlant Wade's territory now," he said. "It's been 3 days since Kelburn's castle." He continued without slowing his tone, gesturing faintly ahead. "We were going to leave you at the nearest tavern, but Sillin insisted," his eyes flicked briefly toward the others. "Your wound was too deep for a second-rate healer." At the mention of his brother, Cyrus visibly stiffened, a faint flush of tension crossing his face. Earlier, one of the saintesses had already told him the truth, that he had survived only because of his dormant aura, awakening at the brink of death. Reifenhart casually shrugged, hands resting in his pockets as if it were all routine. "You should be a little grateful," he said lightly. "We even paid for this cart." Cyrus lowered his head in silence, then quietly spoke. "Thank you." The protagonist crossed his arms and tilted his head slightly towards Sillin. "Don't thank me," he added with a faint grin. "She's the one covering the expenses." A small smirk formed on his lips as he looked ahead. Even if he ends up as my enemy someday, he thought, almost amused. I doubt he'd kill the one who saved his life. The muscular man awkwardly turned away, clearly flustered by the exchange, then cleared his throat. "So what now?" he asked, trying to shift the atmosphere back to something practical. Far above the treetops, thin smoke curled upward into the sky, drifting slowly and disappearing into the open air. Cyrus stared at the faint rising firelight and spoke in a low, restrained voice. "They've already labeled me a traitor," he said quietly, "said I attacked out of greed." His fingers tightened slightly. "I can't go back." Reifenhart frowned slightly, thinking back. In the past, he challenged Rust to a duel right after awakening his aura. He murmured inwardly, "But this time everything's different." Cyrus lifted his gaze toward the dark night sky, eyes reflecting the distant stars. "If I return," he said slowly, voice heavy with certainty, "I'll only be disgraced." The protagonist nearly choked on his drink in surprise as the young knight suddenly spoke up. "Can I travel with you?" Everyone in the car turned toward him at once, stunned into silence. Cyrus stood there with unwavering resolve, then bowed deeply. "I don't have money," he admitted, "but you saved my life. Let me repay that debt." The muscular man beside him broke into a nervous sweat, glancing between them as if unsure how to respond. Cyrus then shifted his gaze toward him and added firmly, "And I want to learn from you." The jock quickly raised both hands, waving them awkwardly as if to deflect the sudden admiration. But it was already too late. Cyrus had recognized him as the heir of Gerard, the legendary martial arts king, and that alone was enough to ignite his interest. Reifenhart closed his eyes briefly, thoughts drifting. In another life, Cyrus had roamed the world freely, chasing powerful aura users to sharpen himself through battle. But now, branded a traitor, that path had been completely cut off. Cyrus exhaled slowly, then dropped to one knee with steady resolve. "I swear loyalty to you," he said firmly, "until the day I'm strong enough to stand on my own again." Reifenhart tilted his head slightly, a bead of sweat forming as he processed the situation. "The holy sword, my student?" he thought with a dry chuckle. Even knowing Cyrus's overwhelming talent, strong enough to defeat Tethid, it still felt unreal. His thoughts drifted further into his past life, recalling familiar names and unfinished threads. If I could turn all of them into allies, he mused silently. Archlight, Ellen, and only Jade remained unaccounted for. Then another memory surfaced of the old light mage, the one responsible for Sirius's death. The thought lingered heavily, silent and unresolved. Reifenhart finally shook his head, arms folding calmly across his chest. "No need for oaths," he said. "Just travel with us." Cyrus's expression brightened instantly, a wide grin breaking through his earlier tension. "Can I call you teacher or big brother?" Above them, the night sky stretched endlessly, stars shimmering across the darkness. Reifenhart glanced upward with a faint smirk. "I'm 5 years younger than you?" Far away, beneath the same star-filled sky, Eustace knelt alone inside the castle grounds, shoulders heavy with shame. A quiet voice escaped him. "I'm sorry." Standing before him was the Silver Sage, his presence calm but oppressive, purple energy faintly radiating around his legs. The sage spoke coldly, hands clasped behind his back. "You've disappointed me," he said. "It wasn't even a difficult task." Eustace's expression twisted with frustration, sweat tracing down his face as pressure mounted. "I miscalculated," he admitted through clenched teeth. He collapsed forward onto the ground, defeated. Even the strongest mages cannot teleport here, he thought bitterly. But that Silver Sage projected his will effortlessly across distance. The Golden Knight's voice echoed in his mind, breaking as he begged for mercy, the memory still raw. The sage turned away without hesitation, already fading from the space. "The future of the Tense family doesn't look bright," he said flatly as he left. Teslan stood alone, gripping a faintly glowing purple orb in his hand. "I shouldn't have trusted someone so inexperienced," he muttered under his breath. Behind him, word arrived quietly, summons delivered with formal precision. Duke Iranad had requested his presence. Moments later, Teslan entered the Duke's office. Iranad frowned immediately. "What made you use the sacred symbol?" Seated calmly behind his desk, the Duke studied him with measured intensity. "Your awakening before 20 was impressive," he said evenly. "Your foresight saved many lives," he continued, voice steady. "But that isn't why you're here." His eyes sharpened slightly. "It isn't your past contributions that matter, it's your potential." Teslan lowered his head in acknowledgement. "I understand." Iranad leaned back slightly, resting on his fist. "You won't be punished this time," he said. "No harm was done, but remember your place." A heavy silence settled in the room. Then the Duke's gaze sharpened as he studied him more closely. Teslan. Inside Reifenhart's body, the sage slowly lifted his eyes, expression unreadable. Quiet. Even so, the gray crest of the Silver Sages continued to gleam faintly, its surface catching the light with a cold, quiet shimmer. At the very center of that crest sat a shield, a symbol that spoke of protectors who guarded humanity, yet ruled from places no ordinary person could ever see. Their faces were always concealed beneath deep hoods, but they needed no crowns or exposed identities. Their robes alone, together with the power they carried, were enough to bend the fate of entire nations. As the man walked calmly down the long corridor, his thoughts settled on his own position. He had only recently entered the Silver Sages, and for the moment, he was still nothing more than a barely noticeable name within their ranks. In his mind, he imagined himself standing beside the main character from a previous life, certain that the Demon King had returned to the world through rebirth. If that were truly the case, then someone had to stand in his way, and Teslan had already decided that the burden would fall on him. Keeping his gaze fixed forward, he reasoned that even with the artifact in Reifenhart's possession, reclaiming true command over magic would not be simple or immediate. His thoughts drifted toward the black cube, an ancient relic engraved with 4 mysterious symbols, known by the name Voice of Illusion. Teslan's eyes sharpened. If Reifenhart really was beginning to rise again, then he would not hesitate. He would meet him directly, face to face. Meanwhile, far away from that quiet corridor, a carriage moved slowly through a forest blanketed in snow. Scylla sat at the front, holding the reins and guiding the carriage onward, while the girls behind him chatted together as the wheels rolled through the cold path. Cyrus walked alongside the carriage, glancing at the group and thinking about how strange their combination looked. He remembered how they had drawn lots for travel duties, instead of simply forcing every chore onto the elven slave. The muscular man called out to his apprentice, and when the apprentice asked why they did not just leave that kind of work to the slaves, he answered with nothing more than a casual shrug. "They're my friends," he said plainly, as if the answer were so obvious that no further explanation was needed. Soon they arrived at a river cutting through the snowy landscape. As the knight looked on, he recalled hearing that some of the truly accomplished martial artists were widows. While the others gathered water by the riverside, the young man quietly made a promise to himself. He would follow the same road as his mentor, step by step, until he too reached the level of a swordmaster. He stared straight ahead with unwavering resolve, thinking that whatever the protagonist commanded, he would obey without hesitation. Cyrus then shifted his eyes toward the cart, wondering what the big guy was up to inside at that very moment. Inside the carriage, Reifenhart sat with the cube in his hands, focusing on the relic as he brought it to life. A glow pulsed from the cube's surface, and with that faint surge of light, the beginner's trial officially began. The next thing he knew, he was standing in a strange violet-colored room, though the unfamiliar space quickly lost its novelty and left him bored. He began tapping through different controls, switching from one setting to another as the surroundings changed around him. Then, without warning, two girls in swimsuits appeared right beside him, standing close enough to instantly pull his attention away. For a brief moment, he grinned with the ridiculous excitement of a fool, only to snap back to himself and turn away in embarrassment. Just then, bright figures suddenly dropped down from above, cutting through the air as they descended toward him. The jock raised both arms at once, bracing himself as he knocked the incoming attacks aside. One heavy boom after another thundered overhead, each impact shaking the space around him. Flames then burst from his palm, flaring outward as he launched his counterattack and forced himself back into the fight. Rivenhart's expression tightened into a frown. The pace was far faster than he expected, almost too overwhelming to properly follow. The girls shouted at him from the side, snapping him out of his distraction and telling him to focus. He spun around in alarm, only then realizing that 3 more strikes had already slipped past his awareness. After wiping the sweat from his brow, he muttered that he had still managed to pull it off somehow, and the space around him immediately filled with cheering. Sitting cross-legged afterward, he remarked that Elysian's voice mode was actually more useful than he had expected, even though it came packed with far too many pointless settings. He pictured the purple cube again in his mind. Back in the Silver Age, it had originally been a training device, loaded with an absurd number of configurations. As he looked it over, he still could not understand why anyone had gone so far as to create something like this in the first place. Even so, a smirk tugged at his mouth. If this relic could help him build up his mana, then he had every reason to make full use of it. Back in the carriage, Teslan, despite not being the sharpest thinker, poked his head outside just as Sillin pointed toward the road ahead. They were drawing close to Strassen, a key strategic city where the major trade routes of the north converged. Rivenhart then began speaking about the city, introducing Strassen as they approached its borders. A mustached man greeted them with a smile and handed over a set of documents. As Rivenhart turned the pages and scanned through the information, he realized he finally had the truth about the body he was now living in. Chapter 33 began with his eyes widening as he read that Teslan had gone mad at the age of 16. And in that instant, the scattered pieces finally started fitting together. Seated quietly in a chair, the king of martial arts, now reborn inside the body of a mage, continued reading the letter without saying a word. The muscular man lowered his voice and muttered almost to himself that he hoped his suspicion was wrong. According to the letter, Teslan had left the magical tower of Delphia when he was 20, and after that he had disappeared completely, leaving no message behind. The boy studied the document carefully, remembering that in his previous life he had officially become a mage at almost that same age. Back then, the tower had refused to let him leave easily, so he still could not understand how the king of martial arts had managed to do it. With fire flickering in his palm, the protagonist announced that they would leave Strassen. Their preparations had to begin immediately, because they would set out at dawn. He turned on his heel, deciding that the time had come to tell the others the true purpose behind their journey. As a large castle gradually came into view ahead of them, Sillin raised one hand and began talking with Cyrus, sharing the first impression he had formed of Rivenhart. The Saintess laughed together with the knight, their conversation flowing easily, while the muscle man watched them in silence and weighed whether this was finally the right moment to speak. A dark shadow briefly crossed his face, signaling a shift in mood that didn't go unnoticed. One by one, the others turned toward him as he finally spoke up, drawing their attention in full silence. His voice dropped with quiet seriousness. "We need to talk." Crossing his arms firmly, he delivered the news without hesitation. There was no Silver Age relic waiting at their destination. Nothing of the sort existed where they were headed. Soon after, they gathered around a table, the atmosphere tightening as plans were laid out. He explained clearly that their next destination was the Settler Mountains, far beyond their current path. The protagonist's brows slowly tightened as he listened. Something heavier was forming in his mind now. It was time to finally speak about his true intention, his real goal that had been hidden until this moment. He raised a hand, voice steady and firm as he declared what he truly believed. "I don't think elves, dwarves, or orcs should ever be treated as slaves." Sillin and Cyrus both froze, their eyes widening in shock at the sudden declaration. The room stiffened as silence followed, but he didn't stop there. He continued speaking, pushing his thoughts further. With growing conviction, he pressed forward, asking them to see the world the same way he did. The muscular man added his own voice with firm resolve, speaking of a future where slavery itself no longer existed in any form. Miss Tilla offered a quiet, knowing smile, but the rest remained visibly stunned, as if the idea itself was too large to immediately accept. The dwarf cast a sharp glance toward the knight, tension flickering between them. The knight then spoke, questioning whether their mentor truly intended for these races to be left unchecked, as if they might spiral out of control again. Rivenhart's expression darkened slightly as he frowned. "Don't speak about them like they're beasts," he said firmly. "They have minds, they feel, they think." He scratched the side of his head awkwardly afterward, as if even he wasn't fully satisfied with how to make his point clearer to them. The muscular man glanced toward his apprentice, then slowly realized how those words might sound to outsiders. like he was equating intelligent beings with livestock or farm animals. Sillin closed his eyes with a calm, almost amused smile. "That sounds exactly like something you'd say," he replied evenly. He then turned his attention toward Riffenhart, who confirmed it without hesitation. Their goal wasn't limited to simple freedom for the enslaved. It pointed toward something far larger, far more radical than anyone expected. The boy's expression hardened as determination took hold. Even if the entire world stood against him, he declared he would still pursue that dream to the very end. Then, looking around, he asked directly, "Are you with me?" Without a moment's hesitation, the saintess smiled softly and answered, "I'm in." Cyrus blinked in surprise as the saintess continued speaking. She admitted that while she didn't fully share the dream, and even found parts of it far-fetched, she still felt uneasy about how intelligent races were treated as property. Then, suddenly shifting tone, the young man threw both arms up dramatically and declared, "And since they're divided by gender, I will spread the love of finance to all of them equally." Reifenhart crossed his arms with an unimpressed expression, cutting through the atmosphere with a serious question. Was it truly justified to kill nobles if that was the only way to free the enslaved? The saintess responded calmly with a nod, stating he had simply turned a blind eye to reality. Cyrus wiped a bit of sweat from his brow, clearly struggling to follow the direction of the conversation. He didn't fully understand everything being said, but one thing was clear: he had already sworn loyalty to his mentor, and that alone was enough for him. The protagonist gave a small smile as he looked around the group. What he was about to reveal next had to remain strictly between those present. In his mind, a vast, rugged landscape unfolded. Their destination was the Great Forge, the sacred ground where the Temple of Alpot, the god of the gnomes, was said to stand. Cold wind swept relentlessly across the rocky terrain, carrying dust and silence through the harsh landscape. Tilla surged forward through the wind, swinging her blade in a fierce arc as it clashed against a towering beast. Nearby, Cyrus remained locked in combat, brows tightly furrowed as he fought with full focus, blade moving under pressure. The muscular man tightened his grip on his armor, recalling how gnomes could draw upon the earth itself to temporarily amplify their physical strength. With the knight's mysterious aura influencing the battlefield, even massive ogres found themselves unable to dominate the fight. Monstrous roars filled the air as one creature after another fell. A single clean strike sent a head flying through the air. A bear-like beast reared open its jaws, only for a violent burst of blood to erupt from within moments later. Riefenhart narrowed his eyes sharply as he moved through the chaos, cutting down incoming beasts one after another without hesitation. Sillin glanced around and muttered in disbelief that even ancient ruins weren't usually this packed with monsters. The protagonist responded calmly that this was precisely why the dwarves chose to make such a place their home. Cyrus broke into a slight sweat, clearly unsettled, unable to imagine how any race could survive in such an environment. Without hesitation, the boy sliced through a massive bird mid-air, then calmly told him he would understand soon enough. Griffin soared overhead, circling the sky as tension rose. The boy spun sharply, realizing the true threat wasn't just visible, it was hidden among illusions and deception. He called out to his apprentice, telling him firmly to keep watch and protect his blind spots. Stretching his arms wide, he released a spell meant to dispel the false targets scattered across the battlefield. A surge of brilliant green light exploded across the sky, tearing through the illusionary forms and knocking the griffins from the air. Cyrus stood frozen in shock, eyes wide at the overwhelming display of power. Sillin smirked faintly, remarking that not long ago Riefenhart's magic had barely been usable at all. Reifenhart shouted out as the strain hit him, his mana nearly depleted from the large-scale spell he had just cast. Cyrus glanced toward Mastilla, who casually mentioned that this journey would normally take a full 2 weeks to complete. The knights frowned at the thought of such a long route, but the protagonist remained calm and stated they would not be taking the usual path at all. The dwarf raised an eyebrow in surprise, clearly intrigued. Riefenhart simply grinned and said they would reach their destination in a single day. By the next day, they stood high atop a mountain peak, the wind howling around them. Cyrus stepped forward and identified the area as ruins from the Silver Age. The jock's face flushed red when the elf questioned how they had even discovered such a shortcut. The elf raised an eyebrow, unable to clearly read what was going through Riefenhart's mind at that moment. Watching the faint sweat on his face, she quietly wondered if he was just as unsure about her intentions as she was about his. At the entrance of the cave, the knight stepped forward first, instructing everyone to stay close and remain alert. Meanwhile, the jock broke away and approached a separate door, pushing it open without hesitation. "We're taking a different route," he announced with a grin, arms crossed confidently. He claimed the idea came from his mentor. Cyrus shot him a doubtful, skeptical glance, clearly unconvinced. Cold sweat ran down the man's face as he struggled under the elf's piercing stare. Every excuse he tried to form felt weaker the moment it reached her eyes, as if she could see straight through every word. The elf narrowed her eyes even further, her expression sharp and unconvinced. She clearly wasn't buying a single word of it, her suspicion only deepening with each passing second. Breaking the tension, the muscular man stepped forward and volunteered himself, offering to take the lead without hesitation. His posture straightened as he moved ahead, signaling that he would guide the group from here. Inside the depths of the Great Forge, Scylla and Miss Tilla came to a halt, both of them staring in stunned silence. Their eyes widened as they took in the sheer scale of the ancient structure surrounding them. Reifenhart slowly ran his fingers along the massive stone wall, tracing inscriptions written in the ancient language of Hockrul. The markings were unfamiliar now, unreadable even to him, as if time itself had erased their meaning. Without warning, he drew back his fist and struck the wall directly, the impact echoing through the chamber. A blinding yellow flash erupted instantly, flooding the entire space with searing light that swallowed every shadow. As the brilliance peaked, he lifted his clenched hand once more, and a wave of luminous energy burst outward from it. The sudden surge of light and force overwhelmed the group, and all three travelers let out startled screams as they recoiled. Miss Tilla opened her mouth in pure shock, frozen mid-reaction as the brilliance still lingered in her vision. Moments later, she stood completely transfixed, staring ahead in awe, her cheeks faintly flushed from the overwhelming sight. The group stepped forward into a vast inner chamber where towering stone statues of dwarven knights lined both sides like silent guardians. Each figure carried a heavy, battle-worn presence, as if they had been carved straight out of history itself. While everyone else absorbed the grandeur of the hall, the muscular man quietly smiled to himself, seemingly satisfied with the progress they had made. The saintess pointed toward the damaged section of the wall, tilting her head as she asked whether they were the ones responsible for the destruction. Standing amid the fading smoke, the boy admitted without hesitation that they had indeed caused it, though he brushed it off with an easy grin. A slightly goofy smile crept across his face as realization hit him. He had reached this place by following scattered fragments of memory from his past life. Closing his eyes for a brief moment, he recalled how he had once slightly damaged this very temple before as well. Yet nothing significant had come from it then. After all, Alpot's prophecy had already accounted for this moment in precise detail. Suddenly, sharp shouts echoed from above, and dwarves rushed onto the elevated balcony, their voices filled with outrage as they accused intruders of desecrating the sacred temple. In an instant, weapons were drawn, and the dwarves prepared their formation, readying themselves to open fire without hesitation. Reifenhart froze in place, cold sweat running down his face as he let out a strained, nervous laugh at the escalating situation. A dwarf raised his crossbow high and barked a sharp command into the air, ordering everyone to prepare to fire. Without a moment's delay, the entire group dove for cover, scattering behind broken rubble and collapsed stone. The dwarf leader's eyes burned with intense fury, his expression twisted with hostility as he maintained aim on the intruders. Cyrus drew his sword with a sharp motion, his voice rising in anger. "How dare these lesser beings threaten humans?" he growled, ready to strike. Before he could move, his mentor's voice cut through the chaos, commanding him firmly to stand down. The boy raised both hands instead and shouted toward the dwarves, insisting that they were willing to talk, but arrows immediately slammed into him and bounced harmlessly off his body. Reifenhart remained standing firm amid the rain of bolts, not flinching as more projectiles struck around him. The dwarves froze in disbelief, one of them shouting out in shock, "A monster! He isn't even scratched!" Reifenhart frowned deeply and raised his voice over the chaos. "We're not your enemies," he called out. Sweat ran down his face as he silently hoped the dwarves would sense the truth in his words. Their deep connection to the earth made them sensitive to deception. They had to feel that he was speaking honestly. And indeed, one of the dwarves hesitated, lowering his weapon slightly. "They aren't lying," he muttered in confusion. The entire atmosphere shifted instantly, the tension in the air wavering as uncertainty spread among the dwarves. Still with his hands raised, Reifenhart spoke loudly and firmly. "I am the one spoken of in Alpot's prophecy." Scylla immediately turned bright red with embarrassment, while the muscular man let out a long sigh, muttering that even he didn't feel proud saying something like that out loud. Stepping forward again, the boy raised his voice and declared that they had come on official orders to meet High Priest Mashlin, sent by the leader of the Steelhammer tribe. The stern expression of one dwarf suddenly broke into a wide grin. "Welcome," he boomed, completely changing his tone. Scylla's eyes widened in disbelief at how abruptly the entire atmosphere had shifted from hostility to hospitality. In his mind, Reifenhart pictured the great forge beneath Mount Settle, deep underground, stretching 30 meters below the surface, a vast chamber nearly 2 kilometers wide and 50 meters high, filled with colossal stone structures carved with precision. Alvart, visibly proud, began guiding them through the area, explaining its history. Cyrus, walking beside them, suddenly asked why the dwarves had never attempted to free their enslaved kin despite living here. Scylla gave a faint, knowing smile, quietly noting that the knight was beginning to question the world around him. The young man looked toward the saintess in confusion, still unsure of his own thoughts. She simply replied that this was exactly how such questions always began. Cyrus fell silent, lowering his gaze as deep thought settled over him. Polvart turned back toward them and explained that what they were seeing were only renovated remains of structures left behind from the Silver Age. Reifenhart looked away slightly, silently noting that the dwarves had already been living here during that same ancient era. He reached out and placed a hand on a doorway, noticing how unusually low it was compared to human architecture. The surrounding knights began to sweat uneasily as the muscular man spoke plainly. Back in the Silver Age, dwarves had been advanced enough to build entire cities like this, something difficult for most to even believe, especially given their later history of slavery. Cyrus touched his chin thoughtfully, lost in contemplation, while Riefenhardt understood clearly that his apprentice would not grasp this easily, shaped as he was by the world he had grown up in. Pulvart turned back toward them once more, and declared firmly that from this point onward he would serve and guide them. Soon after, dinner was served, and a variety of dishes were placed across the table in an orderly spread. Sillin raised a hand slightly, curiosity flickering in his expression as he asked a simple question. "What kind of meat is this?" Pulvart answered without hesitation, completely calm as he named the dish. "Basilisk liver," he said. Cyrus immediately forced an awkward grin, glancing aside. "Elves are vegetarians, you know," he muttered, clearly unsettled by the idea. Pulvart's cheeks tinted slightly as he tried to explain further, a bit flustered by their reactions. "Well, the taste might seem unusual," he said carefully, "but it's considered highly noble and extremely healthy, especially for men." Cyrus and Miss Tilla exchanged flat, unimpressed looks, silently judging the situation. Meanwhile, Sillin and the jock completely ignored their hesitation, tearing into the basilisk liver like men who hadn't eaten in days. Not long after, dwarf maidens arrived and announced that the savior was being summoned to the central tower. Riefenhardt stood up at once, giving a short nod. "I'll be back," he said before heading out. They reached the base of a massive staircase leading upward. Riefenhardt assumed only the privileged could pass beyond it, but Pulvart simply shrugged with a lazy expression. "I'm not restricted," he said casually. "I'm just lazy." Inside, the corridor stretched deep with towering stone statues lining both sides. Dwarven warriors frozen mid-stance, gripping swords or wearing heavy helms. The boy stepped forward into the hall, his eyes widening slightly as he took in the overwhelming scale of the chamber ahead. At the far end of the vast space, an old dwarf sat motionless upon a throne, watching them in silence. Achelin slowly lifted his gaze and welcomed the visitors. The jock stepped forward eagerly, eyes filled with expectation as he approached. Under the towering dome above, faint gray smoke drifted and curled through the air, giving the entire hall a hazy, ancient atmosphere. The throne itself stood shattered, broken stone fragments still visible, as if it had endured some forgotten catastrophe. Riefenhardt lowered his head slightly, recalling the name with quiet respect. "The king of martial arts, he was powerful," he murmured. In another instant, Teslin raised his hand with conviction, voice ringing with resolve. "This ends today. I'll free all intelligent races from his cursed control." Without hesitation, he surged forward, launching himself into the attack. A magician responded instantly, unleashing a burst of radiant magic that exploded across the chamber in blinding light. The fighter pushed straight through the glare, refusing to slow down, eyes locked forward with absolute focus. Then, abruptly, he blinked, his momentum breaking in a single instant. The magician's black eyebrows lifted in confusion as he looked around. Seated at a table, he slowly realized he had nodded off once again. Teslin jolted upright, snapping back to alertness. "Just closed my eyes for a second," he muttered, placing a hand on a stack of books beside him. Frustration welled up as he clenched his fist tightly. 6 years of relentless effort, training magic, forming alliances, earning his place among the Silver Sages. And yet, it still wasn't enough. He walked toward the window, staring out into the distance as the truth settled heavily in his mind. Aura techniques and fifth circle spells weren't enough to defeat the Demon King. His thoughts drifted back to past battles. Riefenhardt had likely surpassed him by now. His physical power alone had already become a devastating weapon. Teslin scowled, irritation tightening his expression. That man was probably gathering allies somewhere right now, rebuilding his strength all over again. He folded his hands behind his back, thinking carefully, if that was the case, then he would need powerful warriors of his own. Back within the tower, a long stone staircase led up into a sealed chamber carved deep into the structure. Riefenhardt stood face to face with Machalin, his teacher, ally, and long-standing friend. The elderly dwarf narrowed his eyes. "Have we met before?" he asked, slowly. "I haven't left this place in over 50 years, Riefenhardt answered calmly, standing tall. "We meet 10 years from now." Machalin immediately broke into a nervous sweat, uncertainty flashing across his face. Was this so-called savior completely insane? Riefenhardt let out a long, weary sigh, as if carrying far too many memories at once. Then he looked Machalin directly in the eyes and spoke without hesitation. "I've traveled through time." He raised a hand and began laying everything out, piece by piece, revealing the truth behind his journey. He spoke of memories, of his past life, and of his true identity. He explained how the Antarius Empire branded him as the Demon King, how the war unfolded, and how it ultimately ended in his death. Riefenhardt frowned slightly, voice steady. "It doesn't matter whether you believe me or not. It's still the truth." He stood in silence, letting the weight of his words settle. Machalin finally responded, his tone measured and cautious. "I don't think you're lying, but it's difficult to accept." His brows tightened as he studied Riefenhardt carefully. "I need to test it myself. Whether you truly cross time, or whether you've simply lost your mind." The old gnome leaned forward with a playful grin, tugging at his beard as he spoke to his old friend. "Let me ask you one thing," he said. "What color is this?" Riefenhardt closed his eyes for a brief moment, then smiled faintly as if already understanding the intent behind the question. He opened his eyes again and answered directly. You don't have a beard. The dwarf let out a quiet chuckle, reaching up and pulling off the false beard from his face. It was an old disguise he had worn since his previous life, carefully preserved and reused. He slipped his hands into his pockets with a relaxed smile. All thanks to Alpot's blessing, he said lightly. Among dwarves, a grand beard is a symbol of manhood, but me, he gave a soft laugh. I could never grow one. With a warm, genuine expression, he stepped forward. I trust you, old friend, he said sincerely. I would give advice if I could, but I only have one thing left to offer. Without hesitation, he dropped to one knee and formally swore loyalty to Reifenhart on behalf of all dwarves present. Reifenhart's expression turned serious as he spoke firmly. Stand up, he said calmly. I don't need your oath, he continued. I need your advice more than anything right now. As they walked side by side, the muscular man's thoughts drifted back to his earlier failure. How force alone had never been enough to change anything. He couldn't afford to repeat that mistake again. He looked toward the imagined empire in his mind and shook his head slightly. Then he told Machelin that he had rescued slaves from Shaitan and had already begun educating them himself. Machelin lowered his gaze toward the ground, absorbing the weight of the words. That's at least a beginning, he said quietly. But then he raised a difficult question, voice heavy with concern. What if you grow old before any real change happens? The other races, they live much longer than humans. Reifenhart slowly closed his eyes, the silence pressing in around him like heavy stone. When he finally spoke, his voice was low and controlled. That was exactly the problem. In his palm, a faint purple flame suddenly flickered to life, casting unstable light across his fingers. Reifenhart stared at it with restrained intensity. I'm still working to restore my magic, he said quietly. If I succeed, I could rebuild the empire. I could become the Demon King again. Then, just as quickly, he let the flame collapse into nothingness, the glow vanishing from his hand. A shadow of hesitation passed over him. His expression tightened as he admitted the truth in a quieter tone. But I'm afraid, Reifenhart murmured. Afraid I'll repeat everything. His gaze lowered. I don't want to drown this continent in blood again. Beside him, Machelin gave a slow, understanding nod. Machelin finally spoke, his tone calm but heavy with realization. Now I understand your real struggle. He lifted his head slightly, eyes narrowing as he studied Reifenhart. You're underestimating the world, he said firmly. Reifenhart froze instantly, the words landing like a strike. Machelin continued without hesitation, gaze sharpened. The reason you lost wasn't because you lacked power or used too much force. His voice remained steady, cutting through the tension. It's because the world is far more complicated than you ever believed, Machelin said. Strength alone fails eventually, he added, almost matter-of-factly. When it does, you need something else. Reifenhart rubbed his chin, thinking. I don't hate humans, he admitted slowly, but I can't say I like them either. The dwarf's expression tightened as he studied him. Machelin frowned slightly. You didn't have any human friends in your past life, did you? A sharp reaction followed. Reifenhart flinched, sweat trailing down his temple as the question hit deeper than expected. Machelin pressed on firmly. You ignored them, he said, because you were too focused on other races you thought were more reliable. His eyes stayed locked on him. Tell me, Machelin asked, voice serious, was there even a single human in your army? Reifenhart looked down at his own hands, expression tightening. I couldn't rely on them, he muttered. Elves and dwarves, they don't fall to corruption so easily. One of his brows lifted slightly as he spoke further. Dwarves hear truth, Machelin said. We can sense it. We don't easily deceive ourselves. A trace of sadness entered his voice. But you never gave humans a voice, Machelin continued. Some lived inside your empire, yet they had no rights at all. Cold sweat formed on Reifenhart's face. His answer came low, almost defensive. It was better that way for everyone. Machelin's gaze sharpened immediately. That kind of world only works for naive peasants, he said coldly. Not for those who understand what they are doing. He raised a glowing yellow sigil, its light reflecting in his eyes. A demon king doesn't become one by choice, Machelin said. He becomes one when he refuses to acknowledge anything beyond his own will and forces the world to obey it. Around them, representatives of every race stood in tense silence, watching the exchange unfold without interruption, the weight of the conversation settling over the gathering like a storm cloud. Seeing the stunned expression on Reifenhart's face, Machelin softened only slightly. You wanted the best outcome, but in the end, you still became a demon king. Reifenhart pressed a hand to his forehead, frustration and memory colliding. By the time you served under me, humans were already beginning to wipe out the dwarves, he said grimly. For the first time, Machelin's expression dimmed, the firmness in his voice faded. Then I have no right to lecture you. The dwarf beside them clicked his tongue in frustration. Then what am I supposed to do now? He demanded, gesturing toward the assembled knights. Machelin spoke with renewed clarity. You think this is a war of humans against every other race, he said, but you're forgetting something important. Humans don't need another race to start killing each other. Reifenhart stared at him in silence, absorbing the weight of the words. Don't let your personal pride blind you, Machelin warned. Above the distant mountains, Thick fog began to roll in, swallowing the peaks in shifting white layers. Within that mist, a massive creature bared its teeth, its silhouette barely contained by the storming clouds. Dwarves moved in formation around it, ropes whipping through the air as they attempted to restrain the beast's movements. From the chaos, Cyrus suddenly leapt forward, executing the seven grinding technique in a fluid burst of motion. His strike landed cleanly against the monster's hide, but the impact barely registered. The creature barely reacted at all. Landing back on the ground, the young knight gritted his teeth hard. Still not enough. Cyrus muttered under his breath. From a higher ridge, Cyrus quickly repositioned and released a brilliantly glowing arrow, aiming with precision. A streak of green light tore through the air, carving a sharp path straight toward the monstrous target. At that exact moment, an elf suddenly turned, eyes widening as they caught sight of Cardamite, charging forward with unstoppable momentum, weapon raised high. In a single explosive leap, the dwarf's axe ignited with a blazing red aura as Cardamite descended. The swing came down like judgment itself. One clean strike tore through the monster's massive body, splitting it open in a violent burst. Cardamite landed lightly, grinning through the aftermath. Time for a feast. Cyrus and Scylla stood frozen in disbelief. Dwarves using aura? Neither of them had ever witnessed such a thing before. In the distance, three dwarves ignited the same crimson energy, and the watching knights instantly broke into a cold sweat at the sight. What they were seeing defied every expectation they had ever held about combat ability and racial limits. Inside the vast forge complex, a crowd had already gathered. A full month had passed since the group's arrival, enough time for them to begin settling into the harsh environment. Cyrus moved quietly among the locals, observing their daily routines with sharp interest, quietly absorbing everything he could learn. Outside, the air had turned sharply colder. Snowstorms screamed across the mountain peaks, swallowing sound and sight alike. With eyes closed, Scylla suddenly snapped upright and shouted with pride, "I grew a whole centimeter!" Laughter erupted among the group. The dwarves, however, exchanged confused looks, unable to understand why humans placed such importance on height at all. Cyrus suddenly turned serious, scanning the surroundings. "Where's our teacher?" he asked. The saintess replied calmly, "The tower." All eyes shifted toward the distant structure, each of them wondering what Reifenhart might be doing at that very moment. Deep within the heart of the forge, a massive steel pipe stretched upward, connected directly into the geothermal control system humming beneath the structure. Inside the mechanism, a large lamp burned steadily, its light steady and controlled, despite the immense heat surrounding it. Near that glow stood Reifenhart, his eyes fixed on the system. The Silver Age. It truly was something else, he murmured. Metal conduits stretched across the chamber like veins of an ancient machine, feeding power through the forge. Reifenhart fell briefly into thought, recalling how much magical knowledge had been lost over time. Yet the teachings of Alpot still persisted, preserved through statues, relics, and the enduring systems of Magrim. Bathed in the steady glow of warm forge light, Reifenhart let his thoughts drift into deeper calculation. He considered how the gnome race's declining status had steadily weakened the influence of their deity. At this point, the god Alpot retained only enough residual authority to barely awaken Magrim, and even that felt increasingly fragile. A fierce, blazing aura erupted around Reifenhart as he focused inward. He analyzed Teslan's body in silence, noting how violently it resisted mana flow at every attempt. No matter how much effort went into training, his reserves remained stubbornly low. Only one conclusion remained: he had to train his tolerance to mana itself, instead of capacity alone. A memory surfaced suddenly in Reifenhart's mind, the moment he first brought Magrim under full control. The sheer surge of uncontrolled power at that time had been overwhelming. That exact experience became the foundation of his later breakthrough, the creation of what he called the atomic boost. In a moment of quiet focus, as Reifenhart adjusted his stance and began preparing for deeper synchronization, a strange thought drifted through his mind, lingering and unfinished, as if the concept itself was still forming, something about reshaping the very structure to fully fuse with the artifact. Complete synchronization with its internal power was required. With that in mind, Reifenhart slowly extended both arms outward, holding a steady posture as he attempted to align himself with the artifact's flow. He remained completely still for a moment, quietly hoping no one was observing him in that vulnerable state. Unknown to him, a small security device embedded in the ceiling blinked once, quietly activating and locking onto the scene below. On a distant monitoring screen, a group of middle-aged gnome women watched the feed with startled attention. As they observed the display, their cheeks flushed red, reacting with embarrassed fascination at the man's well-built form appearing on the screen. Even though each of them had been married for decades, that did nothing to stop the sudden wave of awkward blushes spreading across their faces as they continued watching in silent disbelief. A cold, snowy wind swept violently through the mountain range. By now, 40 full days had passed since their arrival at the Great Forge, the harsh environment becoming part of their daily reality. Across the interior of the forge, red warning sensors suddenly flickered to life, crackling with unstable electrical energy as the system detected rising magical fluctuations. Without hesitation, Riefenhardt stretched his arms outward again and began channeling his casting sequence, carefully aligning mana pathways. A dense, heavy purple aura rapidly expanded around him, swirling and intensifying as magical pressure filled the surrounding space. Clenching his fists with controlled satisfaction, Riefenhardt spoke under his breath. Fifth circle summoning spell complete. His gaze sharpened. The only remaining task was pushing his mana reserves even further beyond their current limit. He crossed his arms slowly, falling into deep thought as he considered his next step. "Where should I go from here?" he murmured, eyes narrowing in calculation. Not far away, Sillin shivered from the cold air, but stubbornly continued, pulling himself up on a horizontal training bar, refusing to stop despite the freezing conditions. Noticing the protagonist's praise, he turned around immediately with a bright, proud grin, clearly energized by the encouragement. The boy flexed his newly developed biceps enthusiastically, showing off his progress, while the nearby muscle-built observer awkwardly looked away, visibly unsure how to react. After adjusting her robe, the saintess finally broke the quiet. "Are we heading out soon?" she asked. Riefenhardt gave a faint, thoughtful smile. "Do you like it here?" he asked instead, studying her reaction carefully. Sillin paused for a moment, then answered honestly with a small nod. "I do. I want to share my teachings with the dwarves." Nearby, Cyrus sat in quiet meditation, holding his sword steadily in both hands, fully focused and unmoving. Not far from him, dwarven children played energetically, pretending to duel with wooden weapons, laughter filling the air as they immersed themselves in harmless training games. Off to the side, Cyrus remained seated alone, watching the children in silence. Her hands rested against her face as distant memories surfaced, echoes of children from her homeland, laughing and playing in long-forgotten days. A faint glimmer appeared in her eyes, distant and unfocused, as though that warmth belonged to another lifetime. For a moment, she wondered if she had truly lost the ability to feel that simple joy. Riefenhardt approached quietly and stopped nearby. "What are you doing?" he asked. Without lifting her gaze, she answered softly that she was just watching the children. Sitting down on the stone steps, she finally spoke again after a pause. "They look so carefree, but hardship will eventually catch up to them." Her voice lowered further. "Some of them won't even reach adulthood." She turned her face away slightly, her tone growing quieter. "It just reminds me of home." Riefenhardt stood silently watching her without interruption. In his mind, a detailed map slowly formed, connections linking distant regions and possibilities. His thoughts drifted toward Spylus, located at the far western edge of the Kingdom of Grime, a territory where human presence was strictly forbidden. The elf turned slightly in surprise when Riefenhardt suddenly asked, "Want to visit your family?" Her cheeks flushed immediately. "It would take at least 2 months to travel there," she replied, clearly startled by the suggestion. Riefenhardt responded with a calm, confident smile. "There's a faster way." Far away, a vast desert stretched endlessly beneath a scorching sun, waves of heat rippling across the sand. In the distance, twin cliffs rose like massive stone pillars, standing silent against the burning horizon. Without warning, a violent explosion shattered the stillness, tearing through the desert air with overwhelming force. Cyrus and Riefenhardt stepped out from a swirling portal. Cyrus looked around in astonishment. "So this really is the land of sorrow," she murmured. Calmly, Riefenhardt replied. "We arrived in seconds." Both of them stared at the swirling mass of purple energy lingering in the air. Cyrus tilted her head slightly. "Do you need to be an archmage to activate Silver Age relics like this?" she asked. Riefenhardt shook his head lightly. "Sixth circle magic is enough," he answered, still slightly flustered. "My mentor had acquaintances who taught me how to use them." Cyrus continued to stare at him in silence, processing his words without response. A terrifying roar suddenly ripped through the desert air as a monstrous creature lunged forward from the sands, charging straight at them. Riefenhardt clenched his fist and drove it forward in a single, explosive motion, striking the beast directly with overwhelming force. The sand lizard collapsed instantly. Riefenhardt casually brushed dust from his knuckles. "These monsters are common out here," he said calmly. Then, almost absent-mindedly, he added, not bad." Suddenly, a surge of dark energy spread through the air, forming a wide protective barrier that blocked out the blazing sunlight, created instantly by the young mage. Within that shadowed space, the enemy's body began to smolder and burn under the intense pressure of opposing forces. Riefenhardt stepped forward and cast a blue sealing spell, drawing water directly from the creature's remaining blood as part of his technique. Moving closer to the fallen body, he prepared to begin processing it. Then he paused briefly, realizing something surprising. He had managed everything so far without relying on magic at all. Nearby, Cyrus casually lifted a piece of meat with her blade and offered it forward. "Try it." Riefenhardt bit into a large portion while chewing thoughtfully. "How long until we reach the elf's home?" he asked. Cyrus answered evenly. "About half a day's journey from here." He let out a small, amused smile, clearly entertained by the implication in her tone that perhaps no elves remained at their destination anymore. Cyrus stared at him in silence. her expression caught between confusion and suspicion, as if trying to read meaning from his every word and failing to find any clear answer. Later that night, darkness swallowed the surroundings completely until a sudden piercing light flared up, cutting through the black sky like a signal of something awakening. By the time dawn finally broke, the harsh darkness had faded, replaced by the pale glow of morning stretching across the horizon. Their long journey eventually led them to a small, isolated settlement resting quietly in the distance, almost forgotten by the world. As they approached, the strange uniformity of the village became obvious. Every home looked identical, repeating the same color tones, the same structure, as if carefully copied and placed. Near a cold and lifeless fire pit, scattered firewood and empty bowls lay abandoned, suggesting recent activity that had suddenly vanished without explanation. As the young man slowly scanned the surroundings with sharp, searching eyes, the girl beside him stood completely still. Her hood cast a shadow over her face, her gaze locked forward, refusing to speak a single word. Yet beneath that silence, her thoughts churned violently. No one is here. Her eyes narrowed. I miss them. My family's faces. The voices I once heard every day, the warmth of those I loved, even the faint scent of my brothers and sisters, still lingers in memory. A sudden wind swept across the empty land, brushing against her like a forgotten whisper. In that moment, the elf felt something deeply unsettling. She could no longer recall the name she once answered to. A hollow grief rose within her, but even tears refused to come, as if dried out long ago in a desert that had already claimed everything 50 years prior. Not far away, the warriors stood uneasy, wiping sweat from their brows. Their silence carried a visible shame, as if the emptiness around them weighed heavier than any battle they had ever fought. Looking across the abandoned homes, he frowned in thought. These Danhams used to live well here, so what exactly happened to this place? He scratched his chin slowly, still studying the ruins. I don't remember doing anything that could have caused this outcome, he muttered under his breath, uncertain. Then he turned toward his companion, voice lowered. Do you feel something is wrong with this village? He asked, suspicion beginning to surface. Cyrus's eyes widened in shock as she listened. The young man continued without hesitation. Your people fell 50 years ago. There's no way a place like this stayed untouched for so long. Standing among the hollow, lifeless buildings, tension suddenly spiked. Then Reifenhart raised his voice sharply. No, someone's been here, recently within weeks. Cyrus froze completely, her eyes widening as the realization struck like a sudden blow. Then, cutting through the tense silence, a faint cry for help echoed from somewhere nearby. Instantly, she spun around, searching for the source. Through the drifting desert air, an elf appeared, hair tied in a long braid, clothes torn and dust-covered, dragging herself forward with visible exhaustion. Behind her came two children, their hands tightly bound, forced onward under the control of surrounding mercenaries who herded them through the desert like cargo. Walking just behind them, Cyrus leaned slightly toward her companion and whispered urgently, Don't show weakness in front of them. From atop his horse, the mercenary leader known as Bright clicked his tongue in frustration. We're barely getting anything out of this haul, he muttered, clearly dissatisfied. Sweat trickled down his face as an uneasy memory surfaced, the moment everything began spiraling after encountering that man of overwhelming strength. Another mercenary, Clunter, scowled sharply when Bright mentioned the cooling spell. Magic can't solve everything, he snapped with irritation. One of the mercenaries growled harshly, turning his frustration on his companion and calling him completely useless in the operation. Meanwhile, the three elves continued their forced march in absolute silence, their wrists bound tightly with thick, rough ropes. The mercenaries muttered among themselves, dismissing their captives coldly. Too old, too weak, too insignificant to be worth more than their current price. Suddenly, Bright jerked his head upward. Something in the distance had caught his attention, sharp enough to interrupt his thoughts mid-sentence. Charging straight toward them was Cyrus, her eyes burning with intensity as she closed the distance without hesitation. Far away from the clash, the silhouette of a castle loomed against the horizon, its presence quiet but imposing. At its massive wooden gates, someone began pounding urgently, the heavy impacts echoing through the structure. A cautious girl slowly peeked inside through the opening, her voice soft but uncertain as she asked, May I come in? Inside the dim interior, Teslan sat in silence, eyes fixed on a tall stack of documents piled before him. A woman nearby asked whether he was still buried in work. The mention of his condition made Felina visibly tense, guilt flickering across her expression. Without even looking up, the mage responded coldly. Don't ask pointless questions. Felina stood quietly, watching him with a softened gaze despite everything. She had remained the only one by the martial arts king's side after his transformation into a new identity. Stepping closer, she offered a gentle smile. That expression, it reminds me of the old days. A faint blush rose to her cheeks as she added softly, Back when you were still called Riffenhart. Sliding her hand into her sleeve, she retrieved a carefully prepared scroll and held it out toward him. Teslan lifted his gaze. Did you complete the task I assigned? He asked. Felina nodded. Yes. Information is spreading. Everyone is talking about the martial arts king, Reifenhart. He took the scroll with a sharp expression. That name belongs to the past. I am Teslan now. His eyes narrowed as he read further, focus deepening. The Golden Knight has been defeated, crushed by the newly risen Aura Lord, he read aloud. The news only strengthened the growing legend surrounding Reifenhart. Lowering the scroll slightly, he asked, "Did you meet with Yus?" Felina nodded once. He agreed to join us. A faint, satisfied grin appeared on Teslin's lips. Good, a strong ally. Exactly what we need to bring down the Demon King. Her voice softened as she added another detail. I found someone else as well, someone who meets the criteria. He glanced up. Who, she replied. Stefan, eldest son of the alien family, from the kingdom of Vasily. Teslan slowly tucked the scroll away, falling into thought. Stefan? I don't recall that name. Without warning, he stepped forward and pulled Felina into a tight embrace. Thank you, he whispered. She froze in surprise, cheeks flushing deep red. Inside his mind, a quiet satisfaction settled over him. Everything that had once been taken from Riffenhart was slowly being reclaimed piece by piece. His gaze sharpened, carrying a dangerous edge. Soon he'll have nothing left. Elsewhere, Sirius sprinted across the battlefield, closing in on a cluster of mercenaries with lethal intent. One mercenary swung down a heavy axe, aiming to stop her advance in a single strike. But it was far too slow. In the blink of an eye, blood sprayed through the air as his face was torn open, the counterattack landing before he could even register fear. Panic detonated across the mercenary ranks. Weapons were drawn in a rush, steel scraping and boots shifting in the sand. Instinct screamed at them that this was no ordinary elf. They were facing something far beyond their expectations. Cyrus moved like a streak of light tearing through the battlefield, her cloak snapping violently behind her as she closed the distance in an instant blur of motion. With a powerful leap, sword already in hand, she rose into the air. Her eyes ignited with an electric blue glow that sent a wave of shock through everyone watching. Jaws dropped as the scene unfolded. Cyrus landed hard on the ground, impact shaking the sand beneath her feet. Behind her, a surge of red energy rippled outward like a spreading tide. Bright, the mercenary leader, stared in disbelief, sweat already running down his face. Where the hell did she come from? He muttered, shaken by the sudden intrusion. Clontor raised his hand sharply, fingers carving a glowing magic seal into the air as he began chanting with urgency, preparing a counterattack. A barrage of fireballs roared forward in response, tearing through the air and exploding on impact, swallowing the entire area in thick, rolling smoke and heat. But before the flames could reach her, the protagonist stepped forward, positioning himself directly in front of Cirrus and raising a barrier that shimmered into existence. Mercenary froze mid-motion as a cold voice cut through the chaos. Anyone moves, I kill them. The words alone were enough to freeze the battlefield. Reifenhart smirked faintly, recognition flashing in his eyes. He remembered this man clearly. Bright. Bright, on the other hand, had gone completely pale. Sweat dripped down his face in steady streams, his confidence collapsing under the weight of recognition. That encounter, Bright swallowed hard. I'll never forget it. Reifenhart brushed his hair back casually, almost amused. Funny thing memory is, he said lightly, as if recalling something distant and insignificant. He stepped forward without hesitation, closing the distance. I've got some questions for you, he said, voice calm but pressing. Behind Bright, 3 enslaved figures stood in silence, bound and motionless. Bright snapped quickly. I won't say anything. There's no one else in captivity. The muscle-built man lifted a hand slightly, eyes cold. That answer better be true. Your life depends on it. Bright trembled violently, voice breaking. It's true, there's no one else. Reifenhart slowly turned his attention to Clontor, the mage standing nearby. How many elves have you killed? He asked flatly. Clontor's expression twisted in confusion, as if the question itself was meaningless to him. But the air around them shifted sharply, as fury ignited in Riffenhart's gaze. Clontor finally muttered an answer. About 40. In an instant, the atmosphere turned suffocating. Reifenhart's body erupted with blazing orange energy, heat distorting the air around him. A deep purple aura gathered violently in his palm as his voice dropped into a growl. Then you will pay for every single drop of their blood. Clontor reacted instantly, forming a magic seal and launching a counterattack without hesitation. A sharp blue beam shot forward with lethal force, but it slammed against an invisible barrier and failed to pierce through. Sweat broke out across the mercenary's face. A mage this powerful and this young? He muttered in shock. Riffenhart slowly lifted his hand, beginning another chant as energy gathered around his fingers. A sudden burst of intense purple light exploded outward, filling the battlefield and drowning everything in its radiance. The mercenaries collapsed one after another under the pressure. Clontor staggered, gasping for breath. Fine, I'll hand over the elves, he choked out. Reifenhart stepped forward calmly. They should have been reduced to ash by now, but I ran out of mana. Clontor panicked instantly, shouting, I'll give them to you now, but the boy waved him off coldly. Don't bother. He raised his fist again, slow and deliberate. Clontor screamed in fear, throwing his arms up defensively. The warrior's eyes narrowed beneath heavy brows, burning with conviction. This is justice for every drop of elven blood spilled. Clontor trembled violently. Wait, were there humans among them? He blurted out, voice shaking. Riefenhart paused briefly, his expression tightening in confusion. Clontor rushed to explain, voice breaking. We wouldn't have touched them if we knew they had a master. But Riefenhart raised his fist again. Clontor shrieked. Why kill us over slaves? It makes no sense. Fury burned in the warrior's eyes. And you see nothing wrong with murdering them? He snapped back. Clontor was shaking uncontrollably, drenched in fear. You're insane, he screamed. The boy lowered his gaze slightly, voice turning colder. Then tell me what separates a man from a beast. Clontor dropped to his knees, forcing out an answer through fear. Men can think, control their instincts. Riefenhart frowned deeply. Then why are elves considered less than that? Clontor hesitated, struggling for words. Even humans become slaves when they're weak. He forced himself to continue. Elves were born to serve, that's just how it is. Then he lifted his gaze sharply. Do you hate the system itself? Riefenhart paused, his expression shifting as an old memory surfaced, an old dwarf's words echoing faintly in his mind. He looked up toward the open sky. I could never live as a slave, he said quietly. If I feel that way, then maybe everyone else does too. Clontor's face twisted in anger. Don't project your beliefs onto everyone else, he shouted. Riefenhart raised his arm again, voice hardening. I'd rather stand proud than obey a rotten world. In a sudden motion, he grabbed Clontor by the throat, lifting him off the ground. Grains of sand lifted into the air around them, trembling in the rising pressure as the battlefield fell into a deadly silence. The freed elves stood frozen in place, staring in stunned silence, as if they could not yet process what had just unfolded before their eyes. Cyrus moved in quickly, without hesitation, dropping to her knees and untying the bindings around the captive's wrists. Are you all right? She asked, her voice steady but urgent. One of the girls flushed deeply, her eyes locked on Cirrus as if she couldn't believe she was real, let alone so close. Cirrus simply rubbed her own wrists in silence, her expression unreadable, almost distant, as if she were checking something only she could feel. Her lips parted slightly, but no words came out at first, caught between hesitation and recognition. Then she slowly lifted her gaze toward her rescuer. Serendi? She whispered, uncertainty and recognition tangled in her voice. Cyrus's eyes widened instantly, a sharp shock flashing through her expression. A sudden wave of memory crashed into her mind, two young girls holding hands tightly, tears streaming as a forgotten past resurfaced with painful clarity. You remember? The girl breathed out, overwhelmed, her voice trembling with relief and disbelief. She rushed forward and clasped Cirrus's hands tightly, as if afraid the moment would vanish if she let go. But suddenly Cirrus pulled her hands back, breaking the contact in a sharp, instinctive motion. She froze completely, caught between emotion and restraint, unable to move for a brief moment. Ryder cast a glance at the unfamiliar girl. At that moment, Cirrus snapped sharply, her tone cutting through the air like steel. Don't speak to her, she said coldly, brow furrowing. She's not one of us, just a pet of filthy humans, a slave who abandoned her honor. A flicker of hurt crossed Cirrus's face. She lowered her gaze, completely at a loss for words. The young man stepped forward immediately, voice firm and unwavering. She's not a slave, she's my companion. The girl tilted her head slightly, studying him. How do you even understand our language? She asked, in genuine surprise. Riefenhart stepped forward, his tone steady but firm. I won't stand by and let anyone treat you like that, not even your own people. He glanced toward his companion, then added with quiet conviction, It's time you stop letting others define who you are. You're not a slave. The girl slowly lifted her head, eyes searching his face, as if trying to find certainty in his words. Is that really true? She asked softly, uncertainty breaking through her voice. Riefenhart's gaze sharpened. Around them, camels quietly grazed in the desert heat as he turned fully toward her. Have I ever treated you like one? He asked. She shook her head slightly. No. Then why speak as if you are? She looked ahead, conflicted, because you never said it out loud. The martial artist blinked, taken aback. For a brief moment, he looked away, thinking, before stepping forward again and meeting her gaze directly. You're not a slave, he said firmly. Not now. Not ever. Her eyes widened in stunned disbelief. Standing directly before her, Riefenhart spoke with calm certainty. We are equals, you are free. He held her gaze steadily without hesitation, letting the silence reinforce his words. Cyrus slowly lowered her eyes, her expression tightening as conflicting emotions surfaced. I know you don't treat elves like slaves, she said quietly. She frowned slightly, struggling with her thoughts. You've always believed other races are no less than humans, she continued, voice softening. But I still can't fully understand it. She looked down. Sometimes I feel like when you look at me, you're seeing someone else entirely. Riefenhart froze, visibly stunned by her words. She lifted her brow slightly. It doesn't matter. Think what you want. Her voice turned colder. But if that's true, then treat me like a slave. Stop pretending to care. The air grew heavy. Silence followed as realization struck him. His so-called rescue had never been what he believed. The one he saved belonged to another life entirely. This version felt more like something taken than saved. His thoughts drifted back to the moment he had given her that coat. What he once saw as kindness now felt like something far more unsettling, an act that could easily be interpreted as ownership rather than care. Another warrior had once stepped in and given her a name. shaping her identity in a way she never chose herself. Reifenhardt adjusted her scarf, but the gesture now felt intrusive, as if even his smallest actions carried unintended weight. Walking beside her, he finally spoke. "Stop calling me master." A memory flickered, his clenched fist, as he insisted. "You're not a slave." The girl lowered her head. "Then stop pretending you mean it." He turned away slightly. "I understand." His voice dropped, quieter now. "Do whatever you want." Clouds drifted slowly across the vast desert sky, casting shifting shadows over the sand below. Standing atop a dune, the warrior called her by her full name, the wind carrying his voice across the open wasteland. "From now on," he said calmly, "everything I say will carry a different meaning. Whether you stay or leave, it's your choice. I will respect it." Her brows tightened, sadness flickering in her eyes. "Is that really what you want, for us to part ways?" He answered softly. "What I want is to keep traveling together." Reifenhardt's expression tightened. "But I won't force you to stay." She turned her face away. "Give me time to think." The young man lowered his gaze, then asked quietly, "Can Cirrus help this child reunite with her family?" Cyrus walked toward the camel, saying nothing, her silence heavier than any answer. Riffenhardt's voice lingered in the air, heavy with finality, yet still soft at the edges. He stepped closer, his tone steady as he spoke to the girl, as if trying to anchor her away from an old life that no longer defined her. "You're not a slave, not now, not ever. No one will ever find this place again. I want to take you home," he said gently, almost pleading beneath the calm. The girl met his gaze, then slowly smiled, composed and unwavering. "Then I would bring shame to my clan if I didn't repay the man who saved me," she replied, her words firm, bound by honor rather than hesitation. Riffenhardt studied her closely, searching her expression for even the smallest crack of doubt. "Is that really your final decision?" he asked, measured and serious. She gave a single, certain nod. "You would have found our hiding place eventually, even without my help," she added calmly, as if accepting inevitability rather than resisting it. The martial artist let out a brief grin, the tension easing from his face. "Fair enough. Elves always think logically," she replied without hesitation, her tone dry but not unkind. Across an endless sea of gold, the camels pressed forward in a slow, steady rhythm, their hooves sinking into the burning desert sands as the caravan continued its journey under the harsh light. Looking ahead into the vast horizon, Ceres lowered her voice, the words barely carried by the wind. "I'm sorry," she murmured. After a brief silence, Ceres glanced toward her companion beside her, her expression tightening slightly with thought. "If I were in your place, I would have done the same," she added quietly, as if weighing her own judgment against circumstance. Ceres looked back over her shoulder, offering a faint, restrained smile. "You met a good man," she said simply, her tone carrying quiet certainty. Her friend nodded slowly, then spoke as if the answer had already been settled in her heart. "That's why you told him your name." The elf blinked in confusion, tilting her head slightly. "Told him? What are you talking about?" she asked, genuinely puzzled. Ceres's expression remained steady as she reminded her calmly. "He called you by your real name." Cyrus suddenly froze, her eyes widening as realization struck her like a sudden chill. "How did he know the name I had even forgotten myself?" she whispered, disbelief tightening her voice as her thoughts spiraled. Far ahead of them, the young man continued riding alone, his silhouette cutting across the desert's edge as he approached a distant settlement tucked deep within a rugged stone gorge, almost hidden by the jagged cliffs surrounding it. Inside a worn and dimly lit tent, a guard pushed through the entrance with urgency still in his breath. "Water reserves are low. We'll be completely out by tomorrow," he reported, the weight of exhaustion evident in his voice. Reifenhardt lowered his head slightly, tension gathering in the room. "Any word from the scouts?" he asked. "They've returned," came the reply. "The humans they've pulled back for now." The elder slowly lifted his gaze, his expression heavy with grief and reverence. "May Rael carry the souls of the fallen," he murmured, the words sinking into the silence like a mourning prayer. A younger elf stepped forward, urgency breaking through his restraint. "We can't stay here anymore. The village is too far, and with what little water remains, we won't survive if we delay. We need to move, now." The elder closed his eyes for a moment, the truth settling over him like dust. "We won't last long, our position has already been exposed," he admitted quietly, resignation creeping into his voice. Then, suddenly, a faint sound cut through the stillness. The elder's eyes snapped open as a deep rumble echoed through the gorge, growing louder with each passing second. High above on the cliffs, the guards shifted abruptly, their attention snapping toward the source of the disturbance below, scanning the approaching movement with growing alertness. From their vantage point, they spotted travelers advancing along the desert path, camel riders moving steadily toward the village. Among them, unmistakably, elves were present. Reifenhardt raised a hand sharply, his command immediate. "They're bringing a human. Stop them!" Without hesitation, the guards reached for their slingshots, pulling them back with practiced motion. A moment later, they released, warning shots tearing through the air toward the approaching riders. The projectiles struck the sand just ahead of the caravan, exploding small bursts of dust into the air. "Don't panic," the boy said calmly to his companion. That's just a warning shot. He crouched beside one of the impact marks, studying the scattered remains before picking up a strange fragment between his fingers. These bullets, they're made from fused sand, he muttered, eyes narrowing. Elemental magic, no doubt about it. Turning the shard over carefully, he examined its surface texture, tracing its rough edges with quiet focus. It's used to calculate the exact heat required to melt sand into this form, he added under his breath. He straightened slowly, his expression sharpening. Without a world tree, they can't even summon battle spirits anymore, he said. Cirrus frowned at his words, uneasy but attentive. He turned toward her directly, studying her with unexpected familiarity. Your tribe, they have a strong affinity for fire spirits, don't they? That's why your skin never lost its tone, even after 50 years away from the desert. Cirrus stared at him sharply. Who told you that? He stiffened slightly, rubbing the back of his neck. A friend, someone who knows a lot about elves and dwarves. He lifted both hands slowly, stepping forward with open posture, signaling peace before the guards above. Wait, we mean no harm. The moment his voice echoed upward, the response came instantly. More slingshots fired in rapid succession, launching another wave of stone projectiles toward him from the cliffs above. Perched high along the ravine walls, the guards watched with frustration building in their expressions. Their shots weren't stopping the group. Nothing was working as intended. The martial artist spread his arms wider, refusing to back down. Please, listen to me. I came here in peace. I understand the history of your people, he called out, his voice carrying across the gorge. Rivenhart's frown deepened, suspicion tightening his expression. How does he? He began silently, watching the stranger speak their language with unsettling familiarity. Yet doubt lingered heavily among the guards. Could someone from outside truly understand elven customs so well? A voice from above cut through the tension. Words alone won't earn our trust. The boy simply smiled faintly beneath the cliff's shadow, as if he had already expected this reaction. Then, without warning, his fist ignited, flames bursting into existence around his hand, heat rippling outward in visible waves. The elder's eyes widened in shock, his breath catching as he stared at the sudden blaze. Cirrus frowned sharply, stepping forward slightly. What are you doing? She demanded, alarm rising in her voice. A surge of energy erupted upward into the sky, expanding like a flare, illuminating the gorge with an intense burst of light and heat. Rivenhart's lips curled into a faint, knowing smirk. To the humans, this will look like an attack, he muttered under his breath. Yet he remained standing firm, one hand still raised high in defiance of confusion and hostility. The elder narrowed his eyes, reassessing him. A warrior like you doesn't need deception, I see it now. You came here in peace? The boy turned slightly toward Cirrus, his expression softening. You're home, he said, simply. The sun dipped lower beyond the cliffs, bathing the entire gorge in deep amber and orange light, shadows stretching long across the stone walls. Cyrus wrapped an arm around her friend, watching the settlement with mixed emotion. Do you think the village chief remembers you? She asked quietly. Rivenhart stepped forward, arms opening as recognition overwhelmed him. His voice trembled. This is the child we lost on the day of the nightmare. Not only have you returned one of our own, you've brought back someone we thought was gone forever. Relief and joy surged through him at once. He turned toward Rivenhart, speaking with calm sincerity. You've done us a great kindness. The warrior nodded once in response. Then, let's prepare to move, he replied without hesitation. That night, the village of Dereld came alive under the stars. Its atmosphere transformed as if time itself had softened its edge. A bright fire crackled in the heart of the village. Elves gathered around it in wide circles, laughter and song rising into the night air as warmth spread through the once dim settlement. The elder lifted a goblet high, his expression finally relaxed, joining the celebration as voices and music filled the night. Shireen approached Cirrus cautiously, then smiled in genuine surprise. You still remember me? She asked, almost disbelieving the reunion. Rivenhart sat quietly against a nearby wall, watching the scene unfold without interrupting. The warmth of reunion played out before him, reflected faintly in his steady gaze. The two girls chatted freely now. Their earlier tension dissolved completely as laughter replaced uncertainty. He leaned slightly on one hand, eyes distant for a moment as thought crept in. Now that she has a family again, will she still choose to leave with me? After a long pause, he finally stood and walked toward the chief, his expression composed but serious. I want Cirrus to learn elven magic, the young man said plainly, his tone steady but firm, as if he had already weighed every consequence of the request. The old elder lifted a brow, studying him carefully under the dim light of the settlement. You mean spirit magic? He asked, voice measured, testing the intent behind the words. The warrior extended his hand without hesitation, and a small flickering fire fairy materialized above his palm, dancing in gentle arcs of light. I can't teach her what she truly needs, he admitted. Only elves can guide her properly in this. Rivenhart's hand slowly rose, a flame igniting in his palm, its glow reflecting in his eyes as he spoke with quiet weight. We've always taught our children magic, but ever since we lost our bond with the world tree. He closed his hand, extinguishing the flame as the warmth faded. We're powerless now. Spirit magic can no longer be used in battle. His gaze shifted toward the guests, thoughtful yet resolute. Still, I believe I can train her better than most. The martial artist gave a calm nod. Then I'll leave her in your care. I'll support her however I can. A brief pause followed before he added, more serious now. But doesn't losing that bond feel like a disaster for your people? The elder slowly closed his eyes, the weight of those words settling deep within him. For the first time, he felt it clearly. This outsider wasn't speaking blindly. He truly understood their pain. Cyrus smiled brightly, her expression full of quiet relief and warmth. The old man looked at her for a long moment, then spoke with unexpected generosity. If she chooses to stay, and if you refuse to leave without her, then the Dunheim tribe will welcome you as one of our own. Firelight shimmered across rough stone walls and canvas tents, casting long, wavering shadows that shifted with every flicker of the flames. By the next morning, soft clouds drifted slowly across a calm sky, as if the world itself had finally eased its tension. The village rested quietly beside a clear oasis, water reflecting the pale daylight. The young man remained there for 4 more days, blending into the rhythm of their lives. On the final morning, Cirrus approached her friend with a calm but instructive tone. Once you master spirit magic, you'll be able to commune with spirits, she explained. But before that, you must first learn how to resonate with them. Cyrus lowered her gaze to her own hands, repeating the word in her mind. Resonate, she murmured silently, doubt flickering in her eyes. 4 days, could anyone truly reach that level in such a short time? Back then, it had taken her 3 full years of effort. Yet now, faint lights began to dance around the elf's fingertips like drifting stars. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Did I really do it? The woman beside her stared in shock, unable to hide her amazement. This is unbelievable, she exclaimed, voice breaking slightly with awe. Cyrus gazed at the glowing orbs swirling around her hands, a mixture of joy and disbelief filling her chest. Her time in captivity had forced her to adapt quickly. Her learning speed now rivaled that of humans, almost unnatural in its growth. Reifenhart watched her quietly, a small, satisfied smile forming. It looks like you've already grasped the basics of spirit magic. He tilted his head slightly. Do you like it? Cyrus nodded without hesitation. Yes. His expression shifted, becoming more serious, almost cautious. Then, do you want to stay with me? Cyrus paused, her brows tightening as she looked down, torn between emotion and duty. I want to live here and help my people, she admitted quietly. Then she glanced back, voice lower now. But I can't change anything alone. Her tone softened even further, almost hesitant. Maybe if you were by my side. Villagers passed by in the distance, their daily lives continuing peacefully under the morning light. The young man looked toward Cyrus and spoke with quiet certainty. Then, I'll change the order of this world. Cyrus slowly closed her eyes, as if making a decision that had been building inside her all along. I'll go with you for the future of my clan. Reifenhart's expression lit up instantly, joy breaking through his usual restraint. His grin widened until it turned into open laughter, his voice filled with excitement. Then I'll change everything for the one who chose me. A massive surge of energy suddenly erupted into the sky. Cyrus jumped back in surprise. What are you doing? The martial artist laughed lightly, slightly embarrassed. Sorry, I just couldn't hold it in. His expression sharpened, focus replacing excitement as he looked ahead with determination. Come with me. I want to show you the future of your clan right now. Together, they began climbing a rugged mountain trail, their steps steady against the uneven stone path. Reifenhart looked around the rocky terrain, taking in the surroundings. Why here, he asked. Then he added, more quietly, we once used this place as a temporary shelter. He turned toward the group and declared with certainty, his voice echoing across the slope. From today onward, this will be the new home of the Dunheim clan. A voice immediately protested in disbelief. But there's no water here. Cyrus raised her brows in confusion as the young man turned toward her and spoke. Lend me Elvenheim. She hesitated for a moment, then handed over the branch. The young man looked at it briefly, then asked calmly, Aren't you curious how you were able to connect with spirits so quickly? He gripped the branch firmly, his voice steady and resonant. You are the true heir of Elvenheim. That means you have the right to speak my name and wield my power. Without another word, he drove the branch into the ground. A surge of green energy spiraled outward from the impact point, rippling through the air like a living pulse. He raised his voice toward the sky. Guardian of this world, awaken. Tiny green buds sprouted along the branch, trembling as life returned in sudden bursts of vitality. The surrounding elves gasped in unison, eyes widening at the impossible sight before them. Reifenhart watched with a wide grin as the branch twisted and expanded, transforming into a living sapling before their eyes. One of the onlookers staggered back in shock. No, it can't be, he whispered, disbelief breaking his voice. From deep within the rocky slope, water suddenly erupted, bursting through stone and pouring outward in a rushing stream. The elder dropped to his knees beside the newly formed water flow, trembling as he reached toward it. This "This is a miracle," he whispered, voice shaking with awe. Reifenhart stood quietly, one hand resting near his belt as he observed the transformation. The village chief stepped forward, eyes fixed on the phenomenon. She understood everything, didn't she? He looked toward the sprouting tree, fresh leaves swaying gently in the wind. His expression shifted slowly. Then he closed his eyes, something deep within him stirring for the first time in decades. Tears formed in Reifenhart's eyes as emotion finally broke through. "This feeling, we've only heard of it in legends," he whispered. "The world tree, Elvenheim." The young man stood still, watching as clear water continued to flow from beneath the sapling. Steady and pure. At the base of its roots, an intricate symbol appeared, 8 stars interwoven in a perfect pattern. He had awakened Elvenheim's dormant life force, anchoring it to this land and restoring the flow of mana needed to sustain it, the energy pulsing outward through the earth like a heartbeat. The elder trembled as he looked at him. "Is he truly the savior sent by Alita?" he whispered. Riffenhart stepped forward calmly. "I'm just a friend of the elves, and friends help each other." Cyrus stared at him in silence, completely at a loss for words. He turned toward her gently. "Sorry for using Elvenheim like that. I'll find you a better weapon, one worthy of you." With a confident smile returning to his face, he turned away. Time to head back to the Great Forge. At the distant gate, a portal flickered to life, its surface rippling like contained fire, ready to open the path ahead. Sillin came rushing in at full speed, his boots skidding slightly as he spotted them. "Where in the world have you two been?" he called out, half exasperated, half relieved. Reifenhart broke into an easy grin as he looked him over. "Hey, you've bulked up since I left." Sillin immediately brightened, chest puffing slightly with pride. "We were gone longer than expected," he replied, as if that explained everything. At that moment, the forge doors suddenly burst open with a heavy clang, and a wave of dwarves poured out in excitement, their voices erupting in celebration. "Master, you're back!" they shouted, rushing forward. Reifenhart let out a low laugh, glancing over the familiar faces flooding around him. "Have y'all been holding up?" he asked casually, as if he had only been gone a short while. In response, the dwarves eagerly demonstrated what they had accomplished in his absence. Tiny flames flickered between fingers, water spiraled in controlled streams, and glowing runes pulsed mid-air, clear proof of their growing mastery over magic. The young man gave a slow, approving nod as he took in their progress. Excellent work. The apprentice mages bowed deeply, showing clear reverence. Even Reifenhart raised a brow in genuine surprise. "You managed to control mana in just 2 months?" he asked, impressed, then pointed toward a thick tome nearby. "Keep studying from the book I left. It'll continue to guide you." Cyrus suddenly froze, eyes widening in disbelief. "You're really back?" Reifenhart walked closer with an easy grin, then asked, "Learn anything while I was gone?" Cyrus frowned slightly, his expression turning inward as if piecing together something long overlooked. "It's strange," he muttered. "I didn't notice it before, but now it's obvious." Reifenhart tilted his head, scratching lightly at his hair. "What is?" he asked, genuinely curious. Cyrus looked directly at him, voice slow and precise. You have the soul of someone 3 times your age. Are you really only 23? Riffenhart blinked once, caught off guard. "That's what you've been studying this whole time?" he replied, half amused, half stunned. Before the conversation could continue, Silent stepped in. "So where are we headed next?" Riffenhart exhaled lightly. "We need funds first," he answered, then his tone shifted. "But our real destination lies much farther beyond." He spread out a large map of the continent across the table, the parchment rustling as it unrolled. "There's someone in the kingdom of Kroven near the Frostlands by the ocean. He can help us." While the warrior concluded his matters at the Great Forge, far beyond his reach, other movements were already beginning to stir across distant lands. Deep in the frozen north, beyond the kingdom of Grime and into the endless icy deserts, a group of travelers had set up a fragile camp against the biting cold. One man stood near the struggling fire, watching the flames flicker in the wind. "Should we add more wood?" he asked. An elder beside him shook his head firmly. "No. We must be careful. We can't afford to waste mana just to keep the fire burning all night," the elder added grimly. Inside the tent behind them, heavy bags were stacked high, ancient relics gathered from forgotten ruins. One of the explorers carefully lifted a thick, dust-covered tome, brushing off centuries of grime. "This contains lost knowledge from the Silver Age," he said, almost in awe. His eyes widened as he stared at the book, excitement overtaking caution. "If this gets out, the academic world will erupt. We have to reveal the truth about the Silver Age, about the nations that once thrived." Before anyone could respond, a sudden scream pierced through the frozen night, sharp enough to freeze the blood. The old man snapped his head toward the sound, alarm flashing across his face. A wave of dread hit the researcher instantly. Teslon's men, he realized. At first glance, they looked like ordinary bandits, but the intent in their movements told a far darker truth. A mage stepped forward, voice cold and absolute. "Kill them all. Leave no one alive." Weapons gleamed under the faint firelight as armored figures advanced in formation. Stefan's eyes sharpened, tension rising in his stance. Near the edge of the camp, Jesus narrowed his gaze, already shifting into combat readiness. Then the knights broke into a full charge, blades flashing as they rushed into the camp. Steel collided, and in an instant blood splattered across the white snow, staining it dark red. The old man collapsed to his knees, trembling violently. "Please, take everything. Just don't kill us," he begged, voice breaking. But the mage raised his blade without hesitation. "They don't want relics," the sage said coldly. "They want your heads." In a single decisive motion, the sword came down, cutting through the researcher with merciless precision. Felina stepped forward, face pale and shaken. "Was that really necessary?" she asked quietly. The leader didn't even pause. It was the will of the Silver Sages. "They opened a door that should have remained sealed," he continued, as blood soaked into the snow. The ancient tome lay nearby, its pages stained crimson in the aftermath. Teslan picked up the book carefully, holding it as if it weighed more than steel. "No one can know this part of history, not for today, not for the future of mankind." Felina's voice shook. "But what did they do wrong?" He tightened his grip on the book. They were a small price for the greater good. Nearby, the mage turned toward his companion. "How is the berserker armor holding up?" Stefan smirked slightly, rolling his shoulders. "Better than anything I've ever worn. Still just takes some getting used to." At the edge of the camp, Eustace emerged from the shadows of a tent, scanning the aftermath with a cold glance. "Seems I'm not the only one chasing revenge," he muttered under his breath. A faint shimmer of energy flickered around him in the frozen air as he looked over the scene. "So what are we supposed to do with all this?" The wizard gestured toward the gathered relics. "Take anything of value. The rest, anything on this list, goes to the Silver Sages for safekeeping." A rogue nearby eyed the piled artifacts carefully. "Relics from the Silver Age. Some of these are dangerous. Only the right people can handle them." A knight lifted a glowing pendant and placed it around his neck with satisfaction. "These warming necklaces, not bad." Teslan nodded calmly. "A privilege granted only to those aligned with the Silver Sages." Suddenly, Teslan's expression shifted. His pupils narrowed sharply as if something had just surfaced in his mind. A black cube materialized in his hands, dark and unnatural against the cold light. His breath caught. The voice of Elysian, he whispered. He studied the cube, stunned into silence. "So this is it. Some things are better left unknown by society." Even more disturbing, there were two of them. As the group moved out of the tent, Felina turned toward him again. "What part of history are you trying so hard to erase?" she asked. The mage didn't hesitate. "Don't ask questions that don't concern you. Only we are meant to know the truth." Outside, a brutal blizzard swept across the camp, winds howling like a living force that swallowed every sound and shape in the darkness. Far away, a sudden burst of light cut through the night, briefly illuminating a distant city skyline. Heavy doors creaked open slowly, echoing through the quiet interior beyond. Madeline looked up in mild surprise. "What brings a guest like you here?" she asked. Ceres stepped inside with a steady gaze. "I want the truth, everything about Riffenhart." Her expression tightened as memories and doubts surfaced. "It feels like he already knew me long before we ever met," she continued slowly, voice lower now, more uncertain. "The way he talks, the way he moves, even the way he looks at me, he doesn't feel like a stranger." Standing alone in the center of the room, she finally whispered the thought she couldn't shake. The dwarf hesitated, shifting his weight uneasily as if the question carried more weight than he wanted to admit. "I'm not sure you'd understand," he said at last. Ceres immediately widened her eyes, leaning forward slightly. "Why not?" He looked away, avoiding her gaze as his voice lowered. "Do you trust him?" Cyrus answered without even a heartbeat of delay, her voice sharp with conviction. "Even if he told me he was a god sent down to this world, I would believe him." The dwarf's expression darkened, his brows tightening. "Then answer me again," he pressed. "Do you truly trust that man?" Cyrus blinked, taken aback by the intensity in his tone, as if the question had suddenly become far more serious than she expected. Outside, the city lay in silence beneath a steady fall of snow, each flake drifting down like a muted curtain over the rooftops and streets. Inside the quiet room, the young man sat alone, motionless, the dim light casting soft shadows across him. Riefenhart lifted his head as the door opened and she stepped inside. "So you know now?" he asked calmly, watching her reaction closely. Cyrus hesitated in the doorway, her fingers tightening slightly as she struggled to find words. "The truth, it was more than I ever imagined," she finally said, her voice low and uncertain. Sometime earlier, the priest had spoken in a quiet, almost reluctant tone. "That boy, he's a time traveler." Madeline had then brought forward a mage surrounded by swirling energy, the air itself trembling faintly around him, and began recounting the story of a man who once tried to change the world and failed. He returned to the past for one reason, the tale continued. To make the future he once failed to create finally come true. Steel rang through the air as a knight's blade cut in a sharp arc. She wasn't just a warrior, the account went on. She was a high-ranking sorceress known among the intelligent races as the incarnation of Elid. Cyrus lowered her gaze, her voice soft and heavy with thought. "It would have been easier," she murmured, "if you had just admitted you still loved her." The young man's expression hardened instantly. the warmth in his eyes replaced by something far more resolute. "Then tell me," he asked quietly, "can I still earn your forgiveness?" The elf turned her head away without a word, refusing to meet his gaze. After a long silence, she finally spoke, her eyes fixed on the floor. "I can't answer that, but I'm ready to keep walking this path with you." As she turned away from him, a thought surfaced quietly in her mind, unspoken but heavy. He hadn't truly seen her for who she was. He had been chasing something else, a memory, not the girl standing right in front of him. Soft light drifted across her white hair, making it shimmer faintly as she moved. She glanced back over her shoulder, offering a small, gentle smile. "I don't hate you, you know," she said quietly. Back in his room, the warrior sat on the edge of the table, shoulders slightly slouched, his gaze fixed blankly on the ceiling above. A faint redness lingered on his cheeks, as if his thoughts alone were enough to unsettle him. He scratched the side of his head, muttering under his breath. Is she mad or not? Outside, endless fields of wheat swayed in the wind before a massive, towering fortress. Their next destination came into view in the telling: the Kingdom of Crovan, a powerful realm famed for producing more grain than any other nation on the continent. Inside the royal court, a young man stood with his arms crossed, posture straight and commanding. Telion, the rising heir of King Gothrin, was regarded as one of the strongest contenders for the throne. Yet both King Gothrin and his chosen successor had mysteriously died in their sleep, their deaths leaving no clear answers behind. With the throne suddenly vacant, the nobility swarmed in like vultures, tearing at what remained of royal authority. Two major claimants emerged, and the kingdom split into two opposing factions. One side raised crimson banners high, declaring their loyalty to the true king. The other faction held blue flags aloft, demanding justice and blood for the rightful royal lineage. Among them rode Yahello, the second prince, who would turn 18 that year. Born of a concubine, he was seen as illegitimate by tradition, an unwanted stain on the royal bloodline. In another camp entirely, Cyrus commanded his own forces. Nearby stood Fernando, heir to a powerful county, his expression hardened with frustration, noble by status, but never royal by birth. His green eyes burned with ambition, sharp and unwavering beneath the tension of war. Crovan had descended into full civil war, brutal, chaotic, and fueled not only by politics, but by bloodline obsession. A knight raised his sword amid the chaos, his skill and charisma earning him wide respect across the battlefield. Nearby stood a noble holding a wine glass, posture relaxed, almost detached. Everything about him screamed aristocracy except for any real substance behind it. As banners clashed and armies collided across the land, half a year passed since King Gothrin's death. The war for the throne escalated to its peak. Far beyond the war-torn kingdom, darkness stretched over the barony of Deline like a heavy veil. In a dim chamber, Yahello sat alone, eyes distant. "How much longer is this going to drag on?" he muttered. "And what happened to Reddy's blessing?" Leaning back tiredly, the second prince let out a frustrated breath. "I never wanted the throne." A girl stepped closer to him, her voice gentle but probing. "You really don't want to be king?" He nodded immediately, almost desperate. "If I say otherwise, we'll both end up dead." Phinia closed her eyes in exasperation. "I can't believe I fell for someone like you," she sighed. He smiled weakly and brushed her cheek. "Sorry." The tension briefly softened. "Well, we're safe for now," Phinia said. "Without supplies, that final battle won't happen anytime soon." From the corner, a dwarf added casually, "If things go bad, we can always run, change names, disappear somewhere else." The noble gave a strained laugh. "A spoiled man like me doing manual labor. I'd die from exhaustion." She replied calmly that there was no need for such drastic plans. She could handle their survival for now. Then she turned to him, her voice soft but serious, reminding him that even if he became king, society would still see her as nothing more than a slave. Yahello pulled her into a tight embrace, holding her as if trying to block out the entire world. In a quiet voice, he admitted he couldn't imagine a reality where the two of them were ever truly equal in the eyes of society. By the window, the couple lingered in a rare moment of stillness, quietly confessing their feelings as the outside world faded away. But that fragile peace shattered instantly. The girl immediately grabbed an axe from nearby, her grip tightening as her eyes swept through the darkened room, tracking every shifting shadow with sharp alertness. She raised the weapon slightly, stance firm and ready to strike at a moment's notice. "Who's there?" she demanded, voice cutting through the silence. From the depths of the darkness, a cloaked figure slowly stepped forward, his movements calm and unhurried as if he had nothing to fear. "I come in peace," he said evenly. "I'm here to support the true heir to the throne." The dwarf narrowed her eyes immediately, studying every detail of his posture and tone. Yet despite the tension, she sensed no deception in his words. Second Prince glanced sideways at her, remembering well that her people could instinctively perceive the truth in a person's voice. Still, something about this intruder felt wrong, too large, too solid, not the build of a typical mage. The stranger let out a faint smirk as if amused by their suspicion. "Battle mage," he said casually, introducing himself without hesitation. Even the hint of a rogue's disguise couldn't fully conceal the weight of his presence. The nobleman stepped forward, arms crossed tightly, his expression sharp with scrutiny. "If you're here to help," he asked, What was that comment earlier about us having fun? The cloaked man gave a casual shrug, acting unconcerned. You must have misheard. The maid standing nearby narrowed her eyes, unconvinced, but the noble simply waved it off as if it didn't matter. Doesn't matter, the noble said at last, voice flat and dismissive. I'm not concerned. Still, his gaze lingered longer than necessary, sharp, analytical, like he was dissecting every word spoken in the room. The young man immediately picked up on it. This noble wasn't ordinary, he was perceptive, almost like a living lie detector. To ease the tension, he quickly added, I didn't mean any disrespect. I actually have close ties with an elf myself. Yuval's eyes widened sharply at that revelation, surprise flashing across his face. Phinia gave a small, confirming nod, and the entire room seemed to freeze for a heartbeat. Even Yuval blinked in disbelief. So there's another lunatic like me in this world? He muttered under his breath. Crossing his arms, the noble finally spoke again, his tone serious. So tell me, what exactly are you offering us? The warrior raised both hands slightly, speaking with confidence. Supplies enough provisions to sustain your entire army, worth 100,000 gold. A heavy silence instantly fell over the room. Everyone froze in disbelief at the sheer scale of the offer, an amount equal to nearly half the kingdom's annual budget. Tempting but suspicious, the noble muttered. Then he raised a finger, narrowing his eyes. How many Aura Lords are in your forces? None, came the calm reply. I'll be sending 6 of mine. Yuval's eyes sharpened instantly, calculations flashing through his mind. There were fewer than 5 Aura Lords across all of Krovan. The imbalance was impossible to ignore. And what do you want in return? He asked cautiously. Martial artist placed a hand firmly against his chest. Land, he said without hesitation. Once you become king, grant me territory. Yuval blinked, caught off guard. That's it? The man lowered his head slightly, his tone shifting into something more deliberate. I want full autonomy over that land. No interference from Krovan's laws. Riffenhart's expression darkened slightly. And why is that? The stranger didn't hesitate even for a moment. I want to build a place where elves, dwarves, and orcs can live freely. Outside the window, faint lights flickered across the nearby buildings, casting shifting glows against the night as silence settled over the surroundings. Cyrus tilted her head slightly, watching him as she asked quietly. So how did it go? The boy stepped beside her, hands relaxed at his sides. For now it went fine, he replied, but the real trouble is only beginning. He reached up and pulled back his hood, revealing a calm but focused expression. We can't repeat the mistakes of the past. If this is going to work, our land has to be legally recognized, only then will people be forced to accept it. As they walked slowly down the quiet street, Cyrus glanced at him from the side. Did you know Yuval in another life? She asked. He shook his head lightly. Today was the first time we met. Then he added, but tell me who actually won the war for the throne. He paused briefly, memories flashing through his mind like broken fragments. Cyrus took the crown, he said at last, and the second prince lost his head. The woman looked up toward the night sky, her expression steady and resolved. Not this time, she said firmly. That's exactly why I stepped in, the martial artist replied. Inside the house, the protagonist allowed himself a rare moment of hope. If everything went as planned, perhaps humanity would finally begin to see elves, dwarves, and orcs not as tools or slaves, but as true allies. At the table, Cyrus leaned forward slightly. So, how did it go? Reifenhart offered a faint, satisfied smile. Smooth, so far? The boy let out a small chuckle as he reflected on the journey. It had already been a month since leaving the Great Forge. In that time, they had explored 10 ancient, abandoned ruins scattered across the continent. Not a bad start, he murmured. The knight closed his eyes briefly, rolling his shoulders with exhaustion. Carrying all those relics is harder than fighting demons, he muttered. Scylla grinned beside him. Good for building strength, though. The saintess turned toward the group, concern in her voice. Do we even have 100,000 gold? She asked. The boy shrugged casually. We've got grain worth roughly that much. The healer recalled the earlier contract, the way they had secured massive sacks of grain through the Tan Trade Union, stacking resources far beyond expectations. The warrior lifted a finger as if lecturing. In normal times, no war, no famine, it would only be worth about 4,000. But right now, the situation changes everything. Tilla frowned. That still sounds like a scam, she muttered. The swordsman raised 3 fingers, changing the topic. Do elves even have aura masters? I heard there are only 3 of them. The fighter sat down calmly, shaking his head. They don't exactly cooperate with each other. I never bothered to count them. Not worth the trouble. Cyrus narrowed his eyes skeptically. Then where are we supposed to find these aura masters? The martial artist answered without hesitation. Ken and Stala will fight with us. Far to the southwest, beneath snow-covered peaks, stretched a harsh and unforgiving land known as the Land of Trials. It was here that the ancient orc tribes lived. Warriors through and through, never slaves, never savages. They were the Blue Bear tribe, proud heirs of an unbroken warrior legacy. The protagonist smiled faintly at the thought, remembering someone from the past. Tethid. I wonder how much stronger he's become. The boy tilted his head in curiosity. Are orcs really that strong? Reifenhart closed his eyes briefly, as if recalling something undeniable. They're the strongest fighters I've ever seen. On a distant mountain ridge, an orc stood firm against a massive wolf, refusing to yield an inch. Among his people, the orcs were regarded as the most powerful warriors of all living races. The ground beneath them cracked violently, fragments of earth lifting into the air like glowing shards suspended in gravity's grip. From each floating fragment, light began to gather, and faint silhouettes slowly formed within the brilliance. The man narrowed his eyes slightly. "Good work," he said to his companion. Teslan gave a quiet nod in return. The Toas turned their gaze away, deliberately avoiding eye contact as the weight of the truth hung in the air. Matters like this were never meant for everyone, only those deemed worthy or safe enough to know, in their minds. Restricting information like this was the only reliable way to keep humanity protected from collapse. And just like that, the Keeper's presence unraveled into nothingness. No sound, no lingering trace, only the empty space where he had stood moments before. The mage narrowed his eyes slightly, suspicion sharpening his expression. Was that old man truly just seeking someone to listen to him, or was there something deeper behind his words? One thing settled firmly in his mind. He needed more authority, a position that gave him real influence, and he needed it quickly. The wizard slowly closed his eyes, letting his thoughts drift inward until only one subject remained. The looming threat of the Demon King pressed heavily on his mind. Iranad lowered his gaze as well. Now fully convinced of it, thanks to Jade, the truth could no longer be dismissed as speculation. He had once been a member of the Silver Sages. The man known as the Scoundrel had carried fragments of memories from a previous life, and through that knowledge alone, he eventually secured his place among them. A sudden blaze tore through the surrounding darkness, cutting the silence like a blade. Back in the era known as the Silver Age, it was never humanity that held dominance over the world. Something else ruled entirely. High above the world, the elves stood as silent guardians of the Tree of Life, watching over it from elevated sanctuaries. The ancient structure pulsed with quiet vitality beneath their protection. Deep beneath the surface, far removed from the light, the dwarves labored tirelessly in vast underground networks. Stone and metal answered their craftsmanship, shaping the foundations of entire civilizations. Together, these races defined the brilliance of that forgotten age. Their achievements were so immense that even time itself seemed to echo their names. Ancient runes suddenly erupted into the sky, blazing with fiery brilliance. Long ago, two great civilizations, Eldred and Alhatran, stood at the heart of it all. A glowing green sigil hovered above the elves, casting a soft, divine light. In the old tongue, Eldred carried the meaning, Alita's blessing, a name heavy with sacred origin. Above the dwarves, a crimson emblem burned fiercely in the air. Alhatran, known as the Blessing of Alpat, radiated a powerful, almost warlike presence, marking their legacy in fire. Teslan's eyes narrowed as realization crept in. So this was it, the hidden truth the Silver Sages had kept buried all along. To preserve their version of order, they had carefully constructed an elaborate lie, layer upon layer of deception. From atop a floating stone platform, a man observed the unfolding revelation in silence. He believed the illusion had been created to protect humanity from itself. Yet in truth, it was doing the opposite, weakening their resolve, dulling their instincts, slowing their progress. Their journey carried them across the vast plains of Fatland, cutting through harsh terrain until they reached the jagged stretches of the western wastelands. The land grew increasingly unforgiving, with every step forward. Mounted on horseback, they continued through the barren expanse. Wind swept across the desolate ground as the group pressed onward, surrounded by nothing but cracked earth and silence. Cyrus scanned the lifeless horizon with a grim expression. These lands were completely dead. The protagonist spoke up, recalling a rumor within orc society. The weak were discarded without hesitation. Children, elders, anyone unable to fight was simply cast out. Reifenhart let out a quiet chuckle at that notion. That was precisely why they admired those who chose to leave. It was brutal. But in this environment, survival followed its own harsh logic. Tilla's face twisted in disgust. Savages, she muttered under her breath. Cyrus raised a brow, unimpressed. The dwarves were simply fortunate to inherit land that could sustain life. Harsh environments inevitably bred harsh customs, but discarding the weak entirely? The girl's voice sharpened in response. There was nothing acceptable about that level of cruelty. Sharp glances passed between the heroines, tension flickering in their expressions. The young man observed quietly, realizing that humans were far from the only ones struggling with division and unity. Scylan turned slightly, fixing his gaze on the boy. "And how exactly do you plan to convince the orcs to help us?" The boy furrowed his brow, his answer steady despite the pressure. "I already have a plan." The woman leaned in closer, lowering her voice to a whisper. "You're not thinking of repeating what you did last time, are you?" A faint, knowing smile crossed his lips. "Tethid is already on our side," he replied calmly. At that moment, dust suddenly erupted from the gorge behind them, swirling violently into the air. The knight straightened instantly, hand tightening. "We've got company." Something or someone was rushing toward them at an alarming speed, the ground trembling faintly beneath the force of the approach. As the figures drew closer, Their silhouettes became unmistakable, and disbelief spread across the group. Mouths fell slightly open as the realization set in. The orcs had arrived, a full force emerging from the dust, their presence heavy and immediate. They snarled as they advanced, bearing sharp fangs while shouting in a harsh, unfamiliar language that none of the humans could comprehend. "What are they saying?" the swordsman asked sharply. The fighter's expression darkened as he listened more closely. "They're calling us trespassers and demanding that every human here be killed." The martial artist tightened his grip on the reins and tried calling out, attempting to establish communication. But the orcs only responded with louder, more aggressive roars, drowning out any chance of understanding. Their eyes burned with raw fury, fixed entirely on the group. There was no hesitation, no recognition, only hostility. They weren't listening at all. Cyrus clenched his jaw tightly, assessing the situation in an instant. "They're not stopping," he said coldly, recognizing the inevitability of what was coming. One of the orcs stepped forward and raised a massive axe high above his head, its weight alone enough to signal the intent behind the attack. The elf reacted instantly, leaping backward with sharp precision. The weapon slammed down where he had stood just moments before, narrowly missing him. Tilla moved to intercept, bringing her weapon up just in time to block an incoming strike. Metal clashed against raw strength as the impact rang out. The boy counterattacked quickly, striking back and knocking several of the orcs off balance. "They're insanely strong," he shouted, eyes wide from the sheer force behind their movements. The protagonist stood with arms folded, observing the chaos without panic. "But they all share one fatal flaw," he said calmly, as if already anticipating the outcome. Reifenhart lifted one hand slowly, fingers spreading as energy gathered. "Rise," he commanded with quiet authority. The ground beneath them responded instantly, sand surging upward in violent motion before collapsing into a spiraling pit. Purple energy flickered around his fingertips as glowing magic circles flared into existence around him. One by one, the orcs collapsed where they stood, their bodies falling into deep sleep almost instantly. The battlefield fell into stunned silence as everyone watched in disbelief. "That worked way too fast," someone muttered in shock. The boy nodded slightly, eyes still on the fallen orcs. "That's exactly why their tribe lost to humans, even though they're physically stronger fighters." The saintess turned her gaze toward the sleeping orcs, studying them carefully. Understanding began to settle in her expression. It wasn't just raw strength they lacked, it was resistance to magic itself, a critical weakness they couldn't overcome. "What if," the young man began, voice measured, "one of them could actually block spells like that?" The fighter closed his eyes briefly. "Then we'd be in serious trouble," he admitted. "But these aren't true warriors." At that exact moment, the ground ruptured violently as a massive worm-like creature burst upward, lunging toward one of the orcs. The fighter spoke over the chaos. "The real warriors of the Blue Bear tribe are those who defend the tribe and hunt monsters. What we're seeing now are only scouts, trainees." The brute collapsed into the dust, still unconscious from the spell. The swordsman looked on, confused. "So these aren't the real fighters?" Before anyone could respond, a massive shadow suddenly stretched over the entire battlefield, darkening the ground beneath them. The knight stiffened, his expression tightening into something grim and alert as he sensed the shift in pressure above them. High on the cliffs, armed orcs lined the edge in formation, their silhouettes framed against the sky as they prepared to strike. From among them, one figure stepped forward, a stranger wrapped in a heavy, imposing robe that set him apart from the others. His voice carried down cold and unwavering. "This land belongs to us. Humans are not welcome here." The martial artist raised a hand slowly, trying to de-escalate the situation. "We didn't come here to fight," he called out. "We came to talk." But the robed orc's eyes narrowed with distrust, his expression hardening instantly. "I don't trust humans," he said coldly. "You lie too easily." The protagonist stepped forward with both arms spread wide, his posture calm but direct, as if drawing a clear line in the sand. His voice carried steadily as he spoke. If they wanted proof, he would give it not through empty words, but through action alone. The orc brute frowned deeply, glaring at him. "What kind of action are you talking about?" Reifenhart clenched his fist tightly, the tension in his arm visible as he stepped forward with unwavering intent. His voice cut through the air with conviction. "A true warrior," he declared, "proves everything through combat alone. I challenge you to a ritual fight." His words echoed across the gathering. Around them, the orcs began forming a wide circular arena, stepping back to create space as anticipation built. Within their culture, this was not ordinary violence. It was sacred tradition, a test of honor, strength, and mutual recognition bound into one. Watching the orcs shift into formation and prepare for combat, the young man frowned slightly, his eyes narrowing in thought. Among their kind, trust was granted only to those proven strong. The real uncertainty wasn't their reaction to each other, but whether they would even permit a human to step into that sacred trial. To his surprise, the orcs' expressions changed. Instead of hostility, wide grins spread across their faces, teeth bared in excitement. Their reaction was almost enthusiastic, impressed that he understood their customs and even more eager to accept. The young man exhaled and turned slightly toward his companions. They've agreed. Cyrus narrowed her eyes, watching the scene unfold without surprise. Of course they would accept, she thought coldly. In a place like this, there was never another path forward. Strength decided everything. Cyrus glanced toward his comrade, lowering his voice slightly. "Do they even let women fight?" he asked. The warrior beside him responded without hesitation. "They don't care about gender. If you can fight, you're in." Sillin pointed at himself with visible hesitation. "Wait, does that mean I have to fight too?" The fighter glanced at him briefly, then shook his head. "No, you're not a warrior. They probably think you're just a kid anyway." The orcs closed in around the group, forming a wide ring. Their voices rose in unison, deep and thunderous, signaling the official beginning of the ritual. The air itself seemed to tighten with expectation. One of the girls stepped forward into the center of the circle, sword already drawn and held firmly at her side. Her voice was steady and clear as she spoke. Named Cirrus. Across from her, an orc stepped forward as well, opening his massive jaws before declaring his name in a booming voice. Zalcathor. The sound reverberated through the arena like a strike against stone. Cyrus blinked once, slightly taken aback by the intensity of his presence and voice. But she quickly steadied herself without retreating. A rough grin spread across the orc's face as he leaned forward slightly. "I want to fight you," he said plainly, his tone carrying both challenge and excitement. The saintess raised a brow, clearly intrigued. "They understand our language?" she muttered, glancing sideways. Then she turned toward the boy beside her. "Do you speak anything else?" she asked. The boy gave a small shrug, completely unbothered. "Didn't think I'd ever need to," he replied casually, still watching the battlefield. Steel exploded into motion as the fight began. The elf struck first with a sharp, fast swing. The orc reacted instantly, meeting her blade head-on with his own weapon, the impact ringing sharply through the air. Blow after blow followed without pause, each strike echoing across the makeshift arena. The rhythm of steel and force built into a relentless exchange that shook the ground beneath them. Mid-fight, the brute narrowed his eyes in confusion, clearly unsettled by her strength. "How can someone so small hit this hard?" he muttered through gritted teeth. The knight stepped back slightly, eyes wide as he watched the exchange unfold. "She's actually holding her own," he murmured in disbelief. Cirrus twisted just in time to avoid another crushing strike, barely slipping past danger. With a sudden roar, the orc drove his blade straight into the ground, the impact sending a shock through the earth. Dust and fragments scattered outward from the force. Cyrus ducked low beneath the follow-up swing, then launched herself upward in a fluid motion. Spinning mid-air, she drove a precise kick straight into the orc's head, snapping it to the side. The orc's eyes widened in shock, momentarily stunned by the impact and her unexpected agility. Then, instead of anger, a grin formed on his face. "True warrior," he declared, his voice filled with genuine respect and excitement. Zalcathor roared again and charged forward with renewed intensity. Cirrus gritted her teeth, feeling the pressure of his momentum. "They're exactly like he said, real fighters," she thought, adjusting her stance. Nearby, the knight intercepted another attacking orc, their blades locking together with a sharp metallic scream. Both fighters pushed against each other, testing strength and balance. The knight pressed forward deliberately, reading every movement, her stance, her grip, the smallest shift in weight, carefully probing her limits. Cyrus felt it immediately. His swordsmanship wasn't ordinary. Every exchange carried weight and precision that demanded full attention. This wasn't just skill, it was something far more refined. He was the real deal. She lifted her blade again, preparing for the next exchange, but her eyes sharpened as she assessed him more carefully. His sword alone didn't seem extraordinary, yet something about him clearly was. With her grip tightening, Cirrus suddenly lunged forward, unleashing a powerful, committed slash aimed straight at him. The orc let out a deep, thunderous roar that shook the air around them, answering her attack with raw intensity. In that instant, the blade in his hand began to glow. Then, as if pulled from unseen space, a second identical sword appeared in his other hand, shimmering with the same energy. He crossed both blades in front of him and sliced through the air, catching her attack cleanly and blocking it with effortless control. The force of the clash echoed sharply. Cyrus's eyes widened slightly in shock. "What was that?" she whispered, momentarily thrown off by what she had just seen. The orc lifted both glowing weapons high, as if presenting them proudly. "These blades are part of my warrior soul," he declared with conviction. The protagonist's gaze locked onto the shimmering weapons with sudden intensity. "Wait, those are spirit weapons?" he muttered under his breath. The knight glanced back briefly, just as Riffenhart confirmed the truth. "It's a hidden technique," he explained, "known only within their tribe." Cirrus immediately turned toward him, demanding answers without hesitation. "Then explain it now," she pressed sharply. The boy gave a small, almost indifferent shrug. "They evolve," he said. "As the warrior grows stronger, so do the blades," catching her breath mid-motion. Cirrus narrowed her eyes as she reassessed everything. This wasn't simple brute force, it was a structured technique, something refined and specialized. "So I have to fight someone wielding a weapon like that?" she asked, tightening her grip. The boy beside her nodded grimly. "At higher levels, they can even change the weapon's form entirely. Without giving either side time to adjust, both fighters clashed again, steel exploding between them as the battle resumed at full intensity. Cyrus bent backward just in time to evade a devastating strike, then slipped inside his guard and drove her blade deep into his leg in a clean, precise cut. Her eyes lit up with sharp focus. Now, she thought, realizing the opening she had been waiting for had finally appeared. She spun through the momentum, snapping a kick into his side with full force. At the same time, the knight stepped in, driving his boot forward in a powerful strike against his own opponent. Cyrus followed through without hesitation, her blade arcing cleanly through the air in a decisive motion. In a single precise strike, Zalcathor's weapons were knocked from his grip and sent spinning away. His eyes widened in stunned disbelief as he realized what had just happened. Cyrus clenched her jaw, tension still lingering in her stance. Was that enough? She wondered, watching carefully for his reaction. The disarmed blades spun high into the air, catching the light as they tumbled upward above the battlefield. But instead of backing down, the orc's expression twisted with rising fury. He turned sharply and shouted toward his comrades, voice filled with urgency and rage. Cyrus immediately reset her stance, feet planted firmly and blade raised, fully bracing for whatever came next. The twin swords suddenly twisted in mid-air, as if alive, changing direction in a sharp, unnatural arc, before snapping back toward her like guided missiles locking onto their target. The protagonist's body tensed instantly, eyes widening as he shouted a warning. "Watch out! They can control their weapons mid-flight like that!" Cyrus flinched mid-motion, barely dodging, then snapped her head toward him in disbelief. "What?" she gasped sharply. "And you didn't think that was worth mentioning earlier?" The flying blade slammed into the ground with brutal force, the impact exploding outward in a wave of dust and shattered earth that filled the battlefield in an instant. From within the thick, swirling cloud of debris, both weapons re-emerged, cutting through the haze and streaking directly back toward her with relentless precision. They didn't pierce her body, but they ripped through the fabric of her cloak, tearing it apart as they grazed past with terrifying speed. Cyrus landed cleanly on her feet, sliding back slightly as the momentum carried her. Just as both swords dropped to the ground beside her with a sharp clang, Zalcathor's mouth curled into a wide, confident grin. "Incredible. I didn't expect I'd need to rely on my comrade's strength this early." Cyrus scowled, eyes narrowing as she processed what she was seeing. "So this is normal for them?" she muttered. The answer came cold and certain. This was exactly how their tribe fought. They didn't just strengthen weapons, they fought as one unit, spirit, steel, and tradition fused together. For a brief moment, frustration flickered in her chest, but something deeper refused to let her back down. She kicked off the ground abruptly, leaping backward just in time as another devastating follow-up strike carved through the space where she had stood. "I won't lose," she told herself sharply, breath steadying even as pressure mounted. Not to something like this, not even if it's their technique. Her eyes sharpened suddenly, a spark of realization igniting within them. If he could use the techniques of his people, then why couldn't she do the same with hers? The thought struck clean and decisive. She drew in a sharp breath and reached inward, calling upon the ancient magic of the elves. "Selena," she whispered softly, "come." The air shifted immediately. A gentle wind spiraled upward around her, gathering into a focused current. In the next heartbeat, a spirit form condensed within the breeze, her contracted companion responding to her call. Selena had answered. A bond forged in trust, and time now made visible in the battlefield air. The protagonist's jaw dropped slightly in disbelief. "That's a wind spirit?" he muttered. For a moment he had expected some simple borrowed force or minor spell, but what stood before them was something far more refined. This wasn't imitation or trickery. This was control, real mastery of a spirit bond. Using Selena's swirling wind as support, Cirrus pushed off the spirit itself like a living platform, launching her body high into the air with explosive acceleration. She rose faster than expected, far faster than what her opponent had prepared for, cutting through the air in a sudden upward burst. The orc's eyes snapped upward in shock, tracking her movement as he raised both blades toward the sky, but it was already too late to react properly. Cyrus met his attack mid-air, blocking cleanly before twisting her body through the momentum. She landed silently behind him in one fluid motion, then pressed the edge of her blade lightly against his neck. Precise, controlled, decisive. "Yield," she said calmly, her voice steady as the arena fell into a brief, stunned silence. Then the silence shattered. The surrounding crowd erupted into cheers, voices rising as the spectators reacted to the sudden reversal and the stranger's victory. Scylla rushed over immediately, eyes scanning her in panic. "Are you okay? You're not hurt anywhere, are you?" Cirrus gave a small nod. "I'm fine." Reifenhardt offered a rare, proud smile from the side. "Well done." Cirrus lowered her head slightly in respect. "Thank you, master." Off to the side, Cyrus stood silently, his gaze fixed on her. His expression was unreadable, calm on the surface, but calculating beneath it. The young priest leaned in quietly. "Is it really okay to use a spirit like that as a springboard? Won't it get angry?" The boy replied without hesitation. "It won't. Spirits don't hold grudges like that." The swordsman chuckled faintly. still using it like a trampoline was something else. The boy glanced toward Ceres briefly. She doesn't hold back, he said simply, even toward those she trusts. At that moment, Tilla planted her halberd firmly into the ground as the herald's voice echoed across the arena. Second round of the ritual battle begins. Next challenger, step forward. Without a moment of hesitation, she stepped forward. My turn. A few minutes later, the dwarf stood with her head lowered, defeated. The cloaked observer approached calmly. You've got the spirit of a strong warrior, he said. But you're still growing. She stayed silent. You held back. You didn't fully commit. That can be disrespectful to your opponent. His tone softened slightly. Still, I understand you didn't want to hurt them. Her expression shifted into confusion. He continued calmly. A true warrior learns to control their energy properly. You also misread your opponent's aura. If you had gone all in, you might have won. He gave a small nod. Take it as a lesson, improve. The girl glanced aside, clearly irritated despite herself. What is with this speech? She muttered. The man only grinned lightly. I said you're a good warrior, just keep pushing forward. She clicked her tongue, still unsure how to take him. The young man turned toward Cyrus and exhaled. Anyway, it all worked out. You're next. Just try not to kill anyone. I know, Cyrus replied, stepping forward. Raising his blade, he spoke clearly. I am Cyrus, the Sword of Tense. I'll prove I'm worthy. The observer turned slightly and gave a quiet signal. From the edge of the arena, another figure stepped out into view. With every heavy step, the ground cracked faintly beneath her boots. Cloaked, armored, and utterly steady, she advanced without hesitation. An orc woman entered the ring, her presence immediately shifting the atmosphere. I am Shutlin, she announced evenly. I will be your opponent. Cyrus blinked once. A woman, the surrounding orcs began murmuring, then erupted into chants. Kuruga, they shouted. Blessed by Dabada, Kuruga, the title reserved for those recognized as true embodiments of warrior spirit. Only aura masters or spirit weapon users were granted such reverence. It marked the highest form of respect in their culture. Hearing the reaction, Cyrus raised a brow. If they reacted like this to her, what would they do when they saw Reifenhart? The air grew heavier as Shutlin released her aura. The chieftain of the Blue Bear tribe had stepped fully into the arena. Locking eyes with her, Cyrus came to a simple conclusion. She was dangerous, no doubt about it. Their auras collided, pressure folding through the air between them. Cyrus moved first, lunging forward as his sword cut through the space with sharp intent. But Shutlin slipped past the strike effortlessly, a faint grin forming as she evaded him. In the next instant, she counterattacked, fast, direct, and completely unhesitating, blade already in motion. Grinding his teeth, Cyrus realized it immediately. This wasn't just strength. She was on an entirely different level compared to every orc he had faced so far, something far beyond standard combat ability. Instead of anger, the orc warrior's expression shifted into pure excitement, as if finally meeting a worthy opponent. With your skill, this is impressive, she said openly, almost admiringly. You really are talented. Then her gaze sharpened instantly, the warmth disappearing from her tone. But you're still lacking real battlefield experience. A split second later, realization struck her he couldn't understand a single word she was saying. Even so, the chieftain kept speaking as she fought, more out of confidence and satisfaction than any real expectation of being understood, her voice cutting through the clash of steel. You're strong, but I've been on the battlefield longer than you've been alive. Her words meant nothing to Cyrus. To him, it was just noise amid the ringing of metal. He raised his guard instinctively as she surged forward again, blades flashing with deadly speed. Doesn't matter, she muttered under her breath, kicking off the ground and leaping high into the air. Wind rushed past her as she steadied herself mid-flight. Let's just finish this in combat. Shouting in her native tongue, she unleashed her attack, both swords flying at once, one driving straight from the front while the other curved in a wide arc from behind, creating a deadly pincer in midair. Her arms spread wide as she controlled the trajectory with precise intent. Go, sisters, she called out, as if commanding living beings rather than weapons. Cyrus reacted instantly, twisting his body and barely managing to deflect one of the incoming blades. The force of the impact sent vibrations up his arm, forcing him back a step. Second blade slipped through his guard, forcing him off balance for a moment. Teeth clenched, he focused everything on pure defense. So this is it, he realized grimly. The technique Reifenhart had mentioned earlier, spirit weapon control. She wasn't physically wielding those swords anymore. She was controlling them directly with her will, as if they were extensions of her thoughts. The pressure coming from it was suffocating, forcing him into constant reaction. In an instant, she dropped directly in front of him and drove her fist into his chest. The impact rippled through his entire body. He recognized it immediately, an aura-infused strike. Under normal circumstances, he should have been able to endure it, but the timing shattered his stance. At the same time, one of the floating blades struck true, slashing deep across his shoulder. Blood spilled down his arm as the pain finally broke through his focus. Crossing his arms briefly as he steadied his breathing, Cyrus analyzed the situation. Eustace had talent, no doubt, but he lacked real combat experience. He had studied techniques like Aura Lords, yet if he kept fixating on Stala's pressure, He would never keep up. From the edge of the battlefield, the observer remained silent. Eyes narrowed as he studied Cyrus closely, waiting to see what decision the boy would make next. Stala stood tall and relaxed, one hand resting on her hip, the other lowering slightly as confidence radiated from her stance. "It's over, I win." But Cyrus gritted his teeth, refusing to accept it. Not yet. He tightened his grip on his blade and forced aura into it. His training was incomplete, but hesitation wasn't an option now. It had to be enough. A blue light flared in his eyes as his aura surged outward. The entire arena seemed to pause for a breath. Even the crowd fell into stunned silence. Even Stala's expression shifted slightly as she frowned. "What is this?" she murmured, sensing the change in pressure. Around Cyrus, spectral blades began to form, ghost-like swords circling his body in a slow, controlled orbit, distorting the air around them. Stala narrowed her eyes sharply. "Illusions?" she muttered. She extended her senses, reading the energy carefully. 3 were real, the rest were decoys. Her stance tightened instantly. Without hesitation, the floating blades launched forward, cutting through the air toward her from multiple angles at once. Her aura erupted violently, smashing through most of the incoming strikes and scattering them into fragments of fading energy. She pushed forward immediately, breaking through the remaining space. "Not bad for a rookie," she muttered as she closed the distance. But in the next instant, slash, one blade slipped through her defense and cut across her abdomen, drawing a sharp breath from her lips. She froze for a fraction of a second, eyes widening as she looked directly at Cyrus, who already stood ready for the next move. Reifenhardt smirked faintly from the side. He separated the physical form from the essence, a perfect execution of aura manipulation. Stala pressed a hand against her wound, steadying herself. "Good strike," she said calmly, her voice tightening. "But it won't work twice." Cyrus glanced back briefly, expression unreadable. It already didn't. He surged forward again, unleashing another wave of phantom blades that tore through the air in rapid succession. Stala swept her weapon through them with brutal efficiency. Easy, she thought. Once you see through the real ones. She reached him in an instant, but his body suddenly shimmered, breaking apart like mist. An illusion. She realized too late. The real Cyrus appeared beneath her, driving his blade upward into her thigh. He landed behind her smoothly, exhaling as a faint smile formed. "Got it." Stala staggered slightly, eyes widening. He switched them, but how? She muttered, disbelief creeping into her voice. From the side, the protagonist watched intently, catching his breath as realization struck him. Eustace had already figured it out. He had learned to wield the void sword technique. There was no other word for it. Genius. The phantom replication wasn't just visual deception. It bent perception itself through aura, distorting the rules of what the eye could trust. It twisted the sense of presence, making it nearly impossible to distinguish real from fake. But that was only part of it. The true power lay in shifting aura instantly and striking before the opponent could even process the movement. That was the core of the void sword, Cyrus's signature technique. Yet Eustace had refined it rapidly, far beyond expectations. Still, beneath his confident execution, a faint unease lingered in his expression. Ever since he first encountered the technique, he had felt something wasn't right, and now it made sense. He had been training alone at the Great Forge for this exact moment. From the edge of the arena, Stala briefly glanced toward the tall warrior, observing everything in silence. He's the same, she thought. That same warrior spirit. If she didn't finish this boy now, she might lose the chance to face him instead. Straightening her posture, she gripped her swords firmly again. "That was fun," she called out loudly. "But playtime is over." With a sweeping motion, her aura exploded outward, 12 blades launching into the sky like hunting birds, circling before locking onto their target. Each blade carried a sharp, concentrated flow of aura, slicing through the wind as they stabilized mid-air. Cyrus's eyes widened slightly as he tracked their formation. The sky itself seemed filled with shimmering steel. The crowd held its breath, watching the overwhelming display in stunned silence. But none of the blades struck him directly. Instead, they embedded themselves in a wide perimeter around him, carving deep, smoking scars into the ground and trapping him within a lethal boundary. Standing alone in the center, Cyrus slowly lowered his weapon. After a brief silence, he raised his hands. "I yield." Stala lifted her fist high into the air. "The third ritual match is ours," she declared. The crowd erupted instantly in thunderous cheers. Later, one of the quieter fighters approached her with curiosity. "Let me try that technique in training," he said. "I want to experience it myself." Stala shook her head lightly. "Pointless. Against someone like you who dodges everything, it won't connect properly. You wouldn't feel its true impact anyway," she added, though the warrior still insisted on testing it regardless. Just then, Reifenhardt stepped forward, removing his cloak in one smooth motion. "I'm next," he said simply. Stala blinked at him, and for the first time, a faint blush touched her expression. Hot, she thought, slightly caught off guard. Too hot. There was honestly no need for him to fight. Everyone already respected what they had seen. But ritual was ritual. He stepped forward anyway and stated his name clearly, announcing his intent to enter the battle. From the shadows behind her, a massive figure finally stepped forward, emerging as if he had always been part of the silence itself. His presence carried a heavy pressure that filled the space without a single sound. "I'll take that fight," he said, his voice low and rumbling, cutting cleanly through the tension in the air. Reifenhart froze in place, instinctively. He searched for the man's presence earlier in the field, but there had been nothing. No trace. No aura. Nothing at all. Stala spun around sharply, her eyes widening in disbelief as she locked on to the newcomer. "How long have you been here?" she demanded. The enormous orc lifted a hand and pointed casually toward the top of a distant cliff. "Been watching from up there," he replied as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Reifenhart followed the gesture with his eyes. That cliff was easily 300 meters away, far beyond normal visual range. The orc woman's expression tightened into a scowl. "What about the Snake King?" she snapped. "I already cut him down," the giant answered calmly, without a hint of pride. A satisfied nod followed from her, as expected from my mate. Her gaze sharpened again. And the food supply? Hondled. The towering orc finally removed his cloak, letting it fall away as he stepped fully into the arena. His sheer size made the ground feel smaller beneath him. "I am Kalkin," he declared, voice steady and authoritative. "Leader of the Blue Bear tribe." His eyes locked directly onto Reifenhart. "If you're ready, your opponent is me." Reifenhart tilted his head slightly, then dropped into a fighting stance without hesitation. "Not your wife?" he asked, calm but sharp. Kalkin grinned faintly at that. "No problem." Inside, Reifenhart measured the gap in size and pressure. "So this is a chief-level aura user. I've never faced someone this physically overwhelming before. Not like this." The orc chief let out a deep, booming laugh that echoed across the field as he reached behind his back. With a single motion, he pulled free an enormous blade. "Perfect," he growled with satisfaction. "Let's fight." Before steel could clash, the young man suddenly raised a hand between them. His expression stayed calm, almost detached. "May the dreams come?" A faint, strange light shimmered in the air. Advanced sleep activated. In an instant, Kalkin's massive frame went rigid. Then, without resistance, he collapsed forward with a heavy, earth-shaking thud that echoed through the arena floor, and just as suddenly, his body curled slightly on the ground. A steady, almost peaceful snoring sound followed, completely out of place in the battlefield. Cyrus and Scylla both blinked at the same time, their expressions frozen in identical confusion. Cyrus finally broke the silence slowly. "Wait, that's it?" The orc woman jabbed a finger sharply toward Reifenhart, her frustration rising. "A true warrior doesn't fight like that." Reifenhart only shrugged slightly, unbothered. "You could have just woken him up." Then, with calm confidence, he added, "I wanted to make something clear. I'm not only a warrior, I'm also a magician." Kalkin stirred on the ground, slowly pushing himself up while rubbing his head in confusion. "Did I fall asleep? Was I really that tired?" he muttered. "No," his wife replied flatly. "You were under a spell." Kalkin blinked. "He's a mage?" "Yes," she said. "His weapon is magic, and his body as well. Fighting him without full strength would be disrespectful." A satisfied smile slowly formed on the orc chief's face as he rose fully to his feet again. "Then I won't hold back anymore," he said with renewed clarity. "I'm grateful for your honesty, warrior." Around them, the spectators began to murmur and shift uneasily. "Isn't using spells basically cheating?" one voice questioned. "Not using everything you have is worse." Another countered immediately. "But is magic even a weapon?" someone else argued. "It's not about magic," came another reply. "It's about giving everything you've got." In the end, the crowd seemed to settle on a single understanding. Whatever happened, they should follow the chief's judgment. Reifenhart exhaled slowly as his aura surged outward once more. The fight had resumed. "Maybe this time I can earn their trust sooner than I did in my previous life," he thought. The moment their intent aligned, both auras exploded outward and collided in the center of the field, shaking the air itself with raw pressure. Far away from the main battlefield, hidden between jagged layers of rock and shadow, the lifeless body of the Snake King lay sprawled across the ground. Its mouth hung open, eyes dim and completely unresponsive to the world. Standing over it was a lone orc warrior, casually wiping his weapon clean. "This should feed us for a while," he muttered under his breath, as if evaluating a routine task. Beside him, his wolf companion lifted its head and stared up at him with quiet expectation. "What?" the orc asked, noticing the gaze. "Why are you looking at me like that?" He let out a short chuckle, then tossed a chunk of meat toward the wolf without hesitation. "You sneaky little thing," he said with a grin. But in that moment, something unusual shimmered behind the rocks nearby. A swirling distortion of energy twisted silently in the air. The orc's movements stopped instantly. His expression hardened. "What's that glow?" he muttered, narrowing his eyes toward the disturbance. Tethid's brow tightened as he sensed the strange fluctuation. "I'd better go check it out," he said quietly. Back at the arena, the battle had already erupted into motion again. Reifenhart surged forward first, closing the distance in an instant. Across from him, Kalkin met the charge head-on with a wide, fierce grin. Their strikes collided violently, each impact bursting into flashes of glowing sparks that scattered through the air like shattered light. Spinning his body with precise control, Reifenhart drove his fist forward and released a compressed chi bullet straight toward Kalkin's chest. Kalkin reacted instantly, raising his massive blade and deflecting the incoming energy with surgical precision. Reifenhart grit his teeth, pulling back slightly as he reassessed. He's fast even with that weapon. This is exactly what I expected from a tribe leader. Without pause, another wave of chi bullets filled the air, rushing in from multiple angles toward Kalkin. The orc chief twisted his blade in tight, controlled arcs, knocking away as many projectiles as possible while shifting his stance with remarkable agility. Reifenhart's lips curled into a faint smirk as he gathered his energy again. Time to prove I belong here. He lifted his hand once more. Advanced sleep. Kalkin's eyes rolled back instantly, and his massive body dropped again like a stone losing all support. Even Reifenhart paused for a fraction of a second in disbelief. It had actually worked again. Without wasting another breath, Reifenhart dashed forward, his thoughts racing and heartbeat pounding. Even someone like him can be affected. Magic had always been Aura's natural weakness, a truth deeply ingrained in combat theory and instinct alike. But something about this moment felt off, an unsettling shift that broke expectation itself. The supposedly sleeping Kalkin suddenly moved. His massive blade swung out in a powerful arc, cutting through the air with terrifying force. Reifenhart barely managed to twist his body away in time. His eyes widened as he locked onto the movement. The spell didn't fail. Kalkin's eyes remained closed, his breathing unchanged. Yet his body continued moving with precision. Is he fighting in his sleep? Reifenhart muttered, stunned. The boy blinked in disbelief, struggling to process what he was seeing. Is that even possible? Can all Aura Lords do this? Cyrus, watching closely, spoke under his breath. Aura is affecting reflexes and instinct on its own. I should have tested something like this in training, Cyrus added quietly, almost frustrated with himself. Meanwhile, mid-motion, Kalkin seemed to yawn slightly as if partially aware. Huh? Got hit by magic again? He muttered groggily. Reifenhart raised his hand sharply, voice cutting through the tension. Freeze like stone. Even as he spoke, disbelief lingered in his mind. Nothing like this existed in my previous life, not even close. Without hesitation, he shifted his focus and cast anti-psychic suppression wards over his allies. A glowing seal spread beneath Kalkin's feet, anchoring the space with restraining force. Kalkin's body resisted instinctively, even without conscious awareness. His muscles tensed, refusing to collapse under the spell's pressure. Then, he moved again. Still asleep, yet fully active, he charged forward, blade swinging in smooth arcs, driven purely by perfected muscle memory and aura control. A deep laugh escaped him mid-motion. This is fun, he said, almost delighted. Reifenhart couldn't help it. A faint grin formed in response. What a ridiculous technique, he muttered, half impressed, half unsettled. Reifenhart surged forward again, aura flaring as he committed fully this time. Fine, let's do this for real. All thoughts of fatigue faded. What remained was pure combat instinct, the mindset of a warrior who no longer held anything back. The battlefield lit up instantly as weapons collided with brutal force, each impact shaking the air itself. Blinding bursts of aura exploded across the field, swallowing everything in flashes of light. Thick clouds of dust and sand surged upward, obscuring vision in every direction. Chunks of debris tore loose from the ground and were flung violently through the air. Neither fighter showed even a hint of retreat. At the edge of the battlefield, an observing orc flashed a wide, excited grin. This is it, he muttered. Eyes locked on the clash. Kalkin suddenly let out a thunderous roar that rolled across the arena. Time to end this, he shouted, raising his massive blade high above his head. Reifenhart answered without hesitation, his stance tightening. As you wish, he clenched his fist, and in response his aura began to spiral outward, dense, compressed, and dangerously concentrated, like pressure ready to explode. For a brief moment, both fighters locked eyes. Despite the intensity, there was a strange mutual smile recognition between warriors who understood each other's strength. Then the atmosphere changed in an instant. Reifenhart unleashed his technique, four-stage horn of disasters, forcing the air itself to tremble under the surge of power. Kalkin responded immediately, bringing his blade down with devastating force. Rock Crusher, he roared as the technique activated. The ground beneath them split wide open under the pressure of their clash. Stone fragments, compressed air, and fractured light all detonated outward at once, blending into a chaotic storm of destruction. A massive shockwave erupted upward like a bolt of lightning, piercing the sky before slowly dispersing into a heavy, unnatural silence. Behind the battlefield, the priest rushed forward and placed both hands on the chieftain's back. Holy energy poured out in steady waves, trying to stabilize him. Reifenhart stepped closer, glancing at the scene. Hey, go easy on him. The priest shot him an exhausted look. You said this would be quick. Then, as the orc let out a painful groan, the priest snapped irritably, Quit whining and get ready, you brute. Stalla stepped in as judge with a long sigh, placing her hands on her hips. It's a draw, she declared loudly. Then she added with a strange expression, Your energies are like uterine twins. A nearby dwarf turned pale, clearly unsettled. Clenching her fists, she asked, Wait, is Phillin's healing always this painful? The priest, still focused on his work, replied sharply. It's not the healing. It's the residual aura still inside his body, the saintess added calmly, watching the flow of energy. Aura and mana aren't the same as holy power. They aren't completely incompatible, but they don't mix cleanly either. Young man glanced toward the injured chieftain and casually offered, "Want me to patch you up as well?" Kalkin shook his head firmly. "I'll recover on my own, don't waste it." Reifenhart blinked, then smiled faintly. Kalkin met his gaze and spoke with absolute certainty. "You're a true warrior. From this day on, you are my brother." Reifenhart looked up toward the calm, darkening sky as the tension finally began to settle. Kalkin grunted beside him, adding, "It's an honor to call him brother." The clash was over. Now only respect remained, followed by the promise of a shared drink. Later, inside the chieftain's tent, warm firelight flickered across the walls, casting shifting shadows over the gathered warriors. The orcs raised their goblets high, voices rising together as they called for a toast. One by one, they drank deeply, laughing with wild, unrestrained grins. The priests and swordsmen exchanged uneasy glances, silently acknowledging the warriors' need to unwind. Yet something about the atmosphere still felt slightly off, hard to define. The chieftain personally handed a goblet to his newly acknowledged brother. One careful sniff told him everything about its sharp, intense scent. It was drench, strong, harsh-smelling liquor. He hesitated for only a moment before drinking. The moment it hit his tongue, his face flushed red, but unexpectedly, it tasted far better than he had imagined. Seeing his reaction, the chieftain burst into hearty laughter, admitting he had been nervous it might not suit human taste. Then he turned toward his stern-looking wife with a grin and called for the entire barrel. She immediately scowled, muttering that he was just looking for an excuse to get drunk. Despite her complaints, she dragged the massive barrel forward anyway. Cheers erupted as the chieftain lifted it effortlessly and began drinking straight from it, laughter echoing through the tent. Nearby, several orcs stared at Reifenhart, whispering among themselves. "Are elves supposed to be fat like that?" one muttered, confused. They had never seen elves or dwarves built like warriors before. When the question reached the chieftain's ear, he laughed and explained casually that in orc culture, unless your muscles visibly bulge through your skin, you're considered out of shape. On the other side of the tent, a group of orc women gossiping about the young priest shook their heads. "Too skinny," one said. "Looks half dead." The priest immediately tried to defend himself, insisting he had eaten properly, but they clearly weren't convinced. Reifenhart slowly scanned the tent, his thoughts turning inward. "Is this the real reason I was brought here?" Before he could think further, the tent flap suddenly opened, drawing everyone's attention. The chieftain turned, surprised. A familiar orc stepped inside without announcement, his presence immediately shifting the mood. Reifenhart blinked sharply. He recognized him instantly. The once frail shepherd who had once seemed on the edge of collapse now stood tall and healthy. The sight triggered a flood of memories in Reifenhart's mind, his eyes widening in disbelief. The old orc gave a slow, knowing grin and nodded. He remembered him as well. Though his appearance had changed, it was unmistakably the same man who had once saved Reifenhart's life. Chieftain looked between them in surprise. "You two already know each other?" Reifenhart quickly explained that this orc had saved him long ago, and that encounter was the reason he stood here today. The elder orc's expression softened with realization. "So that's how it is, what a twist of fate." Turning toward his sworn brother, the chieftain asked what had brought him here now. Reifenhart smiled slightly. "I've come with an offer, land fertile and safe. All I ask in return is your support." The chieftain folded his arms, studying him carefully. "So you'll give us land if we fight for you?" Reifenhart gave a simple nod. "In short, yes." He then added that their destination would be the Viscounty of Gelfane, near the Great Glothine Range. The chieftain turned his gaze toward Tethid, silently asking for judgment. Tethid answered evenly. "Most humans can't be trusted, but him I do trust. He doesn't lie." Still, the chieftain hesitated. Trust in his comrade was one thing, but the survival of the tribe came first. Reifenhart then suggested another path. Meeting the master weapon craftsman might provide the clarity they needed. Before long, they stood outside a large blacksmith's tent, the air thick with heat and metal scent. A blacksmith stepped forward, crossing his arms as he greeted them. "Warriors blessed by battle, what brings you here?" He introduced himself as Grouter, the weapon maker of the Blue Bear tribe, his voice as firm as forged steel. Standing behind him, the gathered warriors spoke up. Their newly accepted brother had brought a proposal, and they believed Grouter's insight was essential for the tribe's future. By the next morning, preparations were complete, and the group was ready to move out. As they set off, Reifenhart reflected that the discussions had gone better than expected. The chieftain confirmed that the tribe would first relocate their young to safety before regrouping later. Noticing Tethid's quiet demeanor, Reifenhart asked why he was joining so early. Tethid replied calmly that he would act as a guide, ensuring the rest of the tribe could safely find their way when the time came. The boy's eyes lit up with excitement as the idea clicked in his mind. First elves, then dwarves, and now even orcs had joined their ranks. Everything was starting to blur into something far bigger than he had expected. With a playful grin, he even joked that the massive warrior might end up joining their squad too. The hero only smiled faintly, realizing his friend had already begun to grasp the direction of their growing force. Several days later, under the cold moonlight along the royal road of Tremania, one of Crovan's most important trade arteries, a caravan moved steadily through the night, wheels creaking softly as it advanced. From the dark edges of the road, hidden figures quietly observed every movement of the caravan. Nothing about them was visible except their intent watchfulness. The commander studied the wagon line with a deep furrow in his brow. "Only 100 soldiers?" he muttered, clearly unsettled. Even Prince Yahello, who wasn't known for brilliance, should have understood how vital these military supplies were. Something about this felt off. One soldier cautiously suggested that perhaps this was all the prince could gather, but the commander immediately scoffed, shaking his head. "They should have brought at least 500, he said flatly, dismissing the idea outright. Another voice cut in quietly. No mages, no magical defenses, not even a proper enchanted perimeter. The escort looked wrong in every possible way. Too weak, too exposed, no armored knights, barely any seasoned fighters, only a handful of thin, inexperienced-looking youths, and leading them all an orc. That alone drew uneasy stares. The situation sparked suspicion among the officers. Could this be a disguised refugee column, a way to smuggle civilians under the guise of military escort? Still, they noted one advantage. Prince Yahello couldn't afford to split his forces right now. If this group was struck decisively, it would likely collapse instantly. Even so, they decided there was no need for a full assault. Just enough pressure would do. A calculated scare. The weak would likely scatter on their own without much resistance. The commander finally raised his blade, its edge catching faint light. His voice rang out across the road. "In the name of King Carrots, drop your weapons and kneel." But before the command could even settle in the air, 3 small figures suddenly shot forward from the caravan, cloaks whipping violently behind them. For a brief instant, the entire battlefield went silent. Even the soldiers hesitated, unsure of what they had just seen. The cloaks snapped open mid-motion, revealing 3 heavily armed gnomes charging straight ahead without hesitation. The officer's jaw dropped. "Gnomes, these are the reinforcements?" he blurted out in disbelief. Another soldier shouted in confusion. "Are they insane?" At the front of the trio, Cardamite was already moving. The dwarf gripped his enormous axe tightly and launched himself into the air with shocking force. The commander's eyes widened as the dwarf soared overhead like a fired cannonball. "What the hell?" he shouted. A soldier nearby stared upward in disbelief. How did he jump that high? Before anyone could react, the other 2 dwarves broke formation, axes spinning, as they charged into the enemy ranks with feral roars, shouting that they would tear everything apart. Soldiers barely had a second to process what was happening before the clash began. Steel rang out instantly. Confusion spread like wildfire as panic took hold of the formation. The commander pointed his sword forward and shouted at the top of his lungs, trying to regain control. "Stand down, this doesn't have to." Then he abruptly shifted his command. "All units, charge!" His order echoed across the battlefield, and the soldiers surged forward, rushing toward the caravan despite the chaos already unfolding. One of the dwarves shouted over the noise, 800 infantry! That's 8 times our number!" Another laughed mid-charge. "Our savior told us not to use aura, so we'll just have to crush them the hard way." The knights pushed in aggressively, but the dwarves met them head-on, cutting through their formation without hesitation. Despite the commander's attempts to rally his troops, their lines were already beginning to break. After all, in their eyes, they were only facing gnomes. Small, insignificant gnomes. What threat could something like that possibly pose? That illusion shattered the moment the axes came down. Even with only 3 fighters, the dwarves tore through the enemy ranks like seasoned war machines, each strike sending shockwaves of fear through the battlefield. From a distance, the protagonist watched with a calm, satisfied expression. No matter how loudly the commander shouted or how fiercely he tried to organize his troops, it was already meaningless. This outcome had been decided the moment they stepped onto the field. That was precisely why these fighters were deployed. Even Sillin, eyes wide with shock, muttered, "I never thought gnomes could fight like that." The dwarves pressed forward relentlessly as enemy reinforcements were called and retreat was forbidden. Reifenhart spoke calmly. "We anticipated all of this." They didn't. No preparation, no strategy. Mentally or tactically, they were never ready. He glanced toward the chaos. And who would expect 3 aura lords hidden among a group of dwarves? Only someone with foresight beyond normal reasoning. The commander's face twisted in rage and panic as he shouted across the field. "Who sent you? If your master had any honor, he wouldn't send beasts like you to slaughter knights." The dwarves stopped just long enough to glare back at him with cold disgust. One of them spat. "What a pathetic worm, I can't stand looking at him." Cardamite shook his head slightly while continuing forward. "No point getting angry at fools," he said flatly. At that moment, Tada surged ahead. The commander raised his sword in defiance, gripping it tightly. "I won't fall to some lesser orc," he roared. But the orc's blade answered in an instant. A flash of steel, then blood erupted into the air. The fight ended in a single decisive strike. Shortly after, a report reached Reifenhart. The enemy commander had been eliminated. Reifenhart raised a brow. then gave a small nod of approval. Well done. The orc had not changed much, even after training under the Tan Trade Union. Still direct, still loyal, still calling him master, though Reifenhardt hardly paid attention to it anymore. What mattered was simple. The mission was now halfway complete. Elsewhere within the barony of Dolphin, a war council gathered around a long wooden table, the atmosphere heavy with tension. Count Phineas stroked his beard slowly, eyes narrowed in concern. I'm grateful for your help, but what you're asking is far too much. Reifenhardt stood firm, meeting the Count's gaze without hesitation. The Count continued, voice rising slightly. You want us to recognize slaves as soldiers? To pay them like mercenaries? Reifenhardt replied evenly. They are the strongest troops I currently have. Another official scoffed, brushing his beard dismissively. Talking to mages is pointless. They're all the same, stubborn beyond reason. A nobleman turned toward Cirrus, frustration clear in his voice. This is absurd. How are we supposed to accept this? Another added quickly. Even if they can fight, there are only 100 of them. What difference can that make? Cirrus corrected them calmly. 126, and more are on the way. The Blue Bear tribe is also en route, Cirrus added. I brought them here as allies. The statement caused immediate uproar at the table. Gnomes, wild elves, and now orcs? Someone scoffed. You want us to trust that chaos? And at what cost? As the debate escalated, one noble bluntly suggested selling off the gnomes and orcs entirely and using the money to hire proper soldiers instead. You could go through the trade union, another muttered, half serious. Without even looking up, the mage answered coldly, voice steady and sharp. You don't believe in them. The official immediately scoffed. Of course we don't. The young man leaned forward slightly, a faint grin forming. Then let us prove you wrong. We'll take the fortress of Sinai ourselves. Count Finya's eyes narrowed as he leaned back, stroking his beard again. The fortress? He repeated, clearly unconvinced. Yes, the protagonist answered without hesitation, voice steady and unwavering. The Count's expression darkened immediately. Are you serious? You think that rabble can pull off a siege? He snapped, slamming his hand onto the table. Sinai is held by Tesvald, the strongest knight in the kingdom. He wields aura like a blade. The young hero didn't flinch. We're strong as well. Support us, and we'll deliver Prince Yuval a true victory. The nobleman let out a short laugh. This is madness. Typical mage arrogance. No understanding of real warfare. That was when the prince finally spoke. He leaned forward, arms resting on the table, gaze steady. What exactly is everyone so worked up about? He asked calmly. One noble replied carefully. Your Highness, you're about to waste your best slaves on a hopeless assault. The prince shook his head and leaned in further. They'll be more useful as soldiers than chained in a cellar. Then he turned to Reifenhardt. You'll provide supplies as promised? Reifenhardt nodded. Only enough for a week. The prince smiled faintly. Perfect. That's more than enough. We'll conserve most of the stockpile. Around the table, the officials gradually began to nod in agreement. One by one, they aligned with His Highness and, by extension, with Reifenhardt's plan. The prince raised his hand slowly, his gaze fixed on the battlefield with calm authority. As the rightful heir to the throne of Krovan, his voice cut through the air as he issued the command without hesitation. Sir Reifenhardt, bring us victory at Sinai. Reifenhardt lowered his head in a respectful bow, his expression steady and unwavering. It will be done. Sometime later, back at the camp, Reifenhardt stepped out from between the trees and returned to his companions, the forest light fading behind him. Did Tethid leave already? He asked as he arrived. The elf gave a small nod. He and the Dark King left around 5. And the meeting? She followed up. Reifenhardt allowed a faint knowing smile, went exactly as expected. Cyrus still looked uneasy, arms crossed tightly as he spoke. 200 against 3,000. That's a massive gap. For a siege to succeed, attackers usually need at least a 3-to-1 advantage. The gathered warriors only grinned in response, completely unfazed. It's not that the Knights of Croyne are weak, one of them said confidently. It's just that they can't compare to fighters forged in the Great Forge and the Blue Bear tribe. Another added with pride. With both groups together, we've got the strongest warriors of 2 races. A swordsman chimed in, smirking. And don't forget we've got 6 Aura Lords, not even counting me. A low chuckle passed through the group. A rare army indeed. The young priest looked over the assembled fighters, his tension easing as a strange sense of hope rose in his chest. Maybe this battle will change everything. Maybe I'll finally understand orcs and gnomes. Just then, another voice joined in from behind him. Same goes for elves. It was Elder Reifenhardt who stepped forward, his presence commanding attention as he spoke with pride. Elfenheim has been reclaimed. Never again will humans look down upon us. A flame suddenly ignited in the elder elf's palm, drawing every eye instantly. Fire surged higher, twisting and roaring as a fire spirit burst forth from within it, humming with ancient power. The boy's eyes widened in awe as he watched the living flame dance and curl like a creature with its own will. That's incredible, he whispered. The elder spoke calmly, as if revealing something long understood. In time, the rest of the elves will come to accept it as well. The tree of life has awakened once more. But in that moment of reverence, both the elf and the fire spirit stiffened. A voice, light, amused, and curious, cut cleanly through the atmosphere. Quite the display of power. Everyone turned toward the entrance of the camp. Prince Yahello walked in casually with young Phinia beside him. When asked what brought him here, he replied as if it were nothing unusual. Phinia wanted to meet more dwarves. As Phinia wandered off happily to greet her kin, Yahello approached Riffenhart. Did everything proceed according to plan? He asked. Then, after a brief pause, he added, And are you confident we'll win? Riffenhart nodded calmly. Yes, but there's still work to do. Watching Phinia laugh freely among the dwarves, the prince's expression softened for a moment, almost unguarded. Even so, I'm glad to see her smile again. He turned back to Riffenhart, his tone sharpening with trust. You understand what we believe in. I trust you more than my own commanders. A slight pause followed. So do what you must. You already gave Phinia her smile back. Riffenhart returned the look with a calm smile. I won't disappoint you. Days passed. Spring arrived quietly, and with it came war. The peace at Sinai Fortress shattered instantly as alarm bells rang out across the walls. We're under attack, voices echoed in panic. On the fortress battlements, Tesvald stood with arms folded, watching the chaos below with cold focus. I heard there was an assault and rushed here immediately, he said. Then he narrowed his eyes. But this, a nearby guard scratched his head nervously. They definitely look like attackers. Below the fortress, a force advanced across the field, mostly dwarves, with elves and orcs flanking them on both sides in tight formation. Tesvald's eyes sharpened as he studied them carefully. No humans, he muttered, only dwarves in heavy armor, bearing Prince Yahello's insignia. He clicked his tongue in annoyance. So this is what the prince sent? His expression darkened further. Hiring proper soldiers would have been cheaper than this waste. Someone suggested it might be part of a larger strategy, but Tesvald dismissed the idea instantly and began issuing orders. Send word to the mages. Get a closer read on them. Then gather 10 knights. Deploy 50 soldiers per night, he continued sharply. A guard hesitated. Isn't that excessive? If this is a trap, Tesvald cut him off coldly. That's exactly why it works. Numbers will crush any uncertainty. Then his final order dropped like steel. Kill all dwarves and elves, take elven women alive. They may be useful captives. The gates opened as troops advanced quickly. One soldier muttered under his breath, This is insane. The commander silenced him immediately. You heard the order? No mercy, in the name of King Cardus. And then everything detonated into chaos. A crimson flash tore across the battlefield in an instant. The leading horseman was launched violently into the air, his mount collapsing beneath the sudden blast of force. Tesvald's eyes widened sharply. A dwarf had caught an axe mid-air, its blade now glowing as his aura ignited. The dwarf looked over his shoulder and asked casually, Are we allowed to use it now? Another dwarf beside him lit up with power. The savior gave the order. Let's go. A third dwarf grinned darkly, rolling his shoulders as killing intent filled the air. And then they moved. 3 warriors charged forward as steel collided with erupting aura in a violent storm. The soldiers were instantly overwhelmed. Glowing weapons cut through formations, panic spreading faster than commands could reach them. Shouts erupted. Tesvald is down. A seasoned knight named Hutch froze in disbelief. Are those really dwarves? Cardamite stepped forward through the chaos, waving casually at the stunned soldiers as if greeting old acquaintances. Still hesitating? He shouted. Then it's time we repay humans for everything they've done to us. Another dwarf lifted his blade high, roaring with exhilaration. It's been too long since I fought at full strength. The third dwarf hoisted a massive hammer onto his shoulder, smirking. Come on, brothers, let's show them what real power looks like. On the fortress wall, Tesvald's expression tightened as realization struck. His jaw clenched hard. Aura lords among dwarves? Impossible. A guard beside him trembled. Sir, what do we do now? Before Tesvald could answer, a mage rushed in urgently. If they truly are Aura Lords, the gates are at risk. Tesvald's fists tightened. Then activate the barrier. The mage raised both hands high, channeling energy into the air. Runes ignited across the fortress as a massive shimmering dome formed, enclosing the entire stronghold in protective light. Below, Riffenhart shaded his eyes and observed the barrier calmly. A high-grade magical shield expected for a fortress of this scale. Someone beside him frowned. Doesn't that put us at a disadvantage? Riffenhart shook his head slightly. No, this is exactly what we prepared for. The elves stepped forward together, extending their hands as ancient chants began to rise in unison, carried by the wind. Flames erupted in response. Dozens of fire spirits formed from the chant, swirling into existence above the battlefield like living embers given will. From the walls, a knight shouted in alarm. What is this? Archers, fire! But the arrows passed straight through the burning spirits without resistance, as if striking nothing at all. A guard staggered back in shock. Spirit magic from ancient records? Another shook his head violently. Impossible. Elves can't control that. But the spirits were already moving. They surged forward and slammed into the fortress barrier, fracturing its surface with visible cracks spreading across the magical dome. A deafening roar tore through the battlefield as a dwarf surged forward with unstoppable momentum, his footsteps shaking the ground beneath him. Riffenhard is a good man, he bellowed at the top of his lungs. And this is for him. His axe ignited with glowing aura, carving through the weakened fortress gate in a single devastating swing. Wood splintered, metal screamed, and the massive entrance was ripped wide open as if it had never been sealed. Inside the fortress, chaos erupted instantly. Voices overlapped, footsteps scrambled, and panic spread through the corridors like wildfire. Demons! They've broken into the fortress! Someone screamed, the warning echoing across the halls. Sir Tesfault, the kingdom's aura-wielding knight commander, wasted no time. Mounting his horse, he led the elite Fernando order personally, racing straight toward the breached gate with full force. "I'll handle these bastards myself," Tesfault roared, his voice cutting through the chaos. "The rest of you deal with the intruders elsewhere." Cardamite broke into a heavy charge of his own, his voice booming across the battlefield. "Show these so-called knights the strength of true warriors for the king." Then, without slowing, he added, "I'll take him, brothers. You handle the rest." One of the dwarves called out urgently from behind him. "Be careful, that one. He uses aura." Tesfault's aura erupted violently around him, like a storm given form. His voice rang with cold authority. "You slaves have forgotten your place? You think you've earned the right to wield aura?" Their weapons collided in an instant, and the impact detonated with a shockwave of raw force that rattled the battlefield. The knight managed to block the first strike, barely holding his ground as steel scraped against steel. But his expression twisted almost immediately under the pressure. He had expected resistance, but not this level of strength. Cardamite stared him down, calm and assessing, even in the clash. "Not bad younger than me, but sharp. Humans really do adapt quickly." Around them, soldiers froze in disbelief. Dwarves wielding aura, holding their own against one of the kingdom's strongest knights. The sight shattered every expectation they had. Smoke drifted over the fortress as the protagonist watched from a distance, a faint smile forming on his face. Cardamite was holding his ground against the kingdom's best, exactly as expected. He turned his gaze elsewhere without concern. The elves nearby were visibly exhausted now, swaying on their feet, barely managing to remain standing after sustained exertion. Cyrus stood rigid, every muscle tense with unease. "Master, why are we just standing here?" he asked, eyes wide. The mage replied calmly, without looking away from the battlefield. "This is a conflict meant for the world to witness. It exists to reveal what these other races are capable of. We cannot interfere." The swordsman gently steadied the young priest as he struggled to keep his balance. "If they fall here, then everything we've built means nothing," he said quietly. The boy nodded, though his thoughts remained unsettled. "Where are the others?" A sudden movement caught his attention mid-thought. He snapped his head around sharply. Their reinforcements had arrived. The orcs were finally on the field. "About time," he shouted. Tethid raised a hand from the front of the group in apology while gripping the reins. "We had to avoid human patrols, but we're here now, every last one of us." The young man quickly scanned the battlefield in his mind, piecing together the shifting situation. "Teslan, you fool, we should have predicted this, but there was no time to dwell on it." He pointed straight toward the fortress. "Move, everyone, into the battle!" Tethid responded with a sharp, toothy grin, clearly ready for what came next. Behind him stood a full force, 100 warriors of the Blue Bear tribe, tightly organized and fully armed, waiting only for the signal to charge. Wolves snarled at their sides as the command rang out. "Deploy the warriors of the Blue Spirit." The ground shook under the thunder of massive footsteps as orc warriors surged through the shattered gates. Their voices roared in unison. "May the heavens split their blades. May the earth itself be torn apart beneath our axes." They had already witnessed their allies fight. Now it was their turn. "They are warriors of the Blue Spirit," someone shouted. "Fire runs in their blood." The declaration echoed across the battlefield as foot soldiers raised their weapons in response. Sunlight glinted off countless axes as the orcs charged forward like a living storm, roaring with battle cries that shook the air itself. "Fight until your last breath. Let the spirits of war guide us." Panic spread instantly through the fortress ranks. No one understood where this second wave had come from. To them, it felt as if the enemy forces were multiplying. A knight tried desperately to steady his troops. "Don't lose focus, they're just beasts." But then Takadi broke ahead of the orc formation, swinging a weapon far larger than most men could handle. Soldiers froze in horror. "What kind of weapons are those?" one gasped. From a safe distance, a mage observed with a faint, almost amused smile. "They're terrified. Humans have never faced combat like this before," he said casually. "Elves prefer refined, elegant blades," he continued. "Dwarves rely on long, heavy weapons. But orcs," a slow grin formed on his face. "The bigger and flashier the weapon, the better. Fueled by spirit energy, they become pure destruction itself." Across the battlefield, blades moved like living extensions of the warriors themselves. Human soldiers panicked, shouting that the orcs must be possessed. Meanwhile, the opposing forces called out to their gods with unwavering pride, refusing to break formation. The hero exhaled slowly, pressing a hand to his forehead. I knew the orc warriors were strong, but this is overwhelming. Completely one-sided. Still, even he could see the technique wasn't flawless. If they split their formation, he muttered, analyzing the flow of battle, one group could evade while the other takes out the wielders directly. Before he could continue, the chieftain stepped forward. A burst of aura erupted outward, flooding the battlefield with overwhelming pressure that forced nearby soldiers to recoil in fear. Elsewhere, the mage watched everything in silence, eyes narrowing slightly. Ignorance is the most dangerous curse, he murmured. The world has deceived itself not only about other races, but about what humanity even understands. Elsewhere on the field, the duel between Cardamite and Tesvault intensified with every passing second. Blow after blow, Tesvault struggled more and more to keep up. His thoughts raced in disbelief. What is happening? What is this battlefield turning into? From an elevated position, Reifenhart turned to the young priest beside him. Hard to watch, isn't it? He asked calmly. The boy lowered his gaze and nodded. Yes, I'm still human after all. At that moment, Cardamite's axe came down with overwhelming force, cutting cleanly through Tesvault. The battlefield fell into absolute silence. The young priest finally understood what he was witnessing. These warriors weren't simply brutal fighters. They were fighting for something beyond survival, a future, a life they had never been allowed to have. And perhaps this war was the first step toward it. Cardamite raised his weapon high above the silent battlefield and declared, "The enemy commander has fallen. Victory is ours." A roar of cheers erupted instantly from the surrounding warriors. The battle was not fully over yet, but the outcome had already shifted beyond doubt. Far away, the capital of Croven burned under the deep crimson light of the setting sun. Inside the royal chambers, Prince Karl slammed both fists onto the table, the impact echoing through the room. What kind of nonsense is this? The messengers flinched instantly. Karl's expression darkened as he demanded again, "Are you absolutely certain? Tesvault is dead?" They nodded in grim confirmation. Every surviving witness was questioned again and again until the full picture finally came together. In the prince's chamber, Karl pressed his palm against his forehead, frozen in shock as the report sank in. The kingdom's strongest knight had fallen. That single truth hit harder than any battlefield loss. His brow tightened as he silently recalculated their strength. Only 12,000 soldiers remained across all fronts. Sinai Fortress was already gone. Worse still, even the capital could no longer be called safe. The defensive garrison here barely reached 4,000 men, too few to withstand another assault of that scale. Karl's expression darkened. Without hesitation, he placed his hand firmly on the table, the impact echoing through the tense room. "I need to speak with grandfather and father," he said, voice steady but sharp with urgency. "We must summon every noble military force and bring them back to the capital immediately. If we lose Croyne, there won't be a second opportunity." The prince's voice dropped into a grim murmur as he continued thinking out loud, the weight of strategy pressing down on him. Yuval already holds the crown and the royal seal. If he completes the coronation here in the capital, even the neutral nobles will bend the knee to him. His jaw tightened hard enough to show the strain in his face. Everything must be concentrated here. No more scattered defenses. The servants exchanged uneasy glances at the young prince's presence. There was something unsettling in how quickly he processed the collapse of their defenses. For someone so young, Prince Karl's mind moved with terrifying precision, far sharper than anyone had expected. In that silence, a thought formed among them. Perhaps he truly was worthy of the crown after all. Several days later, high above the captured Sinai fortress, Prince Yuval stood at the very edge of its tallest battlement, wind sweeping across the broken stronghold. From that elevated position, he gazed across the vast battlefield below. A stunned, almost disbelieving smile formed on his lips as he exhaled slowly. "I still can't believe I'm standing here." A voice answered him calmly from behind. "Well, you are." The hero's tone was steady. "And like I said, I wouldn't let you down." Yuval let out a short laugh, turning slightly. "You really did say that? So what about the others? How are the heroes holding up? Have they had time to rest?" "Enough," Reifenhart replied lazily, stretching his arms overhead as if the battlefield meant little to him. When the topic shifted to the nobles' reactions, he gave a faint shrug. Not everyone is pleased, of course, but what choice do they actually have? Their soldiers are resting in comfort, while mine are the ones who made this victory possible. Yuval's gaze drifted downward toward the fortress courtyard below, where the aftermath of battle still lingered. "This victory only happened because of you and your warriors. No one can deny that." His eyes narrowed slightly. "And the damage report?" He shifted his gaze toward the covered bodies laid out in formation. The hero answered quietly, voice lower now. 17 dwarves, 9 orcs. The elves all survived, but many are heavily injured." Yuval's expression dimmed at the report, sorrow flickering across his face. "Less than the enemy, but still too many," he murmured. "Especially when we began with so few fighters to begin with." The hero studied him in silence, one eyebrow lifting slightly. The prince's reaction was more thoughtful than expected. At first, even he had doubted whether supporting Yuval over Karl had been the correct decision. But now that doubt was fading. If someone had to claim the throne, Better it be someone who acknowledged allies regardless of race, and after this battle, not a single soldier would easily look down on non-human comrades again. At least most of them wouldn't. Elsewhere, deep within the palace corridors, the hero turned a corner and came face to face with a familiar figure. The moment their eyes met, a sharp surge of irritation rose within him. The man across from him wore a casual smirk, as if nothing in the world concerned him. "You've got some impressive slaves," he said lightly, as though commenting on livestock. "Name your price. I'll take them off your hands." The hero's jaw tightened instantly. Before he could respond, the official opposite him sneered. The young man straightened his posture, eyes cold. "You're mistaken," he said firmly. "They are allies. How many times must I repeat that?" But the noble simply waved him off dismissively. Sure, you're just reluctant to part with them. If I were in your position, I wouldn't want to either." Fury simmered beneath the hero's calm exterior. Without another word, he turned sharply and walked away, footsteps echoing through the corridor. The noble's ignorance burned in his mind, but there was no time or patience for confrontation. Not now. Across the kingdom, rumors spread with unstoppable speed. An army composed of multiple races had stormed Sinai Fortress and emerged victorious. Whispers passed from soldier to soldier, disbelief coloring every conversation. Tesfault killed by a dwarf. Most refused to accept it at first, but the truth could not be denied. Sinai had fallen. Even within the elegant halls of noble gatherings, the same topic ignited heated discussion. Orcs, once dismissed as nothing more than savage beasts, were now being viewed through a different lens. Yes, they had always made brutal gladiators, but if Prince Yuval could earn their loyalty, could others do the same? Still, uncertainty lingered. No one knew what this meant for their status as slaves. Late at night, inside a dimly lit tavern, an orc entered carrying a heavy bundle of firewood. He dropped it near the counter and spoke bluntly. "Work's done." The innkeeper immediately scowled. "Idiot, I told you to leave it in the back." Nearby patrons, already drunk, erupted into snickers. "Look at that," one laughed. "These rumors are ridiculous. Orcs are mindless brutes." Another nodded in agreement. "No way they helped take down a fortress." But one man leaned forward, curiosity breaking through the ridicule. "Still, who would have convinced them to fight like that?" A voice from the shadows answered quietly, almost conspiratorial. "I heard it was a priest." "Yeah, a criminal priest," another added. "The kind who even commands dwarves." The conversation grew louder, more chaotic. As alcohol loosened tongues, none of them noticed the figure watching from nearby. One of them muttered between drinks, "Temples like that don't even use slaves. That's the strange part." Suddenly, a shadow fell across their table. A tall woman stood over them, her presence instantly silencing the group. She leaned in slightly, blocking out the lantern light. One of the drunk men blinked rapidly, swallowing nervously. Miss, can we help you with something?" The woman said nothing at first. She simply raised a glass of wine and took a slow sip, watching them with quiet intensity. The worker fidgeted under her gaze before finally asking, "Why are you asking about that priest?" She lowered the cup slightly. "I'm curious about this boy. You might know something." The men exchanged awkward looks before one shrugged. "Not much. Just that he's, 14? Red hair. Honestly, looks more like a girl." In an instant, the glass in her hand cracked violently, then shattered completely. Wine splashed across her face, dripping down her cheek, but she didn't move a single inch, not even a blink. Slowly, she licked the wine from her lips, eyes narrowing with sharp focus. A faint, dangerous realization settled in her gaze. She had found him. Her fiancé, Suan. Meanwhile, far across the vast plains of Leant, an enormous army had gathered under a heavy sky. Prince Karl's forces marched in tight formation, 10,000 soldiers moving as one disciplined machine across the open field. Opposing them stood Prince Yuval's army, only 3,000 strong, but every single fighter bore the hardened presence of battle experience. High above the plains, Reifenhard observed the formation with a faint, knowing smile. "Exactly as expected from Khoras," he murmured. The moment Sinai fell, he committed his entire force. Across the field, Spurius stepped forward, drawing his sword with a sharp metallic ring. "Fools," he shouted. "You don't even recognize your true king. If any of you have the courage, step forward and face me." A mounted warrior raised his voice from the opposite side. "Anyone brave enough?" he mocked. "Or did you all rely on cheap tricks to beat Toll?" Cardamite responded calmly, eyes fixed ahead. "That was the demon sword of Brozen. You want to challenge that power?" The challenger hesitated, then slowly shook his head. "No thanks." "Good," Cardamite replied. "We already have a volunteer." The warrior narrowed his eyes. "And you are?" Cyrus stepped forward, drawing his blade in a smooth motion. "My name is Cyrus. I fight for Prince Yuval." He lowered his stance slightly. "It is an honor to face you in battle." Spurius burst into laughter, head thrown back. "Wonderful. You're not even 30. Cyrus lowered his gaze slightly, tightening his grip on the sword. "That doesn't mean this will be easy." In the next heartbeat, steel collided with steel. The sound rang across the plains as the duel ignited with explosive force. The two fighters exchanged relentless blows, neither giving ground. Each strike met equal resistance, sparks flying with every clash. Then Spirius launched a crushing downward strike, forcing the air itself to tremble. Cyrus twisted his blade at the last possible moment, redirecting the force with precise control, deflecting it cleanly. Soldiers on both sides gasped in unison. "Another aura lord?" Someone muttered. "Good thing he's on our side." Prince Karl gritted his teeth from afar. Yuval has more aura lords than the entire kingdom combined. The realization cut deeper than any sword. Yet at the same time, the sight ignited something in his troops, their morale surging at the spectacle of such power. Karl stared toward the duel, tension rising in his shoulders. "Spirius, don't lose between swings." Spirius laughed again. "You're quite skilled for someone so young." Cyrus met the next strike head-on. "And you're not bad yourself." Sweat ran down Cyrus's face as he tightened his grip. His thoughts sharpened under pressure. "I can still win this even if I lose. It won't be because I'm weak. I've survived far worse under Reifenhardt's training. I have experienced more than he expects." In the next instant, the atmosphere shifted violently. Aura erupted from both warriors in dense, overwhelming waves, distorting the air around them as the duel escalated to an entirely new level. Spirius's pupils contracted sharply as the pressure in the air shifted, while across from him Cyrus remained unmoving, his expression hardening into absolute focus. Both fighters could feel it now. The duel was no longer a test of skill, but something far more dangerous. From a distance above the battlefield, the hero observed everything in silence, his eyes narrowing with quiet calculation. "I sent him out there to measure his limits, and instead he keeps surpassing every expectation." A faint, almost approving glint formed in his gaze. At this rate, he might genuinely earn the title of Holy Sword within just a few years. Spirius suddenly unleashed a thunderous roar, raw power erupting outward in visible waves of light that distorted the air around him. Cyrus bared his teeth in response, refusing to yield even a step. "I will never lose to you," he snapped, as his own aura ignited violently around his body. The pressure between them tightened further, and then he shifted his stance in a fluid motion, drawing his sword back behind him at an unusual angle. His voice dropped into a whisper only he could control. "Ghostly replication." Spirius's eyes flicked with confusion as he tried to read the movement. "What technique is that?" he muttered, tension rising. "Aura illusions?" His instinct screamed warning, but the delay was already fatal. In the next instant, Cyrus vanished from where he stood and reappeared in a single burst of speed, closing the gap in an instant. His blade drove straight through his opponent's defenses before anyone could fully register the movement. Spirius's eyes widened in disbelief as he staggered backward, his strength collapsing beneath him. He fell heavily onto the ground, staring up at the sky as shock overtook his expression. What was that?" he gasped. "How do you even know a technique like that at your age?" Behind Cyrus, the watching soldiers erupted into cheers. His name shouted across the battlefield in disbelief and admiration. But Cyrus himself simply lowered his gaze to the blade in his hand, breathing unevenly. "Still not enough," he murmured. "The technique is powerful, but it drains too much." Far across the field, Prince Karl's expression snapped. His teeth bared as he raised his weapon high. "All troops, prepare yourselves," he roared, voice cutting through the battlefield noise. A heartbeat later, his command exploded across the ranks like thunder. "Attack!" At once, a massive wave of soldiers surged forward, their war cries shaking the air as they charged in coordinated fury. Cyrus spun around without hesitation, lifting his voice above the chaos. "Brave warriors, follow me!" The response was immediate. A roaring mass of fighters rushed forward behind him, many of them orcs moving with brutal determination. Their voices rose in unison, hardened by battle and belief. "Fight until your last heartbeat," they shouted as they advanced. Prince Karl rode hard to the front lines on horseback, his voice sharp and commanding. "Kill the monsters, hold the line, use our numbers, overwhelm them, knock them off their mounts." But as he looked ahead, confusion struck. These weren't ordinary cavalry. From the opposing front, deep howls echoed back. Massive warwolves burst from the enemy lines, their riders leaning low with weapons drawn, charging with feral coordination and relentless speed. A nearby soldier's eyes widened in panic as he broke formation. "Those aren't horses," he shouted, voice cracking as sweat ran down his face. Fear rippled through the ranks almost instantly. The rumors were real. Another soldier spun around frantically. "Where's the commander of the special forces? What is he doing?" In the distance, blades flashed amid chaos, but even so, frustration echoed from the battlefield. "I didn't even break through their line. How did Sodden and his 1,000 men fail to penetrate their command position? What should have been an impenetrable stronghold defended by barely 200 warriors remained eerily composed until suddenly a wave of fierce gnome warriors erupted from hidden positions, crashing into the battlefield. Though they grumbled about their short legs and difficulty maneuvering across uneven terrain, once the fight began, their defensive coordination was unmatched. In formation, they held ground like an immovable wall. No enemy could break them. Then, with a sudden roar, a blazing beast-like presence surged forward, Karsa. From his massive jaws, he unleashed a command spell meant to tear through the battlefield, but nothing happened. The magic simply failed to activate. Confusion spread instantly. A nearby voice explained grimly that their magic had been sealed. Something or someone was actively disrupting their mana flow. The young boy turned his gaze toward the strange mage standing beside them, suspicion forming in his eyes. Who is this guy? How can he suppress everyone's mana like this? The thought pressed harder. And even more unsettling, if he has that level of power, why hasn't he already erased the enemy with a single spell? The young mage raised his hand calmly, almost casually, as if the battlefield pressure meant nothing to him. I may be short on mana, he said evenly, but when it comes to talent, I have more than enough. Suddenly, Sir Sirius shot upward into the sky above the battlefield, moving with explosive force that drew every eye upward. From the ground below, voices rang out in alarm. The elven witch is making her move, soldiers shouted, pointing toward the sky in panic and anticipation. High above, Sirius closed his eyes briefly, steadying himself before issuing a single command. Retreat. Almost immediately afterward, Jive lifted his weapon high into the air, his voice cutting through the chaos. Victory is ours. Battlefield was left stained in deep crimson. The grass soaked in blood after the brutal clash. That day would later be remembered in history as the Battle of the Lead Ant Plains, an overwhelming victory credited entirely to Prince Yuval's forces. Time passed, and near the battlefield, the county of Hendrik rose from the aftermath of war. The sounds of celebration echoed through the developing settlement as life slowly returned. Inside the growing settlement, the prince glanced sideways while speaking. Yesterday they were praising King de Vicarsis, he remarked. Phinia replied calmly, he's barricaded himself and is preparing for another conflict. Count Vet and Barlant are planning to meet him and swear loyalty. The prince smirked faintly. A collection of slippery snakes, he muttered. Nearby, his grandfather spoke in a measured tone. Harsberg, Granyard, and Zelik are staying neutral. Are you planning to try and bring them over? The young prince answered without hesitation, almost casually. Why would I? Phineas stroked his beard thoughtfully. A fair question, he admitted quietly. The prince lowered his gaze slightly, biting his lip as his thoughts turned inward. I just want to be a king who actually takes responsibility for his people. That much, at least I can't compromise on. Back in Hendrik County, everything shifted in an instant, the atmosphere turning tense as something unexpected arrived. Steel axes caught the light as guards immediately raised their weapons and barked out commands to halt any movement. A guard squinted into the distance, alarm creeping into his voice. Is that Sirius's paladin? What is she doing here? The warrior beside him tensed instantly, jaw clenched as unease spread through his posture. Another soldier muttered under his breath, visibly unsettled. She's too tall. Way too tall. High above the rooftops of Hendrik, Sillin was seen doing push-ups in steady rhythm, counting each repetition with disciplined focus. Nearby, Riefenhardt called out casually, enough with the arms, move on to squats. Then, glancing at him, he added, thanks to your performance in the last battle, the troops have started calling you the Red Maiden. He moved across the field, treating the wounded, healing those who could still be saved, while soldiers whispered in awe at what they had witnessed. Wiping sweat from his brow, the young man dropped into squats as instructed. The protagonist told him to slow down, saying there was no need to push himself so harshly, but he clenched his jaw stubbornly. I need muscle fast, no matter what. Meanwhile, the saint stood with hands on her hips, turning toward Cirrus. What are you doing here? The protagonist shrugged slightly, suggesting he might be trying to fix things. The elf then turned toward Selena and said softly, back then it was life or death. I just hope, he said quietly, voice softer now. You're not still angry. Riefenhardt raised a brow, recalling how he had already warned her that such remarks would likely offend people. Yet the girl only waved it off, insisting everything would settle within a few days. Spirits have terrible memories anyway, she joked lightly. Probably no better than a goldfish. Protagonist lowered his gaze, studying her carefully. He wondered if she truly saw them as friends, or if this carefree attitude was her real nature, something that had only surfaced after being hidden in a past life. Just then, a warrior approached with urgent news, reporting that a woman had arrived requesting to meet him. The protagonist blinked in confusion. Me? The guard scratched his head awkwardly and admitted that she had actually asked for the saintess, but he assumed she meant the protagonist instead. Moments later, inside the main hall, a young woman stepped forward. Eyes closed and posture composed, Christine introduced herself cheerfully, stating her name and title as if there were nothing unusual about the situation. The protagonist wiped sweat from his brow, muttering that she reminded him of someone, possibly Teslan's younger sister. Turning to her, he asked why she had come. Christine replied that she was actually looking for Sillin. The messenger must have made a mistake. Still slightly stunned, the protagonist tilted his head, admitting that her appearance had thrown him off. He then asked again what business she had with Sillin, studying her carefully as the meeting finally began to clarify. At that exact moment, the door swung open and Sillin stepped into the room, unaware of what was waiting inside. The instant Christine saw him, her entire expression changed. Her face lit up as if the entire world had suddenly fallen into place. She called out his name brightly. and Sillin froze in place, his eyes snapping wide in shock as he registered her presence. With a playful lift of her brows and a teasing smile, the paladin tilted her head. "How long do you intend to keep running from fate?" Still stunned, Sillin blurted out without thinking, "Fate? What fate?" Without missing a beat, she stepped closer and answered smoothly, "The fate that brought us together." From the side, Riffenhart narrowed his eyes, his tone sharp and cautious as he cut in. "And exactly what kind of relationship is this supposed to be?" Christine paused, her gaze drifting upward as if searching through memories or something unseen. A moment later, her lips curled into a satisfied, almost dreamy smile. She gently touched her cheek, looking completely convinced of her own answer. From the side, the swordswoman Sarah suddenly stepped forward, raising her voice dramatically. "It is the will of the Almighty," she declared. "They are destined for each other." The scene then shifted, cutting away to a grand, imposing building. Inside a luxurious room, Sillin was in complete panic, hurriedly throwing his belongings into a bag as if preparing to escape at any second. The protagonist stood nearby, explaining that he had originally asked her to wait in the living room, hoping she would calm down, but clearly that plan had failed. Sillin's mouth hung slightly open as confusion overtook him. "What is going on?" he finally asked. "Are you two actually engaged?" Christine stood calmly with her arms crossed while Riffenhart spoke in a steady, matter-of-fact tone, clarifying her background. She came from one of the most prestigious noble families in the kingdom of Holen. Even as a child, people had already spoken of her future beauty. Now that prophecy had fully come true, she stood tall, striking, nearly 2 meters in height, with a commanding presence that filled the room. The protagonist continued explaining her past, describing how she had been brought into the church and how the so-called prophet sir had appeared. It was declared that she was the daughter of a noble lord, a chosen sword, destined to become the mother of a legendary warrior. Her fate, as it was said, was to unite with the man of the sun. It felt as if she stood at the peak of a mountain, looking down upon destiny itself with unwavering certainty. Within the sacred order of Sayer, she had been named a paladin, trained relentlessly as a warrior, and dispatched on mission after mission without end. One of those missions eventually led her to the land of Vasily. In that memory, roses seemed to bloom in her presence as Christine stepped into that moment of fate. There, she met him, Sillin. Riefenhart recalled it clearly, Sillin tending to the wounded on the battlefield, moving through chaos with calm purpose. For Christine, that single sight was enough. For her, he was perfection itself. She fell in love at first sight, without hesitation or doubt. The protagonist continued the story, explaining that once she returned to the Order, she made a declaration that shocked everyone present. In sheer excitement, the paladin proclaimed that the prophecy had finally been fulfilled. She had found the father of the future great warrior. However, the reality inside the Holy Order quickly turned chaotic. Most members were ordinary believers, not vision-bound fanatics like her. They simply could not accept a union between a woman in her 20s and a boy who was only 12 years old. An elder tried desperately to reason with her, mouth hanging open in disbelief. He insisted she must be mistaken. There was no way the prophesied partner could possibly be a child. The protagonist briefly imagined Christine again, that same blissful expression on her face, one hand resting lightly against her cheek. Then Sarah appeared in that memory as well, delivering yet another supposed divine message. The scene shifted again into an unusual chamber, where a woman calmly announced that if Christine succeeded in winning the boy's heart, their union would be formally blessed. But the situation only became more complicated from there. The young man added grimly that the financial order had issued its own conditions as well. Selena's face twisted in frustration as she muttered under her breath that everything had completely spiraled out of control. Sweat ran down Riefenhart's face as he laid out the harsh reality. This was no romantic misunderstanding, it was a political arrangement. The marriage served mutual interests between the Sayer Order and the financial order, binding institutions together under the weight of prophecy and convenience. The Saintess, recalling Christine's habit of gleefully crossing her fingers whenever she spoke of it, admitted that the girl's obsession had reached something frightening. She followed Sillin everywhere, appearing no matter where he went, as if distance meant nothing at all. Digging further into the past, Sillin revealed that she had even joined his pilgrimage. But it wasn't for faith or duty, it was simply a disguise. He had hoped that if she saw him living an ordinary life, she might finally lose interest and let him go. The protagonist stared at him, eyes widening in realization, and asked if this obsession was the true reason behind his intense physical training. Sillin nodded. He had always wanted to grow stronger, but after meeting Christine, it became something else entirely. What if she stopped looking at him the moment he resembled any ordinary man? Riefenhart exhaled slowly and looked at Sillin with a flat expression. "If you think her height is the problem, you're wrong," he said coldly. "It isn't that. It's her personality. She doesn't listen. Ever. That's the real issue." Suddenly, a girl appeared carrying a child, speaking with absolute calm. The Saintess explained that Christine had already chosen names for their future children and mapped out their entire lives. The son would be called Stein, destined to become a paladin of the order. The daughter would be Ellen, meant to inherit the legacy of Saintess Sayer. Sillin blinked in stunned silence, struggling to process it all. "And the father?" he finally asked. Without hesitation, she answered. Priest Phelan. The protagonist stiffened immediately. That's creepy. But then something clicked in his mind. His eyes widened as he remembered Sillin mentioning a daughter before. Quickly grabbing his suitcase again, Sillin muttered the name Ellen under his breath once more, unsettled by the coincidence. Reifenhart stroked his chin slowly, deep in thought, eyes narrowing as he tried to connect the pieces. The protagonist suddenly pictured a strange, unsettling scenario involving the Saintess. A chilling possibility surfaced in his mind. Could I be the father of Saintess Ellen? Without warning, Saintess Sierra appeared, breaking into the tense silence like a disruption in reality itself. With fingers crossed as if sealing a promise, she declared that even the dark dwarves who worshipped the god of shadows would eventually be judged for their sins. Riffenhart added grimly that she had once fought and defeated the Demon King himself. She even possessed the ability to resurrect the fallen, a power that far surpassed even High Priest Mocklin, whom she had personally defeated in battle. In another memory, warriors filled an entire battlefield under her influence. The protagonist's expression darkened as he spoke. This woman, this walking nightmare, he muttered grimly. In my past life, she brought nothing but suffering. He recalled how she once blessed an entire army, transforming ordinary soldiers into unstoppable berserkers who could not be killed, no matter how many times they fell. Looking toward Sillin, fear tightened in his chest. Could such a terrifying being really be his daughter? Sweat rolled down Riffenhart's face as he confirmed the reality in his mind. No doubt remained. This was not speculation anymore. It was real. A magical seal appeared before them as the truth began to unfold. The protagonist revealed a disturbing fact. Ellen's divine power was not natural. It had been born from an ancient forbidden spell known as the Holy Grail. Even the Sacred Order of Sire had banned its use. The protagonist continued grimly, explaining that the Holy Grail was not merely a spell, but a coded ritual, an unholy union between man and woman within a sealed boundary. That was where it began. Once the embryo formed, it would begin draining the life force of both parents. Only through that sacrifice could the Holy Grail's vessel be created. Walking down the corridor, he added coldly, "The parents must give up their lives. Only then is the Grail complete." He turned sharply toward Sillin. "That brother of yours will destroy you." Sillin's eyes widened in shock. "You're saying he'll erase the best days of my life?" Riffenhart frowned, realization settling heavily in his expression. Everything finally made sense. Sillin had to be the father of Saintess Ellen. That was why he had vanished from history in the previous timeline. Despite his power, he had disappeared without a trace. Riffenhart suddenly blurted out, "You can't marry her." Sillin's shoulders sank as despair washed over him. "Is there really anyone left on my side?" Clenching his fists, he finally made his decision. "I'm leaving." He forced a weak smile. "Still, it was fun, spending time with you all." "Where are you going?" the protagonist asked quickly. Around them, the defenders exchanged uneasy glances. One muttered, "The Saintess is leaving," another whispered. "Did something happen between him and the mage?" Sillin lowered his gaze, voice quiet but firm. "I don't know what will happen if I stay." The protagonist stepped forward immediately. "You're not a tool. You're part of this. You matter here." His voice tightened as he continued. "So let's talk this through. Running away won't fix anything. Do you really think she'll stop chasing you just because you keep running?" Sillin snapped back, eyes wide with frustration. "Then what do you expect me to do? Drag her out of here by force?" Riffenhart stared straight ahead, expression unreadable but firm. "Are you really just going to leave me behind?" The surrounding guards immediately tensed, their posture stiffening as their eyes widened in visible shock at the unfolding exchange, unsure how the situation had escalated so quickly. Sillin stood with his suitcase gripped tightly in one hand, his voice soft but heavy with resignation. "I don't want to do this, but I don't have a choice. I can't ask you all to abandon the battlefield because of me." Protagonist's expression softened into a faint, thoughtful smile. "Then maybe it's time we try something different," he said calmly. "Maybe we can make her understand. Chasing after you won't make her love you. It'll only push you further away." Sillin gave a small, strained smile in return, barely holding on to his composure. "If it were that easy, I would have never left the Holy Order of Filanets in the first place." Around them, even the hardened defenders began to sweat nervously, exchanging uneasy glances as the oppressive, tangled atmosphere between the group grew harder to understand by the second. Then, without warning, the sharp rhythm of heels echoed through the space. A flash of vibrant color entered their view, Christine's presence arriving with unmistakable energy. She cupped her hands around her mouth and called out brightly toward Sillin, completely unconcerned with the tension in the room. "Ready yet? Let's go home and get married." Sillin's jaw dropped in disbelief. His mind went blank for a moment before one thought surfaced with frustration. This is all Riffenhart's fault. Christine's cheeks turned red as she leaned forward, her voice filled with eager conviction. "Sillin, let's go home already. We'll be so happy there. A daughter, a son, it's all waiting for us." Sillin snapped back immediately, frustration breaking through. "I've told you I don't want any of this." Christine only waved his words aside as if they were meaningless. Realizing she wasn't listening at all, the protagonist stepped in, turning toward her with a sharper gaze. "Why is it him? he asked. What exactly draws you to Sillin? Christine answered with a smug, completely confident grin. It's simple, she said. If we marry, our children will grow up perfectly tall. The protagonist blinked, thrown off completely. That's your reason? Christine closed her eyes as if delivering a sacred truth. Would you really bring divine punishment upon our children? Sillin immediately objected, voice rising. Height has nothing to do with divine punishment. But Christine leaned closer to him, unbothered. You're worried about not growing enough? She said lightly. I grew too much. Isn't that just fate balancing itself? Then she smiled again, as if the matter were already settled. Come now, let's go home. Our marriage has already been blessed by the gods. I'm not going anywhere, Sillin shouted, desperation breaking through. He turned his head sharply toward Riffenhart, silently begging for help with his eyes. Under his breath, he muttered, I want to help, but I don't know what to do anymore. The Saintess's expression darkened, her teeth clenched as frustration boiled over. Then Sillin suddenly pressed a hand to his chest and shouted with conviction, I already have someone I love. Christine's eyes widened instantly, as if every thought in her mind had frozen at once. Without hesitation, Sillin grabbed the mage beside him and pulled him forward. It's him, he declared. We're together. I can't return your feelings. The swordswoman blinked slowly, completely stunned, her confidence breaking for the first time. Riffenhart stood frozen, mouth slightly open, unable to immediately process what had just been dragged into reality. All around them, the surrounding defenders exchanged confused, uncertain glances, struggling to understand the sudden turn of events. Sillin, grinning awkwardly but proudly, added, We're bound by the scarlet thread of finance. Riffenhart thought blankly for a moment. Technically, that isn't entirely wrong. The mage then spoke under his breath, recalling past incidents of forced matchmaking and divine interference. The goddess blesses bonds that are destined paths that are meant to cross. He paused. I've never lied about that. Nearby soldiers began whispering among themselves. They actually look good together, one muttered. Another leaned in. Didn't they almost break up just now? Riefenhart wiped sweat from his brow and asked bluntly. Why me? Sillin answered without hesitation. Cyrus wasn't an option, it had to be human. The protagonist quickly protested. There are other women. Sillin shook his head firmly. It couldn't be just anyone. It had to shock her. With a strained grin, Riefenhart asked, And you're prepared for what comes after this? Sillin admitted quietly. I didn't want to reveal any of this, but I had no choice. You understand, right? Christine slowly closed her eyes, then opened them with calm clarity. I see, she said softly. Everything makes sense now. Sillin's brows tightened. For a brief moment, hope flickered in him. Was she finally backing down? That hope shattered instantly. Christine's eyes sharpened, burning with renewed determination. The road to love is never easy, she shouted. Her sword appeared in a flash as her hair lifted from the sudden surge of power radiating outward. Pointing directly at Riefenhart, she declared without hesitation, I challenge you to a duel. Gasps erupted all around them. Soldiers froze mid-motion, jaws dropping in disbelief. Even Alpha bit her lip in shock. It was no joke, this was real. Christine was already drawing her blade fully, the air around her tightening with pressure. Sweat ran down Riefenhart's face as realization hit. Wait, the duel is with me? Christine held her weapon steady, voice firm and unwavering. If your feelings for Sillin are real, then prove it. Fight for him. Riefenhart stammered in disbelief. Why would a mage and a knight even settle this with a duel before he could continue? Sillin stepped in immediately. Riefenhart, I believe in you. Show her the strength of our love. Riefenhart slowly turned his head toward him, expression flat with disbelief. You want me to fight her? Sillin nodded firmly. Victory is yours? This is the only way to save me. Cyrus watched silently with arms crossed, then muttered under his breath. They don't even need words. They really are a couple. The protagonist sighed internally. I really shouldn't take everything at face value. Christine tightened her grip on her sword, raising it slightly. I'll give you the first move, she said coldly. Now fight me. Riefenhart clenched his fists, exhaling slowly. There's no avoiding this. A strange surge of aura began swirling around him. If I get the opening, I'll end this in one blow, just knock her out. He raised his hand, beginning his spell. Christine's eyes widened in genuine surprise. He's stronger than I expected. Riefenhart extended his palm, voice low and steady. I'm sorry, but I'll end this quickly. Lightning storm. Then his expression tightened slightly. I can't kill her. Adjusting the spell at the last moment, he deliberately reduced its intensity, aiming only to incapacitate. This should be enough to knock her out. As he recalculated his next move, Christine suddenly raised both arms, chanting with unwavering confidence. Sayer, bless my blade with light. The defenders around them gasped in unison, eyes wide with shock. One pointed toward her weapon. That's the divine sword technique. Only elite Sayer paladins can use that. Riefenhart's expression darkened as he felt the pressure in the air intensify. Only 1 in 10 paladins can master that, he muttered, swallowing hard. She's stronger than I thought. Without hesitation, he unleashed a rapid barrage of spells, each one forming in quick succession. A moment later, arcane bullets streaked across the battlefield toward Christine. She stood firm, arms open slightly, facing the incoming attack head-on. Did you really think such weak attacks could stop a Sayer paladin? Sillin clenched his fist tightly, frustration finally spilling over as he looked at Riefenhardt. Why are you only using spells? Riefenhardt shot back without hesitation, keeping his stance steady. I'm a mage, of course I use spells. Sillin immediately snapped, voice rising. Your life is on the line right now, you know that. That line struck deeper than expected. Riefenhardt's eyes widened slightly as he registered the seriousness behind it. Then his expression sharpened. No more holding back. He resumed chanting, this time invoking far more complex incantations. The air around him thickened as magic erupted outward, forming a violent whirl of energy that surged and twisted around Christine like a tightening storm. Inside the vortex, Christine's eyes flicked rapidly from side to side, trying to track the shifting pressure. Confusion crept into her expression as she adjusted her stance. A sharp crack echoed through the air. Then ice rapidly formed, locking itself around her leg and freezing her movement in place. Riefenhardt shifted his footing, watching the binding take hold. That'll hold her for about 30 seconds, he muttered under his breath. Enough time to end this. But Christine only exhaled softly, a calm smile forming on her lips. You leave me no choice, she said quietly. I'll use the power Sayer never gave me. She slowly closed her eyes. In that instant, the atmosphere around her shifted, her aura changing in a way that felt almost unnatural. Moments later, her brows lowered and her teeth clenched as she forced her body against the restraint, beginning to break free with sheer force. Riefenhardt's lips tightened as he watched. She shattered it with brute strength. Sillin's sweat already forming on his brow called out in disbelief. Does she even have aura? Christine answered calmly without looking away from her target. No, I was never granted that gift. Then her tone sharpened slightly. But Sayer took pity on me and gave me enough strength to stand against even aura masters. Riefenhardt staggered half a step back, eyes narrowing. Where did you learn that breathing technique? Christine tilted her head slightly, touching her chin as she recalled. Before I joined Sayer, I met an old man, she said calmly. He told me this breathing method would help me grow strong. She placed a hand over her chest, her expression softening. I didn't understand it back then, but now I know Sayer guided him to me. That thought hit Riefenhardt like a sudden blow. Wait, that old man. Was that my mentor? Christine lifted her sword again, eyes narrowing slightly. Is something wrong? Riefenhardt blinked rapidly, recognition forming in his mind. That technique, indestructible Raka breathing. So that's what made her this strong, this tall. A complicated realization crossed his face. Did that old man actually intend for her to grow up like this without restraint? He quickly shook the thought away. No, he meant well, he muttered. Then louder, nothing's wrong. Without warning, Christine dashed forward again, sword already raised. Then let's continue. Riefenhardt responded instantly, launching another spell. Wings of hovering blades, winged cutter. A storm of luminous blades erupted, slicing through the air in spiraling patterns toward her position. Christine met the attack head-on, swinging her sword with absolute confidence as she pushed straight through the incoming barrage. Riefenhardt observed carefully, his mind working rapidly. That's definitely Raka breathing, a technique that reinforces the body and stimulates physical growth. His jaw tightened. At her size, she must have trained that method for at least 10 years straight. Unlike her, I abandoned it completely. But Christine, she pushed it far beyond normal limits. That level of refinement was proof of abnormal talent. She was forcing the indestructible Raka technique to its absolute edge, and that alone proved her monstrous potential. Riefenhardt frowned inwardly. If this technique actually worked for everyone, the original master would have been rich beyond belief. Everyone wants to be taller. Across from him, Christine suddenly tilted her head, shouting, Then why didn't you just surrender? Riefenhardt lifted a hand casually. And why would I willingly lose a duel? Christine clicked her tongue. Mages and your sarcastic nonsense, I bet you tricked poor Sillin with that smooth tongue of yours. Her eyes sharpened. Fine. I'll show you the power of love. Riefenhardt blinked. The power of what? Christine snapped back instantly. You don't even understand it. In that instant, an unusual force began gathering around Christine's body, the air itself bending around her presence. A shockwave burst outward, wind exploding from her position and sending her sliding backward. Riefenhardt clenched his fists. That settles it. I win. He pointed forward sharply. Now back off, Sillin is mine. Struggling to regain her footing, Christine panted, but forced a response through clenched teeth. All right? I'll retreat for now. Biting her lip, she looked toward the saintess and lowered her head slightly. I'm sorry I wasn't strong enough. I couldn't save you from this monster. Your fragile body must still be suffering under his control. Riefenhardt muttered under his breath, exhausted. Can you just stop talking? But Sillin suddenly grinned. We share everything, body and soul. Riefenhardt snapped back immediately. I don't want to share anything with you. Sillin leaned closer and whispered urgently. Stick to the story? Just play along. Without missing a beat, Riefenhardt suddenly threw his arms around Sillin dramatically. My sweet fragile one, don't cry. Smile for me. Christine stood frozen, tears welling as she shouted. I'll come back for you, I'll save you. A single leaf drifted slowly between them as the battlefield-like tension finally began to settle. Reifenhart squinted at Sillin. So how exactly do you plan to deal with the aftermath? Sillin shrugged casually. I'm sure it'll work itself out somehow. The next day, a massive palace came into view, towering over the surroundings like a looming monument. Inside, Riffenhart let out a long sigh. Yeah, nothing worked out. Nearby, Phineas stroked his beard slowly, raising a questioning brow at him. The grand hall was already crowded, voices echoing from every direction. Look, it's Riffenhart and the young priest. They actually look good together. Riffenhart frowned immediately. Why are all the rumors positive? Nearby, a dwarf leaned in, curious. Wait, does that mean the savior prefers men? Another nodded. Yeah, seems like it. An orc's eyes widened. Wait, men can love each other too? A human nearby shrugged casually. Happens more often than you think, especially among knights. A troll blinked in confusion. What does sweet-looking even mean? A warrior gestured offhandedly. Like that priest over there? The priest chimed in brightly. I'm Sal Cater. Nice to meet you. A small group introduced themselves in return, exchanging nods as conversations blended together. From across the hall, an elf smiled brightly. Look at this. All the races coming together. We're one step closer to Riffenhart's dream, someone added, just as a door creaked open. A girl peeked inside. Why haven't you left yet? Riffenhart, buried under a blanket, poked his head out and shouted, Ask Sillin. Sillin, sitting nearby, immediately waved him off. Don't drag me into this. Cyrus blinked in confusion. What is going on here? Rumors were spreading fast now. Sillin's appearance only fueled them further, cute, soft-looking, yet clearly overcompensating through intense training. Riffenhart's pupils narrowed slightly as he processed the situation. The Saintess lowered his gaze, expression darkening as tension built silently in the room. For a moment they simply stared at each other without speaking. Then Riffenhart clenched his fists. That's it. From today on we're doing hardcore training. I'll turn you into a real man, he pointed firmly. Trust me, I've got this. I'll build you a body worth showing off. Watching the exchange from a slight distance, the orc wiped sweat from his brow, his shoulders tense as he muttered under his breath. They're getting dangerously close at this rate. The rumors are only going to spiral further out of control. Cyrus stood beside him, eyes fixed forward, expression steady but unreadable. After a brief pause, he gave a slow nod. Yeah, there's no stopping it now. Not long after, a massive war host had fully assembled across the field. Rows upon rows of armored warriors stretched into the distance, banners snapping violently in the wind as they rose high above the formation. In perfect unison, the soldiers roared their chant, voices stacking into a thunderous wave. Traitor Cyrus must pay! The chant intensified as the army pressed forward, their momentum shaking the ground beneath them. Defier of heaven, they shouted. Kneel before the true king. Open the gates at once. Behind a cracked defensive wall, one of the defenders carefully leaned out, eyes narrowing as he observed the advancing force. His expression twisted in disbelief and disgust. They're really working alongside monsters now and still claiming this is heaven's will, he muttered bitterly. Pulling back slightly, he scowled deeper. Prince Yuval has made a pact with devils. This will stain Kroven's history forever. On the battlefield's edge, Riffenhart stood firm with his hands resting casually on his hips, unshaken despite the pressure building around him. Across the field, Yuval's voice echoed with royal authority, demanding submission. Lay down your arms, Yuval declared. Pay for the disgrace you've brought upon the royal name. Riffenhart simply shook his head, unmoved. Talking won't change anything. This was always destined to end in battle. Prince Yuval slowly lifted his sword into the air, the blade catching the light as tension snapped tighter across the field. His voice rang out sharply. Heroes, this is our moment. Show your courage before the true king. The moment his command fell, the battlefield erupted into chaos. A sudden storm of arrows darkened the sky, whistling downward in deadly waves. Archers, fire, came the command. Below, soldiers roared back instantly. Raise your shields, don't fall back, push the walls, support the front lines. The battlefield became a storm of overlapping orders and battle cries. Keep your comrades covered, someone shouted. Yuval's voice cut through everything, commanding and absolute. Move together! Stay close formation! At the front line, an orc briefly turned his head toward his partner beside him, his expression tight but focused. We're going up first, he said, voice low but firm. Before he could take another step, his companion had already surged forward, charging ahead with reckless determination. Too late, she shouted over her shoulder. I'm already in front of you! Not far away, a squad of dwarves thundered across the field on horseback, their small frames bouncing heavily with each stride of their mounts. One of them groaned mid-ride. Why are we even riding like this again? His companion shrugged without slowing down. Because it looks way more impressive. Just endure it. From above, Cirrus called out loudly, clearly amused. You all look absolutely magnificent out there. The battlefield ahead was already closing in fast, enemy lines tightening. At the center of command, the prince extended his arm, staring over the chaos as something colder settled in his gaze. "So this is what leadership feels like," he murmured. Then his tone sharpened into command. "Shoot on sight, 100 gold for every monster killed." From the opposing side, an orc bared his teeth, voice rising in raw defiance as he looked up toward the prince. "You think wearing a tiger's skin makes you a tiger?" he shouted. "You're still just a man hiding behind borrowed power." Meanwhile, Sirius moved through the incoming storm of arrows without hesitation, blade flashing as he deflected each projectile midair. Steel rang out repeatedly as arrows were knocked aside, scattered harmlessly into the dirt around him. Enemy spearmen advanced quickly behind the archers, tightening formation as they closed distance. "Throw the spears," one of them ordered sharply. A dwarf crouched low behind partial cover, watching the incoming barrage with a sharp grin spreading across his face. "So they upgraded to bigger arrows, huh?" he muttered. "Doesn't change anything. They still can't hit us." Suddenly, a brilliant light burst into existence mid-battle. A sword ignited in the young man's grip, glowing as if forged from pure energy itself. The surrounding air trembled slightly as its brilliance intensified. He jerked his head upward, eyes locked on the battlefield above, and in the very next instant unleashed a massive surge of energy through the glowing blade. A shockwave tore outward, distorting the air as it expanded violently across the field. At that exact moment, a presence made itself known. Spurious had arrived. Spurious froze for a fraction of a second, eyes narrowing sharply as they locked onto the glowing weapon in the distance. Shock flickered across his expression as he assessed it instantly. Strange, oppressive aura rippled outward from the weapon, distorting the space around it like heat haze over stone. "That sword, that giant blade," he muttered. Spurious's expression darkened immediately, recognition turning into anger. "My sword," he growled. How dare he take my equipment before the words even settled? A deafening explosion detonated across the battlefield, ripping through the air with overwhelming force. The shockwave rolled outward violently, shaking both sides of the warfront. A swordsman nearby staggered back, eyes wide with panic as the pressure hit him. "Run!" he screamed. "I'm not dying here today." Dust and debris erupted around him as the blast swallowed the ground. On the walls above, the orc climbed higher with urgency, glancing over the battlefield with growing excitement. "Cyrus is tearing through them out there," he shouted. Elsewhere, trolls roared in response, refusing to be overshadowed. "We're not staying behind either." Down below, defenders tightened their formation, raising shields in unison as they braced for impact. The entire line hardened, muscles tensed, eyes locked forward in anticipation. A brief silence followed as defenders stared forward, heads tilted slightly in confusion, unsure of what they were witnessing through the haze. The battlefield felt strangely suspended for a moment. Then everything shattered at once. A colossal explosion tore across the battlefield, engulfing the entire front line in blinding light and violent shockwaves. The ground itself seemed to split under the force. From within the smoke and radiance, a massive figure emerged, resting an unfamiliar sword casually across his shoulder as if the chaos meant nothing to him. The silhouette alone dominated the battlefield. His gaze remained cold and absolute, unshaken by the destruction around him, eyes cutting straight through the battlefield like stone blades. Not a trace of hesitation showed in his expression. Beside him, the young man clenched his jaw tightly, eyes narrowing as he steadied himself against the aftermath of the blast. His focus sharpened instantly. Across the field, soldiers whispered in stunned disbelief, their voices barely carrying over the lingering echoes. "Is this the true power of the Aurora Lords?" An orc woman watched for a moment, then allowed a faint, satisfied smile to form as she gave a subtle nod. "They're good," she said quietly. A troll stood motionless for a moment, recalling instructions that had been given earlier. "Bring down the wall in the most overwhelming way possible, but don't harm our own," he repeated to himself. He exhaled heavily. "So what am I supposed to do with that?" Standing still felt like failure. Without warning, the sky above split with motion. Dozens of blades appeared, suspended in midair like living spells. Magical projectiles carved through the air in chaotic formation. 3 enormous swords formed first, suspended like anchors in the sky, followed quickly by more and more conjured weapons. The number kept rising, filling the air with lethal density. Then, all at once, the entire arsenal launched forward in a unified barrage toward the fortress wall. The sky itself seemed to collapse under the coordinated strike. The blades slammed into the barricade with brutal precision, embedding deep into stone and wood, as magical energy began to leak out like smoke from cracks. The wall shuddered under the pressure. A voice echoed through the chaos, firm and commanding. "It's time. Show your true selves." The energy surrounding the swords intensified, surging outward in unstable waves as if the air itself could no longer contain it. The battlefield vibrated under the pressure. Then, without warning, multiple explosions erupted simultaneously, shaking the ground violently and tearing through the defensive line. Shockwaves rolled outward in layers. Spurious lunged forward and grabbed Prince Yuvel, yanking him closer with force as he demanded answers. "What the hell just happened?" he snapped. Nearby, an orc wiped sweat from his brow, visibly unsettled as he glanced around. "Was that my wife's doing?" he asked uncertainly. A pair of dwarves leaned in, watching the destruction with impressed whistles. "That wall-breaking technique is insane," one said. The other nodded quickly. We need her on our side for future sieges. She'd tear through fortresses like paper. Cyrus smirked slightly, watching the aftermath with calm satisfaction. Another technique to add to the list, he said quietly. Doesn't even seem that hard to refine. Carl bared his teeth, eyes narrowing as he assessed the devastation. Didn't expect that, he muttered. No way I'm letting this turn into a full siege situation. Spurius exhaled sharply, adjusting his stance. I'll handle part of this myself, he said. But another man stepped forward, brow furrowed in concern. There's no victory waiting here. We should fall back to the palace. A sudden shout cut through the battlefield. One of the defenders pointed toward the distance, voice rising in alarm. Prince Yuval's army, they're retreating. A young warrior pressed his hand against the wall, confusion written across his face as he tried to process what he was seeing. Why, he muttered. They were winning. What is Yuval planning? Around him, voices began to rise, accusations and fear mixing together. Yuval's a traitor. His fate is already sealed by the prince. Another soldier stared out over the battlefield in disbelief, jaw slack as realization set in. A mounted soldier stepped forward, scanning the battlefield before speaking with a tone that carried both confidence and calculated reasoning. He doesn't want innocent people to die, the rider declared. If Prince Yuval truly cares about his people, he'll raise the white flag. He should surrender and accept our mercy. The prince's jaw tightened immediately, teeth grinding as his expression darkened. So that's his game, he muttered. He's trying to twist this into making me look like the villain. What a filthy tactic. Nearby, Carl's face twisted into a scowl as he listened. So this is the scheme they came up with? He growled. How disgustingly clever. Reifenhart stood with calm indifference, a faint, knowing smile forming as he looked across the battlefield. I'm not the type to keep fighting after an ultimatum like that, he said evenly. Beside him, the young man brightened instantly, practically leaning forward with excitement. That's it. That's the right call. We've already won this, he said with clear relief. Fiannanin turned slightly, gaze steady and composed as he assessed the situation with detached confidence. We've already made our point, he said. They understand the gap in power now. It's time to return to the Viscount's estate. His voice carried quiet certainty. They'll surrender sooner or later. No one wants a bloodbath, not overnight. That night, darkness settled over the region as faint lights began to flicker inside the castle windows, one after another like distant fireflies waking in the gloom. Inside the castle's great hall, a long banquet table stretched beneath the high ceiling, already packed with nobles, officers, and attendants, seated on both sides. The air buzzed with quiet tension beneath forced celebration. At one end of the table, Fernando sat with his fingers interlaced, leaning slightly forward as he studied the man across from him. Cyrus, he asked carefully. Do we still have a chance to turn this around? Cyrus sat motionless, his brows drawn low, eyes fixed in a distant, unreadable stare. Silence hung around him as he processed everything unfolding around these so-called lesser beings. They were unpredictable yet undeniably strong, strong enough to stand on par with Aura Lords themselves. Even Prince Yuval seemed unable to trace where they had come from. The silence was broken when his assistant leaned forward, mouth slightly open in urgency. They're too arrogant to stop now, he said. If they've pushed this far, they'll aim straight for the capital. From another side of the table, a cold voice replied immediately. Let them come. We still hold the royal seal and the crown. Carl narrowed his eyes, voice firm and cutting through the discussion. That's exactly why losing the castle isn't an option, he said sharply. The moment it falls, Yuval becomes king by law, and that's the end of us. Another noble frowned, hesitating before speaking. Then what if we request support from Chitan or Vasily? They might intervene. A younger man immediately snapped back, raising his voice. And drag other nations into this? Even if we win, Croynes would be wiped off the map in the aftermath. A noble slammed his fist hard against the table, rattling the glasses. At this rate, we're going to lose everything, he shouted. The hall fell instantly into a heavy, suffocating silence. No one dared speak. Sweat slowly trickled down the faces of those seated around the table. Eyes drifted downward, avoiding contact, as tension settled like a weight over every shoulder. The prince bit his lip hard, frustration flickering in his eyes. They're all just protecting their own interests, he muttered under his breath. Not far away, a young boy sneered under his breath, shaking his head. Even my father, even my grandfather, they would have sided with them, he said bitterly. The assistant folded his hands tightly, voice dropping into something colder and sharper. We should have sent assassins after that useless prince already, he muttered. Carissa immediately snapped back, voice rising, and yet we didn't even try. The Duke turned toward Spurius, studying him carefully. You possess aura abilities, he said. Could you do it? Spurius shook his head without hesitation. He may be our enemy, but he's still blood of the royal line. I can't. Around the table, several nobles reacted instantly, murmurs rising in disbelief. One warrior scoffed. I'm not lowering myself to that level. Another swordsman squinted, shaking his head. Not against Prince Yuval, no chance. Spurius broke the tension with a faint, dry smile, tilting his head slightly. But I wouldn't mind paying a visit to that suspicious mage, he said casually. In fact, I'd enjoy it. Far away from the castle, rows of tents stretched across the open fields, swaying slightly under the night wind like a temporary city built for war. Prince Yuvel's forces had fully withdrawn from Hendrik and established a large encampment just outside the capital, near the Viscount's estate. The location was strategic, close to forest cover and a flowing river, perfect for sustaining a long campaign. That evening, the Viscount's estate was alive with celebration. Inside the grand hall, glasses clinked endlessly and voices rose together in a loud, triumphant chorus. To those who stand with us and shape the future of this kingdom, cheers. Applause followed immediately, mixed with chants of praise. Long live the true king. Standing slightly apart from the celebration, Riffenhart observed the scene quietly, a faint smile on his face. This kind of atmosphere matters, he said calmly. It keeps neutral nobles balanced. Prince Yuvel scoffed nearby. They're toasting people who did nothing, he said bluntly. A voice answered without hesitation. Exactly. That alone is reason enough. Riefenhart closed his eyes briefly, still smiling as he spoke in a measured tone. If they're treated as victors, they won't grow envious or hostile toward other races. He opened his eyes again. Only fools believe praise should go solely to those swinging swords. The wise understand otherwise. Without the resources provided by these families, those knights wouldn't have reached this far. Several nobles chuckled lightly, raising their glasses in approval. You flatter us too much, wizard, one said. Truly you're a wise man. Prince Yuvel lifted his glass with a small, appreciative smile. For a mage, your understanding of politics is surprisingly refined, he said. I'd like to learn from you someday. He raised his glass slightly higher, glancing around the room. He's young, but he has a real talent for diplomacy, Yuvel added. Riffenhart gave a soft laugh. You're too kind. Beside him, Cylon stretched his arms before gesturing toward the gathered group. Riffenhart then introduced the others calmly. This is Kalkin, well known throughout the kingdom of Krovan. He nodded toward the troll nearby, and this is the Blue Bear tribe's chieftain. Halton inclined his head politely, but paused in surprise when the troll suddenly spoke fluently. You speak our language? The orc chuckled, lifting a small communication necklace from around his neck. Riefenhart gave me this, he said. Makes things much easier. The troll's eyes lit up slightly. Incredible, now we can finally understand each other. Halton blinked in genuine surprise, studying the orc warriors more closely. Your warriors are quite disciplined, he admitted. Unlike most orcs I've encountered. His words caused Stala to immediately wrap her arms around her husband with visible pride. True orcs are like that, she said firmly. We honor strength and despise betrayal and weakness. Halton let out a short laugh, slightly awkward. Everyone here is so composed I almost feel ashamed standing among such aura wielders. The husband squinted at Halton, then shrugged with a faint grin. This guy's really something, Stala said with a teasing tone. I knew he'd say something like that. She leaned back casually. Just drink and enjoy the moment. Riefenhart raised a finger slightly, voice calm but firm. Don't expect too much warmth from people, he said. Let their words pass through without clinging to them. His gaze turned distant for a moment. Our priority is freeing those still under control. He looked aside, thinking quietly as the noise of the celebration continued behind him. This is only the beginning, he murmured internally. We don't need full understanding yet, only acceptance. A faint pause followed. In time, they'll grow used to treating them as equals. I tried to understand everything alone in my past life, and it failed. This time, I won't depend on that approach. Suddenly, Silen's eyes widened in recognition. That's Sir Cardamite, one of the Great Forge's legendary warriors. The man in question gave a modest nod. He's the one who took down Tethid, another added. Cardamite chuckled awkwardly. It was mostly luck. Come, have a drink. Nearby, Riffenhart observed the elves quietly, noting their composed demeanor and careful speech. Always precise, always balanced. Harmony seemed to define them more than anything else. A guest nearby, clearly impressed, leaned in. Your battle was incredible, he said. How did you reach that level at such a young age? Cyrus answered without hesitation. I trained for a long time. I just kept swinging my sword. A young man wiped sweat from his brow, glancing toward the hall. Sir Cyrus doesn't seem to enjoy banquets much, does he? His companion shook his head. No, he looks far more comfortable holding a blade than a wine glass. Riefenhart watched Cyrus carefully from a distance, eyes narrowing slightly. Why does he look so tense in situations like this, he wondered. Yet around him no one else seemed concerned, which only deepened his curiosity. Strange and yet not necessarily a flaw. As he stepped out of the hall, the protagonist lowered his voice to himself. The real complications begin after the war. Walking alone through the corridor, Yuvel tilted his head slightly in thought. Where did Cirrus go? He muttered under his breath. He suddenly stopped mid-step. A cloaked figure stood directly ahead, unmoving, as if he had always been there. Riefenhart narrowed his eyes slightly, studying the figure with caution. I didn't even sense him approach, he thought. A ghost, or an aura lord skilled in concealment. The cloaked man finally spoke, voice low and steady. Forgive me, wizard. What I'm about to do is for the future of this kingdom. Spirius suddenly appeared in motion, blade already drawn as he lunged forward with explosive speed. Spirius! Riefenhardt shouted, the voice echoing sharply down the corridor. Steel met resistance as Riefenhardt barely managed to block the incoming strike, forcing the blade off its path. Sparks burst violently as Spirius's sword scraped dangerously close, the impact reverberating through the corridor walls. The cloaked attacker's eyes widened in shock, his voice tightening. The young boy instinctively threw his arms up, crossing them tightly over his head as he braced for the incoming follow-up strike, shoulders hunched in pure survival instinct. Spirius gritted his teeth hard enough to creak, frustration burning through his expression. Iron skin shouldn't be this durable, he spat out, forcing his blade back into guard. So-called king of martial arts narrowed his eyes, carefully scanning Riefenhardt's stance and arm movement. No, something was off. That wasn't some advanced magic technique at all, it was just his bare arm. Natural, trained, real. With a vicious snarl, Spirius unleashed another wave of power. Flame of destruction! He roared, immediately chaining into fire volley. Blazing fire erupted across the ground, tearing through the corridor like space in violent waves, lighting everything in a scorching orange glow. Spirius tightened his grip with both hands on his sword, shoulders tensing as heat rolled off the blade. Judging from how your subordinates fight, you're no ordinary man, he said sharply, eyes narrowing. Then his expression hardened completely. Fine, I'll go all out. Riefenhardt's eyes sharpened instantly. So that's how it is, he thought coldly. Of course I'd end up targeted eventually. His mind flicked briefly to Teslan, the memory irritating like a dull ache, dense as a rock, and now I'm the one stuck cleaning up the consequences. Spirius lunged again without hesitation, his blade flashing forward in a brutal arc aimed straight for the kill. Riefenhardt set his stance, shoulders lowering as he braced for impact, teeth clenched tightly. There was no room left for hesitation now. A sudden crack echoed through the space. Spirius was struck hard in the abdomen, his body jerking backward as the force knocked the air from his lungs and sent him stumbling away. Saliva sprayed from Spirius's mouth as he staggered, eyes burning with fury. You're using close combat techniques, he growled, wiping his mouth. What are you, a battle mage? Riefenhardt said nothing, his thoughts racing behind a calm exterior. Can I mislead him? Make him think I'm just a battle mage? If I avoid aura completely, maybe it holds, maybe it doesn't. Spirius circled him slowly, eyes sharp and suspicious. With a body like that, it almost fits, he muttered. Riefenhardt finally snapped back coldly. You do realize this estate is full of aura lords. If I were serious, you wouldn't even be standing here anymore. Flames began coiling tightly around Spirius's blade, the heat distorting the air. Let's see how long you can last until then, he said darkly. Riefenhardt pressed his lips together, eyes narrowing slightly. How long can I keep this up without revealing aura? With a sudden roar, Spirius raised his sword high, flames roaring up its edge like a living inferno. One strike, and you're finished. Riefenhardt's entire body tensed, muscles locked tight as he prepared for the incoming killing blow. Then, Spirius froze, his pupils contracted sharply as if something impossible had just entered his vision. Muscle, thick, coiled muscle rippling beneath torn sleeves, suddenly visible where fabric had split open. What? Where did that come from? Spirius muttered in shock. There's no way he can block an aura-enhanced blade without proper defense. Spirius stared harder, disbelief creeping in. His body, it's absurdly strong. Can physical conditioning even reach that level? He shook it off quickly. Doesn't matter. He's finished either way. Before that thought could settle, the room erupted with flashes of light. Riefenhardt shot forward instantly, closing the distance in a straight burst, torn sleeves snapping as hardened muscle drove his movement. He slammed into the ground with force, rolling through impact, then immediately twisted his body and drove his elbows straight into Spirius's ribs. Spirius's eyes sharpened violently, shock flashing across his face as the strike landed clean. His aura-infused blade began to pulse unnaturally, light throbbing along its length like a living heartbeat. An eerie glow twisted around the weapon, spiraling upward in unstable patterns. Spirius lifted an eyebrow, momentarily confused. What is that? He couldn't tell if it was aura or something entirely different. Riefenhardt straightened fully, standing his ground as he raised a hand slightly. Things never go according to plan, he muttered with a faint smirk. His voice sharpened as he spoke louder. You really thought you could take on an aura lord with normal techniques? A pause. I won't make the same mistake twice. Spirius's expression shifted instantly. His eyes widened as a golden glow began to radiate from Riefenhardt's body. You, he muttered. Gerard's successor? A mage trained by the martial arts king? He stepped back slightly, disbelief rising. Don't tell me you're the new martial arts king? Riefenhardt clenched his fist slowly, golden light flickering around his arm. Life has a way of surprising people, he said flatly. You should have stopped being shocked a long time ago. Spirius raised his aura-imbued sword high again, flames and energy surging violently along its edge. I felt guilty before, he said, voice darkening, for trying to kill a mage, his eyes burned with intent. But that guilt is gone now. Riefenhardt opened his hand slowly, fingers spread wide in invitation. Then come at me. Spirius ground his teeth, confusion and anger mixing as he tried to read the situation. His silhouette flickered as raw magical currents wrapped around him, surging upward like a storm of light. I'm using a giant blade now, he roared. A deafening blast followed. The stone beneath them shattered instantly, chunks exploding outward in every direction. A towering column of aura shot into the sky, piercing above the rooftops like a beacon of overwhelming force. Reifenhart drew his fist back, body coiling like a spring, then drove it forward with full force. Spirius's sword ignited violently, just as a massive explosion rocked the entire area, shaking everything within range. Spirius's mouth fell open in rage. "You idiot," he shouted. "You're not even trying to hide it anymore." Reifenhart stood firm, arms slightly spread as if inviting the storm itself. "You were the one who asked for this." Spirius yanked his aura blade back, killing intent flaring. "Then I'll erase you from existence." Reifenhart lowered his gaze slightly, focus sharpening as he activated his technique. Vortex Guardian. A violent surge of magical force erupted outward, sweeping across rooftops like a crushing tidal wave of energy. Spirius staggered mid-step, eyes widening. "What the hell?" Reifenhart launched forward without hesitation. A single brutal kick landed cleanly, folding Spirius's body forward as he coughed violently, choking on the impact. Nearby knights froze in shock, unable to process the speed and intensity of the exchange. Spirius, barely upright, let out a strained, broken scream. Reifenhart didn't slow down. He spread his arms wide, shaping a spinning, glowing lasso of magical force that whipped through the air. The construct struck cleanly, hurling Spirius through the air as he screamed, crashing straight into the castle wall. A thunderous impact followed. Stone exploded outward as fragments rained down across the courtyard. Spirius lay buried in rubble, body twisted slightly as he groaned through clenched teeth, barely conscious. A weak, bitter whisper escaped him. Still barely conscious, Spirius let out a strained whisper through clenched teeth, refusing to accept his collapse. "I don't want to die here," he muttered. "Not like this. I'm the last surviving lord of Carson's aura." Reifenhart stepped forward without hesitation, each footfall heavy against the broken stone as he closed the distance. A moment later, another explosion ripped through the shattered ruins, slower this time, almost deliberate, shaking what was left of the battlefield. Broken chunks of concrete rained down and buried Spirius's body beneath the rubble, swallowing his form in dust and debris. The knights watching from a distance gasped in unison, eyes wide and mouths hanging open at what they were witnessing. "That's golden aura," someone shouted in disbelief. More warriors quickly gathered, forming a stunned line as they pointed toward the battlefield in awe. "That color, it's Gerard's aura, the legendary one," they cried. Reifenhart continued walking through the dust and falling embers, his expression completely unreadable. His lips pressed into a thin, controlled line. A soldier suddenly shouted in shock, "That's the king of martial arts." Nearby, a dwarf squinted skeptically. "Wait, no one knew he had aura?" Another muttered in confusion. "So he was hiding his identity the whole time," the dwarf snorted. "I thought he was just hiding those ridiculous muscles." Yuval's eyes widened in disbelief. "That guy is really the martial arts king?" The prince immediately raised his voice, urgency breaking through his composure. "He's not just an aura user, that's the disciple of the indestructible Raka. That lineage doesn't produce weaklings." Reifenhart pressed his lips tightly together. "Yeah, that part is true," he thought coldly. The indestructible Raka would turn any weakling into minced meat without hesitation. The knights around them suddenly raised their arms and voices, erupting into loud chants of praise. Reifenhart let out a quiet, exhausted sigh inwardly. "I knew this would happen. That's exactly why I kept it hidden. But now I don't even know what comes next." News of Spirius's defeat was already racing toward the capital at terrifying speed. In the distance, the castle's silhouette came into view under a dim sky. A low voice muttered, "So even Spirius was killed by the king of martial arts." Another voice followed more calmly. "At least he didn't die in disgrace." Farther away, an army of knights marched in formation, their armor clinking as whispers spread through the ranks. "So Tethid was taken down by some short guy," one muttered. "Maybe he wasn't as strong as we thought." Scylan's eyes widened slightly as he listened. Eyes had mentioned that many people had already seen the strength of other intelligent races, yet still looked down on them. Reifenhart replied calmly that it wasn't always simple contempt. It was often denial itself, and sometimes not even born from malice. From a distance, the kingdom's territory finally came into view. Croyne's outer defenses were still half rebuilt from the previous battle, broken sections of wall still visible. Because of this, Prince Yuval's forces were able to enter with surprisingly little resistance. Ahead, the castle stood tall and heavily fortified. While Karl's forces had already entrenched themselves inside its walls, massive gates loomed at the entrance, carved with roaring lions crowned in gold, standing as symbols of royal authority and pride. Yuval tilted his head slightly, eyes narrowing as he looked at the gates in silence. For a moment he admitted to himself he never expected to see them again in his lifetime. Then his expression darkened. He frowned, unable to understand the situation. "Why haven't they surrendered yet, even after 3 full days?" he muttered. "This isn't like Cyrus at all. Something doesn't add up. Reifenhart suspected the same. It wasn't Cyrus making the decisions, it had to be his advisors, clinging to orders from when they still believed they were winning. But things had clearly shifted now. His grandfather finally spoke up, voice firm. "There's only one option left, we attack." Reifenhart closed his eyes briefly, then stepped forward. "I'll go meet them myself." Sillin turned toward him in shock. "You're going in alone?" Reifenhart only shrugged lightly, expression calm. "There's no point hiding anymore. Everyone already knows who I am." Reifenhart walked forward toward the massive gates, every step deliberate. As voices erupted around him, the crowd roared, declaring that the king of martial arts was heading into battle once more. A guard at the front raised his hand sharply, shouting orders to steady the troops. "Don't panic. He's just one man." Fire. A rain of arrows immediately filled the sky, descending toward Reifenhart, but he only frowned slightly as they came. Not a single impact registered. He didn't even flinch. A moment later, a massive stone launched from a catapult slammed directly into his head with a heavy thud. Reifenhart casually rubbed the spot, barely reacting. "That kind of stung a bit," he muttered. Fire arrows followed immediately, streaking toward the mages behind him like burning trails in the air. The guard shouted for boiling water to be poured down in defense. But Reifenhart suddenly opened his mouth and called out casually, "Ah, that actually feels refreshing." A warrior standing on the wall stared down, completely frozen in disbelief. "What is this guy?" Reifenhart's voice then carried across the battlefield, loud and steady. "If you value your lives, step away from that gate." Behind him, a knight stood firm, unmoving as he watched the scene unfold. "That man cannot be broken," the knight declared. "I will stand with him." Reifenhart said nothing, but his thoughts drifted inward again, unsettled. "I'm doing exactly what I did in my past life. So why is everyone reacting so differently this time?" 2 days earlier, a man had raised an eyebrow in discussion, asking if the mysterious sage was actually the martial king. When confirmation came, everything suddenly made sense. Of course, someone like that would attract powerful allies. A man in a suit widened his eyes in shock. These orcs, were they personally chosen by him? Nearby, a dwarf nodded. He intends to raise them to the same level as humans. Another voice added that they were nothing like the slaves of the past, and honestly, some even envied the dwarves for having such a teacher. Reifenhart looked away slightly, muttering under his breath that he didn't fully understand it. Back when he had been the Demon King, people said the same thing, that those under him only followed because they were corrupted by darkness or magic. Cirrus then commented that warriors and mages were always judged differently. With a faint grin, she added that anyone could pick up a sword and call themselves a warrior. But magic, that was something entirely different. It belonged only to a rare few. Ordinary people couldn't even pretend to be mages. Reifenhart's expression darkened slightly at that. The girl continued speaking, explaining that this was exactly why the Demon King had been so terrifying, because he used magic. Magic was unseen, mysterious, untouchable, but a warrior could still be understood, even admired. Reifenhart lowered his hand slightly, then asked in a low voice if that meant his invincible body was easier for people to accept than magic itself. "So in battle, does that mean I can do anything?" Ceres turned her head toward him and answered plainly. "Exactly. You could even be the king of martial arts." A fist wrapped in shimmering aura came into focus, the energy pulsing around it like a living force. It was said that mana might be granted only to the chosen few, but strength, discipline, and muscle were things anyone could build. As the strike surged forward, the aura became unmistakable, blazing clearly enough for all eyes to recognize its meaning. A massive explosion followed, triggered by the activation of the 4-stage disaster horn, shaking everything within range. Reifenhart pressed his lips together, expression firm. He made a silent vow then and there. From this moment on, people would look at him with admiration, not fear. Voices erupted all around him. "Attack! Follow the king of martial arts! Crush the traitors!" A knight raised his blade high, shouting with conviction, "If we die as knights, for Cyrus." Blood splattered across the battlefield as soldiers roared, their voices blending into one massive wave of loyalty, resolve, and desperation. They fought as if willing to burn everything for their chosen king's will. Reifenhart spread his arms wide, voice carrying across the entire field. Inside the hall, a grand chandelier hung high above, its light scattering across polished stone and broken echoes of recent conflict. Cyrus stood in the center of the room in complete silence, sword lowered at his side, his posture steady but unreadable. Yahello stepped into the chamber with calm confidence and a faint smirk. "It's over," the prince announced, voice carrying clearly through the hall. Then, as if addressing a memory rather than the present, he added casually, "It's been a long time, hasn't it?" Reifenhart gave no verbal response. Instead, he studied Yahello in silence, a strange thought lingering in his mind. He wasn't even sure if this was how he had appeared in his past life. Yahello tilted his head slightly. "Where are the others?" he asked. Cyrus raised his sword a fraction, answering with measured control. "I evacuated my father and grandfather. I couldn't allow our bloodline to end here." Phineas stood with eyes closed for a brief moment, then spoke with firm finality. "We've already been branded traitors." Her voice rose as she declared it aloud. "There's no place left for us in this kingdom?" Carl shifted slightly. glancing aside as he added in a lower tone, "We're heading to Chatan. We won't hold the same power there, but the bloodline will survive. That alone is enough." The Count frowned deeply, absorbing the information. "So they fled to Shaitan," he muttered, "just like Lantis did from the Tychon kingdom." Yuvel's gaze sharpened. "Then why didn't you go with them?" he asked, directly. The boy's lips curled into a faint, knowing smirk. "What do you think?" The young man frowned as realization slowly set in. "I see if you had run, this war would never end. You chose death over becoming a puppet king." The protagonist hesitated, mouth slightly open. So this prince, was he truly willing to risk everything for his people? The thought left him uneasy, standing face to face with an enemy who didn't behave like one. He took a slow breath, then spoke with resolve. "In that case, I'll end this war myself." Cyrus grinned faintly, almost amused. "So the rumors were wrong. You're more sensitive than I expected." His eyes narrowed slightly as he asked, "So tell me which one of you is planning to kill me?" The boy raised his shield and turned toward his cousin without hesitation. "You're a traitor," he said coldly. "But you're still royalty. That means your life ends by my hand." The Count peeked from behind Yuvel, visibly confused. "What are you saying?" Yuvel didn't look back. "I know I'm no match for Karl," he admitted. "But at the very least, I'll prove I can stand like a king." He glanced over his shoulder briefly. "And good thing I've got the Lord of Aura behind me," he added. "Step in if things go wrong." Karl let out a forced, mocking smile. "Then come on, weakling." The moment the words landed, Yuvel launched forward in a sudden burst of motion. Steel collided instantly, his blade meeting Karl's aura-forged weapon with a sharp, ringing impact. Sparks erupted as the two clashed violently, twin brothers locked in a merciless duel. Karl shouted through the strain, each strike heavier than the last. "I heard you skipped fencing lessons just to sneak off with that gnome lover," Karl snapped. "So you were hiding skills like this all along?" Yuval answered with a faint smirk even as he blocked another strike. "It's not that. I just never had a reason to show them." He lifted his shield and absorbed the next blow cleanly, the impact reverberating through his arm but not breaking his stance. An elderly man nearby stared in shock, mouth slightly open. Where did the younger prince learn strength like that? Even Karl's expression twisted with irritation. "How the hell are you this strong?" he demanded. "And how long do you plan on hiding behind that shield?" A knight shouted from the side, and in that instant Yuval countered with a powerful strike of his own. "I always thought you all looked down on me because of my title," he said mid-motion. "Turns out I'm not so bad with a blade after all." A brief laugh escaped him. "Guess it helps that I grew up sparring with Phinia," he added. "You needed serious legs just to keep up with her." A grin spread across his face. "That's why I did deadlifts and squats every single day." From behind, Phinia let out a sharp, embarrassed scream, while a nearby dwarf turned bright red in humiliation. Even the hero blinked in surprise, processing the absurd explanation. Well, it wasn't exactly wrong, he thought. That dwarf really did force brutal training on everyone. Karl's face twisted with rage. "So that's your explanation? Some ridiculous training reason?" he shouted. "You think confidence alone wins battles." He hammered his blade repeatedly into Yuvel's shield, each strike heavier than the last, trying to break through its defense. Yuvel's focus wavered slightly as he analyzed the pressure. All his techniques, everything he used, came from Phinia's style, but dwarf techniques weren't suited for his human proportions or center of gravity. Something felt off. He glanced toward his ally and gave a brief, urgent signal for assistance. The moment danger was sensed, another warrior surged forward at full speed to intervene. "The prince is in danger," Karl roared in fury. "How dare you interfere in a sacred duel? Where is your honor? Is this your idea of a noble martial king?" But before the exchange could continue, the young man slammed his elbow directly into Karl's sword, forcing it aside with raw force. "We don't care about honor," he muttered coldly. Karl gritted his teeth, struggling to push forward as steel ground against steel in a brutal lock. A faint glow began building in the young man's fist, power concentrating rapidly. Then a blinding flash detonated outward in an instant. Light swallowed the entire palace interior, turning everything into a white void for a split second. Soldiers across the hall instinctively raised their arms, shielding their eyes from the overwhelming burst of brilliance. Even the old man in the chamber turned away, covering his face against the searing light. As the brightness faded, silence returned. Slowly, he looked forward again. Amid shattered columns and broken stone, the warrior stood unmoving. In the next instant, he grabbed the traitorous prince by the hair and lifted his head high for all to see. Riefenhardt spoke clearly, voice cutting through the aftermath. "The battle is over. I've taken his head." The rightful heir froze in place, staring at the scene in stunned silence. But that shock didn't last long. His expression quickly hardened, resolve returning as he turned his gaze toward the throne. Slowly, he pulled out the royal seal, raising it with absolute authority as he issued his next command. "Hang the traitor's head where all can see it." The order rang out coldly, sharp as steel, as the remnants of the battlefield still seemed to echo beneath it. There was no hesitation, no mercy left in the voice, only final judgment meant to be displayed for every witness to remember. He slowly lifted the crown and lowered it onto his head. The metal settled into place with a heavy finality, as if the weight of the entire kingdom had just transferred onto his shoulders in a single motion. His expression did not waver as he claimed what had been won through blood and upheaval. Behind him, Phinea's voice cut through the air, bright and unwavering with pride. "Long live the king!" Her words carried across the space like a declaration meant to seal reality itself, echoing off the stunned silence that still lingered among the crowd. The newly crowned monarch stood tall before the assembled people, unmoving, steady as stone. Around him the crowd erupted into celebration, voices rising in waves as the coronation finally took hold of the moment. The atmosphere shifted from tension to release, as though a long-held breath had finally been let out. One after another, those present began to lower themselves to the ground. Knees touched stone in sequence, like falling dominoes of allegiance, until the entire hall was bending before the new authority without exception. And so the kingdom of Krovan accepted its new ruler, King Yuval II. News of the Civil War's conclusion spread outward like wildfire carried on dry wind. Across the land, disbelief and shock followed close behind. No one had truly anticipated that Yuval would emerge as the one to claim victory. At the same time, a new name began to echo across distant territories. Whispers traveled faster than messengers. The king of martial arts, Reifenhardt. A title spoken with both awe and disbelief, as if the world itself was still struggling to accept it. He was the one who had brought down the Golden Knight, Grime. The same man who had arrived in Krovon with an army composed of many different intelligent races, and then led them straight into victory. Even now, many refused to believe such a story could be real. The enslaved races, once looked down upon and dismissed, had stood on the battlefield like legends reborn. What had once been treated as weakness had revealed itself as overwhelming resolve and strength, reshaping every assumption the world had held. Elsewhere, deep within the kingdom of Grime, the atmosphere turned violent. Teslin slammed his fist down onto the table with enough force to rattle the objects around it as the latest reports reached him. Grinding his teeth, he spat out his curse in a low, furious tone. That damn demon king, he's already grown far too powerful. His voice trembled with rage, as if even speaking the name itself burned him. His expression twisted further, anger distorting every feature. Not only had this enemy gained overwhelming fame across the lands, but he had also taken the life of Cyrus, one of the most intelligent and dependable rulers Teslin had ever relied upon. With a scowl deepening, he spat out his bitter thoughts. A coward, he's just eliminating enemies before they ever get close enough to strike. Resentment clung to every word, sharpened by frustration and helplessness. At that moment, the doors suddenly burst open. The interruption shattered the tense silence of the room as footsteps rushed inside without restraint. His subordinates stormed in, faces tight with agitation. "Have you heard? Rust isn't dead?" One of them blurted out urgently. "He's become famous now. He defeated Sir Spurius." The news hit the room like another blow. Another man, a blonde subordinate, growled in irritation. That backstabbing traitor is now fighting alongside Riffenhardt. If he had even a shred of honor, he would have crawled back here begging for forgiveness. From the side, Stefan sneered coldly. "What did you expect? He was always a bastard." Aslan's frown deepened as he listened, pieces of the situation cutting into his thoughts. He clearly remembered it now. He had been the one who stabbed Rust himself, and now they spoke of betrayal as if it were one-sided. In truth, Rust had every reason to leave, and worse still, with Reifenhardt rising, Teslan was beginning to realize he had no one left he could truly trust. He pushed himself up from the table, standing slowly. "How is the Berserker armor progressing?" he asked sharply. One of his men immediately nodded in response. "It's complete. All that remains is live combat testing." Teslan's eyes darkened, shadows gathering in his gaze. "Then it's time." His voice carried a finality that left no room for hesitation. His subordinates exchanged sharp, excited grins. "Shall we move out?" one of them asked eagerly. Teslan's lips curled slightly, malice flickering in his eyes like a flame. "Exactly." His voice dropped, heavy with intent. "It's time to put an end to Riffenhardt." Meanwhile, within the capital of Krone, Duke Fernando stood with a deep and uneasy frown. The weight of the discussion clearly did not sit well with him. "This is unwise," he said firmly. "Yes, he contributed to the victory in the war, but granting him autonomous territory goes too far." His tone carried both concern and restrained opposition. Seated upon the throne, the young king responded without hesitation. "A noble title and a bit of fame, that's nowhere near enough." The Duke shook his head slowly in disagreement. "Even so, it is already a more than generous reward." Yuvil's brow tightened as he spoke, his tone sharpening with scrutiny. "What exactly is being proposed here? Just handing over an estate?" His question hung in the air, pressing for clarity. There was little land left available to distribute freely, and seizing territory from those already rewarded was out of the question. The Count awkwardly cleared his throat into his fist, avoiding direct eye contact as the tension in the room thickened. Then the king spoke again, his voice firm and absolute. "With everything he has accomplished, even the entire Duchy of Fernando would not be enough." His gaze narrowed slightly, unwavering as he spoke. He noticed it immediately. The way the room fell silent the moment his own domain was mentioned. Standing tall, he continued without hesitation. "So then, any further objections?" No one answered. "Sir Riffenhardt will be granted the title of Count and given independent territory." His declaration carried final authority, sealing the decision in place without room for dispute. From this day forward, his domain shall be known as Antis, and just like that, a new county was born within the kingdom of Croan, carved out through decision and consequence. Sunlight poured heavily over a castle resting in lands that once belonged to Viscount Gelfane. The structure stood quietly under the blazing sky, its walls reflecting a calm that contrasted sharply with the turmoil beyond. Golden light filtered through the window, spreading softly across the spacious room. At its center, a large bed sat illuminated, the warmth of daylight pooling across its surface like a gentle tide. Cyrus lay motionless upon the bed. His presence was still, almost suspended in time, as though the world had briefly forgotten to continue around him. Then his eyes slowly fluttered open. A faint shift broke the stillness as awareness began to return to him. He pushed himself upright with a slow, uncertain motion, confusion clouding his expression. His gaze drifted forward, unfocused, as if trying to understand where he had been pulled back into. Memories surged back all at once, his confrontation with the king of martial arts, sharp and overwhelming. Each fragment returned like a strike, forcing him to relive the intensity of the battle. A maid approached quietly from the side. "You're awake," she said with a soft, reassuring smile. She introduced herself as Tilla, a member of Riefenhardt's squad, and gently placed a cup of tea within his reach. Her movements were calm and precise, as though she had done this many times before. Cyrus stared at her in disbelief, his eyes widening slightly. "Wait, I'm not dead?" The words slipped out as if reality itself no longer felt reliable. Tilla set the cup down on the nightstand and nodded calmly. "You've been unconscious for nearly 2 days. Everyone was worried." Cyrus blinked repeatedly, stunned into silence. "Riefenhardt really spared me," he muttered, unable to accept it easily. Yuval would never have allowed something like this. Tilla gently shook her head as she explained. A decoy head had been displayed in Croin's central square, carefully staged to mislead observers. The body had been swapped beforehand, and even the hair had been dyed to match the illusion. Still struggling to process it, Cyrus lowered his gaze. "So the second prince still doesn't know I'm alive." His voice carried quiet disbelief. He rubbed his chin slowly, piecing the situation together. "I remember that burst of light. It must have been a diversion, a classic magician's trick." His thoughts tried to reconstruct the moment logically. Tilla let out a small, amused chuckle. "There's a hidden passage beneath the sacred hall. That's where the switch happened." Her tone was casual, as if revealing a simple fact rather than a secret operation. "After that, Riefenhardt destroyed the decoy body to erase any remaining evidence." The explanation landed heavily, sealing the final missing piece of the plan. Cyrus stared at her, stunned. "How did you even know about that passage?" The question came out sharper than intended. "I saw it," she replied simply. "My race understands structures and architecture better than most humans ever could." Cyrus frowned, unease lingering in his expression. "Why would Riefenhardt spare me? Is he planning something against the new king?" Tilla paused at the doorway, then turned her head slightly back toward him. "No, he just felt sorry for you." Her expression remained calm, almost indifferent. A faint, steady smile crossed her face. "You're too intelligent and too useful to be wasted." Without waiting for a response, she turned and left the room. Cyrus reached out instinctively, then slowly let his hand fall back. He sat in silence, staring at the empty space she had left behind. A detailed map of the surrounding region slowly came into view, spreading across the space like a living overview of the world they now controlled. To the west of the glowing mountain range lay the old territory of Gilfane, still marked by its familiar borders and fading legacy. Yet that familiar name no longer defined the land. A new banner now waved over it. Antis, small in scale, not yet worthy of being called a full nation, but no longer just a temporary holding either. It had begun to take shape as something real. Sunlight poured down across the city, filling every street and rooftop with a calm, steady glow. The entire settlement seemed to breathe under the warmth of the day. Cyrus walked through the streets with his hands casually tucked into his pockets, moving at an easy pace. His gaze drifted across the city as he took in the changes, blending into the flow of daily life without urgency. As he approached, he spoke lightly to the figure beside him. "Congratulations on becoming king." The words carried a relaxed familiarity, as if he were speaking to an old companion rather than a ruler. The protagonist gave a faint, knowing smile in response. Cyrus couldn't help noticing how even now, the boy carried himself with an ease that contrasted with the authority around him, almost as if luxury and status had become natural to him. But the boy quickly shook off the label. "I'm not a king," Riefenhardt said, eyes closing briefly as if dismissing the idea entirely. "This place isn't a country either, not yet." His tone made it clear he saw everything as unfinished, still in motion. Cyrus grinned at that and tilted his head slightly. "So what's stopping us from expanding?" he asked with casual confidence. "Honestly, I doubt anyone would complain if we took a few more nearby baronies." His tone made it sound almost effortless, like territory could simply be added at will. Riefenhardt immediately shot him a sharp, assessing look. "And risk losing our independence?" he replied. His expression stayed calm, but the warning beneath it was clear. Right now, autonomy matters more than size. A faint smirk followed, as if he already knew Cyrus was being overly ambitious. We can always take more land later. The words were calm and certain, as if the decision was not a question of if, but when. As they reached the entrance, a servant stepped forward and bowed respectfully. "Guests are waiting in the reception hall," the servant announced. The formal tone immediately pulled them from casual conversation back into leadership duties. Inside the hall, dwarves were already kneeling before the new king. Their heavy forms contrasted with the polished floor, heads lowered in a gesture of respect and submission. Standing near the throne, Riefenhart looked over them carefully and spoke with measured calm. He deduced they were likely former slaves under Viscount Gelfane. "You're free now," he said evenly. "You may leave whenever you choose." Later, deep within the mining tunnels, lantern light flickered across rough stone walls. Riefenhart stood at the entrance, the echo of dripping water and distant work filling the air as he observed the sight. He declared ownership of the mines with quiet certainty. Then, after a brief pause, he added, "I could lease them to you. You'd have full control under contract." His tone made it clear the offer was structured, not sentimental. He understood something fundamental. Freedom could not simply be granted. It had to be shaped through conditions and responsibility. The miners stared back at him in stunned silence. "If you prefer," he continued. "You can keep working, pay rent, or even buy the mines outright in the future." He raised a hand slightly, signaling one final condition. "All I ask in return is exclusive rights to the equipment you produce." An elder dwarf stepped forward, overwhelmed, and bowed deeply, calling him their savior. Riefenhart offered a small, reflective smile. Compared to what he had once known in his previous life, this territory was nothing more than a fragment of land, and yet even vast things had once begun from something just as small. Above them, a grand chandelier cast a soft golden glow across the hall. Its light shimmered gently over polished surfaces and long shadows. On one side of the long banquet table, the dwarves sat together, their posture steady and grounded. The arrangement emphasized both their unity and their distinct presence among the gathered races. Across from them, the orcs occupied another side, while the elves sat nearby, watching quietly. The three groups shared the same space, separated only by tradition and expectation. The young leader's expression tightened as he studied the gathered representatives. With a focused look, he realized it was time to decide how the land itself would be divided. He pointed directly at the map laid across the table. "This region will belong to the Blue Bear tribe." His finger marked the decision with certainty. Riefenhart immediately raised a hand in objection. "That area doesn't belong to Antares," he said calmly, then added without hesitation, "and it isn't part of Crovan either." He lifted a finger slightly, continuing his explanation. "Officially, the Glitter Mountains belong to no one." His voice stayed steady. "So if your tribe settles there, it becomes part of Antares." Grilter glanced at him with visible unease. "What if settlers are already living there?" Riefenhart answered without emotion, his tone firm. "If they're oppressed, they can unite and resist. But if conflict breaks out, the tribe returns to our borders." He swept his gaze across everyone seated at the table. "Everyone here is now part of Antares. Any attack on you will be treated as an invasion." Stepping forward slightly, he stood tall. "No matter how many enemies come, I will protect you. Don't fear skirmishes." The orc folded his arms, slowly processing the meaning behind those words. For the first time, it became clear they could remain in their homeland without forced displacement. At the same time, the elven elder leaned forward, pointing at the map. "Then where will our land be?" Riefenhart turned toward him and answered without hesitation. "You'll need space not only for your tribe, but for elves from across the continent as well." His tone suggested something much larger than a single settlement. The elder's jaw tightened. "I don't want to leave the Tree of Life," the elf said quietly, almost unwilling to accept the implication. Riefenhart responded firmly. "We will grow one here as well." The village chief raised a brow, clearly skeptical. "You can grow it anywhere?" The warrior nodded. "Yes, if the right conditions are met." His mind drifted briefly to a towering tree rising far above the land, powerful and ancient, but such a creation required pure essence to thrive, just like Nian. Fortunately, he already knew where such resources could be found. If the elves were to strengthen quickly, that was the only viable path forward. The martial artist smiled lightly, shifting the focus back to practicality. "Dwarves don't really care much about land, right? You're used to living underground." Michelin shrugged in response. "That's true for now, but if our numbers increase, it could become an issue." The map showed Antares positioned far from the Great Forge. A priest stepped forward, studying it carefully. "It would be better if we had territory closer to the settlered mountains." Riefenhart nodded. "True, but reaching them won't be easy. We'd have to pass through human territory." He pointed at a specific region on the map. "That's exactly why I chose this location." His finger stopped over the marked zone. "There's a hidden dungeon within the glowing mountains." The priest leaned in, curiosity sharpening his gaze. "A portal leading to the Daemon ruins." Riefenhart smiled faintly and nodded. "Exactly, but it still needs to be cleared." The dwarf broke into an eager grin, confidence returning instantly. "Leave that to us." An elf nearby gestured toward the map, already thinking ahead. Their attention shifted to an empty stretch between elven and orc territories. What about this region? Someone asked, tracing the gap between lands. Reifenhart studied it for a moment, then answered without doubt. That space is reserved for those we have not yet met. His tone made it clear the future was already being accounted for. Snow drifted softly over the distant mountains, settling in quiet layers. The world above grew still beneath the falling white. On a high, snow-covered peak, an elf stood alone. Wind tore through her hair and clothing as she gazed out over the vast, frozen expanse. Far away, fog rolled over the kingdom of Helene, swallowing its edges in mist. The land felt distant and uncertain beneath the heavy haze. In a light forest below, a troll moved slowly through the trees. Each step was heavy, deliberate, unsettling the quiet beneath the canopy. A woman pressed her lips together in tension, watching carefully. Across from her, the troll's expression twisted into a deep scowl. Neither moved first. Swords stood embedded in the frozen ground, half buried in ice and snow, silent reminders of battles already fought, and those yet to come. A month had passed since the Battle of the Royal Heirs in Croven. Autumn leaves swirled through the air around the castle of County Antares, marking the passage of time in quiet motion. On the training grounds, Cyrus clashed blades with Tathid. Steel rang out sharply with every strike, echoing across the open yard. "I'll aim for your side this time," Cyrus shouted, lunging forward with a swift swing of his blade. His movements carried determination despite the strain of training. The orc immediately countered, lunging straight for his head with brutal precision. The attack came fast, forcing a decisive reaction. Cyrus spread his arms to regain balance, narrowly adjusting his stance. His blade hung suspended mid-motion, frozen in the air as if time itself had hesitated. The night-watching observer tilted their head and spoke with a dry edge. "You do realize you're defenseless the moment you throw away your spirit weapon, right? You should carry a second blade." The monster's answer came calm and unshaken, almost matter-of-fact. "A weapon is a warrior's closest companion. You don't discard a friend." Cyrus blinked, caught off guard by the conviction in those words. For a moment he was reminded of Zulkar, who always fought with dual blades, never separating himself from either. The orc casually slung his weapon behind his back, relaxed as if the discussion itself was secondary. "I'm just fortunate to have two friends," he said bluntly. "That doesn't mean you need more," Cyrus replied with a tired sigh. "This is harder than it sounds." Not far away, a wolf let out a long, unbothered yawn as if bored by the entire exchange. The boy let out a light chuckle, glancing between them. "You really become a different creature off the battlefield." Tethid gave a low grunt in response. "He's just lazy." The orc then turned his attention back. "Show me the aura sword again." Energy began to ripple and coil around the blade, shimmering like a living current in the air. The monster studied it silently, then gave a slow, dissatisfied nod. "It's still not enough." His gaze hardened with intent. He needed the blessing of the spirit itself, and he was determined to obtain it before their first anniversary came. The swordsman closed his eyes briefly, as if weighing something buried deep in memory. "I'm only 9, he whispered, almost to himself. The monster responded with a faint grin. "In human years, we're the same." Without further delay, Tethid drew his weapon, the motion clean and decisive. "Enough resting. We fight." On a quiet balcony overlooking the grounds, Cyrus stood watching the ongoing training below. Her eyes followed every clash of movement, taking in the intensity from a distance. Even Celine could be seen in the distance, working through abdominal training with unusual seriousness. Tilla walked by with her companions, passing through the area at a relaxed pace, while Cyrus idly scratched his beard. The contrast between them made the scene feel almost casual despite the ongoing training. Cyrus exhaled and muttered under his breath, eyes drifting downward. "I still can't get used to this face." Tilla gave a small, knowing smile. "You'll have to. If anyone discovers who you really are, it'll cause serious trouble." Her tone carried no exaggeration, only certainty. Cyrus glanced ahead, then asked with mild irritation, "Don't you ever get tired of watching over me like this?" Tilla replied, without missing a step, almost casually, "I'm one of the few who isn't completely buried in work." Meanwhile, the protagonist remained sprawled comfortably in bed, unmoving, as if the world outside had no urgency. A dwarf suddenly stormed into the room, visibly annoyed. "You're still sleeping? The sun's already at its highest point." Cyrus rushed in right after, teasing lightly. "Sleep too much and you'll start gaining weight." Reifenhart slowly cracked one eye open. "That doesn't sound too bad. Up now," she ordered firmly. He let out a long groan, casting her a sideways look that clearly carried an old familiarity, a look that said, "She's scolding me again, just like in my previous life." She pointed toward the dining table without giving him a chance to resist. "At least eat something." Riffenhart's expression softened immediately. "Thanks." He sat down, his mood shifting as quickly as the command had come. A full spread of dishes filled the table, carefully prepared and still steaming. Reifenhart scanned the meal and asked, slightly puzzled, "Why did you cook all of this yourself? You could have just called a servant." "They're already busy enough," she replied simply. As he began eating, his thoughts shifted. Settlement here had finally stabilized, and it was time to return to work. The knight nearby looked up in curiosity. "Work? What kind? Reifenhart met her gaze directly. I need to locate 3 fragments of the world tree. Without them, I can't create the new elven forest. He paused slightly before adding, the closest is the staff of the blue sky. Gerunten. Cyrus, casually sipping from a bottle of wine, raised a brow with interest. Something like Nian? Reifenhart took another bite of bread before answering. Yeah, it's a relic infused with world tree essence. Ceres's voice softened slightly. I really like Nian. Reifenhart gave a faint smile in return. I'll create something like it again. She tilted her head slightly. You really think that's possible? He folded his arms with quiet confidence. For a mage at the 10th circle, it's not even difficult. But his gaze lowered subtly to his own hand, a hint of frustration crossing his expression. His body still struggled to fully handle the surge of mana growth. Even with Magram's enhancement barely allowing him to stabilize 7-circle spells, the imbalance remained obvious. He quickly brushed the thought aside and turned back with renewed focus. Call the others. We're leaving. She tilted her head. What should I tell them we're heading out for? A map materialized in front of them, spreading across the space with precise detail. North of the Settlered Mountains lay the Motto Highlands, home of the Kelp Dungeon. That was where Gerunten was hidden. Lines of movement appeared across the map, tracing a clear route. If we pass through the Diamond Man portal, Riffenhart explained, we can get there in about a week. 3 days later, the sun sank behind the distant peaks near the city of Zared. The sky dimmed as the journey elsewhere quietly advanced. Teslan stood motionless, his face locked in a deep, uneasy frown. What does this mean? He muttered. Felina looked tense, her voice uneasy. The merchant said the target left 3 days ago. He also mentioned a month-long absence. Teslan clenched his jaw hard. So we missed him by only a few days. Felina turned toward the others, uncertainty in her voice. So what do we do now? At a nearby table, Stefan slammed his drink down in frustration. Damn it, we lost them. The tavern owner approached with a tired expression. Could you keep the noise down? His voice cut through the tension like a reminder of the public space around them. Inside the tavern, someone casually mentioned the name Riffenhart, the king of martial arts. Eustace leaned back in his chair and scoffed loudly. He's not even here. What's there to fear? An older man across from him gave a faint, knowing smile. Still, he's a recognized hero. He ended the civil war in Crovan, and his followers helped restore order true to the Knight's Code. Eustace's expression darkened slightly as he looked away. That's exactly the problem. Everything he heard about the man, every rumor was positive. No flaws, no weaknesses, only accomplishments. From behind them, a new voice cut into the conversation, looking for where Reifenhart is right now. They turned sharply. A woman stood there with one hand resting casually near her belt. My name is Christine, she said, and I'm guessing none of you exactly admire him. The group stared at her in silence, not only at her bold entrance, but at her imposing presence. I can tell you where he's headed, she added calmly. The mage narrowed his eyes, studying her carefully. And what do you want in return? A faint smirk curved her lips. Take me with you. Her eyes sharpened. I want to kill him too. The wizard rose slowly from his seat. Interest sparked immediately. Sounds like we're after the same goal. He nodded once. I see no reason to refuse. 8 days after leaving Antares, snow drifted heavily across the Settlered Mountains. The world had turned cold and silent beneath the storm. Reifenhart's squad clashed violently with a massive monster deep within the terrain. Steel, magic, and impact collided in the frozen air. From the creature's mouth erupted violent purple flames, scorching the surroundings in bursts. The heat cut through the snowfall in unnatural waves. Teams scattered instantly, dodging as fireballs exploded across the battlefield. Each blast carved glowing marks into the frozen ground. From a safe distance, Xylem observed quietly. They're handling it well enough without us. Nearby, Sirius picked up a faintly glowing artifact, inspecting it with fascination. What a beautiful relic. Reifenhart's voice followed immediately. Put it in the bottomless bag. The giant lizard reared back, its jaws opening once more. A fighter's voice rang out in warning. It's changing, phase 2 is starting. Chains wrapped around the beast began snapping one after another. Cyrus let out a short grin, almost amused by what he had just heard. He's right. The boy's brow tightened into a frown. Something about this didn't sit right. A friend of his had once claimed this knowledge came straight from a dungeon master, and the precision of it all felt far too accurate to dismiss as coincidence. He brought his fingers together slowly, focusing his breathing as his expression sharpened. I'll block the mana flow, he muttered under his breath, locking onto the target with intent. Power erupted around him in a violent surge as if space itself was being forced to obey a new rhythm. I'm pushing against its current, disrupting the pulse. With that declaration, he activated Rupture. A concentrated wave of force slammed directly into the monster's body, shaking it violently. With its regeneration disrupted, the creature's wounds no longer healed, leaving it exposed and struggling to recover. Without hesitation, the entire team surged forward at once. Boots slammed against the ground as they closed the distance in a coordinated charge. Blow after blow rained down on the beast, relentless and unbroken. Steel and force hammered into it again and again, until it could barely keep its footing. The monster's eyes widened, burning with raw desperation as its strength faded. I can't die like this, it screamed, voice cracking under panic and rage. A sudden explosion tore across the battlefield, shaking the ground beneath them. From the settling dust, the martial artist stepped forward, gaze cold and absolute. You die here. Standing over the fallen creature, the protagonist lowered his gaze, voice quiet but heavy. Why do beings like this always cry as if they're the victims when they've spent their entire lives tormenting the weak? Elsewhere in another dimension, Cirrus held up a staff, examining it under the light. Is this it? She asked. Reifenhardt gave a simple nod. That is our new world tree. A faint smile crossed her face as she looked up. Then I guess it's time to head back. Reifenhardt unfolded a map in front of her, the papers spreading wide with certainty. Almost. There's still one more place we need to check. The elf tilted her head slightly, curious. Where? My teacher gave me this before he disappeared. In a memory-like flash, Gerard placed a scroll into his hands. I've hidden something for you near the Settler Mountains, he had said quietly. The boy unfolded the map in the present, his eyes widening immediately. His mouth fell slightly open as the realization hit him. Far beyond their expectations, a dense, sprawling forest now covered the highlands near the village of Santerra, and nestled beside it rose Mount Par, towering over the landscape like a silent guardian. Just past the edge of those woods, ancient ruins stood partially exposed, worn by time, but still intact. The woman raised an eyebrow, scanning the structure. What is this place? It looks less like a hiding spot and more like some massive training ground. The group stepped carefully into the ruins, boots echoing against old stone. Cyrus looked around with a skeptical expression. This doesn't feel like a place someone would leave a gift. The air itself felt strange, dense, almost unnatural, pressing against their senses. Doesn't matter, the warrior said. We find the gift and leave. Ahead of them stood a large, well-preserved structure, its surface strangely intact compared to the surrounding decay. The boy's expression tightened as he studied it. Cyrus turned her gaze away uneasily, sensing something off about the place. Simon pressed his lips together, silently scanning the walls as if trying to read the space itself. The fighter glanced back at them, raising an eyebrow. What's with all the tension? It's just a farewell gift from my teacher. Then, without warning, the ground beneath them snapped open. A sharp crack echoed through the ruins. The floor gave way completely, and they dropped into the darkness below. Trap, someone shouted. But the warning came far too late. Screams echoed through the collapsing space as everyone fell in chaos. The wind roared past them as gravity dragged them downward. A soft, glowing light suddenly flared midair, cutting through the darkness. Ethid reacted instantly, summoning his spirit weapon into existence. He stepped onto the floating blade mid-fall, planting his feet firmly as it slowed his descent. Reifenhardt brought his fingers together sharply, his voice cutting through the chaos. Don't use magic. You'll disrupt the flow. The saintess shouted back immediately, frustration in her voice. Why are you casting magic at all? A chaotic swirl of mixed energies erupted around them, divine power, aura, and mana clashing in midair. The healer flinched, realizing the imbalance spreading through the group. Our mana, divine energy, even our auras are interfering. The saintess snapped. Stop pretending you're a mage. Reifenhardt's voice turned sharp in return. I'm not pretending I am one. Using the monster's embedded sword in the wall, the team managed to stabilize their fall and land in a controlled impact. The opening above them had already vanished, leaving only solid stone where the collapse had been. Reifenhardt scanned upward, eyes narrowing. A spatial distortion. A voice called out from the side. Over here! The girl pointed toward a carved section of wall, and the others quickly gathered around it. Strange, intricate hieroglyphs covered the stone surface, glowing faintly with age. One inscription stood out clearly. Congratulations on graduating. I hope you enjoy your gift. The boy blinked in disbelief. A gift? This just looks like an empty room. They moved deeper, entering a long corridor lined with more inscriptions carved into every wall. Keep going. Another message urged from the stone. The boy exhaled sharply, exasperated. What even is all this supposed to be? Eventually, they stepped out into a massive, open arena-like chamber. Cyrus scanned the space and frowned. What is this place? A sudden impact shattered the silence, boom, kicking up a massive cloud of dust across the floor. The boy snapped his head toward the sound just in time. From within the darkness, multiple shadows began to form. Dozens of glowing eyes slowly opened, one after another, locking onto them. Silent froze in place. What? What are those? The woman narrowed her eyes, recognition flickering in her expression. Those spirits. I've seen something like them before. The warrior tightened his grip. So this is the gift? The shadows stepped forward fully, revealing themselves as the spirits of senior graduates from the indestructible gym. No one moved for a moment, as if the entire arena had fallen into a brief, uneasy silence. Then the question cut through the tension. Who would ever give something like this as a gift? The ghost surged forward without hesitation, its form blurring as it charged straight in. Both fists were already raised, ready to crush anything in its path. The knight tightened his grip on his weapon, muscles locking in focus. Blue energy began to pulse and ripple around his body, growing brighter with each breath he took. One of the spirits twisted violently mid-air, flames spiraling around its arm like a vortex. With a burst of heat, it drove a blazing punch forward, the air itself cracking from the impact. Cyrus reacted instantly, leaping backward at the last possible moment. The fiery strike slammed into the ground where he had stood, erupting into a scorched crater that sent debris flying in every direction. Without hesitation, the elf raised her bow and unleashed a rapid volley of magic arrows. The projectiles streaked through the air in glowing arcs, aimed directly at the advancing threat. The arrows struck their target cleanly, yet instead of stopping it, they passed straight through as if hitting nothing at all. The elf froze in disbelief, her voice breaking as she whispered that it had no effect. The boy stood rigid, staring at the endless tide of spirits pouring across the field. His mind struggled to process the scale of it. How many students had been linked to this indestructible gem? The martial artist answered in a low, uneasy voice. He had been told it was a 3-digit number. Sirius's eyes widened sharply. Hundreds. The realization hit like a shockwave as ghostly figures began circling her from every side. She spun around sharply, scanning the surrounding spirits with alarm written across her face. "Wait, are all of these spirits angry?" she demanded. The protagonist gave a tense nod, his expression tight, confirming what no one wanted to admit. Scyllin's body trembled as he stepped forward, eyes shutting tightly as if gathering every ounce of resolve. He raised his voice, calling out to Finance, invoking sacred light to burn away those tainted by impurity, his words shaking with urgency. In an instant, a divine radiance erupted from him, expanding outward in a powerful wave. The light flooded the battlefield, swallowing the spirits in a glowing tide. For a fleeting moment, the astonished faces of the spirits were illuminated within the brilliance. Shock, confusion, and lingering emotion flashed across their features as the light engulfed them. Then, just as quickly as it had appeared, everything dissolved. The spirits disintegrated into nothingness, leaving only fading traces of light where they once stood. An orc stepped closer to his teammate, casually breaking the tension with a rough nod. "Nice job," he said. The healer replied with a small, steady nod of thanks, though his breathing was still heavy from the effort. But the warrior's expression remained sharp, eyes narrowing as if he wasn't fully convinced the danger had passed. "Something's still off," he muttered. Nearby, a monster let out a low grunt, questioning how that burst of light had caused such severe damage. The wizard responded calmly, stating that the spell used was a rare exception, something not easily replicated. The moment of uneasy silence didn't last long. The monster suddenly turned its head, sensing something approaching from deeper within the arena. Cyrus followed its gaze and stiffened. That wasn't another ghost. It had a physical body, flesh and blood. His eyes widened in alarm as the realization hit him. "Don't tell me my teacher is raising zombies now?" From somewhere down the corridor, slow footsteps echoed ominously, bouncing off the stone walls. A muttering voice followed, complaining about the lack of relics and the overwhelming number of angry spirits filling the place. Suddenly, several figures in red cloaks stepped into the arena, their presence cutting through the atmosphere like a blade. Every movement they made carried a quiet but undeniable authority. The boys froze in place, their attention snapping toward the newcomers. The tension spiked instantly, as if the air itself had tightened around them. Jesus smirked faintly, tilting his head as if he had been expecting this moment all along. "I knew I'd run into you here," he said casually, as though this encounter was inevitable. Stephen stepped forward, his gaze hardening into a glare sharp enough to cut through the distance between them. "So we finally meet," he said coldly, voice steady but heavy with meaning. Christine's cheeks flushed slightly as she spoke, her voice firm despite the tension. She explained that she had come here for one purpose only, to save Sulan. Scyllin quickly ducked behind a comrade, glancing out nervously. "Why are you with that group?" he asked, confusion and suspicion mixing in his tone. Martial artist turned abruptly, clearly stunned by what he was seeing. "Why is he here?" he muttered under his breath, unable to hide his shock. On the far side of the room, Felina stood motionless, her gaze locked directly onto him. She didn't blink, didn't move, just watched with quiet intensity. A memory flickered in the protagonist's mind, sharp and sudden. Phinia, his childhood friend from the Magic Tower. Riefenhardt's expression darkened as recognition and unease settled in at the same time. A low, sharp growl escaped him as he stepped forward. "Teslan?" he called out, voice carrying anger and familiarity in equal measure. From the corridor, Teslan finally appeared, walking in with calm, measured steps. His posture was relaxed, almost casual, as if he had been expecting this exact confrontation. "Been looking for you," he said smoothly. A faint, knowing curl formed at the edge of his lips, carrying a quiet confidence that made the air feel heavier around him. The magician clenched his teeth, frustration tightening his jaw as he stared back. Every muscle in his face showed restraint, barely holding back anger. The boy shot him a cold, cutting glare, eyes narrowed with undisguised hostility, refusing to look away even for a second. Wizard's eyes, however, sparkled with a sharp, deliberate intent, like someone already calculating every possible outcome of the confrontation. The young man glared from beneath his brows, his expression hardened and unyielding, as if preparing for whatever came next. Even the sage beside them tensed, sensing the shift in atmosphere, his posture subtly tightening as anticipation built. The warrior stood his ground firmly, unmoving, ready for conflict without a single sign of hesitation. Across the distance, both sides seemed to arrive at the same silent question at once. Who exactly was this person standing before them? Even the villain narrowed his eyes, studying him with suspicion. A sharp, mocking voice cut in. "Why do you look so weak?" The words landed coldly, hanging in the air like an insult meant to provoke. Fighter scratched his head, clearly unsettled, before speaking up. "And what did you even do to my body?" The martial artist pointed behind him, continuing in disbelief. "How did you even bulk up like that?" The protagonist slowly rubbed his chin, eyes narrowing as a strange realization formed. Could it be his body had held this kind of potential all along? Teslan let out a light laugh, almost amused by the confusion. "You have no idea how much effort it took," he said, as if the answer were obvious. Reifenhart slammed his fist into his palm, frustration boiling over. "My body's a mess too," he snapped. "And don't even get me started on how it takes 10 minutes just to recall a basic spell." Cylon frowned deeply, stepping in as he tried to piece everything together. "Wait, are you two childhood friends or something?" he asked, suspicion rising in his voice. Teslan raised a hand slightly, cutting him off with a sly, confident smile. "Enough talking," he said smoothly. "I've been waiting a long time for this moment." Now standing face to face with his old rival, the magician raised his voice with burning conviction. "This ends now. I won't allow you to bring chaos into this world again. I will kill you and justice will be served," he declared. Nearby, the saintess leaned toward her companion, whispering in confusion. If they already knew each other. The man beside her simply shrugged, saying it was a long story and he would explain everything later. Teslan gave a casual shrug, his tone almost conversational despite the tension. "Honestly," he said, "I didn't expect you to show up just to claim your master's gift. Kinda sweet, actually." The young man narrowed his eyes sharply, clearly unconvinced. "Sweet?" he repeated inwardly, refusing to accept the sentiment, yet deep down a quiet relief lingered. He was just glad he hadn't ended up like him. Teslan suddenly raised his voice, laughter mixing with intensity as it echoed across the space. "This is fate. It ends here." Watching him, the warrior couldn't help but admit to himself that maybe, just maybe, the man's mind had finally sharpened enough to make his speeches sound almost convincing. A sharp voice cut through the moment as the sage called out the rival's name, tension snapping back into focus like a drawn blade. The fighter responded without hesitation, locking eyes with him in a cold, unwavering stare as the confrontation finally reached its breaking point. The villain took a slow, deliberate step forward, boots scraping faintly against the arena floor as his presence pressed into the space like a weight. Not far away, the martial artist mirrored him, stepping forward as well, shoulders squared and gaze locked in without hesitation. The protagonist clenched his teeth hard, making a decision that burned in his chest. There would be no more hesitation now. This body, this wasn't truly his anymore, and that realization stripped away his restraint. Teslan's lips curled into a mocking smile as he tilted his head. "Still afraid of damaging your own body?" he taunted. "Relax, I'll handle that for you quickly. Cleanly." A quick death, sharp twitch ran across Reifenhart's brow, the irritation barely contained as his eyes hardened. The man's expression darkened completely, a heavy scowl settling in as the air between them tightened with hostility. And in the next instant, both sides moved at once, launching forward, breaking the stillness in a violent burst of intent. The moment they collided, the battlefield erupted. Steel, magic, and raw force clashed together, sending shockwaves ripping across the arena floor. Stefan surged forward with his sword raised high, cutting into the chaos. "Stay out of this," he shouted, as he drove straight toward the opposing force. Tethid's voice sliced through the noise, eyes burning with intensity as he pushed deeper into the fight, refusing to be drowned out by the chaos around him. Eustace rested his blade casually on his shoulder for a brief moment, his voice low and bitter. "It's time I erased the stain you left on my family name." Cyrus stepped forward, a dense blue aura igniting around him like a rising storm. "You brought that shame onto us yourself," he shot back coldly, refusing to yield an inch. The man lifted his blade high, voice heavy with emotion. "Where is the brother who once lived by the Knight's Code? Enough, all of this ends here." The Golden Knight burst forward in response, closing the distance in a flash, determined to show him the true essence of swordsmanship with every step. Not far away, Christine broke into a wild, determined grin. "I'll save you from that monster," she declared, already moving into position. Scylla ducked quickly behind a nearby comrade, whispering under his breath, "She's my last hope." At the same time, Felina's brows tightened as resolve hardened in her eyes. "I've got to help." She broke into a sprint straight toward the orc, her thoughts sharp and focused. Orcs were weak against magic. She remembered that clearly as she closed in. Without slowing down, she unleashed a torrent of fire, shaping it mid-air into a blazing spear of destruction. "Strike them down," she commanded as the spell surged forward. Saintess brought her fingers together. voice steady as she called out. Finance, lend me your blade of light. Push back this darkness. Behind Tethid, a radiant barrier suddenly flared into existence, intercepting the incoming fire and stopping it dead in an instant with a blinding flash. The sorceress froze for a moment, eyes wide. What is that level of power? She whispered, disbelief creeping into her voice. The healer's eyes widened sharply as the pressure of the fight intensified. He might actually beat me even with this gap in power. Raising his voice, he called out once more to his god, seeking judgment through divine force. The boy lunged forward and unleashed a rapid barrage of spirit bullets, each one fired at blistering speed, tearing through the air toward his target. The magician slipped through the storm of attacks with unnerving ease, weaving between them effortlessly. Too basic, he scoffed, without even looking strained. The young man followed immediately with a sharp kick aimed to break his rhythm. I thought the indestructible gem trained its followers not to dodge, he said sharply. The sage responded coolly. I'm too fragile for that. The warrior pressed forward again, refusing to let up. Then why dodge at all? He demanded, pushing the attack further. The villain suddenly lifted both hands, magic circles igniting around him in spinning layers of light. His final technique began to take shape, an overwhelming radiance gathering for release. The fighter raised a burning shield in response, flames wrapping around his arm. I can take 4 of those blasts, and I'm not even close to my limit yet, he said, through clenched teeth. Teslan shouted in frustration, eyes narrowing. Your vortex guard is too slow. Off to the side. The wizard stood frozen for a moment, utterly lost. What are they even talking about, he muttered under his breath. The martial artist summoned his own barrier, preparing for the next exchange. Then he shouted across the battlefield, You don't need that much aura to cast a spell. I'm ending this right here, right now. The man clenched his jaw, stunned by the sheer intensity of the attack. I didn't expect it to be this powerful, so even the Demon King still has enough intellect left to pull off something like this. A wave of luminous blue energy crashed down across the battlefield, slamming into the ground and spreading outward like a tidal shock. The protagonist staggered under the impact, jaw tightening as he tried to steady himself. My body can actually withstand this? The magician swung his sword through the air in a sharp, decisive arc, the blade cutting through lingering energy trails. Reifenhardt observed it all and realized the truth. This body had been trained by him. At the same time, a realization settled in. The body itself was nearly indestructible, but the mind inside it was still lagging behind. As he threw another punch, a new thought cut through his focus. If this dragged on too long, his own lack of control might become his downfall. He had to finish it quickly. The wizard's teeth ground together, rage flickering sharply in his eyes as pressure built in his chest. Then, unexpectedly, a grin slowly spread across his face, sharp, confident, and unsettling. The warrior's eyes widened instantly in alarm, sensing the shift before the next move even came. With calm, surgical precision, the sage raised his sword. You really fell for something that obvious? He said coldly. The tip of the blade closed in fast, cutting through the air with deadly accuracy. Then, without warning, a deafening blast detonated across the battlefield, shaking everything in its wake. Blood exploded outward in a violent spray, painting the air red. It fell to the ground like heavy rain, splattering across the shattered earth. A deep, brutal slash tore across the martial artist's chest, carving through the moment with merciless force. His eyes widened in shock and pain, the realization hitting him a split second after the wound landed. The villain slowly lowered his blade, voice calm and analytical. I embedded Vortex Guard into that strike just to test its cutting potential. The protagonist grimaced, struggling against the sensation. This body, it wasn't built to handle aura. Teslan's lips curled upward again, almost satisfied. Of course not, he replied. You never mastered the indestructible gem techniques, but you did figure out how to use your brain for spellcasting. Flames suddenly surged along the length of the blade, licking upward in violent spirals as the weapon itself ignited with burning intensity. The man narrowed his eyes, steadying his stance as he locked onto his opponent. Don't forget who you're facing, Demon King. Raising his sword high, he declared with absolute conviction. I am the king of martial arts. Wizard tilted a brow slightly, almost unimpressed. So what? He replied flatly. You think that changes what I can or can't do? Reifenhardt briefly looked away, his gaze drifting as distant memories flickered through his mind, slowing the moment as recognition and recollection surfaced. There was a time when he and Holy Sword Cyrus had once stood as equals, 2 of the strongest knights on the continent, clashing above the battlefield. Back then, even the sage burned with frustration, unable to understand how one of the greatest warriors alive could ever associate with someone like that. And now that same man lay broken and cast aside, forced to face his old rival. The villain's voice dropped low as he murmured, You were my only friend back then, but now I have many. Nearby, the boy cut in casually, recalling how painfully shy and awkward he had always been around others. A faint, small smile crossed the young man's face. We weren't just old friends, he said quietly. We were never the type to stand around like strangers. Teslan's eyes narrowed slightly as he studied him. Even Felina's starting to look at you differently, he said with a faint smirk. Like she's wondering if we've known each other since childhood. His smile widened just a little. Not exactly wrong either. We're from the same future. That smirk deepened into something colder. But don't misunderstand, he added with a sharp edge in his voice. We were never the kind of friends who laughed together. Suddenly, the mage threw his arms wide, voice ringing out across the battlefield. I've trained endlessly for this moment to destroy you, Demon King. Flames roared violently around the warrior, heat distorting the air. You think that's enough? He shouted back through the blaze. Magic won't save you here. Without hesitation, the wizard tossed his sword aside, letting it clatter away. You're right, he said calmly. Magic alone won't be enough to finish this. The sage slowly raised his arms, expression steady and controlled. In a true martial duel, he said evenly, victory doesn't always belong to the one with the most aura. The ground suddenly ruptured beneath them, cracks racing outward in all directions. A massive explosion followed, shaking the entire battlefield as shockwaves tore through the space. Eustace lifted his sword high into the air and roared. Eldrin, awaken! Cyrus twisted aside, narrowly avoiding the incoming strike, his eyes narrowing in recognition. I've already seen this move today, he muttered. Bringing his weapon up defensively, he added coldly, there's no honor in that technique. The boy stepped forward, voice sharp with anger. And stabbing your own brother in the stomach, that's supposed to be honorable. The knight surged forward without hesitation, resolve burning in his eyes. Then I'll say it clearly, he shouted. You are no brother of mine. Elsewhere, Sir leapt onto a ghostly mount forming beneath him, gripping it tightly as it coalesced. Saran, lend me your strength, he cried out. Christine raised her sword in front of her eyes, narrowing in confusion. What kind of trick is this? The paladin's eyes bulged as he snapped, voice cracking with disbelief. You bloodthirsty slave, don't tell me you actually like Zealand too? The elf blinked in confusion. Wait, what are we even talking about? A nearby woman flushed bright red, covering her face slightly. Ugh, he's such a heartbreaker. Without hesitation, the girl thrust her hand forward, summoning a towering fire spirit that roared into existence. Fight with me, she commanded. The knight spun her blade through the air in a clean arc. Sayer, bless my blade. Felina's eyes narrowed subtly, suspicion tightening her gaze as she studied the unfolding chaos. Scylla pressed his fingers together, expression grim. No one can save her now. At that moment, the girl hardened her resolve, eyes sharpening with determination. Then we end this quickly, she turned sharply, then froze mid-motion. The sorceress behind her stood frozen too, mouth slightly open in pure shock and fear. The villain stood over his opponent, holding them completely pinned in place. Watching it unfold, the girl muttered in disbelief. What are they even doing? Eslan twisted the opponent's arm further, clearly annoyed. Has he never heard of freestyle wrestling? He scoffed under his breath. The martial artist gritted his teeth, recalling his teacher's harsh words. Don't overthink, just hit harder. That simple command echoed in his mind as he pushed forward. The protagonist rolled onto his stomach, struggling to regain control of his position. How am I supposed to attack from here, he muttered. Flames suddenly erupted around him, heat surging upward. In that instant, Reifenhardt realized something critical. Just shove him off. His opponent smirked faintly. You really think I wouldn't see that coming? In the next instant, he was completely engulfed in roaring flames, the fire swallowing his form. Waves of energy rippled violently across the battlefield. The boy stared in shock. That was an aura clash. Eyes wide and mouth hanging open, he shouted in disbelief. I've never even heard of anything like this. The mage grinned through the chaos. That's what happens when you train non-stop, he said proudly. It's not written in any book. Twisting the opponent's leg with precision, the wizard scoffed. Even a kid has better aura control than you, he mocked. That sluggish vortex guard completely useless. Cut off the chi and blood flow and it's over. The boy's eyes widened as realization struck him, the pieces suddenly locking into place. The sage clenched his jaw tightly, rage flickering across his expression as he prepared to respond. The warrior narrowed his eyes, hesitation creeping in as he tried to decide his next move. Then suddenly his eyes snapped wide open in alarm as if he had just seen the true opening. Still pinned on the ground, the fighter clenched his fists tightly, refusing to give up. Bright energy flared violently around them. In that instant, the protagonist realized everything. Pretending to be the king of martial arts. That was his biggest mistake. The villain froze for a moment, visibly stunned by the shift in momentum. With a sudden burst of force, Reifenhardt twisted free, breaking the hold and creating space between them. For a split second, he imagined the entire battlefield, turning slick, as if reality itself had lost all friction beneath their feet. Teslan pushed himself up, realization dawning. He used a spell to reduce friction, but that technique was never meant for human bodies. His expression darkened further. Then again, this body was never considered fully human to begin with. In a blur of motion, the man reappeared directly behind him, closing the distance in an instant. The magician drove him down hard, slamming him into the ground. I actually needed the Carson technique, he muttered, almost annoyed, and I only learned it as a joke. Without hesitation, the young man mirrored the move perfectly, casting the exact same spell back in response as the clash escalated again. The wizard's eyes snapped wide open, wild and panicked as he realized what was coming. No, don't let that barrier-breaking magic touch my hands. The warrior spun around mid-fight, finally seeing the full picture. His opponent had completely adapted to magic now, and that changed everything. Didn't your teacher tell you? He shouted sharply, lying flat on the ground just to survive. That's disgraceful. The sage tilted his head with a crooked, almost indifferent smile. I'm not a disciple of the indestructible Jim. Not in this era, he said calmly. A little disgrace is a small price if it means peace across the continent. The fighter narrowed his eyes, clearly unconvinced. That's a hard thing to believe while you've got someone pinned like that between your legs. The scoundrel barked back instantly. You don't understand a thing. You clearly know nothing about real martial arts. Alana quickly covered her eyes, turning away in embarrassment. What are they even doing? This is indecent. Christine also turned her head aside, grimacing. Honestly, it's hard to even watch. Sir gave a slow, resigned nod. Yeah, that's not something you unsee easily. Teslan was now visibly sweating, his composure cracking under the chaos. I'm going to lose my mind. In that split opening of chaos, the protagonist twisted sharply and slipped free from the opponent's grip. The battlefield immediately erupted again into full-scale combat. Riffenhart clicked his tongue inwardly. If I had just kept my distance and relied on magic, none of this would have spiraled out of control. Cyrus was still locked in a brutal exchange with Eustace. The boy quickly scanned the battlefield. No backup, no coverage, nothing. I'm on my own. He clenched his teeth and flicked his gaze backward, checking every angle with growing pressure. Flames wrapped violently around Stefan as he drove a crushing sword strike forward. Tethid reacted just in time, raising his weapon and stepping back with caution under the heat of the attack. The knight's lips curled into a cold, confident grin as he pressed forward. The nobleman tightened his grip on his sword, knuckles whitening as intent sharpened in his gaze. I didn't expect much from your kind anyway, he said coldly, straightening up as he stared down the orc. You really think you can beat me? Drop your weapon? The orc bared his teeth in defiance, refusing even an inch of retreat. The swordsman scoffed. The warriors of the Blue Bear tribe never surrender. A valiant knight? He added with disdain. Don't flatter yourself. Stefan leapt high into the air, weapon raised overhead as flames trailed behind him. If you insist on dying so foolishly, I'll grant your wish. You're nothing more than a beast. The orc answered by hurling his blade forward with raw force, the weapon cutting through the air like a thrown spear. The boy rushed in at the same time, shouting, Don't use those weird spells. His weapon ignited, flames erupting from cracks in his armor as energy surged through him. The knight unleashed a devastating wave of destructive force, cursing his opponent as the blast expanded outward. The orc's jaw dropped as the aura impact slammed him hard into the wall, shaking the entire structure. The nobleman stepped closer slowly, voice calm but cutting. I'll give you this. You lasted longer than most. Impressive. Ethid gritted his teeth, refusing to let the pressure break him. The noble's gaze burned with cold cruelty as he watched every reaction, studying weakness. The orc's mind suddenly flickered back into memory, those endless moments where humans always looked at them the same way. He stood once again in a gladiator arena, forced into survival, forced into bloodshed just to stay alive. Steel rang against ogre claws, rusty blades tearing through brutal resistance as breath was ripped from enemies in violent clashes. His weapon, stained and worn, had once been forged from prison scraps. He had fought alongside criminals, monsters, and forgotten men, but even then, Tethid had poured everything into that broken steel. He remembered the crowd above, laughing and jeering as he bled below. Let them watch, he had thought. Let them see what I become. His eyes flared with renewed conviction. A true warrior might fall, but never abandon his honor. He tightened his grip on his blade. Not a slave, not a gladiator, a warrior of the Blue Bear tribe. In that memory's depth, the brute bowed before the protagonist and swore, I will remember this day until my death, and I will repay this debt. A fierce, radiant aura suddenly erupted around him, surging outward like a storm breaking free. The swordsman's eyes widened in disbelief. What is that? Someone nearby muttered in shock. Tethid lifted his weapon high, aura blazing. A blessing, he declared, from the spirits of battle. Stefan scowled deeply, eyes burning with frustration. What kind of trick is this? There's no way a savage like you could awaken aura. The orc gave no reply. He simply surged forward, blade cutting through the air in a powerful advance. The boy gritted his teeth, anger boiling up inside his chest as the clash intensified. Their eyes locked. Steel met steel, and the swords collided with a violent crash. A burst of light exploded outward from the impact point, shaking the battlefield. The knight moved to parry, meeting each strike with precise timing, refusing to give ground. The orc didn't slow down. He kept pressing forward, every swing packed with raw, overwhelming force. The noble snarled through clenched teeth. You insolent beast! Even while blocking another strike, doubt crept into his voice. No, that can't be aura. The brute raised his weapon overhead and roared back. Still denying it? even after seeing it yourself? Tethid brought his blade crashing downward with full force. At the last possible moment, the swordsman snapped his weapon up to block the descending strike. Stefan's eyes widened in sudden fear as the weight of the attack overwhelmed him. The blow forced him down hard to his knees, and he let out a raw scream under the pressure of the impact. Tethid stepped forward slowly, sword already drawn and held low at his side. His voice came out cold and absolute. "This ends now." His grip tightened around the hilt until his knuckles whitened, and a fierce light ignited deep in his eyes, burning with unshakable resolve. The knight's jaw clenched hard, tension rippling through his expression as the final confrontation settled over him. The orc exploded forward in a single burst of speed. "One final strike," he growled, his body blurring as he slipped past his enemy in an instant. Stefan coughed violently, blood spilling from his mouth as his strength collapsed. His legs buckled, dropping him to his knees before he finally tipped forward helplessly. His body hit the ground with a heavy thud, the impact echoing through the battlefield. Cyrus watched the scene unfold and let out a faint, knowing smirk. So he really did awaken it. Eustace narrowed his eyes sharply, disbelief flashing across his face. "Wait, orcs can use aura?" The boy lifted his weapon and met the gaze head on. "I trained. I earned this. Is that really so hard to believe?" With a furious shout, Eustace lunged again, refusing to accept it. Impossible. But the knight twisted at the last instant, narrowly evading the strike, steel scraping past his side. A violent shockwave detonated behind him, ripping through the ground and shattering stone in its wake. The villain's eyes gleamed faintly, watching everything with quiet satisfaction. The boy parried the incoming energy with his blade, weaving through the relentless follow-up attacks without losing rhythm. But as the swordsman pressed forward, a realization struck him. No matter where he struck, there wasn't a single scratch on that armor. Not even the smallest mark. Cyrus suddenly froze mid-motion, his eyes widening as understanding hit him. He realized it instantly. Eustace swung again, slashing through the air as he roared, "Die!" The boy slipped past the attack cleanly, barely missing the arc of the blade as he repositioned himself. His sword ignited with a brilliant blue aura, light flowing along the edge like liquid energy. He raised it high and released a barrage of glowing energy waves, tearing across the battlefield in rapid succession. The strikes pierced directly through the armor's weak points, but the armored man only smiled in response, completely unfazed. "You think that's enough to damage me, Elder?" he said calmly, almost amused. The knight returned a cold smirk of his own. "Who said I was trying to damage it?" The villain's breastplate began to shimmer faintly, as if something beneath it was responding. The swordsman snapped his fingers once, sharp and deliberate. A sudden burst of radiant light erupted beneath the armor, flashing violently through its seams. Glowing fragments of concentrated aura pulsed under the armor, like a beating core of energy. An explosion tore through the air behind Cyrus, shaking the battlefield with a deafening blast. Eustace screamed in unbearable agony. His mouth stretched wide as pain overtook his entire body. The boy watched him fall with chilling calm. Still got a lot to learn from Stahl. Felina let out a sharp scream at the sight, unable to hold back her shock. Eustace, the once mighty Golden Knight, now lay broken and defeated on the ground. Tethid stood silently over his fallen opponent, sword still in hand, unmoving as the dust settled. Elsewhere across the battlefield, Cyrus and the paladin were still locked in their brutal exchange, neither giving an inch. Felina suddenly turned her head, her attention snapping sharply toward Teslan. He saw it all. The defeat of his allies, his jaw tightened hard, teeth grinding in frustration and anger. Cyrus moved fluidly behind his next opponent, preparing another strike without hesitation. Teslan leapt back immediately, putting distance between them. "Tethid," he called out sharply. The young man reached down and helped the wounded fighter back to his feet. "You all right?" he asked. The man nodded weakly. "Yeah, Sillin will patch me up in no time." Teslan narrowed his eyes at the scene, glaring intensely. "If I'd had just a little more time, I could have taken down the Demon King," he muttered bitterly. "I underestimated his allies, that's all." Deep down, he refused to accept how different everything had become this time. Reifenhardt released a surge of aura, the pressure exploding outward like a shockwave. "You're not interfering again," he said coldly. The enemy calmly slid his sword back into its sheath, completely composed. "I'm pulling back for now," he said. But next time, before he could finish, the protagonist frowned and stepped forward. "We're not losing," he cut in sharply. "You think I'm letting you walk away that easily?" Teslan's lips curled into a faint, knowing smirk. Then suddenly he threw his head back and let out a furious scream, cursing the indestructible rocking chair in raw frustration. Mana began to surge violently above them, thickening the air until it felt almost suffocating with raw energy. From the void itself, the spirits of fallen students began to rise once more, their forms flickering back into existence. The entire mass of ghostly figures surged forward at once, charging directly toward the protagonist. Teslan cast one final look over his shoulder, eyes narrowing. "Next time I'll rip your head clean off." Reifenhardt clenched his teeth, restraining his power as the pressure built inside him. "Why are they all coming for me? Is it because I follow the rocking chair, or because of Cylon's divine energy?" Felina walked quietly at his side, her steps light but restrained, as if the weight of the moment pressed down on her shoulders. She kept her gaze lowered, voice barely above a whisper. Sorry, I couldn't do more. The apology lingered in the cold air between them, thin and uneasy, as the path ahead remained uncertain and tense. The man beside her cast a brief sideways glance, his eyes narrowing as suspicion tightened his expression. Felina's presence beside him stirred old memories. She had once stood close to the Demon King, and now she was fighting on the opposite side, aligned with them. The thought of Cyrus defecting surfaced sharply in his mind. That name carried weight and finality. There would be no turning back for him now. He stopped mid-step, the silence sharpening around his words. Wait, everyone hold up! The sudden command cut through the tension like a blade, forcing the group to halt almost instinctively. Heads turned, eyes snapping toward the speaker. The movement rippling through the formation as everyone froze in place, alert and wary. He raised his hand and pointed toward a massive stone slab ahead, partially embedded in the ground and worn by time. His voice sharpened with certainty. That stone, it's connected to the secret of surpassing the 5-step disaster horn. The revelation hung heavily in the air, as if the very presence of the slab carried hidden meaning far beyond its surface. Clutching Eustace tightly, Teslan spoke in a cold, controlled tone, his gaze fixed forward, as if calculating every outcome at once. I assumed the Demon King had already uncovered its secret after coming this far. That's why I stayed on guard. His eyes narrowed slightly, but clearly he's still only at the 4-step horn. His grip tightened, confidence sharpening into certainty. Slowly, he drew his sword again, the metal sliding free with a clean, deliberate sound. The blade caught faint light as he leveled it forward. That means we're even now, he said flatly. Non-warrior against non-warrior, his stance shifted, grounding himself as if resetting the entire balance of the confrontation. In a single explosive motion, he swung. The strike tore through the air with brutal force, and the stone slab shattered instantly, exploding into fractured pieces that scattered across the ground. Dust and debris burst outward, filling the space with a sharp, echoing impact. He stepped calmly past the collapsing rubble, not even glancing back at the destruction he had caused. His voice carried low and cold as he muttered, "We may have lost the battle, but you've lost what you came for." The words lingered like a final verdict as he moved on. Fragments of the shattered stone lay scattered across the ground, jagged and uneven. Dust slowly settled over the broken pieces, softening the aftermath of the strike, while silence reclaimed the space once filled with tension and force. The scene abruptly shifted, cutting away from the ruins. The atmosphere changed completely as the view returned to the arena, where chaos still lingered in the distance. Within the arena, the spirits surged forward in relentless waves. Attacks meant nothing to them. Physical force passed through their forms without effect. They pressed onward with eerie persistence, converging with one clear intent: elimination. Scylla stood firm, drawing his holy energy upward and concentrating it toward his forehead. His posture tightened, shoulders squared as divine power gathered, radiating faintly through his expression. A sudden burst of brilliant light erupted outward from him, flooding the arena. The glow expanded rapidly, engulfing the advancing spirits and washing over everything in a radiant, overwhelming surge. Caught within the brilliance, the spirits halted abruptly. Their movements froze mid-air, stunned and disoriented by the overwhelming radiance that disrupted their advance completely. Scylla dropped heavily to one knee, breathing unevenly as exhaustion set in. His voice came out strained. "I've never used that much divine power all at once." His body trembled slightly from the strain of the release. He turned his head toward his companion, confusion etched into his expression. "Why are they so angry?" he asked. The boy beside him answered quietly, eyes fixed ahead. "They were beaten to death for not being good enough." A pause. The greater the injustice, the stronger the spirit becomes. The boy scanned the surroundings, his gaze sharpening with thought. "In theory, I can distort space as well," he muttered. "But doing something like that over a single grievance," his expression tightened. "It's nearly impossible." Turning back toward the group, the protagonist spoke with urgency. "We need to catch up. They're getting away." Cyrus hesitated behind him, uncertainty creeping into his voice. "Wait, who exactly is Teslan?" The boy's expression darkened slightly as memories surfaced. "Someone from my hometown," he replied. "You could call us childhood friends, but we've always been enemies." His eyes sharpened. "Our views have never aligned, especially when it comes to other intelligent races." He continued forward as he spoke, voice firm. He believes giving them freedom would lead to humanity's downfall. Without slowing, the group broke into a run, chasing the path ahead with urgency as they pushed deeper into the corridor. Tethid suddenly lifted a hand and pointed ahead, halting the group. "Tracks split here," he said, examining the ground carefully. They went into that room, his gaze locked onto the branching path with certainty. He turned back slightly as the group slowed, all of them pausing to inspect the trail more closely. The tension of decision settled over them as they studied the broken direction of movement. The protagonist stepped closer to the shattered remains of the stone slab, staring down at the fragments in silence. After a long pause, he exhaled lightly. "Figures. Teslan's temper always gets the better of him," he muttered, eyes still on the debris. "He probably smashed it out of frustration." Cyrus stepped closer beside him, glancing at the wreckage. "So does that mean we're leaving with nothing?" Refenhart gave a faint, confident smirk. Not quite. His tone carried quiet certainty. We've just found ourselves another Aura Lord. Nearby, Teth had allowed a small, knowing smile to form, as if confirming the implication. The battle spirits have blessed me, came the calm declaration. The protagonist shifted his gaze toward the orc's back, studying him closely. He awakened his aura sooner than expected, he thought. In his past life, this moment had come much later, only after a brutal confrontation with Cameron of the Helen Kingdom. Back on the training ground, Sillin rejoined the group, still recovering from earlier strain. He exhaled and glanced around before speaking lightly. So what do we have now? A staff and an Aura Lord. The scene shifted once more, the environment dissolving into transition as the narrative moved forward without pause. Sunlight filtered down through dense mountain forests, breaking through thick layers of leaves high above. The entire forest was painted in shifting patterns of light and shadow. A figure darted rapidly through the trees, moving with urgency and precision. Branches blurred past as the person pushed forward at full speed, never slowing. Behind him, a group of young trollings struggled to keep pace, gasping for breath. "Yutrang, we can't run anymore!" they cried out in exhaustion. But the eldest, Yutrang, kept moving ahead, refusing to stop. "We don't have a choice," he said sharply. "Humans are closing in." He glanced back at the children with grim understanding. "Young trolls don't regenerate like adults. Too much blood loss, too much exhaustion, and they won't survive." His voice tightened. "If the humans catch us, they'll turn the children into potion ingredients without hesitation." Ahead in the distance, Lantis led the human group, calling out as he scanned the terrain. Anyone see where the orcs went? His mind was already calculating profit. Troll blood, valuable for healing potions, and spruce's prices are rising too. A greedy smile spread across his face as realization sharpened his intent. "Grab them," he ordered. "That's money on legs." Utrang immediately pulled the children close, shielding them with his body in a tight protective embrace, positioning himself between them and the approaching danger. His jaw clenched hard, guilt flashing across his face. "This is all my fault," he muttered. "I should have listened to Mater. We never should have gone near that waterfall." He straightened slightly and leaned toward the children. "Hide here," he whispered urgently, guiding them into concealment as carefully as he could. Stepping forward into the open clearing, he spoke under his breath, voice steadying as resolve hardened. "Even prey will bare its fangs when its young are threatened." He raised his arms slowly, gathering mana into his hands. The air around him began to tighten, as unseen energy concentrated at his command. Thin trails of smoke began drifting through the forest, weaving between trees and branches, spreading quietly across the battlefield like an unseen veil. Lantis barked sharply, trying to maintain control. "Don't panic. It's just typical troll trickery." His voice echoed through the trees as he attempted to steady his men. But even as he spoke, hesitation crept into his tone, betraying a flicker of uncertainty beneath his confidence. A massive figure emerged through the smoke ahead, towering and indistinct at first, then growing clearer as it stepped forward into full view. The sudden appearance froze Lantis in shock. In that split second, a sword flashed wildly from one of his men, managing to land a desperate cut across the massive figure's body. Arrows followed immediately after, slicing through the air with sharp whistles, converging toward the towering target. They struck true, embedding deep into the troll's flesh with heavy impacts, each hit sinking in with brutal force. Grimacing in pain, Utrang tore the arrows out one by one, his eyes burning with rising fury as he endured the assault. His body began to shift violently, muscles swelling and bones expanding as his form rapidly grew larger and more monstrous under the pressure of transformation. From behind, Lantis shouted in alarm, voice cracking. "He's using gigantification!" The troll let out a deep, savage snarl. Even if his kind was dismissed as the weakest among intelligent races, corner them and strip away escape, what remained was something far more terrifying than anyone expected. A thunderous roar split through the battlefield, shaking the air itself as the colossal giant locked its gaze onto the hunting party below. Its massive form loomed with oppressive weight, staring down at the hunters as if they were nothing more than scattered prey beneath its feet. The tension in the air tightened instantly, every sound swallowed by the creature's overwhelming presence. Far away, at the quiet edge of a small settlement bordering the depths of Barum Forest, a girl stood by the window, motionless. Her eyes lingered on the distant tree line, watching the uneasy stillness of the forest beyond, as if sensing something wrong beneath its calm surface. "It's too noisy today," a man said, as he stepped up beside her, glancing outside with a tired expression. His tone carried annoyance, but also familiarity with the chaos beyond the village. "It's those troll hunters again, setting bait like they always do." He lowered his gaze toward the village square below, where preparations were underway. His eyes narrowed slightly as he studied the scene. "Let's just hope that Magic Circle does its job this time," he muttered, uncertainty hidden beneath his controlled voice. Beneath the square, carved deep into the stone foundations of the village, a massive magic circle pulsed with steady, unnatural energy, Its glowing lines hummed faintly, spreading a faint vibration through the ground as it held a dangerous promise of power waiting to be unleashed. In the midst of the gathered crowd, Old Lady Tess suddenly raised her voice sharply, cutting through the murmurs. "You fools! Angering trolls is suicide!" Her words echoed across the square, drawing startled glances from nearby villagers. The girl stepped forward toward her, brows tightening in frustration. "But trolls are just monsters," she argued. Old Lady Tess shook her head firmly, refusing to back down. "They're not monsters. They're forest guardians, protectors of the trees." Nearby, Eustace closed his eyes briefly, then gave a quiet order. "Someone calm her down." As villagers gently escorted the protesting woman away, another man approached Eustace with a focused expression. "Is everything ready?" he asked. Without turning to face him, Eustace gave a calm nod. "Triple-layered barrier just in case." The man blinked in surprise, momentarily thrown off. "Triple?" He frowned, glancing toward the glowing magic circle embedded beneath the village. "Isn't that a bit excessive for a simple village trap?" he asked. His eyes traced the intricate patterns as he continued speaking. "We're talking about trolls, not an army." His voice lowered slightly as he added, "No one even knows where they'll come from. If they appear inside the village itself, we won't even have time to activate the trap." Eustace stood in silence, his expression unreadable as he continued observing the preparations. "Let's hope Captain Lantis can handle this," he said calmly. "Those circles alone cost a fortune to deploy." Then, almost without warning, he tilted his head upward slightly. A faint, subtle smile formed at the corner of his lips, as if he had sensed something shifting in the distance. Deep within the forest, birds suddenly burst from the treetops in alarm, flapping wildly as they scattered in every direction. The calm canopy shattered in an instant. In the village perimeter, the mercenaries snapped to attention immediately. Weapons were drawn, stances tightened, and every eye turned toward the forest with sharpened focus. A surge of mana tore through the forest in streaks of blinding light, rippling between the trees like violent currents in the air. The entire woodland seemed to react to the sudden eruption of power. Then it appeared, the troll, Utrang, charging through the forest at brutal speed, tearing through everything in his path. Trees cracked, branches shattered, and nothing was spared in his violent advance. Eustace immediately focused, gathering his mana with precise control. His posture stiffened as he prepared his response without hesitation. A fireball erupted from his hand, cutting through the air and slamming directly into the advancing troll. The impact exploded in a burst of flame and heat. Flames engulfed Utrang's body, scorching across his massive frame. But within moments, the burns began to close and vanish, healing almost instantly as if the damage had never occurred. More fireballs followed in rapid succession, striking from multiple directions. The warriors shouted orders across the battlefield, voices overlapping as chaos unfolded, and coordination became critical. Eustace lifted both hands high, his focus sharpening as he began a more complex casting sequence. Mana gathered around him in dense, controlled streams. From the glowing magic circle beneath the battlefield, chains of pure energy erupted upward, wrapping violently around the troll's enormous body. The bindings tightened, locking him in place. Nearby, the mercenaries quickly shifted positions and aimed the massive arc ballista, locking onto the restrained target with mechanical precision. A heavy projectile thundered forward, tearing through the air before slamming violently into Utrang's stomach with crushing force. Eustace allowed a faint grin to surface as he uncorked a small vial of potion, the liquid inside thick and unstable as it sloshed near the rim. Without hesitation, the contents were poured directly into the troll's open wound, the liquid seeping deep into the injury as it spread through his body. Utrang staggered violently, sweat pouring down his face as he struggled against the embedded bolt, his hands shaking as he tried to rip it free from his flesh. But something worse took hold, poison spreading through his system, clouding his senses and disrupting his awareness. His movements slowed as his strength faltered. His massive body began to shrink rapidly, collapsing inward as his gigantified form reverted back toward its original size under the combined effects of suppression and toxin. Moments later, his body finally gave out. He collapsed to the ground, unconscious, his eyes closed as silence settled over him. Soon after, the now limp troll was secured and loaded onto a heavy cart, his massive form dragging as the wheels creaked under the weight. Villagers watched the scene unfold with relieved smiles, murmuring among themselves as the threat was finally subdued. At the edge of the crowd, Old Lady Tess stood rigid with anger, her voice cutting sharply through the aftermath. "You've done something that should never have been done," she snapped. Her scowl deepened as she pointed toward the forest. "The forest will not forgive this. You cannot provoke the trolls and expect peace in return." Her eyes narrowed, a faint, eerie glow flickering within them as if she could already see the consequences unfolding far beyond what others understood. Lantis glanced back at her and scoffed dismissively. "Crazy old woman," he muttered under his breath, brushing off her warning without a second thought. Meanwhile, far to the south, beyond the Getter Mountains and across the kingdom of Helen, the Zetan Hill stood in eerie silence, untouched and still under the distant sky. On its ridge, troll hunters moved steadily forward, dragging their captured prize along the rough terrain, their steps heavy but satisfied. "Once we deliver this troll to the Alchemists' Guild, we're going to be rich," one of them said eagerly, his voice filled with anticipation. Another hunter chuckled in agreement, but his partner suddenly frowned. "Wait, did you hear that?" he asked, slowing his pace. Both men came to a halt at once, their bodies tensing as silence swallowed the ridge around them. The forest had gone completely still, too still. Not even the wind moved through the trees, as if the entire world had stopped breathing. Then, deep within the fog, a slow, heavy drumbeat echoed, distant at first, then growing closer with each passing second. The mercenaries froze in place, eyes darting nervously in every direction as unease crept into their expressions. "Where's that coming from?" someone whispered, voice tight with rising fear. Without warning, one of the men simply vanished into the fog, swallowed whole by the mist in an instant. A split second later, a scream tore through the silence, raw, desperate, and full of terror. Panic erupted instantly among the hunters. They pressed closer together, weapons raised, staring into the shifting fog as fear overtook their formation. A suffocating pressure settled over the entire forest, as if an unseen force had descended upon them, weighing down their bodies and crushing the air itself into something thick and suffocating. And then the hunters finally saw it clearly. Hannon's body lay twisted and broken on the forest floor, completely lifeless, as if something had torn him apart without hesitation. The sight froze the group in place, the weight of it sinking in instantly. One of the men clenched his jaw so hard, it seemed like it might crack. His voice came out low and shaken. "What the hell is this?" His eyes darted across the dark forest, searching for answers that weren't there. Before anyone could even react, the two men standing ahead of him simply vanished. No warning, no sound, just gone. In an instant, he was left alone in the clearing, the only sound his own uneven breathing as his crossbow trembled violently in his grip. Then something landed above him. A slow, wet drop fell from the trees overhead, splattering near his feet. He slowly tilted his head upward. Another drop followed, then another until it became a steady, horrifying rain. The ground beneath him darkened quickly, soaking red as the forest itself seemed to bleed from above. A scream tore through the forest, raw and panicked, echoing between the trees as the hunters began to realize they were being hunted instead. An older hunter grabbed the boy beside him by the shoulder, shaking him hard to snap him out of his shock. "Pull yourself together," he barked. "We're under attack by monsters." He didn't get another word out. In the next instant, his head burst apart violently, blood spraying across the air as his body collapsed without warning. Panic spread through the remaining hunters. Shaking but desperate, they quickly regrouped, pulling together around the cart as if it could offer some kind of protection. Eustace immediately stepped forward, raising his hands as he began forming a complex magic circle. He tried to cast a detection spell, his focus sharp and urgent. The spell expanded outward in a rippling wave of mana, stretching through the forest like an invisible net. But the moment it reached its limit, it shattered violently, as if something had crushed it mid-activation. The magic circle broke apart completely, dissolving in mid-air until nothing remained, as though it had never existed. Eustace suddenly doubled over, coughing violently. Blood spilled from his mouth as the backlash hit him hard, his body visibly shaken by the failed spell. His hands trembled as he struggled to steady himself. "Commander, my magic, it was forcibly cut off." His voice cracked, filled with disbelief and strain. Lantis stood completely frozen, eyes wide with shock. In that moment, the old woman's warning echoed in his mind. "The forest is angry." The words no longer sounded like superstition. He snapped out of it and grabbed Eustace by the shoulders. "Stay with me," he shouted urgently. "Focus!" And then it happened. A voice rolled through the entire forest, deep and inhuman, vibrating through the air itself. "You hunted us. My kin did nothing, yet you came, driven by greed." The atmosphere turned suffocating in an instant. The hunters broke into cold sweat, their breathing tightening as fear spread through the group like poison. Lantis drew his sword with a sharp motion, his hands trembling slightly. "We're under divine protection," he shouted. "No filthy monsters will lay a hand on us." Before the echo of his words could fade, the heads of two men standing in front of him exploded without warning, their bodies collapsing in an instant. Lantis stood there in frozen horror, jaw clenched so tightly it hurt, eyes shaking as he tried to comprehend what he was seeing. A voice whispered from behind him, low and absolute. "It's him, Tusk, the demonic troll himself." Lantis tightened his grip on his sword until his knuckles turned white. Through the drifting fog, a figure finally emerged. Athilka calmly walking forward while steadily beating a drum that echoed through the forest like a war signal. The commander's shoulders dropped slightly as recognition and fear set in. "That demon," he muttered. "The one who wiped out the elite monster hunting squad, destroyed nearly 20 Alchemist Guild branches." His face went pale as the realization deepened. "They said it was just a rumor," they said. "He even defeated an Orlord." Atoka stood there with a chilling grin, watching them like prey already caught in a trap. Lantis spun around in pure terror, desperately searching for an escape, or an answer that could save him. His eyes suddenly locked onto Utrang, still unconscious inside the cart. For a brief moment, an eerie calm washed over Lantis, as if something had clicked into place. He stood motionless, staring blankly ahead, unable to process the unfolding nightmare. The troll leaned in slightly, almost gently resting his presence against the man's collapsing resolve. Greed, It always blinds you, he murmured coldly. I expected nothing less. A heartbeat later. A sudden scream ripped through the forest, sharp and final. Lantis's head was launched into the air, spinning upward as his body collapsed beneath it. The battlefield instantly silenced by the brutal strike. Elsewhere, a vast map appeared, unfolding across the view like a shifting record of events spreading over the world. It was said that 7 days after their encounter with Teslon, Reifenhardt and his group returned to Antares through the Diamond Man portal. A strange symbol flickered faintly across the display, pulsing as if marking something unseen. The protagonist's voice carried as the changes were recorded. After that event, Antares began to shift dramatically. Entire tents now spread across the land. The Blue Bear tribe settled within the Gloatin Mountains, a decision that might stir conflict with the locals, but the banners of Antares stood as their protection. He continued calmly, flexing his fingers as if listing the progress. Duranton was successfully planted in the Elven Forest. Some of the Danheim elves have agreed to care for the new tree. Nearby developments followed quickly. A mine had been established close by, and now the Great Forge no longer relied on monster hunts for food. With supply lines from the town trade union, their warriors could finally relocate to Antes. This marked the beginning of rebuilding the long-abandoned settlement of Lei alongside the dwarves. It'll take time, he said, but dwarves are masters at this. Time isn't the problem. 20 days after their return, the massive high castle of Antares rose over the land, casting a long shadow across the growing settlement below. Reifenhardt stood at the window with his arms folded behind his back, watching the city spread outward. So far, everything is going well, he muttered quietly. But there's still one major issue. He rested a hand against his chin, deep in thought. What should I do about the people? He murmured to himself. Stepping outside, he was immediately met by a massive crowd gathered below. The moment they saw him, they erupted into unified cheers. It's an honor to meet you. Garvin pushed forward through the crowd, eyes wide with determination. I'm here to swear allegiance to you, he declared loudly. And I've already accomplished a few things, by the way. Far in the northern reaches of the kingdom of Vasily, a man raised his spear confidently. No one can beat me when I've got this, he declared with pride. You won't be disappointed. Beside him, a burly warrior cracked his knuckles with a grin. I once took down a wolf with my bare hands, he added, as if that alone proved everything. Cyrus raised his voice sharply. Quiet. The king of martial arts stood with his arms crossed, expression dark. Under his breath, he muttered, In my past life, none of them wanted anything to do with me. He looked over the gathering warriors. No one wanted to follow the Demon King, but now they come to me like moths drawn to flame. His tone softened slightly. Still, I'm grateful you chose this path. Reifenhardt stepped forward, scanning the assembled crowd with calm authority. Only those who prove their worth will be recognized. His expression hardened slightly as he added, If necessary, give them a proper beating. We only keep those who are useful. Without hesitation, Pierre drew his blade with an eager grin. It's an honor to fight for you, he said, stepping forward into the challenge. The protagonist's eyes scanned the assembled force with a brief flash of surprise. There are a lot more of you than I expected. Nearby, a veteran warrior immediately reported with precision, listing the numbers without hesitation. Around 20 knights, about 100 regular soldiers, and that's not counting the non-human units. Cyrus lifted his sword, its blade catching the light as he looked over the recruits with a measured gaze. One of the mages observed coldly that none of them would last long against 10 dwarven warriors, yet his tone shifted slightly as he added that strength alone wasn't everything. Those who accepted other races still had value worth acknowledging. A few of the warriors exchanged uneasy glances, their attention fixed on the troll in the distance. Wait, is it really true that an orc is going to evaluate us? One of the seasoned fighters let out a short laugh, shaking his head. You think Tethid is just some ordinary orc? Without warning, the large man stepped forward and raised his sword. The air around him shifted instantly as a dense, overwhelming aura erupted outward, pressing against everyone present. The recruit stiffened in place, eyes widening in disbelief. One of them whispered, barely able to process what he was seeing. He has an aura? Cold sweat rolled down the blonde recruit's face as tension tightened his expression. Across from him, Tethid only grinned faintly, watching his reaction with quiet amusement. Reifenhardt turned slightly to the side, casually breaking the silence. See any promising ones? Captain of the Knightly Corps stood with composed posture, hands folded neatly behind his back. Tethid and Cyrus can identify those with skill, he said evenly. But becoming a knight requires more than ability alone. The protagonist gave a small nod, a faint smile forming. What about the orc? He asked. Before the thought could settle, Cheater cut in sharply. Let's not start that discussion again. Eyes closed, the young man spoke firmly. Tethid is, without question, a worthy knight. Reifenhardt followed with calm certainty. And I intend for everyone here to recognize him as such. The youth continued, squinting as he surveyed the crowd. More than half of our knights used to be mercenaries. We can train them properly, but with numbers this large, the meaning of knight starts to lose its shape. The mage raised a hand, speaking with detached logic. I don't see much difference. Still, disciplined knights are preferable to unpredictable ones. From now on, I'll oversee recruitment. The thief and Cyrus will be kept informed. Later, the king of martial arts pushed open a door and stepped inside. Busy today? He asked the maid casually, glancing around the room. Reifenhardt's eyes widened slightly as he was informed he would need to review an enormous stack of documents. He lowered himself into a chair and let out a long sigh. Where did all this paperwork even come from? Flora responded without missing a beat. What's past is past. Now pick up the pen and get to work. Her tone left no room for argument. As he lifted the papers, the protagonist muttered in disbelief. Wait, there are over 1,000 settlers now? Flora explained calmly that they had arrived from Croynes after their crops failed. He leaned back in his chair with a weary sigh. It was clear he wouldn't be leaving anytime soon. An elf soon approached, carrying a tray with carefully prepared tea. She announced it softly as the man remained buried under documents. He muttered that leaving the castle didn't seem likely for a while. There were still dungeons to clear and 4 relics left to track down. As she poured the tea, Cyrus casually asked who had managed imperial affairs in his previous life. Without looking up, he replied that he rarely needed to leave the palace back then, and that Madeline had helped handle most of it. The girl tilted her head slightly. Why not just ask him for help again? She suggested. The Martial King shook his head slowly. It's not the same anymore. If I rely on non-humans for all the work now, the others will lose trust. The elf lifted her gaze, adding that there were a few individuals with strong administrative skill. Reifenhardt agreed immediately that he would hire someone without hesitation, if only he could be certain of their loyalty. He explained that what he truly needed was someone reliable enough to handle administration, so he could focus on expeditions. Turning slightly, he added, someone who understands paperwork but can also defend the castle. Cyrus perked up. What about Azrael? He let out a short chuckle. Good man, but I wouldn't trust him with everything. Then his expression shifted into thought. Actually, I already have someone else in mind. The sound of carts rolling echoed faintly through the corridor as the conversation continued. The mage spoke again, describing the person in question as annoyingly well-read. Still, I'd never get rid of him. Nearby warriors wiped sweat from their brows as they whispered among themselves. He's still around? One asked quietly. Who even is that guy? Another answered hesitantly. No idea, but there's something almost noble about him. Hearing the murmurs, the prince turned his head slightly. Even Captain Azrael admitted he didn't recognize the man's identity, which only deepened the curiosity surrounding him. Tilla stepped forward with open curiosity. So what are you? A knight or something? Want to spar? She asked, directly. The man gave a faint, calm smile. Just looking around, the dwarf jabbed a finger at him, unconvinced. Oh, come on. Stop pretending. Who said you can't pick up a sword? The man responded evenly. Is it really wise to hand a weapon to someone like me, a prisoner? A nearby knight narrowed his eyes. Carl is dead. You're just a nameless man now. Despite the accusation, the man remained strangely calm, unfazed by the hostility. Tilla blinked in confusion. What exactly are you thinking? She asked, clearly unsettled by his composure. With his hands folded neatly behind his back, the prince replied, Yuval still has the potential to become king. Tilla froze slightly. Where did that come from? He lowered his gaze thoughtfully. Because of him, I've started seeing things differently. The dwarf leaned in. Different how? He answered without hesitation. The intelligence, strength, and beauty of other races, she's standing right here, is proof of that. Tilla's face flushed with sweat and embarrassment. That's a bit much. Do all knights talk like that? Carl crossed his arms as silence lingered. Then, slowly, the prince shifted one hand down and raised the other in a calm, deliberate motion. Carl extended his fingers slightly as if measuring words carefully. Tilla's eyes widened as the prince looked directly at her. And you, he said, are wise and resourceful. The dwarf lowered her hand awkwardly. Not sure about the beauty part, though, she muttered. He raised his fingers again with a small, amused expression. You're tough. Tilla laughed, lifting her hand in response. You'd look better with a beard. Without missing a beat, he replied. Then I'll start growing one. He stepped closer, shifting tone slightly, mentioning that her people supposedly could hear the voice of truth. As a prince, he continued, narrowing his eyes slightly. You should already know whether I'm lying. His voice lowered. So tell me, would you know if I said I had fallen for you? Tilla's eyes widened sharply in surprise, caught off guard by the sudden shift in tone and meaning. With a faint smile, he continued speaking lightly about dwarves and humans, but Tilla suddenly cut him off. I don't care whether you're a man or a dwarf, she said firmly. Her cheeks flushed as he questioned whether she thought he was even capable of love, the question hitting deeper than expected. The sky above shifted into a bright daytime hue as the prince spoke again. Would you stop watching over me now that I'm your prisoner completely? He gently took her hand, lowering his voice. I understand now. I have no right to judge you, Vel. Reifenhardt smirked slightly as he turned toward the man beside him. How are you holding up? Carl lowered his brows. I'm fine, thanks to your grace. Then, after a pause, he added, honestly, I think I've got the best life a political prisoner could ask for. The protagonist slipped a hand into his pocket. Glad to hear it. He paused briefly. Ever thought about not being a prisoner anymore? Carl frowned slightly. You mean stop being a burden, he sighed. Honestly, I feel uneasy just walking freely around the castle. The protagonist closed his eyes for a moment. I'm just glad you understood without me needing to say it. Then he asked directly, would you be willing to help me? Carl opened his mouth slowly, thinking carefully. Miss Tilla mentioned your dream, he said at last. I owe you an apology. At first, I thought you had lost your mind. The young man let out a faint, knowing smile as he glanced aside. You wouldn't be the first to think that. Even Ceres thought I was completely insane at first. In the background, several maids stood silently, arms straining slightly under the weight of a towering stack of documents, as if the paperwork itself had become a physical burden on the castle. Carl continued speaking, his tone steadier now, more reflective. But after living here for a while, I realized I was far too narrow-minded before. They're not human, no, but that doesn't mean they've lost their humanity. The prince lowered his gaze slightly, listening intently. And that truth isn't limited to elves or dwarves, he added calmly. A society that strips others of their humanity is already walking toward collapse. I just don't understand why that's so hard for people to see. Carl then bowed his head. If change is truly coming, I want to be part of it. Eyes closing for a brief moment, he spoke again, voice firm but sincere. Tell me what I need to do. I don't care if it's cleaning floors or sorting paperwork. I'll do it. Reifenhart let out a light chuckle, almost amused. You'd probably end up volunteering even if you weren't paying off any debt. From the side, the protagonist responded smoothly, reaching behind his back and pulling out a finely crafted box. Carl blinked in confusion as he looked at the item. Is that your seal? He asked. The prince gave a small nod. You said you can handle anything. Then I'll make you my official representative. Carl's eyebrows lifted in genuine shock. You'd give that kind of authority to someone who used to be your enemy? A pause followed, hesitation creeping into his voice. What if I change my mind? The prince's expression tightened slightly, more serious now. Any order stamped with this seal applies only to humans, he said calmly, as if that alone defined the boundaries of its power. The mage standing nearby tilted his head with a grin, cutting in casually. And if he betrays you anyway, what then? Carl fell silent for a moment, lips pressed together, clearly weighing the implications without finding an easy answer. With his eyes still closed, the prince answered without hesitation, voice calm and absolute. He wouldn't get far. Ceres smirked at the exchange, glancing around the area. Well, there aren't exactly many people here, he muttered. Just a handful of knights and some half-starved wanderers. Then, with growing confidence, he added, what if I turned them into a proper army? The prince frowned slightly at that thought. Then Tilla would be crying for days, he replied flatly, as if that alone was reason enough to reconsider. Carl's earlier grin slowly faded. He opened his mouth as if to respond, but no words came out, leaving him suspended in uncertain silence. The prince closed his eyes again briefly, as if finalizing his thoughts. Carl let out a quiet, almost relieved laugh. All right then, I'll give it everything I've got. Reifenhart gave a small nod of approval. Then it's only fitting you have a name to mark this new beginning. A fresh role deserves a proper title. How about just a shortened version of Carl? He suggested lightly. Carl immediately raised an eyebrow, unimpressed. That sounds like some kind of disease. He waved it off. Just keep calling me Carl. Without missing a beat, Carl closed his eyes again and spoke with sudden resolve. Make me Chancellor. That sounds better than representative of the Count. Reifenhart gave a short chuckle and nodded. Fine. The function's the same anyway. The scene shifted, transitioning to the vast interior of a grand palace, its halls stretching with quiet authority. It was said that from the moment Carl officially received his title, he immediately immersed himself in work. He was seen signing document after document, making decisions without pause, while the mage observed quietly from the side. Surprisingly capable, more than I expected, the mage remarked. Carl frowned slightly at the praise. The prince then added that he had experience in management in a past life as an emperor. But even then, he never truly understood the finer details the way Carl did now. No matter how hard he tried, he admitted he could not replicate that precision. Carl's first action as Chancellor was straightforward but effective. He spoke directly with the girls, learned their preferences, and assigned roles that matched their abilities. That single change alone increased overall efficiency by roughly 30%. The view shifted toward the military structure next. The mage noted how Carl reorganized the entire army system, correcting what had previously been a disorganized six-man knight-led structure that lacked cohesion. Now everything was restructured. Citizens gathered near the entrance as Reifenhart explained that Carl had separated knights and soldiers into distinct units, assigning only 2 competent captains to oversee training. The result was a clean, unified command of 100 soldiers per unit, disciplined, efficient, and far stronger than before. Carl continued reviewing documents without pause. The prince observed that he even studied refugee movements in detail. That alone proved he wasn't just skilled, but highly perceptive. Talented individuals were integrated into administration, while others were reassigned to agricultural work to stabilize the region. With his hands on his hips, the prince admitted candidly, I'm honestly glad I didn't execute him. Tilla smiled brightly nearby. Carl really is a talent. The prince returned a faint smile. Keep an eye on him. He might become the backbone of this place. Suddenly, Cirrus raised both hands and began chanting with dramatic intensity, her voice echoing through the space. I am the flame that cuts through darkness, the burning arrow that strikes down evil. A blazing fire spell shot forward in a clean arc, striking its target with precision. The elf's eyes widened in disbelief before she suddenly shouted in excitement. I did it! It actually worked! She turned back immediately, eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Hey, do you think I actually have talent for magic? She asked eagerly. Reifenhart watched her with quiet approval, already recognizing her rapid growth. At this rate, once she opened her third magic circle, he would begin proper training, just as he had done in a previous life. At that moment, a maid rushed out from the building, slightly out of breath. My lord, the people you requested are all waiting in the conference room. Reifenhart gave a short nod. I'm on my way. As they walked together, Cirrus glanced sideways and asked casually, So what's going on between Tilla and Carl? Tilla sighed with her eyes half closed. He's kind, really kind, actually, and he's improving fast. The elf tilted her head, briefly lost in thought as she recalled the Chancellor's face. Then she suddenly grinned and asked, So how are things between you and Mr. Reifenhart? Meanwhile, the protagonist adjusted his shirt calmly. Cirrus chuckled softly and said, He's more like a father figure to me than anything else. Tilla blinked. Don't say that in front of him. He'll lock himself in his room again. Cirrus only shrugged. I'm just being honest. Tilla added with a teasing smirk. He's like an old man trapped in a young body, though you wouldn't think so looking at how fit he is. Cirrus laughed lightly, while the protagonist remained silent, lips pressed together in mild resignation. Inside the conference room, Jekyll stood up immediately upon their arrival, greeting them with enthusiasm. It's an honor to meet the king of martial arts. He introduced himself as a bounty hunter, then gestured toward his companions. We're from the Tau Ben Trade Union. We heard you were looking for us. Reifenhart responded with a calm smile. I'm glad you came. I have a job for you. He placed a photograph on the table. A strikingly handsome man stared back from the image, his presence immediately drawing attention. Jekyll leaned in slightly. That's Teslan, an aura lord. He's kept a low profile, but he's extremely dangerous. His team added that Teslan had been seen traveling with two notable figures, the paladin Christine and the golden knight Eustace. Tracking them could be the key to finding him. The prince's expression tightened slightly. You'll receive 100 gold up front, another 100 upon completion. Jekyll bowed deeply. We'll do everything in our power. The protagonist quietly thought that locating Teslan would be enough for now. An aide approached, handing over a document. Here is this month's report from the Grand Trade Union. The prince accepted it calmly. Good work. As the mage flipped through the report, he scanned the contents with mild detachment. Most entries were routine, ogre sightings in the north, a cracked reservoir disrupting water routes, even a bizarre note about a two-headed calf born in a mountain village. He kept turning the pages without concern. Then, abruptly, his expression sharpened. His hand froze mid-page, locked onto a specific line. Monster hunters operating in the southern Hine region had been ambushed, not by trolls but by something else entirely. A legendary entity, Tusk. The report confirmed most of the team had been wiped out, with only a few survivors remaining. His mouth slowly fell open. Tusk, he muttered. That name was the old alias of Tilk. He slammed the report down instantly. Get everyone now! The view shifted once more, revealing the distant seaport of Kaltasan rising along the coastline. In the southern reaches of the Kingdom of Hain, the city of Castel moved under a quiet but uneasy night. Ships rocked gently in the harbor, tightly anchored, as if bracing for something unseen approaching from the dark sea. Warm light spilled out from the windows of the nearby homes, painting the quiet street in a soft amber glow. A few women stood along the roadside, leaning in close as they whispered to one another in hushed tones, their eyes flicking nervously toward the distance, as if something unseen had already unsettled the evening air. Towering over the entire city like a shadow cast from another world, the massive structure of the Southern Region Division of the Santana's Tears Alchemist Guild loomed in cold, unyielding silence, its presence alone enough to make the surrounding streets feel smaller and heavier. Deep inside the building, dim candles flickered unevenly across aged wooden tables, their trembling lights struggling to push back the suffocating darkness of the interior chambers. Every shelf and surface was crammed with strange glass flasks, distorted vials, and bizarre alchemical instruments, as if the entire room had been swallowed by a chaotic archive of forbidden experimentation. In the underground basement, torches burned steadily along rough stone walls, their orange flames casting long, wavering shadows that stretched and twisted across the damp surfaces. From the ceiling hung iron cages, swaying slightly in the stale air, each one containing small skeletal remains, the remnants of something once alive now reduced to silent, brittle fragments. Thick, heavy chains were draped across the chamber like tangled vines of metal, clinking faintly whenever the air shifted through the underground space. And lined up in a grim row below, several trolls hung restrained like livestock, their massive bodies weakened and drained, barely able to move, while a man in a black robe slowly turned his gaze toward one of them, studying it without emotion. "Number 3 doesn't look good," he muttered under his breath. Another alchemist nearby turned his head at once, responding sharply. Increase the nutrient flow. That one must remain alive for at least another month. Gripping a long hose, the man stepped forward and forced the troll to drink, watching closely as the creature swallowed. These beings are remarkable, he said with detached interest. Even when we feed them waste directly, they never seem to fall ill. The troll coughed violently, its mouth hanging open as it struggled, while the man continued observing without concern. Efficient little creatures, the tester added coldly. They function as both disposal units and profit generators, all in one body. Nearby, a rack of flasks clinked softly, as rows of new vials were aligned in strict order. We need to raise output. 100 more flasks by the end of the month, the tester ordered. Without hesitation, another voice replied. Then we'll require another troll to sustain that demand. Without saying another word, the man reached forward and pulled a heavy lever embedded in the wall. His motion calm and deliberate. Deep within the structure, massive chains groaned and rattled in response, shifting as hidden mechanisms began to move beneath the floor. A metal grate in the ground slowly slid open with a grinding screech, revealing a dark pit below as the troll's feet dangled helplessly above the widening gap. Fine red dust drifted upward, catching the torchlight like floating embers. Far beneath the opening, dozens of razor-sharp blades glimmered faintly, reflecting the torchlight from below like a bed of cold, waiting steel. Still suspended in chains, the troll dropped suddenly into the shaft, and in mere seconds its body was torn apart, leaving only its arms briefly visible above the darkness before they vanished too. A heartbeat later, a violent spray of blood erupted upward from the pit, splashing against the surrounding stone and metal surfaces. Scarlet liquid spread across the lab in chaotic arcs, while nearby flasks began to fill rapidly, their contents accumulating as the system continued to draw from below. A steady stream of blood continued to flow through a connected hose, pulsing downward with mechanical consistency. Perfect, the man said calmly, watching the flow without a hint of emotion. Beside him, the tester wrote quickly in a notebook, pen scratching across the page as he recorded every detail. Elsewhere, a glowing map flickered into existence, displaying several surrounding regions in shifting light, as if projected from unseen data sources. The main building of the Alchemist Guild stood in the darkness like a dormant beast, its silhouette pressing heavily against the night sky. Deep within its basement, a fire continued to burn steadily, casting unstable shadows that crawled along the stone. Near the heavy doors, hooded figures in black robes lingered and spoke in low tones. You know, it would be far easier if we could just breed these things ourselves, one of them murmured. Nearby, several trolls sat restrained with their legs pulled close, eyes dull and lifeless. Another man frowned as he responded, "No one has ever figured out how they reproduce. Even the females always suffer miscarriages." Behind iron bars, two others quietly listened to the conversation unfolding outside. In the wild, they reproduce just fine, one of them whispered, which means they definitely have the ability. Do you think the rumors are true? The other asked softly. They exchanged a brief, uneasy glance, memories surfacing from a previous clash with goblin forces. You mean Lantis's unit? One of them asked. Yeah, came the quiet reply. That commander never cared what condition the trolls were in, the voice continued. As long as they were still breathing, it didn't matter how many of his own men had to die to get them. A colder voice immediately cut in, sharp and dismissive. That's not what I was referring to. On the rooftop above the facility, a lone troll now perched motionless against the night sky. One of the testers tilted his head upward, staring at it uneasily. Tusk, he thought. Could that monster actually be coming for us? The beast's silhouette flickered in and out of the darkness as clouds drifted past. Wherever it goes, someone whispered below, people end up dead. Another robed man crossed his arms, tension visible in his posture. Even the unit leaders are uneasy, he said. They're already preparing contingency plans. Then someone added quietly, important guests are on their way. Another voice immediately followed. Do you think any of them are strong enough to handle Tusk? Above it all, an ornate chandelier shimmered beneath warm golden light, scattering reflections across the ceiling of a grand hall. Inside the hall, a lavish feast had been prepared, with exquisite dishes covering an enormous table, each plate arranged with careful precision and excessive luxury. Holding a glass of wine aloft, the head of the southern unit of Santana's Tears raised his voice with practiced elegance. A true honor to welcome you all personally, Kiffer said with a faint, knowing smirk. We're not really that important? One of the guests replied modestly, shifting slightly under the attention. Marund narrowed his eyes, studying them carefully. You're mistaken, he said firmly. Dipple has an eye for talent. If he brought you here, there's a reason behind it. Blau turned his attention toward the unit leader, speaking with calm assurance. There's no need for concern. Sayer is keeping a close watch on everything. The man raised his eyebrows slightly, clearly surprised by the implication, his expression tightening for a brief moment. Meanwhile, at the distant castle gates, armored knights stood stationed in rigid formation, watching the horizon in silence. One of the guards let out a long, tired yawn, shifting his weight as boredom crept into his stance. Another stood with his hands behind his back, staring out at a ship far in the distance. I'd love to sail away on something like that, he said with quiet longing. His partner chuckled. Thinking of becoming a sailor, Smith? Smith tilted his head back toward the sky. Ever since I was a kid, he admitted. But after hearing all those sailor stories, I gave it up. It sounds exciting at first, until you realize how brutal it really is out there. The other guard nodded slowly. True, but the pay isn't bad. Smith shrugged. Maybe. Still, half of them never return. He then raised his hand with a confident grin. I'd survive it, though. His partner smirked in response. People who say that are usually the first to die. Our job may not pay much, but at least we live longer. Smith closed his eyes for a moment, exhaling softly. If you ever reach my age, you'll understand, he said quietly. Then his tone shifted, sharpening. Where is all this fog coming from? A thick gray mist had already begun rolling through the streets, swallowing the ground level in an unnatural, creeping haze. The guard frowned deeply. There wasn't a single cloud in the sky all day, he muttered, suspicion rising in his voice. The warrior slowly scanned the horizon, his posture tightening. Something's wrong, he said, voice low and alert. From somewhere far beyond their sight, a faint drumbeat echoed through the air, followed by a distorted whisper about a midnight lake and ink-black rivers spilling from the edges of the sky. The two men spun around instantly, eyes searching the darkness. Where is that sound coming from? The pitch-black street, a pair of glowing eyes flickered into existence, hovering like embers suspended in darkness. From somewhere within the void came a low, distorted whisper. The night of dopes, a phrase that carried an unnatural weight, as if the night itself had begun speaking. The guards stiffened instantly, their bodies locking in place as the whisper sank into them, fear rooting them where they stood. Above the city, the night sky itself seemed to shift unnaturally, as if pieces of it were beginning to fall away one by one, descending toward the world below. Along the silent pier, a goblin wandered without urgency, head slightly lowered, muttering to himself, "The innocent will be spared. Dreams will swallow them whole," each word dragging through the damp air. Behind him, a troll slowly lifted its head, its voice deep and hollow as it spoke into the night. Bitter, weeping echoes across the black sky. A dense white veil suddenly thickened around them, swallowing visibility. The troll's voice deepened as it turned slightly. The fog, the monster, it has come. Clutching a torn strip of cloth in its hand, the creature continued in a slow, chilling cadence, as if reciting something long remembered. Darkness stirs and sleep follows close behind. Within the swirling mist, a pair of red eyes ignited sharply, cutting through the haze. The goblin's voice returned low and eerily calm. It will drift like smoke and vanish without leaving a trace. A lone lantern above a house entrance flickered weakly, its flame trembling as if struggling against an unseen pressure in the air. Then in an instant, the gray fog surged forward and swallowed the entire street beyond the lantern's reach, erasing everything from sight. Standing at the window, Reifenhart stared into the smothering night outside, expression flat but restless. It's been too quiet, 3 full days of nothing but silence and boredom, he muttered under his breath. The protagonist's expression tightened into a faint frown before easing into a slight smirk. Well, looks like the real entertainment is finally starting, he said quietly. Outside, the gray fog howled as it surged toward the kingdom, rolling forward like a living tide of smoke that swallowed roads, rooftops, and distance alike. Above the guild building, the mist twisted into spiraling coils, circling the structure as if it had chosen the place as its center. Knight suddenly collapsed mid-step, blood erupting from his mouth as his body hit the ground with a heavy, lifeless thud. Across the battlefield, trolls stretched their arms wide, and in that moment, slaughter erupted without warning. And through it all, the presence of the monster drew closer, unmistakable and suffocating. At the entrance of the guild, warriors shouted in panic. "It's Tusk, he's here!" Someone screamed, another voice cut through the chaos. "Whoever brings him down gets a reward, 1,000 gold. The promise only fueled the spreading disorder. Kafir's expression darkened immediately. "What is all that commotion?" he demanded. Blay glanced toward the doors, uneasy. "A thief or something far worse?" Dipole lowered his head deeply, voice strained with politeness and unease. "My deepest apologies for such disruption during the presence of honored guests." Though he spoke calmly, his instincts warned him that something had gone terribly wrong beyond his understanding. With eyes closed, the head of the Southern Division finally spoke in a measured tone. Most likely one of the captured trolls broke loose. Yet beneath his composed voice, a colder truth lingered. Tusk had already arrived. Gripping the back of a chair tightly, he tried to steady his thoughts. Perhaps that goblin was more troublesome than expected. Our soldiers should have it under control by now, he reasoned, forcing calm into his voice. Then Kafir leaned forward slightly. "Would you mind if we assist?" Dipole hesitated for a moment, eyes still closed. "Of course, a mere troll would be nothing to someone of your level, an aura lord," he said carefully. "But I would hate to burden our guests with such trivial matters." A faint, unsettling grin spread across the group. One of them chuckled lightly. "After that meal you gave us," he said, "consider this repayment." The 7th Circle mage slowly averted his gaze, watching the scene with detached amusement. The priest of Sayer allowed a small, knowing smile to form, as if already anticipating what would unfold. Then, without warning, the gray mist began to roll in once again, creeping through every opening. From deep within the corridor, the monster surged forward, its movement fast and deliberate, closing the distance in an instant. Guards shouted in alarm. It's the devil's spawn, panic breaking through their discipline. Knights lunged forward immediately, spears flashing under torchlight as they tried to intercept the creature. But the troll met them head-on, slamming into their formation with overwhelming force. One warrior was thrown violently to the ground, armor scraping stone as he collapsed. Blood spilled from his mouth, staining the floor beneath him as he struggled to breathe. Another knight stood frozen in place, eyes wide and unfocused, completely overwhelmed by terror. Voices cracked through the chaos. "This thing is merciless," one guard shouted. Another roared back, "Monster or not, it's still just a beast." Wrapped in torn, ragged cloth, the creature tilted its head slightly, sneering. "Merciless? You speak of cruelty, yet you profit from the suffering of trolls." Slowly, the troll raised its hand toward the drum-like structure nearby. "That alone means you will pay in blood." Its voice rose sharply, echoing through the corridor. "You have filled vessels with stolen life force and defiled existence itself." Suddenly, the knights staggered as if struck by invisible force. "Our bodies," they gasped, dropping their weapons as swords and spears clattered across the floor. "What is this? Why can't we move? Some kind of magic?" Panic erupted as confusion swallowed the room. Droplets of blood floated unnaturally through the air, suspended for a moment, as if gravity itself had begun to falter. With a sharp motion, snap. The troll flicked its fingers, as if pulling invisible threads through the space around it. A nearby guard's eyes widened in absolute horror as he felt something shift within his own body. The goblin slowly lifted a claw, as if conducting an unseen force in the air. A stream of deep red blood suddenly veered sideways, changing direction mid-air as though obeying a silent command. Another snap echoed through the hall. Crimson liquid rose upward unnaturally, drifting against gravity in slow, disturbing suspension. At the center of the devastation, surrounded by fallen bodies and broken soldiers, stood the monster in ragged cloth, its eyes burning with an unyielding, almost feral light. A whisper ran through the survivors. "It's Tusk." Kefir folded his arms, studying the scene. "So this is the infamous creature from the Monster Hunter tales?" The priest frowned slightly. "I didn't expect it to actually exist," Marin added quietly. "No wonder Dipole was so desperate to keep us here." The seventh circle mage gave a faint, knowing grin. "Nothing in this world comes without a price." Grinding his teeth, the Aura Lord finally spoke, voice tense and sharp. "So what do we do now?" Lay pushed his glasses up slowly, expression tight and slightly irritated as he forced himself to stay composed. "Yeah, I felt cheated," he muttered under his breath. "But I'll deal with that later." His attention shifted forward again, locking back onto the situation in front of him. Right now, a troll stood directly before them, and something about it felt fundamentally different from the others they had faced. The creature narrowed its eyes, scanning the group with unsettling calm. "Strong ones, I see," it said in a low, measured voice. Marin stood with his hands clasped neatly behind his back, studying the creature in silence for a moment. "Wait, it can speak?" he asked, clearly intrigued. Beside him, Gafir's lips curled into a faint smirk. Now this just got interesting. The Aura Lord tightened his grip around his sword, the blade tilting slightly as tension built in his arms. "Let's finish this quickly," he muttered, eyes locked on the target. One of the warriors gritted his teeth so hard it looked like they might crack. "I'm going to find that coward and tell him exactly what I think," he growled, anger burning through his voice. Without hesitation, he surged forward and swung his weapon down with full force, the attack cutting through the air with a sharp, violent whistle. Kefir's eyes widened in disbelief as his blade missed. "A troll dodged my strike?" he shouted. His expression twisted with fury. "I'll carve you apart." In the next instant, Athilka launched himself upward, his body rising with explosive power as he escaped the immediate strike zone. Below him, an orc and a human clashed in a chaotic, violent exchange, their movements blurring together as steel and force collided without pause. Murin's eyes widened in shock, unable to fully process the speed and precision unfolding before him. Blaze froze mid-motion, pupils contracting sharply. "Did he just block an aura-infused strike?" Someone whispered nearby, disbelief rippling through the group. The troll's gaze turned cold and absolute. "A mother's blessing runs deeper than the ocean," it said flatly. "Nothing will harm me." Within the surge of magical pressure, Athilka roared, his voice tearing through the chaos. "My body grows stronger, faster, freed from those thorn-choked forests." Kefir's lips curled upward ever so slightly, a faint and unsettling hint of amusement breaking through his tension. Then the orc shifted his stance and began to swing, his body lowering as raw force gathered into the motion. The man clenched his teeth hard, eyes tracking the movement. He's fast, he thought, tension spiking in his chest. Troll was already closing the distance, its momentum relentless, as if it had predicted every opening in advance. A sudden impact shattered the ground nearby, stone fragments exploding outward as the blow landed with terrifying force. Kefir wiped sweat from his brow, forcing a breath of relief. Good, at least I've got some space now, he muttered, trying to regain control of the battlefield. But Athilka's red eyes flared again, brighter than before. The southern winds awaken the Chuts, he said coldly. It's time for them to rise. From the ground beneath Kefir, thick green shoots erupted violently, twisting and wrapping around his body as they tried to restrain him. What the hell is this? Kefir shouted, struggling against the sudden plant-like restraints tightening around him. Without hesitation, the orc charged again, closing in with renewed aggression. Steel met steel as swords clashed. The Aura Lord barely managing to block the incoming strike, his arms shaking under the pressure. But in the very next moment, the blade slipped past his guard and sliced into his side with a brutal edge. Kefir doubled over instantly, blood spilling from the wound as his breath turned ragged. Marund raised 2 fingers sharply. "Flame ignite!" he shouted, voice cutting through the chaos. A glowing magic seal erupted beneath Athilka's feet, burning bright as the spell activated. The mage extended his palm forward, unleashing the attack with focused intent, eyes locked on the target. "This isn't just a monster," he growled through clenched teeth, anger and caution mixing in his voice. "It's something else entirely," he finished grimly. Beale suddenly snapped. "Who cares about rules or codes right now? Everyone hit him together!" The command rang out, urgency taking over the battlefield. The mage snapped his fingers sharply, already calculating the next move. Flame and lightning, he thought coldly. That should burn him from the inside out. Then something shifted. An unfamiliar surge of force gathered near the orc, distorting the air around him. Athilka calmly brought his fingers to his mouth and let out a sharp, piercing whistle that cut through the battlefield noise. A shimmering aura exploded outward from his body, wrapping him in a glowing pressure that distorted the space around him. Marin gasped sharply. "What kind of sorcery is that? It's completely disrupting my spells." Panic crept into his voice as his magic collapsed mid-cast. The priest clenched his fist tightly. "Let the servant endure. Rise again through pain," he declared. Kefir groaned in frustration. "Okay, maybe tone it down a bit." Blaze's eyes widened in alarm. "Wait, divine power? That actually hurts," he realized. "It's clashing with my aura, and this isn't even an Aura Lord battle." Suddenly, Maroon's jaw dropped in shock. He activated fourth circle disarming magic. He blurted out, stunned by the scale of the technique. The spell struck true, and Athilka staggered backward, pain flashing across his body as the impact disrupted his flow. Athilka clenched his jaw tightly, muscles tensing as he resisted the force. Then, with a heavy crash, his body slammed down onto the ground, dust and debris kicking up around him. But in an instant, his legs shot upward with sudden force, breaking the expected rhythm of the fall. For a brief, absurd moment, it almost looked like he was casually waving his legs midair. One warrior blinked, sword still raised. "What kind of movement is that supposed to be?" he muttered, completely thrown off. Marin's eyes nearly popped out. "Is this thing really?" he started. "They say it's a demon wearing troll skin," someone added quietly. Biel narrowed his gaze. "Then, why is it this strong?" Balancing effortlessly on one hand, the orc muttered under his breath. "I've dealt with human tricks before, but these 3 are a bit much." Thilka squinted slightly, confusion flickering across his face. "Should I run?" he wondered, for the first time showing hesitation. For a brief moment, the troll went still, frozen in uncertainty, completely unsure of what his next move should be. Without warning, the air itself split open, as blinding rainbow-colored beams of energy tore through the battlefield, streaking across the darkness like collapsing stars. Everyone on the ground snapped their heads toward the sudden eruption of light. A deafening blast followed. Boom! Rattling the entire area as shockwaves rolled outward. Thick smoke immediately poured across the battlefield, swallowing visibility and turning everything into shifting silhouettes. Kefir narrowed his eyes through the haze, posture tightening. "Who's there?" he demanded, voice cutting through the smoke. Through the drifting gray fog, several human silhouettes staggered into view, coughing and waving the smoke away. One of them spoke casually despite the chaos. "Next time you might want to mention those stealth fog trolls." Wiping sweat from his brow, Athilka scanned the shifting smoke with sharp, alert eyes. "Who are these people?" he muttered, tension rising in his stance. Then Riffenhart stepped forward, his team emerging behind him through the haze. Athilka's jaw tightened instantly. More enemies? But the newcomer only smiled calmly, completely unfazed. "At last we meet," he said, "wise son of nature." The troll's pupils shrank sharply in shock, his expression tightening as the words hit him. Eyes wide, Athilka demanded. "Who are you? How do you know my name and our language?" Still calm, the protagonist answered without hesitation. "I know everything about trolls and I've come here to help you." The orc stared at him in stunned silence. "What are you talking about?" The surrounding warriors tensed immediately, weapons tightening in their grips. One of them shouted, "Who are you people? You attack us and then talk about honor? If you have any, identify yourselves now." The king of martial arts furrowed his brow, stepping forward with controlled seriousness. "I only want one thing, freedom for the trolls. I heard you were passing through. If possible, I'd rather we all simply walk away." Kefir's face twisted in anger, voice snapping out sharply. "What are you even saying? That thing is a monster. He's slaughtered dozens of humans. Reifenhart took a slow step forward, gaze steady. That's only the version of the story you were told. At those words, Tethid's expression darkened instantly, rage building behind his eyes. Cyrus bit down hard on her lip, eyes narrowing with tension as she watched the confrontation unfold. The protagonist glanced briefly toward his team, voice turning sharp. Take them alive. In the dead of night, the towering building trembled violently as another shockwave hit its structure. A second explosion ripped through the interior, smoke billowing violently out through shattered windows. Stone fragments and debris burst outward, crashing down as the room itself began to break apart under the force of the impact. A dense, pulsing magical aura spiraled through the battlefield, wrapping around the magicians like a storm of raw power. Kefir raised his sword just in time, barely deflecting Tethid's incoming strike, as the force shook his arms. Teeth clenched, Kefir shouted in disbelief, "Does this orc have an aura?" A heartbeat later, another warrior surged forward and swung his blade down with brutal force. Blade gritted his teeth, overwhelmed by the pressure as he struggled to hold his ground. Suddenly, Cirrus appeared behind him in a flash, raising her hands as a shimmering protective barrier formed around them. Above her, a blazing spirit of pure magic took shape in the air. "Answer my call," she cried, voice ringing with power. The fiery entity roared to life and shot forward instantly, a streak of blazing light aimed straight at the enemy forces. Athilka blinked in disbelief. That orc has aura, and that elf uses spiritual power. Across the field, Reifenhart raised both hands, palms open, eyes locked on the battlefield as energy gathered around him. Athilka stared harder, recognition dawning. Is that the king of martial arts? But there was no time to process it. "I'll handle this," the protagonist said firmly. "Go save your people." Maran's mouth hung slightly open in disbelief. So it's true. He really joined the civil war alongside the other races, but can he still use spells? And since when did he master aura as well? The seventh circle mage slowly raised his hand, eyes narrowing. This pressure, this presence, it has to be him, the king of martial arts. The protagonist's body pulsed with overwhelming energy, his aura expanding outward in visible waves that rippled across the entire battlefield. Spreading his fingers, he spoke calmly, "What do you think?" Then he activated it. Power gun. The battlefield trembled as compressed force erupted outward, distorting the air itself. A radiant magical shield burst into existence as Marin cast a piercing beam of light straight ahead, illuminating everything in its path. Magic and force collided violently in midair, detonating across the battlefield in a storm of explosive flashes that lit up the night. The king of martial arts brought his fingers together slowly, eyes narrowing as he muttered under his breath, gathering focus for his next move. Across the field, Marin bared his teeth in frustration. Why didn't my spell work on him, he thought, panic rising. 50 years I devoted 50 years to magic. How is this possible? Desperate, he unleashed another spell. But Reifenhart simply raised his hand and fired back. A surge of searing energy streaking straight toward Marantid. The attack landed directly. The seventh circle mage's eyes snapped wide as his pupils rolled back violently. His eyes turned completely white in an instant as the force overwhelmed him. At the same moment, Kefir burst forward, charging straight toward Tethid with renewed aggression. The air cracked violently as the two forces collided head-on. Pure power meeting. Pure power in a brutal clash. The man and the troll locked into close-range combat, neither giving an inch as shockwaves rippled around them. Then, without warning, the orc hurled his sword forward like a spear, sending it spinning through the air. Kefir twisted mid-air and barely avoided the attack, landing into a defensive stance as the man opposite him sneered coldly. A cold voice cut through the chaos. "You threw away your weapon? That was your mistake." The tone carried no emotion, only certainty, as if the outcome had already been decided. From the swirling air, multiple magic discs suddenly formed and spun forward at terrifying speed, slicing through the battlefield like razor-edged wheels of light. A split second later, boom! The discs detonated mid-flight, tearing open the air with a violent blast that shook the surrounding ground. In the aftermath, the thrown sword whistled back through the air like a returning boomerang, snapping precisely into Tethid's grip. Amid the scattered rubble and broken stone, Kefir lay motionless on the ground, completely still and unresponsive. Reifenhart's lips curled into a faint smirk as he observed the battlefield. He's already fusing aura with spiritual weaponry. Tethid has improved far beyond when he sparred with Cyrus. Turning slightly, the protagonist spoke in a calm tone. "They're dealt with." Cyrus frowned immediately. "Are you sure we should leave them alive, even without aura? They've likely figured out who you are." The protagonist casually adjusted his posture, unfazed. "If I truly wanted to hide my identity, I would have worn a mask," he added evenly. "As long as that secret stays buried, there's nothing to worry about." Athilka stepped forward at that moment, bowing his head slightly. "You saved us, thank you." But urgency quickly cut through the moment. "No time for gratitude, we need to move. Reinforcements could arrive at any moment," the mage warned. Suddenly, a brilliant burst of fire erupted outside the building, lighting up the night sky. Shouts for help echoed from every direction, rising over the roar of the flames. The warriors stiffened at once. "We have to evacuate now," one shouted. "If we lose control here, everything will spiral out of hand." Through the thick smoke and blurred vision, an old man stood frozen in place, eyes trembling as he struggled to accept what he was witnessing. In the distance, the towering guild building was engulfed in raging flames, its massive silhouette swallowed by fire and collapsing smoke. Carriages thundered down the mountainside in a desperate retreat, horses galloping at full speed along the rocky path as chaos spread behind them. Later, inside one of the rattling wagons, Athilka sat quietly in silence. A faint pink aura shimmered weakly around his body, barely visible in the dim interior. Cyrus stared at him wide-eyed. Creepy Reifenhart shrugged casually. "I'm used to orcs, but trolls still give me chills," someone nearby added. "You've probably seen more orcs than us. They're often enslaved." Celine leaned slightly forward. "This is my first time seeing trolls. Are they always built like that?" In another corner, a group of orcs huddled together speaking in their native tongue. Cyrus watched them quietly. They don't speak the common language. Maybe they were never given the chance to learn. Without warning, flames flickered back into view outside the wagon. Athilka lowered his head slightly, tension returning to his posture. "I've never heard rumors that the king of martial arts could use magic," Athilka said. The protagonist replied calmly. "I never hid it. I just don't understand why the world insists on hiding the truth." A faint smile followed his words. Then he stated it plainly, without hesitation. "The truth is, I am the king of martial arts." Athilka lowered his brows, absorbing the claim. "Believe it or not," he said slowly. "How could I not believe it? I saw your aura with my own eyes." After a brief hesitation, he asked, "Is it true you see all races as equals, not slaves?" Then he frowned slightly. "And I still don't understand how you know our language or even my name." The protagonist narrowed his eyes slightly. "There was a troll I once knew from the Bavar tribe, survivors of the Dar Forest." He paused briefly. "Have you heard of them?" Athilka shifted his jaw, thinking hard. "I've heard whispers once. But still, how do you know so much about us?" Under the wide night sky, Riffenhart finally spoke again. "If you trust me, there's something I want to share." The caravans rolled steadily through the distance as the protagonist began to speak, slowly and clearly. He described a world he envisioned, a future he wanted to build, each word deliberate. Something in his voice struck a deeper chord, and Athilka's gaze sharpened in response. He spoke of a fearsome troll who had wandered the world for decades, freeing his kin from chains, saving lives wherever he went, yet slaughtering hundreds of humans when necessary. Still, nothing changed. "To them, trolls are still just monsters," he said quietly, "and anyone captured meets a death no one should endure." Then the mage's expression softened slightly into a faint smile. "Will you help me?" he asked. "We've already prepared land and entry points, a place where your people can live in peace." Athilka lowered his gaze, conflicted. Before answering, he looked up and asked, "Why do you care? You're not one of us." The king of martial arts closed his eyes slowly, as if reaching into a distant memory. "Have you ever been to the southern region of the Tikan kingdom?" Flashes of memory surged through his mind. Bones scattered across the ground. Skulls stacked like grim trophies under a lifeless sky. "There was a time," he continued, voice steady, "when people there practiced cannibalism openly without shame." He then spoke of a sage who arrived among them trying to change their ways, to lift them from their blood-stained traditions. But the people resisted, demanding to know why he had the right to interfere. An aged face surfaced in memory, long hair, weary eyes filled with resolve. The sage answered simply, he said. He had watched someone precious to him be eaten alive. That was all the reason he needed. Athilka listened in silence, eyes fixed forward, absorbing every word without interruption. Reifenhart spoke more softly now, a faint smile touching his lips as he thought of those he had met, the ones who had shaped his resolve. Tethid turned his gaze away briefly, expression unreadable. Cyrus's eyes brightened with quiet joy, reflecting a rare moment of warmth amid the tension. And the protagonist's voice sharpened again. "My friends were treated like slaves and I couldn't just stand by. I won't stand by." His eyes hardened with conviction. The scene shifted, daylight spreading across the southern kingdom of Grime. At the center of its capital, the headquarters of the Tar of Santera stood tall and imposing against the sky. Inside the building, Ornmide frowned deeply. "Still no word on the culprit?" he asked. The old man lowered his brows, frustration settling into silence as no answer came. The head of the Alchemist Guild finally spoke grimly. "This creature, it's no different from a natural disaster," someone nearby muttered. "But if a person is behind it, that changes everything." Dipol wiped sweat from his face. "We've had suspicions," he admitted, "but no solid proof." A new image appeared, the king of martial arts, ruler of Antares County, standing with his palm raised. The southern branch leader of Santera spoke. According to magician Marin's testimony, the culprit didn't use aura. He was purely a magic user. A map of the kingdoms unfolded across the table. "There's a time discrepancy," someone noted. "He left the White Palace just as the southern fire broke out. But he was gone only 2 weeks. Impossible for that distance without a full month at least, even on the fastest horse." Ornmide bit his lip, thinking hard. "What if he used a double?" he suggested. Immediately, another voice answered coldly, with features that distinct someone would have noticed. The man turned his head away with visible unease, as if weighing every word before daring to speak it. "We're talking about the fighting king, a ruler who commands entire nations," he said slowly, his tone tightening with caution. "We can't throw around accusations like this without absolute proof." Another figure shifted uncomfortably in place before finally speaking up, his voice hesitant and uncertain. "There are rumors circulating. They say he once saved the trolls," he added, as if the claim itself made the situation even harder to judge. The head of the Alchemist Guild suddenly slapped a hand to his forehead, frustration breaking through his restraint. "With all the evidence we've gathered and his entire history, it has to be him," he said sharply, then exhaled a heavy sigh, "and that's exactly what makes this such a serious problem." Time passed in silence. Now the scene shifted to the county of Antares, deep within the White Palace, its halls quiet under a calm exterior. Inside a secluded study, Reifenhart leaned back casually in his chair, hands resting behind his head as if nothing in the world could trouble him. "The alchemists must be going insane right about now," he muttered with a faint, knowing edge. "But as long as they don't uncover the spatial portals, my alibi stays intact." A quiet, satisfied smile formed on his lips as he let the thought settle. "Everything is unfolding exactly as planned," he whispered under his breath. "Keeping humanity from launching a unified strike while simultaneously gathering forces, that alone is already a victory." He turned his gaze toward the window, eyes narrowing slightly as he took in the calm world beyond the glass. Everything truly was in its place. Outside, orange leaves drifted slowly through the wind, swirling across the sky in soft fading arcs. Watching them, the magician's expression sharpened as a quiet question formed in his mind. Is it time to get serious? The scene abruptly shifted downward into darkness, deep underground. Minecarts rumbled through narrow tunnels, their iron wheels echoing endlessly through the stone corridors. Below the harsh torchlight, dwarves gripped their pickaxes tightly, shoulders tense as they worked under pressure. A sharp whip cracked through the air. "Quit slacking." A harsh voice barked from the shadows, echoing across the tunnel walls. "If you've got enough energy to complain, then dig faster," the overseer snapped. A nearby dwarf scowled, muttering bitter insults under his breath about humans, his grip tightening around his tools. Beside him, his partner spoke in a low, strained voice, barely hiding his resentment. "They're holding my family hostage? What choice do we even have?" A younger worker paused, mid-motion, brow furrowed with concern. "Any sign of adamantium or aurichalcum yet?" he asked, scanning the rock face ahead. "They say Kelburn's already furious," he added grimly, wiping sweat from his face. "We'd better keep moving." Suddenly, shouts erupted deeper in the tunnel. The young dwarf turned sharply toward the noise, only to be struck and knocked violently backward in the next instant. A dwarf warrior stepped forward through the dust, gripping a massive hammer in his hand. "If it were up to me, I'd crush you where you stand," he said coldly. Then his grip loosened slightly. "But I'm not here to kill strangers I don't know." He lowered the weapon. "Your lives aren't mine to take." Eustia widened her eyes in alarm as she sensed movement all around them. "More enemies incoming," she shouted. A hooded enemy staggered backward, clearly shaken, as if he couldn't comprehend what he was seeing. "Where did all these dwarves come from?" he muttered in disbelief. An elderly man stepped forward calmly, raising his hand as a glowing magical seal formed in the air before him. "They came to free their kin," he said with quiet certainty. The enemy's face twisted in panic, sweat pouring down his brow as he struggled to understand what he was witnessing. "A spell that suppresses magic?" he gasped. "You're a dwarf using magic?" In the very next heartbeat, everything snapped into motion. Crack! A girl surged forward and struck without hesitation, her blade driving deep into the enemy's abdomen. From the darkness of the tunnel shadows, a dwarf warrior raised his axe high and roared with thunderous pride. "We are the warriors of the Great Forge," he declared. "The Steel Hammer clan has come to free you all." The captured dwarves froze for a moment, then slowly lifted their heads as hope flickered back into their eyes. "Come forward, one by one," the warrior called out firmly. "We will break every one of those magical shackles." Nearby, a wizard extended his fingers toward the air, energy gathering around his hand. "I'll release the flow and break the barrier," he said sharply. "Once it's gone, we're all getting out of here." An enemy, drenched in sweat and panic, shouted desperately. "They've got hostages." A calm reply followed without hesitation. "Our people are already on their way to the village." In the middle of the chaos, a heavy thwack rang out. Tilla swung her axe with brutal precision, cutting down another attacker in a single decisive motion. A nearby dwarf let out a sharp gasp, frozen in shock at what had just unfolded. "Grandfather," he cried out. Hethos raised his eyebrow in clear surprise, then slowly broke into a relieved smile. "Tilla, what are you doing here?" he asked, still processing her sudden appearance. She rushed forward without hesitation and wrapped her arms tightly around him. "Lord Reifenhart sent me," she said quickly. Hethos gave a firm nod. "Then we save everyone," he replied. "It's finally time to leave this cursed place." Deep inside the mine, voices echoed through the stone corridors, carrying urgency from every direction. "Send word to Priest Gelfide," one ordered sharply. Gather everyone now. Cut to the village of the Steelhammer clan. The dwarves had already completed their preparations. Every last member had left behind their homes, standing ready for what came next. Ruthike stood frozen for a moment, mouth slightly open as he watched his daughter approach. She's grown so much, he murmured, almost unable to believe it. Before she could speak, he pulled her into a firm embrace. You've gotten so big, Tilla, he said softly. From nearby, Gelfide smirked lightly. Old enough to be married now, I'd say. So what's next? Someone asked, glancing toward the assembled crowd. A group this large will draw attention. A steady voice answered without hesitation. Don't worry, the timing is almost perfect. The scene shifted once again, revealing a wide river stretching under open sky. Stone walls lined both sides of the riverbank, weathered and heavy with age, as if guarding something important. Then movement on the water. Several ships appeared in formation, cutting swiftly through the current as they closed in. Gelfide narrowed his eyes sharply. Wait, did the Great Forge send those? He asked, suspicion rising in his voice. A dwarf beside him immediately shook his head. No, he answered firmly. Those are not from the Forge. Gelfide's pupils contracted instantly as realization struck him. Then a familiar voice echoed across the river, cutting through the tension. Standing tall on the distant bank with hands calmly behind his back, Carl called out clearly across the water. There's no need for fear, he said. We are allies. We're here to help you escape. Sweat formed on the brows of several dwarves as they exchanged uneasy glances. A human on our side? One whispered in disbelief. Tilla stepped forward suddenly, eyes widening as she recognized him. Prince, she called out. Carl lifted his gaze, surprised for a brief moment. Tilla, you're safe, he said with visible relief. She rushed into him and embraced him tightly without hesitation. Carl exhaled softly, his tension easing. Thank the heavens, I was worried, he admitted. You could have just sent your men, she said with a faint smile. He gave a light grin in return. And missed the chance to meet your family? Not a chance. Nearby, Ruth Dyke clenched his jaw tightly, his expression hardening as he watched the exchange unfold. Tilla turned toward him and spoke clearly. The dwarf's jaw dropped in pure disbelief, eyes widening as if he had just heard something completely absurd. Who said I was your father-in-law? He snapped back, recoiling from the situation with visible shock. A sudden cut tore the moment apart. A faint fading map of the Kingdom of Grime appeared, stretching across the view like a drifting projection before slowly sharpening into focus. Under a cold silver moonlight, the city of Dio, the largest metropolis in the western kingdom of Golin, stood towering and silent. Within its heavily fortified walls, the local branch of Tears of Santara trembled with unease, tension clinging to every stone and shadow. Without warning, the still night was ripped apart by violent explosions echoing across the city. Cloaked assailants surged forward, hurling bottles packed with volatile liquid straight at the building. It's Ivory Tusk, someone shouted in panic, the name alone igniting chaos. Use firebombs. Burn him down. Voices roared in unison as another blast thundered through the structure, shaking walls and scattering debris everywhere. From within the raging flames, a troll suddenly burst forward, leaping through the fire with burning eyes filled with pure rage. Under his breath, he chanted rapidly, his voice low and vicious, before unleashing a spell with a sharp, violent motion of his arm. Magical energy erupted outward in a brutal wave. In an instant, several attackers were cut down where they stood, their bodies falling amid the chaos without warning. A knight suddenly shouted across the battlefield, pointing through the smoke and fire. There! Another one! He's moving through the blasts! Ivory Tusk suddenly landed atop the fortress wall, boots striking stone as he came to a sharp, deliberate halt. He slowly lifted his head, gaze drifting upward toward the night sky, as if calculating something far beyond the battlefield below. A low, guttural mutter escaped him. It's time. Without hesitation, his body launched upward, cutting through the air as he soared into the sky above the burning city. Against the brilliance of the full moon, his massive shadow stretched across the sky like a monstrous omen. Below, people gasped and screamed, Ivory Tusk is fleeing, but their fear quickly hardened into fury. Voices rose from every direction, swearing they would hunt him down and bring the monster crashing to the ground, no matter the cost. At that moment, the Western Branch leader of Tears of Santara, Ramdran, stepped forward with confidence radiating from his stance. A wide, arrogant grin spread across his face as he let out a dismissive laugh. I'm not like that useless fool, he scoffed. No matter how strong that Ivory Tusk is, he won't get past my trolls. But before his words could settle, a panicked runner burst toward him, stumbling as he sprinted through the chaos. Ramdran turned sharply, eyes narrowing. What is it now? The messenger doubled over, drenched in sweat, gasping for breath as he forced out the words. The dungeons, they've been breached. He swallowed hard, terror cracking his voice. The trolls, they've escaped. All confidence drained from Ramdran's face in an instant, his smug grin vanishing as if it had never existed. Far away in the northern kingdom of Rastil-Kentry, sunlight blazed down on a massive, bustling city filled with life and noise. At the very center of it all stood a colossal coliseum, its towering structure dominating the skyline. Birds circled high above as thunderous cheers erupted from within the arena, shaking the surrounding air with excitement. Inside the arena floor, a massive monster stood ready, muscles tensed and breathing heavy as it faced its opponent. Charging directly toward it was an equally enormous ogre, stomping forward with earth-shaking force. But in a sudden blur of motion, a lion-like beast lunged in from the side one devastating strike later. The ogre's head was cleanly severed, flying through the air as the crowd erupted. Elsewhere, beneath a dark and clouded sky, the Bane Gladiator Training Center rose like an imposing fortress, looming over the land. Inside its grand interior hall, an elderly man lifted his brows in clear surprise as something before him caught his attention. He studied the tall orc standing across from him, immaculately dressed, posture steady, and built with an imposing physique that was impossible to ignore. In his mind, the evaluation was immediate: flawless structure, unmatched proportions, raw potential waiting to be unlocked. A specimen unlike anything he had ever seen. Yet despite that overwhelming presence, he found it hard to believe this creature was being sold as nothing more than a servant. Across from him, a young woman sat calmly with her hands folded neatly, watching the exchange without blinking. With a soft, controlled smile, she asked, "So any issues?" Then, smoothly shifting tone, she added, "How much do you think he's worth?" The old man returned a measured smile, clearly already calculating profit in his mind. "Well," he began, circling the orc with his gaze, "he looks well maintained. A slave like this would normally fetch around 5 gold coins." His eyes narrowed slightly. "But if he's truly fit for the gladiator pits," without hesitation, the girl leaned in slightly and pressed. "So what are we talking about exactly?" The old man studied her carefully, then leaned in with a sly, confident grin. "I'll give you 7 gold pieces," he said smoothly. Honestly, he could easily be worth 10. The girl clasped her hands tightly, a faint tremor passing through her shoulders before she finally nodded in agreement. Sensing the deal nearing completion, the old man didn't stop there. "All I need now is your signature," he added with a practiced smile. Inside his mind, satisfaction bloomed into quiet greed. A rare opportunity had just fallen into his lap. Such a high-quality slave at below market value was practically unheard of in these times. The girl closed her eyes for a moment before speaking softly, almost defensively. "He may look rough, but he's kind," she said. "Yes, he's fought other orcs before, but he always listens to me." At that moment, the orc suddenly stepped forward, arms slightly extended, desperation breaking through his restraint. "I'll work harder. Please don't sell me." The old man stroked his chin slowly, reassessing the situation with a calculating gaze. If she could truly control a beast like this, then separation might only worsen instability. Yet leaving him as he was also meant untapped weakness remained. Turning back with a polished smile, the woman reminded the orc firmly that he must obey every command of his new master. The orc lowered his head and nodded, expressing gratitude toward Syl for arranging everything. The girl extended her hand forward, steady and deliberate. The orc reached out and took it without hesitation, their hands clasped firmly, sealing the agreement in a silent, irreversible pact. Deep underground, the dungeon lay in near-total darkness, broken only by faint, scattered sources of light. Laughter echoed through the stone halls as groups of orcs noticed the arrival of a new face among the prisoners. One of them stepped forward. Massive and shackled, he approached slowly and fixed his gaze on the newcomer, demanding to know his identity. The young man lowered his head slightly, eyes gleaming with strange intensity as he answered, "I am Taffid, son of Crotus, bearer of Rat's axe." The orc's nostrils flared, his expression tightening as he processed the name. Outside, night blanketed the world, and pale moonlight seeped through the narrow prison bars, casting thin stripes across the ground. Somewhere in the darkness, dice clattered sharply against a metal plate. An orc glanced at the result and muttered that the newcomer had survived another day. But the larger one nearby suddenly leaned in, lowering his voice and asking if he had heard the rumors, what people were saying after Barrick's death. With a dismissive scoff, he clarified that he meant Master August's nonsense. The other prisoners hunched lower, shoulders tight, letting out low, hostile growls as they muttered curses under their breath. One of them tilted his head back toward the ceiling, staring blankly upward, and mumbled in a bitter tone that they were the unlucky ones trapped here. Far beyond these walls, somewhere in the chaos of the world, orcs blessed by Rewound were still locked in brutal combat against humans. A nearby prisoner suddenly perked up at the mention. "Are you talking about Antares County?" he asked, voice sharpening with interest. "The one founded by the warlord Riefenhart?" At that name, a few exchanged glances and nodded with a strange sense of pride, speaking of those warriors like legends. But the mood snapped instantly as one of the monsters growled in irritation. The irritated orc grabbed his own head, veins tense, and barked at everyone to shut up and stop wasting breath. "None of this matters to us," he roared, without even bothering to turn around. "Now sleep, all of you." From the back of the space, a quiet voice suddenly called out. The orc stiffened, startled, then slowly turned his head toward the source. In the dim corner of the dungeon sat a single prisoner, head bowed low, motionless in the shadows. The prisoner lifted his gaze calmly. In a steady voice, Tethid asked, "What if we could become like those orcs from Antares?" The nearby orc narrowed his eyes immediately, suspicion flaring across his face. What are you talking about? He snapped. Tethid clenched both fists, slowly, the muscles tightening as a faint glow began to gather around his knuckles. A sudden burst of radiant light erupted from his body, flooding the dark cell with brilliance in an instant. The heavy chains binding him shattered violently, clattering to the stone floor in broken pieces. The surrounding orcs staggered back in shock, eyes wide and breath caught in their throats. He's got an aura, one of them screamed. He's a real warrior, standing tall now, power radiating through his voice. Tethid declared that he had come from Antares to lead them all forward. He raised his palm toward the darkness, calling out with conviction to his adopted brother, Door. The entire dungeon trembled as if responding to his will. Stones cracked, dust rained down, and the air itself seemed to shake. Above Tethid's head, luminous energy condensed and formed into the shape of a shining sword suspended in the air. The orc's eyes widened in recognition. A spiritual weapon, he gasped. Only true warriors can summon something like that. His expression hardened as he turned sharply toward the others, fury igniting in his voice. So what are you? He roared. Warriors or bleeding livestock? With a violent motion, he tore his own chains apart, metal snapping under raw strength. If even a single drop of warrior's blood runs in you, he shouted, then rise, take up your blades and fight. Far away in the Huron Mountains, another thread of events unfolded as Sillin and an orc traveled toward the kingdom under the vast night sky. Above them, the moon hung high over the distant palace, casting pale light over a scene of chaos below. Inside the palace halls, everything was drenched in blood. Crimson soaked the floors and walls, spreading through the corridors like a flood that refused to stop. Knights raised their weapons high, shouting with hatred and panic. These orcs are nothing but filth. In response, massive enraged beasts surged forward, roaring back with equal fury as they charged head-on. They kept advancing without hesitation, intent on tearing everything in their path apart. Under a nearby table, a male servant trembled uncontrollably, frozen in fear, trying not to make a sound. But terror turned to horror as an orc suddenly yanked the cloth aside and spotted him hiding beneath. The orc's eyes lit up with savage bloodlust as he lifted his weapon, preparing to strike without hesitation. Before the blow could land, a blinding flash of light erupted, knocking the weapon clean from his grip. The orc growled and snapped his head toward the warrior who interfered. Why'd you stop me? The warrior stood firm and replied coldly. He's just a servant. From the other side came an immediate, furious response. He's still a man. Tethid's eyes flared with intensity as he stepped forward and barked. What do you want? Then he demanded sharply. Freedom or revenge? The words hit like a hammer. The orc froze in place, then slowly turned away, lowering his gaze. I get it now, he muttered under his breath. Tethid turned his attention back toward the others gathered in the hall. His voice rang out across the blood-soaked palace, steady and commanding. We don't spill blood unless we must. Spare one man, and 10 will rise to protect him. Kill one and 10 will come hunting for us. If we truly want freedom, then mercy is the path we must walk. Suddenly, Augustus burst into the chamber, face twisted in rage as he shouted at them. You ungrateful beasts, he roared. After everything I've done for you, this is how you behave. You're nothing but animals who don't even understand gratitude. An orc narrowed his eyes and shot back sharply. And you? Should we show you mercy too? Tethid glanced sideways, calm but firm. Mercy means nothing if it's constantly abused. At that moment, a hulking figure stepped forward, towering over Augustus with a chilling grin spreading across his face. I've been waiting for this moment, he said with a low laugh. From behind a distant column, a hidden magician whispered to himself, calculating the situation. No matter how strong they were, one well-placed mental spell would be enough to bring everything down. He began chanting, and a wave of mass paralysis surged outward through the air like an invisible tide. A burst of light detonated in response as Sillin folded his arms and shouted, Steady your minds! The invading magic shattered instantly, dispersing like broken glass. The palace magician's face twisted in frustration. What's going on? He muttered, stunned. Then he saw her, Priestess Palanitz, standing with furrowed brows and piercing eyes. It's close, she muttered, narrowing her gaze. Then sharply she demanded, Who is this magician? And why is she here? In the middle of it all, Tethid casually smacked Sillin on the head. Thanks for covering us, he said flatly. He then tossed an exorcism talisman and a communication necklace into the orc's hands. Why are you still wearing those clothes? He asked with a raised brow. You actually like them. Sillin flicked his long hair dramatically and declared with enthusiasm. In a few days, everything changes. I'll be built like a mountain of muscle, and this junk won't even fit anymore. Nearby, the orcs stared at him in confusion, whispering among themselves. Who is this guy? One muttered. Is he even one of us? Tethid nodded calmly and replied, He's a young saintess from Antares. Another orc blinked in shock. Wait, isn't he the one rumored to be dating the Battle King? Sillin's eyes snapped wide open in outrage. That's a lie, he shouted. What kind of nonsense is that now? The rumor had already spread far beyond the battlefield, echoing across nations like wildfire. Whispers of Cylon being the Battle King's beloved spread quickly, just as reports arrived of entire races fleeing the kingdom of Aeli. Far away, in the barren lands of Berk, heavy black clouds rolled across the sky as a massive palace loomed beneath them, silent and ominous. Inside the hall, a restless crowd moved in waves of excitement, voices overlapping in constant chatter as glasses clinked and laughter echoed through the grand space. A man wearing a wide, satisfied grin turned toward Burkeep, clearly impressed by what he was seeing. An extravagant banquet like this, even the capital rarely sees spectacles of this scale, he said, eyes roaming the lavish surroundings with admiration. Spreading his arms as if to embrace the entire hall, he continued with open delight. My eyes can't even keep up with everything here. So many elven women gathered under one roof. Nearby, Burkeep stood with composed elegance, hands resting calmly behind his back. I'm glad you're enjoying it, he replied evenly, his tone polite but unreadable. On the banquet table, candle flames swayed gently, casting warm light that flickered across polished silverware and glass. Suddenly, the soft flicker of those flames turned erratic. Tiny sparks leapt upward from the wicks as the fire itself began to swell unnaturally. In an instant, the candles erupted violently, a roaring dragon of flame bursting forth from the candlestick and sweeping across the hall, forcing guests to stumble back in panic and chaos. Glass windows exploded outward under the pressure of heat and force, shards scattering as Cirrus emerged dramatically through the raging fire. Gasps filled the hall in waves of disbelief. Amid the chaos, the elf stretched out her hand and called out sharply, "Salamander! Ignatus!" Her voice rang out with unwavering intensity as she commanded the blaze itself. Burn away the lies, let them witness the true flame. The maids, overwhelmed by terror, collapsed to their knees, hands trembling as they begged desperately for mercy. But Cirrus walked forward through the chaos with calm, steady steps, her voice cutting through the panic. "I'm here to save you," she said firmly. "From this moment on you are free." She lifted her hand once more, fingers curling as she commanded the very ground beneath them. The floor split open with a violent crack, stone rupturing as a massive earth rift surged upward, sending shards of debris flying in every direction. Drawing her blade in one smooth motion, Cirrus glanced back at the frightened maids and asked with a faint, teasing smirk, "Would you mind following my lead for a little while? We'll talk properly once we're out of here." Still shaken, the elven girls nodded rapidly, fear still written across their faces as they hurriedly followed after her. "Of course," they cried, scrambling to keep up. As they fled through the shattered hallways, Cirrus kept moving forward, her thoughts quiet but steady, aware that they still didn't understand what true freedom meant yet, but certain that would change once she brought them out. Behind them, furious voices erupted, echoing through the collapsing hall. "Don't let them escape!" someone shouted. "That elf killed Barlant!" Knights snapped their attention forward, pointing sharply as they spotted a figure ahead. "Is that one of her allies?" They barked, tightening their grips on their weapons. A mage stood directly in their path, calm amid the chaos. Panic spread through the soldiers. "Don't let him cast anything. Surround him. Attack from all sides." But the mage simply closed his eyes, breathing evenly, and activated a sensory field that spread outward, blanketing the entire kingdom in invisible perception. "I can feel every living presence nearby," he murmured quietly, as if reading the world itself. His head tilted slightly as he processed the flow of information, calculating positions, predicting movements, mapping every possible intersection like a living network unfolding in his mind. Everything narrowed into absolute focus. Mark, aim, fire. He extended both arms, and a blinding beam of magic tore forward at devastating speed, ripping through the night formation in a single continuous strike. The knights collapsed instantly, bodies dropping where they stood as the light faded. Nearby, a young boy watching the scene trembled violently, eyes wide in disbelief. "Spells like that really exist?" he whispered. In the distance, Riffenhart extended his hand slowly, a faint, dangerous smile curling across his lips as he observed everything unfolding. Outside, the sky remained strangely clear and still, untouched by the violence below. Massive stones floated high above the land, suspended unnaturally in the air like fragments of a broken world. Their drifting shadows passed over the ground below, shifting constantly like moving darkness across the kingdom. Beneath it all, the earth glowed with an eerie light as stone fragments continued to crumble and fall away, revealing something unstable beneath the surface. An old man stood watching the scene in silence, his expression hardened by time and memory. "It's been a long time since we last met," he said through clenched teeth. "But this time we finally have something worth discussing." Turning toward the gathered figures, he raised his voice with finality. "Let's begin." Another voice answered directly, calm but firm, as he looked straight at the old man. "The Silver Sages exist to protect humanity, so it's time we address the matter of the Battle King Riffenhart." Silence swallowed the chamber as all magicians fell quiet, hooded figures seated in tense stillness deep within the domain of Burkeep. At the center of this realm stood the Magime Academies, prestigious institutions of arcane study known across the continent for shaping the greatest minds of magic. Among them, 3 ancient academies towered above all others, their influence shaping the balance of magical power across the world. The first was the mysterious order of the Kingdom of Golan, hidden beneath ever-shifting storm clouds that never fully parted. The second was the Sun Tower of the Sacred Empire of Vashalin, bathed in constant golden light that never seemed to fade. And finally, the most revered of them all, the towering Marigrand of the Kingdom of Grime. Its spires pierce the heavens themselves, known across the world as the birthplace of countless magical breakthroughs and discoveries of ancient Silver Age relics. Inside its grand halls, a man stood before a vast audience, raising one arm as the entire chamber fell into anticipation. The stands were completely filled, every eye locked onto him in absolute silence. The Archmage of the Ninth Circle finally spoke, presenting his research to the gathered crowd. In my investigation of the Peat Dungeon and its artifacts, he announced, I have made significant progress. In the stands, Teslan sat rigid, expression unreadable as stone. So even one of the continent's brightest minds has appeared here, he muttered quietly. The Tower of Marigrand is truly shining right now. A man beside him turned sharply. What do you mean by that? Are you implying Marigrand is in decline? Teslan calmly shook his head. That's not what I meant. His thoughts drifted to the once unmatched spire of Marigrand, now carrying stains of controversy and doubt. Its reputation had been damaged, especially because of Delia, a subordinate tower that had produced the most infamous mage in history, the ruler of a dark empire. Still watching the stage, Teslan's thoughts deepened further. Perhaps the tower had been unfairly judged. After all, that man would have become extraordinary regardless of where he trained. An image surfaced in his mind, a younger man with a travel bag over his shoulder, leaving the Tower of Delia behind. Year after year, Reifenhardt continued to break through every imaginable limit, crushing record after record as if they meant nothing to him. By the age of 30, he had already ascended to the level of an Archmage of the Ninth Circle, and if he had ever received proper structured guidance from the beginning, that terrifying achievement would have come even earlier, before he had even reached 20 years old. Teslan let out a low, frustrated sigh, his gaze drifting downward for a brief moment. Why am I still stuck in the Sixth Circle? He muttered under his breath. I clearly have the mind for higher-level computation, for deeper magical structuring. His voice gradually faded, the words dissolving into an inward spiral of thought. Suddenly, Teslan's scattered thoughts snapped back into place. His head lifted sharply, focus returning in an instant. His eyes narrowed with renewed intensity as something on the stage pulled his full attention. On the stage, Atra stood composed and still, one hand lowered as he continued speaking with calm authority. Many of the artifacts I have studied are already familiar within our world, he said evenly. But this is different. Slowly, Atra lifted a necklace into full view so everyone in the hall could see it clearly. This artifact maintains the wearer's body temperature in perfect equilibrium, he explained, his voice steady. More than that, it can even alter the body itself permanently. However, we still have not determined how to activate its deeper function. Before Atra could continue, Teslan turned sharply toward the Duke, his eyes now razor-focused. Is that it? He asked coldly. The forbidden item? The Duke gave a slow, deliberate nod. Correct? Teslan did not look away. His gaze remained locked, calculating. Something about this did not fit. That's the same artifact he used in the Frozen Lands, he said quietly. Then, after a brief pause, he added, Will you allow me to speak openly about it? Illard cast him a sharp sideways glance. Artris is a Night Circle mage, he said flatly. If he dies suddenly, it will raise too many questions. His tone lowered slightly. And if anything deviates from the plan, someone may uncover the Silver Sages. Illard frowned, letting a brief silence stretch before continuing. He still doesn't know enough, he concluded. There is no need to silence him, not yet. Without further argument, the man extended the artifact toward Teslan. One more warming necklace won't change anything for us, he said calmly, almost dismissively. Teslan accepted the item, but his attention immediately shifted to another object beside it, a device shaped like a mirror. His brows lifted slightly. Is that the window of truth? He asked. The one that reads emotional states through bodily reactions? A quiet nod confirmed it. Exactly. And you should memorize every face you see now. The probability is high that one of them is wearing a warming necklace, the voice added. At that moment, faint reflections began to ripple across the mirror's surface, faces appearing one after another in shifting succession. As they exited the chamber, Teslan glanced toward the man walking beside him. Your entire Silver Sage's strategy feels incredibly inefficient, he remarked. The man did not react. You, of all people, should understand, he replied calmly. Deceiving a handful for a moment is simple. Deceiving the entire world forever, that is something else entirely. As they approached a massive sealed door, the man continued, voice steady. It is only through our caution that the world remains unaware of our existence. The Duke pushed the door open, casting Teslan another measured glance. And it will stay that way, he said firmly. Because if humanity ever learned that a group is silently watching over them, the entire structure of society would collapse under that truth. Their footsteps echoed through a long, empty corridor. Silver Sage's member Iranad spoke in a steady, controlled voice. We are not rulers, nor tyrants. We exist only in the shadows, protecting from within them. That is our role. Tesla narrowed his eyes. Then why is the warming necklace forbidden? It doesn't seem that dangerous. Walking slightly ahead, the Duke replied without turning back. You're not wrong, but we cannot allow magic that alters the human body itself. His voice sharpened mid-step, cutting through the corridor's silence. That path leads directly toward the temptation of immortality. Teslin clenched his jaw tightly. He understood even now there were limits to how far he could push his questions. Yet his mind refused to settle. Another thought surfaced, persistent and unresolved. How exactly did the Silver Sages maintain such an extensive information network? At first he assumed they must have operatives embedded in every nation, or perhaps intelligence flowing in from magical towers across the world. But their knowledge extended even to places where they had no known contact. His thoughts returned to Atra presenting the necklace. Even that reveal had not been stopped by the sages. Their network was vast, almost incomprehensible, but clearly not without gaps. Still, frustration lingered in him. Despite infiltrating their organization, they continued to treat him as an outsider, keeping him at the edge of their true workings. Far beyond the kingdom's reach, distant from any known mainland, floating stones drifted unnaturally in the sky, suspended as though gravity itself had been rewritten. A massive barrier encircled the entire region, sealing it away from the outside world like an invisible fortress. Within that hidden domain, a man stood before a gathered assembly, his presence commanding immediate silence. It has been a long time since we last convened, he said, scanning the room with measured eyes. And this time we face a particularly interesting matter. He placed his hands firmly on the chair before stepping forward. The atmosphere tightened instantly. As the Silver Sages, guardians of humanity, it is time we address the elimination of the martial king, Reifenhart. Schutlin crossed his arms. He's a rat, he spat, corrupting the order of this world. Archlight raised a hand slightly, a faint, amused smile forming. Calling an aura wielder of his caliber a rat is hardly accurate. Across the table, another member intertwined his fingers. The martial king is no ordinary fighter, he said gravely. He is a recognized aura master. And when someone like that gains influence, especially among Ninth Circle archmages and elites, it becomes unstable. He leaned forward. We should dismantle his support network first. Remove those around him before touching him directly. Archlight let out a quiet chuckle. Interesting hearing that from you, he said, especially considering you once allowed Sage Leon into our ranks. The older man glanced back calmly. Leon already knew of our existence, he replied. There was no need to reject someone already aligned with our principles. Another voice cut in sharply. Watch your tone, one hooded figure warned. We are not discussing ordinary matters. This is Reifenhart. The tension thickened instantly. Another member spoke up. At first I thought the martial king was simply eccentric, but now it is clear his actions are deliberate, a woman added, voice controlled but firm. He does not show obsession with other races. That much is certain. He has his own vision for the world, and he is committed to it. The guardian looked away slightly. He is young, yet his convictions are already fully formed. He paused. That level of clarity does not emerge without structure. The older man suddenly widened his eyes. Wait, are you suggesting he has a mentor? Someone shaped his thinking? His gaze swept across the others. Then we should identify that mentor as well. From beneath his cloak, he produced a small object and placed it carefully on the table. Reifenhart has already begun leaving his mark across this continent. He set two hemispherical pieces down with deliberate precision. One of the guardians rose slightly from his seat. We can't afford delay any longer. Archlight placed his hand over the object, studying it in silence. Schublin lifted his head. So have we reached a decision? The room fell completely still. One guardian's lips curled faintly. Across the table, narrowed eyes locked forward without blinking. Several women frowned, their attention tightening toward the center of the table. The old man froze. A flicker of fear crossed his face. Archlight, in contrast, maintained a faint smirk. Another older woman stared forward in silence, unmoving. A young girl allowed a faint smile to surface. Nearby, another guardian's expression twisted into a subtle grin. Beneath a dark hood, a delicate face remained hidden from view, unreadable and still. A young girl stood concealed beneath her cloak, her presence quiet but unmistakably present. From the elevated dais, a final voice broke the silence at last. It appears we have our decision. Without even lifting his gaze, Shootland spoke with cold finality, his voice cutting through the air like a sealed verdict. In the name of the Silver Sages, protectors of humanity, I hereby declare the Battle King Reifenhart a threat that must be eliminated. The moment those words fell, the floating spheres around him detonated into violent bursts of radiance, light tearing outward in sharp waves. Shootland's voice remained steady as he continued, and anyone connected to him, every last one of them, will follow the same fate. Far across the land, the banner of Holy Empire of Ashland fluttered high above fortified walls, catching the wind with solemn authority. Its sacred emblem shimmered faintly beneath the brightening sky, as if the morning light itself was drawn toward it. The sun hung high over a nation carrying more than 1,000 years of history on its shoulders. Its name echoed across the continent with reverence, Holy Empire of Ashland. Though its territorial span was no greater than realms like Graham, Helen, Rastal, or Tikhon, its influence dwarfed them all. Population, military strength, and political weight, everything converged here. It stood unchallenged as the strongest nation on the continent. People called it the land blessed by Lord Sayer, eternally bathed in golden sunlight. It was also the only nation ever granted imperial recognition by the papacy, chosen as humanity's guiding authority. At the very heart of the empire stood the sacred stronghold of the Sayer order, the papal pantheon known as the Temple of Sayer. Within the eastern territories of Count George's domain, soft clouds drifted lazily over the grand temple, casting slow-moving shadows across its vast grounds. Inside the hall, a towering cross dominated the space, looming like an unblinking presence over all who entered. A calm voice echoed through the chamber. Sayer loves all people. Confess, and you shall be forgiven. Sunlight slipped through the tall stained glass windows in fractured colors, scattering luminous patterns across the polished stone floor like drifting fragments of a sacred dream. I have sinned, a young voice replied softly. A boy sat with his head lowered, hands still, shoulders tense with quiet shame. Without changing his tone, the priest asked, "What is your sin?" The boy slowly raised his head. "I fell in love with an elf she served in my family's household." His voice faltered, trailing off as if the words themselves weighed too heavily. He lowered his gaze again. Then, almost unexpectedly, a faint, conflicted smile touched his lips. "Even if she's an elf, she's the kindest, most beautiful girl I've ever known," he said quietly. "Her voice, it's like a nightingale singing in the dark." Candles flickered gently around the confessional, their light wavering across stone walls. The priest finally spoke, measured and indifferent. "To desire an elf is not something to be proud of, but youthful emotions are difficult to restrain. You have acknowledged your sin. In the name of Sayer, you are forgiven." But the boy lifted his head again, eyes steady this time. "I don't think it's a sin." The priest blinked once, the first sign of surprise breaking his composure. "Then what is it if not sin?" The boy answered without hesitation, "I'm going to leave with her." He lowered his head again, voice quieter now. "I want a place where we can love each other openly. No lies, no guilt, but I don't know how to face my parents after hurting them like this." The priest placed a hand upon the symbol of Sayer order, his expression unwavering. "Elfkind was created to serve humanity. To indulge fleeting emotion is one matter, but to deny divine order itself, this is mortal sin." Warm light spilled through the confessional, softening the edges of the stone. "Do you wish to revise your repentance?" the priest asked calmly. "If you do, Sayer will grant forgiveness." The boy looked up with a faint, bitter smile. "I won't repent, because I don't believe I've done anything wrong." His gaze dropped once more. "I didn't come here looking for understanding. I only came to ease the guilt of making my parents worry." The priest stared forward, voice steady. "And where do you intend to go? No matter where you take her, she will remain a slave." He leaned slightly forward. "There is no need to run. Keep her as she is, a servant." In time, before the priest could finish, the boy abruptly lifted his head and cut him off. "We're going to the 100 states of Antares." A short time later, he stepped out of the temple, the heavy doors closing behind him as daylight washed over his figure. Looking up into the open sky, he whispered softly, almost breaking. "Mom, Dad," his voice trembled as he stared upward. "Forgive me, I couldn't lie to my heart anymore. I had to go with her to a place where we can live with honor." Wind swept across the grasslands, scattering green leaves through the air. Ahead, a solitary towering oak stood motionless against the horizon. He slowed his steps, eyes scanning the area carefully. "She said she'd wait here," he murmured, looking around the empty space beneath the branches. Then he froze. His gaze lifted sharply upward. There, hanging from a branch above, the elf's body swayed gently in the wind, lifeless. A rope was tightly wound around her neck, creaking faintly with each movement of the breeze. His eyes widened in sheer horror, breath caught in his throat. At the base of the tree, a small note lay pinned beneath a stone, beside a neatly placed pair of shoes. He picked up the letter with trembling fingers. The handwriting was delicate, uneven, fragile, as if written through tears. She wrote that she was only an elf, unworthy of his love because of her lowly birth. Staying with him, she believed, would only invite divine punishment. Their souls would be condemned, burned eternally in hell's flames. She begged him to forget her, to find a noble woman instead. Someone worthy, someone of his own kind to stand beside him. At the end, she asked for forgiveness for having ever tempted him into loving her. The boy stood still, staring upward, his hands beginning to tremble uncontrollably. Tears burst down his face as his body collapsed into raw emotion. A broken scream tore out of him, echoing through the empty field. The wind grew harsher, ripping through the trees. Leaves surged into the sky like fragments of a shattered world. Far away, ships drifted steadily along the Huron River, the water marking the border between the kingdoms of Helion and Antaeus. On the edge of a sheer cliff, a small wooden house stood alone against the vast landscape. Inside, a girl lifted her head. "Finally finished," she whispered, holding a sheet of paper close. Her eyes lingered on the words, uncertain. Would anyone change after reading this? Outside in the garden, a priestess carefully studied the manuscript. I can't look at orc slaves and see beasts anymore, she murmured. Maybe this story can change how others see them too. She folded her hands together and slowly lifted her gaze toward the open sky. The Holy Order teaches otherwise, she said softly. But I believe this is what Lord Sayer truly wants us to understand. Suddenly the door slammed open with a sharp crash. A man stood in the doorway, his gaze locked directly onto her without hesitation. Trudy rose slowly from her seat, her posture composed. I am Trudy, a follower of Sayer, she said calmly. What brings you here? But the man gave no response. His eyes had already lowered, fixated on the table surface. There, he saw it. The scattered pages, the words she had written. His expression tightened instantly, twisting into a sharp, hostile scowl, as if something inside him had snapped on sight. Trudy's breath caught in her throat. Her heart began hammering violently against her chest, and a cold, creeping fear spread through her body like ice. Then, abruptly, the man's eyes brightened with recognition. It's you, he muttered under his breath. I knew it was you. In the next instant, everything changed. Violent flames erupted without warning, swallowing the moment whole. Fire surged across the entire structure, devouring walls, beams, and roof in an instant. Nearby trees caught as well, igniting like dry paper in a storm of heat and light. Within minutes, nothing remained but collapsing embers and ash. The house, and the girl inside it, were completely erased by the inferno. Above it all, the sky remained eerily calm and clear, as if nothing beneath it had changed at all. Far away, strange floating stones drifted motionlessly along the borders of the kingdom, suspended in the air like forgotten relics. Deep inside a distant chamber, shelves stretched endlessly, overflowing with glowing magical spheres packed tightly in rows. Bright artificial bulbs lined the walls, casting a harsh, steady light that removed all shadows from the sterile space. The laboratory hummed with constant activity. Flasks simmered, liquids bubbled, and faint lights flickered across complex instruments. At the center, a human-shaped figure glowed faintly on a large display screen, as if being observed through layers of distant surveillance. Suddenly, the image on the screen shifted. Thick, unnatural flames began spreading across the display itself. Around it, smaller monitors rotated and flickered rapidly, feeding streams of data that flashed too fast to fully read. A hooded figure stood still, watching everything unfold. This will take time, he muttered coldly. Too many have already been influenced by the Fighting King. Archlight's lips curved into a faint, almost pitying smile. I feel for them, he said softly. Those who are sacrificed, never even understanding why. In his mind, everything served a single purpose, humanity's greater order. His gaze remained fixed ahead, as he considered one of the Silver Sage's most powerful instruments, the Eyes of Sayer, an artifact that functioned through divine invocation in Sayer's name. Every prayer, every blessing, every whispered plea scattered across the world passed through that invisible network, feeding information directly to the Silver Sages. It was the Eyes of Sayer that allowed them to control and shape the world without ever revealing themselves. The Keeper spoke calmly without turning. Every priest and follower of Sayer across the world, they're unknowingly sending us information. He lowered his eyes slightly. To call it godlike power wouldn't be an exaggeration. Then his tone shifted, quieter and more troubled. But we have nothing on the Martial King. No signals, no reports. Is there truly no one around him who believes in Sayer? Or does he simply reject the Holy Order entirely? Before he could continue, a voice suddenly called from behind, cutting through the room's tension. Archlight turned his head. Siren stood there, approaching with a calm, almost gentle smile. Just passing through, she said lightly. The Keeper narrowed his eyes. Any updates on the mission? Before Siren could respond, Saraline stepped forward without hesitation. I already sent my younger brother, she said firmly. Reifenhart may be strong, but he's still only an aura wielder. Against ancient spellcraft, he doesn't stand a chance. Archlight studied her silently for a moment. Something about her presence felt different, sharper, colder than before, enough to make him suspicious. Without another word, Saraline walked up to the control panel and pressed her hand firmly against its surface. Instantly, a screen lit up with a girl's figure screaming in agony. Her body began to destabilize, breaking apart into glowing particles as if reality itself was dissolving her. On another display, a young man activated a magic seal with absolute focus. I'm the one breaking this flow, he declared, and I'm ending it all here. The observers around the monitors froze in disbelief. One of them whispered in shock, he's using magic. Then the young man on the screen suddenly leapt forward, voice ringing out. Run! Elsewhere, deep within towering, jagged mountains, an enormous entrance carved into solid stone marked the gateway to the Chloe dungeon, an ancient relic from the Silver Age. Its massive doors glowed before slowly swinging open. Tethid stepped through first, leading a group of orcs behind him into the unknown passage. One of the orcs looked around in confusion, blinking. Wait, where are we? This just feels like somewhere else. Sillin frowned beside him. We should consider keeping this portal hidden. Too many people already know about it, Tethid answered without hesitation. We don't have a safer route. This is the only way to move everyone. The Chloe dungeon had once been overrun with monsters and demons, its halls drowning in chaos until the dwarves cleared it. Now it stood silent, strategically priceless. the only safe passage between the outside world and Antares. Sunlight spilled across the stone entrance, illuminating the massive structure. Around it, a fortified stronghold had been constructed, anchoring the passage like a military outpost. Tents lined the inner walls of the fortress, and voices echoed constantly through the encampment, blending into a restless field of preparation. The orcs stood within the camp, sweat running down their faces, hands gripping their weapons tightly as they endured relentless training. Their commander raised his arm and shouted with force that carried across the field. "Forward, Skander!" At his command, a sword embedded in the ground began to tremble violently, then shot upward in a blur, flying directly into his hand. A wave of stunned silence swept through the orcs. They stood frozen, eyes wide, witnessing a level of skill far beyond anything they had imagined. Commander lifted his blade high, voice booming. "There is no such thing as impossible." Then, lowering it with a confident grin, he added, "I am no different from you. If I can rise, so can you." Straightening his stance, hands on his hips, he declared, "There is no shame in starting over. These weapons you hold now," he continued, "are your only true companions here. Forget the old ones. They won't serve you in this new land." A fellow warrior stepped forward from behind him. "They're pushing themselves hard," he said quietly. "Even my tribe's best fighters would struggle with this level of training." The commander glanced back with a faint grin. "Of course they would. Arena fighters don't quit, not when they finally have something to fight for." For the first time, something had changed in them: hope. Hope for freedom. Walking among the trainees, an orc raised his voice, guiding them. "Trust your weapons. Feel their rhythm. Hear the echo within your soul. Become one with the blade." He rested his sword across his shoulder. "Let it carry your strength." At that moment, Tethid approached from the side. "I brought some new faces." The commander turned sharply and called out with energy. "Welcome to the lands of freedom." Sillin stepped forward immediately. "Is Riffenhard in the castle?" The orc shook his head. "He's already gone to the battlefield." Sillin raised a brow. "Another war already?" Far beyond them, black smoke curled upward into the sky, staining the horizon. Armored knights thundered across the land, shouting orders by Baron's command, "Wipe out everything that breathes." These were the Locust mercenaries, an infamous, shadowed force operating along the southern Croyn border and northern Vasily. They accepted any contract and never once left a job unfinished. Bodies already littered the streets behind them. Survivors knelt among the ruins, trembling violently, crying out and begging desperately for their lives as destruction closed in around them. The mercenaries moved through the battlefield with cold grins, cutting enemies down one after another as if it were nothing more than sport. One mercenary stepped closer to a trembling girl, clutching a small child in her arms. He tilted his head, eyes roaming over her with disgust and amusement. "Not bad. You're actually pretty," he sneered. "Pretty for a peasant, I guess I'm lucky today." The girl begged him desperately for mercy, her voice breaking. The mercenary let out a harsh, ugly laugh. "Sorry, sweetheart. Mercy ain't in my dictionary." But before he could finish the sentence, something flashed past. His body froze mid-motion as his head separated cleanly and dropped to the ground. His eyes remained wide open in pure shock, still registering what had just happened, even as life drained away. The girl and the child slowly lifted their heads in disbelief. Standing before them was Cirrus, sword already drawn, its edge faintly gleaming in the chaos. "Run," she said quietly, without looking back. The mercenaries instantly erupted in rage, turning toward her. Who the hell did that? Was it the elf? Cyrus lowered her stance, blade angled forward, her body steady and composed. Only now did the mercenaries recognize her face. This was no ordinary elf. It was the warrior whispered about across the Croyn Civil War, the one who had ended countless nights of slaughter. One mercenary stepped forward slowly, narrowing his eyes, tension building in his grip. Reifenhardt's voice cut through the battlefield like steel. "What kind of filth is this?" he snapped, fists tightening. "Your sins won't be washed away, not even in blood." Flames suddenly erupted around his hand, swirling violently as heat distorted the air. The knights instinctively staggered back, fear spreading across their faces as they felt the pressure of the flames. With a sharp motion, he raised his arm and unleashed a blazing cannon of fire straight ahead. The explosion tore through the battlefield, blasting the knights apart and sending them flying in every direction. Cyrus stepped forward without hesitation, extending her blade toward the young boy. "Fill it," she said calmly. The surviving knights scrambled back onto their horses, panic rising as they shouted, "She's just an elf. Don't be afraid of her." But Cirrus did not move, not even slightly. With a subtle motion of her weapon, a second presence surged outward. Galen was released from within, her spirit taking form. Galen snapped her fingers once and shot forward like a streak of energy rushing into the battlefield. Cyrus exhaled softly, almost relieved. "Thanks." In a single flowing motion, she swept her blade across the field, cutting through multiple knights at once before they could even react. Remaining soldiers turned immediately and fled in complete panic, abandoning the battlefield. Cyrus raised her hand again, and a massive surge of power erupted outward, Tortoise manifesting as overwhelming force. The enemy soldiers tried to hold their ground, slamming their swords into the earth to block her advance. At the same moment, Cirrus shouted an ancient invocation, calling upon Widar through a forgotten oath. The summoned force blazed with radiant light, its aura swelling to unbearable intensity before it obliterated everything in its path. One stunned soldier staggered back, shouting in disbelief. Since when can a new moon swordsman use spells like that? Heavy footsteps suddenly thundered across the ground, growing louder with every second. Reifenhardt arrived in a violent rush, fury burning in his eyes as he watched the enemy forces scatter. He drew his sword and leapt forward, snarling. Aura or not, he's still just a man. Stab him and he'll bleed like everyone else. But the blade struck the target's armor and twisted uselessly, unable to pierce through. Reifenhardt looked down with a cold scoff. You really think I'm ordinary? My body's tougher than steel? He pulled his fist back, flames instantly engulfing his arm, roaring with dangerous heat. Terror spread across the knight's face as he realized what was about to happen. In a split second, Reifenhardt unleashed Zero Strike. Blood exploded through the air, splattering across the surrounding knights in a violent spray. He seized the fallen man by the head, ignoring his desperate pleas, and crushed his skull before another word could escape. The remaining knights instantly dropped their weapons, panic overtaking them. We were just following Barlant Cheetah's orders. Grinding his teeth, Reifenhardt snapped back. And you think that excuses the blood on your blades? The screams of the innocent? The path ahead fell eerily silent, the battlefield briefly clearing. A moment later, fresh blood splattered across the dirt, marking the aftermath of the clash. Reifenhardt turned slightly, muttering. Barlant Cheris has completely lost his mind, working with scum like this. Cirrus looked away and replied quietly. He knows exactly who he's dealing with. In his mind, Reifenhardt saw the broader conflict clearly. Barlant Cheris and Barlant locked in a brutal struggle of noble houses. Once Cheris gathered thousands of mercenaries, he wasted no time launching an invasion into Barlant's territory. Within just a week, half the land was reduced to burning ruin. Watching the devastated terrain, Reifenhardt clenched his jaw tightly. As always, it's the people who pay for the greed of nobles. Antares could no longer remain neutral, not with the border this close. He turned sharply. You're here, aren't you? Behind him, Kata arrived on horseback, shouting across the field. All knights of Antares have assembled. Reifenhardt frowned immediately. Took you long enough. We're running out of time. Turning toward his assembled forces, Reifenhardt raised his voice with command. From this moment onward, Antares enters this war. He stood firm, fists clenched, eyes locked forward toward the battlefield ahead. A new war had officially begun. Far away, in another part of the kingdom, Barlant Cheetah stood with a dark scowl forming on his face. A powerful noble of southern Croint, his influence came from vast fertile lands and control over the thriving Zared trade hub. He was also known as Barland's old rival, a man whose hostility had been simmering for years. House Cheetars traced its pride back to an ancient noble bloodline, while Barland's family had climbed into power through wealth and influence rather than inherited prestige. To Cheetars, the idea that a mountain of coins could purchase a noble title was laughable at best and insulting at worst. He shot a cold sideways look toward his longtime rival, his expression tightening as old resentment flared again. Their feud had always been bitter, but during the kingdom's struggle for the throne, that rivalry finally reached the point of no return. House Barland had backed Prince Yuvel from the very start, making their allegiance clear before anyone could question it. Barlant Cheetars, however, had chosen to remain neutral at first. His loyalty had originally belonged to Sir Grandard, and only after the tide began to shift did he finally pledge support to the prince. Barland, the heir of House Barland, watched it all with a faint smile tugging at his lips, thinking to himself that he wanted to see whether they could still act so superior now. Jack, the heir of House Cheetars, clenched his teeth so hard his jaw tightened. In his eyes, Barland was nothing but an arrogant little worm who had forgotten his place. At first, it was only a sharp exchange of insults between the two young heirs, their words cutting across the air during a noble gathering in Croyne, but the tension rose too quickly to contain. What began as sneering remarks turned into a heated confrontation, and before anyone could properly stop them, both sides agreed to settle the matter with a duel. Jack had underestimated Barland, and that mistake cost him everything. In one decisive moment, Barland's blade drove straight through Jack's chest, leaving the gathering frozen in shock. Prince Yuvel tried to step between the two houses and calm the storm before it spread, but even as the newly crowned king, his authority was still too fragile to hold back the fury that followed. Barlant Cheetars exploded in rage the moment he learned what had happened. With fury blazing in his eyes, he thundered that he would purge those lands of filth with his own hands. Then, driven by vengeance, he gathered thousands of mercenaries under his banner and launched a brutal assault against House Barland's territory. Before long, the streets were swallowed by smoke, screams, and the heavy stench of blood. Barland reached out to his allies for help, but not a single one stepped forward. They all feared the same man, Sir Grandard, the Lord of Aura, who now stood behind Barlant Cheetars, one after another. Those supposed allies turned away from House Barland, leaving Barland isolated. With no other path in sight, he was forced to attempt peace talks. He swallowed every scrap of pride he had left and offered every concession he could think of, but each proposal was rejected without a second thought. His lands were being crushed beneath the invasion. And as Barlin sat with his head buried in his hands, teetering on the edge of despair, something like a miracle finally appeared before him. Out of that deep darkness, a single golden lifeline suddenly emerged, bright enough to cut through the gloom. It was thick, radiant, and unyielding, shining with a strength that seemed as solid as iron. All around, the tree branches stirred and trembled as the wind passed through them. Then, far off in the distance, a soft and strangely warm glow began to burn against the horizon. A heartbeat later, a thunderous blast tore through the battlefield, and mercenaries were flung in every direction like leaves caught in a storm. Riefenhart surged forward through the chaos, unleashing a rapid barrage of cheat bullets as he advanced. Every shot struck with overwhelming force, cutting down every enemy who dared to stand in his path. High atop his horse, Garand, the captain of the Cheetar's knights, stared at the scene in disbelief before shouting out in sheer panic. He could barely process what he was seeing. Why was that man here? The king of martial arts had appeared on this battlefield, and against someone like him, Garand had no idea how they were supposed to fight. In desperation, Garand thrust his sword into the air and shouted that he would pay 1,000 gold to anyone who could leave even one scratch on Riefenhart. The moment those words rang out, greed swallowed the knight's fear, and they charged forward all at once. But Riefenhart charged straight into the incoming wave without slowing down. His voice cut through the battlefield as he roared that they sold other people's lives as if they were coins. Yet now they were furious when their own lives were traded in the exact same way. He ripped through their ranks like wildfire, racing across dry grass, leaving nothing but panic in his wake. Driven half-mad by the promised reward, the mercenaries rushed at him from every side, shouting over one another that all they needed was a single hit, just one scratch, and the 1,000 gold would be theirs. Riefenhart sprang into the air above them, his body rising cleanly over the battlefield, and with a cold mutter he called them idiots. Then he brought down Avalanche Kick, and the impact erupted like a crushing wave across the ground, blasting through the battlefield with terrifying force. One mercenary staggered backward, his face drained of color as fear finally overtook his greed. No one had warned them that Riefenhart would be here. Riefenhart lifted his fist toward the sky, standing tall amid the chaos, and demanded to know whether they truly believed they could harm the king of martial arts. Just then, the ground began to tremble beneath everyone's feet as the heavy thunder of approaching hooves rolled closer. Cheetars raised his blade high and gave the order to the Antares knights, commanding them to cut down everything standing in front of them. Across the chaos, Barlin's voice rang out with steady force, ordering his men to hold their ground because this battle belonged to them as well. He then yanked hard on the reins, pulling his horse back as he shouted for his forces to withdraw. With the forces of Antares hammering them from the front and Barlin's men striking in from the flank, the mercenaries of House Cheetars found themselves trapped with nowhere to press forward. In the end, they had no choice but to retreat. When the dust finally began to settle, Ceres lowered her head with a tired look and muttered under her breath, asking why Riefenhart was always shirtless. Riefenhart only blinked at her, as if the answer were obvious, and said it was simply more comfortable that way. Cyrus closed her eyes with a sudden sigh, clearly unwilling to let the matter go. She told him that comfort still did not make it acceptable to walk around practically naked, especially when the view was far too distracting. Riefenhart clenched his fist, shifting the topic with unexpected seriousness as he asked what she thought about his handwriting. He pressed her further, asking whether it was good enough for someone bearing the title of King of Martial Arts. Ceres grinned at him, amused, and answered that he was definitely the true heir to the indestructible gem. Barlin stepped forward then and extended his hand toward Riefenhart. With sincere gratitude in his voice, he admitted that without Riefenhart's help, they would never have had a chance. Riefenhart accepted it with a faint smile and replied that he had only done what any ally should do, though for a moment, his thoughts drifted elsewhere. The alliance with Barlin had actually been sealed 2 weeks earlier, and it all began with a single letter. Written inside that letter were 3 conditions that would define the terms between them. When Barlin first read through it, he studied the contents carefully, his brow tightening in confusion. The condition about dividing territory was simple enough for him to understand, but the remaining terms gave him pause. The abolition of slavery, and the immediate recognition of every freed slave as an equal citizen under the laws of Antares. Those demands were far heavier than he had expected. Even then, Riefenhart had noticed the hesitation in Barlin's eyes before the man ever spoke a word. Barlin had questions, and not just 1 or 2. There were plenty of doubts he wanted answered. But in the end, he accepted the terms anyway, because the truth was painfully clear. He did not have the luxury of refusing, and just like that, the alliance was formed. With his arms crossed, Riefenhart quietly weighed the decision in his mind. Of course, it had been a strategic move, a way to signal the change in power to other sentient forces and expand his borders at the same time. Even so, he knew that having a righteous cause for war mattered just as much. After already living through 1 lifetime, Riefenhart had made that truth painfully clear to himself. And now, in Naw's Canyon, between 2 opposing squads, a single figure stood in silence. Riefenhart narrowed his eyes, his brow tightening as he looked across the enemy ranks. Then he called out in a low, warning voice that if they wanted to live, they should run while they still could. The knights faltered. their grips tightening around their weapons as fear crept across their faces. Some wondered aloud how they were supposed to fight a man like him. But their commander snapped his head toward them and crushed that doubt immediately, warning that anyone who fled would be punished. With that order driving them forward, the knights charged. They clung to the thought that even if Riefenhart was called the king of martial arts, he was still only one man. At those words, fury flared in Riefenhart's eyes, burning hot enough to change the air around him. Flames burst to life in his hand as he raised it high above him. His voice thundered across the canyon as he roared that if they refused to run, then they would not live long enough to see tomorrow. The flames shot upward into the sky, rising like a pillar of destruction. One knight froze in place, his voice trembling as terror overtook him. He could only ask what kind of human was capable of such a thing. What kind of man could strike with enough power to shatter the heavens themselves? But fear no longer mattered once the order came crashing down. The command rang out over the battlefield, telling them to attack. The protagonist rolled his eyes with visible irritation, glancing across the battlefield. So, no retreat then? As Riefenhart scanned the faces before him, his expression shifted slightly. He realized something. These weren't trained knights or hardened mercenaries. They were ordinary civilians, people dragged into this war and forced to stand here. A brilliant aura surged outward from him, radiating power in controlled waves. "I'll go easy on you," he muttered coldly. "None of you will die from this." In a blur of motion, he moved through the crowd with sharp, precise strikes, knocking each opponent down one after another without hesitation or wasted movement. A man lingering in the rear narrowed his eyes, calculating. They can't beat him, but they don't need to. Just stall him long enough. A sly smirk formed on his lips. And this arrogant bastard always rushes in first. From somewhere in the crowd, a voice rang out sharply. "That arrogance is going to be your downfall, Riefenhart." A formation of armed knights quickly raised their weapons, locking onto him. Even the so-called king of martial arts won't survive a direct ballista strike. The order was given, and in the next instant, explosive launch sounds ripped through the air as the weapons fired. Riefenhart turned toward the incoming attack, a faint, almost amused smile forming on his face. With effortless timing, he tossed his weapon fragments upward, clenched his fist, and dipped his body low, raising one hand as if setting a trigger in place. Direct cannon volley. A devastating burst of power erupted forward with a thunderous roar. One of the soldiers' eyes widened completely, frozen in pure disbelief at what he was witnessing. The entire crowd could do nothing but stare. Fear locked them in place, the collective realization settling in that they might all be finished. Meanwhile, Riefenhart moved forward with calm, steady steps, approaching the fortress of Tan as if the battlefield noise meant nothing to him. Suddenly, someone pointed from within the formation. "That's her, that elven witch." Cyrus didn't even flinch. Calm and composed, she raised her hand. "Selena, don't hold back," she ordered firmly. "Wrap yourself in Syl and let Salamander burn everything to ash." Riefenhart watched her quietly, a faint smile forming. She had changed, grown far stronger than before. She stood tall and commanding, her voice carrying authority as she controlled multiple spirits of the Great Seven, leaving only light and darkness untouched. Her movements were precise, her swords flowing like living energy. Even seasoned warriors from the Danheim tribe would hesitate before attempting such control over fire and wind. Elvenheim, the legendary world tree, had always chosen its guardian on its own, selecting the strongest elf to wield its immense power. That guardian wasn't just a protector of the tree, but the leader of all elves entrusted with their collective fate. Now, before that colossal world tree, an elf stood silently with arms folded, watching everything unfold. Earlier that year, deep within the Spalat Desert where the Danheim tribe resided, the world tree Neon had been planted. It had grown rapidly, and by summer, another world tree, Gerenting, had emerged near the mighty Gotten River, casting an enormous shadow over the city as it flourished. When Gerenting reconnected with Neon, a name was carved deep into its core, Cirrus. Through the merging of the tree systems, the world trees themselves had recognized her not only as guardian, but as leader of all elves. Riefenhart's gaze sharpened. Finally, everything was beginning to bear fruit. The mercenaries' supply carts suddenly erupted, exploding into scattered fragments across the battlefield. Flames roared across the wreckage as Cirrus stood unshaken at the center of the chaos, her presence unwavering amid the destruction. Far away within the rocky stronghold of Hunter Post, the command center of Barlant Cheetar's territory, news of defeat arrived like a crushing blow. Inside the grand cliffside palace, Barlant Cheetar erupted in fury. "What do you mean they crossed the native canyon?" he roared. A mercenary stood before him, trembling violently, drenched in sweat. He bowed his head deeply. "We did everything we could. Our forces weren't enough." Barlant gritted his teeth and turned away in rage. Crushed, scattered, pushed all the way back to Hundar. Even Grandard, the Aura Knight I trusted, abandoned us. Storming down the corridor, he muttered through clenched teeth. "You're my last hope now." Inside a nearby room, a frightened girl flinched as the man reached toward her face. But suddenly, he stopped mid-motion and turned his head, voice dropping into something cold and controlled. "We were interrupted too soon." A man named Barland appeared, and the speaker's lips curled into a faint smile. "So you've arrived." He extended his hand casually toward the girl, then glanced at Barland with a mocking grin. Your daughter has grown into quite the beauty as expected. Greenhouse flowers always smell sweeter than weeds. Barland lowered his gaze in disgust, visibly repulsed by the shamelessness in front of him. First the maid's, now his own daughter. Even so, he delivered the warning. The king of martial arts is coming. Fast. He could strike at any moment. Jade closed his eyes slowly. So it's come to this, he murmured. As expected, the only way to kill him. A golden aura shimmered faintly around him. But to make it truly unstoppable, I'll need far more diamonds. Jade opened his eyes again, a sharp smile forming. So, is everything ready? Soon after, the Antares army stood assembled in formation before the towering walls of Barlant Cheetar's stronghold. Fully armored knights tightened their grips as tension filled the air. Orders echoed loudly across the battlefield. Load the catapults! Prepare for full assault! Ladders ready. Today, Hundar post falls. A captain raised his blade high. Second volley, fire. The catapult shot slammed into walls and buildings with precise, devastating impact. As another projectile was loaded, a knight growled bitterly. Keep firing. The Cheetar family treated peasants like insects. They deserve to be wiped out. Barland lifted his blade and shouted, This is our moment. Show them what true courage looks like. On the battlements, a knight raised a cauldron of boiling oil. Exactly what I expected from the king of martial arts dogs. So easy to read. The boiling oil was poured down in a devastating wave. Below, a boy narrowed his eyes sharply and called out into the chaos. Nymphia, come to me! The spirit darted forward with a sudden lethal acceleration, closing the distance as if space itself had folded. Cirrus snapped her head sharply to the side, eyes narrowing as she caught the movement. Is the swordswoman of the new moon nearby? Watch out! She called out, her voice cutting through the tension as her body shifted into a guarded stance. Off to the side, a knight let out a cold, mocking sneer, lips curling with disdain as he sized her up. Too much honor for a worthless elf, he spat, his tone dripping with contempt as the battlefield momentarily tightened with hostility. Cyrus spun around in pure alarm, her instincts flaring just in time to register the incoming threat. A searing beam of light tore through the air toward her. She twisted her body at the last possible instant, narrowly evading the devastating strike as it scorched past her position. A seventh circle light punishment spell had already been completed and released, its residual energy still crackling in the air like burning static. The sheer scale of magic made the surroundings feel heavier, suffocating even. Dropping her center of gravity, Sirius lowered herself into a tight combat stance, one hand gripping her weapon with controlled force. Her eyes moved constantly, scanning the distance with sharp precision, tracking every possible angle of attack. A thought cut through her mind like ice. Was that a seventh circle spell? Hovering high above the battlefield, the enemy tilted his head with a relaxed, almost amused expression. A cruel smile formed as he looked down at them. The contract only asked me to kill Riffenhart, he said lightly. But taking you out as well, consider it a bonus? He raised one hand casually, and a burst of condensed photon light erupted outward in a blinding surge. Despite the overwhelming flash, Cirrus did not flinch. Her gaze locked forward with unwavering focus. Terrarius, shield, now at her command, the spirit surged forward instantly, interposing itself between her and the attack, forming a protective barrier just in time to absorb the incoming light burst. The enemy arched a brow, genuinely intrigued as the impact dissipated against the spirit barrier. So that's spirit magic, he murmured. Impressive. Cyrus frowned deeply, her grip tightening as she reassessed the situation. The timing had been dangerously close, far too close. They hadn't expected an enemy of this caliber to appear here. That much was becoming clear. A crooked, unsettling grin slowly formed on the enemy's face. His eyes narrowed as if savoring the moment, and under his breath, he began chanting something low and deliberate. The words slipping out like a curse carried on wind. Riefenhart's expression shifted sharply as tension spiked in his gaze. He turned his head and shouted with urgency. Cyrus, lifting his chin, Riefenhart let out a frustrated curse, his eyes scanning the battlefield in disbelief. This was supposed to be a clean conquest. Where the hell did this guy come from? Then something nearby caught his attention. A catapult stood positioned along the siege line, its massive frame still idle but intact. His eyes narrowed as an idea formed instantly. He sprinted toward the operator without hesitation. Can you launch me? He demanded. The knight blinked in confusion, momentarily stunned. You can't just ride a catapult. It's not meant for humans. It can't handle more than 100 kilograms, he replied quickly. Without wasting another second, Riefenhart began stripping off his armor piece by piece, metal clattering to the ground. Good thing, he shouted, eyes burning with determination. I've been cutting weight. As the enemy's chant continued to build in intensity, a wind bomb spell erupted across the battlefield, followed immediately by a distortion of weight magic surging toward Cirrus. The air itself twisted unnaturally as both forces converged. In a flash of warped space and light, he appeared directly behind her, palm already glowing with concentrated energy, aimed and ready to strike. Cyrus whirled around at the last instant, eyes widening as she caught the incoming attack. A blinding ray of energy was already streaking straight toward her face. leaving no margin for hesitation. "Ignatius!" she shouted, voice sharp and commanding, the name echoing across the battlefield like a trigger being pulled. A massive wall of roaring flame erupted instantly in response, surging upward like a living inferno. It wrapped around Cirrus in a spiraling blaze, forming a protective barrier of burning force. The attacker stumbled back slightly, forced to break his momentum. His eyes widened for a fraction of a second. "She blocked that too?" he muttered, before his shock faded into a sly, knowing smile once again. But Cirrus had already moved. She slashed forward through the flames and shouted again, her voice cutting through the heat. "Salamander Ignatius, attack!" A glowing magic seal flared beneath her, and a combined elemental strike surged forward with explosive force. The enemy answered immediately, raising his hand as his voice sharpened. "Winds of the North, form blades and pierce them all." With a sweeping motion, he extended his arm fully, and the wind responded violently. Invisible blades coalesced in midair, tightening into a deadly formation that closed in like a collapsing cage. In an instant, the wind blades tore through the summoned spirits, shredding through their forms as the elemental constructs began to break apart under overwhelming pressure. Cyrus gritted her teeth, her expression tightening as fear began to creep in despite her resistance. "Even with Salamander and Ignatius, I can't overpower his magic?" Her grip tightened painfully around her blades. Her thoughts raced, sharp and desperate. Syl's cutting edge alone won't be enough, not against this storm. I need more fire, more force, but I don't have the strength left to summon additional spirits. Suddenly, the fire dragon she had summoned twisted violently in midair, its trajectory reversing in an unnatural turn, as if seized by an unseen command. The enemy's eyes widened slightly in disbelief. "Did she just turn her own spirits against herself?" he murmured. "But elves are supposed to be in harmony with their summons." Before doubt could fully settle, Cirrus moved. She leapt forward with sudden clarity, and in that instant, the situation made far more sense than it first appeared. It's not that simple. A massive explosion detonated across the battlefield, shaking the ground violently as shockwaves rippled outward in every direction, tearing through dust and stone. Fire and pressure burst outward in layered waves, expanding rapidly as heat distorted the air and debris scattered like fragments of shattered glass. Cyrus charged straight through the chaos, accelerating at full speed toward her opponent. Every obstacle in her path was cut down in precise, blazing arcs of her blade, each strike carving clean openings through destruction itself. The ground cracked beneath her relentless advance, stone splitting apart as streams of fire bled through the rubble in her wake, marking her path like a burning trail. Then another explosion erupted, louder and closer, swallowing the battlefield in a second wave of violent force. From within the blast, a dark silhouette was launched violently upward, spinning through the air as momentum carried it high above the battlefield. Jade raised one hand behind him mid-air, already preparing his next sequence of movement, his posture steady even in the chaos. His arms spread wide, and multiple magical seals ignited around him in a spinning formation, each one pulsing with unstable energy as they locked into place. A sudden violent gust sliced through the battlefield and rushed past Cirrus. Immediately after, a sharp pain struck her side as the air itself seemed to tear. Blood sprayed from her hand, droplets scattering into the wind as she staggered slightly under the unseen impact. Another slash followed without warning. Her leg was cut cleanly by an invisible force, forcing her stance to break as she struggled to stabilize herself. Jade gritted his teeth, refusing to relent, and pressed the assault forward with increasing intensity, each motion tightening the deadly net around her. But suddenly something at the edge of his vision pulled his attention. His movement froze mid-sequence, and a flicker of horror spread across his face as his attack stalled. Cyrus did not hesitate even for a fraction of a second. Her body moved on pure instinct, breaking through hesitation and pain. Her eyes burned with absolute focus, cutting through the chaos as if nothing else in the world existed. With every last ounce of strength she still possessed, she unleashed two devastating strikes in rapid succession, her entire body committing to the attack. Her blades screamed through the air, trailing burning arcs of fire that carved luminous paths across the battlefield, the heat distorting everything in their wake. The tower behind Jade absorbed the full impact of her attack. The structure shuddered violently as the strike landed, signaling the scale of force unleashed in that single decisive moment. Deep fractures ripped through the structure's base, splitting stone and support beams apart as the foundation began to collapse inward. In the next instant, fire surged through the cracks, swallowing the weakened core in an expanding blaze. A heartbeat later, the entire structure gave way, detonating in a massive explosion that ripped upward in a violent bloom of debris, flame, and collapsing stone. The shockwave rolled across the battlefield. Cyrus landed lightly amid the chaos, boots skidding across scorched ground as she immediately swept her gaze across the battlefield, searching for her target with sharp, controlled focus. But he was gone. Then, almost instantly, she felt it, his presence reappearing somewhere else, like a sudden distortion in the air. Her instincts tightened. Spinning around in one sharp motion, Cyrus locked onto Jade as he hovered midair, his body suspended above the battlefield, his face twisted into a vicious snarl as he looked down at her. "I can't believe a lowly elf pulled off a flash step," he spat, disbelief and irritation mixing in his voice as he steadied himself in the air. Cyrus narrowed her eyes, recalculating the situation in an instant. I was certain I had the advantage. There's no way he evaded that on his own. Her gaze shifted to faint residual distortions hanging in the air, marks left behind in space itself. A teleportation artifact, she murmured under her breath, recognition forming as she studied the traces. If it truly allows spatial displacement, then it's at least legendary class. Those kinds of artifacts aren't myths. They're documented across the continent, but rarely ever seen in real combat. Jade lifted his hand slowly, expression tightening with cold annoyance. I didn't want to waste this on an elf, he muttered. Voice low, but pride can wait. Across his skin, faint microchip-like patterns began to glow, spreading in intricate lines. Yellow luminescent traces lit up like veins under pressure, pulsing with unstable energy. Cyrus frowned deeply, analyzing the unfamiliar energy. Is this magic? Or some kind of aura system? Jade's grin widened at her hesitation. Then, boom. A blinding burst erupted from his outstretched hand, detonating forward in a concentrated beam of destructive force that lit up the battlefield. Cyrus leapt sideways at the last possible instant, her flaming blades clenched tightly as she twisted through the air. The energy blast tore past her, its intensity increasing as it raced beyond her position. The projectile slammed straight into a nearby building wall with catastrophic force. A split second later, the entire structure, marked with the heavy inscription K.R.A. Kumb, began to fracture violently as cracks spread across its surface. Cyrus whipped her head back, stunned by the sheer output of power. How does he possess that level of cutting force? Before she could finish the thought, another shockwave erupted behind her. Jade had already reappeared, his expression now twisted into something far more unstable. Why don't you just stop already? With a manic grin stretched across his face, he raised the sword of rupture, its presence warping the air around it. Cyrus's eyes widened in shock as blood sprayed into the air, her body reacting too late to fully evade the strike. The impact ripped through the space between them in an instant. The fire dragon surged in front of her, attempting to shield her body, half its mass absorbing the sword of rupture's attack. But the blade pressed through it without hesitation, burning through its elemental form. Within seconds, the summoned spirit disintegrated completely, collapsing into fading embers. The sword, momentarily clean and untouched, shimmered, then suddenly cracked under its own strain. Tiny fractures raced across its surface, and in an instant the blade shattered, breaking apart into glowing fragments that scattered through the air like burning glass. Cyrus dropped to one knee, barely able to hold herself upright. Blood poured down around her, soaking into the ground beneath as her entire body trembled under the weight of the damage. Jade pressed a hand to his forehead and burst into loud, unrestrained laughter. Now that you're groveling like a dog, you finally look like an elf, he mocked, voice echoing with cruel amusement. His eyes sharpened as the laughter faded into a colder tone. Still clinging to that arrogance even now, watching her struggle upright, broken blade still trembling in her grasp, he smirked again. And you actually thought you could dodge my magic? He lifted his hand toward the sky, where a massive fire seal ignited above them, spiraling with unstable heat. Let's see, how do you handle fire? Sweat slid down Cyrus's face, mixing with ash and blood, as she forced herself to stay focused, despite the overwhelming pressure. Her eyes widened slightly, tension locking her body as she braced for whatever came next. Jade suddenly snapped his head to the side, his expression shifting mid-motion as he sensed something approaching. A blazing beam of magic tore through the air at extreme speed, slamming into the building behind him with devastating impact. Thick clouds of smoke erupted upward, swallowing the structure as debris rained down in heavy bursts. In an instant, the entire battlefield was engulfed in expanding flames, heat waves rolling across the ground like a living storm. Cyrus froze mid-motion, eyes widening in pure shock and fear as the sudden interference shattered her momentary focus. Arms suddenly wrapped around her from behind, catching her mid-fall. Riefenhardt held her securely, steadying her weight as he looked down at her. You okay? Don't move, he said quickly. You're bleeding out. Cyrus's face flushed red in an instant as she realized his state, half his armor gone again. He's half naked again? Put me down, she snapped, flustered and furious at once. Riefenhardt ignored her protest and lifted his gaze toward the enemy instead, his expression sharpening with intent. Who the hell are you? You're not just some third-rate mage, he's way too fast. And I swear I've seen that face before. Jade clasped his hands behind his back calmly, almost leisurely. Using a catapult, huh? I've heard martial kings are ignorant, but this is worse than expected. He tilted his head slightly, a thin smile forming. Still, it's about time you showed up. Riefenhardt narrowed his eyes, studying him closely. That gaze cold, precise, calculated, like someone who had already decided the outcome long ago. Then a sudden chill ran through him. Recognition hit like a spike of ice. Jade? Why is he here? Fragments of memory began to surge back. In his previous life, Jade had been the second son of House Archlight, a prestigious noble line of elite mages within the Holy Empire of Vashalin, renowned across generations for producing top-tier spellcasters. Jade had been one of his most dangerous enemies, backed by an entire coalition of mages from across the continent. A light mage blessed with overwhelming mana, treated almost like a natural force of destruction. He was remembered as the strongest spellcaster alive, a figure who once stood with arms spread wide as unmatched magical power radiated from him. By the age of 20, he had already reached the 7th circle, making even veteran mages burn with envy. Though rarely seen in public, secluded within the Tower of the Sun, his name still carried immense weight across every magical institution and faction. Yet strangely, that fame eventually faded. After turning 30, his presence seemed to disappear from the world's attention entirely. So why is he here now, on this battlefield? Not for money, his family never needed it. So what's his real goal? From high within the Tower of the Sun, Jade extended his hand, a faint smirk curling on his lips. A contract is a contract. That means you have to die. Riffenhart's eyes narrowed. So that's it? He's here just to fulfill a contract? But his thoughts darkened further as memory returned. Jade had once boasted about banishing a vicious dark elf to another world, claiming absolute superiority over her magic. He killed Ceres in my past life, and now he's come to finish the job again. Without hesitation, Jade unleashed a fire cannon, the air tearing apart as compressed flames roared forward in a devastating blast. Riefenhart dropped instantly into a combat stance, meeting the barrage head-on and deflecting each incoming blast with brutal precision. "This is insane," he shouted. "You really think something like this will kill me?" Jade's smile never shifted, calm and absolute as the battlefield burned around him. Jade reached behind his back in one fluid motion, gathering force as his arm tensed. In the next instant, he swung forward, unleashing the Severance Sword, an invisible cutting wave that tore through the air at terrifying speed, racing straight toward his target. Riefenhart's eyes sharpened instantly, light flashing across his pupils as he registered the incoming attack. Without hesitation, he drew his arm back behind him and swung forward, shaping mana into a circular defensive formation that snapped into place in front of him like a shield. The two forces met in midair with a violent collision, pressure erupting outward as space seemed to strain between offense and defense. But Riefenhart's eyes widened in shock. No way! The Severance Sword didn't slow. It sliced straight through the defensive circle as if it didn't exist, breaking through the magic barrier with brutal ease. The cutting force surged onward and struck Riefenhart's side, tearing through flesh and force in a single continuous motion. Even after impact, the attack didn't stop. It kept traveling forward with devastating momentum. It carved through the massive structure behind him, splitting stone and steel alike as it left a deep, glowing slash across the towering ruin. Riefenhart glanced down at the wound on his side, stunned into silence. That just cut through my circle. His thoughts raced as he tried to process it. Could that be a Silver Age artifact? That level of power, it's on par with Eldrin Yusa's ultimate technique, Eldrin's Light. Jade stepped forward calmly, his hand still faintly glowing with residual power, his expression cold and composed. "Even a battle king is helpless against ancient relics," he said flatly. Riefenhart stood firm despite the wound, jaw tightening as he studied him closely. It activated instantly, that glove. Could it really surpass Eldrin's power? But I've never seen Jade wield anything like that before. Without warning, Riefenhart surged forward and unleashed a straight punch, the motion splitting into a rapid barrage that fired off like compressed bullets of force. Jade reacted immediately, thrusting his palm outward. A shimmering anti-impact barrier formed in an instant, catching every incoming strike and dispersing them across its surface. But before the barrier could settle, a brutal kick came snapping through the air toward his face. "Try this instead," Riefenhart roared, voice cutting through the clash. The kick landed with explosive force, like a cannon blast detonation. A shockwave burst outward across the battlefield as Jade's body was launched into the air. As Jade tumbled backward mid-air, Riefenhart caught a flash of something on his feet, an unfamiliar glow embedded in his movement. Movement boots. Where did he get those? His mind suddenly snapped backward to another memory. An unknown assassin cloaked in black, moving with unnatural precision. Not especially strong, yet impossible to stop. Neither Cirrus nor Tethid had been able to bring him down. He moved using artifacts no one had ever seen before. Back in the present, Riefenhart's focus locked firmly onto Jade's boots, teleportation short range. So that's how she lost. Jade suddenly laughed, voice echoing with arrogance. "A warrior will never beat a mage, especially one who keeps his distance." With glowing eyes and his hand raised high, Jade began chanting again. In a sweeping motion, he unleashed a storm of ice blades that erupted into the air like a blizzard of daggers, all converging toward Riefenhart. Riefenhart didn't even flinch. Flames erupted from his arms in a violent surge, burning through the majority of the incoming ice blades as steam and fire clashed mid-air. Jade watched coldly, his expression steady. "Didn't work," he said under his breath, eyes narrowing. The elf and her spirits were dangerous. Sure, but the Battle King? There's no way he can avoid this next strike. Jade raised the Severance Sword once again, channeling its destructive force into another sweeping arc of cutting power that tore forward without hesitation. Riefenhart lifted his hand at the same moment, refusing to back down. Teeth clenched. He muttered under his breath. I didn't want to use this. This is my domain, and I don't allow intruders inside it. Around him, intricate magic sigils began to ignite, forming layers of luminous patterns in the air. A deep purple aura surged upward, wrapping around his body like a storm being forced into containment, unstable and roaring with power. In the next instant, the spell activated. A massive wave of magical force exploded outward from him in all directions. The incoming ice blades froze mid-air, suspended for a fraction of a second, then rapidly shifted color before crumbling apart into scattered fragments. Even the Severance Sword's arc continued forward for a moment until it collided with the edge of that aura. It halted instantly, transformed, then shattered into glowing shards that scattered harmlessly through the air. Jade's eyes widened in disbelief. What? You altered my spell? Cold sweat formed on his face as shock overtook his expression. No, impossible. A battle king using magic? Reifenhart stood tall amid the glowing field, one hand still raised, his entire body bathed in unstable magical light. His expression tightened into a cold frown. I didn't want to go this far, he said quietly. A battle king using magic draws too much attention, but if I don't, something worse will happen. Suddenly his body rippled, as if space itself bent around him. In an instant, he vanished from where he stood, reappearing directly beside Jade. He struck immediately, a fast, decisive blow aimed at ending the opening window. But Jade reacted just in time, teleporting backward while simultaneously forming a summoning net to trap the follow-up movement. Cancel? Riffenhart shouted sharply. The summoning net dissolved instantly, breaking apart as if the spell itself had lost its structure. Jade gritted his teeth in frustration, his composure cracking for the first time. Still refusing to fall back, he unleashed chains of light that surged upward, aiming to bind Riffenhart mid-air with tightening restraints. He slammed his palm into the ground immediately after, generating a sticky, viscous trap that spread rapidly beneath Riffenhart's position. Reifenhart spread his arms wide, and with a surge of force, shattered every surrounding spell in a single explosive release, clearing the battlefield around him. Jade stared in pure disbelief, his expression twisting with shock and unease as he watched the battlefield shift under Riffenhart's control. Is he canceling everything? Is he insane, or has the world itself gone wrong? Eyes burning with intensity, Riffenhart surged forward once again, his body cutting through the air as he pressed the attack without hesitation. Jade reacted instantly, unleashing multiple Severance Swords in rapid succession, each one tearing through space like invisible blades aimed directly at Riffenhart. Reifenhart let out a short, almost amused chuckle as he advanced through the barrage. Powerful, I'll give you that, but they're still light-based. He raised both hands calmly, positioning them with precision as energy gathered around him. Mere reflection. The incoming attack struck an unseen barrier and rebounded violently, ricocheting back across the battlefield with even greater destructive force, carving through everything in their return path. Jade hurriedly braced himself, twisting his body to deflect his own returning technique. This can't be right. This brainless fighter is using more advanced magic than me, and I'm a 7th Circle mage. What followed was utter chaos, an all-out clash erupting across the battlefield as two masters of overwhelming power collided head-on in open combat. Explosions rippled through the ground and sky in rapid succession, each blast lighting the battlefield in blinding flashes that erased shadows entirely. Terrified mercenaries scattered in every direction, only for a searing wave of destruction to catch them from behind, engulfing their escape routes in flame and force. Fire, wind, and condensed magic pressure fused together, reducing everything in their wake to drifting ash and shattered debris. Reifenhart pushed forward through the devastation, blood trailing from his body as he forced himself through the collapsing battlefield without slowing down. That damn artifact, it's a real problem. In my past life, I would have crushed something like that with a single shockwave, but now, he clenched his fist tightly, eyes burning with renewed intensity. I don't care. A surge of violent, magical energy ignited around his hand, crackling outward as power condensed into a destructive mass. Without hesitation, he hurled it upward into the air. Dispersal blow. Jade grit his teeth, shouting in disbelief as he tried to process what he was seeing. He's throwing it? What kind of insane technique is that? But there was no time left to react. Reifenhart was already above him, closing in from an impossible angle. Jade snapped his gaze upward, and in that instant, teleportation magic flared violently around his body as he prepared to escape. From above, Riffenhart smirked coldly. So you can hop around, neat trick. Jade reappeared atop a nearby tower, but the moment he stabilized himself, shock struck his expression hard. Riffenhart had already locked onto the location. A devastating avalanche-like strike erupted instantly, obliterating the entire area. Doesn't matter where you run, I'll just erase everything within your range. A massive explosion detonated across the battlefield, flattening everything in its radius as shockwaves tore through stone, air, and structure alike. Mercenaries were violently blasted backward, thrown off their feet as the shockwaves swept across the field. Cyrus raised her arms to shield her face, struggling to protect herself as debris and heat surged past her. Jade was caught directly in the expanding shockwaves, screaming in agony as flames tore across his body and forced him back. His artifact was knocked loose, spinning away through the smoke with trails of burning residue behind it. From within the thick rising smoke, Riffenhart stepped forward, emerging steadily as the battlefield burned around him. Cyrus always said she had flaws, but fighting me is on another level. Anyone unfamiliar with the boots of movement wouldn't have survived this long. Jade collapsed against a broken pile of stone, gasping heavily for breath as exhaustion and pain set in. I've always kept aura users at a distance, controlling space with my spells. That's how I win fights. He looked up at Riffenhart in disbelief, barely able to process the situation. But you're using the exact same strategy against me. Riffenhart's mind flickered back briefly. Of course, that's exactly what Jade did to Cirrus back then. She had those same boots after that assassin incident. Cirrus began using movement boots, and every time she activated them, Jade responded with wide area bombardment to lock her down. So I just reversed it. The thought barely finished forming. Jade suddenly appeared behind him, already moving in for a strike. But instantly, horror flashed across his face. His legs were gone, cut clean off, and flying through the air separately from his body. Riffenhart turned calmly, arms still extended from the strike. Still trying to be a nuisance? Step forward again. You won't be using those boots anymore? Jade crashed to the ground hard, teeth clenched in pain and shock as dust rose around him. His eyes widened, frozen in disbelief at what had just happened. Riffenhart crouched and picked up the boots of displacement from the ground, examining them coldly. I was going to let him die, but now I'm just disgusted. If these were originally mine, then that assassin from my past life must have been tied to House Archlight. Back then, I found equipment I'd never seen before, completely beyond my understanding, even after countless dungeon expeditions. But by breaking it down piece by piece, I created 10th circle magic. That assassin gave me the first clue. And now that clue is still here. Riffenhart stepped closer, extending his hand toward Jade. I won't kill you, not yet. I have questions first. Jade groaned weakly, dragging himself backward across the rubble. I have to escape. This can't end here. I only managed to steal 3 of them with my brother's help. I can't lose one now. He pulled out a shimmering feather of return, its surface pulsing with intense light as spatial energy began to gather. This will take me to the preset location. As the light expanded across the field, Riffenhart raised a hand slowly, sensing the activation. Wait, what the hell is that? Jade smirked faintly, eyes glinting with cruel satisfaction as the escape sequence completed. At that same moment, a sharp flash reflected in Riffenhart's eyes. He saw something crucial. With a sudden explosive swing, Riffenhart struck the air with full force. The shockwave blasted outward, ripping Jade's bag from the ground and sending it spiraling through the battlefield. Riffenhart gritted his teeth in frustration. Chapter 83. In his previous life, he had seen that same emblem carved into the corpse of the assassin sent to kill him. The memory hit like a warning bell. If it had appeared again now, then his life was once more in danger. There was no room left for caution. He needed answers, and fast. How is this emblem tied to House Archlight? Back among the shattered remnants of the city walls, the battlefield had turned into a scene of relief and celebration. Cheers echoed through the ruins as word spread Baron Chatter had finally been defeated. Riffenhart stood amid the wreckage, quietly taking in the scene. A faint, satisfied smile formed on his face as he confirmed what everyone already felt. The war was over. They had won. Then, something half buried in the rubble caught his attention. His gaze sharpened immediately. A limitless bag lay there, partially covered in dust and broken stone. The design looked strangely familiar to him. It might have belonged to Jade. That coward must have dropped it while escaping. Riffenhart reached inside without hesitation. The moment his hands sank into the bag, he felt the weight of countless gold coins. A quiet realization set in. This was no ordinary loot. Baron Satars had poured a fortune into eliminating him, and now that very fortune was in his hands. Enough to restore an entire nation to its former strength. Funding would no longer be a concern. The battle had been brutal, but in the end they had succeeded in protecting both humans and the otherworldly races caught in the conflict. Lives had been saved that would otherwise have been lost. Many had fallen in the fighting, yet far more had survived because of their resistance. Even some of the humans who once served Baron Satars had been convinced to switch sides and fight alongside them. But the war and the refugees it created had drained their resources heavily. Now, with this unexpected fortune and control over the trade city of Jarud, everything had changed. Riffenhart could already see the next stage of his plan taking shape: resources, influence, expansion. The foundation was finally in place. As he moved through the broken streets, stepping over shattered stone and burned debris, he spotted Cirrus waiting off to the side. She immediately asked where Jade had gone. Riffenhart answered, simply, he was gone. Cyrus clicked her tongue in frustration, anger flashing in her eyes. She insisted she would have won if not for those strange boots Jade had been using. Riffenhart said nothing at first, then glanced down at the discarded footwear and asked her if she wanted them. Without hesitation, Cirrus snatched the boots and quickly put them on. The moment she did, the equipment shifted and adjusted itself, perfectly fitting her feet as if it had been made for her all along. Riffenhart watched her reaction quietly. A faint sense of relief passed through him seeing her mood lift so easily. The simple gesture helped her recover from the sting of defeat, but there was no time to linger on victory. There were still enemy forces of Baron Shadar remaining. Reifenhardt gathered the nearby soldiers and issued new orders without delay. They would prepare for the next engagement, moving to seize control of the Hunderguard. This campaign would not stop halfway. Their objective was total control of the region. The conflict had originally begun from a duel between the Chatter and Galen heirs, ending with the death of Jack Chatter. In retaliation, Baron Chatter unleashed mercenaries against Baron Galen. At the brink of collapse, Baron Galen had been offered a lifeline, an alliance with Marshal King Reifenhardt. That single decision had saved his remaining forces from annihilation. By joining Reifenhardt, Baron Galen had managed to preserve his life and stabilize his position, even under immense pressure. Chatter County was vast, its estates larger than most other territories combined. By contrast, Antares County was barely recognized as a proper county by many nobles. Yet through alliance and force, Reifenhardt had already secured half of Chatter territory. He intended to take it all, but Karl advised restraint. Expanding too quickly would alert the surrounding nobles and provoke unnecessary resistance. Reifenhardt accepted the advice. For now, their control over the trade city of Jerud was enough. With it, they could recover everything lost during the war and rebuild their strength steadily. And so time passed. A full year went by. By the arrival of spring, Reifenhardt had already set his sights on new territory, the southeastern region of Fetland. It was a vast stretch of grassland, unsuitable for farming and largely untouched by traditional rule. Because of that, no single authority had ever managed to control it. Instead, nomadic tribes roamed freely across the plains, gathering for hunting and trade. Though many nobles had attempted to bring them under control or recruit them as military assets, every attempt had failed. Surrounded on all sides by towering mountain ranges, the grasslands were naturally fortified. Invasions were difficult, and the nomads had little reason to expand outward, resulting in centuries without major war. But now, Antares' forces were advancing, threatening their way of life. In response, the tribal leaders united for the first time in generations. Together, they formed an army of 10,000 warriors. With the Wolf Mountains at their backs, they prepared for battle. But even so, confidence was thin. They knew the enemy they faced was far beyond ordinary threats. Reifenhardt's forces were led by 3 orc chiefs, Hadartham, Kalkin, and Kingir. Their presence alone shifted the balance of the battlefield. Cyrus issued a final chance for surrender. When it was rejected, Kalkin raised his great sword high, mounted his dire wolf, and charged forward without hesitation. Aura surged through his blade as he struck, cutting down multiple enemies in a single sweeping motion. The sheer force of his technique shattered their front lines. In one relentless push, he carved an open path straight into the enemy formation, allowing the rest of the army to advance behind him. The tribal leaders watched in stunned disbelief. They had heard rumors that the 3 orc commanders under Reifenhardt could use aura, but witnessing it firsthand was something entirely different. Desperate, they ordered their mages to activate a large-scale sleep spell. Mages gathered their strength and cast mass sleep, a wide-area incantation meant to incapacitate entire battalions at once. The spell took effect quickly. Across the battlefield, orc soldiers began collapsing into unconsciousness one after another. But then from the opposing side, a sudden shout rang out. Dwarven units stepped forward, channeling divine power to shield the orcs' minds and break the sleep spell's influence. The tribal leaders froze in disbelief. Everyone knew orcs did not believe in any gods. Yet here, divine protection was clearly manifesting. Recovering quickly, Kalkin roared and surged forward again, ordering his troops to continue the assault as a sacrifice to their ancestors. The Blue Bear orc tribe was the first to expand its influence across the grasslands, pushing forward aggressively under Kalkin's command. Soon after, the Brown Bear and Greyhawk tribes joined the advance. As their momentum grew, even the White Wolf and Black Coyote tribes decided to align with them. Meanwhile, the leaders of the grassland tribes had desperately appealed to the nobles for aid. Orc raids on the grasslands were nothing new, something the nobles had dealt with in the past. Previously, the nobles had intervened when necessary. But this time, the orcs were operating under the banner of Antares, changing the entire scale of the conflict. With that shift, there was little the nobles could realistically do. The situation was rapidly deteriorating for the nomadic tribes. Even with more manpower, the nomads lacked experience in large-scale warfare and were steadily being pushed back. Their mages had fled, leaving the battlefield exposed. Far away, atop a distant mountain, an elf observed the unfolding war in silence. She watched in awe at the overwhelming power of the martial king, Reifenhardt, unfolding across the plains below. At night, the entire army gathered around a roaring bonfire. Victory had been secured and celebration filled the camp. Food and drink were shared freely as soldiers laughed, ate, and drank together, letting the tension of battle finally fade. The orcs handed large cups of alcohol to the human warriors who had fought alongside them. The humans quickly found themselves overwhelmed, earning loud laughter from the orcs who mocked their weaker tolerance. Kingir tried offering another drink to Eustace, but he waved it off, already at his limit. With a shrug, Kingir simply took the glass back and downed it himself without hesitation. Kinkle stepped forward without hesitation, extending a portion of meat toward Eustace as a gesture of hospitality. The aroma drifted between them, but Eustace barely glanced at it before firmly refusing once again, keeping his posture reserved and guarded as tension lingered in the air. Asriel approached from behind the group, his presence calm but deliberate, and casually offered to share a drink with the orcs. Unlike the others, he matched their pace without hesitation, and among them, he proved to be the only human capable of keeping up with an orc's brutal drinking speed, drawing quiet attention from the surrounding warriors. Seeing this unexpected display, Kinjir's eyes lit up with approval. In a burst of rough camaraderie, he stepped forward and swung a heavy punch aimed at Asriel's shoulder, intending it more as praise than harm. But before the strike could land cleanly, Eustace moved in sharply and intercepted the motion. With a firm tone, he reminded Kinjir that humans could not endure orc strength casually, warning that Asriel could have been seriously injured if the blow had connected at full force. Kinjir paused, the realization hitting him, and he quickly offered an apology. The atmosphere briefly eased, but that calm did not last long, as both of them suddenly sensed an unfamiliar, unsettling aura drifting in from the surrounding mountains. The sensation sharpened, like an unseen voice calling out from the darkness. Another presence had entered the area, distinct and deliberate. It was unclear whether it was a friend or a threat, but either possibility demanded immediate attention. Without wasting another moment, the three orc warriors and Eustace tightened their grips on their weapons. Their expressions hardened as they moved together in formation, ready to investigate the source of the strange presence. They advanced toward the nearby mountains until they reached the mouth of a dark cave. Standing at a cautious distance, they called out loudly, demanding that whoever was inside reveal themselves and step into the open. From the shadows within, a figure emerged slowly. As the silhouette stepped into the dim light, they all froze in disbelief. What appeared before them was a warrior elf, something far more unexpected than they had anticipated. Elves were known for their calm and peaceful nature, rarely associated with combat or aggression. Yet the figure before them carried herself like a seasoned fighter, making her existence as a warrior elf both rare and unsettling. Without warning, the elf drew her sword in a swift motion. A brilliant white aura flared along the blade, illuminating the cave entrance as she launched herself forward and attacked Haddartham with lethal intent. The strike was intercepted at the last moment by Kalkin, who stepped in with precise timing. Eustace attempted to join the clash immediately, but the other two orcs restrained him, holding him back from interfering in the sudden duel. He told Eustace firmly that the situation had already escalated into a formal duel between Kalkin and the elf. Under such conditions, interference was meaningless, and any interruption would only disrupt the natural flow of combat. Still uneasy, Eustace questioned whether they should treat her as an enemy at all. Kindra responded with measured calm, suggesting that it was entirely possible the elf had simply crossed their path by coincidence while traveling through the region. Despite the explanation, Eustace could not relax. His eyes remained locked on the battlefield as he watched the two aura users clash, his tension growing with every exchange between them. Kalkin unleashed a rapid sequence of attacks, yet the elf deflected each strike with unsettling ease. Even as he pressed forward, he silently wondered if this encounter might reveal something new to him. Meanwhile, Kalkin himself felt genuine admiration, recognizing that she was effortlessly keeping pace with him. Every movement from the elf flowed seamlessly into the next, as if she could predict Kalkin's intentions before they even formed. She shifted across the battlefield with refined grace, redirecting each strike without breaking rhythm. To any observer, it no longer looked like a battle in the traditional sense. Her movements resembled a calculated dance, circling around Kalkin's assaults, cold and precise, like the elegant but deadly choreography of an assassin. Kalkin acknowledged her skill with quiet respect, but his expression hardened with determination. Admiration alone would not decide the outcome. He had no intention of losing this fight, no matter how impressive his opponent was. In a sudden shift, he hurled his massive great sword forward, using it as a deliberate distraction. The weapon spun through the air with heavy force, forcing a change in the elf's defensive focus. The elf evaded the incoming blade with ease, but the trailing force of its attacks made the situation more complicated than expected. Pressured by the lingering momentum, she was forced to raise a defensive barrier to protect herself from the extended threat. Using that brief opening, Kalkin surged forward and activated his technique, bare-fisted scale cracking. His fist tore through the air with devastating force, aimed directly at the elf while she remained occupied defending. The elf narrowly evaded the strike at the very last instant. The impact that missed her exploded into the terrain behind, shattering the mountain's surface with a violent crack that echoed across the battlefield. From the sidelines, the three observers were visibly stunned by the intensity of the fight. Their eyes followed every exchange, and a thought lingered among them, whether they too would one day be capable of standing against such a warrior. Without warning, the surrounding air shifted dramatically. A chilling pressure spread through the battlefield, and the temperature dropped so sharply that even breath felt heavier than before. Eustace watched in disbelief as the elf began infusing her aura with ice elemental magic. The fusion of energy and frost transformed her presence entirely, making the atmosphere feel even more hostile and unpredictable. With a controlled motion, she released the frozen energy toward Kalkin, locking his legs in place with rapidly forming ice. The binding spread quickly, restricting his movement before he could fully react. Even in the middle of such a confrontation, the orc warrior could not hide his admiration. Despite being restrained by ice, he clearly recognized the exceptional mastery behind her use of elemental power. At that moment, the elf abruptly ceased her assault. Kalkin stood momentarily confused by the sudden halt, but she calmly explained that her intention was never to kill, only to prove herself as a true warrior. Kalkin, after a brief pause, acknowledged her strength and agreed that she indeed possessed the qualities of a formidable fighter. A faint smile formed on the elf's face as she relaxed her stance, clearly satisfied that her objective had been achieved. She had come here believing that earning an orc's trust required combat, and in her mind, she had now fulfilled that condition. Though she had not fully trusted the source of that information, she still chose to act on it regardless. What surprised everyone was her blunt honesty. She openly admitted her reasoning, leaving little room for misunderstanding or deception. She sheathed her sword and turned fully toward the gathered aura users. With a steady voice, she introduced herself as Inia, the leader of the Stylia clan. Her presence calm yet undeniably authoritative. As she spoke, she glanced back toward the cave, where additional figures began to emerge from the darkness behind her, revealing that she had not come alone. Inia gestured toward the group and formally introduced her companions, explaining that they had traveled together from the frozen northern lands, far beyond most known territories. Their journey, she explained, was driven by a single piece of news. They had heard that the one who resurrected the World Tree was currently in Antares County. That rumor had drawn them across the continent in search of this legendary warrior. Turning back to the aura users, Inia's gaze sharpened with a cold intensity, a faint gleam reflecting in her eyes. She spoke directly, asking for their assistance in arranging a meeting with the individual they had come to find. Far to the north, deep within an unnamed region of the Fetlands, stretched a harsh landscape of endless snowfields, jagged ice-covered mountains, and freezing rivers that cut through the frozen terrain like scars. This unforgiving area lay between the coastal reaches of the Fetlands and the towering Gultan Mountains, forming a narrow but brutal passage of extreme conditions and isolation. Hidden deep within this secluded land, far removed from the awareness of most of humanity, the Stylia clan had built their existence in secrecy, surviving within the frozen wilderness. In a past life, Reifenhardt had already carved his name into legend as the youngest individual ever to master the ninth circle of magic, a feat that defied all known limits. By the age of 30, he had reached the absolute pinnacle of magical development known to the world, standing at the final tier that few even believed could be attained. Only one other mage had ever achieved something similar, Dronzer. However, the ancient mage had passed away years earlier, after spending nearly 70 years of relentless study and cultivation to reach the ninth circle. Compared to that lifetime of effort, Reifenhardt's rapid ascent shocked the entire world. Leaders from multiple nations attempted to recruit him, offering power and prestige, but he rejected every single offer without hesitation. He was certain that a realm beyond the ninth circle existed, an unknown threshold waiting to be reached. Driven by that conviction, he abandoned political offers and instead traveled the world alongside Cirrus, exploring dangerous dungeons. Now, 3 years after vanishing from public sight, he had settled within the Stylia clan's territory with Cirrus. Within the village, he had become something of a beloved figure. His presence drew admiration from many, and it was not uncommon for villagers, especially women, to approach him with gifts and tokens of appreciation. Being one of the few men in the settlement, he often found himself surrounded by playful attention. The women of the village frequently flirted with him openly, and on one afternoon 2 elves even approached him carrying food and warm clothing as offerings. Reifenhardt attempted to politely decline their generosity, but eventually accepted the warm clothing out of practicality. As he adjusted the garment, he suddenly felt a gaze fixed upon him, sharp and unmistakable. Turning slightly, he found Cirrus standing just behind him, watching in silence. Her presence was quiet, but the intensity of her stare made the atmosphere feel heavier in an instant. Her expression carried a clear edge of jealousy, irritated by the attention he was receiving from others. Noticing her mood immediately, Reifenhardt stepped closer and gently kissed her on the cheek without hesitation. He reassured her in a calm, steady voice that the attention from the other elves meant nothing to him. In his world, there was only one person who truly mattered. Cyrus was the only elf he cared about, and that would not change. Cyrus quickly turned her face away, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment as she avoided eye contact. Reifenhardt gently stepped in to ease the tension, shifting the topic and asking her where Tethid had gone. She explained that Tethid was still deep in training, fully absorbed in his routine. Before they could settle further, Inia silently appeared behind them without any warning, causing both of them to flinch in surprise. Sensing the awkward timing, Reifenhardt remarked that if she had already finished her business, she could have simply called for him instead of sneaking up like that. Inia responded with a firm, unyielding tone, explaining that the responsibility always belonged to the one seeking assistance, meaning it was his duty to come to her, not the other way around. Her words carried a strict, almost rigid sense of discipline. Her gaze then shifted to the surrounding villagers, who had gathered nearby and were openly staring at Reifenhardt. With a single cold glare from Inia, the crowd quickly lost their nerve and dispersed, retreating one by one under her pressure. Even after that, her expression remained sharp. She accused Riffenhart outright of corrupting her people, as if his presence alone was influencing them in some improper way. Riffenhart attempted to defend himself, calmly explaining that he had done nothing to provoke such a reaction and that the situation was being misunderstood. His tone remained steady, but his explanation failed to shift her judgment. Inaya ignored his explanation completely. Instead, she studied him with a critical gaze, quietly questioning what her people even saw in him. In her eyes, he looked underwhelming, far too slender and unimposing to be of any real interest. Riefenhart, slightly amused, responded that not everyone was built like her, and that strength came in different forms. Inaya dismissed the remark without hesitation, and immediately redirected the conversation, asking directly whether he was truly capable of resurrecting the world tree. A faint, confident smile appeared on Riefenhart's face as he slowly brought something forth, a seed glowing with pure, concentrated light, held carefully in his hand. Its brilliance softly illuminated the space around them. He explained calmly that this object was generos, a fragment drawn directly from the essence of the world tree itself. His tone suggested deep understanding of its origin and significance. According to him, this seed held the potential to ignite hope once more and serve as the foundation for restoring the world tree to its former state. Its presence alone carried the promise of renewal. In this new life, Riefenhart now observed the restored world tree with quiet admiration, reflecting on what had once been only a distant goal and now stood as a reality shaped by his own efforts. He walked through the newly rebuilt town alongside Cirrus, their conversation drifting naturally toward how much the elves had changed and grown since the world tree had been restored. The atmosphere felt calmer, almost renewed. Yet, unlike his previous life, something unexpected happened. Many of the female elves, instead of approaching him as before, were visibly intimidated by his imposing presence and quickly backed away as he passed. Cyrus couldn't resist teasing him, lightly mocking the fact that he seemed unusually unpopular with the elves this time around, her tone carrying a playful edge. At that moment, an elf named Shillan approached hesitantly, leading her children by the hand as she moved closer to Riefenhart with cautious intent. She tried to introduce her children politely, hoping to ease them into meeting him, but the moment they saw Riefenhart, they became frightened and began crying in panic. The situation turned awkward almost instantly. Suddenly, a messenger rushed in urgently, breaking through the atmosphere and heading straight toward Riefenhart with clear haste. After greeting him, the messenger explained that a report had arrived from Culkin. Riefenhart already understood that the battle against the nomads had ended in victory, but the messenger continued, revealing something unexpected. Culkin had encountered a group of unfamiliar elves belonging to the Stylian clan. The messenger then handed over a sealed letter, stating that all the detailed information was written inside and required his immediate attention. Without hesitation, Riefenhart asked whether the leader mentioned in the report was named Zinnia. His question came with calm certainty. The messenger froze in shock, clearly surprised that he already knew the name. Even Cirrus turned toward him in confusion, caught off guard by his sudden certainty. Riefenhart quickly clarified that he had encountered that elf in a previous life. Then, without wasting time, he instructed Cirrus to prepare for their return to the county. His tone had shifted into urgency. The following day, Riefenhart spent his time assisting Cillian and Carl with physical training while waiting for the appointed moment of his meeting with Inaya. The atmosphere was calm but focused. Cillian struggled visibly, straining under the weight as he tried to hold the equipment steady, his arms shaking from the effort. In contrast, Carl lifted the weights rapidly in a repetitive up-and-down motion, relying heavily on momentum rather than controlled strength. Riefenhart observed both of them with mixed impressions, impressed by Carl's endurance yet clearly disappointed by the lack of proper form and discipline in his technique. He instructed Carl to stop immediately, then stepped forward and picked up the weights himself, preparing to demonstrate the correct method with precise control. Before he could begin, a disturbance arose behind him. Turning around, he saw Inaya approaching directly. A servant nearby tried to intercept her, insisting that Riefenhart would come to meet her soon. However, Inaya dismissed the servant's words without hesitation. She stated firmly that since she was here on business, it was her responsibility to approach him directly rather than wait. Her early arrival caught Riefenhart slightly off guard, though he quickly composed himself. He did not interfere with her approach, and instead ordered Cillian and Carl to give them space for the meeting. With a steady motion, he dropped the heavy weights to the ground, the impact echoing softly, and then turned fully to face her presence. He greeted her with a formal elf salute, showing proper etiquette, and immediately apologized for not being appropriately dressed for a formal audience. Inaya was momentarily impressed that he understood elf customs so precisely. She then introduced herself clearly, revealing her identity as a powerful aura user among elves and widely regarded as their strongest warrior. Unlike most elves, who preferred peace and avoided conflict, Inaya had chosen the path of constant training and strength. She pursued power for the sake of her people. In a previous life, even Cirrus had eventually surpassed her through magic alone. Riefenhart welcomed her respectfully into his domain and offered her safe accommodation within his forest territory, maintaining a diplomatic and calm tone. Inaya thanked him briefly before suddenly shifting her focus towards Cirrus and the broader situation. She stated that her people had felt the resurrection of the World Tree even from afar and had witnessed its effects during their journey to the county. Her seriousness made the atmosphere tense, and Riffenhart found himself unsettled by how cold and direct she remained, still unused to this version of the Stelia clan leader. Without softening her tone, Inia proceeded to raise another important question directly related to the World Tree. She asked him outright whether he was the one responsible for resurrecting the World Tree. Knowing that such an act required immense magical power, she stepped closer, locking her gaze onto him as she assessed him not as a mage but as a potential warrior. Riefenhart slowly raised both of his hands in response, drawing attention to his movements with deliberate calm. One hand became enveloped in aura, while the other began to glow with magical energy, both forces clearly distinct yet simultaneously active. He allowed both powers to circulate around his body, demonstrating full control, and then explained to her plainly that he was not only a mage, but also a warrior who had mastered both paths. Inia stared at him in silent awe, her usually sharp expression softening as she absorbed the scale of what she was witnessing. She stepped closer and placed a hand against his chest, confirming her realization. Standing before her was someone who combined the strength of a warrior with the knowledge of a mage. It was a rare and remarkable existence. Riefenhart looked at her in confusion, unable to fully grasp the meaning behind her reaction or what conclusion she was drawing from the moment. Then, unexpectedly, Inia lifted her gaze toward him with a slightly shy expression and asked if he was already married. The question came abruptly, breaking the tension in an unusual direction. Riefenhart froze, staring at her in complete disbelief. It took him a moment to process her meaning, and once he did, he reacted with clear shock and raised voice. From Inia's perspective, the men of her clan were all too physically slight, lacking the strength she associated with proper warriors, which shaped her perception of others. She also never understood why other elves were so drawn to such men, despite their delicate appearances, long hair, and refined, attractive features. Inia herself was attracted to men, but as an aura user, she prioritized physical strength above all else, valuing presence and power far more than conventional appearance. Because of that, Inia had always found herself drawn to orcs. Their towering frames, raw muscle, and overwhelming physical presence fit her sense of strength perfectly. Yet even so, their facial features never truly appealed to her, and that small disconnect kept her from ever accepting one. On top of that, she despised stupidity, and in her eyes, most elves from her own clan fell squarely into that category. For Inia, the ideal partner was someone who could match both intellect and physical strength without compromise. That combination, however, was almost impossible to find, and as a result, she had spent decades walking a solitary path, never once encountering someone who met her standards. But now everything had changed in an instant. Standing directly before her was a man who embodied everything she had been searching for. Riefenhart carried overwhelming strength and undeniable presence, and she had already heard of his feats, defeating an orc warrior alone, and even resurrecting the World Tree through sheer mastery and wisdom. Just standing in front of him left Inia visibly shaken, though she quickly composed herself. In her mind, she had finally encountered someone worthy of her attention, and without hesitation, she asked him directly whether he was already married. Riefenhart looked at her in clear confusion, caught off guard by her sudden change in demeanor. It was unlike anything he remembered from his previous life. After a brief pause, he answered honestly that he was not married, though there was someone he intended to marry in the future. But Inia did not falter at that answer. Her expression remained steady, as if the information changed nothing in her resolve. In her mind, what mattered was simple: he was still unmarried. That meant the possibility had not been closed, and she still had a chance to pursue him. With a composed tone, she thanked Riefenhart for granting her clan permission to remain within his territory, and she pledged that all resources and support of her people would be offered in return for his generosity. Riefenhart responded in kind, assuring her that he would take proper responsibility for her people and ensure they were treated well within his domain. After that exchange, Inia turned away, stating that she needed to return to assist her people in settling into their new surroundings and duties. Her tone returned to business-like focus. As she walked away, however, her thoughts drifted in an unexpected direction. Despite her composed exterior, she found herself quietly imagining Riefenhart in ways she did not openly acknowledge. Lost in those thoughts, she suddenly collided with Cillian, nearly bumping into him as he appeared in her path. The abrupt encounter pulled her back to reality. Cillian quickly introduced himself, speaking politely as he tried to recover from the awkward moment of the collision. The moment Inia heard his name, her entire demeanor shifted instantly, her gaze sharpening with sudden intensity. The atmosphere around her grew noticeably colder. She had already heard rumors that Riefenhart had someone close to him with that exact name, a woman tied to his life in a deeply personal way. Without hesitation, Inia declared that she would not lose, her voice firm and decisive before turning and walking away, leaving Cillian behind in confusion. Meanwhile, across Antares County, more and more non-human races began migrating into the region, their numbers steadily increasing as the land transformed. Among them, the troll sage Athilka traveled across the world, rescuing his kin wherever he found them and guiding them safely toward Antares. At first, many of these beings remained wary and suspicious, shaped by past experiences of mistreatment at the hands of humans. Trust did not come easily to them. However, Athilka's reputation among trolls was already well known. He was seen as a savior figure. Combined with growing rumors about Antares itself, they eventually placed their trust in his guidance. Gradually, hundreds of trolls resettled within the Golden Mountains. Over time, they established their own settlement, which came to be known as Trolliad, a village shaped entirely by their own hands. Riefenhart moved through the village alongside Inia and Cirrus, personally guiding them and showing the various developments that had taken shape. Cyrus looked around in genuine amazement, especially at the abundance of glass structures. In Antares County, glass had once been reserved mainly for temples and castles, making this level of usage feel almost unreal to her. Riefenhart explained that the trolls possessed exceptional skill in manipulating soil. Through specialized sorcery, they could transform earth directly into glass with remarkable ease. He further explained that each race had its own specialization. The dwarves mastered stone and steel, while the elves excelled in crafting cloth and intricate woodwork. And as for the orcs, their greatest strength lay in leatherwork, producing durable and refined materials through sheer craftsmanship. Just like the others, trolls had perfected the art of working with soil. They respected the land deeply, using sorcery to shape earth into functional and beautiful creations, to the point that everything in their homes was made from soil itself. Their craftsmanship had reached such an advanced level that even the simplest troll-made object would be considered a masterpiece in the eyes of other races. Humans who believed themselves superior were in reality far behind these civilizations. In his previous life, Riefenhart had only managed to reach the 10th circle by studying troll techniques, particularly their unique transformation spells that manipulated material states. It was through that understanding that he eventually developed one of his most devastating spells, Nuclear Burst. Even so, he knew that his own mastery paled in comparison to the troll's natural instinct. They could reshape soil into hardened structures like concrete simply by walking across it, as effortlessly as breathing, while he guided Inia and Cirrus through the village and explained their culture. Suddenly, Inia moved closer and gently wrapped her arm around Riefenhart's, leaning in as she expressed how impressed she was by his deep knowledge of different cultures. Riefenhart, however, remained slightly confused by her sudden familiarity. He could not understand why she was acting so openly friendly toward him in this life. Meanwhile, from a short distance away, Cirrus watched the scene unfold with growing irritation as she saw other women getting so close to him. Yet despite her feelings, there was nothing she could openly do, without any formal relationship between them. She had no rightful claim over Riefenhart, no matter how she felt inside. She recalled the moment she had introduced herself to Inia the day before. As soon as her name was spoken, Inia had casually referred to her as someone Riefenhart saw like a sister. Those words had struck Cirrus harder than she expected, leaving a quiet sting in her chest. Still, she could not correct the misunderstanding without revealing the feelings she had carefully kept hidden. Even so, that did nothing to stop the jealousy building inside her as she watched Inia continue drawing Riefenhart's attention so effortlessly. At that moment, a troll approached them and informed Riefenhart that the ritual of birth would soon begin. He extended an invitation for all of them to attend, and Riefenhart accepted without hesitation. Together, they made their way toward the ceremonial grounds located outside the village, where the event was about to take place. The area was already packed with trolls, their massive forms gathered in anticipation, the air buzzing with excitement for the ritual that was about to begin. Riefenhart quietly warned both Inia and Cirrus to remain respectful. Being invited to such a ritual was a rare honor, a sign that the trolls now considered them trusted allies, and he did not want them to lose that opportunity. Drums suddenly echoed across the grounds as the ritual began. At the top of a stone pyramid, the shaman raised his voice, calling out both to the female trolls and to the gods above. Thilka then stepped forward slowly, ascending toward the peak as every eye in the crowd followed him in reverent silence. Reaching the summit, he calmly lay down upon a stone altar, his expression steady despite the growing tension. The shaman advanced with a ceremonial blade, held firmly in both hands, preparing for the next stage of the ritual. Around them, the trolls began chanting in unison, their voices rising in rhythm with the drums, filling the entire area with ritual energy. Then, in a sudden and decisive motion, the shaman drove the blade down, stabbing Athilka directly in the chest. Cirrus and Inia both froze in shock, their eyes widening as they struggled to comprehend what they had just witnessed. They could not believe it. The very troll who had led his people here and saved countless lives was now lying there, struck down in the middle of a sacred ritual. Riefenhart, however, watched the scene with a calm, unreadable expression. As Cirrus and Inia instinctively tried to rush forward and intervene, he quietly stopped them, explaining that life and death were not opposites but part of the same cycle, where death itself gave birth to hope and the future. All eyes locked onto Athilka at the center of the ritual as something unimaginable happened. His heart slowly rose out from his chest, suspended in the air, as if freed from the laws of nature. Before the stunned crowd, it began to transform, condensing into a radiant sphere of pure energy that pulsed with life. With calm authority, Athilka began to explain the meaning of the birth ritual to Cirrus and Inia. Trolls possessed extremely powerful regeneration, he said, but that same strength made childbirth dangerous. The fetus itself could not inherit regeneration, meaning it would not survive the process of being born without intervention. To prevent that tragedy, a powerful troll sorcerer would willingly sacrifice their own heart, imbuing the unborn child with protective blessing. That sacrifice ensured the baby could survive the violent process of birth. In ancient times, trolls relied on an even harsher method, consuming the hearts of their husbands to guarantee safe childbirth. Over time, they replaced that brutal tradition with sorcery. Even so, the shift came with a cost. While ancient trolls could bear 7 or 8 children, modern trolls were limited to only 1 or 2 at a time. Even after hearing the explanation, Ceres kept her distance, her eyes fixed warily on the ritual. The idea of sacrificing a powerful sorcerer every time still felt wrong to her. Noticing her concern, Riffenhart calmly told her to continue watching before drawing conclusions. Without warning, Athilka's body erupted in a surge of magical force. From that energy, a new heart was formed and slowly descended back toward his chest, glowing with intense vitality as it returned to its rightful place. Cyrus watched in complete shock as the troll's regeneration manifested before her eyes in its most advanced form. Riefenhart quietly explained that such a phenomenon was only possible for a troll of guru-level mastery. He further elaborated that a guru-level troll like Athilka was nearly impossible to kill. One would need to completely suppress their regeneration or tear them apart beyond recovery, reducing them to fragments. Legends even spoke of gurus reviving from ashes, though Athilka had not yet reached that extreme stage of power. In his previous life, Riefenhart had once been forced to kill Athilka himself using a devastating technique known as spiral guard. Now, in this life, that outcome had changed, and for reasons he did not voice, he felt relieved that such a fate had been avoided. From atop the ritual structure, the showman suddenly announced that the ceremony had reached its conclusion, and that celebration could begin. Inia let out a quiet sigh of relief, admitting she had been genuinely worried that what she witnessed was a sacrifice. Riefenhart reassured her that mistaking the birth ritual for a sacrifice was a common misunderstanding for outsiders. Shortly after, Athilka descended from the platform and approached the group personally. He expressed his gratitude to Riefenhart for attending such an important ritual, while referring to him with deep respect as the martial king, calling his presence an honor. Athilka was genuinely surprised by how calmly Riefenhart had accepted their customs. He understood how unsettling troll rituals could appear to outsiders. Riefenhart gave a slightly awkward laugh, briefly recalling that in his previous life he had once described the same ritual as barbaric, and quickly covered it by saying he had prior knowledge of it. Cyrus stepped forward, still visibly shaken, and admitted that what she had just witnessed was overwhelming. She then turned frustration toward Riefenhart, accusing him of failing to warn them properly. Riefenhart responded calmly that he wanted them to experience it firsthand, though he silently added to himself that he also wished for them to understand what he himself had once gone through. At that moment, Inia stepped forward and formally introduced herself to Athilka. As a gesture of goodwill between their clans, she presented a fine cloth known as Snow Elven Silk, offering it as a symbol of future cooperation and harmony. Athilka accepted the gift with visible satisfaction and appreciation. Watching his reaction, Inia silently confirmed that her approach was correct. If she wanted to stay close to Riefenhart, she first needed to build strong relations with those around him. Athilka then glanced to the side and noticed Ceres standing quietly with a somewhat downcast expression, her emotions difficult to read but clearly unsettled. Turning back toward Riefenhart, Athilka invited him to come and listen to the traditional song of the trolls, a cultural performance meant to be shared with honored guests. He explained that the song carried a warning embedded in symbolism, fire drawing close to snow, and the dangers that come when opposing forces become too entangled. It suggested that better paths existed nearby, though Riefenhart remained unable to fully interpret its meaning. The following day inside the castle, Inia prepared an elaborate spread of food for Riefenhart, arranging everything carefully in front of him. Without hesitation, Riefenhart began eating at an impressive pace, quickly finishing everything that had been prepared. Inia explained that she had brought such a large amount specifically to ensure he would not go hungry or eat too little. Trying to use the moment as an opportunity, she subtly showcased the quality of the cooking in an attempt to charm him. However, Riefenhart immediately recognized that the dishes were prepared by Aliyah and casually asked Inia to pass along his thanks. Her expression froze in disbelief as her attempt at flirting was completely bypassed. At that moment, Ceres entered the room carrying additional food for him. Riefenhart called out to her, asking her to bring it over, and even inviting her to sit and eat with him. The sight of Inia standing so close to Riefenhart triggered a sharp reaction from Ceres. Her expression darkened, and without saying another word, she abruptly turned away and left the room. She dismissed the invitation with a quiet remark that she was not hungry, her tone far more tense than her words suggested. Later that afternoon, Inia walked through the castle corridors accompanied by her advisor, Serfel. The atmosphere was calmer, though her thoughts were clearly elsewhere. Serfel casually asked whether she truly had feelings for Riefenhart, even going so far as to say she had been losing sleep over him. Inia barely registered his words, her mind focused entirely on finding a way to make Riefenhart notice her. Serfel, meanwhile, advised her that relying on someone else's cooking would not earn his attention in a meaningful way. He continued by explaining that Riefenhart respected strength above all else. If she wanted his recognition, she needed to present herself as a warrior in his eyes. Intrigued, Inia asked how that could be achieved. Serfil suggested that since Reifenhardt struggled with wrestling techniques, she could help train him, and through that, earn his acknowledgement. Inside an indoor arena, Eustace and Reifenhardt stood facing each other, preparing for a sparring match. The air was tense as both fighters lowered their stances. Eustace suddenly burst forward, attempting a direct grapple by aiming for Reifenhardt's waist to lift and throw him off balance. Reifenhardt reacted instantly, slipping out of the initial grab and narrowly avoiding a second follow-up attempt that came just moments later. Seizing an opening, Reifenhardt moved behind Eustace, locking him into position and beginning to lift him for a counterthrow toward the ground. Eustace twisted midair with remarkable agility, breaking free from the hold and landing safely out of danger. The two continued exchanging grapples and counters, neither gaining a clear advantage. Their movements were evenly matched, each testing the other's strength and technique without giving ground. Eventually, the intensity eased, and both fighters stepped back, ending the match as they caught their breath, sweat marking the effort of the exchange. Eustace congratulated Reifenhardt, noting how rapidly he had improved. The gap between them had widened significantly, to the point where there was nothing more he could teach him as a knight. Reifenhardt then asked whether he was ready to face Teslan. Eustace warned that Teslan specialized in ground combat techniques, making him a difficult opponent. He advised Reifenhardt to study more before challenging him. Reifenhardt considered hiring a professional trainer, but at that moment, Inia's voice called out from behind them. Inia stepped forward and offered to teach him herself, claiming she was familiar with grappling techniques and even suggesting she could demonstrate through sparring. Reifenhardt hesitated, considering the difference in their physical builds, thinking his size might give him an advantage. Inia, however, confidently dismissed that concern, insisting it would not matter. Even Eustace supported the idea, encouraging Reifenhardt to accept her offer and try the match. After a brief pause, Reifenhardt agreed. He stepped into the center of the arena once again, preparing for another round of wrestling training. Both Reifenhardt and Inia activated their aura, the energy rising visibly around them as they prepared to engage. Reifenhardt remained cautious, aware that he had never fought her in his previous life and had no knowledge of her true combat style or strength. But now, he was no longer just a mage observing from afar. He was a warrior standing on equal ground, and with that realization, he prepared himself to discover exactly how strong Inia truly was. The fight began as Reifenhardt moved in to seize her, aiming for a direct grapple to control her movement from the start. Inia reacted instantly, leaping upward and snapping a sharp kick toward his head mid-motion. Reifenhardt blocked the strike with his arm, but Inia used the contact point to her advantage, quickly wrapping her legs around his arm to secure control. Using her body weight and momentum, she pulled hard, attempting to drag him off balance and bring him down to the ground. At that instant, Reifenhardt recognized the technique. It was a form derived from Karzian Jiu-Jitsu, precise and built around leverage and control. He tried to counter the hold immediately, but Inia's timing was flawless, and the transition had already locked in too deeply to escape cleanly. Inia had already closed the distance between them, tightly looping herself around Reifenhardt's arm. Her grip was firm and precise, pinning him in place so completely that even shifting his body or standing up became nearly impossible. Feeling the hold lock him down, Reifenhardt calmly asked her to demonstrate how to break out of such a technique. Rather than struggle blindly, he chose to turn the situation into a learning opportunity. Inia responded without hesitation, guiding him through the correct escape method. Following her instruction, he adjusted his movement step by step until the hold finally broke and he slipped free. Once he was released, Inia looked at him with renewed interest and casually asked if he wanted to continue learning directly from her. Her tone carried both confidence and challenge. Reifenhardt agreed, and the two prepared for another round of grappling. As soon as the fight resumed, Inia used the opening to press close, deliberately running her hands along his arms and torso as she assessed his muscle structure. She claimed it was simply to evaluate his physical potential, but the explanation only left Reifenhardt visibly flustered and off balance in an entirely different way than combat. From the side of the arena, Eustace observed their exchange with sharp focus. Rather than distraction, he studied every movement with genuine excitement, eager to absorb whatever techniques and insights he could from watching two highly skilled fighters engage. Far beyond the arena's immediate concerns, the settler trade route stretched across the continent, forming a critical link between the Graham Kingdom and the Chatan Principality. This route was heavily controlled and utilized by the major merchant guilds, who organized and maintained the flow of goods along its entire span. While they handled a wide range of luxury goods and valuable commodities, the true source of their immense profit came from a far darker trade, transporting enslaved otherworldly species across the route. To protect these high-value shipments, the merchants hired large groups of armed mercenaries, ensuring constant security as they traveled the long and dangerous road between nations. As the convoy moved through a dense forest section, a sudden shout echoed from behind their formation, breaking the uneasy silence and alerting the entire escort. A noble traveling with a caravan urgently demanded that they hurry and leave the forest as quickly as possible. The mercenary captain responded that transporting slaves safely required careful pacing, which naturally slowed their progress. The noble, however, refused to listen. He only wanted to escape the forest before nightfall, fearing bandit attacks. The mercenary leader remained calm, assuring him that their numbers were more than sufficient to deter any bandit force. Even the infamous Frisian Freers, a group of otherworldly species bandits that had recently emerged in the Settlard Mountains, would not dare challenge them. One of the mercenaries turned toward the captain, lowering his voice as he raised a concern that had been circulating among the ranks. He mentioned rumors that the bandit group was highly organized and skilled, having already defeated several well-known mercenary units in previous encounters. The leader frowned slightly, unable to comprehend how what was once described as a group of slaves could have evolved into such a dangerous and capable force. Their reputation had spread quickly. They were fast, precise, and vanished without leaving any trace after every ambush. Neither of the two nations had managed to capture them, despite repeated attempts. Inside the carriage, the nobles continued their conversation, discussing the martial king and his influence. They claimed that the Frisian Freers had been formed after witnessing how the martial king treated enslaved beings, inspiring them to seek freedom. In their view, all non-human races were meant to serve humans, and any sense of equality was a dangerous distortion. They insisted these beings should be grateful simply to be fed and given shelter, blaming the martial king for encouraging rebellion and the idea of freedom. Without warning, a rain of arrows suddenly descended from above, tearing through the mercenary formation and instantly dropping several soldiers. Panic spread as survivors scrambled to locate the source of the attack. As his men fell around him, the mercenary leader's expression shifted to shock when he realized the arrows were striking directly into the weakest points of their armor with unnatural precision. He immediately understood that such accuracy could only come from highly trained specialists, not ordinary attackers. One of his subordinates pointed urgently toward the treetops, drawing attention to the source of the assault. Hidden among the branches, several elves stood poised with bows drawn, releasing arrows with terrifying precision. The leader was stunned. He had never expected elves to demonstrate such lethal archery skill. Before he could react further, another shout erupted from the opposite direction. From the right flank, a combined force of orcs and dwarves charged into view, crashing directly into the mercenary lines and breaking their formation with overwhelming force. The mercenary leader quickly ordered his men to prioritize capturing the elves while eliminating all other threats, trying to maintain control of the situation. However, the attackers showed no interest in profit or negotiation. The orcs advanced relentlessly, forcing the leader to focus entirely on survival as they closed in on him. He managed to evade the initial strike aimed at him, but before he could recover, a dwarf's attack followed through and cut him down with decisive force. At that moment, a new force entered the battlefield. Chatan mage knights arriving in formation and escalating the chaos further. They commanded everyone to surrender while activating their magic, but the invading forces showed no intention of complying, remaining fully committed to the fight. In response, the dwarves and orcs unleashed their aura, its overwhelming pressure terrifying the soldiers and forcing many of them to flee in panic. Before long, the battlefield was completely overrun. The mercenaries and nobles were wiped out, and the enslaved species were finally liberated from their chains. An orc stepped forward and declared that they were now free to live their own lives. However, the liberated captives only stared back in confusion, unable to comprehend the meaning of freedom after a lifetime of slavery. The orc understood their hesitation. He too had once been a slave, and he knew that understanding freedom would take time and patience. Just then, a child suddenly ran forward and jumped toward his mother, shouting in excitement, breaking the heavy silence. That small moment sparked something in the others. One by one, the freed beings began to follow his example, their hesitation slowly fading. Soon, the entire group erupted into celebration, overwhelmed with the realization that they would never again be treated as property or endure cruelty. For the first time, a future opened before them, one where they could live freely and without fear. Far away inside a hidden research facility, a mage stood before a large containment tube filled with glowing liquid, silently observing the suspended body of Jade. Through advanced magical restoration, they had successfully recovered his body and returned it to full condition, preparing him for reactivation. It was only a matter of time before he would awaken again and be sent back into active missions. The mage reflected on the failed assassination attempt on the martial king. They had expected Jade to succeed, but the mission had collapsed completely, especially after discovering that the target could also wield magic. The assassination emblem Jade carried had been designed to guarantee a single decisive kill effective against mages, aura users, saints, and beyond. Yet Riefenhart, a rare existence who mastered both aura and magic, could not be taken down so easily. Even the combination of multiple assassins would not guarantee success against him. To eliminate him, they would need a coordinated multi-assassin operation, but such a large-scale move carried extreme risk. If it failed, the entire organization would be exposed. Complicating matters further, Riefenhart now commanded additional aura users within his forces, making infiltration and assassination even more dangerous. The mage concluded that the Sage of Silvers alone could not complete this mission. External cooperation was required, and she resolved to seek out another powerful figure, Sage Leston. Deep within a secluded forest, Teslan trained relentlessly, refining his latest techniques without pause. He executed the spiral blade, launching a concentrated beam of fire upward with explosive force, testing its speed and stability. Felina watched in admiration and praised his rapid progress, suggesting that if he continued at this pace, he would soon possess the power needed to challenge the martial king himself. Teslan barely acknowledged her words. His focus remained locked forward. He could not afford to stop. He needed to grow stronger fast before Reifenhardt reached the 10th circle. In their last confrontation, he had already uncovered one of Reifenhardt's weaknesses, but instead of defeating him, he had inadvertently taught him how to counter it as well. Now he no longer had any option left but to force his growth. Teslan lifted his blade once again, tightening his grip as his aura slowly began to gather around the weapon's edge, dense and controlled. A faint ring of energy began to form around the sword as he activated Calamity Storm. With steady pressure, he pushed more power into it, and a second ring gradually layered itself over the first. The technique was already destructive enough to overwhelm most opponents, yet Teslan still refused to stop. Reifenhardt's shadow loomed in his mind, pushing him further. He forced even more energy into the blade, attempting to stabilize a third ring. But just as the final ring was about to seal into place, the gathered energy suddenly destabilized. It recoiled violently, snapping backward toward his hand instead of completing the formation. In an instant, the backlash threw the sword out of his grasp, sending it spinning hard to the side across the ground. Teslan froze, glaring at the fallen weapon with burning frustration. He could not accept it. His current body was failing even at something as basic as a triple-layer sword technique. Anger tightened his expression as he stared down the failure. Felina immediately tried to calm him, speaking gently and urging him to breathe, telling him that refinement like this required time. But Teslan only grew more irritated at her words. Time was exactly what he did not have. Every delay meant the distance between him and Reifenhardt would only widen further, until catching up would become impossible. That thought alone sharpened his urgency into something almost unbearable. Then, without warning, a girl stepped into their presence. She introduced herself calmly as Saraline, her gaze steady as she observed them. Saraline delivered her message directly. She stated that the Sage of Silvers required Teslan's assistance. Her tone carried neither hesitation nor explanation, only purpose. Meanwhile, far away at Antares Castle, the atmosphere inside the training space shifted into something far more chaotic, as Reifenhardt was once again caught in a chokehold by Inia. He struggled against her grip, attempting to break free with trained precision, but every effort failed as her hold remained unshakably firm. Seizing the moment, Inia leaned in closer than before, openly observing him and even touching his muscles with casual curiosity, as if studying something fascinating up close. From the side, Cirrus watched the entire struggle unfold with growing irritation. She had expected the leader of the Stylian elf clan to be cold and distant, yet around Reifenhardt she acted openly warm, even affectionate, which only deepened Cirrus's discomfort. Suddenly, Tilla approached Cirrus and questioned her directly, asking why she looked so visibly upset while watching them. Cyrus attempted to deny it immediately, but Tilla saw through her reaction without difficulty. She warned Cirrus that she should act quickly, because Reifenhardt's attention was not something that stayed unclaimed for long. Sooner or later, someone else would take the place of his partner. Tilla continued, explaining that Reifenhardt represented the ideal man in the eyes of the elves. Even the orcs admired him for his physical strength, and the castle maids were clearly drawn to his presence as well. Even Cillian, she added, was now pushing himself relentlessly, trying to become someone comparable to him. Cyrus paused at that, visibly unsettled, beginning to question whether Reifenhardt's popularity was truly that overwhelming, or if she had underestimated the situation. Tilla pressed further, urging her not to hesitate, warning that if she waited too long, she might end up losing Reifenhardt to Inia without even realizing it. Those words ignited something sharp within Ceres. Frustration and determination mixed together as she began mentally forming ways to secure Reifenhardt's attention before anyone else could. Seeing that reaction take hold, Tilla stood up casually and mentioned she had to leave. She had a scheduled date with Carl waiting for her. She added that Carl had improved significantly, his physique growing stronger and more defined. Cirrus, however, could not understand why she placed such importance on muscular men, especially given their nation's already complicated reputation. With warriors like Carl and even the warrior king representing them, the perception had already shifted. Now they were widely associated with martial obsession and combat culture. Tilla dismissed the concern and simply wished her luck before heading off to meet Carl, reminding Cirrus not to fall behind. Those parting words struck Cirrus like a spark. A competitive fire ignited inside her chest, and she silently resolved that she would not be outdone by Inia. That evening, Reifenhardt sat alone in his room, entering a deep state of meditation as he refined his mana. His magical power had grown considerably, yet he still remained just short of breaking through to the 8th circle. The threshold was still out of reach. However, he could now clearly feel something different within himself. Nearly half of the power from his previous life had already been restored. Suddenly, the door opened and Inia stepped inside, looking at him with a calm expression as she asked whether all the training had left him exhausted. Without waiting for a response, she suggested giving him a massage she had recently learned. She instructed him to lie down on the bed while she prepared everything, leaving Riffenhart visibly confused by her sudden behavior. The Inia he remembered from his past life had been completely different, cold, distant, and unapproachable. This warm and attentive version of her felt unfamiliar, making it difficult for him to respond naturally. He finally asked her why she was doing all of this for him. Inia replied simply that everything she was doing was a way of repaying him for helping her people and restoring the world tree. Without hesitation, Inia climbed onto the bed and positioned herself behind him as he lay down, settling into place to begin the massage. She then produced a bottle of oil and slowly spread it across his back, her hands moving with deliberate care as the scent filled the room. When asked about it, Inia explained that the oil had been obtained through the Holy Order, indicating it was no ordinary substance. Her thoughts briefly drifted back to an earlier moment, when she had confronted Cillian and boldly declared that she intended to become Riffenhart's lover. Cillian had been completely stunned by her statement, unable to believe that the rumors connecting him and Riffenhart were still circulating. He concluded that the only way to stop them would be for Riffenhart to eventually marry. To prevent further misunderstanding, he immediately clarified to Inia that the situation was not what it seemed. He then offered to help her get closer to Riffenhart and handed over the oil as part of that assistance. Back in the present, Inia continued massaging Riffenhart's back with steady, practiced movements. Even now, he could hardly reconcile this gentle behavior with the ice-cold figure he once knew in his previous life. Yet something about the massage felt off to him. Despite the intention being relaxing, his body refused to fully ease, leaving him slightly tense and uncertain. Inia then suddenly activated her ice magic, gently lowering his body temperature and creating a cool sensation that immediately soothed him. At that exact moment, the door slammed open, and Cirrus walked straight into the room without hesitation. She announced that she had come to assist Inia, her tone firm and direct as she stepped further inside. The two women locked eyes immediately, tension rising between them, while Riefenhart silently wondered if they had somehow become allies. Inia then turned to Cirrus and asked bluntly whether she actually knew how to perform a proper massage. Cyrus responded with a calm smile and confirmed that she did. Inia had no idea that Cirrus had once learned such skills during her time as a slave. Outside the room, Azilian observed everything quietly, showing no particular interest in who ultimately became connected to Riffenhart. His only concern was ending the rumors surrounding himself. Inside the room, however, the situation showed no sign of calming down. The atmosphere grew colder by the moment as both elves continued to stare each other down, the air between them thick with silent competition and rising tension. Both women stood locked in place, neither willing to yield even an inch. Their eyes burned with silent intent as each one, without a word, dared the other to make the first move toward Riefenhart, the tension between them growing sharper with every passing second. Completely unaware of the storm of rivalry forming behind him, the Martial King remained focused ahead, oblivious to the silent clash unfolding just a few steps away. Back at his estate, Teslan calmly poured hot tea into 2 cups, one for himself and one for Saraline, the steam curling gently in the quiet room as he maintained a composed exterior. Saraline sat across from him and spoke in a controlled, deliberate tone. She explained that she needed a proper justification to target the Martial King without it. Especially after their previous failed assassination attempt, any sudden move would immediately draw unwanted suspicion. Teslan already had an established conflict with Riffenhart, and because of that, it would be far easier to justify an attack on the Martial King under his influence or name. That was why she had personally come here to request his cooperation. Teslan, hearing this, felt a cold satisfaction, so the Sages of Silver were finally moving against Riffenhart. The threat needed to be eliminated quickly, even if he was not yet at his peak. But even then, Teslan understood one thing clearly: the Sage of Silver would not be able to bring down the Martial King with just one assassin. They still did not understand the true scale of Riffenhart's future potential, shaped by a past life they had no knowledge of. Behind them, Teslan's companions continued their relentless training, pushing themselves to grow stronger in silence. Saraline glanced over her shoulder at them and asked Teslan directly whether those individuals would truly be enough to stand against Riffenhart. Teslan said nothing at first, his gaze settling on them with a measuring silence. Eustace and Stefan were clearly relying on enchanted artifacts to boost their abilities, their own innate strength appearing rather limited. At their current level, they would require significant time to develop real power of their own. Christine, on the other hand, appeared noticeably less skilled than the rest. Her abilities were inconsistent, and she did not seem to truly integrate with the group's combat style or rhythm. As for Felina, she stood out as the most reliable among them. Despite her young age, she had already reached the 6th circle, a rare genius among mages. Even so, her level still fell short when measured against Riffenhart and his allies, making victory against them unrealistic. Teslan finally spoke, stating that they had already suffered a defeat at the hands of the Martial King once before. The gap in ability between both sides was simply too wide. Even with artifacts enhancing them, they would still fall short. What they needed was time to grow stronger, but time was precisely what they did not possess. Soon Riffenhart would break through to the 10th circle. Once that level was reached, nothing would be able to stop him. He had to be eliminated before he reached that point. Teslan's thoughts drifted back to his previous life. remembering how the Sage of Silver had been utterly powerless against Riffenhart. Everything had ultimately been decided by the terrifying authority of a 10th Circle mage. The true terror of Riffenhart's magic was not simply the idea of a nuclear-level explosion capable of erasing entire mountain ranges, nor was it the catastrophic meteor fall technique that could drag celestial bodies down from the heavens. It was not even the hellish summoning arts capable of opening rifts to the underworld and unleashing countless demons upon the world. No, the true downfall of the Sage of Silver had been a devastating shockwave technique that disrupted and nullified all magical artifacts regardless of age or origin. For an organization that depended entirely on artifacts as its foundation, it was the perfect weakness to exploit. And now, Riefenhart was moving toward forbidden artifacts research, a path that would allow him to refine even more advanced magic and ultimately push himself toward the 10th Circle. Teslan could not allow that future to come to pass. Saraline observed him quietly, her eyes narrowing slightly. It was clear his group lacked both sufficient strength and proper artifacts, leaving them in a vulnerable position. Yet despite that, they were still her most viable option for dealing with Reinhardt. After a brief pause, she made her decision and offered Teslan a deal. She would supply them with powerful artifacts if they agreed to take on the mission. Without waiting for further discussion, she brought Teslan along with Eustace, Stefan, and Felina, guiding them deeper into her domain. At a junction in the hall, she instructed Teslan to continue with her alone, leaving the remaining 3 to wait behind in the main hall. She reassured him that while he was gone, the others would be properly equipped with suitable artifacts. Teslan looked around in stunned silence, taking in the unfamiliar surroundings. The interior of the Sages of Silver headquarters was unlike anything he had ever seen, advanced, structured, and overwhelming in its sophistication. He stood in awe, his mind constantly racing with new questions about how their systems and technologies functioned. So many thoughts formed at once, yet he forced himself to stay focused. There were still more urgent matters ahead. Teslan then asked Saraline directly whether she would also provide support for him personally. As an aura user, he was already beyond the point where ordinary artifacts could significantly enhance him. In fact, none of the known artifacts would be of any real use to him. Saraline responded by stating that his physical body had already reached its natural limit, and no amount of magic or external artifacts could further enhance it. She added that a similar issue had been recorded during the Silver Age. Back then, humanity had also reached a point where physical limits blocked further advancement, forcing scholars and warriors alike to search for alternative methods of growth beyond natural means. That search had ultimately led to the creation of the golems, constructs designed to surpass human capability entirely, though their initial versions were far too slow and inefficient for real combat. To solve this, researchers redesigned the system so that humans could be placed inside the golems, effectively controlling them from within. This improved functionality significantly, but even then, the golems remained sluggish compared to what was required on the battlefield. Further experimentation and refinement eventually produced faster and lighter versions, optimized for combat efficiency and mobility. However, ordinary humans lacked the capability to properly operate these advanced models. Only those with aura manipulation abilities could synchronize with and control them effectively. Saraline snapped her fingers sharply, and the previously dim environment immediately lit up, revealing the space around them. As the lights activated, they stepped forward into a massive hangar filled with towering golem units, lined up in structured rows. She guided Teslan deeper into the hangar until they stood before a single, specially constructed unit. She explained that this was the culmination of years of research, an advanced golem designed specifically to be operated by a powerful aura user without limitation. Its name was Adamandrel. Teslan stared at it in complete disbelief, overwhelmed by its presence. Something of this scale and sophistication, this level of ancient, forbidden engineering could give him the power needed to finally overcome Riefenhart. Meanwhile, back at Antari's castle, Riefenhart continued his solitary training, carefully refining both his magic and aura simultaneously. He began by whispering an incantation under his breath, concentrating the spell directly into his clenched fist. Once the magical energy flowed smoothly and stabilized within his hand, he layered his aura over it, concealing and reinforcing the structure at the same time. After hours of relentless practice, he finally succeeded in mastering the dual technique of enchanted fist flame and lightning. With precise control, he unleashed a punch from his right hand that erupted into a pillar of blazing fire, then followed with his left hand, releasing a pillar of crackling lightning into the air. The two elemental forces collided mid-space, triggering a violent explosion that shook the surrounding area. During his earlier confrontation with Jade, he had struggled to rapidly switch between multiple spells, exposing a critical weakness in his combat flow. To eliminate that flaw, he devised a new method, embedding magic directly into his fists, so it could be deployed instantly through physical strikes. Aura formed quickly and naturally, but lacked precise focus on specific body regions, while magic offered precision but required time to cast. His solution was to merge both systems into a single streamlined output method. By coating his fists in elemental energy, he could trigger spells instantly through physical impact, making it appear to outside observers as if he were wielding an artifact rather than pure technique. In truth, he was simultaneously utilizing both aura and magic in perfect synchronization, exploiting a combination that no one in his previous life had ever managed to achieve. This breakthrough had only become possible because of the unique body he now possessed in this life, one that allowed him to push beyond the limits he once knew. Riefenhardt stood in quiet thought, certain that Teslan had been pushing himself relentlessly, trying to overcome the limitations of his old, weakened body. And just like himself, Teslan was not the kind to remain stuck for long. He would have already found some kind of path forward, some solution forged through pressure and desperation. A cold certainty formed in Riefenhardt's mind. The next time he crossed paths with Teslan, it would no longer be a simple encounter. It would be their final meeting, two rivals heading toward a decisive clash where only one could move forward. Elsewhere, Yusis stood locked in a tense stare-down with Kaijin, both of them measuring each other without a single step of retreat. Their auras erupted outward at the same time, pressing into the surrounding space like invisible pressure waves, forcing everyone nearby to feel the weight of their confrontation. Kaijin spoke first, voice heavy with resolve, declaring that once the fight began, whatever bond they once shared would be discarded completely. Yusis would no longer be a friend, only an enemy to be defeated. Yet Yusis did not flinch or step back. His expression stayed calm, almost strangely composed under the mounting pressure. Instead, he casually raised a bar of soap and, with complete seriousness, declared that today he would personally force the orc to take a proper bath. Turning his head, he checked in on Athilka, confirming whether the water had been prepared. Athilka nodded, stating that everything was ready for the orc's thorough cleaning. Yusis responded with an unsettling, almost cheerful smile. Without hesitation, Yusis and Athilka moved in together, grabbing Kaijin and dragging him straight toward the bathing area. Not long after, Kaijin was thoroughly scrubbed until he shone, the process leaving him completely overwhelmed while Kalkin watched from the side, silently witnessing the orc's humiliating defeat at the hands of Hygiene. Kalkin could not help but recall that he himself had once gone through the exact same ordeal. Meanwhile, Riefenhardt observed the scene with clear approval, impressed that Yusis had actually managed to make the orcs accept bathing through sheer persistence. Later on, Riefenhardt accompanied Cirrus as they went to meet Mashlin inside the castle. Inside a quiet chamber, the dwarf was found carefully grooming his beard, only the beard was not on his face, but temporarily removed and being tended to with unusual seriousness. The moment Cirrus and Riefenhardt entered, Mashlin quickly reacted and hurriedly placed the beard back onto his face, as if trying to hide something. Cirrus, however, bluntly told him that everyone already knew dwarf beards were not truly permanent and that he did not need to panic like that. Mashlin replied defensively, insisting that for dwarves, being seen without their beards felt no different from being exposed completely. Then he shifted the focus, asking Riefenhardt directly why he had come to see him. Riefenhardt answered without hesitation, stating that the time had come to launch an attack on the kingdom of Chatan. Khitan was known as the continent's greatest commercial hub, a nation where every form of trade converged. Common goods, rare treasures, and priceless artifacts all passed through its markets. At its center lay the capital, Zeppelin, infamous for controlling the majority of the continent's slave trade. If Zeppelin were captured, it would immediately allow them to double the population of otherworldly species under their control. After a long period without expansion, this was the perfect opportunity to strike. Taking Zeppelin would also disrupt the entire slave trade network across the continent. Riefenhardt continued, explaining that in his previous life, this conquest had been one of the final steps before establishing his empire. Those memories surfaced easily as he laid out the plan to his most trusted allies. None of them judged him for it. Instead, they accepted his words without hesitation and fully supported his intentions. Even Mashlin seemed more focused on the practicality of the assault than on questioning Riefenhardt's past. Their immediate goal became clear. They needed a concrete strategy to invade Zeppelin and liberate the enslaved otherworldly races trapped within the city. Riefenhardt then began listing the internal layout from memory. Within the city alone, there were 6 elf-slave auction houses, 12 orc auction sites, and 7 separate dwarven auction establishments. In addition, there was a single alchemist guild, but it was enormous in scale, housing at least 50 trolls within its operations. Athilka had conducted his own investigation as well, though he could barely report anything useful due to the danger level of the area. Zeppelin was heavily fortified. Every auction house was embedded within a massive urban defense structure. The city itself was protected by a force of 100,000 soldiers and mercenaries. On top of that, there were 10,000 elite knights and mage swordsmen integrated into their military force. However, despite the numbers, their organization was weak, discipline was lacking, and command structure was fragmented. That very weakness also made the city feel like a lethal trap, unpredictable and unstable. Still, Riefenhardt's resolve did not waver. He could not allow otherworldly beings to continue suffering in that place any longer. The urgency to rescue them outweighed all risk. Mashlin then asked how Riefenhardt had managed a similar conquest in his past life. Riffenhart let out a faint laugh, recalling it clearly. He had once called down a massive meteor to crush the city and its leadership, followed by deploying Amp Shockwave to shut down all magical resistance. Illusions had then driven enemies into paranoia, with the belief they were being hunted by the undead, and finally he had wiped them out using the soldiers of hell. The entire operation ended without a single loss on his side. Mashlin then pressed him, asking just how large that meteor strike had been. Riffenhart casually explained that any one of those methods alone would have been enough to erase the city entirely. Cyrus, listening closely, asked how many people had actually died during that battle. Riffenhart answered plainly, only 10,000. Cyrus blinked in surprise, thinking that the number seemed strangely low for a conquest of that scale. But before she could process it further, Riffenhart finished his thought. There had only been 10,000 survivors left afterward. That clarification finally made both Mashlin and Cyrus fully accept the reality of his past identity as something far beyond human standards. Riffenhart then added that he had not carried the burden alone. Mashlin had been the one who originally devised the strategy. However, the current situation could not follow the same approach as before. His mana was weaker than it had been in his previous life, and more importantly, he had no intention of becoming the enemy of the entire world again. After a moment of consideration, Mashlin admitted that he could not directly assist in the upcoming plan. They would need someone else. Someone human, someone who understood how Zeppelin truly functioned from the inside and could dismantle it strategically. With that conclusion, Cyrus and Riffenhart set out to find Carl. They laid out the entire plan of attacking Zeppelin and requested his expertise in shaping the operation. Their intention, however, was not to conquer the city outright. Their true objective was to liberate every slave within Zeppelin, while ensuring that no one could trace the operation back to Antares County. Carl responded confidently, stating that such an operation would be straightforward. With proper guerrilla tactics, victory would come quickly. Riffenhart, however, remained cautious, unsure whether it could truly be that simple. Carl then explained their numerical advantage in aura users across the county. They possessed 2 human aura users, 7 orcs, 3 dwarves, and 1 elf under their command. In addition, they had a Thauki among their forces, a troll whose strength surpassed most standard aura users. The only comparable force on the continent was the Bashtalan Empire, which fielded 12 elf aura users. By sheer numbers alone, Antares County stood as the strongest military power on the continent. Carl concluded that freeing the slaves in Zeppelin would not be difficult for them. Riffenhart still considered whether the 10,000 mage soldiers would pose a serious obstacle. Carl smirked confidently and replied that they did not need to defeat all of them directly. They only needed to strike a few key points to break enemy morale. Once fear spread through the ranks, the rest of the soldiers would collapse without ever fully engaging. At the Sage of Silver headquarters, Teslin was testing the newly acquired golem suit, carefully adjusting his movements inside the frame. Saraline watched in visible shock as he operated it with unexpected ease during his very first attempt. The suit moved as naturally as if it were an extension of his own body, fitting him perfectly like a second skin. With increasing confidence, Teslin took to the air, maneuvering the golem and unleashing a variety of spells in rapid succession, as if he had been born to control it. Teslin pushed the golem suit to its limits, deliberately testing every surge of strength it could produce, measuring how far its power could be stretched before breaking. Unlike Saraline, who watched in stunned disbelief, Teslin showed no surprise at all. The control felt instinctive, almost familiar, as if he had returned to the body he once possessed in his previous life. That long-lost sensation of power flowing through his veins surged back into him, sharp and intoxicating, and with it came an even stronger desire. He could not wait to use this strength to settle his revenge against Riffenhart. The mere thought of the so-called Demon King twisted his expression, anger flashing through him like a spark igniting dry wood. He drew his fist back slowly, gathering every ounce of energy the suit and his own will could offer, compressing it into a single devastating point. Then, with a forward burst of motion, he unleashed a quadruple-layer calamity storm directly from his fist, the technique erupting with overwhelming force. The attack struck with such intensity that it shattered the protective barrier surrounding the area, cracks spreading through it before it collapsed entirely under the pressure. But Teslin's focus never wavered, not even for a moment. The destruction around him was irrelevant. At last, after months of relentless training and refinement, he could finally draw out the full power he had reclaimed from his past life without restraint. A fierce certainty took hold of him. This was it. He was strong enough now, strong enough to face Riffenhart directly, and strong enough to win. From below, Saraline observed everything in silence, awe reflected in her eyes. She knew without question that choosing Teslin had been the correct decision. Together, they would bring Riffenhart down. At the same time, Riffenhart, Eustace, and Tilla slipped into Zeppelin City through the north gate, having quietly bribed the guards stationed there to let them pass without incident. Eustace glanced around uneasily and asked whether entering the city in such a way was truly acceptable. Riffenhart explained calmly that the northern district of Zeppelin was where the poorest citizens were concentrated. By contrast, the western district was dominated by commercial interests, where merchants and nobles enriched each other while profits dictated everything. The people living in the slums, however, were completely ignored, treated as if they did not exist at all. In a place like this, money could buy silence, passage, and even protection. Corruption was so deeply embedded that the guards barely hesitated to accept bribes, which made the North Gate the easiest entry point. But tonight was different. They were here to purge that corruption from its roots. The first step of their plan was to earn the trust of the enslaved. After years of shifting masters, those people no longer believed in kindness and would naturally reject any sudden offer of help. Trust had to be built carefully. Among them, dwarves would be the easiest to convince. Dwarves held tightly to tradition and identity, valuing freedom above all else, and would fight fiercely once they believed in a cause. The orcs they had previously freed had carried a wild, instinct-driven nature, and only managed to align with them through Tethid's influence. However, the orcs working in agricultural labor were different, less predictable, and far harder to coordinate. The greatest challenge would be the elves. Many of them had lived so long under the system that they had adapted to it, some even accepting slavery as their normal way of life. Still, Carl had already considered all of these difficulties and devised a method to handle each group accordingly. The solution was unexpectedly simple. He handed them a children's picture book. At first glance, it appeared harmless, filled with traditional tales. But the stories had been carefully rewritten. Human heroes were replaced with figures from otherworldly races, placing dwarves, orcs, and elves in positions of triumph and importance. Carl explained that although it looked like an ordinary book, it was designed to reshape perception, showing the slaves themselves as heroes within those stories, planting the idea of possibility and identity. With that, hope would begin to grow inside them, and once hope existed, trust would follow more easily, making them far more willing to believe in rescue. That same evening, deep within Elfenheim, the largest elf auction house, a worker shouted harshly at an elf slave standing before him. It was the second time she had burned the meal she had been ordered to prepare. The elf girl, Inia, stood there trembling slightly, staring at the ruined food with tear-filled eyes. The surrounding workers watched closely. Quickly realizing that she was not rebelling, she simply lacked the ability to cook properly. One of the attendants casually suggested sending her to the punishment chamber as the next step in discipline. But the overseer hesitated, studying Inia more carefully. Despite her failure, her beauty alone made her extremely valuable on the slave market. Sending her to the punishment chambers would leave marks on her body, and those marks would significantly reduce her eventual selling price. After a moment of consideration, she ordered a simpler punishment instead. Inia would be left without food for the entire night. The attendant nodded and roughly pulled Inia away, escorting her back toward the cells without further discussion. Inside the holding area, she was greeted by Cirrus, waiting within the cell space. Cyrus immediately congratulated her in a teasing tone for successfully failing the tasks assigned by the workers. Then, with a faint smirk, she continued to tease her further, clearly unconcerned with the guards outside. Having once been a slave herself, Cirrus understood perfectly how to navigate life inside an auction house. She had initially worried that Inia would struggle to sabotage assignments effectively, but instead, Inia was performing so convincingly that it raised suspicion. That led Cirrus to question whether Inia was truly just incompetent or intentionally failing. But that explanation didn't fully add up in her mind. She had personally seen Inia cook for Riffenhart before without any issue. Flustered, Inia quickly tried to hide her embarrassment and changed the subject, glancing up toward the high moon above the prison-like ceiling. She asked quietly if tonight was really the night they would finally escape. At Cirrus's confirmation, several nearby elf slaves slowly stepped forward, their voices hesitant as they asked if rescue was truly coming that night. They did not want to raise their hopes too high, but if freedom was real, they were ready to take that chance and start again in Antares. Inia turned toward them, her expression softening, and assured them gently that salvation was indeed close. Meanwhile, above the city streets, Riefenhart, Eustace, and Tilla advanced carefully toward the central castle, moving through the darkened pathways of Zeppelin. Riefenhart activated infravision, allowing them to see clearly even in the darkness, a technique that immediately impressed Tilla. He explained that this type of vision-enhancing magic was originally an elven technique, which was why humans rarely knew about it. Leading the way, he guided the group forward until they encountered multiple guards stationed along the road to the castle wall. The guards of Zeppelin stood in formation, prepared to eliminate any intruders. Eustace asked whether they should strike immediately, but Riffenhart stopped him, explaining that each guard carried a magical alarm that would trigger upon death. Fortunately, Riffenhart already knew a method to neutralize those signals. However, Tilla warned him that detection barriers in the area would reveal any use of magic. Riffenhart only smirked in response, stating confidently that their systems would never be able to detect his magic. He then deployed a mana force field around the guards, subtly disrupting the surrounding energy flow and erasing any trace of their presence from detection systems. It was a technique he had refined after mastering every type of barrier known in this world, turning defense itself into concealment. Once the field stabilized, Riefenhart looked toward Eustace, and the two of them launched forward in unison toward the unsuspecting guards. Before a single blink could register, every enemy had already collapsed to the ground, completely overwhelmed in an instant. They repeated the same careful movement pattern several more times, advancing in controlled bursts until the massive silhouette of the castle wall finally loomed directly above them. Each step was measured, silent, and deliberate, ensuring they remained unnoticed as they closed the distance. Their next objective was clear: crossed to the other side of the towering wall without triggering any aura detection. Even the faintest aura fluctuation would expose them instantly. On top of that, the night captain patrolling nearby was also an aura user, making direct movement even more dangerous. Riffenhart, however, calmly interrupted their concern, stating they didn't actually need to cross at all. Their role was simply to create a diversion, and he already had exactly what was needed to trigger it. From within his pocket, Riffenhart slowly pulled out several small rock-like statues. They were compact, almost toy-like in size, yet carried an odd, unsettling presence. Tilla tilted her head slightly, staring at them with visible confusion, unable to understand how such objects could possibly help their situation. Without warning, Riffenhart drew his arm back and hurled the rock statues cleanly over the massive wall. The motion was sharp and decisive, sending them arcing out of sight beyond the fortress boundary. Tilla's eyes followed the throw in disbelief as the statues disappeared over the wall. She immediately turned toward Riffenhart, asking what those strange objects were meant to be. Yet, as always, he offered no clear explanation, keeping his intentions hidden behind his usual calm, unreadable expression. He simply told her to watch. A moment later, the far side of the wall erupted violently as a massive surge of red flame exploded upward, lighting the entire area like a sudden inferno tearing through reality itself. Panic detonated instantly among the soldiers stationed nearby. Chaos spread as they scattered in every direction, shouting and stumbling over one another. In the center of the destruction, one of the rock statues had transformed into the enormous demon Sophiathan, its presence overwhelming as it began tearing through the battlefield. Before anyone could recover, another statue shifted and expanded into the towering form of Zetheril. The final statue followed moments later, warping into Fiend. 3 colossal demon entities now stood across the field, each fully manifested and radiating lethal intent. The soldiers froze in shock and terror as the demons began slaughtering everything in their path. The sheer scale of the summoning defied all logic. Only an archmage should have been capable of calling forth such beings. Yet there were no visible magic circles anywhere, no signs of standard casting. Confusion spread even faster than fear. No one could explain how the summoning had occurred. The battlefield descended into pure survival instinct. Soldiers running blindly, trying to regroup while being hunted by 3 overwhelming demonic forces. There was no formation, no strategy, only desperation. Against such power, survival itself felt impossible. Tilla turned sharply toward Riffenhart, demanding to know how he had obtained creatures of that level. Riffenhart answered calmly, explaining that they had been discovered during one of the dungeon raids they previously conducted. They were far too dangerous to control properly, and equally impossible to sell safely. So instead, he chose to make use of them here, turning their uncontrollable power into a deliberate weapon for this very situation. Suddenly, Riffenhart's gaze shifted sharply to the side. He sensed it instantly, a massive surge of aura building up in the distance. His attention locked onto the source without hesitation. There, the night captain stood amid the chaos, releasing a dense concentration of aura that spiraled violently around his body. The pressure alone distorted the air, signaling a technique being fully activated. That aura was then compressed and reshaped, transforming into a large-scale offensive technique, a blood rain attack forming above the battlefield like a dark gathering storm. The attack came crashing down directly onto Sophiathan, striking the demon head-on. The impact was heavy enough to force even the massive creature to stagger backward, momentarily breaking its momentum. Riffenhart observed the strike with quiet interest. Even he had to acknowledge the sheer destructive refinement behind it. Clath responded immediately by ordering all night units into structured formation, preparing for coordinated engagement. His commands cut through the chaos. The 1st Battalion was assigned to evacuate the royals. The 2nd Battalion was directed to organize and lead the soldiers already in combat. The final battalion moved under his direct command, preparing to push into the battlefield behind him. Clath was proving to be far more capable than Riffenhart had initially expected. Turning slightly, Riffenhart asked Eustace if he believed he could defeat Calf in direct combat. Without hesitation, Eustace answered with complete confidence. In a one-on-one confrontation, he was certain he could bring Calf down. Watching the Mage Knights clash against the great demons, Riffenhart's thoughts drifted into reflection. This was Chatton's knighthood laid bare. Deeply biased, obsessed with status and reputation, favoring magical equipment over true disciplined training. In their worldview, anything non-human was inherently inferior, nothing more than disposable tools or mindless servants. This shared arrogance shaped their entire military culture, and most assumed the kingdom's strongest knight would be no different. Yet Clath stood apart from that assumption. He valued discipline over privilege and effort over equipment. Day after day, he trained himself into an aura user through sheer persistence, refusing to rely on enchanted tools. It was this conviction that made him exceptional. Even now, he fought without hesitation, holding his ground against a great demon, as if it were a battle he had prepared for his entire life. With a heavy swing, Clath brought his great sword down with devastating force, carving a deep, violent gash across the demon's arm. The impact echoed through the battlefield. The wound triggered pure rage within Sophiathan. The great demon responded by gathering its power to its peak, unleashing a massive wall of flame that surged outward like a burning tide, meant to erase everything in its path. Reifenhart turned his attention back to Tilla and Eustace. This was the moment to disengage. From here onward, the battlefield would become too unstable and unpredictable to remain within. If they stayed any longer, they risked being caught in the destruction. Without hesitation, they withdrew. The three of them immediately turned and fled from the battlefield. At the same time, far away near the orc slave auction house, a lone soldier stared upward at the towering pillar of fire rising into the sky, completely confused by the scale of the disturbance, yet unable to abandon his post to investigate. Then the door behind him creaked open. Kanji stepped out into view. The soldier immediately ordered the orcs to return inside their enclosure. His tone carried restraint. He did not want to punish them unnecessarily. However, he warned them that if any other guards discovered them outside their cages, harsher punishment would be unavoidable. Kanji then spoke with another orc from Antares, briefly debating whether the soldier's behavior warranted sparing him. In the end, they made a quick decision. The soldier was knocked unconscious before he could react. With the guard neutralized, Kanji stepped outside and signaled the remaining orcs to follow. Slowly, hesitantly, they began to move out of the auction house. Fear weighed heavily on them. Every past escape attempt had ended in punishment, and that memory held them back. Kanji's patience broke. He raised his voice, scolding them sharply, asking whether they truly intended to remain trapped in slavery forever, like cowards afraid of their own freedom. That statement struck something deep. The orcs' hesitation collapsed, and their fear turned into resolve. One by one, they broke their chains and surged forward, finally escaping confinement. Kanji had already received Riffenhart's signal. This was the moment they had been waiting for. The coordinated escape back toward Antares had finally begun. The entire operation had been orchestrated under Karl's plan. He had previously explained that tensions within Shaitan were reaching a breaking point. News of Antares' treatment of otherworldly species had already spread widely, and many had witnessed it firsthand. In response, slave owners grew increasingly fearful of rebellion. Their paranoia led them to tighten control, increasing workloads and punishing slaves more frequently and harshly than before. While most slaves once endured such treatment silently, everything changed once they became aware of Antares. The idea of freedom now existed in their minds, giving them something to move toward. Resentment accumulated steadily beneath the surface. Karl predicted that under these conditions, at least 10% of the slave population would eventually attempt to revolt or escape. Reifenhart questioned why the number was so low. Karl explained that for most slaves, this harsh reality was all they had ever known. Still, with the growing tension, all they needed was a figure to follow. Because their entire lives had been shaped by obedience, they would naturally gravitate toward anyone who gave clear direction. Leadership, not force, would determine their movement. Thus the plan was formed. Different members of otherworldly species would infiltrate various slave auctions, posing as fellow captives. They would spend several days embedded among the slaves, building trust and familiarity. Then, under the timing of the full moon, the coordinated escape would begin. They waited for Reifenhart's signal, tension building as the final moment approached, before breaking into action and rushing out into the streets. Outside, soldiers looked on in confusion as large groups of orcs flooded the streets. Shouts erupted for them to return immediately, but the situation was already spiraling beyond control. In the land of Elpenheim, the elf's gaze turned cold and absolute, locking onto the humans below as she unleashed a violent assault that sent terror rippling through the entire region. Her presence alone enough to crush the will of anyone who met her eyes. Panic erupted instantly. Screams tore through the air as people scattered in every direction, trampling over debris and each other in a desperate attempt to escape with their lives intact. In that very moment, the unleashed ice attack spread across the battlefield like a judgment, and everything caught within its radius was frozen solid in an instant, as if time itself had been violently stopped. This ice was no ordinary force. It carried the northern sea breathing technique, a high-level art that fused the power of water and dark spirits into a shimmering silver aura, releasing a freezing mist that expanded like a living fog across the area. Controlling mana of this caliber was never simple, even for seasoned practitioners, and even Eustace himself had struggled significantly when attempting to master such a demanding technique. Yet the fact remained undeniable. Ania was capable of wielding such an advanced skill, a clear sign that she had already reached an exceptional level of mastery over ore consumption techniques. The servants nearby screamed for help as the freezing wave swallowed them, but their cries were cut short one after another, their bodies locking into ice within seconds in a truly horrifying scene. Anea tilted her head slightly, observing the frozen chaos, and asked her subordinate why humans reacted with such extreme emotion and panic, noting that they would not truly die from being frozen, but the accompanying elves quickly corrected her, explaining that humans were fundamentally different and could actually die from such exposure. Realization struck Anea abruptly, and she pulled a strained, uncomfortable expression, clearly unsettled, as she finally understood that what she had done might not have been harmless at all, never having intended such cruelty. She quickly asked again, visibly anxious, whether she had actually killed them, especially since Riffenhart had strictly instructed them not to take human lives, but the elf beside her responded grimly, warning that prolonged freezing could indeed lead to death. Alarmed, Anea immediately turned and rushed back toward the frozen figures, intending to reverse the damage, while her companions suggested using a salamander flame to carefully warm the area and allow the humans to thaw naturally. However, another group of elves arrived and warned Cirrus, who was accompanying Anea, that introducing fire into the area could be catastrophic, potentially igniting the surroundings and killing the very humans they were trying to save. At that moment, the Night Guard stormed in, their voices filled with rage as they cursed the elves as monsters, accusing them of slaughtering unarmed civilians without mercy or justification. The Knight Commander raised his weapon and issued a harsh ultimatum, declaring that all elves present would be executed for their crimes unless they immediately knelt down and surrendered. For a brief moment, several elves actually dropped to their knees in compliance. But Anea and Cirrus remained standing, watching coldly, and in the next instant, Anea moved with sudden intent. The squad leader who had demanded their surrender barely had time to react before he noticed something horrifying. His vision dipped downward, and his comrades shouted in shock as they realized his legs had been severed cleanly by ice, leaving him collapsing in disbelief, while Anea coldly told him he would now be the one forced to kneel for the rest of his life. She added firmly that the main directive from Reifenhardt had been clear. No humans were to be killed, so she would obey that order, choosing restraint rather than outright slaughter. Without hesitation, she began systematically tearing at their arms and legs with precise ice strikes, deliberately avoiding fatal blows, reasoning that disabling them completely would prevent further attacks while allowing her group to move freely. Even as she carried out this brutal method, a thought lingered in her mind that others might view her actions as barbaric, yet in her judgment, there was simply no alternative that ensured both control and compliance. Once the immediate conflict subsided, an elf maid appeared from the corridor and introduced herself as Dorana, stating that she had been assigned to guide them safely through the next phase of their movement. As the group followed her through the dim passages, Dorana explained calmly that they should remain relaxed, since human forces would be too occupied dealing with the fires to pursue them, and she further noted that many other slaves were currently gathering near the auction house. Dorana, as she was known, was an elven maid specifically trained to assist her master in both logistics and field operations, functioning with quiet efficiency and discipline. She had also undergone the educational program established by Reifenhardt 2 years earlier, when he instructed elves and orcs alike in reading, writing, arithmetic, history, philosophy, as well as foundational knowledge in medicine and herbal sciences. At that time, many humans had looked down on the idea, questioning why such knowledge was being extended to slaves at all, unable to understand the purpose behind it. Even after allowing it, humans criticized the decision, arguing that while slaves might memorize lessons, they would ultimately process it no differently than trained animals, incapable of true understanding. But as time passed and training continued, a gradual transformation took place. Those once considered slaves began to genuinely comprehend complex ideas, learning not only knowledge but also manners, etiquette, and restraint. Dorina herself eventually came to realize that she could think, feel, and act just like any ordinary human being, experiencing emotions with the same depth and clarity. This realization led her to question something fundamental. What, if anything, truly separated humans from beings like herself? What began as a small and quiet doubt gradually expanded within her mind over time, growing heavier and more persistent as rumors of civil war in Krovitz began to spread. Soon after, she heard increasingly disturbing accounts of elf witches slaughtering humans and devastating entire regions, deepening the uncertainty as conflicts between races escalated across multiple fronts. She was no longer alone in this line of questioning. Many former human slaves were beginning to share the same thoughts, and within the Zeppelin, groups quietly gathered to exchange their growing doubts and ideas. Amid the rising chaos, several slaves were escorted into a storage chamber filled with weapons, its atmosphere heavy with anticipation and tension. After so long without arms, they eagerly picked up swords once again, some remarking that despite being human-made, the weapons felt surprisingly natural in their hands, though the armor did not fit properly, forcing them to wear it only over shoulders and chest areas. Elfarn, a lower-ranked accountant and storage supervisor in charge of merchant logistics, personally guided them to the armory route, expressing satisfaction in assisting them and noting that other weapon storerooms across the facility had likely been opened as well. Meanwhile, the main character observed the unfolding chaos from a distance, silently taking in the rapidly shifting situation across the entire area. He concluded that those who had long dreamed of escape were finally seizing their opportunity, rushing forward toward what they believed would be freedom. Feeling the weight of history shifting before his eyes, he suddenly shouted that the so-called madness of the world was finally beginning to awaken and respond, while his companions stared at him in confusion, thinking he had lost his composure, and Eustace privately believed he had always acted beyond conventional logic. Inside the city, humans watched the chaos unfold with fear, locking doors and closing windows tightly, even children who had once been curious now being pulled away from sight and ordered to remain inside. What had once been a quiet and uncertain slave gathering had now evolved into something far larger and far more dangerous in scope and intent. A full-scale revolution was now being formed, as flames spread across the city and chaos consumed every visible district. The orcs running toward freedom grew increasingly exhausted, their breathing heavy as several of them began to slow down and complain about their lack of stamina. Even so, the more energetic among them pushed forward, urging the others to endure just a little longer and hold their pace until they reached safety. Some even pointed toward the sky, claiming that the moon's position confirmed the timing was correct, insisting that they must not hesitate if they truly wanted to secure their freedom. One elf advised Karagar Hadartham, the leader of the orcs, to slow their advance, since many were falling behind, but he rejected the suggestion, insisting that any delay could jeopardize the entire escape. Despite further pleas from the elves urging caution and rest, Karagar refused to stop, determined not to waste even a single moment, until suddenly an armed force appeared directly in their path. The knights stepped forward and declared firmly that there would be no passage ahead. They ordered the group to surrender immediately if they wished to survive, mocking them by suggesting that their escape attempt had been foolishly predictable from the beginning. Karagar sensed an unsettling pressure ahead, a faint warning in his instincts, but he dismissed it, believing it was merely another obstacle. Likely just a standard military blockade. He quickly assessed the situation. Only around 100 soldiers stood before them, with roughly 20 archers positioned above on nearby structures, and he openly challenged them, questioning whether they truly believed such a small force could stop their advance. He then declared with unwavering confidence that even if their enemies had anticipated the plan, there was nothing they could possibly do now to halt their momentum or prevent what was already in motion. Standing at the front lines, he looked down at the soldiers as if they were already finished, calmly declaring that since they had chosen to stand against him and draw their weapons, they should be prepared to die by his hand, while his aura surged outward and his body began to shift, the pressure around him intensifying as his power visibly grew. With a cold stare sweeping across the ranks, he questioned the soldiers directly, asking if there was even a trace of fighting spirit left in them. The army captain froze for a moment, shaken, recalling that he had only heard rumors of an orc capable of wielding aura, yet now that very presence stood directly before him, ready to fight. Inside the Zeppelin forces, the knights reassured themselves, insisting that over 1,000 reinforcements were already on their way to encircle the battlefield and that the situation remained firmly under control. The knights further shouted warnings toward the slaves, telling them that no matter how strong the situation looked or how many of them gathered, they could not protect everyone, and the only rational choice was to surrender before more lives were lost. Hearing this, Karagar narrowed his eyes and immediately asked them when exactly this supposed 1,000-man reinforcement would arrive. At the same time, the main character understood clearly that no such 1,000 soldiers were coming to save the knights. While far away in the castle, Carl stood alone in silence, unable to sleep as his elven wife watched him with concern, sensing his unease. Carl finally spoke, admitting that with so many people risking their lives aboard the Zeppelin, he could not possibly find rest, and sleep felt impossible under such pressure. He continued, reflecting bitterly that life rarely unfolded the way anyone planned. If things had gone according to his expectations before, he might have even become king. Yet even now he still lacked full confidence in himself. Then he added in a quieter tone that this time he had taken measures behind the scenes, ensuring the enemy's plans would collapse before they could properly unfold, effectively shattering their entire strategy. Carl's wife listened in silence, visibly confused by the depth and direction of his explanation. Carl then revealed more bluntly that he had bribed not only members of the Zeppelin army, but also several high-ranking officials. Meanwhile, at the battlefield, the knights in front of the slaves grew increasingly anxious as no reinforcements arrived, while Eustace overheard whispers that the upper ranks had accepted under-the-table payments to withdraw support, suggesting the entire military structure might have been compromised. Eustace struggled to process it all, unable to understand how an entire army could be swayed so easily by money, and he began wondering just how enormous Carl's bribes must have been to produce such a result. Carl's wife, still trying to make sense of it, questioned whether even if money had changed hands, soldiers could truly abandon their duty so easily and ignore direct orders. Carl, however, appeared oddly satisfied, remarking that the Chedan Principality was already deeply corrupt at its core, making such manipulation disturbingly easy, which led his wife to ask why he would waste money on a system he already knew was broken. Carl corrected her calmly, explaining that he himself had not directly paid the bribes, but rather had used merchant channels to execute the operation. In reality, the troops guarding the Zeppelin were already accustomed to receiving unofficial payments from merchants, and Carl simply exploited that existing corruption network, amplifying it through additional funds, so much so that Antari's treasury took a noticeable hit from the cascading bribery. Because of this situation, Carl often repeated that there was no money, even though the system itself was being drained and redirected through hidden channels. It had now become standard practice for merchants to pay both the military and administrative officials to avoid restrictions. And since the Zeppelin forces already maintained a functioning bribery pipeline, Carl simply inserted himself into it and redirected it to his advantage. Carl also revealed that he had written a letter under the pretense of concern, requesting the army to monitor his family should anything happen aboard the Zeppelin, subtly positioning a single observer visit as sufficient while framing it as a harmless precaution, further tightening his influence over the system. He then explained to his wife that convincing someone he was acting alone was often the easiest way to push them into corruption, and from his perspective, the entire nation had already rotted to its foundations, leaving his wife stunned, questioning how such a man could ever be opposed successfully. In that moment, she resolved internally that she would keep a close watch on Carl from now on, believing it might be necessary for the future of her people. Back at the battlefield, the knights continued shouting about incoming reinforcements, but the slaves and other forces had already aligned themselves with their own plan, preparing to eliminate the opposing army instead of surrendering. Amid the chaos, Graham's Golden Knight arrived on the scene, immediately judging the nation to be deeply corrupt as he engaged the orcs and other slaves without hesitation. Eustace noticed him at once and sensed danger, while Graham, recognizing Eustace, spoke as if greeting an old acquaintance after a long separation. Golden Knight then glanced around and remarked that even the Martial King was present, adding that the blessing of the Sayer was truly with them in this battle. Eustace responded sharply, asking whether Teslan was also nearby if Graham had appeared here. The Golden Knight replied that Teslan was currently searching for him in the western sector of the Zeppelin, adding that Teslan had assumed he would be accompanied by a female elf. Elsewhere, the main character assessed the situation and concluded that Chiri had reached the peak of her mastery in spirit arts. He further judged that Inia, the strongest elf aura user, was likely safe alongside her, so there was no immediate need for concern on that front, though Eustace, the Golden Knight, appeared far too confident for his liking, prompting him to tell Eustace and Maliad that he was leaving the battlefield to them as he moved toward Sirius's direction. The Golden Knight admitted with a faint sense of regret that it was unfortunate to leave the Martial King for Teslan, but stated that more urgent matters required his attention elsewhere. He then issued a direct challenge toward Eustace, declaring that he would eliminate them all and make them pay for every sin they had committed. Eustace responded without hesitation, refusing any notion of surrender and immediately meeting the challenge head-on. As steel was drawn and tension snapped into place, Riffenhart rushed forward, a strange thought flashing through his mind, realizing for the first time that they might actually be stronger than expected, something he had never properly considered before. But before he could fully commit, he was suddenly shoved back and forced into cover, breaking his advance mid-motion. He paused, stunned, realizing there was someone on the battlefield capable of overwhelming him even here within the Zeppelin. Across the citywide chaos, it was repeatedly said that the Shotan Principality's defense forces were among the strongest in existence, and that underestimating them in any engagement would be a fatal mistake. On the battlefield, the forces issued orders for the creatures to surrender and kneel before their magical artifacts, while the 3rd Battalion activated enchanted armor to exterminate the demons still flooding the area, with Chetan Knights maintaining strict formation and discipline alongside the rest of the army. It was widely known that the Chetan Zeppelin Knights were so powerful that a small unit of 4 could overwhelm a standard enemy formation, surpassing even trained magic swordsmen in direct combat. Among these knights, most relied heavily on artifacts and magic enhancements, but there was one who rejected all such external aid, training himself purely through discipline and physical mastery to reach their level without any magical assistance. He rejected artifacts on principle, believing they dishonored the true spirit of a Zeppelin Knight, and through relentless training he rose above all others, becoming Sir Clath, the most respected and strongest knight recognized in Chedan. On the battlefield, Sir Clath issued commands, declaring that the great demon fiend had already been banished to another world, leaving only its summoned minions to be exterminated, while he ordered the 2nd Battalion to secure the Golden Palace and the 4th Battalion to protect the inner royal family. Although the main fiend had been removed, the situation remained unstable, as 2 greater demons continued their rampage across the land while summoning lesser creatures, forcing Clath into constant combat as frustration built within him. He believed that if the Zeppelin Knights had been present, the situation would already be under control, and he quickly reorganized the Chedan forces into 3 tactical groups, including Royal Guard divisions, to stabilize the battlefield. Despite exhaustion, Clath found some relief in the fact that the knights were not clinging to honor-bound dueling rules in such chaos, and were instead fighting cooperatively for survival. Greater demons continued their rampage, tearing through buildings without restraint, while Clath focused on eliminating smaller demons to reduce their overwhelming numbers. While fighting in the rain, Clath cursed the weather, frustrated that it hampered his movements while simultaneously giving the enemy an advantage in the ongoing battle. He seized a brief opening, targeting one of the stronger greater demons, though another still remained active and posed an even more dangerous threat that would prolong the fight. Suddenly, amidst the chaos and clashing forces, Clath detected the distinct presence of someone beginning to cast a spell nearby. He gathered the surrounding air currents with precise control, compressing them into a single devastating strike, and the moment it was unleashed, the flames were extinguished in an instant, as if they had never existed. Clath's eyes widened slightly in surprise, realizing the spell had an unexpectedly long reach, and that it had completely snuffed out the fire in a single, effortless sweep. He stood in stunned silence for a moment, unable to believe that someone so young could cast such a high-tier spell, immediately concluding that she was on the level of an archmage. Then, without warning, another presence entered the battlefield. Teslon had arrived. Clath's shock deepened as he witnessed how easily this young fighter was able to bring down a greater demon, briefly comparing him in his mind to Antares County Cyrus, someone of similarly monstrous capability. The girl approached and directly asked if he was Sir Clath, then introduced herself as Felina from the Delphia Mage Tower, explaining she had been summoned by the king to assist in the crisis and stating calmly that she and her companion would handle the demons outside. She then instructed him firmly to proceed into the palace and eliminate any demons that had already breached the interior. Her tone carried an additional warning. She did not want him witnessing what they were about to do to the remaining demons outside. Without hesitation, Clath turned and rushed straight into the palace interior. Meanwhile, Felina handed Teslon specialized magical equipment, triggering a transformation that enveloped him in armor-like power, turning him into something resembling a living weapon, far surpassing even the greater demons in raw force. For Teslon, however, this battle felt less like a war and more like a long-awaited training ground, an opportunity he had been anticipating for a long time. Inside the palace, the king turned to the Sage of Silver and asked whether her plan had succeeded as intended, and she confirmed that it had proceeded smoothly thanks to his cooperation. The king acknowledged that the Zeppelin had suffered significant damage because of the plan, adding that if he had foreseen such consequences for the nation, he would have taken countermeasures in advance. The Sage of Silver asked whether he regretted assisting her, but the king responded that his words were not meant as regret. He explained further that cooperation had been part of his duty under long-standing traditions tied to his house, though he remained curious about how events had escalated into such widespread destruction, insisting he had the right to understand as someone who contributed to the plan. The Sage of Silver then revealed that the individual leading the Zeppelin invasion was acting under the authority of the martial king. She further explained that a highly dangerous individual capable of dominating Antares County was present, but due to their scattered positions they had been nearly impossible to track, until now when all of them had converged on the Zeppelin battlefield. At that moment, the main character's attention sharpened as he became fixated on identifying the one person powerful enough to have forced him back so easily earlier in the fight. That force finally revealed itself, standing wreathed in dark mana, and introduced himself as Reifenhardt, acknowledging their meeting with a quiet satisfaction, while Reifenhardt observed him in return with a steady, unreadable gaze. Reifenhardt paused for a moment, studying him carefully, and asked who he actually was. The man reacted with irritation, unable to believe he had been forgotten so easily, and coldly challenged him, saying that once he defeated him, he would have no choice but to remember everything. The main character then questioned whether he was wearing a berserker-type armor, and further asked if he was Stefan, the same man who had been with Teslon a year earlier, assuming he might still be aligned with him in this battle. Without hesitation, Stefan exploded forward at full speed, while Reifenhardt internally noted that this arrogance likely came from his earlier experience of losing to Tathif before fully mastering his aura. The main character attempted to halt the charge using his straight cannon technique, but Stefan broke through it, forcing him into shock as Stefan drew his sword and unleashed a blade aura strike. As Stefan closed the distance, he fully committed to his blade aura attack, pressing forward with overwhelming intent. The main character was visibly shaken, never expecting Stefan to have awakened aura as well, while Stefan declared openly that he had become an aura user too. As the clash intensified, the main character struggled to process the situation, realizing this development should never have been possible. Yet Stefan had indeed awakened aura in reality. Dodging the incoming blade, the main character retaliated with a full-force punch, but even then he could not find a clear path to victory against him. Stefan had clearly grown far stronger than during their previous encounter. The two moved at extreme speed, exchanging blows in rapid succession, their figures blurring as they collided and separated repeatedly across the battlefield. Most of the landed strikes, however, came from the main character, who managed to connect repeatedly against Stefan. Yet despite being covered in blood from the impacts, Stefan remained disturbingly energetic, his arrogance and aggressive confidence only growing stronger. There was no sign of him slowing down, and the main character began to feel the strain building, gradually being pushed toward exhaustion. Stefan laughed loudly through the chaos, shouting that he could endure this all day, and would continue taking every attack the main character could throw at him. Mocking him further, Stefan intensified his aura, allowing it to spread across his body until he was completely encased in a full suit of armored energy. The sheer rage emanating from him made even the main character hesitate, briefly doubting whether he could truly defeat him, as he recognized the armor resembled a high-grade construct similar to Eldred armor. Still, he refused to accept that it was powered purely by magic, instead suspecting Stefan was using an entirely different technique to empower himself, reminding himself that aura manifestation could not normally be achieved through magic alone. Stefan then prepared for another assault, shouting that he would kill him here and now, and charged forward with full force, completely ignoring the surrounding civilians, causing panic as people fled in every direction while screaming that he was a monster. Stefan clicked his tongue at the chaos and complained about the noise, while the main character used the distraction to evade and counterattack with rapid-fire shots, further escalating the destruction across the area. The main character called out to Stefan, demanding to know his intentions and reminding him that he was supposed to be a knight, bound by the rule that knights do not kill innocent civilians. Hearing this, Stefan's expression twisted further, as if he had completely lost his grounding, and he asked in confusion what the main character was talking about and where these supposed people even were. The main character studied him closely and realized that Stefan's perception had completely collapsed. There were no emotions left, only a hollow, unstable mind. Stefan raised his voice and insisted there was no one else around, claiming it was only the two of them as his mana flooded the area, then challenged the martial King Riffenhart directly, asking if he was ready to die. In response, the main character finally decided to take him seriously, allowing his own mana to surge outward as he prepared for a decisive clash. Stefan laughed again, convinced there was no one left to stop him, covering his face behind his armored aura before launching a full power charge. The main character's aura shifted dramatically, turning from yellow into a deep violet as he began charging his lightning fist technique, preparing a concentrated counterstrike. The moment Stefan closed in, the main character unleashed his lightning fist, followed immediately by a fire fist, striking in rapid combination. He understood clearly that these attacks alone would not be enough to fully stop Stefan, but they could at least slow his momentum and disrupt his charge. Both fighters continued exchanging blows at blinding speed, weaving between buildings as they clashed repeatedly, leaving destruction in their wake as structures collapsed around their path. For the moment, neither side showed any sign of stopping. The battlefield had become a relentless, unstoppable storm of force and motion. The main character was pushing himself as hard as he possibly could, refusing to slow down even for a second as the fight kept dragging on. He understood one thing very clearly. If he wanted any real chance of bringing Stefan down, then the first thing he had to do was break through that armor. So he kept driving his fists into Stefan again and again, throwing punch after punch with everything he had. But no matter how many blows landed, none of them seemed to make a difference. He could not help wondering what that armor was even made from, because after taking so many direct hits from him, Stefan still stood there as if nothing serious had happened. The more strength he poured into the fight, the more frustrated he became, because every bit of effort he used against Stefan felt like it was being swallowed by that armor. At the same time, Stefan was attacking with everything he had as well, swinging his blade while trying to pressure the main character from every angle. But even with all that force, he still could not leave a single scratch on him, and that was something Stefan could not accept. In that moment, the two of them were almost perfectly matched, their strengths clashing head-on, as if neither side could truly overwhelm the other. Then, all at once, the main character searched Stefan's armor for even the smallest opening. The instant he found one, he gathered his power, tightened his fist, and poured his rotational force into a single decisive strike. He made sure not to scatter his strength this time, concentrating every bit of energy into one precise point, so the blow could pierce through Stefan's armor, instead of bouncing off it. The moment Stefan stepped in, close to launch his own attack, the main character caught the opening. His fist shot forward, charged with rotation, and smashed into Stefan's side with enough force to crack the armor apart and hurl him straight into the wall. He knew that Gim Unbreakable had many techniques designed specifically to strike through armor and damage what was hidden beneath it. But those moves were not simple to use, because each one required the right build-up, the right timing, and precise control of aura. Even so, once the attack connected, it could pass through the strongest and thickest armor to hit the inside directly. Against someone who used Gim Unbreakable properly, armor alone meant almost nothing. But then Stefan pushed himself back up from the impact and claimed that the attack had not hurt him at all. One side of his face was exposed where the armor had broken, blood was running from his mouth, and yet he still wore that twisted, devilish grin. Without warning, Stefan vanished from where he stood and appeared right in front of Riffenhart, moving so suddenly that the main character was completely caught off guard. He had not expected Stefan to still be that fast after taking such a heavy blow, especially one powerful enough to break part of his armor. The Gim Unbreakable attack had clearly landed and dealt real damage, but even after that, Stefan was still moving as if the hit had not been enough to stop him. Stefan rose from the broken wall and told the protagonist that the attack he had just taken had done nothing to him, not even causing him pain. Then, in the next blink, he rushed forward with terrifying speed and appeared directly in front of the main character before he could properly track the movement. Stefan struck at him, but the main character managed to dodge at the very last instant. Stefan immediately mocked him, asking why he would avoid the attack when a Gim Unbreakable user should never dodge, then called him a coward. The main character answered that he was actually grateful Stefan was arrogant enough not to hide his own weakness, before firing back that Stefan was the one who had been brainwashed by the enemy and driven into a berserk state. That was when the main character noticed what was really happening inside Stefan's armor. Darkness drain and a forced abyssal awakening had been woven into it. He realized that this was the trick Stefan had been using all along. the deception he had been trying to figure out from the beginning. The main character cursed him for being insane enough to burn away his own life force just to produce aura. To him, it was nothing short of suicide. A dark magic method that twisted a person's life energy and forcibly converted it into usable aura. He felt ashamed that he had noticed it so late because the clue had been there from the moment Stefan called it berserk armor. Devices like that were worthless in the long run because they did not even give the user enough aura to justify the enormous amount of life force they consumed. Something like that could only be used by someone who had already become far stronger than an ordinary person, because only then could the body endure the damage it caused from the inside. Even so, the main character knew that the true peak of strength was becoming a genuine aura user, and there was no real value in relying on such cursed equipment. Reifenhardt then understood what had happened to Stefan. He must have once tried to learn aura properly, only for the enemy to push him into, depending on this twisted method instead. So the main character asked Stefan whether he even understood what the armor was doing to him, and told him directly that it was eating away at his life. But by then, it was already too late. Stefan's reason had almost completely collapsed, and he answered as if none of it mattered to him anymore. Hearing that answer, the main character shouted at him, calling him insane. He told Stefan that if he had simply trained and practiced for one more year, he could have become a real aura user without destroying himself. But Stefan answered that he had no intention of wasting any more time. He had decided to reclaim his honor as a true knight, die after achieving victory, and not spend the rest of his life crawling in shame like an insect. The main character told him he was completely wrong. There was no honor for a knight in winning through a magical armor that devoured his own life, and he should have waited, endured the training, and learned to become a true aura user. After hearing those words, Stefan suddenly fell silent, and his mind began drifting deep into the memories of his own life. He remembered himself as a little boy standing with a sword in his hands and learning how to wield it with all the seriousness of a future knight. Back then, all of his friends looked at him with admiration, proud of his talent and the path he seemed destined to walk. Even his father praised him, giving him the kind of approval that made him believe he was truly special. But once he grew into adulthood, Stefan began seeing more and more fighters, and he was stunned by the painful truth that many of them were far stronger than he was. Then he saw the main character for the first time. Riefenhardt was only a peasant, and yet he could use aura. And when the knights watched him defeat a monster all by himself, Stefan had been standing among them, seeing it with his own eyes. That sight planted an ugly question in Stefan's mind. If a peasant like Riefenhardt could possess aura, then why did he, a noble, not have that power as well? As Stefan witnessed the true strength of the main character, all the memories of praise from his childhood to adulthood began to crumble. Everything he had believed about himself shattered, and from that moment on, he set a new goal for his life. He had to become an aura user. Stefan then told the main character that he had suffered greatly to obtain the power he had always wanted. But the main character cut him down with the truth, calling him an idiot who was throwing away his own life for a foolish goal, when he could have simply waited, trained, and earned that strength properly. The main character went even further, telling him that if Stefan cared so little about his own life and planned to waste it as if it meant nothing, then he might as well let him take that life for good. Those words only made Stefan even more furious. He shouted for him to shut his mouth and die, then gripped his swords tightly and forced every last trace of aura he could draw out onto the blades. In the next instant, Stefan charged in and attacked the main character with everything he had, his mind filled with the thought that there was nothing left in life he wanted anymore. If that was the case, then he would destroy everything he had once loved, everything he had once admired, and everything he had once wanted to protect. And above all, he was determined to drag Riefenhardt down with him into the same ruin waiting at the end of his own path. The main character blocked Stefan's attack with every bit of strength he could muster, but even so, the force still broke through enough to injure him. Stefan shouted at him in a frenzy, demanding that he take even more damage and suffer even more under his blade. And then, with his mind completely slipping out of control, Stefan began to enjoy the cries of pain that escaped from the main character's mouth, and he wanted to hear even more of them. He told the main character that the weaker he looked, the more Stefan felt his life's purpose being fulfilled. To him, sacrificing his own life had become worth it, and with every step forward, he grew more certain that victory was within reach. All Stefan could think about was how much strength he gained from hearing Riefenhardt scream and struggle, and he clung to the idea that he would drag him down into the same death that was already waiting for him. The main character grew worried as he watched Stefan's condition. He knew Stefan's organs had to be suffering from the earlier attacks, and yet his movements were still frighteningly fast and precise, making it clear that his body was already half dead and still being forced to fight. Two of them attacked at the same time, their strikes colliding as aura surged and flowed around them in violent waves. The main character understood that Stefan's aura manifestation had lost its meaning now. Then Stefan suddenly realized something terrifying of his own. His attacks were no longer working, and they were no longer dealing any real damage to the protagonist. The protagonist told him that he was still using aura, but because that aura came from magic, it did not flow freely or naturally. Its movements were forced and irregular, which made it much easier for him to read. From there, the main character began pushing Stefan back blow by blow. He told Stefan that as the fight went on, he had figured out how his movements worked and how his aura reacted through the berserker armor. Even if someone sacrificed their own life to gain a shortcut like that, every loophole still came with a weakness. The main character immediately followed through with a decisive movement, activating the Gastresian technique and driving a forceful kick straight into Stefan's body. The impact didn't just send him back physically, it dug deep, layering additional internal damage beneath the surface. Even so, Riffenhart could not ignore the thought that lingered in his mind. Stefan had once possessed remarkable potential, real talent that should have taken him far, and yet everything about him now felt like a complete waste of that foundation. Despite being knocked back and wounded, Stefan still forced himself upright, standing directly in front of him again. The only thing coming out of his mouth now was a single, relentless demand to kill the protagonist. Reifenhart's expression darkened the moment he saw Stefan rise once more. Standing there, unbroken and refusing to yield, Stefan looked like nothing had changed at all. There was no satisfaction in it, no excitement of victory, only growing irritation at how stubborn he had become. For a brief moment, the thought of finishing everything with Calamity Horn surfaced in his mind, sharp and immediate. But just as quickly, he dismissed it. Burning that much aura here would be reckless. Teslin still awaited beyond this fight, and that confrontation would demand everything he had. He needed to conserve strength. More importantly, Stefan had already demonstrated something dangerous. He had endured a zero-impact result before. That meant ordinary attacks would likely fail to finish him. If repeating the same kind of force would only lead to the same outcome, then there was no value in continuing that approach. Riefenhart adjusted his thinking on the spot. Instead of Calamity Horn, he shifted to a different technique entirely. Del Oda, Arcane Force, the principle activated within him like a switch being flipped. Whatever moved would become power itself. The surrounding ground responded instantly to that command. The earth cracked open with sharp, violent echoes, stone splitting apart as if it had been waiting for his will to arrive. Fragments of shattered rock lifted into the air and began circling around him, forming a rotating storm of debris that spiraled like a living current. A deep violet aura then exploded outward, spreading across the battlefield in heavy waves that seemed to swallow everything in its path. That aura wrapped tightly around his body, pulsing rhythmically as though it had taken on a life of its own. His fists began to glow next, compressed, concentrated light gathering at the knuckles, coiling with terrifying force as he prepared to strike. Across from him, Stefan did not step back. He held his ground completely, and slowly a faint smile formed on his face, something far colder than confidence, something closer to madness. That smile was not pride or assurance. It was twisted, almost demonic in its stillness. At the same time, Riefenhart's thoughts sharpened. This technique had once begun as an idea during his refinement of Lightning Fist, a theory about turning motion itself into stored power. What had once been speculation was now fully realized. Without hesitation, he surged forward. Stefan reacted instantly. The moment Riefenhart closed in, he unleashed a rapid counter, shooting fists erupting from his arms, cutting through the air with sharp, precise intent aimed directly at him. Riefenhart had never limited himself to magic alone. In his pursuit of perfecting the fusion between spellcraft and martial technique, he had pushed his own body through relentless physical refinement, forging it through unbreakable discipline. Again and again, he had tried to push Calamity Horn beyond its fifth layer, forcing it past its natural boundary. But every attempt ended the same way, against an invisible wall that refused to break. No matter how refined his aura became, or how much his body hardened, that limit remained absolute. Over time, that frustration turned into something deeper, almost resentment. The flaw was clear. Calamity Horn did not allow control. Once unleashed, it erupted in uncontrollable shockwaves, leaving no room for precision or restraint. It could not be dialed down or adjusted mid-release. 1 layer, 2 layers, it made no difference. Once activated, destruction simply spread. The martial kings of the past never hesitated to unleash it at full force, even if entire landscapes were consumed in the process. But Riefenhart was different. At his core, he was still a mage. Where those warriors saw raw destruction as virtue, he saw inefficiency. Vakinshut the first, Calbrain the second, Rastal the third. None of them ever questioned the cost of their own devastation. They wielded power like a blunt instrument. Riefenhart wanted precision, and now with violet energy coiling around his fists and shattered stone orbiting like a storm, he intended to prove that uncontrolled strength was nothing more than noise. He knew better than anyone what it meant to lose control of one's own power. Once he had unleashed a nuclear burst that erased reason and earned him the title of demon across the continent. Power without restraint did not inspire admiration, it inspired fear. Calamity Horn itself was already complete, refined to its final state. At that level, attempting to modify it was like rewriting history itself. Possible in theory, but nearly impossible in practice. So instead of forcing change onto something already perfected, he chose another path. He created something entirely new. Its energy consumption was nearly on par with rapid-fire chi bullet. Its raw destructive output could not surpass Calamity Horn, but that was never its purpose. Its strength lay elsewhere. It provided control and precision by converting mana into physical force using the principle of lightning fist, then layering it with artificial aura to create a cascading ripple effect. He formed a completely different type of destructive power. Hybrid Calamity Horn, his fist launched forward without hesitation. The air itself screamed as it ruptured under the pressure. Everything in its path was torn apart before the strike slammed directly into Stefan's body. At that exact moment, something inside Stefan cracked. Fragments of memory surged up violently, unbidden and distorted. A strange, disorienting sensation overtook him, as if his very sense of self was beginning to blur and collapse. Since the moment Riffenhart had crossed his path, every achievement Stefan had ever taken pride in, every victory he once believed was his own, now felt as if it was being stripped away piece by piece, completely nullified. Elsewhere, Sir Eustace remained locked in battle, his gaze fixed sharply on Eldrin without even a flicker of distraction. The transformation had already reached completion. Eldrin no longer resembled the man he had been moments earlier. His body had expanded dramatically, encased in massive ancient armor radiating overwhelming authority, his very presence altered on a fundamental scale. Eustace watched closely as Eldrin announced the name of this newly awakened power. Eldril Gigantus, the ancient armament bestowed by the great sage for a single purpose alone, to defeat Eustace. Yet Eustace did not react outwardly. Through his mana perception, he saw through the display immediately. Despite the drastic change in appearance, the core essence had not shifted at all. In the next instant, Eldrin charged straight in, launching a full frontal assault. Eustace responded without hesitation. 7 stars erupted once more, slicing into him with pinpoint, merciless precision. The strike connected cleanly. And yet Eldrin did not slow down at all. He kept advancing as if the blow had never landed. His voice echoed across the battlefield as he declared that his previous defeat had come from weak defense alone. That flaw no longer existed. The armor he now wore was an impenetrable fortress. Eustace's aura could not break it. He did not claim superiority in speed or offense, but his defense could be endlessly reinforced. And this time, he would not fall. Eustace felt it immediately. Every attack he released was being swallowed entirely by Eldrin's armor, as if the force itself was being consumed. Even shockwaves, powerful enough to tear steel apart, disappeared without effect, and even the joints, normally the weak points, were sealed and reinforced beyond perception. Then Eldrin threw his head back and roared. In the next instant, countless bursts of energy erupted from his body, tearing across the battlefield and transforming everything around him into a storm of destruction. For a brief moment, Eustace's thoughts wavered. The overwhelming pressure, that absolute defense, it felt eerily familiar, almost like standing against Riffenhart once again. And yet the choice to rely on such a method still felt fundamentally irrational, almost reckless. Brutality completely out of character, something Eustace could barely recognize. But there was no time to untangle that contradiction. The Zeppelin had to be abandoned, and the non-human races needed immediate evacuation, forcing his mind to outrun the chaos. Eustace searched desperately for any opening, any workable idea, but every path he considered collapsed into nothing. At the western gate of the Zeppelin, a guard station there spotted Inia and quickly called out, asking whether she had managed to return safely. Inia responded calmly that there had been some interference along the way, though nothing severe enough to stop her. The guard gave a short, understanding nod and admitted he had encountered similar disturbances himself. She went on to explain that the enemy's behavior had been unusually inconsistent, even claiming that reinforcements were on their way, but none had ever appeared, leaving her unsettled. The guard replied that he had been told an aura user would also show up, yet that supposed threat had never materialized either. Both of them came to the same conclusion without hesitation. There was no reason to stay any longer. The gate had to be destroyed, and they needed to withdraw immediately. Without delay, magic gathered at their fingertips, energy condensing as they prepared to obliterate the city's exit in a single coordinated strike. Then, out of nowhere, a violent blast ripped through the air, screaming toward the gate with terrifying speed. Both of them froze for a split second, stunned before instinct and experience made the truth instantly clear. An aura user. Hidden. Waiting. But the man beside the elf did not panic. His expression only sharpened, stabilizing into calm focus. If an aura user had finally appeared, then this meant the larger mechanism had already been set into motion in exactly the way he expected. The elves' gazes shifted forward as a lone figure stepped out from the distance, emerging from the tension like a drawn blade. A swordsman stood before them, his posture firm, eyes cold and voice edged with contempt. He mocked everything around him, calling the nation incompetent, ridiculing failed strategies, and blaming everyone involved for the collapse unfolding before them. His words dripped with disdain, as if nothing in this conflict deserved respect. The elf girl immediately warned the others to stay alert, her voice cutting sharply through the tension. She reminded them that this was the same man who had once fought Lord Riffenhart to a standstill. Another elf swallowed hard, realizing this was far beyond a normal opponent. Steel slid free from its sheath. Mana began to swirl. The battlefield tightened as everyone prepared for impact. The swordsman looked at them with open contempt, as though they were insignificant insects, and asked what exactly they believed they were preparing for. Survival? He asked. Victory? His answer was immediate and absolute. None of that mattered. In his eyes, they were only organizing themselves into convenient positions to die. Then he gave a simple order without raising his voice. "Felina, surround them." Felina responded instantly, her voice rising into a controlled chant. "Hast one great Pantera." With each syllable, the mana around her twisted violently, responding like a living force. A radiant golden circle ignited beneath her feet, expanding outward in intricate, glowing patterns. Then she tore open what mages called the Crimson Curtain, the boundary said to divide heaven and earth. The space ahead fractured with a burning distortion, and in the next instant, a massive wall of fire erupted upward. Heat exploded across the battlefield in a wave that swallowed everything nearby. The flames didn't creep. They roared violently into existence. Those caught near its edge felt their skin burning from the heat alone as they scrambled backward in panic. Even the elf watching could not hide her shock. The scale was wrong. The firewall was far beyond normal limits, stretching nearly 7 times larger than any standard spell. That single fact said everything. The woman commanding this magic was no ordinary mage. Shouts erupted through the ranks, orders to hold formation, to resist panic, to stabilize. They were warned repeatedly not to scatter, while spirit magic was deployed in layered defenses to reduce the overwhelming heat pressing down on them. Then something far more dangerous entered the battlefield. A forbidden artifact was revealed, its existence known only in whispers among the Silver Sages. The Staff of Multi-Duplication, a relic capable of replicating a single spell 7-fold. Not amplification. Not modification. Perfect duplication. Felina's firewall did not remain 1, it multiplied. 1 became 7. 7 identical walls of flame rose in sequence, sealing the entire battlefield inside a blazing prison. The man beside her glanced at her briefly and asked, still composed, whether she had already used 2 charges. Only 3 remained, correct? Felina confirmed calmly. Yes, after 3 more uses, the staff would exhaust its mana and require recovery time. Then 3 is enough, he concluded, without hesitation. This battle will not last beyond that. Felina's gaze shifted beyond the burning perimeter. She asked where the other soldiers were. By now, the encirclement of the slaves should already be complete. The timing had been calculated precisely. The man replied that they should have already arrived. Elsewhere, while Karl's bribery had tilted events from the shadows, Teslan had prepared his own contingency plan, one built upon exploiting the Silver Sage intelligence network. The trap had been set in advance, designed to trigger at the perfect moment, yet something was wrong. Even after activation, the Zeppelin forces were not behaving as predicted. The Silver Sages prided themselves on intelligence systems capable of dissecting secrets layer by layer, yet even they had failed to fully uncover what Antares County had set in motion. Part of the truth remained buried beyond their reach. Felina narrowed her eyes. Had there been internal interference? Something planted within their own ranks? The man beside her frowned. What kind of manipulation could distort everything this thoroughly? In the end, Felina dismissed the uncertainty. Schemes, interference, hidden variables, they didn't matter. Only one objective remained. The Demon King was the key. Capture the female elf, and everything else would collapse accordingly. But before the flames could fully close in, something shifted deep inside the inferno. A presence moved. From within the roaring firewalls, the ice elf stepped forward and released her power. A surge of frost erupted outward, swallowing the flames in an instant. The towering firewalls vanished as if erased from existence, leaving only fading heat and collapsing light behind. The suffocating pressure lifted, and cold air rushed back in. Those who had been trapped gasped in relief as breathing became possible again. The ice elf's voice cut through clearly. She ordered them to hold formation and not scatter. If they broke rank now, they would only hand advantage back to the enemy. Frost continued spreading across the scorched ground, sealing embers and reclaiming territory from Felina's magic. Her gaze then rose toward the swordsmen blocking their path. Without needing words, she and the man beside her reached the same conclusion. If they wanted to break through, the gate itself meant nothing. The obstacle in front of them had to be removed first. Only by defeating what stood in their way could the advance continue. With no alternative left, Haltron and the others surged forward in unison. Any hesitation had already been paid for. The Ice Witch took the lead, advancing straight toward the swordsman without slowing. Frost gathered around her as she closed the distance, step by step. The swordsman did not retreat. He stood still, sword lowered at his side, expression calm and unreadable. Then, in a single fluid motion, he activated his technique, Spiral Blade. The air twisted violently, and the ground beneath him cracked under the pressure. The spiraling force expanded outward in a crushing wave, distorting everything in its path. Behind the front line, another elf remained steady and raised her staff. Mana flared as she summoned her contracted guardian, Teratus. A massive creature materialized beside her, positioning itself as a shield against the incoming shockwaves. She had already anticipated it. The collision between the ice elf and the swordsman would not stay contained. When their forces clashed, the impact exploded outward like thunder, tearing through frost and compressed aura alike. She shouted warnings to maintain control, reminding them that if they lost discipline, they would wipe out their own allies faster than the enemy could. The man fighting alongside the ice elf grimaced, quickly apologizing. He had not expected the shockwaves to spread with such devastating intensity. Meanwhile, the ice elf studied her opponent with sharp focus. He was undeniably strong, but not invincible. If necessary, she was confident she could finish him alone. The enemy suddenly removed his cape and let it fall, calmly. He acknowledged her skill was higher than expected, then casually insulted her lineage, referring to her race in a dismissive, contemptuous tone. Both the man and the elf watched him closely, unsure of his intent. Was he retreating mentally, or preparing something far worse? The elf muttered that she had never seen anyone mock an opponent with such arrogance while still standing on the battlefield. The swordsman smiled faintly, and admitted he had never intended to fight seriously while constrained in what he called an inferior dragon vessel. There was no point continuing the pretense any longer. He called out, "Felina." She responded immediately and shouted for her companion to catch it. Tezran, a bag was thrown through the air, spinning toward its target. The moment it struck Tezran, something within it activated. His body convulsed as mechanical segments unfolded rapidly, locking into place one after another. Armor plates spread across his frame, sealing his limbs in rigid structure. Within moments, his entire body was fully encased, transforming him into a complete mechanical warform built from reinforced steel and layered armor. The transformation completed with a heavy metallic finality, the armored form eerily echoing the same oppressive structure once seen in Eldrin's own battle state. Inside that sealed shell of steel and aura, Tezran's voice resonated like it was coming from deep within a hollow monument. Calm, absolute, and suffocating in its certainty. He declared that he would now reveal where they truly belonged, calling them nothing more than servants clinging to the legacy of a fallen demon king, unworthy of standing on equal ground. The man standing beside the ice elf froze for a moment, his eyes locked onto the armored figure with visible shock. The sheer mass of that structure looked unnatural, almost impossible to even conceptualize as something a human body could operate from within. It was rigid, suffocating, built like a moving fortress. A single thought surfaced in his mind. How could anyone possibly move, let alone fight, while trapped inside something like that? The ice elf didn't hesitate even for a heartbeat. The instant Tezran's transformation locked into place, she launched herself forward with explosive speed, cutting through the air in a sweeping motion as her blade carved a pale, frozen arc across the battlefield, leaving a chilling trail behind her. Her intent was immediate and ruthless. She aimed to crush him before his body could even adjust to the unfamiliar weight and structure of that monstrous armor, striking fast enough to deny him any chance of adaptation. But mid-charge, something felt wrong. Tezran showed no sign of preparation, no shift in stance, no defensive bracing, not even the slightest reaction to the incoming strike, as if he had already decided the outcome long before her blade arrived. He simply stood there, motionless beneath the armor. Then, in a sudden, seamless motion, his body shifted. The spiral guard unfolded like a mechanism designed for war itself, rotating in perfect synchronization, steel, aura, and movement, merging into a single fluid defensive system. Her blade struck the rotating barrier head-on, but instead of breaking through, it was absorbed and redirected with unnerving efficiency. The force of her attack dissolved, as though it had been swallowed into an endless spinning void. A ripple of uneasy murmurs spread through the surrounding elves. They had seen something like this before, or rather, they recognized it too well. That technique, there was no mistaking it. It was the unmistakable art of Lord Reifenhart. From within the armor, Tezran's voice rang out again, steady and cutting, as he declared he would now demonstrate the true nature of Jim Unbreakable's power. The man beside the ice elf narrowed his eyes sharply, then moved in at the same time she did, his voice demanding answers mid-motion. He wanted to know if Tezran truly belonged to the same martial lineage as their long-revered savior. His strike came down with brutal intent, but at the exact instant it would have landed, Tezran twisted his body, not a full dodge, not a retreat, but a precise angular shift that redirected the majority of the impact away from its lethal path. The blow skimmed past with far less force than it should have carried, as if its destructive intent had been surgically drained mid-contact. A chill ran through the man's spine. That level of control over force itself, was something like that even within human capability? Without turning away, the ice elf spoke flatly, confirming that his defensive structure mirrored Lord Reifenhart's technique with exact precision. Every detail matched: the stance, the rotation, even the distribution of weight through the body and armor. There was no doubt left. If Jim Unbreakable only allowed one successor per generation, then what did that mean for this man? A dangerous possibility surfaced. Could the rumored master still be involved? The caped fighter dismissed it immediately from what he knew. The old master was physically enormous, even without armor. Tezran's frame didn't align with that image at all. Without giving them time to settle the uncertainty, the ice elf surged forward once more, her presence sharpening like a drawn blade. The blade of the east ignited in her grip, its edge flaring with violent energy as she unleashed a continuous storm of sword arcs, each one carving through the air with relentless precision. She pressed the assault without a single pause, not only aiming to break through his defense, but also to dissect the seams of his armor, probing for weakness beneath sustained pressure. Strike after strike crashed into him, but nothing changed. No cracks, no hesitation, no disruption in rhythm. The armor held firm as if it existed outside the concept of damage. Not even his balance shifted. The spiral system beneath the armor remained perfectly stable, absorbing everything she threw without ever faltering. Inside the armored shell, Tezran clicked his tongue in quiet irritation. Her style, raw, aggressive, and endlessly pressing, reminded him of someone he once knew far too well. For an elf, her level of combat instinct was disturbingly refined, far beyond what he had expected. She snapped back instantly, refusing to accept his tone, her voice sharp with fury as she demanded how he dared reduce her to just an elf, while hiding behind such a grotesque construct of steel and arrogance. Tezran responded without raising his voice, calm and unshaken, stating that the fight would not proceed in the simple way she imagined. In the next instant, light erupted outward, chains forged from pure radiance snapping into existence and lashing toward her limbs. The luminous restraints wrapped around her arms and legs in an instant, locking her joints with invisible force. Her muscles reacted instinctively, straining against the bindings, but her body refused to obey her will. Shock flashed across her face. He wasn't just a warrior, he could use magic as well. Tezran stepped forward through the fading glow, closing the distance with steady, unhurried motion, his voice cutting into her defiance as he rebuked her arrogance. Even bound and struggling, she forced her body to move, twisting against the chains in a desperate attempt to slip out of the incoming path of attack. But the restriction disrupted her timing. Just enough. Tezran's fist broke through the gap she failed to fully close, driving forward with brutal precision and landing cleanly against her defense. Blood spilled from her lips as the impact sent her staggering backward, the collision of armored force and living flesh echoing across the battlefield like a crack of thunder. In that instant of violent imbalance, a cold realization struck her deeper than the blow itself. It wasn't just pain, it was the unmistakable presence of death drawing closer, silent and absolute. And beneath that fear, something sharper pierced her mind. Regret, the bitter thought that she had still not bound Lord Riffenhart to her side, as she had once sworn. Tezran paused for the briefest moment, a flicker of surprise crossing his expression as he noticed she had managed to partially deflect even that strike, despite her condition. A low sound escaped him, almost impressed, almost analytical, as he admitted she was enduring far more than expected. Then, with unsettling calm, he declared that he genuinely wanted to see how long she could continue resisting before she finally broke. Beside her, the allied fighter let out a curse and charged in without hesitation, his axe descending with all his remaining strength as it crashed directly into Tezran's armored form. The strike should have shattered bone and armor alike, but instead, Tezran responded with a single, casual punch, intercepting the axe mid-impact and stopping its momentum dead as if it had struck an immovable wall. The fighter's jaw tightened. Reality settled in. Raw force alone was not going to be enough to break through this kind of defense, not against something so absolute, so stubbornly overwhelming. If that was the case, then he would have to push further, beyond his current limits. There was no other path left. It became clear now, Tezran had no intention of evading any attack that came straight at him. He would meet everything head-on without retreat, without hesitation. This was Jim Unbreakable's doctrine. A martial path where stepping back did not exist, and evasion itself was treated as a form of defeat in direct confrontation. Drawing in a deep, stabilizing breath, the man gathered everything he had left, compressing his remaining strength into a single, focused point. His aura erupted violently, surging around him in turbulent waves as his power climbed to a higher, more dangerous peak. With a roar that shook the air, he unleashed another devastating strike toward Tezran, and this time, Tezran moved. He stepped aside. A clean, effortless shift of position, as if the outcome had already been calculated before the attack even began. The axe tore through empty space. Confusion twisted across the fighter's face. This didn't match anything he had been told. The man who refused to dodge had just dodged without hesitation. In the very next breath, Tezran closed the distance in a single explosive step, his voice carrying a strange, almost approving tone as he praised the simplicity of the attack. Straightforward, honest, direct. The fighter gritted his teeth, recognizing the pattern of that martial lineage all too well. Unyielding, extreme, and bound entirely by its own brutal, uncompromising code. No more hesitation remained. The fighter activated his ultimate technique instantly, death counterattack. Instead of retreating, he met the incoming pressure head-on, converting Tezran's aggression into a lethal counter designed to end everything in a single exchange. The moment Tezran slipped past the expected strike with unnatural ease, the Ice Elf's mind fractured. Confusion tightened in her chest like frost spreading through a dying flame. Across the continent, one truth had always remained absolute. Jim Unbreakable warriors never dodged. The former Fist Kings had endured every blow head-on, never yielding, never stepping back, wearing each impact as proof of conviction. That belief had shaped countless battles, and she had believed it completely. Like every aura user who ever faced that lineage, she made the fatal assumption. He would not dodge. He could not dodge. With that certainty, she abandoned defense entirely, pouring everything into overwhelming offense. Tezran's voice cut through the chaos like a blade, calm and precise. That certainty itself was the trap. The image of invincibility had been cultivated deliberately for generations. The legend that Jim Unbreakable never evaded was not a limitation, it was bait. And in that decisive instant, Tezran surged forward with lethal intent, ready to end it. The Ice Elf's scream tore across the battlefield as she called out desperately for Cardamite, urging him to dodge, her voice breaking under the weight of sudden realization. But by then, everyone watching already understood the outcome had shifted beyond recovery. They stood frozen, unable to process what they were seeing, their minds struggling to accept the reality unfolding before them. Shock held them in place like iron chains. Cardamite, the pride of Grand Forge, the greatest warrior among dwarves, he who had once brought down Knight Tetzwald and proven himself unmatched in raw martial strength, now lay at the edge of defeat, having resisted nothing at all, as if all that legendary power had simply been snuffed out in an instant. Felt unreal, unacceptable, a contradiction to everything they believed about him. And yet there he was, his body collapsed against the frozen ground, completely motionless, as though even the idea of resistance had been erased from him. Tezran looked down at the fallen dwarf without urgency, his gaze calm and almost reflective, as if assessing a minor deviation in a larger plan. He admitted almost casually that this outcome had not been part of the original design, but it remained acceptable nonetheless. Then, with chilling composure, he issued an order to begin preparations for the bait that would be used to draw the Demon King into their grasp. Not far away, the elf still standing in his path, tightened her grip on her blades until her knuckles whitened, muttering under her breath that her swords were likely to shatter again at this rate, and that the smiths of Grand Forge would no doubt curse her name for it afterward. A bitter, fleeting thought crossed her mind in the silence between heartbeats, that she might not even survive long enough to witness the blades breaking, let alone face the consequences afterward. Her existence itself felt like it was slipping toward its end. Tezran's gaze drifted briefly, as if pulled backward through memory. He recalled a distant encounter with the Demon King's mistress, the so-called goddess of madness, Valencia. The battlefield had once been drenched in her chaos, where soldiers fell not just from wounds, but from minds shattered long before their bodies collapsed. The memory lingered for only an instant before losing relevance in his mind. He dismissed it entirely. The past had no value here. There was no reason to hesitate, no reason to resist. His voice rang out with absolute authority as he commanded the elves to kneel, promising them mercy only if they surrendered without resistance. The elf answered him with burning defiance in her eyes, telling him sharply to shut his mouth. Then, refusing to yield, she called upon Ignatius, Udar, and Mjolnir, invoking their names as she prepared to continue fighting, even if she had to stand alone against an impossible opponent. Tezran looked down at her with a faint, mocking laugh, questioning whether that pathetic display truly represented the full extent of power the spirits were said to grant. His tone carried disdain, as if she were merely scratching at the surface of something far beyond her reach. Without giving her even a breath to recover, he activated Zero Impact. In an instant, the force of her attack was erased from existence, as though it had never been released at all. The elf's eyes widened in stunned disbelief. Everything she had poured into that strike, her energy, her resolve, her spirit, had been nullified so effortlessly it felt like reality itself had been rewritten. Tezran spoke calmly, almost coldly, explaining that he wanted her alive. That was the only reason she still drew breath. He had been holding back intentionally. Then, without warning, his aura shifted once more as he unleashed Kinsey-Reiking Blast. The blast struck with the force of a collapsing mountain, sending her body hurtling backward through the air, as if she were nothing more than debris caught in an unstoppable disaster. She crashed violently to the ground. Her body trembled as she fought to rise, every muscle screaming in protest. Even standing was a struggle now, her feet barely able to find stable contact with the frozen earth beneath her. Watching from the side, the ice elf understood immediately what was unfolding. The intent behind his actions was becoming unmistakably clear. He was planning to capture her, not kill her, capture her as a hostage, as bait. That realization burned through her hesitation like fire. Such an outcome could never be allowed. Forcing air back into her lungs, she pushed herself upright again, even as her body screamed in protest. Tezran's expression shifted slightly, genuine surprise flickering across his face at the fact that she was still standing at all. He had not expected her will to endure this far. She met his gaze directly, a faint, defiant smile forming as she mocked him, saying his fists felt far softer than she had anticipated. Even now, she refused to show fear. Tezran narrowed his eyes, questioning whether she truly believed she could defeat him in such a condition. He reminded her that she was no longer in a position to underestimate anything. She responded honestly. She had been caught off guard because she never imagined an aura user would also wield magic. Tezran answered without hesitation or shame, confirming that he did indeed use magic. She had simply failed to account for it, lowered her guard, and paid the price with a critical strike. Her grip tightened around her weapon. In her mind, a warrior was never defeated as long as a sword remained in their hand. Even now, she refused to let go of that belief, addressing him once more with that crude, defiant nickname. Tezran exhaled faintly, almost weary, and remarked that it would be unfortunate to kill her. He suggested she surrender instead. If she chose to serve him, he would even take care of her. She laughed through blood at her lips and rejected the offer outright, calling him far too ugly to ever consider. She called him a madman, accusing him of weakness hidden behind scrap armor meant to conceal his inadequacy. For a brief, fragile moment, Inia's thoughts drifted inward, as if something deeper had surfaced beneath the battle. If she allowed the other elf to die here, Riffenhart would surely be saddened. Meanwhile, that other elf already understood clearly, Inia could not defeat Tezran in her current condition. Then another thought struck her like a blade to the heart. Would Riefenhart grieve if she herself died here? The answer hurt far more than any wound she had sustained, and regret began to wash over her in heavy waves. There were still so many things she had never done beside him, moments she had only imagined, conversations never spoken, paths never taken. Everything now narrowed into a single, inevitable moment. She knew she could not win in her current state. But if she was going to fall, she would not fall empty-handed. Even if it cost her life, she resolved to take at least one of Tezran's arms with her before the end. Tezran sensed it before it fully manifested, the sudden rise in her aura, refined and tightly controlled in a way that even made his eyes narrow. This was not reckless power, it was deliberate, calculated. Within her, thousands upon thousands of aura pulses began to form, colliding, merging, separating in precise cycles. The structure was so complex that even Tezran instantly recognized one truth. He could not reproduce it. If those pulses remained perfectly contained without leakage, the destructive force would be catastrophic. This was no ordinary technique. It was the ultimate art of the Snow Queen, the strongest warrior the elves had ever produced. Anea raised her weapon as the absolute spear was unleashed. Even as the technique gathered momentum, Tezran continued speaking with mocking calm, lamenting that it was a shame, if she had truly intended to wound him properly, this fight might have been worth his time. Inia snapped back instantly, pointing out the irony of him suddenly acting like a pure martial artist after freely using magic moments earlier, her voice sharp with defiance. And then the absolute spear surged forward. For the first time, something in Tezran's expression changed. The approaching force could not be dismissed so lightly. It demanded attention. A brief flicker of genuine shock crossed his face. He even considered, in that instant, whether his own Kinz-Reiking blast would be enough to counter it. Then, in the next instant, the air itself twisted violently. At the decisive moment, the Demon King Riffenhart appeared directly in front of him. The Snow Queen's eyes widened instantly. Emotion flooded through her. Relief, gratitude, and something deeper she could not even name, all crashing together at once. But her body had already reached its absolute limit. The moment that emotional tension broke, her strength gave out completely, and she collapsed. Riefenhart moved without hesitation, catching her before she hit the ground. She looked up weakly and insisted she was fine, trying to mask her exhaustion. With quiet relief, she added that at least he had come for her, arriving from the front lines just in time. Watching from the side, the other elf felt a sharp sting of jealousy. In her fading consciousness, Inia admitted to herself that this time she had won. Riefenhart gently steadied Inia before turning his attention toward the other elf, shifting his focus without hesitation. He called out to Ceres, asking if she was unharmed. Ceres answered that she could still stand. His gaze moved between them, carefully assessing their condition, ensuring neither had suffered fatal damage. Then his attention shifted again. He noticed Cardamite. The dwarf lay motionless on the frozen ground. Riefenhart's expression hardened as he recognized the implication. An Ori user of that caliber had been brought down. Before the silence could settle, Tezran spoke. Calmly, almost casually, he stated that they had met again. Riefenhart looked at him without expression and remarked dryly that he had not realized golems were capable of speech. Without hesitation, Tezran reached up and removed the mask covering his head, revealing his true face at last. The moment Riefenhart heard that name coming from within the towering mass of armor, something dark and immediate ignited in his eyes. A surge of anger broke through his restraint as his gaze locked onto the absurd, oversized construct in front of him. With a sharp edge in his voice, he demanded to know what kind of ridiculous form Tezran had chosen to wrap himself in this time. He even went further, scoffing as he compared it to some bizarre relic Stefan might have dragged out of a forgotten ruin, asking whether Tezran had stumbled across something ancient and simply decided to wear it like armor. Tezran remained unshaken. In a steady, controlled tone, he explained that this was no costume or decorative shell. It was an artifact designed to concentrate an ancient power known as LS, the adamant drill suit, a relic engineered to compress overwhelming force into a single body. Riefenhart let out a dry, cutting laugh, acknowledging that Tezran had indeed found something impressive to hide behind, before adding coldly that if their master could witness this scene, he would be driven to despair in his grave. At that remark, Tezran's expression subtly shifted. He corrected him in a low voice. Their master was not dead. He was still alive. The words hit Riefenhart instantly, and for a brief moment, he realized his own thoughts had slipped past his guard, spoken aloud without intent. A faint trace of embarrassment brushed through him, though his expression never changed. Instead, he observed calmly that Tezran seemed to have fallen into a rather strange and extreme state. Tezran's voice turned colder, sharper. Everything he did, he insisted, was for the future of humanity. If he had to endure humiliation or become an unsightly shell of armor to achieve that goal, it meant nothing to him. With unwavering resolve burning in his tone, Tezran declared that this nightmare would end here, and for the first time, he addressed Riefenhart directly as the Demon King, fully committing himself to the confrontation. Riefenhart did not hesitate for even a moment. He immediately turned and issued orders to his subordinates, commanding them to evacuate the civilians and board the Zeppelin. He would handle Tezran himself. No one else would interfere. His attention shifted to Inia next, instructing her to withdraw with the others. She refused instantly, meeting his command without hesitation, and reminding him sharply that he was not the only monster standing on that battlefield. As his eyes scanned the area, he noticed Felina nearby. After a brief pause, he revised his command, instructing Inia instead to take responsibility for her and ensure her safety. Inia responded with quiet confidence, assuring him not to worry. She claimed she was far stronger than she appeared. Before turning away, she warned him to remain cautious. The armor alone posed a serious threat, and Tezran himself was a high-ranking mage. Riefenhart replied calmly that he understood perfectly, already stepping forward to intercept Felina. Felina glanced toward Tezran and asked in a detached tone what she should do about those attempting to escape if she engaged the Ice Elf. Tezran answered without hesitation, "Let them go." Eliminating a powerful aura user mattered far more than chasing scattered prey. A decisive kill outweighed a dozen meaningless pursuits. Riefenhart stepped forward into full view, his voice rising with fury as he directly called out Tezran in front of everyone. He demanded justice for what had been done to his friend, swearing that he would personally calm the restless spirit of Cardamite, whose life had been taken without mercy. Tezran replied without flinching, stating coldly that the man who once stood beside them was already gone. What remained now would demonstrate the true power of Jim Unbreakable. Both moved at the exact same instant. The distance between them vanished in a blur, and when their fists collided, the impact detonated outward like a cannon blast, tearing through the air itself. Tezran's eyes sharpened as he analyzed every fragment of Riefenhart's movement: angle, timing, stance, and weight distribution. Even though Riefenhart was known primarily as a mage, the raw physical force behind his strikes was far beyond what he had expected. A flicker of respect surfaced in Tezran's mind, but instead of slowing him down, it only fueled his excitement further. The battle was becoming more interesting. Each time Riefenhart struck, Tezran met the attack with precise control, intercepting every blow at the final possible inch before impact, never wasting movement. With every successful defense, his confidence grew steadily, and a faint, silent arrogance began to creep into his thoughts, like a mocking voice forming in the back of his mind. Without warning, Tezran activated Gastresian. The air around his arm twisted violently as the technique ignited, distorting space with compressed force. Riefenhart immediately understood that retreat would only open him up to destruction. If he was going to be struck, he would strike at the same time, refusing to yield even a fraction of ground. In the same instant, he unleashed Gastresian of his own, meeting the technique head-on without hesitation. Tezran laughed coldly and declared that Riefenhart was still incomplete as a martial artist. He mocked him, saying he should have accounted for the difference in their physical stature before choosing to clash directly. Those words struck deeper than the impact itself. They dragged up an old, buried memory, being told that as a disciple of Jim Unbreakable, he should have grown beyond 2 meters like the others, towering like true inheritors of the style. Yet he had remained smaller, carrying that inadequacy like a shadow he could never escape. But there was no time for that humiliation to settle. The violent collision of their techniques overwhelmed everything, drowning thought in pure, crushing pain. Even so, through the chaos, Tezran admitted something unexpected. Riefenhart's timing had been flawless. Riefenhart forced his way through, blocking several incoming strikes before driving forward with a straight cannon punch, aiming directly at Tezran's core. Tezran responded with calm clarity, explaining that the straight cannon excelled against groups, not in one-on-one combat. He formed a spiral guard, dispersing the force effortlessly, noting that without concentrated impact, the technique was far easier to neutralize. From that point on, the battle shifted into pure reflection, technique answering technique in real time, each side adapting instantly to the other. Spiral guard met spiral guard. Their arms blurred into motion as attack and defense blurred together, executed almost simultaneously on both sides. Each of them read the other's rhythm perfectly, as if they were fighting a distorted mirror of themselves. Then, without warning, Riefenhart was blasted backward, his body tearing through the air before crashing violently to the ground. Tezran remarked with biting sarcasm that Spiral Guard could simply be countered by another Spiral Guard, suggesting their master should have taught him something so fundamental. Riefenhart searched his memory and found no such technique. A brief silence followed. Then realization struck. Even Tezran himself seemed to understand the truth of it. That refinement was not inherited at all. It had been created by Tezran himself through solitary development and brutal experimentation. Riefenhart rose slowly, accepting the weight of reality settling over him. Even within Jim Unbreakable, mastery was not unified. The gap between practitioners could be wider than bloodline or inheritance. Tezran might carry fragments of the First King's memory, but Riefenhart carried something heavier, decades of real battle, forged in isolation during the era when he himself had once stood as that king. His gaze returned to the armor. Tezran had come dangerously close to becoming the reborn first king, yet the vessel he wore now was still inferior to his former body in its prime. The adamant drill suit radiated overwhelming hardness and crushing force. But even so, it remained beneath the level of the flesh Tezran once possessed when he had stood at the continent's absolute peak. Tezran narrowed his eyes and asked if Riffenhart found his attacks amusing. Riffenhart answered evenly that laughter had nothing to do with what he felt. Inside, his thoughts sharpened into clarity. He had not drifted aimlessly in his past life. He had stood as the greatest mage of his era, reaching a level of magical mastery Tezran had never touched. Even if his current body limited him, even if his reserves were restricted, he had once faced the 5 strongest beings on the continent simultaneously and survived. That realization steadied him completely. Radiant song ignited within him as light surged outward, and he stepped forward once more. The rotating chariot of fire roared into existence, its blazing wheels fracturing mid-flight and splitting into multiple trajectories that struck from every direction at once. Before the explosion even faded, he chained it directly into a flare, maintaining continuous pressure without giving space for recovery. Tezran answered with prison offense, raising layered defenses designed to crush incoming magic, but Riffenhart refused to slow his advance. Flame ignition erupted in perfect timing. Riffenhart threaded each spell through the smallest gaps in Tezran's defenses, adjusting trajectories with precise control until the entire structure began collapsing from within. The explosion thundered across the battlefield. Tezran's body was slammed violently into the distant wall. Blood rose to his lips as he forced himself upright, shock flickering through his expression. He could not understand how such simple spells, when executed with such coordination, could produce overwhelming force. His thoughts raced. Something was wrong. Riefenhart had not used any hand signs. Confusion hardened into disbelief. Before he could speak, Riefenhart answered, he had rewritten them. Traditional gestures were inefficient in close combat. So he had dismantled the somatic structure of each spell and rebuilt them to align with Jim Unbreakable's movements themselves. Tezran froze. The implication struck like a physical blow. Martial motion had been converted into spell-casting structure, breathing, pivots, strikes, footwork, all transformed into magical triggers. Punches became incantation. Movement itself became sorcery. The concept shattered everything he understood. Somatic gestures were never arbitrary. They were precise mathematical systems designed to bind mana into fixed values, shaping invisible flow through carefully refined motion. Every school of magic had been built through centuries of sacrifice, experimentation, and theoretical refinement. Each gesture carved into existence with absolute precision. Across countless generations, archmages had devoted their entire lifetimes to perfecting the smallest details of spellcasting, refining wrist angles, spacing fingers with surgical precision, and timing breath between motions so mana could flow at absolute efficiency. Yet now, before Tezran stood a man who had shattered all of that inherited tradition in what felt like an instant. Riefenhart had not merely refined those systems, he had dismantled them completely and rebuilt them from nothing. Martial forms once designed purely for destruction had been converted into living casting matrices. Centuries of magical orthodoxy had been overwritten by a single personal logic. Every strike carried exact mana calibration. Every pivot regulated energy circulation. Every guard restructured the very pathways of spell release. Even the foundation of magic itself had been forced into synchronization with Jim Unbreakable. That realization sank into Tezran, like a weight pressing directly on his chest. First came a cold shock, sharp and immediate. Then something more unsettling followed. A grim, almost reluctant satisfaction. The man standing before him was not simply a strong opponent. He was an anomaly in the structure of power itself, something that should not exist within normal balance. And in that moment, Tezran reached a clear and absolute conclusion. Riefenhart's continued existence was no longer a matter of rivalry. It was a threat capable of destabilizing humanity's entire future. Riefenhart raised his voice, declaring his advance without hesitation. The moment the words left his mouth, the air cracked with motion as he surged forward, initiating a chained offensive link key, striking into Blaster's forward momentum without any pause. In an instant, the distance between them vanished. Riefenhart closed in with explosive speed, the battlefield collapsing into a single point of impact. Without hesitation, he layered explosion magic and ice in seamless succession, each one designed to restrict Tezran's movement and limit his response window. Immediately after, he released a tear-frozen orb, sending it forward without even a fraction of delay. The sequence was so tightly woven, so precisely timed, that even Tezran could feel it. Every possible step had already been anticipated, every reaction already accounted for. It was as if the future of his movement had been rehearsed in advance and locked into place. Within that compressed chain of attacks, a single instant of freezing would be enough to decide everything. One moment of hesitation, and the battle would collapse in favor of his opponent. Suddenly, darkness dropped over his vision. A barrier of dark engulfed everything, swallowing sight and cutting off visual confirmation of the battlefield. Tezran immediately identified it as a low-tier interference spell, nothing more than an attempt to obstruct vision. He refused to be shaken by it, keeping his composure steady. Aura perception did not rely solely on eyesight. Blindness alone would not determine the outcome of a battle at this level. He remained confident in his ability to read the flow of power, regardless of visual obstruction. Refinhart had already predicted that response. Hyde mana stream activated, and in an instant the surrounding energy currents fell completely silent. Even the familiar tremor of circulating mana vanished from Tezran's perception. This was no longer simple darkness. It was absence itself, a complete erasure of sensory reference. For a martial lineage to weaponize concealment with such precision, while simultaneously layering high-speed spellcasting into close-quarters combat, struck Tezran as both unnatural and dangerously deliberate. From within that void, a flame cannon erupted, roaring out of the unseen battlefield with explosive force. At the exact same moment, Gastrizian ignited. The two forces collided and interlocked, fusing into a combined assault that pressed against Tezran from multiple overlapping vectors. The pressure never stopped. There was no gap, no breath, no opening to reset the flow of combat. Tezran instantly recognized the danger. Staying reactive in this state meant inevitable collapse. He forced the battlefield open again, releasing a dispel magic burst that tore through the obscuring veil and restored his perception of mana flow. The world snapped back into partial clarity. At that exact moment, Riffenhart's voice cut through the restored space like a blade, scolding him sharply for daring to use magic in his presence. A second spell followed immediately. Double cancellation, striking directly at Tezran's attempt to stabilize his magical output, disrupting the recovery process mid-formation. Riefenhart pressed forward again without hesitation, fists already in motion, driving into close-range combat with relentless intent. In that moment, Tezran understood it clearly. The instant his vision had been taken, he had already stepped into a disadvantage he could not immediately reverse. One lapse had cascaded into control loss. Across from him, Riefenhart evaluated the adamant drill suit with cold precision. The armor was dense, layered, and brutally resistant, built to reject ordinary force entirely. Surface-level damage would never be enough. If victory was possible, it would only come from penetrating the structure itself, finding the seam beneath the shell, and striking the core directly. And in that instant, the distance between them disappeared once again. Tezran stepped forward and in a single decisive motion reached out and touched Riefenhart's face directly. The impact detonated instantly. A shockwave of force erupted through Riefenhart's body as if something had exploded inside the contact point itself. He was launched backward violently, crashing into the ground with enough force to rattle his vision and tear the air from his lungs in a single breath. Even while lying there, Riefenhart did not panic. His mind continued analyzing. He had trained his body through relentless close-quarters combat, and even developed methods to fuse magic and aura into unified applications of force. Yet despite all of that refinement, despite innovation and discipline, he had still been forced into a disadvantageous position. Tezran steadied his breathing and confronted a harsh truth. He had once believed that obtaining the adamant drill suit would guarantee victory over the Demon King. The armor provided overwhelming physical reinforcement, a body built for crushing output, and absolute durability. And yet Riefenhart stood before him without any artifact, without external enhancement, matching him blow for blow. That reality weighed heavier than any wound. Tezran recognized the extraordinary talent in front of him and understood that if time continued to stretch forward, he could not predict what Riefenhart might eventually become. Even so, he anchored himself in resolve. This battle would end here. He would defeat him personally and secure humanity's future with his own hands. Across from him, Riefenhart listened to those words with quiet exhaustion. The future of humanity, it was a phrase he had heard too many times from too many opponents. He exhaled once and decided there would be no further prolonging of this fight. He surged forward again, striking repeatedly against the adamant drill suit, testing every angle, searching for cracks, weaknesses, anything that could be exploited beneath the armor's overwhelming durability. The impacts rang out like thunder, but the armor did not yield. No ordinary technique could break through such reinforced structure. Tezran remained composed beneath the assault, fully confident in the resilience of his armored form. The options narrowed in Riefenhart's mind. Only one path remained. Calamity Horn, the final edge. He tested angles rapidly, manipulating nearby debris with controlled force, attempting to disrupt Tezran's stance and force a critical opening in his balance. Tezran dismissed the maneuver immediately as crude and unrefined, not even bothering to fully acknowledge its intent. Riefenhart adjusted without pause, refining his approach in real time. He reshaped the spiral guard unit, compressing its structure into a drill-like configuration through precise aura manipulation, preparing a far more focused execution path. Even Tezran could not ignore the refinement of the technique. It was elegant, tightly controlled, and lethal in design. The moment Riefenhart stepped in to unleash Calamity Horn, Tezran moved first, bursting forward and breaking the timing at its critical activation point. His fist struck cleanly, sending Riefenhart reeling backward once again. A minimal motion, yet one that completely shattered the technique's completion window. Riefenhart understood instantly. The precise frame required for full output had been lost. The technique could no longer reach its intended peak. Without hesitation, he transitioned immediately. Ki blast detonated outward in response, shifting the battle into a new phase. Tezron observed the change and acknowledged it silently. When Calamity Horn failed to fully manifest, Reifenhardt did not hesitate or retreat. He adapted instantly. He shifted into ranged pressure. Jim Unbreakable was never limited to close combat alone. Ki bullets compressed aura into projectiles. Ki blast expanded into wide-area shockwaves. Ki cannon surged forward like artillery fire. And even Calamity Horn, though close range, carried such destructive force that distance became irrelevant once fully executed. Tezron stated coldly that he would never allow Calamity Horn to be executed first. That opening would never be granted. If Reifenhardt claimed the Jim Unbreakable lineage, then he should meet him directly, without hesitation or restraint. Their fists collided again and again in rapid succession. Reifenhardt blocked each strike, but with every exchange, frustration and anger coiled deeper within him, tightening his focus into something sharper and more volatile. Then, suddenly, he saw it. Tezron had already begun Calamity Horn. The technique was forming, aimed directly at him. In that split instant, realization struck. The initiative was gone. He was no longer in control of the tempo. He had fallen a single step behind, and against an opponent like this, even one step was enough to decide everything. As Tezron advanced, the pressure intensified further, compressing the battlefield into a suffocating space. Reifenhardt narrowed his focus, dissecting the structure of the technique as it unfolded. One layer, then another, until 4 distinct stages revealed themselves, and finally a 5th emerged, hidden like a final blade within the storm. 5 layers in total. The realization hit him with heavy weight. The difference between the 4-fold and the 5-fold was not something that could be measured as a simple step forward. It was a rupture in scale, a completely different realm of destructive output and control. Reifenhardt himself stood at the 4-fold level. He could perform a hybrid variation of Calamity Horn, reshaping its flow into a more adaptive form, but deep down he understood the truth without illusion. It was an adaptation forced by necessity, not an evolution in essence. No matter how refined his control became, the foundation of power itself remained unchanged, and therefore weaker. For a brief moment, doubt surfaced in his mind. Could someone truly surpass a wall like that through technique alone? Could willpower and precision bridge a gap carved directly into the structure of strength itself? But that hesitation vanished almost immediately. A colder realization replaced it. If he continued to defend at Tezron's pace, if he allowed him to dictate the rhythm even for a few more exchanges, defeat would not remain a possibility. It would become unavoidable. Tezron's eyes sharpened, and his stance shifted with subtle finality, as if drawing a line through the battlefield itself. The message was unmistakable. This next exchange would decide everything. There would be no continuation beyond it. In that exact instant, both fighters released Calamity Horn simultaneously. 2 catastrophic forces erupted forward at the same time, colliding mid-air like twin disasters born to erase everything between them. But the imbalance was immediate and undeniable. Tezron's 5-fold structure surged with overwhelming completeness, every layer stabilized and reinforced, while Reifenhardt's 4-fold output strained under the pressure. The gap in their realms manifested clearly in the collision itself, and the superiority of the 5th fold became impossible to ignore. At the same instant, Tezron and Reifenhardt unleashed Calamity Horn again, and the 2 destructive forces slammed into each other head-on, compressing the battlefield into a single point of catastrophic impact. The collision detonated with such intensity that the entire battlefield fractured at once. The ground split in jagged lines, stone erupting upward, as if the earth itself had been forced to scream under the pressure. The air itself convulsed, compressed to its limit, then exploded outward in violent shockwaves that ripped through everything within range. Destruction spread in every direction without restraint. Nothing remained untouched. When the shockwave finally cleared, Reifenhardt was already airborne. His body was hurled backward with brutal force, crashing into a solid wall that shattered instantly on impact. Debris and dust swallowed him as cracks spidered across the broken surface behind him. Tezron remained standing at the center of the devastation. His cloak moved in the lingering wind, his stance unbroken. Yet his eyes narrowed slightly, acknowledging just how close that exchange had truly come to turning against him. In that decisive heartbeat before impact, Tezron had acted purely on instinct. Magic wrapped around his body in a reinforcing layer, strengthening flesh and bone just enough to endure the clash. There had been no time for thought, only survival. And as the echoes of destruction faded, a conclusion formed in his mind. If Reifenhardt could synchronize every movement of body and mana the way he had been doing, merging martial motion with spell structure, then there was no reason that same principle could not be applied to Calamity Horn itself. Tezron understood the truth clearly. He had not won through absolute superiority. He had narrowly escaped instant annihilation, and survival by a margin this thin was not victory. It was simply delayed death. Meanwhile, across the shattered battlefield, Reifenhardt lay pinned against broken stone, pain radiating through his entire body. Each breath came heavy and uneven, scraping through his chest like it was being dragged through crushed rock. Slowly, he lifted his gaze upward through the haze of pain, and something unfamiliar began to stir within him. A presence, vast, lingering, and deeply embedded in his senses, began to rise from within. It was the echo of destruction itself, the imprint left behind by the horn that shatters all things. The calamity horn still lingered in the distance. Even now, the remnants of its collision continued to burn and twist in the air. Riefenhardt replayed the moment with absolute clarity. The instant his fourfold calamity horn had collided with Tezran's fivefold execution. The structure of the clash, the layering of force, the overwhelming imbalance between them. Every detail returned without distortion. It had happened exactly as he remembered. Then, suddenly, understanding surged through his mind like a breaking tide. He recalled something his master had once spoken of, a gift left behind in fragments. The broken headstone in his memory, it surfaced again, vivid and unmistakable. Scattered fragments engraved with incomprehensible characters, symbols that once held no meaning, now resurfaced in his mind. But this time they did not remain chaotic. They began to align. Edges matched. Patterns formed. What had once been meaningless debris reorganized itself into a coherent structure. His mage-trained mind cataloged each fragment with precise logic, while his martial instinct accepted the meaning without resistance. Arcane reasoning and combat intuition merged seamlessly. Light began to gather around his hands, faint at first, then steadily brightening as if responding to something newly awakened within him. The energy flowing through him no longer felt incomplete or unstable. At last he understood what his master had truly left behind. It was never just a weapon or a technique. It was a complete form, the true inheritance. Fivefold calamity horn. Riefenhardt forced his body upward despite the trembling pain, broken stone sliding off his shoulders as he struggled to stand again. But before he could fully stabilize, Tezran moved. Without hesitation, without delay, he launched forward like a blade drawn from its sheath, intent on ending the moment before it could evolve further. He had sensed it the instant Riefenhardt began to rise. Something had changed. In that brief pause between life and death, realization had taken root within him. Tezran's expression hardened. The Demon King should have remained within the boundaries of magic alone. Precise, structured, predictable sorcery. That was the version he understood. But this was different. What was unfolding now did not fit within that framework. Something deeper had awakened. Something that refused to be categorized within the system he knew. Even so, Tezran did not waver. Persistence alone did not equal destiny. Riefenhardt surviving the previous exchange had been nothing more than a narrow fluctuation of chance. Luck did not repeat itself. This next exchange would not be forgiving. Across the battlefield, Riefenhardt drew in a deep breath. Aura condensed around him, thick and oppressive, spiraling inward as though the surrounding air itself were being drawn into his core. The fivefold structure began to form again, each layer stacking with deliberate precision. Power compressed until even the atmosphere felt strained under its weight. And yet this time, the calamity horn that emerged was sharper, denser, and far more complete than before. Tezran observed the formation even as he advanced. The structure appeared identical. 5 layers, 5 converging forces, but appearance alone meant nothing. The true nature of the technique was defined by its internal realm. He was certain that Riefenhardt's version could not match his own. His confidence rested in absolute, unbroken strength. He would crush this incomplete awakening and end the illusion of equality. And then Riefenhardt moved again. Magic Fist Unification activated, merging spellcraft directly into his martial technique at its core. The moment the spell fused with a fivefold structure, everything changed. A 6th layer emerged, stabilizing what should have been impossible. 5 became 6 in a single decisive evolution. The calamity horn transformed in his hands, its structure refined and its pressure multiplied. Even the color of his aura deepened into a darker, denser radiance that distorted the surrounding space itself. Tezran registered the change immediately, yet he did not slow. To him, it was simply an unstable surge born from desperation, an irregular spike with no lasting foundation. Nonsense. Power was not validated by spectacle. It was proven only through absolute dominance. Without hesitation, he unleashed his own calamity horn and surged forward once more. Again, the two disasters rushed toward each other, destined to collide. But this time, the balance between them had already shifted. When they met, the world exploded into pure light. A catastrophic flash swallowed the battlefield whole. Blinding radiance detonated outward with overwhelming force. The shockwave tore through earth and sky alike, sending violent tremors racing across the entire landscape. That brilliance was so intense that even far beyond the battlefield, within the distant palace, the king himself witnessed it. A sudden, unnatural flare split across the horizon. He and those beside him fell silent, their eyes locked onto the distant light, as the ground beneath them trembled with quiet, ominous warning of what was unfolding beyond sight. The far edge of the battlefield, where the ground had already been torn into fractured layers of stone and ash, steel and magic kept colliding without even a moment's pause. Every exchange sent shockwaves rippling outward, as if the very air refused to settle between them. Inia struck first. Her eastern blades cut through the air in tight, converging arcs, each swing carving a deadly trajectory straight toward Felina's throat. The speed was brutal, almost merciless, leaving no room for hesitation or escape. Felina didn't flinch. A translucent arcane barrier unfolded instantly in front of her, like a curved glass wall of mana. The incoming blades slammed into it and exploded into sparks and scattered magical particles, the impact lighting up the space between them. The collision echoed sharply across the battlefield. Neither of them gave even an inch. The pressure of the clash held steady as if both forces were locked in a dead stalemate. As the exchange continued without slowing, Inia's eyes subtly narrowed. Her focus sharpened, tracking every microscopic shift in Felina's movements and reactions. Something about Felina was wrong. Wrong in a way that defied expectation. For someone so young, her magical execution was far too refined. Her casting speed was clean and efficient, her defensive layering precise down to fractions of timing. More disturbing was her awareness. She wasn't reacting after an attack formed, she was responding the instant intent itself flickered. Inia's thoughts tightened as suspicion crept in. Was this raw instinct born from overwhelming talent or experience refined through endless survival pressure? Across from her, Felina felt none of that outward confidence. Beneath her composed expression, she knew the truth far too clearly. She had already brushed against death more than once in this fight. If not for the principles of magical situational control guiding her mind, reading intent, calculating angles, predicting sequences, her throat would have already been torn open. In the silence of her thoughts, she silently acknowledged Riffenhart. Without that knowledge, she would not still be standing here. Yet she forced that thought away. This battlefield was not Riffenhart's presence anymore. It was Tezran standing before them. Before memory loss, before identity fractured, Tezran had been Riffenhart. They had once shared the same origin, two orphans taken into the magic tower of Delphia when they were still children. Inside that tower, magic was never freely given. Apprentices served for years before they were even permitted to learn a first circle spell. Felina herself had entered at 9 and only began formal instruction at 12 after enduring long years of waiting and labor. Once she was finally allowed to learn, her progress was rapid. Within just half a year, she mastered the first circle and stepped into the second, leaving most of her peers far behind in silence. And yet she never considered herself special. There had been another child, only 11 years old, yet he mastered the first circle just 3 days after being taught. 2 years younger than her, he advanced with a speed that made even older mages uneasy. And strangely, he was never treated the same way she was. She still remembered the library clearly, dust drifting through angled sunlight, ancient books stacked in uneven towers. That boy had looked at her calmly and called her foolish. He told her the adults weren't comparing him to her, they were comparing themselves to her progress. That was why she attracted scrutiny. At the time, she had not understood what he meant. Years passed, and the difference between them only became clearer. While other apprentices struggled to absorb basic lessons, that same boy often reached a point where there was nothing left to teach him. Boredom became his catalyst. He drifted into creation instead of repetition, drafting theoretical frameworks far beyond his age. Among those ideas was something that would eventually reshape battlefield magic entirely. The theory of magical situational control. It was not merely about power, it was about causality itself. Real-time information gathering, variable analysis, prediction of chain reactions before they even formed, controlling the battlefield before it could fully emerge. And now, in the middle of flashing blades and shattered defenses, Felina relied on that very theory, once created out of boredom by him to survive each passing second. If he had ever brought that concept to the academic world, his name would have been immortalized without question. But recognition never interested him. He had already moved on, chasing deeper things, new mana compression methods, refined circle manifestation, and higher states of meditation. Always forward, never static. Creation consumed him entirely, and whenever boredom returned, he would casually pass fragments of those discoveries to Felina, as if they were nothing more than simple exercises. Under that kind of relentless guidance, her growth never felt miraculous. It felt inevitable, like standing beside a mind that never stopped evolving forced her forward, whether she was ready or not. To Felina, Riffenhart had always been something beyond human scale, a monstrous genius that defied comparison. Memory loss, transformation, even becoming an aura user, none of it erased what he once was. She did not just owe him knowledge, she owed him her survival. When he awakened Aura and left the magic tower behind, he took her with him. Because of that single decision, she was able to walk the path of a formal mage without being consumed by corruption, desperation, or survival degradation. Long before he was ever her childhood companion, he had already become her salvation, and then the battlefield shattered again. Tezran and Riffenhart collided once more, and the explosion swallowed everything in a blinding, ominous surge of light. Shockwaves tore outward violently. Mana flared like a collapsing star imploding in reverse. Felina's chest tightened instantly, fear for Tezran rising before she could suppress it. At the same moment, Inia's attention snapped toward the explosion, anxiety surging for Riffenhart without restraint. When the light finally began to fade, the outcome revealed itself with absolute clarity. Riffenhart stood upright at the center of the aftermath, one fist still raised high, aura burning steadily around him like an unbroken flame. Directly in front of him, Tezran lay half-buried beneath shattered stone and fractured debris, his body pinned by the force of the impact. His armor had been cracked open under the pressure. Through the broken plating and debris, his face was now fully exposed. Fury twisted his expression as he ground out a curse toward the Demon King, rage still burning despite the condition he was in. He demanded answers. What kind of sixfold technique had just been used against him? Since when had an ultimate, supposedly unbreakable form been fused with magic? Where had such a distorted and impossible method even come from? Reifenhart showed no surprise at the fact that Tezran was still conscious. Calmly, he noted that deploying a barrier at that exact instant had been an impressive decision. His mind retraced the clash with cold precision. Triple force shielding double reinforcement layers, or perhaps something more complex still, a 7-attribute prismatic barrier. What unsettled him most was the absence of hand signs. In that fraction of a second between life and death, Tezran had calculated and activated magic purely through thought alone. A prismatic barrier belonged to the 7th circle. The conclusion formed naturally Tezran had broken through during that exchange. And yet, despite knowing the same brain once belonged to him, seeing it function from the outside made it feel almost inhuman. Reifenhart tilted his head slightly and remarked that Tezran might have been better off focusing purely on physical combat. Then he asked almost casually why his mental processing had spiked to the level of a high-circle mage in the middle of a life-or-death exchange. Tezran answered through clenched teeth. One word: regret. His only disappointment was simple. He had failed to take at least one of Reifenhart's arms with him. Reifenhart studied him for a long moment without blinking, then asked quietly whether Tezran truly had any intention of continuing to live. The question hung in the air like a suspended blade. Tezran's eyes flared with rage as he demanded to know what twisted meaning lay behind it. Reifenhart did not react to the outburst. Instead, he spoke with unsettling honesty, stating that Tezran's intellect and talent were far too valuable to discard. Even with another soul residing within it, that mind was still, by his judgment, the greatest human brain ever produced. Tezran immediately rejected the praise, calling it meaningless. With absolute conviction, he declared he would never betray humanity just to preserve his own existence. Survival at the cost of loyalty was unacceptable. Reifenhart tilted his head slightly and asked whether Tezran truly still believed that with certainty. If a soul remained inside another's mind long enough, would its thoughts not begin to shift, however slightly? He questioned whether Tezran was truly certain he still held full control, or whether influence had already begun to seep in unnoticed. They no longer moved like beings consumed by corruption. That distinction in itself was already unstable. Reifenhart reminded him that he now stood as a high-ranking mage. If he truly believed they were nothing more than enslaved humans, he would never have reached this level of power. Then he pressed further, asking whether Tezran genuinely believed they had been born to serve as slaves, whether he truly saw them as inherently tainted beings. Tezran answered immediately. Without hesitation, he admitted that belief was not entirely wrong. They were dangerous by nature, and that alone justified strict intolerance. If what they showed was not corruption but their true essence, then humanity had every reason to eliminate them before they grew further. Elves and dwarves lived far beyond human lifespans. Orcs were born for war. Trolls possessed strength and regeneration beyond human limits. In his view, allowing such races to grow unchecked was not mercy. It was negligence. Reifenhart stared at him in disbelief and demanded to know why his thinking always collapsed into the same conclusion. Coexistence was possible. It did not have to end in domination. Tezran let out a cold laugh. Sharp, cutting. There was no need for coexistence, he said. Humanity already ruled this continent. If those powerful races ever regained their former strength, human territory would inevitably shrink. The world was finite, its land already claimed. Any resurgence would only reduce humanity's domain. Reifenhart calmly countered that exposure to new cultures, knowledge, and perspectives would not shrink humanity's world. It would expand it instead, multiplying it rather than reducing it. Tezran dismissed the idea as naive and unrealistic, refusing to entertain it any further. Reifenhart did not press the argument again. He simply admitted that persuasion had failed, and with quiet resignation acknowledged that their paths had already diverged beyond reconciliation. Tezran's voice rose with absolute certainty as he declared himself human, insisting that standing with humanity was not a choice but an inherent law of existence. He stared at Reifenhart as though looking at something fundamentally incomprehensible, and asked why a man-born human would ever choose to stand against his own kind. To him, that alone was indistinguishable from madness. What had been dressed up as reasoned philosophy was nothing more than betrayal in a refined mask. Yet Reifenhart showed no outward eruption of emotion, no anger breaking through his control. Instead, his gaze drifted inward, as though he were looking past the battlefield itself, down into the fractured remains of a life that had already ended once before, and continued only as memory. If destruction of humanity had truly been his intent, he continued, then defeat would never have taken the form it did. There had been nothing stopping him from erasing entire capitals in an instant with 10th circle magic. No army in existence could have resisted it. No fortress could have endured even a single strike. The world could have been reduced to ash in one decisive campaign without effort, and yet he had never chosen that path. His downfall came precisely because he restrained himself. He only fought those who invaded. Even in the midst of war, he held on to the belief that coexistence with humanity was still possible, refusing to abandon it completely. On one point, however, Tezran was not wrong. To be human meant it was natural to stand with humanity itself. That instinct ran deep, carved into the foundation of identity, but history had already demonstrated where blind attachment led. There came a moment when such attachments had to be cut away: pride, loyalty, even dominance itself. If that step was never taken, catastrophe would repeat, each time on a larger and more irreversible scale. As he spoke, his thoughts continued to churn beneath the surface, past and present bleeding into one another, until memory and conviction could no longer be separated cleanly. And within that storm of conflicting thought, there was another presence, silently observing every shift in him without interruption. Felina stood there, watching him without blinking, absorbing every word and every subtle change in expression, as though she were witnessing the fragile boundary between the man he once had been and the one he was becoming right before her eyes. Without hesitation, Felina stepped forward and planted herself directly in front of Riefenhart. In her grip, the Thunder God's mace rose steadily, held with absolute resolve as her stance locked into place. The moment her arm came down, lightning erupted from the head of the weapon in a violent discharge. Before the first surge even finished spreading through the air, she chained it immediately into multi-duplication, forcing the spell to fracture into repeated instances. What should have been a single devastating strike split apart into a storm of destruction. Lightning tore across the battlefield in violent, repeated arcs, multiplying endlessly as if reality itself was being struck again and again in the same instant. Blinding flashes consumed the surroundings, thunder rolling without pause, while the ground trembled under the weight of relentless replicated impacts. Only after unleashing that overwhelming barrage did Felina turn her head sharply and call out toward Tezran. Her voice cut through the lingering thunder as she demanded to know if he was still alive, urgency unmistakable beneath the chaos. Riefenhart watched the entire sequence in silence, his eyes narrowing slightly as a flicker of genuine astonishment crossed his face. She had released only a single spell, yet 7 additional manifestations had formed in perfect synchronization alongside it. This was not simple amplification, nor the crude effect of a mana-boosting artifact. This duplication was precise and absolute, layered in a structure far beyond ordinary magical tools. He recognized immediately that she possessed something extraordinary. Felina's gaze snapped back toward him, and she ordered him to keep his distance from Tezran, her voice firm enough to cut through the storm. Not a single finger was to touch him. Despite her defensive posture, there was not the slightest tremor in her stance. Riefenhart looked at her quietly, and in that brief silence, something like sorrow surfaced faintly in his eyes as he assessed the weight of her resolve standing against him. Felina felt it immediately, a cold realization settling in. He knew her name. That fact alone unsettled her more than the battlefield itself. If he knew that much, then perhaps his purpose was not as simple as blind slaughter after all. A narrow path might still exist, if she moved carefully. If she controlled timing and distance with precision, escape was not entirely impossible. At that exact moment, Riefenhart sensed a subtle but unmistakable shift in mana flow. Something else was activating. Before he could fully react, a brilliant flash detonated directly in front of him, swallowing his entire field of vision. Light consumed everything, pure, overwhelming and absolute, erasing sight and form in a single instant. When the brilliance finally thinned and the air began to settle, Felina was no longer there. Tezran had vanished as well, taken along with her in the sudden disappearance. Inia, who had been observing the entire exchange from the side, stepped forward with frustration burning in her voice. She demanded to know why he had not finished the man when the opportunity had been right in front of him. She openly admitted her own mistake for missing the mage earlier, acknowledging that if she had eliminated him at the time, none of this would have unfolded. If Riefenhart had acted decisively as well, this rescue would never have been possible. She pressed him again, questioning his hesitation, wondering aloud if he had actually intended to persuade Tezran rather than end him. Riefenhart remained silent for a long moment. His thoughts refused to align cleanly, fragments colliding without order, until finally he offered a strained justification. Tezran's talent was simply too rare to discard. Destroying a mind like that would be nothing but waste. Anea watched him carefully and then mentioned the story of Chancellor Karl, once an enemy, later turned ally. If such a transformation had been possible before, perhaps Riefenhart had attempted the same approach with Tezran, just as Karl had once been persuaded. Riefenhart's expression hardened immediately. He reminded her that Tezran had killed Cardamite, and more than that, he had taken Anea's own life once before. Anea turned slightly away from him, her voice steady and calm. As a swordsman, she said, defeat carried frustration, but never injustice. Cardamite had been a proud warrior. He would not have resented the one who defeated him. She admitted her real curiosity lay elsewhere. She wanted to know whether in that moment of hesitation, Riefenhart had thought of Cardamite at all, and if it had been Lady Ceres lying there instead, would he have hesitated in the same way? The question struck deeper than any physical blade could. Anger flashed across Riefenhart's face as he admitted, through tightly controlled breath, that he had indeed acted foolishly in front of her. Inia watched him in silence, her suspicion growing the longer she observed him. Something about him felt increasingly wrong. His tone, his pauses, the fractured focus in his eyes. It was as if two separate wills were occupying the same body, each struggling for control beneath a single identity. Far to the south, in the heart of Zeppelin's downtown district, another battle raged without pause. Eustace clashed violently with Eldrin amid shattered streets and collapsing structures. Eldrin's voice carried sharp mockery as he demanded how long Eustace intended to keep evading him, instead of committing to a direct confrontation. Eustace clicked his tongue in irritation, calculating the remaining reserves in Eldrin's magical output. Then at last he made his move. 7 stars erupted in a precise, disciplined formation, followed by a massive blade descending with crushing force. The technique struck cleanly with overwhelming momentum, yet the result remained unchanged. The force scattered without producing any real advantage. Frustration surged through Eustace as he called out to Eustace inside Eldrin, criticizing the way he was fighting. He demanded to know where the refined swordsmanship had gone. What stood before him now looked less like technique and more like uncontrolled brutality. Eustace answered evenly that swordsmanship had always served one purpose: victory. If this method achieved that result, then it was the correct one. Eustace scoffed sharply, accusing him of arrogance while relying entirely on borrowed artifact power. To depend so heavily on external strength, he implied, was beneath any true swordsman. Eustace dismissed the accusation without hesitation, telling him to stop speaking nonsense. If he condemned the use of tools, then Eustace should discard his own sword first. The logic was simple and unbreakable. Eustace felt it immediately. 7 stars had failed. The gigantic blade had achieved nothing. Without allowing hesitation to take root, he shifted his stance and unleashed Thunderdrop with explosive force. Eustace observed coldly, remarking that Eustace had begun relying on meaningless desperation. The result only proved his point further. Thunderdrop struck, but its impact was even weaker than the previous techniques. In that instant, Eustace understood the truth. He could imitate Sir Culkin's form, but without the body forged through the same brutal training, the technique was hollow. Power required foundation. He had replicated the shape, but not the substance. The teachings of Hyangnim and Sir Culkin's still had not fully settled within him. He ran the calculations quickly. Sir Malroyd remained locked in combat with the Zeppelin Knights. No reinforcements would arrive. That left only one crude but partially workable option, the same approach that had once left a faint opening before. If delivered with absolute commitment, perhaps another decisive strike could break the balance. Eustace asked mockingly what desperate trick Eustace planned next. Eustace steadied his breathing and reached a harsh conclusion. Only one vulnerable point existed: the eyes. Eustace laughed again, noting how much slower Eustace had become under pressure. Fatigue was now written into every movement, every breath, every delayed reaction. Before the mockery could even settle in the air, Eustace surged forward like a breaking shadow, unleashing Phantom Divine in a sudden, explosive burst that tore through the battlefield space with violent intent. But Eustace shifted aside with cold, measured precision, as if he had already read the strike before it was born. He scoffed at him, calling him a fool. An attack aimed at the eyes was too obvious, too predictable to ever succeed. And in that same breath, Eustace moved. A searing radiance, eldril light, erupted outward in a wide, blinding arc, flooding the space between them with unbearable brilliance. The strike landed cleanly. Pain detonated through Eustace's body like every nerve had been set ablaze at once. His balance collapsed instantly. Air ripped from his lungs as he staggered in that suspended moment of agony. And through that overwhelming pain, clarity cut in. There was nowhere left to retreat. Eldril's fundamental limitation surfaced again in his mind. Its output could only be invoked 5 times. No matter the desperation, no matter the intent, that ceiling never changed. It was a rule etched into the very structure of its magic. And now, Eustace realized he had been completely cornered. He had once clung to the belief that movement alone would open a path, that if he kept evading, kept surviving, an opening would eventually appear. That illusion shattered here, brutally and completely. The enemy's newly revealed magical tool poured out mana without restraint, as though drawing endlessly from a bottomless abyss. Attacks fell in continuous succession, like a meteor storm that refused to end, erasing every space where counterplay might have formed before it could even exist. On top of that, Eustace's technique pressed down with crushing authority, compressing the battlefield itself inch by inch. The space around Eustace tightened like a vice, stealing air, cutting movement, and denying even the smallest opening. The moment Eustace endured the light of Eldril and still remained standing, Uthay's gaze shifted. He no longer looked at him as prey. He recognized him as something far more dangerous, an opponent who could not be ignored, and perhaps should not be allowed to survive. Eustace had always believed he had surpassed those who once illuminated his path, that he had risen beyond their shadow entirely. But before that arrogance could fully settle, Eustace declared his intent without hesitation. He would end this. In the next instant, he dropped from above in a merciless descent, all power condensed into a single falling execution. Eustace lifted his gaze upward. The figure descending from above no longer felt human in that moment. It was like pale moonlight filtering through dense, suffocating mist, cold, distant, and inescapable. And in that split second of suspended time, something inside him snapped open. Memory surged back like a violent tide. That technique, the one he had never managed to replicate, the purest expression of aura he had ever witnessed. His thoughts dragged him backward to the North Sea breath. To the day Inia once explained it with absolute calm. Water becomes ice. Water becomes vapor. Form shifts, but essence remains unchanged. Everything in existence is transformation at its core. If that transformation could be understood and projected outward through aura, then the impossible would begin to take shape. But no matter how brutally he trained, Usus could never split aura into true particles. His limit was compression, forcing it tighter and tighter until it resembled grains of sand. True division, the ability to scatter aura into countless independent fragments and command them like drifting mist, remained beyond him. That level of control bordered on something divine. It should have been impossible, and yet Inea had achieved it, effortlessly. At the time, he had not understood why she called it breath. If it was merely manipulation of aura particles, the name felt misplaced, almost wrong. But breath itself transforms air. Inhale. Exhale. A cycle of change within change. In the same way, she had not simply manipulated aura, she had altered its nature entirely. Not compression. Not division. Transmutation. Enea's aura did not move, it redefined what it touched. She had never been breaking aura into fragments. She had been changing its state entirely, turning raw energy into mist itself. That was the truth behind what the world called the mist of God, an immeasurable force shaped with terrifying ease. Among the three domains that magic could never fully conquer, time, space, and matter, matter stood here. And she had crossed that boundary, forcing matter itself to yield through aura alone. No ritual, no artifact, only will. Euthes descended again, killing intent intact, unshaken, closing in without hesitation. But this time, Usus did not retreat. The realization struck him like a blade of clarity. Even the name Phantom Divine had been wrong from the beginning. A technique's name defines its image, and that image defines its power. He had imagined a phantom blade, something deceptive, something that misled perception like a mirage. That was never strength. That was limitation disguised as elegance. What he truly needed was not illusion, but authority itself. A blade that did not deceive sight, but interfered with space. Not a presence in many places, but existence in all places at once. Euthes closed in to finish him, and Usus finally understood it completely. A blade that was nowhere and everywhere simultaneously. A sword like the void itself. One that ignored armor, dismissed barriers, and slipped directly into the core without traveling through anything in between. If perfected, it would not rely on speed or precision at all. It would simply be unavoidable. Usus invoked it. Void Sword Horizon. It was not a swing, it was pure decision. The blade manifested the instant he willed it, cutting where reality permitted it to exist and vanishing where he chose otherwise. It did not travel through space. It bypassed it entirely. A sword that transcended distance could not be defended against in any meaningful way, even as that understanding settled into him. He restrained the rising surge of arrogance. He did not allow himself to believe he had reached the end. When the clash finally ended, Euthes lay collapsed on the ground, still alive, still defiant. He demanded death through gritted teeth, spitting curses, refusing to let pride die even in defeat. Usus stepped forward, sword leveled. He declared that their long, twisted connection had reached its end. That now he would sever it completely. The blade began to move, but instead of taking his life, Usus cut away Euthes' head covering. The cloth fell to the ground. His face was exposed to the open air. "I will not kill you." Euthes froze, unable to comprehend the words he had just heard. Mercy did not compute. Usus stated the reason plainly. Eldril carried embedded healing magic. It could not restore lost limbs, but it would prevent death from blood loss. Euthes would survive. That fact alone ignited fury in his eyes. Being spared felt more humiliating than execution. Usus made his intent unmistakable. This was not forgiveness, not compassion, not sentiment. He was sparing him for the sake of the tense family. Looking down at him, Usus reminded Euthes of what his death would mean for the woman left behind. If he still carried even a trace of noble pride, he should understand the burden that would fall on his sister-in-law. Usus had heard how he abandoned the household years ago, leaving her alone while chasing pride and unresolved grudges. Now, with both legs gone, he could no longer chase anything. He should return home, fulfill his duty, and at least leave behind an heir. After all, losing his legs did not affect everything that mattered at night. Euthes answered with venom, swearing that he would kill Usus one day, even if he had to crawl through the world to do it. Usus turned away without responding. As he walked, he felt a hollow space inside himself more clearly than before. The family that once defined his entire existence now felt distant, almost irrelevant. If he wished, he could claim the title of Count at any moment. His name had already spread across the continent as the youngest aura user in history. Then he corrected himself. Hyangnim had held that distinction first, though only in appearance. Recognition no longer depended on the tense family. The world had already decided, strongest among the strong. the swordsman of swordsmen. And yet one thought refused to leave him. If he truly felt nothing, why had he spared him? The question was not external. It cut inward, towards something he could not fully grasp. When he arrived at Sir Malroyd, Eustace helped steady him without hesitation. The knight expressed gratitude, admitting the battle had been harsher than expected. Eustace replied calmly that staying here any longer was dangerous. They needed to move. He asked about Collab. Sir Malroyd corrected him, asking if he meant the young saint. Elsewhere in the chaos, Scyllane's emotions finally snapped. She trembled with raw fury as she watched Felinens abandon her, that betrayal burning through her like ice and fire colliding. Before that anger could turn into action, Sayre closed in from behind and wrapped both arms tightly around her. With an almost casual certainty, she declared that rescue had already arrived. Scyllane felt the dense, trained strength in those arms, muscles hardened through relentless discipline, but that strength only made it worse, turning the embrace into something that felt less like protection and more like confinement. She struggled, unable to break free. Sayre's voice softened, almost intimate, as she leaned closer and confessed affection openly, tightening her hold as if Scyllane already belonged to her. Heat rushed to Scyllane's face despite her resistance. She tried to shout for help, but Sayre immediately covered her mouth with a firm hand, cutting off her voice completely. Leaning in, she whispered that making noise would only attract monsters. Silence, she insisted, was the safer choice. Inside, Scyllane silently wished the monsters would hear her anyway. Sayre, meanwhile, spoke in a strangely cheerful tone about returning together to their love nest. Scyllane searched her memory, confused and unsettled. There was nothing in her recollection that matched such a place at all. From Scyllane's perspective, this was no rescue. It was an abduction unfolding in real time. The tension shattered when a heavy presence entered the area. A troll stepped into view, its massive frame looming as its gaze locked directly onto them. It spoke with rough but reverent tone, calling Scyllane their young saint. The title hit like a shock through her body. Sayre's expression changed instantly. The warmth in Sayre's eyes vanished in an instant, replaced by something sharp and territorial. Her gaze locked onto the troll with cold, predatory hostility, as if the air itself had turned dangerous. She said nothing, but the killing intent in her stare made her position unmistakable. Scyllane twisted desperately in Sayre's grip, forcing what little air she could into her lungs, trying to scream through the suffocating restraint. Her body strained, panic rising, but Sayre's hand stayed locked over her mouth, crushing every attempt at sound before it could form. Still struggling, Scyllane forced her body to move, trying again to push out even a broken warning. She needed the troll to understand. She wasn't an ally, she was being taken. Someone needed to act. Anyone who could hear had to realize it. But her words collapsed into muffled fragments, swallowed before meaning could form. The troll only stared harder, confusion deepening in its eyes. Scyllane's fear sharpened. What if it misunderstood entirely? What if it believed they were simply enemies facing each other? She tried to signal desperately that within the Zeppelin, all non-humans were treated as enemies by default, but there was no clear way to convey it. The troll's expression slowly changed. It gave an order for the human girl to release the young saint, then stepped forward, its attention shifting towards Sayre. Scyllane strained against the grip, silently urging Sayre with frantic eyes. Retreat, leave, call reinforcements, anything. Christine didn't retreat. Instead, she stared at the troll with open contempt. Her expression twisted with disdain. She mocked the idea of such a creature existing freely inside the city, calling it an insult to reason and a waste of existence. At that moment, the pressure sealing Scyllane's mouth suddenly vanished. She gasped sharply, air rushing back into her lungs. Run, she shouted immediately toward the troll, warning it to leave at once. But Sayre moved the instant the opening appeared. The troll reacted just as fast. Without hesitation, its body surged forward, muscles swelling as it unleashed a brutal kick toward the approaching opponent with explosive force. At the same time, a surge of enchantment began forming in the surrounding air, distorting the space with unstable magical pressure. Sayre instantly reacted, throwing Scyllane backward out of the immediate clash zone, clearing the space between them in a single motion. Christine flinched, clearly shaken, then demanded in alarm whether Scyllane had been injured, insisting she had not initiated the attack. Meanwhile, even as tension rose, the troll let out a low, unbothered laugh and calmly introduced itself. Called itself Tatima, Paguru of Athilka. The name struck something deep in Scyllane's memory. Paguru, successor. In troll language, it meant the one chosen to inherit a path. This was not an ordinary shaman wandering the world. Tatima was Athilka's designated successor. Scyllane's thoughts sharpened instantly. Troll society did not follow human structures. They did not worship gods, nor divide themselves into priests, warriors, or mages. Their existence revolved around spirits and nature itself, without rigid hierarchy. Only gurus existed among them, shamans who sought perfect harmony with the natural order. Every aspect of their civilization, healing, protection, leadership, even survival itself, depended on shamanistic power. A guru was not one role, but all roles combined: healer, priest, high priest, warrior, and chief in one body. And Tatima was not merely a guru. She was the heir to a great lineage, respected even among her own kind. A successor of Athilka meant authority and strength far beyond ordinary shamans. Tidima stepped forward again. Scylla steadied herself and deliberately called out to her. The troll responded, still addressing her as the young saint. Scylla corrected her firmly. Her name was Scylla. Tidima accepted the correction, though irritation flickered briefly across her face. Names, she said, were not meant to be treated lightly. Scylla then pointed toward Sayer and stated clearly that she was the enemy. Tidima gave a simple nod. She already understood. At that moment, Christine's expression darkened. Watching the attention shift toward Scylla and the troll, jealousy twisted her features. She coldly accused the troll of trying to seduce Scylla. Before anyone could respond, Sayer's blade snapped free from its sheath with a sharp metallic ring that cut through the air. But Scylla's attention had already shifted elsewhere. The sword in Christine's hand radiated a sacred brilliance that Scylla recognized instantly. Holy Light Sword Messiah, a relic recorded in ancient chronicles. More than a century ago, a low-ranking priest of Ares named Nodes had risen from obscurity through that very blade. It was said to amplify whatever strength its wielder already possessed. In a warrior's hands, it strengthened physical might. For a mage, it expanded magical reserves. For a cleric, it deepened divine authority. It did not create talent. It magnified what already existed, turning small sparks into overwhelming flame. And seeing it now in Christine's grip, Scylla couldn't help but wonder how she had obtained something so legendary. Christine laughed openly, her voice laced with contempt as she threatened to tear them apart and hurled insults at the troll without hesitation. Then she moved. The moment she attacked, the troll immediately sensed it, a sudden surge of power erupting from Christine's body alongside the strike. The Messiah had once been a gift from the Great Silver Age, a sacred symbol of devotion and reverence. Those struck by it were meant to feel honored by its light. Christine declared that falling beneath its radiance was a privilege. Yet history told another story. After priest nodes, the blade faded from recorded memory. Its power had limits, clear and unforgiving. It could mimic the strength of an aura user, but it could never truly create one. Against real masters, it was little more than a decorated relic. It allowed weaker fighters to briefly touch higher-tier strength, nothing more. That illusion of power had caused countless conflicts over it, until it eventually disappeared from historical record. Scylla exhaled slowly, then began chanting divine words into the air, calling upon Phalanons to grant his servant the heart of a lion. He invoked the arms of a giant to wield strength, the eyes of a hawk to see through all deception, and the legs of a bull to crush opposition without hesitation. Light poured into the troll like molten fire, reshaping her presence. The troll looked toward Christine and stated plainly that she had grown stronger. Christine responded only with insults, calling her a filthy creature. Scylla's voice hardened. Now she would understand the terror of a priest, backed by true physical reinforcement. He ordered Tidima to end it, while he maintained support from behind. Even wielding the Holy Light Sword Messiah, Christine had not reached the level of a true aura user. At best, she was a second-rate fighter standing against someone now elevated to first-rate through divine reinforcement. Against a real master, she would have collapsed instantly. Titima's base skill already matched Christine's, but under Scylla's blessing, she surged beyond it, entering true top-tier combat capability. The balance of the battlefield shifted decisively. Scylla did not hesitate. He released another blessing, calling upon the power of the flags. Wind coiled around Titima's limbs instantly, her speed erupting into a blur that erased distance beneath her feet. Among the Silver Sages, the Messiah was never considered a supreme relic. It was useful, adaptable, but never truly extraordinary. Christine, however, refused to accept what she was seeing. Even with the Holy Light Sword blazing in her hand, someone was still standing against her. The blade had been designed for any wielder. It rivaled forbidden artifacts in raw output, but it did not grant protection against interference or external suppression. It amplified power. It did not protect pride. Frustration finally cracked Christine's composure. Tears welled in her eyes as she shouted that Scylla was cheating her. The accusation left Scylla stunned for a moment, but Christine's voice trembled as she revealed what she truly believed. That only by overcoming trials like this could she prove herself worthy, earn recognition, and one day stand beside Scylla as an equal. And then, without another word, she turned and fled. Tidima froze in place, momentarily stunned by the sudden retreat. The man's strange declaration left everyone briefly confused. Scylla glanced at the situation, then dismissed it with a calm, almost indifferent instruction to ignore her entirely. That was simply how that woman behaved. Erratic, unpredictable, not worth overanalyzing in the moment. Instead of dwelling on it, Scylla turned his attention to Tidima and offered a sincere expression of gratitude. She admitted plainly that without Tidima's strength, she would not have survived what had just happened. The troll lowered her head, suddenly shy in an almost childlike way, before stepping forward and pulling Scylla into a firm embrace. It wasn't restraining this time, it carried an unexpected warmth, more protective than possessive. Scylla immediately stiffened in discomfort and urged them to leave at once. The others were likely already abandoning the Zeppelin, and lingering here any longer was dangerous. Without hesitation, Tidima turned and offered her back for Scylla to climb on. The sincerity in her expression made refusal impossible. There was no hesitation, no doubt, Only complete trust. Sillin climbed onto her back, and under his breath whispered another prayer to felonins. He asked that his servant be protected and granted the endurance of a mountain goat. Immediately, power settled into Titima's body, steady, grounded, almost unbreakable. In the next heartbeat, they shot forward, vanishing from danger as the landscape blurred into streaks of motion. Far to the north, in the Colne Valley within the northern Chatham Principate, the land stretched across what had once been a vital artery of trade. This region had connected merchants traveling between the eastern Garan Plains and the Kingdom of Crowbands, but those routes had long since been abandoned. Commerce had shifted elsewhere, leaving the valley to decay. Now it was a forgotten expanse, reduced to broken roads and neglected trails, used only by smugglers and those who preferred the safety of obscurity. High above that desolate land, a troll stood surveying the wasteland below with quiet, measured satisfaction. At first glance, the Irene wasteland appeared completely lifeless. No movement, no civilization, only barren silence. And yet beneath that emptiness, figures were slowly gathering. Those heading toward Antares County were assembling at last, drawn together across the ruins of forgotten roads, as if fate itself had begun to pull them into formation. By the time the troll descended, Riffenhart had already returned to the encampment. He watched her approach with calm precision, noting every detail without a word. She stopped before him and delivered her report, addressing him respectfully as a Tilka. All 107 captured kin had been successfully freed. No one left behind. No deaths reported. Riffenhart gave a slight nod. The number might seem small on paper, he said, but even the smallest loss of life was never light blood, no matter how little, always carried weight. His voice remained calm and controlled, but every word carried the quiet pressure of leadership, an authority that did not need to be raised to be felt. The troll then bowed her head and called him the White King. She asked permission to sing a song passed down through her people. When he granted permission, she began to sing. Her voice was low and steady, echoing across the camp like distant thunder rolling over open land. The tears scattered by the sky awaken the seeds of the earth. The seeds that never sprout become nourishment for those that do. The ant devours the grasshopper. The cicada spends its life buried beneath the soil. Life is exhausting, yet still beautiful. One comes to understand life only by living it, yet it is death that ultimately guides its shape. What pride or what emptiness exists within that flow? And when all that blooms and withers follows its own will to live and die, only then does everything converge into a single point. When the final note faded, silence lingered heavily over the camp. The troll looked at him and asked if he had understood even a single word. She spoke of human kings and their own king in the same breath, then calmly announced she would take her leave. Riefenhart did not respond. He remained where he stood, unable to fully decide whether the song had been a warning, a farewell, or a quiet judgment placed upon them. Elsewhere, Eustace finally spotted Sillin and rushed toward her without hesitation, worry written clearly across his face. He demanded to know where she had been and admitted how close he had come to fearing the worst. He pulled her into an embrace, but Sillin immediately pushed him back and told him to stand properly. Eustace confessed he had imagined something terrible had happened. Sillin replied flatly that she had been kidnapped by Christine. Eustace stiffened instantly, his expression draining of color as the implication sank in. Only then did he notice the figure standing nearby, silently observing them. He asked who had been watching them since their reunion. Sillin introduced Titima, explaining that she knew little about her beyond the fact that she was said to be Athilka's successor. Titima muttered with faint irritation that this was already the third time she had been introduced. Before the conversation could continue, Riffenhart stepped in and reminded them that there was no time for personal exchanges. Everyone had regrouped. Preparations for departure were already underway. Sillin answered without hesitation that she would not delay them and was ready to move immediately. The number of freed inhuman slaves escaping from the Zeppelin had swelled to nearly 10,000. Rescuing them had been only the first step. Feeding them, clothing them, and transporting them safely toward Antares County now required logistics on a scale few could even comprehend. Wagons, grain, dried meat, tools, blankets, medicine. This was no longer warfare in the traditional sense. It was a battle of supply lines and coordination. Ibley, head of the trade union, had overseen the preparation of massive stockpiles. Without that infrastructure, the entire rescue effort would have collapsed under its own weight. Soon after, an official approached Riffenhart with documents confirming every shipment had arrived as planned and requesting a signature to finalize the transfer. Riffenhart thanked him sincerely, stating that the entire operation would not have been possible without his cooperation. The merchant responded modestly, insisting he had only done what any responsible trader should do. Riffenhart replied that agreeing to such a risk in the first place had been unexpected. The dangers were obvious. The merchant, Seibold, admitted he had struggled with the decision, but ultimately believed it was the right course of action. For years, Seibold had dreamed of building a trade network that spanned the continent. The rise of Antares County had accelerated the Tauban trade union's expansion beyond expectations. He even considered abandoning his operations in Chedan entirely. Trade unions, after all, were not bound by national flags. They crossed borders freely, guided by profit and opportunity rather than loyalty to land. Most of his members did not even originate from the Chatham Principate, but from the Lost Isle Principate. Patriotism was not their foundation. Sibold expressed his hope to eventually settle in the Kingdom of Krobans, trusting that the White King would protect them there as well. Reifenhardt acknowledged the weight of that trust, but warned that openly aligning with him could lead to accusations of siding with the Demon King, a label that had destroyed countless lives before. Still, for now, no one had spoken that cursed title aloud. That alone felt like a subtle shift in the air. Before the discussion could continue, a group of orcs arrived at full speed, saluting him as the White King and reporting that a pursuit squad had just departed from the Zeppelin. They had arrived in the valley at dawn. The leading knight scanned the gathered crowd with narrowed eyes, commenting coldly that those barely able to run had dared to stage resistance. His gaze moved across the freed slaves, noting how unusually composed they appeared. Too composed. As expected, traces of Tense County's involvement were visible here. Where else could trained dwarves or orcs capable of aura techniques appear so readily? The golden pillar of light that had pierced the sky above the Zeppelin had been seen from afar and was impossible to forget. Even beasts recognize authority when it is presented with dignity. The commander turned sharply to his knights and reprimanded them for their noise at dawn, ordering immediate silence and strict discipline before engagement. He made it clear that obedience came first. Whether the opponents were slaves or not was irrelevant. The Zeppelin knights complied without question. He knew very well that several aura users were present among the opposition, and these were not ordinary fighters. He had expected disorganized remnants, corrupt soldiers, bribed guards, and deserters who avoided real battle. Instead, he was now facing forces tied to the name of the Fist King. This was no minor mission. The commander then turned to the elves and demanded a report on enemy numbers. The answer came quickly, 7,000 to 8,000 total, including 800 to 1,000 elite knight-class troops, 2,000 cavalry, and the remainder infantry. Reifenhardt listened without concern. What mattered most was the absence of mages. That detail brought him quiet relief. When the elves questioned him, he explained calmly. 3 days south of the Zeppelin lay a village where certain assets had been placed, an intentionally crafted lure designed specifically to attract mages. Anything with real arcane curiosity would inevitably be drawn there. Recognition spread among the elves as they recalled the incident. Layers of strategy nested within strategy. Riffenhardt added almost casually that he had once been a 10-circle archmage. The revelation settled heavily over them. His genius had never been accidental. At that moment, the enemy forces halted within sight and issued their ultimatum. All non-human races were ordered to surrender immediately. Any resistance would be met with extermination. No exceptions. Riffenhardt stepped forward before anyone else could react, his voice steady as he assured everyone present that not a single hair on their heads would be harmed. The opposing commander studied him in silence, assessing him carefully. Gerard, over 80 years old, stood at the front. The commander narrowed his eyes and concluded, "This must be the Fist King of this generation." Even after acknowledging the sheer weight of the situation, it was obvious that no single body, no matter how strong, could stand as a wall against 10,000 advancing enemies. Understanding that reality, he chose a different path. He offered terms instead of immediate slaughter. Submit to surrender or withdraw at once and abandon the slaves. And if you choose the latter, we will not pursue you. Behind him, the assembled knights stirred uneasily, low murmurs rippling through the ranks as confusion spread. Such mercy, especially in a battlefield like this, felt unnatural. Yet Clath raised a hand, silencing their unrest before it could grow louder. Clath understood the truth behind it. Reifenhardt was never the kind of man who would simply turn his back and retreat. If withdrawal had ever been the goal, this entire operation would never have begun in the first place. At the suggestion of fleeing, Riffenhardt's laughter rang out across the open field, sharp and unrestrained, carrying clearly over the tense silence like a blade cutting through still air. The enemy commander's face tightened in frustration. With anger rising in his expression, he barked orders for the troops to advance, commanding them to demonstrate the full might and dignity of the principality without hesitation. In response, the knights surged forward as one unified force. Buffs and techniques ignited across their formation. Strength enhancement, accelerated haste, reinforced armor guard, sharpened weapon edge, and even the sinister glow of demon eyes. Aura erupted across the entire battlefield like molten steel being poured into shape, lighting the ranks in violent brilliance. Clath did not indulge in denial. Whatever weaknesses they might carry, the Zeppelin Knights stood as the Principality's most elite military force. And even if this vanguard fell, behind them waited the Chadin Knights and thousands more soldiers ready to enter the war. Aura users could not hide forever, not in a conflict of this scale. Across the field, Riffenhardt and his allies tightened their formation, aligning themselves in preparation for the inevitable clash. The elves stood poised with lethal elegance, their stillness sharp and precise like drawn blades waiting for release. The orcs planted themselves firmly into the ground, unmoving, their massive frames resembling living fortresses, built from flesh and will. And the trolls loomed behind them, broad and unyielding, silent pillars of raw strength anchoring the formation. The opposing knights recognized it instantly, the unmistakable presence of blade aura users, and not just any users, but Antares-class warriors of frightening caliber, each one capable of reshaping the flow of battle on their own. Reifenhardt stepped forward, raising his voice so it carried across the entire battlefield. In the name of miracles, he declared, he carried not only his own will, but the will of countless people who refused to disappear quietly into history. He did not stand here as a lone warrior. He stood as the embodiment of their collective desire to survive. And here, in this moment, he would act without hesitation against anyone who stood in their way. The instant the battlefield erupted into motion, Reifenhardt's voice cut cleanly through the chaos as he issued sharp, precise commands. Eustace and Inia were sent directly into the front lines, thrust straight into the heart of the enemy formation. Eustace responded without even a heartbeat of delay, igniting 7 star-like bursts of energy as he shot forward with overwhelming momentum. Beside him, Inia advanced with steady precision, wielding Tundra's blade, its freezing edge carving through the battlefield and leaving devastation crystallized in its wake. Seeing the opening strike land with such clean impact, Reifenhardt immediately committed more forces. He brought Malroyd and Solid into the unfolding assault without hesitation. Heavy resonance of earth magic thundered outward, shaking the battlefield itself as shockwaves tore violently through the Zeppelin Knights formation, breaking structure and balance in an instant. Solid locked onto a single target with absolute focus. With ruthless precision, he drove his tacit technique straight into the enemy's weak point, refusing to waste even a fraction of motion. At the same time, Dakar moved exactly as Reifenhardt commanded, plunging into the chaotic battlefield without hesitation. Close behind him, Malroyd unleashed Thunderdrop, his crashing descent amplifying the destruction already swallowing the field in roaring waves of violence. From a distance, Clack could only stare in stunned silence. The sheer scale of what was unfolding crushed his ability to think clearly, his mind struggling to comprehend how far the First King's design truly extended. He could not see the end of Reifenhardt's intentions. Worse still, he could not even begin to imagine what final outcome this battlefield was being forced toward. Then, amid that uncertainty, Athilka stepped forward. His magic sank deep into the lake, and in an instant even the thunder seemed to fall silent. The water convulsed violently, twisting and surging upward before transforming into a descending crimson torrent, heavy with an almost sorrowful weight, like the grief of the Earth Mother itself made manifest. The knights faltered. Their minds reeled as they tried and failed to comprehend the unnatural phenomenon unfolding before their eyes. Whispers of suspicion quickly spread through their ranks. Some began to wonder if the First King was deliberately sacrificing his own forces or even the slaves themselves to fuel some hidden and monstrous strategy. No one could see what was coming next. The battlefield was swallowed in red as steel clashed and formations collapsed under pressure. Orders rang out for the knights to hold the line and raise their blades, but fear had already taken root deep within their resolve. Amid the chaos, Reifenhardt's voice remained eerily calm. He warned them plainly those who valued their lives would be wise to turn back now while they still had the chance. Clath immediately shouted in response, forcing his voice through the panic and noise, insisting that their objective remained simple. There were only 9 enemies that needed to be eliminated. But his words failed to anchor them. Instead of steadying their resolve, the fear only deepened. Without slowing his advance, Reifenhardt pressed forward. Magic and martial force fused within him as he activated Magic Fist Unification, unleashing the 6-fold Calamity Horn. The strike alone carried such overwhelming terror that it seemed to freeze the very instincts of those who witnessed it. Only at that moment did the knights finally begin to understand what they were facing. The First King's strength was not merely overwhelming, it was monstrous beyond reason. Their courage collapsed instantly, and the formation broke into full retreat as soldiers fled for their lives, realizing that confronting him head-on meant certain death. Too late, Clath realized the truth. Reifenhardt was capable of resonating with multiple auras at once, drawing them together and amplifying his own power to a degree that defied logic. With a single devastating strike, the battlefield itself began to give way under the force of his power. The land split apart violently. Entire cliffs hundreds of meters high collapsed, as if they weighed nothing at all. Screams echoed across the fractured terrain as surviving knights found themselves trapped, the ground falling away beneath their feet from every direction. They could not even begin to comprehend such destruction. Even among the greatest warriors, the so-called Jim Unbreakable style was known for its simplicity and brutality. Yet what Reifenhardt displayed surpassed every known standard, revealing a level of mastery so absolute that he moved as though the world itself had already surrendered to his will. Terror spread rapidly through the shattered ranks. Instinctively, the remaining knights turned toward Clath, searching his face for guidance, as if a single command could somehow restore order to the collapsing battlefield. Before Clath could even speak, Reifenhardt's laughter echoed across the ruins once again, sharp, merciless, and full of challenge as he dared them to cross the broken terrain if they still possessed even a fragment of courage. That challenge struck like a physical blow. The orcs, fueled by absolute trust in their savior's conviction, tightened their grips on their weapons and stepped forward, no longer seeing victory as distant, but as something they could actually seize. The elves advanced with calm precision, refusing recklessness. They targeted already identified weak points in the canyon structure, coordinating with the dwarves to strike with surgical accuracy, minimizing unnecessary destruction and refusing to wound the land without purpose. Even the earth was not something they treated lightly. What followed was not random devastation but destruction executed with terrifying precision. The dwarves manipulated the terrain as if it were a living mechanism, guiding fractures and collapses exactly where they needed to occur. Riffenhart, once an archmage who had reduced mountains to rubble in another age, applied that same catastrophic expertise with clinical control. Together, their conviction aligned into something absolute. Any obstacle in their path would be removed regardless of scale. The result was a spectacle both magnificent and horrifying, ruin-shaped deliberately, forged from knowledge, coordination, and overwhelming force. When the battle finally subsided, Riffenhart ordered a withdrawal. Even if pursuit forces attempted to follow, the shattered landscape would delay them for at least half a month, time enough to fortify and prepare. With cold certainty, he declared that the kingdom of Kroban would soon come to understand the cost of provoking him. News spread across the continent at remarkable speed. The Lord of Antares, the first King Riffenhart, had struck Zeppelin and liberated its slaves. All attention converged on that single act. The ruler who had forged the emerging nation of Antares had now defeated the wealthy power of Chedan, and the tale ignited the imagination of those who still dreamed of becoming heroes in a changing world. Yet praise was far from universal. Many condemned his actions as reckless and lawless, branding him little more than a bandit who invaded without declaration and seized wealth through force. They warned that his ideology threatened the fragile balance holding the continent together. While freeing slaves was one matter, granting them citizenship struck at the very foundations of established authority. Yet beneath the criticism, something subtle began to shift. Among commanders and observers who had long harbored private doubts about slavery, his name began to be spoken differently, no longer as a rebel, but as something closer to a symbol: Liberation Riffenhart. Opinions remained divided, debates growing sharper across nations and courts. But one truth could not be denied: the world had already changed. The old order, once thought unshakable, would never return to what it had been before. A full month passed since the liberation of Zeppelin. Within the White King's castle in Antares County, a man stood alone in silence, reading a letter line by line as though weighing the fate of an entire continent within each sentence. Nothing in its contents surprised him. As expected, the dwarves had adapted fastest of all. Under High Priest McKellen's steady leadership, they had already secured their assigned territory and begun laying the foundations of a new homeland. Upon reaching the mountain range chosen for them, even the most hardened dwarves were struck with admiration. The ridges stretched vast and imposing, the stone rich with promise. Excitement quickly shifted into planning, then into questions of construction timelines. Some, unable to remain idle, even asked if nearby mineral veins had been confirmed, their hands itching to begin work immediately. An elder finally urged restraint, reminding them that proper rest and preparation came first. He also spoke of rumored cemeterium deposits deep within the range, assuring them that additional labor support would arrive soon. That promise of abundance and coordinated effort finally tempered their restless drive. The letter continued, its contents shifting tone as it moved further down the page. According to the report, the trolls had not presented any meaningful obstacle or complication during the entire process, their situation proving far more stable than expected. Across the continent, most of the scattered troll tribes had already chosen to place themselves under the protection and jurisdiction of Antares County. In one such location, Athilka and Tedema stood before a massive ancient tree and immediately recognized what it truly was: Ralriad, their lost homeland. The moment they laid eyes on it, they could feel it clearly, the steady living pulse of the world tree's blessing flowing through its trunk and roots. For trolls who had spent so long separated from their origin, uncertainty finally faded away. Only a single group remained absent from this reunion: those who had been captured by humans, including a guru apprentice who had once stepped beyond the village boundary in pursuit of training and never returned. The returning trolls were welcomed without hesitation by those already established within the guru system. As the gathered clans reformed, one newcomer stepped forward and introduced himself as Guru Mandra, recently arrived and accepted into their ranks. Guru Haruba responded calmly, acknowledging him without hesitation, then explained the revised structure. From now on, the Sacred Heart extraction ritual would be divided into 2 shifts. This ritual, essential for ensuring safe troll childbirth, required precision and endurance, and with more capable hands now available, there was no reason to exclude anyone willing to contribute, rather than strain their traditions. The reunion only strengthened their unity and reinforced their shared responsibilities. Further reports detailed similar progress among the elves and orcs. Former slaves, once bound in chains, were being carefully reintegrated into society under the guidance of Ceres and Tacit. Having endured captivity themselves, they understood better than anyone the invisible wounds left behind. Their efforts were deliberate and patient, ensuring that settlement was not reduced to mere survival, but shaped into a life that restored dignity and stability. As the man finished reading, another official arrived, presenting a consolidated report of developments across the various racial alliances. He nodded once in quiet approval and instructed that his gratitude be conveyed to everyone involved. Beyond his elven secretary, nearly 30 capable administrators had been recruited, including former officials from the collapsed barony of Cheda, a territory once destroyed during a domain war. Under new governance, even what remained of that broken land was being reorganized into a functioning system of order. These administrators had not been chosen for lineage or influence, but for competence alone. Once overlooked in their previous positions due to lack of powerful backing, their abilities had nevertheless remained consistent and precise. Now, for the first time, their talent was being fully utilized in service of structure and stability. They executed their duties without hesitation, maintaining efficiency even under pressure. With much of the immediate administrative burden eased, the man briefly allowed himself a rare moment of relief and considered stepping outside for physical training to clear his mind and reset his focus. Before he could leave, the elf Flora entered the chamber and delivered an urgent message. The White King had summoned him immediately. A delegation from the Kingdom of Krobans had arrived, led by Count Leroy. The name alone triggered a faint ripple of memory. He paused, then prepared himself with deliberate care, fully aware that Leroy had once known him in a different time and under a different identity. Sensing the subtle tension in his expression, Flora spoke calmly, reassuring him that there was no reason for concern in his current position as counselor. Reshaped in both role and presence, he would not be recognized by anyone from his past, not even by those closest to him. Within the Grand Hall, White King Reifenhart sat upon the throne with absolute composure, his presence dominating the space without effort. Before him stood the envoy, remarking that the counselor appeared far more refined and composed than in earlier times. Though curiosity lingered in the envoy's tone regarding the counselor's true identity, Reifenhart remained unconcerned. He understood that anyone entrusted with administrative authority required both presence and credibility. With measured formality, he welcomed the envoy to Antares and inquired about his journey and condition. The counselor responded that matters of governance occupied nearly all of his time, though he added that his physical condition remained strong despite the workload of youth. After speaking, he produced a sealed letter and presented it forward. Reifenhart read the document in silence. The message conveyed clear approval from the crown, expressing satisfaction with the White King's recent campaign while openly condemning the rogue state of Chaden. Gratitude and diplomatic goodwill were extended, and beyond that, the tone sharpened into open disdain for the Chaden Principality's actions. The liberation effort was praised without reservation, and the letter further implied that continued interference from Chaden would be met with even stronger support for Antares. After finishing the letter, Reifenhart asked how Chaden had responded to these developments. The counselor answered without delay, reporting that outrage had erupted immediately. King Natan II of Chaden had issued a furious condemnation of Kroban for allowing passage and implicitly supporting the first king's actions. He demanded the return of all freed slaves, compensation for losses incurred, and issued a direct threat of war should his demands not be met to his satisfaction. However, within the principality itself, the proclamation was not treated with the level of seriousness Chaden expected. The reaction remained measured, almost indifferent in tone. In fact, certain hawkish nobles appeared almost pleased by the possibility of conflict, viewing it as an opportunity for yet another confrontation with the formidable warrior of Antares. Reifenhart accepted this situation without visible concern or emotional reaction. The possibility of war did not disturb his composure in the slightest. If battle came, it would be met directly. With that conclusion, the counselor prepared to take his leave, noting that the majority of Kroban's nobility currently maintained favorable relations toward Antares County. Reifenhart acknowledged the report calmly, assessing that at the present level of alignment, the Kingdom of Kroban could be considered a stable and reliable ally. Before departing, the counselor added, with a faint hint of irony, that the ever-troublesome Yahello would support the White King regardless of political circumstance, even if the reasoning was as personal as securing his own marriage prospects. Though he now held royal authority, Yahello still struggled to arrange a wedding, constrained by the influence of his father-in-law, despite his position. Reifenhart replied calmly that within 3 years, the issue could be resolved through the most peaceful and humanitarian methods available. The counselor answered just as steadily, agreeing that such persuasion could indeed be accomplished within that time frame. Attention then shifted to the broader continent. When asked about international reactions, the counselor confirmed that all matters had been handled with careful diplomacy and control. In the Kingdom of Graeme, whose capital stood in Temperad, Viscount Perron returned from his mission and delivered his report directly to King Hyde Elgraeme II. The king immediately questioned him regarding Antares County's intentions and stance toward the wider political situation. Perron replied that, despite the White King's fearsome reputation, his actions had been measured and rational rather than reckless or uncontrolled. As evidence, he presented diplomatic gifts sent from Antares, tokens of goodwill acknowledging the disruption caused by neighboring conflict. The treasures drew visible astonishment from those present, their quality reflecting significant effort and cost. Murmurs spread through the attendants. Some remarked that even the infamous Fist King appeared to be acting cautiously in the presence of their ruler. Others dismissed the interpretation, arguing instead that such behavior was consistent with the principles of the unbreakable style, discipline rather than submission. Perron clarified that while the initial actions had been impulsive, the the situation had now stabilized and was unlikely to escalate further. The king carefully evaluated the situation. Antares County had triggered the liberation of slaves and disrupted the balance of the continent, yet it had not directly invaded Chedan or claimed ownership over the freed people. One attendant observed that the hostility was directed solely toward Chedan, leaving Graham with no immediate reason to intervene or shed blood. The king briefly considered the stance of the Silver Sages, though their existence could not be openly discussed within the chamber. In the end, he decided to allow events to proceed without interference, trusting that the Silver Sages would understand the reasoning behind his restraint. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the counselor recognized that the gifts sent to Graham were not simple diplomacy. They were carefully constructed strategy. Similar offerings had been dispatched to every kingdom that received envoys, and each response mirrored Graham's measured approval, reinforcing the same diplomatic outcome across regions. Although Antares County's actions defied established convention, they were broadly interpreted as sincere attempts to preserve continental order rather than destabilize it. As a result, potential hostility quietly softened into acceptance. The counselor reflected on the strain this diplomatic system imposed. Assembling appropriate gifts for each kingdom consumed considerable resources, yet failing to do so would have carried far greater consequences. No gold or silver coin was directly required, which made the strategy appear deceptively simple, yet precisely for that reason, it was dangerous and complex. The gifts themselves were not standard treasure, but expressions of culture forged through labor and identity. The elves contributed silks so fine that light seemed to glide across their surface. The orcs offered rugged leatherwork shaped by hands hardened in war and wilderness. The dwarves provided perfectly balanced weapons and ceramics fired in ancient kilns, carrying the weight of deep tradition. Within Antares County, these were everyday goods, but beyond its borders they became rare and highly coveted artifacts. Outside Antares, such items were spoken of in whispers but rarely seen in reality. Gathering them in sufficient quantity required immense coordination and effort, yet their impact far exceeded the value of precious metals. When Refinhart learned of the full strategy, a faint, knowing smile appeared as though he were already arranging pieces across a vast, unseen board. Antares County had publicly declared its rejection of conquest through war. On the surface, it appeared idealistic and even naive, but Refinhart understood scale. A county was not a fixed endpoint. It was something that could grow. Influence, once established, could expand quietly and steadily, and when it did, even a simple declaration would begin to carry weight far beyond its original intent. With the counselors now assisting him directly, the lingering bitterness of past battlefields no longer pressed as heavily on his mind. Memories from another life surfaced uninvited, sharp, and persistent. Karl, now emperor of the Kingdom of Krobans, had once stood at the center of fractured human alliances and forced them into unity through sheer capability. His talent surpassed most others by a wide margin. Though unmatched in combat capability, his true strength lay in political resolve. At his core, he remained entirely human, shaped by human concerns and limitations. Yet despite everything, he worked toward prosperity for all races without harboring resentment or exclusion. That alone set him apart from most rulers of his era. When questioned about loyalty, Karl simply laughed and remarked that, with Lady Tilla by his side, such concerns were meaningless. Refinhart offered no contradiction to that sentiment. As heir of House Fernand, Karl had once dreamed of a world where every region could thrive in quiet happiness. Upon becoming emperor, that vision narrowed to the people of Kroban alone. Now, however, that vision had expanded once more. The distinction between races had blurred in his mind into a single concept: people. His ambition had grown beyond a kingdom, extending instead toward a world where all could stand together without fear. Hearing this, Refinhart felt the final thread of hesitation within him snap cleanly. Far away within the imperial capital of the Holy Bastalon Empire, a very different kind of fury began to take shape. Emperor Land's gaze fell coldly on the extravagant treasures sent from Antares County. Without a moment of hesitation, he gave a sharp order. Everything brought before him was to be cast straight into the flames, reduced to ash. To him, the entire gesture reeked of insult, disguised as diplomacy. He had no intention of being treated like some minor lord dazzled by foreign ornaments. In his eyes, such attempts were beneath dignity itself, beneath even beasts that ruled by instinct alone. As Emperor Keephold Prime Bastion, his voice thundered with absolute authority as he swore that any who dared imagine themselves equals to kings while standing among what he considered lesser beings would be crushed without mercy. Within the sacred Bastion Empire, restraint finally shattered. What had once been contained behind ceremony and ritual now spilled openly into the air as raw, unfiltered rage. King's fury only deepened at the thought that anyone believed wealth could mask intent. To him, gold was never diplomacy. It was deception, a veil thrown over true ambition. The idea that Antares County would neither bow nor correct its course struck him as an insult layered upon open defiance. Voices erupted across the court in unified condemnation. One after another, nobles denounced Antares, claiming it had abandoned the teachings of Sayre and stepped willingly into heresy. According to doctrine, humanity existed by divine design to rule over all creation. To reject that principle was not disagreement, it was rebellion against the natural order itself, the foundation upon which the empire stood. Such insolence, they declared, could not be allowed to stand. Some council members went even further, insisting that Antares must be forcibly corrected through the very doctrine of Sayre himself, even if that correction required outright conquest. Yet not all voices burned with fury. A few ministers spoke with colder restraint, pointing out the practical limits. The empire was far removed from Antares, and any military campaign would stretch supply lines dangerously thin. Worse still, aggression risked provoking Kroban's kingdom, an acknowledged ally of Antares. A single strike could ignite a chain reaction across the continent. They also warned that other nations might interpret imperial retaliation not as justice, but as overreach. An empire that overextends itself, they argued, weakens its own claim to moral authority. Meanwhile, beyond imperial borders, the commercial giant Chedan continued to thrive under Bastilon's protection. Through layers of indirect trade, it siphoned wealth from countless regions, accumulating staggering profit. Its prosperity was undeniable, but so was the resentment it left behind. Every nation felt its influence in some form, and though few dared oppose it openly, hostility quietly accumulated beneath the surface, restrained only by imperial backing. When Antares struck at Chedan's standing, quiet satisfaction rippled across the continent. The reaction was not born from loyalty to Antares itself, but from long-standing resentment toward Chedan's dominance. Even the kingdom of Talcan responded quickly, sending formal goodwill along with returned gifts, presenting a polished face of diplomacy. Beneath that politeness, however, the intent was far more calculated. Sir Lantis, an aura user once tied to Talcan, had once brought humiliation upon the kingdom. When Chedan refused cooperation in his arrest, and instead allowed his exile, relations between the two nations fractured. Now, seeing Antares deal a decisive blow to Chedan, Talcan's admiration came effortlessly, almost as relief finally given form. Within the Imperial Council, another concern quietly surfaced. The reactions of religious orders could not be ignored. Antares County was not untouched by faith. Priests of Ladanti and the Falanans still lived and preached within its borders. Among them, the Falanan order kept a particularly close watch on the young saint, who had become central to Antares' influence. Although the Sayre doctrine remained the most dominant faith across the continent, humanity was no longer bound to a single spiritual current. Like water splitting into many rivers, belief had spread into separate channels, and in several regions, Sayre's voice was no longer the loudest. Other religious orders had already taken deeper root elsewhere, and those institutions, hungry for influence, saw no advantage in confronting Antares directly. Expansion required opportunity, not reckless confrontation. Some council members even noted that the first king, once naive regarding divine politics, now seemed to orchestrate events with deliberate precision, as if he had finally learned to read both earthly and heavenly currents at once. Even so, imperial pride refused to remain silent. The actions of Antares County could not simply be observed without response. Sayre's gaze was believed to be ever-present. Indifference would be interpreted as weakness. At that moment, Priest Evilness stepped forward and requested permission to speak and was granted it. Calmly, he stated that Antares had not declared formal war upon the Chedan Principate. Instead, what had occurred was not war, it was a direct storming of its territory, and that distinction, he emphasized, was intentional. Pressed further, he explained that Antares was not a vast empire with endless manpower. It was small, tightly structured, and highly concentrated. Its true strength lay in elite discipline and an unusually large number of aura users. With such forces, even a small unit could achieve what would normally require entire armies. The Majesty weighed the argument in silence, but ultimately dismissed its implications without concession. No one disputed the sheer strength of the great empires compared to a county-level power. Priest Evilness did not question imperial superiority either. His warning was different. If the empire mirrored Antares' methods, it would collide directly with the doctrine of Sayre's justice. To punish Antares by imitating its actions, he warned, would stain the empire's claim to righteousness itself. Impatience spread through the chamber. Several voices rose at once, demanding that the arrogant first king be summoned and made an example of under Sayre's law, so that order could be restored through visible punishment. Far away in the Green Kingdom, however, calculation replaced fury. The ruler there understood the delicate position of being caught between greater powers, rarely given an opportunity to elevate his own standing. This incident appeared less like a threat and more like leverage. His officials reported that Antares' gifts had been accepted publicly, a gesture considered diplomatically safe. The Green Kingdom had no direct stake in the conflict, and therefore nothing to lose by maintaining composure. Privately, however, the king issued a different order to Cucuin. The kingdom must demonstrate unmistakable strength. It could not afford to appear as a minor presence hiding in the shadow of larger powers. In the kingdom of Graham, Count Tense observed the shifting balance of power with sharp calculating eyes. Cyrus's name now shone brightly within Antares, his reputation spreading like polished gold catching the sun. In contrast, the legitimate heir of House Tense had returned broken, his body ruined, both legs lost to defeat. Some still whispered that the Silver Sages might restore him, but reality weighed heavier than hope. The brilliance of the tense name now faded beside the rising influence of the first king. Behind them, the father of Euthes exhaled in quiet relief that the violent struggle between his sons had finally ended. Yet the man standing nearby spoke without softness, warning that Sir Euthes would not easily accept reconciliation. He reminded them that his continued presence in tense lands was only due to an old bond of friendship. Should necessity demand it, he would not hesitate to draw his blade, even against another son. In the Margraviate of Altian, grief was no longer restrained by pride or politics. A father stood beneath his banners, mourning the son struck down by an unforgiving hand. He admitted the boy had arrived too late to honor and carried the stain of being labeled a scoundrel, but his talent had been undeniable. If that blade had been guided with discipline instead of chaos, the family name might have risen to eternal glory. He made one thing clear: this was not a request from the Empire. It was personal, directed solely to Sir Walgran. Walgran answered without hesitation. He would not stand idle, while the wicked continued to walk freely beneath the sky. Those who failed to recognize its vast reach would be struck down, and even their punishment would be framed as a form of mercy delivered from above. At dawn, a royal messenger climbed a mountain where Sir Whirl trained alone, steel cutting through the wind with each precise motion of his blade. The decree was handed over with trembling fingers. Whirl's response was immediate and cutting. He asked what the king had ever truly given him beyond chains, disguised as honor, recalling how he had been forced into the role of knight commander. With open contempt, he dismissed the messenger and warned that another step forward would be the last mistake of his life. The envoy felt Whirl's aura pressing against his skin like a physical weight, even knowing that Sir Bonatel was the one officially leading the expedition. When Whirl raised his sword, the very air seemed to fracture. Invisible ripples spread outward, as if the sky itself had become disturbed water. The messenger stood frozen, overwhelmed by the sheer pressure of the presence before him. Finally, Whirl lowered his blade and declared coldly that if he moved, it would only be on his own terms, after proper preparation and on his own decision. Elsewhere, inside a dim tavern within the kingdom of Clad, another man watched the unfolding turmoil with colder intent, seeing in it an opportunity to expose corruption within Chedan's knightly order. Yet even as he considered exposing that decay, he drew a clear line between condemning corruption and declaring hostility toward the first king. A companion called him by name and urged restraint, reminding him that such decay had not appeared suddenly. It had been built over time through seizure, neglect, silent approval, and cowardly retreat, slowly hollowing the knights of the Principate from within. And yet once the consequences of theft and cowardice became undeniable, even the proud knights of Chedan and the Principate would eventually be forced to confront the truth about themselves. Far to the west, within the Kroban Empire, the king sat upon his throne as a priest delivered unwelcome news. The Empire intended to recruit Sir Grandiad, Kroban's own aura user, for the upcoming expedition. Anger flared immediately. Kroban's alliance with Antares meant this demand was nothing short of an insult. The priest attempted to justify it, citing distance, diplomatic obligations between Kroban and the Empire, and even the king's long-standing ties with dwarves as potential leverage for easing tensions. The Majesty rejected the reasoning without hesitation or compromise. Kroban's position was clear and uncompromising. It would not entangle itself in conflicts that did not directly involve its interests, nor would it be swayed by offerings dressed up as diplomatic goodwill. Such gestures held no authority over its judgment. The priest's reaction, however, went far beyond cold refusal. It carried an edge of absolute finality, as though the very idea of disagreement had already been judged and condemned. As penance for the mere presumption that the Majesty might accept even the smallest of tributes, he issued a brutal order. Every dwarf involved was to be put to death without exception. In his eyes, the true offense was never rejection itself. It was the arrogance of believing Bastion could be approached so casually, as though it were an ordinary power. He swore then and there that no rejected gift would ever again be allowed to touch imperial soil. The next tribute, he declared coldly, would not be symbolic or restrained. It would be something extravagant enough to satisfy even King Yuval himself. That night, behind closed doors far removed from courtly eyes, the atmosphere shifted into something far more intimate and concealed. Yuval held a dwarf woman in his arms, his earlier composure gone as he quietly praised her performance. Only hours before the eyes of the court, he had maintained perfect authority and distance, playing his role without a single flaw. She lightly reminded him that such performances were unnecessary when they were alone. Yet even as praise lingered between them, an uneasy tension lingered beneath the surface. Events were accelerating faster than any controlled plan could comfortably contain. Still, she expressed confidence that Sir Refenhart would withstand whatever storm was forming ahead. Yuval, however, admitted plainly that until everything was formally settled and recognized by the world, he could not claim full legitimacy as king, and without that, their marriage would remain impossible. Elsewhere, deep within the Vatican pantheon, authority moved through solemn ritual and sacred structure, as if every word spoken carried divine weight. The Pope addressed the gathered faithful, his declaration firm and unambiguous, entrusting full authority over the sacred mission to Guardian Tazrael. In private, Tazrael regarded the assignment with calm indifference at first glance, as though it were a minor task beneath his direct attention. Yet beneath that surface judgment, he understood something deeper. Small sparks often became the starting point of movements that reshaped entire eras. For the sake of the larger design, he accepted the mandate without hesitation. The county's king remained a disciple of Jatald, a connection that ensured obedience, continuity, and a stable chain of spiritual authority within the system they upheld. Inside the vast kitchens of the Antares County Palace, steam rose thick into the air, curling beneath the high ceilings. Flora stood at the center like a battlefield commander, eyes locked on every detail, while Inia hovered nearby as she issued precise instructions. Exactly 2 spoonfuls of sugar into the sauce, no more, no less. Inia, however, had already begun altering the recipe on her own. With calm confidence, she insisted the flavor felt wrong, and that instinct mattered more than strict measurement. Flora immediately shut that idea down, declaring firmly that cooking was not guesswork, but discipline, an exact craft built on precision rather than impulse. The moment Flora detected a faint burnt smell rising from the pot, she acted instantly. Without hesitation, she scraped the ruined portion into the trash and ordered a full restart. Inia did not argue or retreat. She simply straightened her posture and calmly declared she would try again. Flora narrowed her eyes and demanded bluntly what kind of experience Inia even had in the kitchen. Inia admitted that she had once cooked well, but that was 10 years ago, during the period she disguised her identity while traveling among humans. She even recalled being praised for her dried meat. Flora responded dryly, remembering that same era very differently, especially the chaotic stews and questionable mixtures Inia had created without hesitation. Strangely enough, those rough meals had tasted exceptional to exhausted companions after long hardship. Even so, Flora concluded that for tomorrow's lunch, it would be safer if Inia simply prepared sandwiches. At least bread, she noted, could not be burned beyond recognition. Far from the kitchens near the White Palace, the barren training grounds trembled under the force of 2 warriors colliding at full power. Reifenhardt stepped forward and unleashed a straight, cannon-like strike toward Eustace, the force tearing through the air with brutal clarity. Eustace met it head-on, deflecting it with ease and casually remarking that such a technique was far more effective against groups than in one-on-one combat. Without giving space for pause, Eustace retaliated with his massive blade, sending a roaring counterattack straight toward Reifenhardt. Steel and aura collided violently, sending dust spiraling upward in chaotic bursts. In the middle of it, Reifenhardt spoke calmly, noting that he had yet to reveal the technique designed specifically to trap an opponent completely. In the next instant, he released a compressed burst, link key striking blast, launching a focused surge that relentlessly chased after Eustace. Eustace twisted sharply through the air to evade it, but the exchange refused to slow. Each strike connected or narrowly missed, the ground cracking beneath their steps, while the very air vibrated from their clashes. When the two finally separated, both were breathing heavier, yet neither showed the slightest trace of exhaustion in their eyes. Eustace exhaled with satisfaction, admitting it had been a long time since he enjoyed such a fulfilling spar. Reifenhardt agreed without hesitation, stating that the exchange had successfully cleared his mind. Eustace then brought up Tilla, the head maid, who constantly scolded them for destroying the palace during indoor training sessions. Reifenhardt acknowledged her concerns and admitted that the open wasteland suited him far better. No walls to break, no ceilings to collapse. Eustace simply smiled and suggested another round. Without further words, they returned to their stances. At the edge of the field, Flora and Inia watched the duel unfold, cheering loudly each time Reifenhardt pressed forward with momentum, their voices rising over the clashes. Nearby, the observing orcs muttered among themselves that the match seemed unfair to Eustace, and soon they were shouting louder, throwing their support behind him instead. That shift in atmosphere struck deeper than expected, changing the rhythm of the battle's emotional weight. Eustace felt a surge of renewed resolve, especially when he spotted Cillian among the spectators, calling out his name with clear encouragement. Not far away, Titima stood with her hands pressed over her ears, overwhelmed by the thunderous impacts shaking the ground. Amid the chaos, Inia eventually waved everyone over and announced that the sandwiches were ready. Even in the middle of dust, shattered stone, and ringing steel, the warm scent of fresh bread drifted across the training grounds, briefly grounding the battlefield in something ordinary and human. Ciri stepped forward with her own basket as well, calmly stating that she had also brought food. Inia didn't hesitate for even a moment. She immediately offered her portion without reservation. Quiet compliments followed from both sides, simple but sincere acknowledgments of effort and care. What had moments ago been tension and rivalry softened into something unexpectedly warm. Still, a subtle competitiveness lingered beneath the politeness as each quietly compared flavors, textures, and presentation without saying it aloud. Then, without warning, he appeared behind Inia, his gaze immediately locking onto the spread, as if assessing a battlefield before engagement. He commented casually on the feast and reached directly into Ciri's basket to taste her food first. Inia quickly reminded him, almost eagerly, that she had also prepared sandwiches. Ciri watched him carefully, wondering how someone so refined could act with such unguarded boldness. In contrast, Inia interpreted the same behavior differently, convinced it reflected a man who enjoyed food honestly, without pretense or restraint. As everyone ate, Scylla leaned closer to Eustace and confessed that she had genuinely feared the encounter with Christine aboard the Zeppelin. Christine had wielded a Messiah-class weapon, forcing Scylla to respond with her own power. Eustace admitted he had felt the same unease, especially after witnessing Eutha brandish a strange artifact of his own. Reifenhart, having overheard, asked directly whether she was referring to the Holy Light Sword Messiah. Scylla confirmed it, adding that the weapon's reputation was widely known. Reifenhart's expression shifted slightly. He explained that the Holy Light Sword Messiah had once belonged to Ceres and questioned how it had ended up in Christine's possession. Scylla repeated what she had been told, that a member of the Silver Age had granted it. The name lingered heavily in the air. Reifenhart silently traced the pattern forming in his mind. Jade had also appeared wielding an artifact. Too many relics of immense power were resurfacing at once for it to be coincidence. He said nothing outwardly, but internally concluded that this matter required immediate and serious investigation. Time moved forward. Far to the west, within the Arn Mountains along the great tributary of the vast Great Mountain Range, the rising city of Zadoklith, part of Antares County, known as the City of Five Colors and Runes, continued to take shape. Stone towers climbed higher week by week. Roads carved through once untouched wilderness, and scaffolding wrapped new structures that already carried the weight of permanence and future life. When Reifenhart returned and saw it, a rare expression of satisfaction crossed his face. Where there had once been only open wilderness, a living city now stood. Carl explained that progress had exceeded expectations thanks to the abundance of skilled labor dwarves, freed workers, and craftsmen of many races, all working together without hesitation. As they walked through the developing streets, Reifenhart paused before a bronze statue. It depicted Cardamite, and Carl explained that it honored a dwarven hero who had once fought for the liberation of slaves. Reifenhart studied the statue in silence before agreeing that it represented a true symbol of liberation. He then noted that those who had once been rescued were no longer merely surviving. They had begun production, built systems, and stabilized the city's finances. Carl added that exporting goods unique to each race had not only solved budget issues, but also spread the city's reputation far beyond its borders. Even now, Zadoklith was being widely discussed and admired. Ceres looked over the growing city and admitted that its transformation far surpassed even Zeppelin. Yet despite this visible success, Reifenhart's gaze remained subtly distant. The city's foundation, after all, had been built primarily by dwarven hands. Before long, it became clear that elves would eventually take residence within these newly built walls. The stone itself seemed to remember the hands that shaped it, and a quiet thought lingered, whether true harmony could ever follow as smoothly as the construction itself had. Aeneas stepped closer, breaking the silence, and asked directly whether Reifenhart intended to establish a world tree in this land. Without hesitation, he answered that a third world tree would indeed be planted deep within Arn Mountain. It would be hidden away from careless eyes, its roots driven into terrain so secluded that outsiders would never easily locate it. In that hidden sanctuary, the elves would settle quietly, protected not by spectacle or grandeur, but by secrecy and isolation. As they moved deeper through the city's developing streets, the orcs suddenly paused mid-task. Their attention shifted all at once when they noticed the White King walking alongside the Chancellor, the two figures moving through the construction zones as if inspecting the future itself. Whispers immediately spread through the crowd. Civilians and workers alike turned their heads, their gazes locking onto the passing group, especially the trolls. Tilka, their guru, drew the most attention, his massive frame and intimidating teeth, inspiring both awe and unease in equal measure. Behind him, Tittima followed quietly, almost vanishing into the flow of people despite her presence. Sears walked calmly among them, her reputation preceding her like a drawn blade known as the Sword of the New Moon. Not far behind, Scylla followed as well, instantly recognized by the crowd as the young saintess. The attention irritated her deeply. She had grown stronger, trained relentlessly, refined both body and will, yet the eyes of others still clung to her as if she were something fragile, like glass that might shatter at any moment. From somewhere within the crowd, a young girl's voice rang out, urging Inia to hurry over to Reifenhart. Others nearby quickly tried to quiet the rising commotion, but the disturbance had already spread. Slowly, order returned, though the atmosphere remained charged and expectant. Carl soon guided Scylla toward a massive structure still under active construction. The framework loomed ahead, half-finished but already overwhelming in scale, drawing her attention upward as they approached. Towering stone pillars rose from the foundation, wrapped in scaffolding and unfinished supports. Sunlight filtered through the skeletal arches, casting broken patterns across the site. Carl explained that this structure would become the grand temple of Aran and Grad for the Falanan faith. At those words, Scylla's composure finally cracked, pride and emotion flooding her face as she took in the sheer magnitude of what was being built. For her, as the Archbishop, this was far more than a ceremonial building. It represented permanence itself, something that would outlast generations and anchor the faith within this land. Reifenhart watched her reaction quietly before offering his congratulations. He remarked that carrying such responsibility and such a heavy burden of expectation at her age was no small matter at all. Turning slightly, He then addressed Carl, commending him on the precision and scale of his work. Carl responded with a light laugh, joking that perhaps the city should have been named after Riefenhart instead. The suggestion immediately made Riefenhart visibly uncomfortable, and he dismissed it without hesitation. Before the moment could settle, a servant rushed into view, moving quickly through the construction area with urgency. In his hands was a sealed message, and he announced that it had arrived directly from Zerod. Carl immediately asked for its contents. The servant replied that it was a letter dispatched from the magic tower, then carefully handed it forward for inspection. Riefenhart accepted the letter, his expression tightening slightly as he broke the seal. If the magic tower was involved in matters connected to Zerod's enemies, then the situation behind it was almost certainly far from simple. Far away, the city of Zerod was already in ruins. Its gates hung broken from their hinges, and its walls had collapsed inward as if struck by overwhelming force from above. Sears scanned the horizon carefully, but found no sign of an invading army, no banners, no marching formations, no retreating columns. Absolute silence dominated the aftermath. Aeneas observed the streets and pointed out that if a full-scale army had passed through, there would have been clear traces, tracks, camps, supply lines. But none of that existed here. What remained was something far more precise and deliberate. Not the footprint of tens of thousands, but something surgical. Riefenhart's expression darkened as he studied the destruction, calculating angles of impact and collapse. He began tracing the origin of the strike. If it had come from the west, then either the Kingdom of Basilai or the Bastion Empire would have been the only logical sources. He dismissed that possibility almost immediately. Any imperial force would have needed to pass through Basilai first. Such a movement could not have gone unnoticed, nor could it have been executed so rapidly. Aeneas' attention shifted toward the city hall, the core of Zerod's administration. The structure had been split cleanly in two, not shattered by siege weapons or burned down, but severed with unnatural precision, as if cut by a single, flawless strike. Carl spoke grimly, connecting it to earlier events. The Chadan incident, the diplomatic gifts sent afterward, and the nations that refused them. Retaliation had always been expected in some form, but never at this speed and never with such surgical precision. Riefenhart examined the stone fractures closely, then reached a conclusion. Only blade-based aura could have produced destruction of this nature on such a scale. Not chaotic power, not explosive force, not scattered bursts of energy, but controlled, concentrated cutting power, precise enough to carve through an entire city's defenses in a single sequence. Riefenhart's gaze shifted to the bodies scattered across the ruins. Among them lay Peyton, the mayor of Zerod, once a capable administrator, now motionless beneath the debris. He did not voice his anger, but the air around him grew noticeably heavier. The pattern became clear. Civilians crushed beneath collapsed structures, knights cut down with clean, singular sword wounds, no chaos, only execution. The attackers had breached the city hall directly, eliminated resistance with precision, extracted whatever they sought, and then erased the structure itself. Information had been the objective. The destruction was the message. Carl followed the implications step by step. Antares possessed numerous aura users, but any reckless small-scale assault would have been wiped out instantly. Therefore, this could only mean one thing: a coordinated strike executed by highly concentrated elite aura users. A deliberate operation. He recalled reports from Kroban's territories as the pattern began to align. Rumors had already circulated. An envoy from the Bastillan Empire had acted with calculated arrogance after Kroban supported the liberation of slaves. The Empire had clearly taken issue with Yuvel's newly established monarchy. This was not random violence, it was a warning wrapped in dominance. A demonstration designed not only to punish, but to humiliate. For the throne of Kroban, the entire affair had already become an embarrassment, carefully suppressed to prevent further escalation. Even an ally like Yuvel would not have been able to provide advance warning without risking open conflict. That silence itself was a form of political containment. Carl reached a conclusion without hesitation. Orders were issued immediately to mobilize the Night Order and recall all scattered aura users for emergency coordination. This was no isolated incident, it was a declaration. Ceres returned shortly after, carrying a small girl in her arms. The child steadied herself, then introduced her name, Lillian, and confirmed her connection to Lord Peyton. Her voice trembled as she forced herself to speak, struggling to push the memory forward. Her words came unevenly, shaken by fear, but she continued nonetheless, pushing through the recollection. She described an old man who had entered the city, accompanied by 10 knights. Their swords did not merely reflect light. They glowed with a power of their own. Riefenhart's expression sharpened instantly. An old man commanding 10 aura-wielding knights was no ordinary presence. That combination alone defied expectation. Lillian pointed toward a section of ruined stone and explained that the old man had stopped there, performed something incomprehensible, and then departed without hesitation. Riefenhart walked toward the indicated spot, his eyes narrowing as he examined the ground carefully. There, carved into the stone, was a message left behind. It was a declaration of judgment. The sword had been sent to execute the wicked heretic king in the name of Sayer. Divine punishment had descended upon the city. Beneath it was a signature, Banatel. The name struck immediately like a distant echo returning with force. If this truly was Banatel, then Lodestar, the legendary blade regarded as the strongest of this era, alongside his master Gerard, had finally moved into action. Reifenhardt's thoughts shifted instantly toward the White Palace. The implications were immediate and unavoidable. If Banatel had already acted here, then the next strike would not remain distant. Within the palace itself, chaos was already beginning to surface. Inside the White Palace, disorder erupted. Soldiers ran through corridors, overlapping orders, echoing from every direction. One officer demanded clarity from Captain Israel, who relayed Sir Hunt's report. Sir Eustace and Sir Tacit were engaged in uncontrolled combat within the palace grounds. Eustace immediately corrected the misunderstanding upon hearing it. This was not their doing. They had not initiated the conflict. Something else had forced the situation into battle. Eustace sensed it clearly. Another aura user was present. Tacit confirmed the same feeling. The presence was unlike anything they had encountered before. Eustace muttered grimly that the White King had chosen the absolute worst possible moment to be absent from the palace. Outside the palace walls, civilians screamed as unknown attackers cut through resistance with brutal efficiency. Warnings spread rapidly through the streets. Do not challenge aura users recklessly. The danger was far beyond ordinary soldiers. Eustace moved upward to gain a clearer view of the battlefield, scanning the devastation from a higher vantage point. A single strike had carved through the castle wall with perfect precision. No siege engines, no bombardment, just one clean, overwhelming cut. One strike. Standing amid the ruin, Eustace and Tacit counted only 11 figures in total, but each one radiated pressure far beyond normal warriors. The issue was not their number, but their concentration of power. Why had so many elite aura users gathered in one place? Tacit's calm finally cracked as his attention locked onto a single figure among them. The fighting spirit emanating from that individual was so immense it defied anything Tacit believed a human body should be capable of containing. From the center of the devastation, Rust stepped forward and demanded identification. The man at the front answered without the slightest hesitation, his voice steady and unshaken as it carried across the frozen courtyard. He identified himself as Banatel of Bastalone, stating plainly that he had arrived here under the direct will of Sayer, as if that alone explained everything about his presence and authority. The moment those words landed, something shifted among the palace knights. It wasn't just fear, it was as though the strength holding them upright had been abruptly cut away. Their grips loosened, shoulders sagging under an invisible weight. One after another, several of the knights buckled under the pressure. Some dropped straight to their knees on the stone floor, unable to resist the overwhelming presence pressing down on them from the mere identity of the man before them. Rust kept his eyes locked on the speaker, studying him with sharp intensity. Then he asked directly whether the man standing before them was truly Lodestar Banatel himself, as if trying to confirm whether such a figure could actually be real. Banatel offered no denial. Instead, he responded with calm certainty, and immediately shifted the tone of the moment. He declared his demand. The White King of Antares was to appear before him, kneel and confess his sins in the name of Sayer, as though it were an unquestionable verdict already delivered. That single declaration struck the courtyard like a blade. The sheer arrogance behind the demand froze everything in place. Silence spread instantly, thick and suffocating, as everyone processed what they had just heard. Tacit, standing slightly behind Banatel, narrowed his eyes and began scanning the battlefield with quiet precision. Almost immediately, he registered something critical. The White King was not present anywhere within the gathered forces. That realization altered the atmosphere at once. The absence was not empty information. It changed the pressure in the air itself, as if the battlefield had quietly tilted in an unseen direction. Around them, aura users stood in formation, each one carrying a reputation forged through bloodshed and war. Cameron of the Kingdom of Helene, Walgran of Basili, Jeblik of Graham, Merritt of Talcon, Lucan of the Green Kingdom, and Dekril of Shatan's Ruthless Order, names that alone could shake lesser fighters. Behind that first line, more warriors waited in silence. Rikabin of Bastalin and Whirl of Telkon stood with their weapons at rest. Yet their killing intent was already rising, coiling like smoke before ignition. No one could accurately judge how many enemies were hidden within the White Palace, but the presence of the Sayer Order and the Free Knights alone was enough to stiffen resolve. With Banatel himself stepping forward, standing still was no longer a choice anyone could justify. A few of the aura users let out quiet, disbelieving laughs. They muttered that it was almost ridiculous how a nation so small and newly established could gather so many awakened fighters under one banner. Aston and Crodel of Basili exchanged glances, their expressions tightening with curiosity and skepticism. They remarked how strange it was that Antares, long rumored across the continent as a so-called paradise of slaves, was in reality so small in territory and fragile in structure. Their words carried a mixture of disdain and cautious interest. But before the conversation could continue, Banatel's voice cut through the air, clean and absolute, silencing every other sound in the courtyard. He showed no interest in waiting for any leader of heretics to reveal themselves. Without hesitation, he gave the order to advance. There would be no delay, no negotiation, no meaningless anticipation. They would crush what stood before them immediately. For a brief moment, even seasoned warriors hesitated in silence. Many of them had lived through decades of battle, yet few had ever been spoken to with such commanding finality. And yet, instead of resisting that command, something within them settled. One by one, their expressions hardened into acceptance. The hesitation vanished, replaced by disciplined intent. The decision became simple. The immediate threat would be eliminated first. Pride could wait, but blood and survival demanded action now. Inside the White Palace grounds, the defending knights felt it as though the sky itself had collapsed above them. Aura flared violently across the courtyard as multiple awakened warriors surged forward at once, their combined pressure crashing down like a tidal wave. Azrael stood frozen, disbelief tightening his chest. On their side, only Sir Eustace and Sir Tacit stood as awakened swords, yet in front of them were some of the most feared warriors on the continent. And leading them all was Banatel, the sword Lodestar himself. The realization hit like ice through the spine. Even if every aura user of Antares were gathered here, the outcome would still be uncertain. The White Palace was no longer a defensive stronghold. It had become a battlefield destined to be overwhelmed. A cold clarity settled into Ezreal's mind. He quietly wondered, with a detached stillness, whether this courtyard would become the exact place where his life and story came to an end. Russ did not try to deny what was unfolding in front of them. He admitted plainly that no options remained, except the path Tacit would ultimately choose. There was nowhere left to retreat. Tacit answered that unspoken understanding with a silent look of his own. The same uncertainty lingered between them, reflected back without resolution, something neither of them could escape or ignore. Even if Riffenhardt and the others moved without stopping, half a day would still be required to reach them. Half a day against this concentration of monsters was no time at all. That calculation alone pressed heavily on the mind. Tacit's gaze swept over the enemy ranks, and a grim realization formed: humans were terrifying. They scoured the world to gather just a few exceptional warriors, yet among themselves they could produce such fighters repeatedly, almost effortlessly. That sheer abundance itself was a weapon. Without another word, Eustace and Tacit stepped forward. Retreat was no longer part of the equation. Eustace let his aura erupt violently into the air, and declared his identity aloud: Sword of Tense and Chris of Antares. Tacit followed immediately after, voice steady and unbroken, proclaiming himself a warrior of the Blue Bear tribe. Together, they issued a direct challenge. A request for single combat rang out across the battlefield. For a brief moment, silence followed before Banatel answered with laughter. He dismissed their challenge without hesitation, treating it as nothing more than childish noise. In his eyes, it was the empty bravado of men who had already been cornered by reality, and simply refused to accept it. But among the knights standing behind Eustace, understanding came quickly. This was not recklessness, it was deliberate. The challenge of duels was not about pride, it was strategy. Even Israel, despite his shaken state, felt a flicker of admiration rise within him. Under such overwhelming pressure, it was a sharp and calculated move, precisely the kind of decision that could shift a hopeless situation. Across the field, several aura users frowned. Suspicion crept into their expressions as they considered the possibility that this challenge was nothing more than a stalling tactic, carefully designed to buy time. Eustace weighed the situation in silence. He knew the code of chivalry still carried weight among warriors. A formal challenge could not be ignored without staining one's reputation. What they needed was time, nothing more. And a figure as elevated as Banatel would never personally waste effort engaging in a duel with someone so far beneath his standing. Banatel turned slightly and asked his own aura users, almost casually, who would step forward to deal with these opponents. The chosen warrior hesitated. A one-on-one duel would normally be manageable, but under the gaze of so many observers against opponents who showed neither fear nor weakness, the margin for error collapsed dangerously. The pressure of expectation alone became suffocating. Banatel's expression hardened instantly. He mocked their hesitation, dismissing their concern for reputation as meaningless weakness. In his eyes, such indecision made them unworthy of even standing in his presence. Then he corrected the situation himself. There would be no delegation, only he would respond. Only Banatel of Bastalon would step forward personally to end this matter. That declaration struck like a physical blow. For a brief instant, even resolve wavered. Tacit turned slightly toward Eustace and spoke evenly, reminding him that this outcome had always been a possibility from the very beginning. This was the role they had chosen. Eustace had known the name Banatel since the day he first grasped a sword, whispered across the continent as both legend and inevitability. The sword lodestar, the absolute pinnacle of swordsmanship. And now that legend stood directly before him, blade drawn and real. Banatel gave them no room for hesitation. He ordered both Eustace and Tacit to attack at once, no ceremony, no formal spacing, no restraint. The two responded immediately, their auras exploding outward into the open air. Eustace felt a sharp sting of pride as he stepped forward, aware that attacking together might be seen as dishonorable under normal circumstances, but he crushed that thought instantly. This was not a duel for reputation, it was a battle for Antares itself. Tacit cut through any remaining hesitation with blunt clarity. Charging alone would mean death. His sword partner, Dakar, had not been forged for waste or hesitation. It existed for survival and decisive combat. If they were going to fall, then they would fall while unleashing everything they had. There would be no restraint, no half measures, only total commitment in the final moment. They advanced together, and the atmosphere itself seemed to shift. Banatel's aura expanded outward like a rising tidal surge, filling the space with overwhelming pressure. Struck them before their blades even crossed. The force slammed into both Eustace and Tacit, forcing them to stagger back several steps under the sheer weight of it. The pressure was suffocating, so vast it defied reason. Eustace could feel it pressing into his bones, as if his body itself was being forced to acknowledge something far beyond its limits. This was not simple strength. It was dominance refined through decades of absolute mastery. The realization struck both of them at once. Could a human truly release power of this magnitude? Banatel's eyes narrowed slightly. For a brief moment, something like appreciation flickered within his gaze. He acknowledged their footwork, their timing, and the sharp precision of their movements without saying a word. Then his blade moved. From that instant, Eustace and Tacit were forced into constant motion, reacting without pause as the battle escalated beyond controlled exchange. Banatel's strikes carried no excess motion. There was no flourish, no wasted movement, only clean, precise inevitability in every cut. Each swing carved through space with relentless accuracy. Eustace and Tacit responded in rapid succession, dodging, deflecting, and shifting angles in a continuous struggle to avoid being overwhelmed. From the rear lines, the Knights of Antares could barely breathe. Watching Rust hold his ground against Banatel himself defied all expectation. The fact that he was still standing at all felt less like endurance and more like a miracle. Yet something about the exchange felt fundamentally wrong. Banatel's swordsmanship was brutally straightforward, so direct it almost looked careless at first glance. There were no elaborate flourishes, no decorative chains of movement, no complex patterns meant to confuse the eye. It was simple to the point of being unsettling, as if he were merely toying with them, and yet beneath that simplicity sat a pressure so heavy it felt impossible to breathe under. Even those seemingly casual motions carried an unnatural weight. This was not negligence or laziness, it was absolute control, refined to a terrifying degree. Eustace's mind briefly flickered to the title Sword Lodestar, imagining it like a tide that swallowed everything in its path, flickering between legend and reality. A disturbing thought surfaced in silence. Had the legend been exaggerated over time, growing larger with every retelling? Or was the truth far worse than anything they had ever been told? Something about Banatel made that second possibility feel uncomfortably real. Tacit moved first, breaking the tension like a snapping wire. He unleashed the blue attack strike in a single fluid motion, his aura compressing into a cold, razor-edged arc. Without hesitation or pause, Eustace followed immediately behind him, sinking into the assault with perfect timing. He flowed directly into his technique, falling blossoms. A surge of blue light erupted from Tacit's blade, scattering outward across the courtyard like drifting petals. Each fragment shimmered as it spread through the air. Beautiful and deceptive, as if the battlefield itself had begun to bloom with light. But hidden inside those delicate-looking fragments was something far more lethal. The true killing force was concealed within the petals, compressed and waiting to strike the moment an opening appeared. Eustace matched the rhythm without a single delay. Unleashing his full bloom technique, his aura expanded in layered bursts, radiating outward in overlapping waves designed to trap and overwhelm from every possible angle at once. For a single suspended heartbeat, the entire battlefield seemed to hold its breath. Then Banatel shifted his blade ever so slightly. No explosive impact followed, no dramatic collision, just a quiet, almost indifferent adjustment. And in that instant, everything collapsed. Their swords never reached him. Both techniques were erased before they could fully manifest. The petals scattered into nothingness, and the blooming aura simply dissolved mid-release, as if it had never existed at all. The shock that followed did not land on their bodies. It struck deeper, straight into their minds. Eustace and Tacit both felt it like a rupture in understanding, something inside them refusing to accept what they had just witnessed. For the first time, Banatel's expression shifted, but not with effort or strain. It was faint irritation, as though something mildly inconvenient had interrupted his expectations. His voice carried a thin edge of disbelief. He looked at them and asked almost casually what exactly they believed they had just accomplished in that fleeting moment. Banatel observed them more closely now, his gaze sharpening. The layering of their techniques, the precision in wrist control, the exact timing of breath and release, none of it felt accidental. Even if he would never say it aloud in praise, the conclusion formed clearly in his mind. They were geniuses. Most aura users possessed some degree of talent, something inherited or slowly refined through hardship. But what these two displayed went far beyond simple natural aptitude. Passive aura, in Banatel's understanding, was nothing more than an instinctive defensive reaction, a reflex that stirred when danger approached without conscious control. Yet these two were bending that passive flow, shaping pressure and release with surgical precision that defied that definition entirely. No matter how he dissected the exchange in his mind, their refinement remained difficult to categorize. Meanwhile, Eustace himself was still reeling. Banatel had intercepted Blade Aura using what should have been a meaningless layer of passive defense, something normally only capable of deflecting stray fragments, needles, or weak debris in chaotic fights. It was never designed to withstand concentrated strikes from awakened swords. In most battles, aura combat relied on reading intent, anticipating motion, and reacting to the opponent's next step. Yet Banatel didn't seem to be predicting anything at all, and still he neutralized everything completely. At the same time, his own assessment was calm and precise. If their execution had been even slightly sharper, if their angles had shifted by a fraction, his throat would already have been opened. That was exactly why he had allowed it to happen. He endured each exchange deliberately, absorbing their techniques so their structure could be fully exposed, preparing to answer everything with a single, decisive counterstroke when the moment became clear. The Sword Lodestar's style was almost insulting in its simplicity. No variation meant for deception. No ornamental movement meant to impress, only pure, stripped-down efficiency. If they relied solely on what they considered genius-level technique, it would never be enough. He had never thought of himself as gifted in the traditional sense, but what came next would challenge that assumption completely. Banatel's aura began to rise. It did not explode outward wildly. Instead, it thickened, becoming denser, heavier, as if the very air was being compressed around him. Then it surged. The compressed pressure suddenly expanded outward, in a violent, overwhelming release that rippled across the battlefield. Eustace reacted instantly, feeling the change before reason could catch up. A cold thread of fear slipped into his chest, and he instinctively stepped back as the wave spread outward across the courtyard. An aura wave was typically considered a crude technique, something unrefined used by those unable to shape precise attacks, simply pushing force through the ground or air in blunt imitation of power. But what Banatel unleashed defied that classification entirely. The scale alone shattered logic, turning what should have been a basic method into something closer to a natural disaster. From the castle walls above, the knights felt the pressure slam into them like a physical storm rolling through the air, rattling armor and forcing them to brace instinctively. Even among Banatel's own allied aura users, bodies stiffened in response. The pressure was not something they could ignore, even if they stood on the same side. Every time they witnessed this, the same conclusion resurfaced without fail. He was a monster. Familiarity did nothing to reduce the instinctive fear it inspired. Tacit planted his feet firmly, refusing to be pushed back further. Strength alone would not decide this. No matter how overwhelming the pressure became, they would endure it here. Banatel observed that resolve quietly, a faint trace of approval forming in his expression. Both of them had managed to withstand the first surge. Without hesitation, he raised the pressure again, inviting them to endure a second wave, and then it came, another eruption of aura, heavier and more crushing than before. Eustace and Tacit held their ground once more, muscles tightening under strain, their own aura grinding desperately against the overwhelming flood of force pressing down on them. Banatel's lips curved slightly, forming a thin, almost unreadable smile. Their skill was undeniable. Their control over aura was far above average, refined in ways most warriors would never reach. But refinement meant very little when it was buried beneath absolute, overwhelming power. With each passing breath, the pressure grew heavier still. Eustace and Tacit could feel it sinking deeper into their bodies, as though the battlefield itself was compressing them. Banatel showed no sign of slowing. No hesitation, no limit. His aura continued pouring out endlessly, as if the concept of exhaustion simply did not exist for him. As if depletion was something that belonged only to everyone else on the battlefield. The strain intensified rapidly. Across the field, opposing aura users exchanged grim glances, muttering that such reckless output should be impossible. It was tearing the battlefield apart. Stone cracked under the pressure. Entire sections of the courtyard began to collapse. Those caught beneath falling debris were quickly dragged away for treatment, blood mixing with dust as the shockwaves continued to roll through the structure. Even the knights stationed near the outer walls understood the danger immediately. They retreated deeper into the White Palace, putting distance between themselves and the collapsing architecture. The battlefield had clearly evolved into something no longer meant for ordinary soldiers. It belonged entirely to aura users now. Friend and foe alike now stood inside a space shaped purely by overwhelming combat power, yet confusion lingered among many observers. Banatel's style showed no complexity, no layered strategy, only fundamental movement applied on a massive scale. It didn't resemble genius, and yet it was unquestionably monstrous. The very sky seemed to tremble faintly as his aura rippled upward in visible distortions. Many had expected insight, expecting techniques they could learn from, but instead there was nothing to analyze, nothing to dissect. Only raw fundamentals, only sheer scale. Eustace finally understood the source of Banatel's strength was not refinement or clever manipulation, but something far more brutal, an overwhelming, almost unimaginable volume of mana. It was crushing, endless, inhuman in its abundance. In his youth, Banatel had not stood out as anything exceptional at all. He had never been one of those prodigies who grasped everything instantly or mastered techniques in a single day. What others could understand in 10 days, he often required the full span of time just to process. Combat, for him, was never effortless or intuitive. Opponents never behaved predictably. Battles shifted constantly, forcing techniques to adapt under pressure and circumstance, rather than following rigid form. That was where Banatel struggled most. He could perform what was taught to him, but the moment an opponent deviated even slightly from expectation, his blade would cut through empty space. He had once been, at best, only moderately skilled. But even then, there had always been something else within him, waiting beneath the surface. Steadfast, unchanging repetition was the core of Banatel's entire existence. Once a technique was shown to him, he would not deviate from it even once. No variation ever entered his practice. Only the same downward strike, repeated endlessly, as if the world itself did not exist beyond that single motion. Where ordinary warriors, even awakened aura users, would eventually succumb to exhaustion, their precision eroding after 1,000 repetitions, Banatel remained completely unchanged. Fatigue never touched him, and his form never degraded, no matter how many times the motion was repeated. His focus never fractured for even an instant. The first strike and the 1,000th strike were indistinguishable, identical in speed, angle, and intent. Through nothing but repetition, he pushed the most basic aura techniques beyond what anyone else could even conceptualize. He never expanded outward into complexity. Instead, he went deeper into refinement, into compression, into absolute consistency, day after day, year after year, for 30 years without deviation, without distraction, and without ever once seeking novelty. And now, that unbroken foundation stood before them like an endless ocean of force. Tacit finally understood it with painful clarity. The man in front of them was not merely strong. Banatel was something fundamentally beyond that definition, a presence that distorted the very space around him. Usus understood it as well. Close-range exchanges had already revealed their limits. They could not continue trading blows like this. Banatel's aura control appeared almost primitive at first glance. No elegant formations, no layered techniques, but every release carried crushing inevitability. Realizing this, Usus adjusted his approach immediately. 7 stars ignited within his grasp, the formation unfolding with razor-sharp precision as light condensed along the blade. At the same moment, Tacit answered with wolf fangs surging forward with raw, feral momentum, his body driving the attack without hesitation. Both strikes crashed into Banatel at once and stopped, not deflected, not slowed, simply halted as though they had struck an immovable void. Then they vanished. Banatel shattered their aura techniques as easily as brittle glass, dispersing them into nothingness. Usus felt a jolt of disbelief tear through him. Tacit felt something even colder, understanding. This was not refinement. This was pure dominance, born from sheer overwhelming magnitude. Usus snapped forward, demanding something greater, something worthy of the Sword Lotus Star, but even as he spoke, he already saw the flaw in his own logic. Any more elaborate technique would only give Banatel more substance to crush. Against an endless torrent of aura, complexity meant nothing. Distance offered no safety either. Ranged attacks dissolved long before reaching him. The conclusion formed silently between them. They had no choice but to close the gap again. Banatel watched their movements and let out a low, dismissive laugh, comparing them to insects flailing in panic. Then his voice cut through the air as he invoked spirit aura telekinesis. The pressure descended instantly, as if space itself had been seized and locked in place. Their evasive steps immediately broke down. Every movement became heavy and unstable, their bodies trembling under an invisible force pressing down from all directions. For a fraction of a breath, Usus and Tacit froze completely. The sheer scale of it overwhelmed even their instincts, and in that instant they realized they were about to witness what it meant when true power decided the battle was over. Far from the collapsing battlefield, within a quiet chamber filled with pale light and still water, a body floated in suspended silence, untouched by time or sound. That silence shattered without warning. Glass fractured sharply, and the fluid surrounding the capsule spilled outward in sudden chaos. The ancient capsule split open as though its purpose had finally been fulfilled. Tezran collapsed forward, coughing violently as air forced its way back into lungs that had nearly ceased functioning. Felina rushed to his side immediately, wrapping a thick blanket around his trembling body and steadying him as he struggled to breathe. Through ragged gasps, he demanded an explanation. She answered plainly. The chamber was an ancient recovery capsule, a relic preserved by the Silver Sage. Lady Surlin had once said that as long as even a thread of life remained, the capsule would restore the body completely, no matter how severe the damage. Tezran absorbed the explanation in silence, recognizing that only someone of the Silver Sage's caliber could possess such a relic. Once his breathing stabilized, his thoughts shifted elsewhere, and he asked about Riffenhart. Another woman in the chamber responded calmly but without hesitation. They had failed. The first king had escaped with his slaves and boarded the Zeppelin without resistance. That event had already taken place months earlier. The word struck Tezran harder than any blade ever could. In the end, they had not succeeded in stopping the Demon King. Yet the woman continued. Riffenhart's position had already collapsed. The Zeppelin incident had provided official grounds for his removal. No one would question his execution now. It would be publicly justified, clean, and unquestioned. She intended to confront him before his influence over humanity expanded further, though even she admitted the situation had already spiraled beyond control. Tezran asked one question: was there anyone capable of defeating him? The answer did not point toward the Silver Sage. It pointed instead to the Bastion Empire. The strongest swordsman on the continent had stepped forward, sword Lotus Star Banatel. Tezran paused at that name. In this timeline, Banatel was still alive. A faint, hollow laugh escaped him, barely audible. The women nearby mistook it for relief and asked if that was good news. But Tezran's thoughts were far colder. If Banatel had truly entered the field, then Riffenhart's end was already approaching, unless something beyond reason intervened. Back on the battlefield, Rust suddenly launched himself forward without hesitation, his blade driving straight toward Banatel's defensive line. Ordinary aura techniques dissolved the moment they made contact, erased as though they had never existed. None of them could surpass the sword Lodestar's passive Arlyra, a defensive phenomenon that activated without conscious thought, intercepting every threat automatically before intent could even fully form. It felt less like a technique and more like the world itself refusing to allow any strike to reach him. Eustace moved instantly, void sword horizon activated without hesitation. Space itself seemed to fold along the edge of his blade, carving a razor-thin line directly across Banatel's neck. A shockwave rippled outward the moment it landed. Those watching could not immediately process what they had just seen. The moment defied comprehension. Even Banatel's eyes widened for the briefest instant as a line of blood traced the cut across his throat. Then his aura surged violently. The wound sealed almost instantly, erasing all trace of injury, as if it had never existed. Rust lowered his blade slightly, frustration tightening his grip. The strike had been perfect. Timing, angle, execution, yet it still failed to overcome the sword Lodestar's passive aura. The realization settled with brutal clarity. Against Banatel, even perfection was insufficient. Banatel's composure finally cracked. Fury surged through him as he declared, with absolute certainty, that Eustace would not leave this battlefield alive. His aura erupted without restraint, spilling outward in violent waves that bent the air and shattered the ground beneath his feet. The entire battlefield trembled under that uncontrolled surge of pressure, as though reality itself was being forced to bow. With cold irritation, Banatel acknowledged Eustace, remarking that it was rare to see someone so young capable of such a technique. Had that strike been even slightly stronger, Eustace would already be dead. Tacit felt it settle into his bones. This was the end. There was no further path forward. Asriel measured everything, the distance, the pressure, the time before any reinforcements could arrive, and understood instantly that they would not survive long enough. Both of them arrived at the same silent conclusion. Even Reifenhart himself might have struggled against this level of force. If death was inevitable, then it would come here. Better to face it directly than watch everyone else be crushed around them. Then a voice cut through the suffocating tension. Calm, steady, and completely unhurried. Every head turned instinctively toward the top of the tower. Banatel paused. From above, a figure began to descend. Each step defied gravity itself, carried by ki that felt unmistakably similar to Reifenhart's own presence. Tacit stood frozen in place, unable to fully process what his senses were telling him. It wasn't just confusion. It was a breakdown of understanding itself, as if his perception had reached a limit it was never meant to cross. The energy radiating from the man ahead of them felt overwhelming, almost transcendent. It carried a weight that defied ordinary classification, pressing into the surroundings like something beyond human authority, something that could only be described as divine in scale. The surrounding aura users instinctively stiffened. Shock spread across their faces as they stared forward, forced yet again to acknowledge a harsh truth. The world they thought they understood still contained beings that shattered all logic and expectation. Monsters, in the truest sense, still existed beyond the limits of comprehension. The first Emperor, Gerard, descended with unsettling ease, landing just before Banatel, as though the two had arranged a casual meeting rather than a confrontation on a battlefield. His posture was relaxed, almost courteous, completely out of place amid the tension saturating the air. A faint, almost teasing amusement lingered on Gerard's face. He commented lightly that when old acquaintances meet after such a long separation, it would only be proper to exchange at least a few words of nostalgia, something to acknowledge the passage of time. Banatel's irritation only deepened at the sight of him. His gaze sharpened, voice cutting through the tension, as he demanded to know the reason for Gerard's sudden appearance. There was no room in his tone for pleasantries. Gerard answered without hesitation, saying he had simply come to see his disciple. Banatel immediately questioned whether that so-called unbreakable bond between master and student still held any meaning at all. Gerard responded with calm amusement, noting that even when a disciple leaves the mountains, master and student once begin as complete strangers before their paths ever cross. Without breaking his relaxed demeanor, Gerard shifted the topic as if he were discussing ordinary matters. He casually suggested that since he was already present, he might as well handle some business as well, and then asked almost offhandedly for Riffenhart. Eustace stepped forward to answer him, explaining that Reifenhart was currently absent and would not be returning for another 3 or 4 hours. Gerard's gaze lingered on the boy for a moment longer than necessary, quietly acknowledging his potential, while also noting that he appeared younger than expected. His attention then shifted to Tacit. Gerard asked whether the orc newly awakened to aura had impressed him. Tacit, in turn, could only stand there in silence, staring up at the towering presence before him, unable to find words that matched what he was seeing. Despite the age etched into his face, Gerard's body radiated an almost unsettling vitality, powerful, controlled, and overflowing with life. He then turned his attention back toward Banatel and openly mocked him, remarking that for a man of his age to harbor such hostility toward mere youths lacked any sense of dignity. Banatel immediately fired back, coldly stating that dignity began with wearing appropriate clothing. Gerard burst into laughter without restraint, flexing his arm with casual pride as if to demonstrate his point. He declared that maintaining a physique like his at his age was far more impressive than any outfit. He then accused Banatel of nothing more than jealousy disguised as criticism. Banatel sharply denied it, but the atmosphere between them had already begun to shift into something far more volatile. The battlefield, which moments ago had been drowning in murderous intent, now felt strangely transformed, less like a war zone and more like a stage awaiting a far larger drama. Banatel's expression hardened as he finally clarified his position. He was not here for pride, nor for rivalry. He had come under the authority of Sayer to punish heretics. That was the entirety of his purpose. Duty, nothing more. No emotion, no deviation. Gerard responded with a sharp laugh that cut through the air like a blade, then reminded Banatel of the life he had led, years spent within the walls of the Bashtalan Empire, following orders without question, refining his sword through absolute discipline and loyalty. He then drew a stark contrast with his own path. Gerard spoke of how he had risen to become the richest man in the kingdom of Basili Kingdom, pouring half of his fortune into the upbringing of his disciple. Even so, he continued to mock Banatel openly, claiming that no matter how grand the title of Sword Lodestar sounded, a man reduced to serving imperial interests for a salary could hardly claim true freedom. Banatel's eyes narrowed into a sharp, controlled glare. He admitted almost coldly that Gerard had always been relentlessly persistent. Then his tone shifted, becoming absolute, commanding. This affair belonged to the Bashtalan Empire. Gerard was to step aside, unless he intended to provoke the empire itself. Gerard dismissed the warning without even a moment's consideration. He said he had only come to greet familiar faces, but he had no intention of standing idle while his disciples' people were slaughtered out of fear of offending an empire. His stance remained unchanged, firm and unyielding. With a quiet certainty, Gerard declared that a battle without blood would be unbearably dull. In that instant, the atmosphere collapsed under rising pressure as his aura surged once more, dense, immeasurable, and overwhelming, pressing outward to meet Banatel head-on. The ground beneath them groaned under the clash of two monstrous forces, and whatever restraint remained finally shattered. This was no symbolic confrontation anymore. It had become inevitable, decisive, and absolute. And with that, the moment hangs in suspension. If you want to continue into the next part of this unfolding clash, make sure to like the video and subscribe so you don't miss what comes next.